Congratulations! You've just unlocked the achievement, Watch a TripleJump video. Only 149 more for that glorious Platinum Billy. No, you're not. You're not allowed to leave until it's done. Such is the nature for die-hard achievement hunters, having to suffer through ridiculous tests of patience, skills, and endurance, all for the sake of a digital token of validation. Achievements as we know them today first took shape in 2005 with the Xbox 360, giving us a permanent record of our gaming accomplishments and a nice numerical value to tally up and prove your worth as a gamer. Apparently. Though technically in-game challenges have been around since the 80s, and numerous early Activision titles like Enduro Racing for the Atari 2600 even let you earn physical patches as a reward for posting photographic proof of your high scores. But much like a long-running MMO, things have escalated over time, building challenge upon challenge to the point of madness. Whether it's through endless feather collecting, playing a marathon session without any breaks, or the very simple task of being literally the best in the world, many completionists have discovered that games have a very sick sense of humour. I'm Ben from TripleJump, proud owner of 174 Platinum Trophies, and here are 10 impossible achievements and trophies you'll never unlock. Number 10. World Champion, Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter. From the title you can already tell where this is going. Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter, which we'll be referring to as GRAW, because saying the full name more than once deserves a platinum on its own, released in 2006 with the early wave of Xbox 360 titles. At the time, achievements were still a mysterious, unknown entity, and so the developers of GRAW committed the cardinal sin of including multiplayer-based achievements, which are much harder to get today by virtue of the servers not actually existing anymore. Now, despite the blatantly hyperbolic title, we don't want this video to be filled with games whose servers have long since been banished, leaving achievements literally unattainable. There are plenty of culprits, from the early Gears of War titles and their seriously set of achievements to the ironically named Committed Till the End from Lost Planet 2. But what really sticks in our GRAW is that the World Champion achievement requires, you guessed it, to be the very best in the world. Top of the leaderboards, undisputed champion. No pressure then. Even when multiplayer servers were still running, this was a near impossible feat for anyone who wasn't already part of SEAL Team 6. Number 9. The Three Mountains, Europa Universalis 4. With deep, intricate systems, a steep learning curve, and a staggering 300 plus achievements, it's a wonder this grand strategy title from Paradox isn't included in these discussions more often, even if they are only Steam achievements. The Three Mountains is perhaps the most notorious challenge, requiring you to own or vassalize the entire world, starting as the one province state of Ryukyu. You know the one, the little island in the Pacific. Keep zooming. A little closer. There it is! Ah, our future glorious overlords. EU4 offers no helping hands for any power imbalance either. You'll have to claw up the pecking order the hard way, trying every dirty trick in the book to get there. Converting to a Japanese shogunate for a vassal swarm, colonizing new islands, relocating to rural Siberia to renounce all video games forever. Many have tried, few have conquered. Other achievements offer similarly grueling challenges, converting the world to your religion in one faith, for example, but there's something fittingly absurd about conquering the planet as a tiny island with small country syndrome. Oh, and another thing, you can only earn achievements by playing in Iron Man mode, meaning no reloading an earlier save, even if you spent weeks painting the map your favourite colour. Number 8. Hail to the King, Final Fantasy IX. Final Fantasy may have its fair share of grind fests throughout the series, from attaining 100% completion in 10-2 or holding every weapon and accessory in 13 to taking on optional bosses with health pools of several gazillion. However, one of the most deranged, twisted achievements in the 30-plus year history of Final Fantasy involves a skipping rope. One single, solitary, damn you all to hell skipping rope that you have to jump 1,000 times without fail. You can first take part in Final Fantasy IX's hellish schoolyard minigame near the very start as Black Mage Vivi, and it's a nice way to earn a few rewards early on. But 1,000 of them, with the tempo changing throughout, and reports of input lag on the remaster, all to get a trophy and a King of Jump Rope item, would rather jump 1,000 times over an actual flaming rope of barbed wire. Hundreds of hours grinding is one thing, but this required perfect, near robotic rhythm. It's no wonder some players resorted to using a PC script to emulate the clicks through custom controller software and a PS4 remote play. Stupid skipping rope. Number 7. Quiz. World of Guns, gun disassembly. Do you like guns? Do you like lots of guns? Are you on some kind of government watch list? If you answered 2 yeses and a no, then we have the perfect game for you! World of Guns: Gun Disassembly lets you experience the rich thrills of maintaining and taking apart over 200 real-world firearms, all without the risk of joining the armed forces and getting shot at for realsies. This free-to-play app is more of a curiosity for enthusiasts than a game as such, although there are still shooting range challenges, puzzle elements, and crucially, achievements. The quiz achievement, rather predictably, tasks you with completing a quiz, asking you to name 10 guns based on their image alone. Sounds easy, but with over 200 similar-looking weapons, all silhouetted, and only 45 seconds to answer, things get tougher. And you can't retake the test more than twice per hour. A top Steam achievement hunter called Zaynok, I think, formerly ranked first in the US, once cited this as one of the hardest challenges he's faced, which is impressive work for an interactive encyclopedia of firearms. Number 6. The Bladder of Steel Award, Rock Band 2. This appropriately named challenge for Rock Band 2 was another one of those seemingly innocuous tasks until you dug a little deeper, requiring you to complete the endless set list 2 without pausing or failing. It all sounds very rock and roll until you realise the set is about 6.5 hours long, robbing you of any bathroom time for a full quarter of a day. That is an absurdly long session without so much as an interlude, well beyond most actual musicians. Apparently Bruce Springsteen did 4 hours in 2012, presumably getting through a mere 20th of his back catalogue. Live Aid went on for 16 hours, but there were considerably more bands involved than just you, bleary-eyed and sweating over your cheap plastic Fender Pretender. The only saving grace was that you could complete this set list with any instrument and on medium difficulty, making it possible, in theory, to whine at vaguely the correct pitch through the microphone while continuing to live your life. Look, we didn't say it was a perfect solution. But if this test of endurance isn't grueling enough for you, well, how about number 5? 7-Day Survivor, Dead Rising. Time to head back to year 1 of the Xbox 360 for another installment of We Have No Idea What We're Doing with Achievements. In 2006, veteran zombie connoisseurs Capcom unveiled a new IP that finally answered the question, what if Supermarket Sweep, but with the living dead? It was a delightful arcadey alternative to the typical survival horror scene, and the in-game time limit that affected numerous story missions and opened up alternate endings was an interesting mechanic. That is, until you unlock overtime mode and attempt to survive for 7 days straight. That's when the game's constantly ticking clock becomes your worst nightmare because you cannot save the game. This means 14 hours of real-time zombie dodging, and you can't even find a hiding spot to camp in because you're constantly losing health, so to avoid dying every 20 minutes you have to find food to heal you, which won't respawn either. So you have to spend longer than you'd probably survive in a real-life zombie outbreak. Don't kid yourselves, we're all goners in that scenario, and after 14 long hours you get a whopping 20G. Wow. Don't spend it all at once. Number 4. Stampers Forever, Rare Replay. Out of all the gritty, grind-heavy, 100% completion challenges we could have gone with, we've chosen Rare Replay, mainly because who would have expected this much pain and anguish from such a jolly collection of classics? And it's all because of those damn stamps. The Stampers Forever achievement requires you to collect all 330 stamps, spread across 30 separate games. Most stamps are fine on their own. Ordinarily, it's a pleasure to play through these iconic titles like Banjo-Kazooie and Perfect Dark Zip. Just Perfect Dark, that other one doesn't deserve to exist. For games with standalone releases and achievement lists, you'll thankfully only need to unlock 75% for maximum stampage. Jet Force Gemini is probably the longest game in the list, roughly 25 hours, but frankly that's not enough hours for this often overlooked gem. Even Battletoads and early retro games come with a rewind feature, which is a godsend. That rat race challenge can still get in the sewer, mind. Surprisingly, the most punishing stamps were in Grabbed by the Ghoulies, the shockingly mediocre Xbox debut for Rare, now cursed to pass on its torment to any budding completionists. Ultimately, this ridiculous test of willpower felt completely at odds with Rare Replay itself, and worse, could even jeopardize any warm nostalgia felt for these classic hits. Worst of all, you have to play that game. Ugh, get it out of my sight! Number 3. Emperor! Elder Scrolls Online. Is there anything worse than multiplayer achievements? How about massively multiplayer achievements? The Elder Scrolls Online has gone from strength to strength since its rocky start in 2014, offering a staggering variety of content that still brings in 1.2 million players as of 2020. One unique aspect is the PvP system, which turns Cyrodiil into a giant war zone with 3 factions vying for control of the throne, along with the chance for one lucky fellow to be crowned Emperor or Empress. That is amazing, until you remember that over 1 million other people play this game, and good luck getting anywhere near that throne room. Sure, not everyone plays PvP and there are different servers for each console, PC and major region. Plus, you can select different campaigns to partake in to further dilute the numbers, but that's still a ridiculous amount of competition against some very experienced players. You'll need to capture and hold 6 keeps surrounding the Imperial City, no mean feat in itself, while also being the highest ranking player in your alliance for that week-long campaign. Various tactics exist, from picking low-level, less populated campaigns to striking shady deals with opposing alliances to simply playing 28 hours a day. Yeah, you heard that right. Is it worth it? Just for that sweet trophy pop? Well, you also get this sweet chair, so you tell us. Number 2. Impossible, right? And lowest of the low. Crypt of the Necrodancer. This rhythm-based roguelike has a very deserved reputation as being hard as nails. Crypt of the Necrodancer is a procedural dungeon crawler with a twist in that every move or attack you make has to be on the beat of the game's phenomenal soundtrack. Missing the beat normally just resets your streak, but the final unlockable character, Coda, has a much harsher penalty for clumsy rhythm. You die if you miss a beat, you die if you touch any gold dropped by every defeated enemy, you can't upgrade your weapons, and all of this is at double speed, reaching a max of 350 beats per minute on the hardest boss. The game's programmer, Ryan Clark, even said, "I honestly thought I was being kind of a bastard and that no one would ever beat it." Except a few crazy people actually did beat it, most famously a speedrunner called Spooty Biscuit back in 2016. As for lowest of the low, well, it's simply a case of completing an all-characters run without picking up items or using shrines. That's 9 characters back to back without dying. Only 0.2% of total Steam players have unlocked lowest of the low and impossible, right, and less than 0.1% of PlayStation players, according to PSN profiles, making this one of the rarest platinums known to man. Number 1. Various Dragonfin Soup. Okay, you want impossible? Like, really unattainable? You sure? Alright then, how about Soup? Dragonfin Soup to be specific? This indie RPG was released in 2015 and became the free game with PS Plus not long after launch. On the surface, it looks interesting, with a fairy tale parody world, delightful artwork, and an interesting semi-turn-based combat system where enemies moved only when you did. It gained infamy soon after, however, mainly because it had more bugs than a Radroach costume party at Bethesda Studios. Stat tracking was utterly broken, resetting counters for bosses, kills, XP, and the like. This made some trophies literally impossible. On TrueTrophies.com, Fishing Master, Jack of Trades, and Beastmaster all have 0 registered unlocks. Numerous glitches halted progress in the game as a whole, including frequent crashes when attempting to even save your progress. The real kicker was the response by developers Grim Bros, who said in 2016 that they couldn't fix the problems as the PlayStation port was the work of Blitworks, a studio they said dropped the ball. Despite promising a fixed extra chunky edition, this never arrived, and further updates are indefinitely postponed. So this is one platinum you'll absolutely, positively never get. Sorry. Well, that was fun looking at things we'll never ever have, wasn't it? Unless you actually have attained one of these, in which case brag loudly in the comments below. If not, just let us know your personal nightmare achievements, or just tell us about your lunch. Honestly, it all helps the YouTube algorithm, so get engaged. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon? Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
The beauty of video games continues to blossom with each new release. A mere glimpse at the sneak previews for the Final Fantasy VII Remake, for example, is enough to make any fan weep with tears of pure Mako energy, whatever that means. I'm just reading the script. We are frequently at the mercy of breathtaking landscapes, beautiful characters, and stunning creature designs. Even stylized indie titles have the capacity to enchant and amaze with their own iconic beauty. However, not all game developers use their graphical powers for good. Instead, some opt to create grotesque designs of explicit, unsettling detail, often combining them with very disturbing backstories too. Unfortunately, these are the ones that persist in our minds, especially during dark evenings when that bundle of clothes in the corner of the bedroom starts to resemble something malicious, monstrous, and worst of all, hungry. So be warned, dear viewer, as this list contains some sickening creatures born from some particularly unpleasant lore. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 most disgusting video game characters. Number 10. Gurdy, the Binding of Isaac. But we honestly could have chosen any of the grotesque enemies in The Binding of Isaac. This indie roguelike game, loosely inspired by the biblical tale of the same name, follows Isaac's journey through the monster-infested basement of his family home in order to avoid his mother's wrath. As proof of her faith, the mother believes that she must commit the life of her son to God, much to Isaac's heartbreak. His agony is palpable as he wrestles with the apparent hatred of his mother. His feelings of rejection and humiliation combine with the monstrous art direction to create an experience that is both intense and satisfying to experience. For this list, we had many gross enemies to choose from, but we settled with the unnerving mound of flesh, Gurdy, also known as the Pile. Oh, like the thing you get on your bottom. This boss is completely stationary, presumably rendered immobile by its amorphous mass. The clump of flesh and organs is punctuated only by 2 small arms which signal her attacks, and a partially deformed face. Rumour has it that this design was originally created to look like a pile of dead children, but that was ultimately deemed too visually confusing for the player. So for a more translatable look, Gurdy remained a huge heap of guts instead. Haha, lovely. Number 9. The Master, Fallout. This masterful example of ghastly design incorporated elements of biomechanical horror to establish something that is remarkably unsettling. Born Richard Moreau, and also known as Richard Grey, the Master is the hideous mind dictating the moves of the mutant army in Fallout 1. As a human, he fell into a vat of FEV, that's Forced Evolutionary Virus, during an investigation into the Mariposa military base. After stewing for almost a month, he was transformed into a formless blob which would eventually be known as the Master. If this mutant casserole sounds particularly appetizing to you, be sure to check out the delightful Barf Roll-Ups episode of Main Menu for some similarly delectable sludge. Now, the viscous entity that emerged from the vat further expanded and absorbed other creatures and humans, while also merging with the computer system within the military HQ. And soon enough, the Master had spread throughout the entire base and was beginning to collate a plan to unify the wasteland. Along with a fusion of flesh and mechanics that would make HR Giga proud, this foe also possesses a creepy array of voices. 2 male, 1 female, and 1 robotic. Let's have a listen.
Do you join the Unity, or do you die here?
Join.
Die!
Join.
Die!
His speech pattern continually cycles through the 4 different tones, each with their own personality, which makes conversing with this collective monstrosity even more unsettling. Thankfully, if you can't quite bear the thought of going face to hideous face with the Master during the final confrontation, the player can opt to snipe him from a nearby window, or simply lob all their pulse grenades without enduring the retaliation of his Gatling lasers. Haha, it's super effective against blob types. Number 8, The Bloater, The Last of Us. As if the early stages of the Cordyceps brain infection weren't gross enough, the 4th level of development is both disgusting and very dangerous. From their appearances to their sounds and mannerisms, most of the foes in this game are utterly horrible. However, they coalesce rather perfectly in the design of the bloaters. Similarly to that of the clickers, the skull blossoms into a fungal explosion of infected tissue, but now the misshapen lumpy body is also plastered with shroomy clumps. Taking years to reach this stage, the mutation of these enemies caused the thick cordyceps coating to spread over the hulking form, essentially manifesting as protective armor. Oh no! Because of this, the bloater is a particularly tough opponent, often withstanding multiple hits from your shotgun and hunting rifle. And these are angry mushroom boys too, so don't expect them to go easy on poor old Joel. Bloaters are particularly aggressive, a fact which players may have noticed when they were insta-killed upon being grabbed by the nasty brutes time and time again. If ripping a survivor's jaw apart wasn't sickening enough, these enemies hurl sacks of mycotoxin that explode on impact. This putrid substance will damage the player over time, slowly sapping at their health while they desperately avoid the bloater's charge attacks. Angry, tough, and exceptionally ugly, this boy is practically perfect in every way. I'm going to be sick. Number 7, Marguerite Baker, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. Before suffering under the influence of Evelyn's gift, Marguerite was known to be a caring and loving housewife. During the early stages of infection, this kind and dutiful mother tried to seek treatment upon discovering the mold growth inside her brain. But the telepathic manipulation took hold of her mind and warped her into a psychotic and unstable fanatic. As well as becoming your standard mutated cannibalistic member of the Baker family, Marguerite also gained the ability to birth and control hideous molded insects. Additionally, her superhuman strength and speed allow her to scuttle along the walls and ceilings, which proves to be incredibly sickening during her final confrontation with Ethan in the greenhouse. Throughout this stage, her limbs elongate and her stomach swells with swarming bugs. The trypophobia nightmare that is the hive in her abdomen discharges creepy crawlies during the battle, but can also be targeted to inflict extra damage if you can manage to keep your aim steady when looking at the bubbling monstrosity. Her body moves oddly and rapidly, often giving Ethan a shocking view of the infected swarm between her insectile legs. As her disgusting offspring burst forth, the player is forced to fight against both mother and children, while trying not to get overwhelmed by the sheer amount of limbs and eyes on display. Now, I like to think of myself as a pretty inclusive guy, but I think even I would struggle to call this vagina beautiful. Number 6, Cerberus, Dante's Inferno. This repulsive beast can be found guarding the entrance to the third circle of hell, barring Dante's way with its trio of repulsive maws. Unfortunately, this pup, if you can call it that, deals triple the amount of potential nausea with its revolting design. This beast, draped in noble cloths, has human hands and worm-like heads. The flesh transitions from an unpleasant pallor to something far more raw and bloody, and its teeth teeth appear decayed and rotting. And as if 3 giant putrid mouths weren't enough, the creature's eyes have been replaced with yet more snapping chops. As we are far more accustomed to the traditional portrayals of Cerberus, simply a single giant doggo with a 200% head bonus, this design is particularly unnerving in its deviation from the norm. It barely resembles a dog at all, instead combining strange elements of human and mollusk physiology. In order to progress through the circle of gluttony, Dante is forced to mercilessly slay the creature, lopping off 2 heads with his scythe before finishing off the remaining one with his cross, and not a moment too soon. This is definitely one pupper that we will never be including in any cutest video game dogs list. Number 5, Abstract Daddy, Silent Hill 2. Also known as Ideal Father, this Silent Hill 2 creature is a manifestation of Angela's childhood trauma, with the horrific form referencing the awful abuse she suffered at the hands of her parent and brother. Interestingly, both its appearance and its symbolism mirror the surrealist work of André Masson, specifically his piece entitled The Pianator, which may have been an inspiration for its horrific motif. Not only is this design unnerving and revolting on its own, but the adjoining backstory adds another gruesome layer to the creature's concept. In appearance, the Abstract Daddy looks to be formed of 2 bodies intertwined beneath a sheet of fetid flesh. The nature of this form is definitely perverse, which reflects the horrendous details of Angela's childhood experiences. Dangling limbs hang along the bottom of this conceptual bed frame structure, and 2 distorted mouths can be identified among the putrid tissue. If we look closer, it's evident that the lower form of the creature writhes and screams in anguish, no prizes for guessing why, and it's perhaps even more horrifying to note that during this battle, Angela suffers great torment at the mere sight of the abominable creature. Continuing the horrific metaphor, the room itself, with aggressive pistons thrusting through the fleshy walls, is uncomfortably reminiscent of a defiled uterus, considering the context. So sure, while there may be other more overtly monstrous creatures in the Silent Hill franchise, it's the meaning behind the symbolism of the Abstract Daddy that contributes to a sense of utter inescapable terror and sets it apart as something truly revolting. Number 4, Dr. William Birkin, Resident Evil 2. You may remember William as the virologist who worked as head of the Golgotha virus research project, or you may recall that he is the father of Sherry Birkin and husband of Annette Birkin, but most probably you'll know him as the lumbering hulk of flesh, teeth and rage that pursues Leon and Claire during Resident Evil 2. After a particularly messy confrontation with Alpha Team on the night of September 22nd, 1998, William was gunned down. The team seized T and G virus samples and fled through the sewers, intent on reaching the extraction point. However, before succumbing to his wounds, Birkin injected himself with a remaining G sample. Unfortunately, the virus was unable to effectively stabilize his body, thereby transforming him into a grotesque creature of several different forms, each more disgusting than the last. William undergoes a total of 5 stages of transformation, ultimately culminating in the shapeless mass of fangs and tentacles that tries to devour the Alexei 5000 train, but he starts pretty revolting from the get-go, to be honest. During stage 1, the left side of Birkin's body ruptures outwards, his flesh breaching to reveal a huge, twitching, bloodshot eye that will persist through each subsequent form. During the following phases, he develops claws and additional limbs, progressively losing any resemblance to his human form. The 4th level of transformation produces a hexapedal creature, complete with a gnashing spiky maw and another bulging eye atop its other shoulder, and by this stage, Birkin is lost completely. But truly the most stomach-turning thing we had to deal with in this game, and up there with some of the grossest creatures in the franchise, was Birkin's final form. The noises alone are abominable, but god, just looking at this thing puts me right off that out-of-date ham and squid sandwich I was really looking forward to having for lunch. Thanks, Will! Number 3, Dead Hand, The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. In my opinion, anything that skulks or lurks can't be good, and Dead Hand is one such creature. It hides in the earth, eagerly waiting to snatch any passing elf boy or girl with its numerous monstrous hands. The hunched beast is covered in dark splotches that resemble seeping blood beneath what must be either pale corpse-like skin or bandages in dire need of redressing. The lifeless eyes are enough to make any pointy-eared adventurer flee in abject terror, but it's that horrible neck-wobbling walk that will truly evoke dread in the player. We may have expected such a creature in some of the other darker Zelda games, such as Twilight Princess or Majora's Mask, but its left-field inclusion in Ocarina of Time makes it even more unnerving, as does the fact that its German name, Brain Feeder, evokes a zombie vibe that I've not really noticed before and really wish I hadn't now, to be honest. And where can we find this loathsome creature of nightmare? Oh yes, the bottom of the well. Yeah, that's a blood-soaked red flag for sure. Not only that, but let's not forget that Link is a child here. That's right, a kid descends into the darkened well, tiny dagger in one hand and dwindling hope in the other, only to be faced by a blob of tumorous hungry flesh and flailing limbs. This design clearly speaks to the player's childhood fears of monsters grabbing their exposed feet at bedtime. And when I say childhood fears, I definitely do not mean that I'm still genuinely scared of one of these hands grabbing at me when I get up in the night to pee. The fact that I leave the light on at bedtime is purely incidental. Number 2, The One Reborn, Bloodborne. How could we do a list like this without including some macabre entity from the Soulsborne mythos? For this entry, we've chosen the glorious One Reborn, a mighty undead mass of limbs and tissue that makes the Witch of Hemwick look like Bayonetta in comparison. This unholy boss was born, bloodborne you might say, from a Pthumerian ritual that combined the bodies of Yharnam's inhabitants. Less a human centipede and more of a human amalgamate, this creature possesses a large humanoid torso attached to the undulating mass of rotting corpses that make up the rest of its body. The limbs seem to move with their own independence, suggesting that the individual bodies are somewhat alive, albeit in a zombified state. The player can encounter this horrible beast in the Advent Plaza, specifically in a chapel-like building that adds ironic credence to its ungodly origins. It appears through a portal manifested by the pale blood moon, evoking the imagery of birth as it falls into the arena. Overall, the One Reborn has simple mechanics, but hits very hard, especially with its AoE attacks and putrid vomit. But don't be surprised during the battle to witness decaying corpses raining down from above, because that's exactly what this situation needs. More bodies. One thing's for sure, if the brave hunters facing this beast don't lose their heads, they will most certainly lose their lunch. And number 1, The Broodmother, Dragon Age Origins. As with some of the other entries in this list, the dreadfulness of the Broodmother is further enhanced by her disturbing background lore. Dragon Age Origins tells us that the Darkspawn Horde have been known to abduct human women following battles or raids on the surface. Although the details of the resulting process is somewhat debated, Hespeth informs the player that the women undergo hellish torture during the first stages of their mutation into Darkspawn. After this, they are forced to consume the flesh of other ghouls. Consequently, after days of heinous treatment, their transformation into their new hellish form is almost complete. It is heavily implied that the women endure absolute horrors and violations during this process, which makes this enemy design far more unsettling. These creatures are victims, twisted by unspeakable abuse, eventually forced to birth the next generation of demonic creatures. In regards to appearance, broodmothers are heavily mutated, bearing little likeness to the human women they once were, hulking, immobile, and in possession of many disgusting, writhing tentacles. With their minds and bodies broken and twisted into this repulsive state, all their humanity is lost, only to be replaced with the unrelenting need to devour and reproduce. Upon birthing a large litter, the broodmother proudly becomes parent to a range of different spawn, including shrieks, hurlocks, and ogres. These bouncing babes, also equally horrific, often leave the womb with the ability to walk, and will mature rapidly within a few weeks. But that is a list for another time, featuring all your suggestions for more disgusting video game creatures, which you can let us know about in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and if you want to support the things you enjoy, then check out the rewards on our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I've been Peter from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
Who doesn't love a good surprise? A bonus onion ring in your fries or complimentary hotel chocolates can make a world of difference, and apparently the best examples of surprises are food-based. Funnily enough, given the video you clicked on, this idea can also be attributed to cameos or surprise showings in video games. A fun reference here or guest appearance there adds a fresh, unique element that wouldn't exist otherwise. This is even more the case when the visiting character in question somehow suits their new surroundings perfectly. Yes, it may seem odd for the Terminator to appear in the Mortal Kombat universe, but hey, when the clothes, boots, and motorcycle fit, right? Video game genres ranging from sport to racing and RPGs to fighting have all featured prominent gaming stars trying their hand at a new skill, with some being more effective than others. Let's have a bit of a closer look, shall we? I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 weird character cameos in video games. Number 10. Kratos, Everybody's Golf World Tour. Starting with an example of just how wild these cameos can be, I'm not sure how prepared players were to see the ghost of Sparta having some leisure time, cursing the gods and attempting to make par on the green with the birdies. Golf. Everybody's Golf World Tour, or Hot Shots Golf Out of Bounds if you want to get North American about this, released in 2008 for the PlayStation 3, and just a few months later allowed players to assume control of none other than Kratos, the protagonist of the brutal action series God of War, as a DLC character. Although it may initially be seen as an unfair advantage, being a god and all, he does have varying and surprisingly fitting positives and flaws to his own golf game. Kratos' main strength is the power behind his drives. This both makes sense when referencing his immensely powerful strokes down the course and also his own very gruesome, classic, godly activities. He is also good in the rough areas, great at spinning both on the ball and around with his blades of chaos, and his control is described as average. Yeah. If you were to ask anyone who's come into contact with Kratos if this description is accurate, I think they would likely agree. Well, they would if they weren't already dead. Number 9. Scorpion, Injustice Gods Among Us. At first glance, this crossover probably doesn't seem all that odd. Both games are developed by NetherRealm Studios, and Scorpion is already based within a fighting game series, but this is not Mortal Kombat. This is a DC Universe fighting game, Injustice Gods Among Us, where superheroes and villains duke it out with Scorpion if you bought the DLC. The idea of Scorpion being sucked through a portal and into the world of DC Comics is tantalizing indeed. Could Scorpion beat up Batman? How about the Green Arrow? Surely not Superman? Well, let's find out. Rip Superman's head off! This crossover is a bit like a child pulling random characters out of its toy box and smashing them together, except now we actually get to see some of these fantasy scenarios play out with all the polish a AAA game can provide, and what on earth is that child doing with Mortal Kombat toys? Should we call someone? Scorpion has a near-identical moveset to his home turf self, and his ending for the story mode sees him defeating all the heroes and villains and subsequently raising an army from hell to invade Earth. Oh, good lad. Number 8. Pac-Man, Anna Kournikovas Smash Court Tennis. This 1998 PS1 game seems quite normal from the outside. Anna Kournikova's Smash Court Tennis looks like a sports game. It's named after one of tennis's most recognised stars and, well, that pretty much sums up the base requirements for a run-of-the-mill sports title. However, hidden behind this inconspicuously designed cover is a myriad of Capcom gaming guest stars who have unanimously decided to swap their weapons out for rackets. Fighters from Tekken, officers from Time Crisis, and the weirdest of all, Pac-Man, all stake their claim to the elusive world #1 rank. That's right, the Waka Waka Man himself has entered the tournament as a secret character. Just look at him, standing there, thinking he's the real deal, getting ready to serve up a major volley or spike a sports slam. There has to be some kind of rule against non-humans joining the tournament, right? I mean, he has man in his name, but he is quite clearly not that, but rather a yellow-tinted eldritch nightmare, I suppose. Actually, he does have quite a lot of favour with Capcom behind the scenes though, so probably best to just let him get on with it. Number 7. Shrek, Tony Hawk's Underground 2. Tony Hawk Pro Skater has a rich and storied history with guest characters. Spider-Man, Darth Maul, Doom Guy, and countless others have made guest appearances grinding the rails alongside other skateboarding legends. But perhaps the most detailed and oddest inclusion occurred in Tony Hawk's Underground 2, where a certain meme king left the safety of his swamp to promote his new movie Shrek 2 on half-pipes around the world. We're talking about Shrek, obviously. With Activision possessing both the rights to Tony Hawk and Shrek 2 the video game, it seemed like a foregone conclusion to include him as a kickflip grind boy for a bit of promotion, because good marketing strategies have layers, you know? Like ogres do. I suppose you could say somebody once told him the board was gonna okay, we're done here, please don't hit me. Shrek is unlocked by beating the game on easy and has some sweet signature moves that are not disgusting in the slightest, nope, not even a bit. His special grind uses earwax as a form of lubricant and he belches on walls to form an S, replacing the usual graffiti that other skaters can spray. See? Doesn't that make you want to pick up a board and learn? Number 6. Geralt, Monster Hunter World. Chiefly concerning the capturing, studying, and slaying of strange fantasy creatures, the Monster Hunter series lends itself perfectly to collaborate with universes of a similar construction. And a series proving to be a perfect candidate for a merger is The Witcher, you know, except without any of the brothels and other adult stuff. Thankfully, to the delight of everyone, the developers agreed with the partnership, causing fans everywhere to rejoice. Everyone wins, except the monsters, I suppose. This idea came to fruition in Monster Hunter World and featured an additional story campaign with a fully realised, voiced and playable Geralt. A faithful representation of the Witcher series, Geralt tracks a creature from his universe which is causing havoc in Monster Hunter World's ecosystem. He boasts more health than the average hunter, a magical fire spell Igni, and keen Witcher senses to help track the beast down solo, which makes sense. He is a mutant monster slayer after all. After the conclusion of the quest, you can then craft Witcher weapons and gear to deck out your usual Monster Hunter World character, but to be honest, I'm not sure how you can go back to vanilla reality after all of that. Number 5. Donkey Kong, Wii Punch-Out. Hands up anyone who has wanted at one point or another to punch Donkey Kong square in the face. No? But he kidnapped Pauline and only received a slap on the wrist and bruised ego for his crimes. What about the fact that under that tie he's completely naked? Outrageous behaviour, just punch him! Well, issues aside, and with zero boxing experience, Donkey Kong appears in Punch-Out on the Wii as a secret boss, complete with original voice actor Takashi Nagasako. Although DK's record is 0-0 when he's up against Little Mac, you do have to remember he is a giant gorilla, so he does have at least the strength advantage. He is prone to taunting players, counterattacking, and is very hard to knock out. Again, we cannot stress enough that he is indeed a big gorilla boxing against a human man. Any legitimate sports body would throw this one out immediately because the gorilla will likely kill the human man. Should you fail, DK will pick you up over his shoulder and exit the scene just like he did to Pauline all those years ago. It might pay to heed Doc Lewis's advice during the intermission and to get a plumber. He has a lot of experience with this sort of thing. Number 4. Link, Soul Calibur 2. Guest characters in fighting games go as well together as Halo and Master Chief, or Cheese and Toast, or Mac and Cheese, or just cheese with anything really. They allow vastly different characters to seamlessly adapt their personality and history to an easy-to-understand format. Fighters all have a set number of moves, costumes, and an intro, which is a fairly straightforward set of rules to follow and has led to numerous inclusions across many different titles. This was the case when Soul Calibur 2 released in 2002, the very first in the series to include crossover characters, with the GameCube version seeing The Legend of Zelda's Link join the roster with all the hallmarks you would expect from our hero of time. Turned out to be something of a stroke of genius too, as there was almost no need to record any voice lines. Link has access to all the gear you might expect in a Zelda title, the Master Sword, bow, bombs, and boomerang, plus a wide selection of costumes and other weapons to equip, spanning the long, storied history of the Zelda series. Once Link makes his way through the ranks, searching for the evil weapon Soul Edge, he vanquishes the being threatening Hyrule and quietly disappears. What? You were expecting anything different? Just another day at the office for old Link. Number 3. Spider-Man: The Revenge of Shinobi. Spider-Man could be considered something of a well-travelled man. Spider in the video game industry, having had several adventures spanning different dimensions, making odd appearances all over the place. He even attempted skateboarding that one time, and it was pretty rad. One of the web-slinger's strangest cameos was within the 1989 game The Revenge of Shinobi as a boss, where you could also battle, shall we say, very familiar-looking versions of pop culture characters. These included knockoff versions of the Terminator, Batman, and even Godzilla, fought in the form of a shapeshifter whose special power actually turned out to be avoiding numerous copyright suits. After the initial release, however, these clones were removed and replaced with some less identical rip-offs. However, one was saved: the web-slinger himself. Sega actually obtained Spider-Man's product license for a time, and he was officially included in the third revision of The Revenge of Shinobi. Upon defeat, Spider-Man would no longer morph back into said shapeshifter, signaling that this indeed was the real friendly neighborhood Spider-Man in the flesh, and that you gravely wounded him? Ah well, what's a bit of friendly sparring amongst arachnids and shinobis, huh? Number 2. Creepers: Borderlands 2. An enemy whose sole existence is based around exploding in close proximity to others, collaborating with a series known for its own large, loud, and plentiful explosions. It truly is a match made in heaven. Probably the most identifiable figure from one of the most identifiable video games of all time, the Creeper from Minecraft has a surprising cameo in Gearbox Software's co-op looter shooter Borderlands 2. Down in the caustic caverns beneath Sanctuary resides a very suspicious wall resembling a Minecraft block. In true Borderlands fashion, the only way to pass these blocks is to shoot, blow up, and otherwise attack them, with several of our combustible green friends waiting to greet you, one of which is a badass ranked creeper acting as a boss for the area, boasting maximum available boom. Furthering this video game partnership, creepers have a high chance to drop a skin for each Borderlands 2 class, as well as a unique helmet that transforms the player into Minecraft protagonist Steve. Additionally, a shotgun called Blockhead can be looted from the creepers, but given that a gun should not be described as a block nor a head, we promise it's better than it sounds. Happy hunting. Number 1. Raiden: Unreal Championship 2. I know what you're thinking. Why is Raiden, the Elder God of Thunder and Watcher Overer of the Earthrealm, taking up arms in this first and or third person shooter? I'm glad you asked, because we would also like an answer if you find one. Usually focused on another, let's say, more violent tournament, Raiden from Mortal Kombat somehow found his way into Unreal Championship 2, no doubt shocking all the competitors in the process. Just a little lightning joke for you there. Maybe the most confusing part of all is that the desired outcome for this mission, according to his bio in the game, is the recruitment of champions for his cause of protection. I suppose you can't make an omelette without breaking a few eggs, right? Although I'm not sure how skeletons and dust can go through the hiring process, Raiden. Raiden uses his electrically charged staff and lightning bolts to cause havoc in this multiplayer deathmatch shooter, even finding the time to talk some serious smack while he does it. Flawless victory? I am a god? Bit on the nose there, Thunderman. What are you like, you cheeky lad? Do remember you're here to gather recruits though, right? Oh, okay, well, everyone's dead now. Great work. Where do you want to gather people from next? Splatoon? And that's our list. Any other strange cameos we should be aware of? Drop it in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
Gather round, boys, girls, and others, because it's time for Uncle Peter to take you on a journey to a world that time has forgotten. Or rather, a world that I have forgotten, because I'm so gosh darned old now, and my memory isn't what it once was. Indeed, as is the case for most industries, the video game world has come on in leaps and bounds over the past few decades, to the point where it's basically unrecognizable when compared to what it was in the 80s and 90s. Some things that would have been unimaginable then are now fairly standard, whereas certain things that were once commonplace are now considered archaic. For today's list then, we're taking a look back at some of the practices that used to be the norm for video game fans, but that have now become obsolete thanks to advancements in the industry. We're not saying that absolutely no one does these things anymore ever, just that they were once things that we players did without thinking about it that are now largely unnecessary. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are 10 things gamers just don't do anymore. Number 10. Using cheat codes. Now, don't get us wrong, even these days we're still up for dropping the odd motherload or two when we're running low on cash in The Sims 4. After all, that hot tub isn't going to buy itself, but whilst cheat codes aren't unheard of in today's games, they are far less common than they used to be. If you're one of our younger viewers, you might not be familiar with the term cheat code at all, so allow me to clue you in. Back in the olden days of gaming, developers used to include ways of making games easier, or at least more interesting, by allowing players to enter certain codes using their controllers. These codes had all manner of effects, from bestowing the player with extra lives, or turning them into household objects. However, modern titles tend not to have cheats, or if they do, they're hidden behind some sort of endgame bonus menu, and this is partly due to the rise in the popularity of online gaming. After all, it's one thing to buff yourself against AI enemies, but it's a little unfair if you're doing it against real-life opponents. Some players do still cheat at video games, of course, but if you're caught doing it, it's likely that the devs will slap you with a lifetime ban for your trouble. That is to say that most cheating that takes place nowadays is done by way of hacking, rather than mashing your controller and waiting for a satisfying little ding sound effect to tell you that yes, you are a naughty boy or girl. Number 9. Buying physical game guides or calling tip helplines. If you're playing a video game these days and come across a segment that baffles you, you need only undertake a quick Google search in order to find the answers that you seek. Once upon a time though, things weren't quite so simple, and if you found yourself stuck on a certain level, you didn't have very many options. One thing you could do was invest in a guide, which took the form of a physical book with a walkthrough of the entire game. It didn't matter if you literally only needed it to help you with one stage, you'd still have to fork out for the entire thing, and usually they weren't cheap. Alternatively, and assuming you had your parents' permission to use the phone, you could call the game's helpline. Yes, that's right. Back in the day, some companies offered players phone numbers they could call in order to get help with their games. One of the most notable was the Nintendo Power Hotline, which was set up in 1987 to help gamers who were struggling to beat Nintendo titles. Thanks to the rise of the internet and online guides, video game hotlines and guidebooks are largely a thing of the past. But in ye olden times, they were something that no gamer could live without. Unless you had an older sibling, I suppose. Number 8. Blowing into cartridges. Look, I don't want to get all kids these days, but I'm going to, because kids these days will never know the struggle of trying to get a video game cartridge to function properly. You see, long ago, games didn't get onto your console via the internet or through a shiny disc. No sir. Games came on a big hefty plastic cartridge that slotted into the top of your console, and rather than a laser reading the cartridge's contents, the information was transmitted through dozens of little contacts. When they were working, cartridges were great, but because of their complex shape, players would often plop them into their consoles and find that something was interfering with the connection, preventing them from playing the game. The universal solution for this problem was to remove the cartridge, flip it upside down, take a big deep breath, and then blow into it, thereby dislodging any dust or fluff that might have gotten stuck in there. And you know what? Despite the manufacturers very much telling us all not to do this, 99 times out of 100, it actually worked. I do miss this. You'll never find yourself having to blow into the face of your PS5 because your download of God of War Ragnarok won't boot up. Take me back. Number 7. Tripping over controller cords. Wireless technology is brilliant, isn't it? You can connect to the internet without having to plug into a modem, make a phone call without being tethered to a wall, and even charge electronics without cables trailing all over the place. Truly a marvel of the modern age. Even video game consoles have gotten in on the wireless action in recent years, and players are now free to sit as far away from their screens as they'd like because their controllers can communicate with the consoles without the need for cables. This wasn't always the reality for gamers though, and you only have to go back a few years to find players who were forced to sit within 6 feet of their consoles in order to enjoy their favourite games. Indeed, before wireless technology really took off, video game controllers had to be physically wired to a console. Not only did this mean that players were limited in terms of how mobile they could be while playing their favourite games, but also that they, or more likely their parents or dog, would trip over the trailing cables and do themselves a mischief. We are of course still not quite in a completely cable-less world when it comes to gaming, as you still need to be wired in if you want to charge your controller while playing the game, but certainly there are now far fewer people being grounded by their dad after he's gone head over heels into the coffee table. Once again. Number 6. Pirating games. Now, before anyone goes off in the comments, we're well aware that there are still ways and means of pirating video games. But what we're saying is the methods have very much changed, and the practice is overall far less commonplace than it once was when we were but wee nippers. All clear? Good. Growing up, we all had that one friend whose uncle could get you a copy of basically anything for a small fee. Or there was that one bloke your dad worked with that could get you an R4 card for your Nintendo DS that was loaded with more games than you could shake a stylus at. It was all very illegal and probably killing the industry a bit, but we were kids, so we didn't know any better or care. Fast forward a couple of decades, and anti-piracy measures have come on in leaps and bounds. So it's both more difficult to pirate games, and even if you do, it's likely that video game companies will be one step ahead of you, and as a player, you'll suffer some nasty consequences. We did a video all about it, in fact. Go and check that out after this one if you like. Grand Theft Auto 4, for example, punishes players using illegitimate copies by disabling the brakes on their cars and implementing a permanent drunken effect on the camera. In the world of GTA, crime may pay well, but in the real world, it turns out that it really doesn't. Number 5. Constantly switching input cables and finding the right channel. No matter whether you're on Team Sony, Microsoft, or Nintendo these days, setting up a console is now very simple. You plug it into the wall, connect it to your TV via HDMI, maybe stick in an Ethernet cable if you're feeling cheeky, and boom, ready to go. A few years ago, however, things weren't quite so straightforward. For starters, there was a time when console input cables weren't standardized, so flipping between one machine and another wasn't as simple as taking the lead out of the back of one console and putting it into a different one. No. Then there was the conundrum of where the ends of those input cables went in the TV, because quite often they had 3 different coloured plugs meant for different ports on your TV, and if you didn't get them in the right place, nothing would work. And speaking of TVs, they weren't even standardised either, so you could end up in a situation of having a console with an RCA connector where your TV only had a SCART port. Oh, and don't even get me started on having to flip through all the channels to find the right one. Thank the maker for HDMI cables and the source button. That's all I'm saying. Number 4. Using memory cards. If you never had to experience it, it's hard to imagine a time where games didn't just save to the console. It might interest you to know, though, that there was once a period of time where video games didn't save at all, and so if you wanted to finish them, you had to do so in a single sitting, or leave your console running overnight and hope your mum or one of your horrid siblings didn't turn it off. If you were lucky, there might have been a password system allowing you to load up an instance of the game matching where you left off, but those were few and far between at times. Thankfully, those days are long gone, but even we spry young things can remember when you used to have to insert memory cards into the console. Indeed, the likes of the PlayStation and the PlayStation 2 didn't have built-in storage, and so if you wanted to save your progress in the likes of Metal Gear Solid, Spyro the Dragon, or Tomb Raider, you'd need to stick in a memory card. These little squares were a lifesaver for gamers, but the problem was that they didn't hold very much, and so if you were an avid player, as we here at Team TripleJump were, and still are to this day, you'd need a lot of them. And although it was a bit of a faff trying to remember which one had your Final Fantasy VII save and which one had your Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone save, I do still kind of miss these guys. Rip memory cards. Number 3. Queuing for midnight launches. For a while, it was common for video games and consoles to launch at midnight, and for stores to open especially so that excited gamers could get their hands on the latest release. Very often, players would queue for hours outside their local game shop in order to secure a copy of a hotly anticipated title or a brand new machine so they could run home and get to playing it immediately. There was jubilation from those who were able to secure their preferred purchase, and heartbreak for those who hadn't joined the queue early enough. Technology has moved on somewhat since then though, and so freezing your nards off in the middle of the night in order to get your mitts on a copy of the latest Call of Duty is now a thing of the past. Instead, players can either pre-install games thanks to the marvel that is digital downloads, or simply await the arrival of their friendly neighbourhood post person the following morning. We can't say that we don't somewhat miss midnight releases though, as despite the fact that they're responsible for several dozen hours of our lives that we won't get back, we just don't get the same buzz from our clock ticking over and our pre-install unlocking. Number 2. Having to wait for a game to release in your territory. Thanks to innovations like the internet, the world is a much better connected place, which is great news for a number of reasons. You can make friends with people on the other side of the globe, learn about other cultures with the click of a mouse, and gain access to media from other countries as soon as it's released. A few years ago, though, things were quite different, and your location on planet Earth very much dictated what video games you had access to. If you've watched our best or worst of X year videos, then you might have noticed that we sometimes have to call out a game that was released in one year in one part of the world and in a different year in another, and that's just how things used to be. Very often, titles would receive a release in Japan, for example, but not see the light of day elsewhere for months or even years afterwards, if at all. Nowadays, video games generally get a global release, and so we here in the UK usually get to enjoy games at the same time as our overseas brethren. But it's easy to forget that things weren't always that way. And number 1, renting games. These days, if you're looking to play a video game, you've got two options really. You can either buy it outright yourself, although things can get pretty pricey that way, especially in the current climate, or if you've got a friend who still buys physical discs, you might be able to borrow it from them. In decades past though, there was another more reliable and more affordable option. You see, local retailers like Blockbuster would rent video games to players for a few days at a time for just a few dollary dues. That meant you could pop down to your local rental shop, pay a couple of quid, beat a game, or at least try it and decide you don't like it, and then return it. The closest thing to that nowadays might be Xbox Game Pass or PlayStation Plus, although it's always a roll of the dice as to whether the game you want will feature on those services, and you've got to make sure you're always playing enough to be getting your money's worth. The loss of game rentals is one that we perhaps mourn the most. No spending, let's face it, just shy of £100 on a video game you're only going to play once, no faffing around with trade-ins, and no unplayed games cluttering up your shelves. Why on earth did we ever stop doing this?
What do you associate the Soulsborne games with? Is it the difficulty? The deep but unabashedly vague lore? The bosses? Well, for me, it has to be the sheer unadulterated horror of the enemy design. FromSoft have never been one to shy away from exploiting our fears and utilizing uncomfortable themes to make their characters both memorable and terrifying. Many moons ago, we covered our picks for the series' most impactful bosses, highlighting some of the many ways that the beloved developer can make their world's inhabitants unforgettable. And while that list covered a multitude of reasons why a good character can live indelibly in the memory, today we'll be looking at just the one reason: fear. A side note before we begin, we won't be mentioning Demon's Souls in this list. Not that it wouldn't make the cut, that's certainly not the case, but because we'll be dedicating an entire future compilation to the granddaddy of the Souls-like. So, look out for that, and let's look at some! I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 scariest and strangest Soulsborne enemies. Number 10. Mimics. Dark Souls, Dark Souls 2, and Dark Souls 3. There's not a soul among us who survived their first encounter with a mimic, and if you say you did, then you're a liar! This is mainly due to its deceptive nature. A wooden chest in gaming has always had positive connotations. You feel a sense of joy as you know that a reward is coming, relief that you've made it to the end of your current quest, and accomplishment that you know you've progressed to another milestone. Then came the mimics, undoing a lifetime's worth of goodwill that the humble chest had built up. Their disguise caught everybody off guard, opening what you thought was a standard chest only to be mercilessly munched into oblivion like you were a hobnob in the hands of some famished biscuit addict. We've never known betrayal like it. Mimics are infamous within the Souls series, making it into all 3 of the Dark Souls games. They are so memorable, in fact, that even when you realise there aren't any in Bloodborne, you'll still whack every chest before opening it just to make sure. Admit it, you do it too. Number 9. Monstrosity of Sin, Dark Souls 3. Found in an optional side section of the profaned capital, a lot of you may have missed the Monstrosity of Sin entirely. Plus, outside a couple of unmarked side quests, there's not much point in actually going there in the first place. And it's a frightfully unpleasant location. Can't forget that. Found in a chamber by a poison swamp which houses another twisted terror, the sewer centipede, you'll find 3 of the chunky hippo bear things rolling around the room like drunken babies. Look a bit closer and you'll see that they have a giant human hand for a face and a chest full of eyes. Only then do you realise the true anomaly that is the Monstrosity of Sin. There's a lot of dread to be found in strangeness. The fear of the unknown is, in fact, rooted in all of us. So seeing a combination of things that we all know put together in an order that is entirely unexpected speaks to that very primal side of us. And these malformed Care Bears certainly fit the description. Number 8. Labyrinth Madman, Bloodborne. Your initial confidence will quickly turn meek when what seems like your basic undead zombie-type creature turns into an imposing, deadly, and nimble-footed horror in an instant. In the Souls series, you can often tell if an enemy will give you trouble by what they look like. A mighty knight will most certainly batter you into the ground. No, please don't! While a mouldy chap wielding a broken sword and wearing rags is probably going to be brushed aside with ease. The Labyrinth Madman, however, can catch you by surprise. While relatively unassuming at first, it's their erratic nature that garners your attention. You'll soon come to realise that their sheer rampant pace, unpredictability, and high damage output takes every encounter with the Labyrinth Madman up to a whole other level of challenge. Oh, and the way it never closes its mouth is quite unsettling too. They even have a corpse-wielding variation, which is nice. So you can be clubbed to death with the very entity you originally perceived the Labyrinth Madman to be. I'm also not okay with the noises they make.
And then he started crying again.
Number 7. Chaos Eaters, Dark Souls. Another one that can firmly nestle its way into the strange category, Dark Souls 1's Chaos Eaters are what happens when the piranha plants from Mario aren't having a good day. They function as a sort of walking blender, waiting for either some unknowing prey to fall into its open mouth from above, or for something to come close enough below that it can grab it. Much like the Monstrosity of Sin, the Chaos Eater has a lot of scattered eyes about its torso, adding an unexpected anthropomorphic tone to what you would have previously thought of as just a feisty plant. there's a very real chance that you may happen upon a group of Chaos Eaters unintentionally by falling into a pit of the spooky shrubs from a precariously narrow platform. I think it may be the abnormality of the Chaos Eaters' design that makes them so scary. The fact that they are so unlike anything else in the series catches you by surprise. In a world of malformed monstrosities and deformed demons, a bulbous blender plant monster is the last item on your list of expectations. Number 6. Invaders. Entire Soulspawn series. Is there anything more intimidating than seeing the Invaded by Dark Spirit banner? Especially when you aren't prepared and are deep into a new area. It doesn't matter if it's an NPC or a player, it can be a horrible feeling if you're just out minding your own business and an invader comes along to ruin your day. The main fear comes from not knowing how good your adversary will be, or where they'll even be coming from. You'll do your best, prepare your finest weapons and buffs, only for them to appear nearby and swiftly club you back into the ground. It's the risk of losing your souls that's also a worry. You decided to soldier on after defeating a boss, opting not to return to spend your collected currency and instead proceeded far into the next area. Then the tension mounts as you regret your decision not to play it safe, and all of a sudden you see that invasion message pop up, your heart drops out of your bottom, and the temptation to leap from a nearby cliff is suddenly overwhelming. Horrific. Number 5. Deep Accursed. Dark Souls 3. The first encounter with a Deep Accursed inside the Cathedral of the Deep is an emotionally scarring experience. You see a single collectible on the other side of a large room. Your video game knowledge dictates that an area of this size has to contain something menacing, but you see nothing. Your curiosity takes over and you go for it. Tentatively edging your way into the room, you eventually reach the other side, but nothing happens. On your way back to the exit, when you're at your most confident, a giant, hairy spider creature with an almost human face and a body covered in corpses falls from the ceiling, blocking your exit. Oh, Jesus! The Deep Accursed is a true creation of horror. Everything about it is horrible. Thankfully, there are only 2 in Dark Souls 3, and both can be easily exploited with nearby doorways or boundaries, slightly lessening the fear. Nevertheless, the Deep Accursed can be a formidable challenge if faced one-on-one. That is, of course, if you've got the stomach for it. Number 4. Winter Lanterns. Bloodborne. The Winter Lanterns are also known as a brain trust, but that name is rubbish, so I refuse to use it. Have you ever watched the film Mars Attacks and thought, it's good, but what if the aliens were 1,000 times more disgusting and could drive me insane with a stare? Oh, you haven't? Well, Bloodborne went ahead and did it anyway. You're welcome. The thing that makes the Winter Lanterns especially terrifying isn't the frenzy it causes, the visual design, or even the movement, though they all certainly contribute. It's the creepy song it sings. Honestly, have a listen. La, la, la. La, la. Horrible, right? The Winter Lantern song is so unsettling because it's so not right. You see a gangly brain on a stick shuffling around and making a vile slurping noise when all of a sudden it begins singing a haunting, almost angelic hymn. Stealth has always made for a tense mechanic in games. Having to silently creep around an enemy, worried that at any moment you could alert them and bring about your untimely doom, is enough to make the bravest soul crumble.
Oh no, he turned around and saw you. Oh, he just shot you as well.
Oh no.
Oh, snake.
This is too hard.
Now, imagine having to do it around a singing Winter Lantern. Number 3. Skeleton Beasts. Dark Souls. The biggest threat to be found in the Tomb of Giants is the unending pitch-black darkness. Second, being the skeleton beasts. What? You will wander into walls, bottomless pits, and most unfortunately, into the waiting jaws of these skeletal human-dog hybrids. If it wasn't for these evil creations, the area would be manageable, but because they can do so much damage as well as leap unexpectedly out of the darkness, it can make it nigh on impossible without some serious prior preparation. The skeleton beasts are best described as a perennial jump scare. It's all they exist to do. Well, that and frustrate every player that encounters their armor-ignoring attacks. It's impressive to see a skeleton enemy made genuinely scary. Even since the early days of gaming, the skeleton has been an overused cliché, so for it to become a legitimate cause for fear in Dark Souls is a testament to just how good From Software are. They'll forever make us want to snap a controller in frustration, and I'll never wish them to stop doing so. No, stay away! Number 2. Ludwig the Accursed, Bloodborne. This spot could have also gone to the Orphan of Kos, another worthy Bloodborne boss, but to me, he was more sad than strange, but I digress. There's been a distinct lack of bosses so far on this list, and for good reason. You know what you're getting with a boss. You expect them to be the pinnacle of what the game can throw at you, but when you consider a boss in a Souls game, one usually full of many living nightmares, it means that they should be the scariest and strangest part, right? But it's that exact expectation that nulls the shock. It's the peons, the lesser enemies, that are the ones that will surprise you the most as you aren't anticipating them. However, this argument falls apart when it comes to Ludwig the Accursed. Ludwig has the weirdness. He is a deformed wolf-horse-human hybrid after all. Ludwig also has the scariness, the vast size and constant soul-piercing scream being prime examples. The grandeur of the boss fight itself, being the opposite of Ludwig's depraved design, is partly what brings the fear, because as has been the case before, it plays with your usual notions and rubbishes expectation. Considering that Bloodborne on average has the most nauseating character design out of any of From Software's games, for Ludwig to possibly be the most unpalatable of them all is a testament to his placement on this list. Congratulations, horrifying demon creature, you earned it. Number 1. Wretch, Dark Souls 3. We've had enemies on this list that, upon first encounter, would make even the staunchest horror fan backtrack like a politician under questioning, though none can hold a candle to the Wretch. After leaving the relative safety of the scenic and bright Irithyll of the Boreal Valley, you come across the Irithyll Dungeons, the most terrifying place in all of Dark Souls 3. Screaming corpses, walking cages, and brand-wielding jailers with a penchant for draining your health are all to be found in this heinous environment. Where did it all go wrong? I was so much happier out here. The absolute worst atrocity in the dungeon is certainly the Wretch. Even the name itself should clue you into just how bad these things are. Your first meeting will be with a dormant one clinging to a wall in the darkness, its expressionless, humanoid face staring blankly at you. The second time you meet one, there'll be a glowing item nearby. Naturally, you'll expect it to be like your first meeting, so you confidently charge in, only for it to leap attack you while screaming in your face! Body horror is something that Soulsborne games have perfected. A twisted version of the human form will always be scarier than something entirely of fiction, and the Wretch is the epitome of it. I'll be seeing you in my nightmares again tonight, Wretch. And that's our list. This has been but a taste of the spooky creatures that Soulsborne games have to offer, and there's plenty more that could make for a good list themselves. It's going to be interesting to see how far FromSoft will go with their next project. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
If you're a fan of a particular game, franchise, or developer, you've probably been tempted by at least one shiny video game special edition at some point. And these pricey bundles are fairly common these days, occasionally costing hundreds or even thousands of dollars. Ranging from bonus digital weapon skins to real sports cars, these premium packages are often sought out by fans and die-hard collectors alike, but developers and publishers don't always strike gold with their bonus merchandise. Fallout 76. Oh, that's the weirdest cough I've ever done. Sometimes studios convince eager fans to part with their hard-earned money, only to provide a surprise box of strange and confusing knickknacks. Other times, these special goodies are pointless, useless, or downright defective, and occasionally, as our list shows, you get fake body parts and underwear. Okay, so before we go any further, consider that a reminder to exorcise your search history should you decide to look up any of the entries on this list. You have been warned. I am Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 weirdest video game collector's editions. Number 10, Dead Island Riptide. Believe it or not, this special edition actually sets the tone for a few more entries on this list, and I'm not talking about the zombie theme. Apparently, the zombie bait edition of Dead Island Riptide is now infamous for its controversial decision to gift the purchaser with a mutilated, bloodied bust of one of the game's titular undead enemies. When pressed about the bizarre statue, Deep Silver's sales and marketing director Paul Nichols stated that they wanted to provide a unique collector's edition that was utterly Dead Island and would make a striking conversation piece. Well, Nichols was right, as the special edition certainly sparked some interesting conversations online. And when I say interesting, I mean outstandingly negative. Multiple reactions claimed the bust was tasteless, unpleasant, and downright awful, leaving many fans and us at TripleJump remarkably uncomfortable. And rightly so. Just imagine having that on your coffee table. Number 9, Panty Party. Fans of military combat series like Call of Duty or Battlefield will probably be aware of this intense precision battle shooter in which the war-hardened warrior of love is faced with defeating a diverse range of fierce, sentient panties. But if you can't get enough of anime underwear, fret not! Behold the Panty Party Limited Edition. Indulge yourself by singing along to your official karaoke soundtrack while sporting a tiny pair of pink branded underpants. There's even a numbered collector's certificate so you can flaunt your panty pride on your mantelpiece when grandma comes round. Now, we don't really need to explain why this is weird. I mean, how many other video games with matching underwear have you bought? There are some games that may have benefited from having a clean pair of pants enclosed, such as Alien Isolation, but Panty Party lacks the same type of atmosphere, so there's no real excuse for this, is there? Perhaps avid collectors with a taste for cohesive interior design can simply display them alongside their bikini bust from Dead Island. It's a similar theme, isn't it? And by that I mean they're both really weird, and you should not have them in your house. What are you doing? Why did you spend your money on this? Number 8, Call of Duty World at War. God, this list has only just begun and I'm already in need of a stiff drink. Thank goodness I have this handy dandy canteen from my Call of Duty World at War Special Edition. Okay, let me just get this thing open. Wait, what does that say? Not intended for drinking? What? So it's a collector's edition with a useless prop? Okay, now I really need a drink. Many fans were left disillusioned after discovering their shiny new hip flask was more or less an expensive paperweight, rather than a usable and cool addition to their beloved merch collection. Of course, it's not only disappointing, it's downright strange to include an item as useless as this. Even if fans were able to prise open the stubborn canteen, it revealed a portal to a hellscape of dried glue and pungent odours, which made the idea of drinking from it quite unpleasant. Some persistent gamers even attempted to clean and sanitize the flask, but the fact still remains that the product itself advised against actual use. With no art book, making of DVD, or anything of significant interest, this collector's edition falls flat. For an additional $20, we would expect more than a useless trinket and a single special gun for multiplayer matches, so needless to say, this product left a very bad taste in our mouths. But, they did tell us not to drink out of it, so, Number 7, Dead or Alive Extreme 3. As purveyors, or connoisseurs if you will, of the video game medium, we here at TripleJump understand and appreciate the fine art of ergonomic support, especially for those long bouts of hardcore gaming. Comfortable controllers, custom keyboard setups, chairs in which we could happily command the Starship Enterprise, these are all common wares for any S-rank gamer. We're athletes, specializing in both speed and stamina. Our movements need to be calculated, precise, precise and instant. Therefore, we need kit that supports and enhances our gaming needs. Thankfully, Dead or Alive Extreme 3 understands our plight entirely, graciously providing an ample wrist support in their special edition. Rest your tired wrists upon this voluptuous bosom to alleviate any pain from your repetitive strain injury. The angelic cushion will gently cradle your arm, enhancing any and all gaming experiences. Need a cold shower after using this ergonomic wrist support? Ha, we got you fam. The special edition also includes waterproof, wipeable character prints. Fluids of any kind will fail to penetrate these artful portraits, allowing you to appreciate the Dead or Alive franchise anywhere and anytime, even in the shower. We're still talking about water, I promise. Clearly, this edition has been made with both fans of anime and gaming in mind, while staying true to the iconic Dead or Alive style and ethos. Oh, speaking of which, we should probably get around to playing some actual volleyball at some point. It's very easy to get distracted. Number 6, Resident Evil 7. In this post-digital age, I'm sure none of us have a shortage of USB drives lying around. But do you have any in the guise of bloodied appendages? If you are one of the, lucky owners of this collector's edition, you can quite literally give the middle finger to the chances of ever misplacing your USB stick ever again. Or at least I hope so. You won't want to leave this lying around unattended. This strange design resembles a cheap Halloween decoration that has been glued onto a standard memory stick, but it certainly stands out from all the other ones in our desk drawer. However, if this weird item isn't weird enough for you, this broken, smelly baker's mansion will surely satisfy. The replica music box resembling the baker's horrifying abode barely worked at all, according to disappointed fans. Not only that, but many of them also claimed to detect a pungent and foul odour from the piece. I suppose it could be perceived as a multi-sensory artist representation of the sheer decay and destruction brought forth by the E-virus, but I don't think that's exactly what the marketing team had in mind. Alongside the standard steelbook cover and an admittedly cool-looking VHS box, the fragile mansion and creepy USB stick simply did not live up to the $180 price tag. On the plus side, we could maybe combine 10 of these with the Dead Island bust, and keep our sawn-off fingers crossed for more surprise body parts in future zombie video game special editions. Soon we'll have a complete corpse ready to wear the pink panties. Oh god, that's one of the weirdest things I've ever said. Number 5, Catherine. Talking of the Panty Party Collector's item, if you've soiled your pink underwear by now while playing Resi 7, don't worry. The unique puzzle platformer that is Catherine has got you covered. Following this list's apparent pattern of zombies, anime, ladies repeat, let's take a look at Catherine's Love Is Over Deluxe Edition, which includes a CD, art book, and t-shirt. Oh, and underpants. This time, the title comes with a pair of boxer shorts, similar to those worn by the game's protagonist, Vincent. It's doubtful that anyone was ever planning an epic Vincent cosplay for Comic-Con, so these boxers seem a bit weird and useless. Are you actually supposed to wear them, hang them up in your merchandise shrine, keep them tucked away under your bed like a filthy dark secret? We aren't quite sure. But before you go using up your best hiding place for this underwear that you should definitely be ashamed to own, you might want to leave it free for the other strange item in this special edition, that is, the pillowcase, featuring a very coy-looking Catherine. It's not quite on the level of a true body pillow, but it's close, clearly evoking the same kind of vibe. Of course, it ties in with the game's bizarre ambience, plot of infidelity, and the clash between sexual freedom and repression. Still, we couldn't help but feel a little awkward when unboxing this edition of the game on Christmas morning 2011. I can explain, Mum. Number 4, Lord of the Rings, War in the North. While wearing our anime underwear, brandishing a very voluptuous mousepad, with our zombie finger USB stick shoved firmly up our rectum, we may ask ourselves, what could take this mighty gamer cosplay to the next level? there's only one thing that will do the job. A faux leather arrow quiver slung nonchalantly over our shoulders, right? And what's even cooler than sitting in your living room with a stylish quiver? Well, sitting in your living room with a stylish quiver that contains fake arrows and a pouch for stowing your precious game. Joking aside, this edition had the potential to be a pretty awesome piece of collector's merchandise, but it just comes across as a little bit odd. Many fans weren't impressed with this strange item, which is understandable when you compare it to the awesome statues of other collector's editions in the Lord of the Rings series. A closer look at the contents reveals that the arrows within are actually the end rods for a reasonably sized cloth map. And while a string is included to allow you to display this nice item on a wall, removing the map just leaves the empty quiver looking alone and forlorn, hanging in the corner of the room. In order for the leather case to look at least presentable, it needs the arrows, but placing them in the quiver causes you to hide away the coolest part of the collector's edition. We could use the quiver to store other things, I suppose, but doing so makes us feel far less of a warrior of Middle-earth, to be honest. I don't recall Legolas ever actually running around with a back full of curly whirlies. Number 3, Sorcery Saga, Curse of the Great Curry God. It's always a bit strange to discover a collector's edition of a PS Vita game, but that's not the only reason this entry has won a place on this list. This roguelike dungeon crawler RPG boasts some shockingly intense action as you brave mysterious environments in order to seek out the ingredients for the renowned legendary curry. Of course, a roguelike is a roguelike, so make one wrong move and it's game over. Fall prey to the horrors of the dungeons and you'll bid farewell to your experience, levels, and items. But no need to say goodbye to your collector's edition merchandise. You can hold on to these precious items forever. You might even be buried with them when you finally perish in real life. These treasures include a tiny plastic plate, a spoon fit for a baby or me, and of course, a bib. For a game so harsh in regards to making players restart their progress entirely, it's somewhat ironic to create a special edition seemingly fit only for a baby. So, if devouring curry leaves you as nervous as this game's difficulty does, just put on your trusty bib to avoid any unfortunate stains when your food inevitably falls from the minuscule spoon. Oh, and of course, fans who pre-ordered this game also received a bikini download code, because this list, I guess. Number 2, Fear 3. Wow, my stomach sure is full from eating that tiny portion of curry. Thankfully though, it's not as swollen and seemingly possessed as Alma's from the Fear 3 Collector's Edition. God, she's either ordered a whole 2 for Tuesdays for herself last night like an absolute legend, or she's about 9 months on from a Valentine's night with Satan. This statue is creepy for all the wrong reasons. It seems poorly made for a start, and it simply isn't something you'd want to flaunt when hosting a dinner party. I suppose, like the zombie tits at number 10, it could be viewed as a good conversation starter, especially if that conversation started with, "Oh my god, what the hell is that?" The damn thing even glows in the dark. The belly illuminates strangely in low light, revealing the distorted form of the demonic hellspawn within. Oh, and if you hadn't already noticed, Alma is naked, because staring at a demonically pregnant woman with her clothes on wasn't creepy enough, apparently. And number 1, Enemy Zero. Designed by Kenji Eno and Fumito Ueda, Enemy Zero is a 1996 survival horror adventure for the Sega Saturn. Eno also directed the game and did something a little out of the ordinary for the 20 rabid fans that purchased a special edition. Even though this version cost a whopping $2,000, they sold out immediately. Eno then drove his truck across Japan to personally present the game and literal crates full of merchandise to the eager purchasers. This definitely qualifies as a bit weird, but it's also rather wholesome, as he apparently always wanted to have a more direct and engaged relationship with the players of his games, which is a far cry from the egregious monetization of games nowadays. So what was contained in this massive box of loot? Well, of course you had your standard stickers and artwork, but well, that's where normality ends. Dig deeper into the crate to unearth one of the outfits worn by the companion girls at Warp's 1996 Tokyo Game Show, including full leather ensemble, hat, gloves, earrings, and tights, as well as an embroidered towel and a model of an enemy corpse complete with oozing bodily fluids. There's also a VHS of music clips and a stack of floppy disks, branded envelopes, and paper bags, all bearing the Warp logo, which I'm sure have all aged really well. Anyone want to buy my Enemy Zero Collector's Edition? It cost me $2,000 in 1996. I am so in debt. And that's our list of some of the weirdest video game special editions. But what have we missed out? What are your thoughts on the Baby in a Jar edition for the newly released Death Stranding? As always, let us know in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and if you want to support the things you enjoy, then check out the rewards on our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I've been Peter from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. If we asked you to list some of your favourite video game characters, odds are most of them would be human, or at least humanoid, and any representatives of the animal kingdom would be anthropomorphized bandicoots, hedgehogs, and the like. Sure, they might have animal characteristics, but in this video, we'll be putting the spotlight on the true video game representatives of the animal kingdom. But while all of the furry, feathered, or finned friends you're about to see are exceptional in some way, be it in terms of their bravery, intelligence, or some kind of fantastical power, they are still examples of real-life critters in video game form, and in our eyes, that just makes them even more special. For variety's sake, and so the video doesn't become exclusively about dogs, we've stuck to one entry per species, and so we've corralled quite the diverse selection of distinctive zoological specimens into our digital menagerie, all for the amusement of you, the viewer. Don't worry though, all of our animals are treated well and are fed and watered daily. Everyone here at TripleJump is a proud naturalist. No, put your shirt back on, James. I said naturalist, not naturist. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 best animals in video games. Number 10. Kuma, the Tekken series. If the Tekken lore is to be believed, Kuma is your common or garden bear who was taken in and trained by crazy-haired martial arts master Heihachi, eventually becoming his bodyguard. Known for his ferocity, Kuma was also able to learn fighting styles, sign language, and could even understand basic Japanese, meaning that yes, he is indeed smarter than the average bear. We're definitely not questioning Kuma's brain power or fighting credentials, but we do have concerns to raise about his species. In Tekken 1, he took the form of an Asian black bear, but in Tekken 2, his colouring and appearance resembled that of a Japanese brown bear. And then there are his alternate outfits, if you can call them that, which basically amount to different colouring, making him look like another species altogether. Sadly, Kuma passed away of old age after the second Tekken tournament, but was replaced by his son, also called Kuma. Acting as Tekken's resident furball ever since, Kuma too is shown to be even more intelligent than his late father, and is much gentler too if the situation calls for it. He can also apparently read, and he's been to space. Okay, this guy is definitely a lot smarter than the average bear. Not sure about his fashion sense, though. Number 9. The cat, Stray. Not all heroes wear capes, and if the story of 2022 feline-centric adventure game Stray is to be believed, not all heroes have opposable thumbs either, as its unnamed protagonist is a humble kitty on a quest to bring light to a dark and dreary city. Stray, developed by Blue 12 Studio, takes place in a rainy cyberpunk city where humans have long since bitten the dust. Primarily inhabited by robotic beings who develop sentience since the disappearance of their human masters, the sprawling walled metropolis provides plenty of nooks and crannies for an intrepid Mog to explore, as well as opportunities for platforming and puzzle solving using the feline protagonist's cat-like agility and street smarts. I say cat-like, I mean it is a cat. With no humans left to befriend, our pussycat protagonist develops a heartwarming relationship with a drone called B12 instead, and the two of them form quite the charismatic duo. duo. The nameless cat from Stray was reportedly inspired by the cats belonging to the developers, and the team behind the game studied countless cat images and videos for research purposes. Unfortunately though, claiming you're watching cat videos on the internet for research purposes really just doesn't cut it in most other jobs. Believe me, I've tried. Number 8. Deborah and Jeff, Kiwi. A 2-for-1 entry now, as adorable, hard-working Kiwi duo Deborah and Jeff always come in a pair. In real life, the Kiwi is a small flightless bird endemic to New Zealand. These feathery friends are mostly active at night and scurry around forest floors in search of seeds, bugs, and worms. As far as we're aware though, they show little to no interest in working in the public sector, and that's what makes Deborah and Jeff so special. In the Stonewheat and Sons developed Kiwi, Deborah and Jeff work for the Bungalow Basin Telepost office, moving letters around, taking care of miscellaneous issues that crop up, and typing telegrams with their adorably round Kiwi butts. The game can be played by 1 or 2 players, and most missions involve sending an important or occasionally frivolous telegram to the right recipient, ensuring the correct postcode and label is applied to each piece of correspondence. Deborah and Jeff also use their butts to apply said labels. A number of other animals are also employed in this unusual postal facility, including a group of cassowaries, which are also flightless birds but have more of a dinosaur thing going on, and head administrator Zoe the octopus, presumably because the developers saw Finding Dory and thought it was cool. That's my theory, anyway. Number 7. Fenrir and Garm, God of War Ragnarok. Garm from God of War Ragnarok doesn't really qualify for this list on account of being a gigantic Hades-dwelling end-of-the-world wolf, which, as far as we're aware, does not exist in real life. At least, I hope not. Fenrir, on the other hand, is a normal wolf, who originally seems to have only a very small part to play in Kratos and Atreus' story. However, the two wolves eventually become one and give birth to a wildcard entry. Didn't see that coming. Atreus' pet wolf Fenrir is already sick and elderly at the start of the game. Not far into the story, the wolf passes away in a touching scene where observant players might notice a mysterious floating light. Without even realizing what he was doing, Atreus used his burgeoning powers to transfer Fenrir's soul into his knife. Later, Atreus and Kratos are exploring Helheim and come across a gigantic soulless wolf known as Garm. This big boy was chained up due to its ability to tear holes in reality, but it's freed by Atreus and goes on a rampage. Realizing the mistake, Atreus and Kratos pursue Garm and defeat it, and Atreus transfers Fenrir's soul into Garm's body. Suddenly, the protagonists have a very scary but very friendly ally in their fight against Odin. And a lovely new pet too. It might get them some funny looks at the park though. Number 6. Icaros, Assassin's Creed Odyssey. If there's one surefire way of looking cool and getting lots of attention, it's walking around with an eagle perched on your hand. Cassandra from Assassin's Creed Odyssey knows this very well, and also knows how to get even more utility out of an eagle companion thanks to the bond she shares with her beaked buddy, Icaros. Named after the famous Icarus of Greek mythology who flew too close to the sun, Icaros the Golden Eagle experiences no such wax-based mishaps, always knowing the optimum altitude for safe flight. Passed on to Cassandra by her father, renowned scholar, philosopher, and mathematician Pythagoras, Icarus proves invaluable to the protagonists as they undertake dangerous missions across ancient Greece. Unlike Senju, Bayek's eagle companion from Assassin's Creed Origins, Icarus can help in combat and is able to distract, damage, and even kill human enemies, as well as provide eagle vision, which allows Cassandra to see through his eyes, granting her a tactical advantage. He's basically the ancient Greek equivalent of some kind of modern reconnaissance and attack drone, which actually kind of makes sense when you consider that Ubisoft are no strangers to drones with franchises like Ghost Recon under their belts. Come to think of it, they probably just took a Ghost Recon drone and stuck feathers on it. That's how game development works, right? Number 5. Rue, the Streets of Rage series. Originating in Streets of Rage 3 on the Mega Drive, chain and shorts sporting kangaroo Roo is initially encountered as a one-off mini-boss fight along with his handler Bruce. This sinister-looking clown fellow will try to stay out of reach, using his whip on the player and on Roo, and generally being a despicable man. Take him down before defeating the hapless marsupial, however, and Roo will dash off into the night, grateful at being freed from the killer clown's clutches. From this point on, Roo becomes playable, meaning the pugilistic macropod has joined the team of vigilantes. He later shows up in the Mr. X Nightmare DLC from Streets of Rage 4, retaining his status as a secret character with a moveset that incorporates jabs, kicks, and tail swipes. As absurd as all of this may seem at first glance, Roo's attributes are actually based on the tendency of real-life kangaroos to adopt a boxing-like stance when fighting each other, behavior which has seen the boxing kangaroo become a part of popular culture, especially in its native Australia. The aforementioned Tekken series even had their own interpretation of this in the form of Roger. We can't find anything about kangaroos serving drinks at a bar though, so we can only assume that the Streets of Rage developers added this attribute simply because it was cool. I'll have a Foster's please mate, thanks very much. Number 4. Epona, the Legend of Zelda series. When it comes to the most beloved steeds in video games, it's difficult to argue against Epona, whose clippity-clop sounds form an integral part of one of the most iconic title screens in video gaming history. First introduced in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Epona is initially encountered at Lon Lon Ranch, where young Link befriends her by learning Epona's song on his ocarina. When Link returns to the ranch as an adult, he can win the now fully grown mare when nefarious owner Ingo puts her up as collateral in a horse race. One quick escape later, and a series-spanning friendship is formed. Returning in Majora's Mask and Twilight Princess, Epona has always felt special, offering Link new combat options and the ability to get to previously inaccessible areas. She also appears in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom if you've got the right amiibo, but no matter what game she's in, the bond she shares with Link never fails to warm the heart. There are other great horses in video games, of course, but when it comes to legendary steed status, Epona wins by a nose, beating out the likes of Roach, Shadowmere, and that horse from Shadow of the Colossus. I can't believe I forgot his name. How embarrassing. I'm gonna get so much aggro for this. Number 3. The Goose, Untitled Goose Game. Most of the animals on this list are kind souls with heroic dispositions and noble goals. However, this is not the case with the Goose from Untitled Goose Game. This feathered felon just wants to watch the world burn, one petty crime at a time. Set in a quiet English village, Untitled Goose Game puts players in control of a goose with a penchant for provocation and a mind for mayhem. The village is split into a number of different areas, each with a to-do list of objectives that basically boil down to various unnecessarily mean and disruptive acts, such as making off with items belonging to the villagers, damaging property, and generally being an intimidating, surly goose. As fun as this all is though, we can't help but feeling that this wayward waterfowl is treading on thin ice. It only needs to push one of these villagers too far, and the results could be disastrous, and yet festively delicious. After all, this is a rural village, and a rural village means farmers, and farmers have shotguns and ovens. Are we making our point yet? Still, even if this goose is destined to end up as the centerpiece of some vengeful villager's Christmas dinner, you just have to admire a life spent so dedicated to the art of sowing chaos, anarchy, and disorder. Number 2. Repeat, Tales of Vesperia. There's a lot of competition for the status of gaming's literal top dog. The likes of Fable, Dragon Age, and Fallout have all featured charismatic canine companions. Those adorable Nintendogs were once a handheld phenomenon, and even that insufferable mutt from Duck Hunt has its fans. We thought we'd come at you from a different angle though, and talk about what makes Rapide from Tales of Vesperia such a special little guy. Originally released in 2008 for the Xbox 360, Tales of Vesperia here tells the story of Yuri, a swordsman on an epic quest to save the world from a supernatural threat. He'll forge many close friendships along the way, but starts the game pre-bonded with his loyal hound, Rapide. A fully fledged party member with an agility-based fighting style, Rapide can come across as aloof, but hides many layers under that fluffy blue surface. When not wielding deadly blades in his mouth, Rapide will always be seen holding a pipe, which is a memento of his former master, and he sticks with Yuri through thick and thin despite a somewhat murky past between them. Sure, other gaming dogs might be cuter, but who would you want backing you up in a fight? This guy, or a fearless blade-wielding battle hound? No, actually, that is quite a close call. I'm not sure, to be honest. And number 1, Echo, the Echo the Dolphin series. Echo first appeared in 1992's Echo the Dolphin for the Mega Drive and instantly became something of a household name. Back then, a game where you leap and dash through the waves as a lovable dolphin was quite the novelty, and it proved massively popular despite being basically one long and increasingly frustrating water level. Outside of its punishing difficulty and esoteric level design though, Echo the Dolphin had an atmosphere and mystique that catapulted its aquatic protagonist to superstardom. In real life, dolphins are known for their intelligence and cognitive abilities, but Echo shows exceptional intellect even compared to his real-world counterparts, and he's been seen to converse with other species such as blue whales and orcas, interact with mysterious ocean crystals using sound waves, and even operate a time machine. Sure, this may seem a little far-fetched, but do we really know what dolphins are doing down there beneath the waves? We can't keep an eye on all of them all the time, after all. Real-world dolphin conspiracy theories aside though, it can't be denied that Sega's underwater adventurer almost single-handedly, single-finedly, saved the world's oceans from a rampant, all-consuming alien threat. He's a hero from tail to bottlenose, and that's a sentiment we can all echo. Here at Team TripleJump, we rather enjoy the company of human beings, but after a while, it can get quite draining. Making small talk, remembering birthdays, and being forced to go to social events because it's expected are just some of the reasons why hanging out with people is the pits. But you know who doesn't mind sitting in comfortable silence and won't be upset if you don't go to their bar mitzvah? Robots! And it's for that reason that they're better than humans. For today's list then, we've explored the archives of gaming history to bring you the robots that are, in our opinion at least, the coolest cats and kittens around. But what makes a robot cool? Well, that's entirely subjective, but to us, it's a combination of interesting design, impressive abilities, and endearing personality. For clarity, both robots and androids are welcome on this list, but cyborgs are not, as they're technically something entirely different, I think you'll find. Finally, we'll be delving into major plot points for the games you currently see listed on screen, so a spoiler warning is very much in effect for these. I'm the flesh-covered automaton that's just doing what it's told to, Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 coolest video game robots. Number 10. Bastion, the Overwatch series. Picture the scene. The starting countdown has hit 0, and you and your teammates have left the spawn and instantly obliterated the opposition. You round the corner to capture the point, and BAM! Decimated by a camping Bastion. You spend the entire match getting mowed down by a hail of bullets, and they get play of the game. Indeed, Bastion is a frustrating adversary, but he's also one incredibly cool dude, especially when he's on your side. Originally, Bastion units were created as peacekeepers, but during the Omnic crisis, they turned against their human creators. The Bastion we meet in Overwatch was once part of this uprising, but fell whilst on a mission to attack Stuttgart. He was left in the Black Forest for the better part of a decade, and only reactivated when Ganymede began building a nest on him. Torn between his primary directive and his peaceful nature, Bastion ultimately chooses the friendship of his feathered pal. Outside of combat, Bastion is a gentle, nature-loving soul, but on the field of battle, he's a force to be reckoned with, and what he lacks in mobility, he more than makes up for in damage output. Oh, and if you hear this noise, run for your gosh darned life. Number 9. Aegis, Shin Megami Tensei, Persona 3. To say that Persona 3 has a great cast of characters is something of an understatement, because each and every character is brilliant in their own way. With that said, it's the robot, Aegis, that sticks in most players' memories, as she's truly an unforgettable addition to the gang. Persona 3 sees players jumping into the shoes of a high school student and joining the Specialized Extracurricular Execution Squad. This group of students spend their time investigating the Dark Hour, a period of time between 2 days where the player character can enter Tartarus and fight creatures called shadows that feast on human minds. When players first meet Aegis whilst the party is on vacation, she's nothing more than an android built to destroy shadows. However, after joining the group and spending time around people, she slowly becomes more and more human, to the point where she begins to question what she wants out of life. When up against an adversary, Aegis is one badass mother flipper, but it isn't her combat maneuvers that make her cool, rather her mysterious past and development from mere machine to something almost human. The sick fighting skills definitely help, though. Number 8. Legion, the Mass Effect series. Being a sci-fi series, it's really not all that surprising that Mass Effect has more than its fair share of robots. But of all the mechanical personages in BioWare's space opera, the coolest is undoubtedly Legion. This bipedal Geth unit first appears in Mass Effect 2, where it's acquired by Shepard following a visit to a derelict Reaper. Upon reactivation, Shepard must gain its loyalty by embarking on a mission that takes them to a heretic Geth station, where they must choose whether to destroy the heretics or reprogram them. Throughout the Mass Effect games, the Geth are the bad guys, so it's interesting to end up with one of them on your side. Legion provides the player with the opportunity to gain knowledge about the origins of the Geth, and shows them a side to the species that they hadn't seen previously. Thanks to Legion, the player is able to understand that the Geth only became hostile after their masters attempted to exterminate them, and all they truly want is to survive. Without Legion, Shepard couldn't possibly have hoped to fully understand the nature of the war, and assuming they make the right choices, potentially save the Geth. And that makes Legion one mighty cool dude. Number 7. Pascal, Nier Automata. If you've played Nier Automata, you'll know that there's an awful lot of conflict within the game. Set thousands and thousands of years in the future, Nier Automata tells the story of a proxy war between alien machines and human-created androids through the eyes of robots 2B, 9S, and A2. Now, don't get us wrong, the trio of protagonists are all cool in their own ways, but not one of them comes close to the brilliance of Pascal. Although Pascal is an alien machine, he's actually a pacifist and does everything in his power to avoid fighting, constantly striving for peace alongside other like-minded beings. That isn't to say that Pascal isn't an accomplished fighter, though. During Route C, the player takes control of the peace-loving robot, and he sets aside his pacifist ways, hijacks a Goliath-class Engels unit, and obliterates waves of machines. Considering he's not only an advocate for a peaceful end to the war, but can also kick some serious bottom if necessary, it does make us a little sad that he gets such a rough ending. We won't spoil it for you, but we will just say that Pascal deserved better. Much, much better. Number 6. Atlas and Peabody, Portal 2. As we mentioned in the intro, hanging out with people isn't always great, but just occasionally, getting together with other humans means you're able to meet cool new robots, as is the case when playing Portal 2 with a friend. Now, don't get us wrong, both GLaDOS and Wheatley are hugely entertaining AI computer systems themselves, but we feel they're more evil than cool. Therefore, when it comes to our favourite Portal robots, we think that Atlas and Peabody, the mechanical duo from Portal 2's multiplayer mode, really take the cake. Designed by GLaDOS, this pair of bipedal machines are forced to complete the Aperture Science Enrichment Center's cooperative testing initiative, something that's never been done by humans because we apparently lack the ability to work together. Pfft, yeah, right. Have you seen me and Ashton defusing bombs on stream?
Oh! Did you just come on?
Like 1 second.
Each is armed with an Aperture Science handheld portal device, and they must work together in order to escape from each of the test chambers. Despite never saying a word, well, not in English anyway, Atlas and Peabody have their own distinct personalities. Atlas is brave and fearless, whilst Peabody is more sensitive and inquisitive. The two are endlessly endearing, overcoming everything that GLaDOS throws at them. And above all, they remain loyal to one another throughout. And that, my friends, is the coolest quality of them all. Aww. Number 5. Nick Valentine, Fallout 4. Some of you might disagree that Nick Valentine is the coolest robot in Bethesda's post-apocalyptic series, but it's our list. Go and make your own if you want. Prior to the fall of the bombs, Nick Valentine was a police detective working in Chicago, and while seeking treatment for PTSD, his brain was scanned, which later allowed the Institute to implant his pre-war memories into a synthetic body. By the time players meet Nick in Fallout 4, the robot has set up his own private detective agency in Diamond City, which is pretty rad just in and of itself. He's hired by the sole survivor to help locate their son, Sean. No, not that one. And later offers his services as his companion. Not only is he a competent PI, but he's also incredibly handy if you've got terminals to hack, and maximizing your relationship with him grants some pretty cool hacking perks. What makes Valentine cool, though, is the fact that he's basically every film noir detective stereotype rolled up into one big mechanical package. Trenchcoat and fedora? Check. Thick Chicago accent? Check. No-nonsense approach to everything he does? Oh, you bet your bottom dollar, sweet cheeks. Number 4. Clank, the Ratchet & Clank series. Some video game characters operate just fine as a lone unit, but there are others that would be nothing without their counterparts. What would Bub be without Bob? Banjo without Kazooie? Or indeed Ratchet without Clank? First introduced in 2002's Ratchet & Clank, Clank meets Ratchet after discovering that the evil Chairman Drek intends to create a brand new planet by destroying all of the others. Desperate to stop the villainous Git, Clank convinces Ratchet to join forces with him, and the duo set out on a mission to secure the help of famous hero Captain Quark. Not only is Clank highly intellectual, often serving as the pair's voice of reason, but he's also got a ton of cool skills and gadgets. He can communicate with machines, which allows him to command other robots, and has access to tools like the Helipack, which grants him and Ratchet the power of flight. What's more is he's able to use an ultra mech pad in order to transform into Giant Clank, a huge fighting machine. With so many fantastic abilities, and not to mention the fact that he's cute as a button, it makes us wonder why Clank needs Ratchet at all. I suppose he just likes his big ears or something. I do. Number 3. Mega Man, the Mega Man series. You don't end up with your very own long-running video game series without being at least a little bit cool. And the fact that Mega Man has been around since before all of us at Team TripleJump were born is enough to earn him a spot on this list by itself. There's far more to Mega Man than just being quite old, though. The anthropomorphic android made his first appearance in 1987's Mega Man, where he could be found kicking robot butt and taking names. Invented by renowned robot designer Dr. Light, Mega Man is transformed from a helper to a fighter after Dr. Wily reprograms the robot masters for criminal purposes. Since then, Mega Man has appeared in over 50 different games, spanning pretty much every system from the NES to the PlayStation 4. Despite having been in the business for the better part of 40 years though, and never really changing much appearance-wise, Mega Man constantly keeps fans guessing when it comes to his powers, which vary from game to game. Whether 2D platforming is your thing or not, it's hard to deny that Mega Man is an instantly recognizable icon, and is well deserving of his place amongst the very coolest video game robots. Number 2. Claptrap, the Borderlands series. Now, let me be clear here, we don't necessarily think that the Borderlands series Claptrap is particularly cool, but you know darn well that he does. This overly confident, one-wheeled loudmouth is first introduced in 2009's Borderlands, where he greets the Vault Hunters as they disembark the bus. He later introduces them to Dr. Zed, takes them to Firestone, and serves as a sort of notification system. In Borderlands 2, it transpires that Handsome Jack has had all of the other CL4P TP units deactivated, leaving Claptrap the last active robot of his kind. Not one to take such things lying down, Claptrap swears revenge, though since he has no combat abilities and can't even climb stairs, he's forced to enlist the help of the Vault Hunters. It's easy to see why many players, and the series' other characters, find Claptrap annoying. After all, he thinks he's better than everyone else, he never shuts up, and his voice is like nails on a chalkboard. With all of that said though, Claptrap is a huge personality, and an instantly recognisable icon. Honestly, as irritating as he is, it just wouldn't be Borderlands without him. And that, ladies, gentlemen, and others, is enough to convince us that he is, in fact, quite cool, we have to admit. And number 1, HK-47, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. It seems like Star Wars fans simply can't get enough of sassy robots. The original trilogy had R2-D2, the little blue pedal bin who exuded attitude without ever saying a single word. Rogue One had the wonderfully snarky K2SO, and several of the other Star Wars video games have had the endlessly sardonic HK-47. Players first meet HK-47 in 2003's Knights of the Old Republic, where it's revealed that he was created by the Sith Lord Darth Revan. One of the first things that players will notice when speaking to the droid is just how entertaining he is, seemingly without meaning to be. He refers to humans as meat bags and precedes every sentence with a word that qualifies the nature of what he's about to say, which makes for some hilarious interactions.
Commentary. Shall we find something to kill to cheer ourselves up?
Since KOTOR, HK-47 has showed up in a whole bunch of Star Wars games, including KOTOR 2, where players find out he was used by Revan to kill those who destabilized or weakened the galaxy, The Old Republic, where he turns up as a boss battle, and as an unlockable character in mobile game Galaxy of Heroes. So for being nothing short of the sassiest droid in this galaxy, as well as in those far, far away, we dub the HK-47 video gaming's coolest robot. Query, are you satisfied now?
Objection. Oh, fine. Laugh at me, master. Humiliate your pet droid. Go ahead.
We're tired, we're confused, and we're full of food we shouldn't have eaten, which probably means E3 is over. But is it over? Because we're fairly certain it is, but we wouldn't put it past Sony or any number of publishers to announce a surprise E3 after-party stream, because actually going to the event itself is so 2018. Well, since it's officially not E3 anymore, it's time to finally relax and digest the big news from the major conferences, like the Division 2 DLC and Dragon Quest Builders 2. That looked nice, but Keanu Reeves showed up. That was a big deal. And there was Akumi Nakamura and John Bernthal's dog, Bam Bam, all solid contenders for who won E3 2019. The fact that E3 was more memorable for the people and one person's pet, despite hosting a vast amount of games, says a lot for the state of the biggest gaming industry event. It's not that the games shown off didn't look good. We're certain many of them were released to critical and commercial success, but there were very few, if any, real blockbuster moments. Maybe we're getting old and cynical, maybe we're just feeling especially grumpy, but whatever the reason, all hope is not lost, as there were still moments worth talking about, if just a bit spread out. I'd say maybe there's 10 of these moments, give or take. Let's look at some. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 most important announcements of E3 2019. Number 10. Fallout 76 will finally have NPCs. What a difference a year makes. Bethesda's stock had never been higher before they showed off Fallout 76 at last year's E3, but after a nightmarish 12 months, a bug-riddled launch, and numerous broken promises, Todd Howard and pals were on the extreme apology offensive. Not that they actually said sorry as such, but the well-deserved criticism was at least acknowledged briefly. So, how did Bethany Esda plan to repair fans' trust? By turning Fallout 76 into an actual Fallout game. Revolutionary! In fairness though, this looked a little more substantial than your average patch notes. The Wastelanders DLC was announced as part of a free autumn update which will bring back human NPCs and hopefully a bit more life to the wasteland, both in AI and player form. And with this comes full dialogue trees, a new main quest, and something called Choice and Consequences. Presumably more in depth than the choice to shoot a stranger or don't shoot a stranger. The trailer voiceover rather fittingly stated that they didn't expect people to come back, but with more work like this, West Virginia could see a population spike. Number 9. Elden Ring. Of all the trailers, teasers, and first looks, it was this very short reveal that caught our eye more than most. Why, exactly? Well, it's the heavily rumoured collaboration between From Software and George R.R.R. Martin for a start. And maybe because we're just ever so slightly biased towards the Soulsborne series. Yeah, new Halo, Gears of War, and Zelda teasers are nice, but nothing does it for us like punishing difficulty and obtuse lore. The trailer for Elden Ring didn't tell us much. There wasn't even a tentative release date, but what we did see played out like a best hits of From Software's back catalogue. A mysterious figure is prominent, looking a little like the Maiden in Black from Demon's Souls, but imbued with the blacksmithing skills of Dark Souls' Andrea Vestora. The oversized swords, armor, and monsters look very Dark Souls, and the creepy limb party shot wouldn't be out of place in Bloodborne. Then we've got the Sekiro-style prosthetic limb that could be filled with any number of Inspector Gadget tricks and toys. Thrones fans won't be happy at George R.R.R. finding another distraction from finishing the damn books! But at least this side project has promise. Number 8. Project Orion's streamlined streaming. Bethesda's conference mostly consisted of the Fallout 76 We're Sorry update and extended features for the impressive Doom Eternal. But it was a low-key segment highlighting something called Project Orion that could quietly become one of the more important developments for the industry. Google Stadia, the previously announced streaming-only platform, has got the big boys in the playground casting nervous sideways glances their way and even considering temporary alliances. Streaming is undoubtedly the future, but Google may have appeared way too early to the party. Project Orion, however, could change all of that if their claims are to be believed. After an early flex of their past achievements, Bethesda and id Software unveiled a suite of technologies that optimize game engines for performance in a cloud environment. In non-press release parlance, this means up to 40% reduction in latency and less bandwidth required to stream, which means faster gameplay and less lag. Hooray! For the skeptics, a live demo was shown using a fantastic controller phone attachment, playing 2016's Doom with no noticeable lag. It's not the most exciting news, but if Project Orion delivers, Bethesda may just have an ace up their sleeve for the upcoming cloud streaming movement. Number 7. Marvel's Avengers. Endgame? Puh! Boring. Old news. What about the game? You know, the one mentioned very briefly in 2017 and then never talked about since. Well, we've finally got an update after a 2-year wait, and following the latest cinematic sensation, this might be just the fix MCU fans were hankering for, except it follows an entirely separate story from the movies, without the familiar actors in tow. Sadly, this made everything look a little budget, even with it obvious that a great deal of work has been put in, and it has some excellent voice talent on display. Troy Baker, Nolan North, Laura Bailey, Travis Willingham, and Jeff Shine. Not a bad guest list. Our copyright-friendly heroes, including Captain America, Iron Man, the Hulk, Black Widow, and Thor, appear in a story trailer that started nicely, but inevitably got a bit explodey. No gameplay reveal means we're still unsure as to what it is, but developer Crystal Dynamics have promised 4-player online co-op and plenty of new characters and maps after release. That's May 2020, by the way. It's been touted as, and cover your ears, children, a live service. Ugh. But despite that dirty term, they've promised us no loot boxes or pay to win, so it might be okay? Time will tell. Number 6. Final Fantasy VII Remake. Speaking of waiting years, Square Enix finally dropped some gameplay for their highly anticipated Final Fantasy VII Remake, and it looks so shiny and new! Beginning their conference with a quaint little start menu option, Square resisted the urge to just select new game and fill the next couple of hours with an extended Let's Play. Oh god, can you imagine? That would have been amazing. Instead, we were treated to a look at Midgar in extreme detail, right down to the train sparks and the materia in Cloud's big weapon. A large portion of Square Enix's show was given to this flagship title, and surprisingly, we even saw plenty of running gameplay too. An extended boss fight with the Scorpion Sentinel demonstrated the choice between real-time, action-heavy combat or pausing the game for a more traditional, almost turn-based feel. According to early playtests, characters don't just look flashier, but feel much more fleshed out, with considerably more dialogue and exchanges between even minor characters. The sheer amount of work on show makes other mere remakes look a little bashful in contrast. We're just sad that this is only episode 1, and we probably won't see the end for many, many years. Number 5. Animal Crossing and other Nintendos. A cursory glance at the interwebs will tell you that Nintendo have won E3. Granted, this could be any year, knowing the militant fanbase and their undying loyalty, but in a sea of middling performances, they might have a point. While not the most awe-inspiring presentation in its own right, Nintendo had more quite good moments than most. The big headline grabber was undoubtedly the sequel to Zelda Breath of the Wild being in development, but it was little more than a reassurance that they were on the case. New Smash characters were announced, including the roller coaster of emotions that was the Banjo-Kazooie reveal. We saw more of Pokemon Sword and Shield, but that was announced the previous week, so it doesn't count. So it's probably the new Animal Crossing that wins out, an island-themed new take on the chilled-out debt repayment simulator. This time you're setting up tents, crafting flimsy axes? Okay, and having a nice sit down on tree stumps. It's all very pleasant, really, with the most daring activity being a risky pole vault across a river. Whoa, steady! Oh, you're fine. But with the release date pushed back to March 2020, we're expecting some very angry Trustpilot reviews for Tom Nook Airlines. Number 4. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. EA were clearly banking on their huge new single-player Star Wars title, set for a 15th of November release date, by the way, to carry them through their pre-E3 party, and to an extent, they were right. But watching the lengthy playthrough of one mission showed us an ambitious cocktail of varying influences and resulted in mixed impressions. Naturally, this being the work of Titanfall developer Respawn, a wall run was present with the movement reminiscent of Uncharted or Assassin's Creed. The combat sequences came across like a less involved Sekiro, however, with lock-ons, dodges and a guard break mechanic, but calling it thoughtful combat felt like a bit of a stretch. Likewise, powers were a little bit Force Unleashed, just without the fun. A mere push, pull and freeze didn't exactly get our midichlorians tingling. The story has been confirmed as canonical in the Star Wars universe though, as Saw Gerrera from Rogue One pops up at a couple of points, so there is hope for an epic narrative adventure yet. With Respawn's recent pedigree on Titanfall 2 and the popular Clone Wars series influencing the writers, an excellent story could patch over any potential gameplay cracks. We hope so, for the sake of Peter's sanity. He just wants one. Just one good one. Just one good Star Wars game, please, EA. Please! Number 3. Watch Dogs Legion. Ubisoft's conference was the usual melting pot of the mad and the mundane. Just Dance flailed about on stage, still convinced that people care about the franchise, and 327 new Tom Clancy games were announced in varying shades of brown and grey. But they opened with a reveal of Watch Dogs Legion, an exciting new entry set in a high-surveillance London to the surprise of nobody, because all these details had already been leaked. The idea of setting everything in a post-Brexit Britain seems a risky move, touching on what is still a very divisive subject, but aside from this, the demonstration looked impressive. Yes, we know we've been burned before with Watch Dogs teasers and trailers, but look, you can play as a sweet old lady who's also a retired assassin. You can also play as almost anyone. In fact, demonstrated in a rare instance for a live demo where the character is intended to fail and die. It'll be okay. Plenty more questionable Cockney accents where that came from. The potentially endless recruitment system adds an interesting dynamic to a series that has so far struggled to produce a real classic, but it'll be different this time, right? Number 2. Microsoft's Project Scarlet. All the talk about game streaming platforms this year has been an interesting glimpse into the future, but it's left us yearning for the simpler days of good old-fashioned console announcements. Lucky for us then that Microsoft appealed to fans of the traditional video game box by officially announcing their next-gen Xbox, Project Scarlet. Did we see it in action? Don't be ridiculous! Just be happy with this vaguely corporate talking heads presentation, a glorified tech spec list, and some wires and motherboards and chips and stuff. Project Scarlet will support ray tracing, 8K resolutions, frame rates up to 120 FPS, and an SSD for faster loading times, all of which makes a console 4 times as powerful as the Xbox One X. It's bigger, it's badder, it eats monsters for breakfast, apparently, and it's coming holiday season 2020. A new console announcement will always turn heads, but it's a shame there was so little to show, with this announcement potentially rushed in the wake of recent, though equally scarce, details on the PlayStation 5. They also confirmed Halo Infinite as a launch title and gave us another trailer showing the return of Master Chief with classic armor and maybe even a reunion with Cortana too.
I chose you because you were special.
Aw, lovely. Number 1. Keanu Reeves and Cyberpunk 2077. Microsoft's conference was packed with trailers, but it was one man who stole the spotlight more than any mere game, even one as hotly anticipated as CD Projekt Red's Cyberpunk 2077. For all the reveals that leaked this year, we managed to experience a legitimate shock with that final trailer shot before a stars in your eyes unveiling of everyone's favourite dude, Keanu Reeves. He really can't do anything wrong, can he? The genuine enthusiasm and almost shock at the rapturous applause was a far cry from so many stilted celebrity appearances of past E3s, and at this point, he could have introduced rubbish Collection Simulator 2020 and everyone would go nuts. As it happened, Cyberpunk 2077 looked just as breathtaking as Mr. Wick himself, with a story trailer that gave us another glimpse into this gritty neon metropolis. Arm blades, face augmentations, and self-driving cars Uber could only dream of were all on show, and although we only got a few glimpses of gameplay, a release date of the 16th of April 2020 has made this once impossibly good-looking concept a very real prospect. Any chance for a Bill and Ted style time-traveling DLC, Keanu? Keanu? No? Yeah, maybe. Oh, he'll get back to us, I'm sure. And that's E3 2019, a show that will go down in history as an E3 that definitely took place in 2019. But despite the largely mediocre showing, there were at least a few exciting announcements, and next year looks set for plenty of exciting reveals. Hard to top actual John Wick, though. Let us know what you thought of this year's show and anything you're excited to see in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. Born in 1965 in Osaka, Japan, Yuji Naka is a programmer and producer synonymous with a certain blue hedgehog. Naka was chosen by Sega to create the game that ended up elevating the spiky mascot to worldwide superstardom, and he played a huge part in Sonic's glory years. Working on Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, Sonic & Knuckles, Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, and even the excellent Sonic Advance games, he clearly knew how to squeeze the most enjoyment possible out of a spiny woodland critter. This very specific skill brought him great success, but it hasn't all been smooth sailing. We're looking at you, Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic 06. Still, Mr. Naka isn't all about blue dudes with attitudes. He cut his teeth with flower-picking adventure Girl's Garden way back in 1984 and has built up quite the list of non-Sonic related programming and producing credits ever since. Whether as part of Sonic Team or with his own studio, Probe, Naka has proven that he's no one-trick pony. Or should that be one hedgehog pony? One trick hedgehog? Anyway, despite the fact that Naka will always be associated with the blue blur, we're going to take a look at just some of his other projects from over the years. A few of them are even worth checking out yourself. But let me be clear here, not all of them are. Good lord! Not all of them are. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 Yuji Naka video games that aren't Sonic. Number 10. Phantasy Star. Yuji Naka made his first major impression on the Sega brass as lead programmer on Master System RPG Phantasy Star. Released in 1987, Phantasy Star was Sega's answer to the immense popularity of the NES exclusive Dragon Quest. While the series never quite gained the notoriety of the Square Enix giant, it did win plenty of fans with its traditional turn-based gameplay and setting that merged sci-fi and fantasy, that's with an F, to great effect. With Mega Drive follow-up Phantasy Star 2, Naka was also responsible for bringing the series to the next console generation. He later produced the Dreamcast iteration Phantasy Star Online in the year 2000, which took the interesting sci-fi premise of the series and put it, well, online for players around the world to enjoy. This action MMO made use of the Dreamcast's ahead-of-its-time web capabilities and sent parties of user-created characters on various missions in search of glory and lovely, lovely loot. Phantasy Star Universe, released for the PlayStation 2, PC, and and Xbox 360 in 2007 was Naka's last involvement with the series, and alas, the final servers for this MMO closed back in September 2012. Fans of misspelling the word fantasy need not despair, however, as Phantasy Star Online 2 is available on Xbox and PC now. Naka wasn't involved with that one, but the titles he did work on are still worth seeking out. Number 9. Nights into Dreams. This genre-defying Saturn classic is probably the most iconic of Yuji Naka's non-Sonic games. Released in 1996, Night into Dreams allowed players to take on the role of the enigmatic Knights, a Nightmarean who has rebelled against the evil rulers of Nightmare and sided with the peaceful denizens of Nightopia. It may not sound like it makes much sense, but that's okay, because it all plays out in the dreams of two troubled teenagers and the entire game has a suitably dreamlike atmosphere. Squeezing gorgeous visuals out of the Saturn, featuring memorable characters, enemies, and music, and offering satisfying gameplay, Nights into Dreams received critical acclaim and was one of the best-selling Saturn games worldwide. This proved that Yuji Naka could do more than just speedy hedgehogs, he could do speedy bizarre jester type things too. Wow! If you're not familiar with Nights but are feeling like the weird, androgynous, floating fellow and youthful protagonists seem familiar, well, we're getting to that. In the meantime, just appreciate Nights, okay? Try not to think about the other thing until you have to. Number 8. Burning Rangers. The 1998 Saturn game Burning Rangers is set in an idealistic future devoid of things like crime, war, and disease. Only one threat to human life remains: fire, and futuristic fires require futuristic firefighters to combat them. That's where the Burning Rangers step in. These guys are equipped with jump packs, cutting-edge fire suppression equipment, and skin-tight lycra outfits. Players choose their ranger and rescue civilians from blazing infernos in underwater complexes, space stations, and more. It's all very exciting. Extinguishing fires and rescuing civilians is great fun. However, despite displaying some excellent lighting effects for the time, Burning Rangers suffered from noticeable graphical glitches and pop-in. As a result, it hasn't aged as gracefully as some of the other games on this list. Despite the creakiness, however, Burning Rangers is an enjoyable and wholesome experience, which Yuji Naka created with the intention of giving players the opportunity to rescue people instead of kill them. Noble intentions, Mr. Naka, but have you met most gamers? If you'd asked them to extinguish lives rather than blazes, you might have sold a few more copies. Number 7. Choo Choo Rocket. If you ever owned a Dreamcast, the likelihood is that you owned Choo Choo Rocket as well. This Yuji Naka created puzzle action title was the first game to use the Dreamcast's online capabilities. It enabled players to indulge in multiplayer matches, competing against friends around the world to find out once and for all who can get the most mice into their spaceship. Not that that question was likely to come up, but still, now you know. As with all good puzzle games, the simple mechanics lend themselves to complex strategies. Presented with grid-based mazes, players are responsible for placing arrows and guiding as many mice as possible to the goal, all whilst avoiding rampaging orange cats. The challenge comes from the limited number of arrows available, the tricky level layouts, and occasional curveballs that alter gameplay. Choo Choo Rocket was praised for its addictiveness and simple but attractive graphical style. It even had a backstory in which the mice, or choo-choos, were going about their daily lives on a spaceport. Suddenly, a horde of cats, or the Kapu Kapus, invaded. The choo-choos, completely understandably, descended into a blind and uncontrollable panic and need your help escaping to the stars. I think you'll agree that there's nothing quite like a Japanese puzzle game to provide an epic story for the ages. Number 6. Samba de Amigo. Sega really did give Yuji Naka free rein in the Saturn and Dreamcast era. How else could he get away with making a game about a samba-loving simian? Heck, he even got them to make bespoke maraca controllers. Honestly, you come up with one worldwide $1 million franchise and they let you do whatever you want. Yuji Naka's Samba de Amigo released in 2000 for the Dreamcast, as well as in arcades a year earlier. This rhythm action game made use of the special controllers to allow players to dance along to various Latin-flavoured beats, shaking the maracas high and low and striking various samba poses. Keep up with the rhythm and numerous wacky characters will join the scene, fail, and be left alone on a dark dance floor, sad, dejected, and dead inside, not unlike me at a wedding. A Wii version was released in 2008 using the Wii remotes as controllers instead of the maracas. It's not the same though, Wii remotes just don't have that samba feel. Not that Samba de Amigo has very much to do with traditional samba, but that's okay, you're just here for the cute dancing monkey. Admit it. Number 5. Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. By 2003, Sega had long since been dumped out of the console market. While almost every previous effort from Sonic Team, from Sonic the Hedgehog through Samba de Amigo, reviewed well, Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg is the first sign of things turning a little sour. Not that Billy Hatcher was a bad game, mind you, it just completely failed to excite the game-buying public, who refused to shell out for the product, I'm sorry. Originally exclusive to the GameCube, this 3D platformer stars Billy Hatcher, a cockerel cosplaying kid whose abilities increase if he's holding onto an egg. Naka reportedly chose eggs as the focus of the game because he wanted to give players a feeling of anticipation. Apparently you never know what's going to come out of an egg. I would argue that you do generally have a rather good idea of what's going to come out of an egg, and would posit that Mr. Naka has potentially been going to the wrong supermarkets. All jokes aside, Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg was a fun platformer that provided a decent adventure to dip your soldiers into. Probably only the British viewers will get that one. Critics appreciated the graphics, gameplay, and fun multiplayer mode, even if the plot was seen as a bit simple and the overly cheery music wasn't to everyone's tastes. Not amazing then, but definitely not rotten. Number 4. Let's Tap and Let's Catch. In March of 2006, Yuji Naka announced that he was parting ways with Sega in order to form a studio called Probe. The first games announced by the fledgling company were Wii titles Let's Tap and Let's Catch, a pair of minigame collections that made use of the console's motion controls. However, far from being mere late 2000s shovelware, both games actually retained some of the innovation and quality you'd expect from Naka. In Let's Tap, players were encouraged to place the controller face down on a stable surface and then tap that surface in such a way that the controller's accelerometer picked up the vibrations. This method was used to make characters jump or move, apply paint to a canvas, or cause ripples in water. Let's Catch was a little more limited and basically provided variations of the game of catch in either multiplayer or single-player modes. Whether you were tapping or catching though, if you were a Sonic fan and you were aware that these were Yuji Naka games, you were probably a little disappointed. No matter how good experiments like this might be, they are no substitute for a full-sized, proper game. Maybe even something starring a little bird? Oh well, we'll just have to keep dreaming. Or will we? Number 3. Ivy the Kiwi? Question mark? In 2009, Yuji Naka attempted another dip into the animal mascot platformer well. This time, he came up with a kiwi. Or did he? I mean, there's a question mark at the end of the title, so I suppose nobody really knows. Originally a Windows mobile game, remember Windows phones? This bizarrely named Ivy the Kiwi? Question mark came to Wii and DS soon afterwards. Unlike in most other mascot platformers, players don't actually directly control Ivy. The game instead shares similarities with the control scheme of Kirby Canvas Curse, with players drawing lines to direct the perpetually moving creature through tricky levels. In the Wii version, the Wiimote is used to draw, whereas the DS version makes use of the stylus and touchscreen. The game received middling review scores, with many reviewers praising the gameplay and interesting art style, but also pointing out a lack of depth and some frustrating later levels. And yes, to be clear, the question mark in the title was apparently intended to hint at the mystery surrounding Ivy's identity. Is she even a Kiwi? Would it matter? Will I lose any sleep tonight thinking about it? The answers are maybe, no, and without a doubt. Number 2. Rodea the Sky Soldier. Another attempt by Naka to forge a colourful new IP in a gaming environment dominated by darker and edgier worlds, Rodea the Sky Soldier was an airborne action-adventure game released for the Wii in 2015. One of the last games ever released for the console, development was completed in 2011, but there was a 4-year release delay due to complicated issues with other companies developing Wii U and 3DS ports. The gameplay differs substantially between the 3 versions, with Naka's original Wii version coming off best in reviews. Critics unanimously agreed that it was better than the Wii U and 3DS efforts, which were developed by Kadokawa Games. Unfortunately, the original Wii version received a very limited release in the end, initially coming bundled as a freebie with the inferior Wii U port of the game. Confused yet? Yes, too. All that aside, with its innovative, flight-based gameplay and bright, colourful style, Rodea the Sky Soldier channels nights into dreams in many ways. However, it doesn't quite live up to the Saturn Classics quality. Actually, that sounds familiar for some reason. Anyway, what's next? Number 1. Balan Wonderworld. Right, here it is. Sorry to end things on a bit of a sour note, but at the time of recording, this is Yuji Naka's most recent game. As much as we'd like to forget it ever happened, sometimes you just have to face up to reality. The disastrous Balan Wonderworld was released in 2021, with Naka working for Square Enix. Somehow, somewhere, something went dramatically wrong. At a glance, it has the flavours of Nights into Dreams about it. Young protagonists Leo and Emma are similar to Clarice and Elliot, and Balan himself looks like he might be a nightmare. However, Balan Wonderworld shares none of the game's artistry, creativity, or quality. Awkward, bizarre, and unintentionally creepy, players take control of one of the two children as they delve into the hearts of troubled people in an attempt to solve their problems by dressing up in weird costumes. Critics labelled the platforming gameplay as dated, and the hat-faced monstrosity failed to make an impact on sales charts worldwide. Naka actually resigned from Square Enix following the release of this game, and has since filed a lawsuit against the company, scathingly claiming that they don't care about game quality. Fighting words, certainly, and time will tell where his career goes from here. At the end of the day, though, he's the man behind one of gaming's greatest accomplishments, and nobody, not even Balan, can take that away from him.
Travel. If Instagram profiles, dating apps, and daytime telly have taught us one thing, is that literally everybody in the world loves to #travel. Yet, travel can be a little tricky for numerous reasons, whether it's the extortionate price of flights, lack of a passport, debilitating criminal record, me, or if you're watching this video on release, because of the very obvious and surreal situation we're all living through that shall remain unnamed because YouTube algorithms. Seriously and sincerely though, thank you a million times to the NHS and all key workers during this very strange and uncertain period. But for the rest of us staying indoors, which we hope is the vast majority of you sensible folk, we can turn to our trusty old friend, the video game, to provide us with our sightseeing needs in a stand-in digital form. Yes, whether you're looking for legendary historical landmarks, bustling cityscapes, or natural untouched beauty, video games allow you to enjoy some truly iconic destinations recreated in stunning detail, all without needing to leave the sofa or even put on any trousers. They'll only slow us down on the guided tour anyway. I'm Peter from TripleJump Travel, and here are 10 real-world tourist destinations for video game sightseers. Number 10. The Himalayas, Far Cry 4. Far Cry 4 is often overlooked in favour of its older sibling, releasing only 2 years after Far Cry 3 and lacking the same impact as the seminal third entry. Which is a bit of a shame really, as soaring high in a rickety old gyrocopter and gazing onto the majestic sights of the Himalayas is still a jaw-dropping experience to this day. Far Cry 4 welcomed players to the fictional country of Kyrat, taking major cultural and geographical inspiration from Nepal, and in doing so gave us one of the more unique settings seen in semi-realistic open-world games. Ubisoft, like most of the big game development studios, don't always get everything right, but one thing they are famous for is top-drawer location design, barring the infamous radio towers naturally, and Far Cry 4 was no exception, with extensive research trips to Nepal helping the devs get the stunning landscape, wildlife and historic architecture just right. The result? Incredible snaking mountain trails to hidden treasures, elephants bathing in rivers, and serene island structures reminiscent of the real-life Tal Bahari temple. It all gives the exploration a rather soothing, tranquil quality, almost from the start. You know, if you just block out the flying bullets, blaring alarms, and elephants charging down the front gates. Incidentally, mind how you go, because absolutely none of that is covered by travel insurance. Number 9. New York City, Marvel's Spider-Man. New York isn't just popular with tourists, cabbies, and people who are walking here. Video game devs also enjoy a bit of the NYC. Whether it's a post-apocalyptic New York in The Division, the zombie-riddled version in Prototype, or 18th century Manhattan in Assassin's Creed 3, there is no shortage of big apples to pluck from this virtual apple tree of video gameness, or something. Yet we can heartily recommend above all the Marvel Spider-Man package, 2018 winner of our coveted Best Superhero City Tour Award. You can swing by all the iconic landmarks, from the imperious Empire State Building to Madison Square Garden and the Chrysler Building. Merry Chrysler. Even the various bridges to Manhattan Island are accurate here. Times Square at night is a marvel to behold, blinding you with adverts for important things like refreshing Swilco, or that feel-good hit of the summer, views from the veranda. You've also got a few fictional landmarks too, like the Avengers Tower or Doctor Strange's New York Sanctum. And even down to the street level, they've nailed New York's characteristic, constant underlying threat of chaos. It is normal in real-life New York to see paramilitary lunatics chasing armed prisoners down Fifth Avenue, right? Most importantly though, we can see that behind the mask and the crime fighting and the acrobatics and the clever gadgets and the scientific breakthroughs and the pigeon chasing, well, Mr. Peter Parker is just a regular old camera-clutching tourist at heart, annoying passers-by while trying to get the right composition and lighting. And frankly, you can't get a more authentic NYC holiday experience than that. Number 8. Great Britain, Forza Horizon 4. Here's a TripleJump travel top tip. Driving games are low-key one of the best options for virtual holidays. Sure, you can't exactly drive your car inside the Louvre, nor would we recommend ramming it into the Sphinx, but if you don't mind staying inside the vehicle, there are some truly ambitious open-world races with plenty of sights to see. You can take a road trip across the whole of the United States in the Crew 2, or hell, even most of Europe with Euro Truck Simulator. But, and call us biased if you like, nothing beats the beauty of Forza Horizon 4's rendition of our very own, somewhat United Kingdom. Naturally, the size of the map is scaled back and reserved to the more picturesque areas of the British countryside. No queuing behind red buses in Trafalgar Square here, but who needs London anyway when you can cruise past quaint cottages in the Cotswolds or visit the magnificent Edinburgh Castle? Maybe check out the Chesterton Windmill in not quite Warwickshire before winding through the not quite Scottish Highlands and finally stopping for lunch beside Derwent Water in the not quite Lake District. The sights are truly breathtaking and are exactly what put Forza Horizon 4 in the esteemed category of Tiny Peter's top rural British escapes, taking pride of place next to Untitled Goose Game and Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. Have you worked out yet that I personally don't like to leave the country if I can help it? Still, it's time to put my marketing face back on and try to sell you on number 7, a world tour! The Uncharted series. Ah yes, our Nathan Drake package deal. We can see that you're a man or woman of fine taste. The globe-trotting star of the Uncharted series has racked up some serious air miles over the years, and now you can too. Now while our legal department has been in touch to say, and I'm quoting here, yes, hello, yes, the ruins are not the real ruins, hello, yes, these ruins are of the fiction. You've still got plenty of beautiful real-world locales to choose from in this series, away from some of the more outlandish levels. Escape from the rat race in Uncharted 1's lush South American rainforest. Join the rat race of London's East End in Uncharted 3. Skulk around absorb the culture of Uncharted 2's Istanbul Palace Museum based on the real-world Topkapi Palace. Relax in a nice Tibetan village at the foot of the Himalayas. Just try to tune out the absolute racket coming from the nearby country of Kirat. Why not admire the moustache of a young Victor Sullivan in Cartagena, Colombia? Or race across the ancient rooftops of Sharna in Yemen? Honestly, Drake has been everywhere. Madagascar, Borneo, Italy, the list just goes on. Just make sure you avoid train travel at all costs, okay? Number 6, a historic town. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare.
Stoke-on-Trent, oh yeah, to Stoke-on-Trent. Historic town on the River Trent.
Number 5, literally anywhere, GeoGuessr. Technically speaking, GeoGuessr might be the most realistic depiction of real-life destinations in all of gaming, as it consists of, well, actual Google Street perspectives of real-life destinations. Okay, so it barely actually qualifies as a video game, to the point that I could almost call this one a wildcard entry. Oh yes, I can still do them from isolation! But you can't deny the simple ingenuity of this concept and the virtual travel capabilities it offers you. This browser-based geographic discovery title, created by Swedish IT consultant Anton Vollen, lets you go literally anywhere. Want to paddle the awkwardly narrow canals of Venice? Easy. Fancy visiting Rio de Janeiro to see the big JC doing a sweet T-pose? No problem. Want to get stuck in a perpetual loop trying to find the exit to the original Legoland theme park in Denmark? Fun times.
There is no escape.
All such locations can be found on the Famous Places playlist, but there are plenty of other fan-made challenges out there, in case you wanted to tour the world's McDonald's chains or discover your favourite places from movies. Then again, maybe you just want the classic experience of being dumped in a random field in, I want to say, Belarus, maybe? Hey, it's your holiday. Wherever you're looking to visit, GeoGuessr comes highly recommended by TripleJump Travel. There's only one catch, really, in that you don't actually get to choose where you end up, because it's all randomised. Anyway, your flight's booked. Good luck, see you later, bye! Number 4. San Francisco Watch Dogs 2. There's really no shortage of options available for those looking for a comprehensive stateside tour. Whether it's infamous Second Son's Seattle, Fallout 4's post-nuclear Boston, or numerous versions of Los Angeles, which we may or may not be coming to shortly. The original Watch Dogs in 2014, of course, produced an impressively realistic portrayal of Chicago. But if you ask us, the safer bet for a holiday is on the more vibrant and sunnier climes of San Francisco, beautifully rendered in Watch Dogs 2. The iconic Golden Gate Bridge is an obvious must-see, but it doesn't stop there. You've got the historic marble white clock tower, the striking Chinatown gates, and the distinctively shaped Coit Tower. Even the finer details are present, like this delightful crab sculpture on Pier 39, or a Silicon Valley tech company that is not Google, okay? This is just some other conglomerate with a fantastic indoor slide and climbing frame, okay? If you're feeling particularly cheeky, of course, you could even visit the local Ubisoft office and acquire a scoop on their new game, codenamed Pioneer, a nifty little Easter egg teasing a game that was actually in development until the project was sadly canned in 2019. If only somebody hadn't leaked the thing in a sad attempt to gain more followers. Ha! Bloody tourists. Number 3. Los Angeles, LA Noire. Rockstar's detective thriller / weird face simulator crafted a superb vision of 1940s and 50s Los Angeles, nailing the landmarks, aesthetic, and the general post-war mood of the time. Honestly, it's hard to find another version of LA with this much character. Go on, go ahead and doubt us. We dare you. Yeah, see? As with other cities in this list, iconic landmarks have been faithfully recreated, from the elaborate movie sets in downtown Hollywood, as well as Grauman's Chinese Theatre, to LA's Union Station, still the largest railroad passenger terminal in the western US. Oh, and you can bet that the original Hollywoodland sign is here too. Nice. Other major tourist attractions include the Crossroads of the World and the Westlake Tar Pits, this game's version of the La Brea Tar Pits, where you can laugh at all the big, dumb, stupid-face animals who got stuck in there over the years. Idiots. As always though, it's the smaller touches that really make this vintage LA shine, such as the old Hollywood Brown Derby restaurant, which has since been converted into apartments in real life, or the lovely new builds that will one day become suburban sprawl. The relentless march of progress, crushing all in its path. Still, at least we get a time-travelling holiday out of it, and a sweet detective hat. Nice. Number 2. Hong Kong, Sleeping Dogs. In stark contrast to the oft-depicted City of Angels, not many titles have attempted a digitised version of Hong Kong. But 2012's Sleeping Dogs not only tried it, they captured the charm and culture of the city wonderfully. Take a simple nighttime stroll, swathed in neon lights, the air filled with the sound of street vendors, and you can practically smell the pork buns. Even tiny details like the green taxis or street signs are authentically recreated. All very impressive given this title's tumultuous development cycle. Sleeping Dogs is the spiritual successor to the mid-2000s True Crime series. Indeed, it was originally set to be True Crime Hong Kong, revealed in 2009, before Activision pulled the plug in 2011 and the project was rescued by Square Enix. We're very pleased that they stepped in, and you should be too, as now you can shop around in the night market, attend a big event at the convention centre, or maybe enjoy some fine cuisine at the Big Lee restaurant, aka the Jumbo restaurant in real-world Hong Kong. Not everything's perfect, naturally. The International Finance Centre is missing entirely, for example, and the iconic Victoria Harbour is pared back significantly, but all is forgiven when you find a nice karaoke bar and start belting out the classics. Oh god, on second thoughts, that's a bit too authentic for me. Moving on. And number 1, another world tour, the Assassin's Creed series. In what was Ubisoft's flagship franchise for over a decade, the masters of roof jumping, sneaky stabbing, and map synchronizing have covered just about every dream destination throughout history. The only constant being the developers' dedication to building a world that feels authentic and accurate to the time period. Whether you fancy gatecrashing a Venetian carnival, clambering up the righteously imposing Castel Sant'Angelo in the Vatican, gawking at the absolute unit that is Big Ben in Victorian England, or going on a leisurely Caribbean cruise, sea shanties and rum all inclusive, there's literally something for everyone in the Assassin's Creed series. Even the much maligned bug-ridden Unity couldn't be criticised too heavily for its incredible depiction of 18th century revolution-stricken Paris. Ubi's work was so in-depth that after the tragic Notre Dame fire in 2019, there were many unofficial calls for Unity's model to be used as a template for the restoration, while the French developers themselves donated £500,000 to the cause and gave away the game for free for a limited time. Now, with the most recent Creeds, Origins and Odyssey, we've reached peak virtual time tourist, thanks to the gorgeously rendered portrayals of ancient Egypt and Greece, respectively. Seeing the Parthenon in its magnificent prime, or sliding down the Great Pyramid of Giza at breakneck speed, are experiences you literally can't get anywhere else. Not only are these titles the perfect places to go ham with photo mode, they also feature educational discovery tour modes, letting you soak in the culture and learn a bit of history, meticulously researched by the world-building teams at Ubisoft, and all without shanking a single person with a sleeve shiv. I mean, you can if you want to, but if you've booked via TripleJump travel, you will not be getting your deposit back at the end, so your choice. And that's our list. All your dream destinations, none of which require any packing or lengthy travel. And best of all, it's free. Although we do charge a rather hefty commission for having recommended them to you in the first place, so expect an invoice in the post. But while you're waiting for that, let us know in the comments below if any of your favourite gaming holiday destinations were missed out. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and if you want to support the things you enjoy, then check out the rewards on our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I've been Peter from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
Oh yeah, here we go, sports time! Euro 2020 is finally happening after a year's delay because of you know what. And so what better time to combine our all-consuming knowledge of video games with the beautiful game itself. Forget real-life superstars like Cristiano Ronaldo, Mario's versatile sporting career has taught us that football is infinitely better with virtual stars and their assortment of rule-breaking powers. High-tech weaponry, impossible acrobatics, and overpowered magic can spice up even the dullest 0-0. But who would make the most perfect first-team lineup? Narrowing down the roughly 5.7 gajillion possible game characters to a team of just 11 players is an impossible task, so a few caveats before we hit the team sheet. We're not including actual football games because we'd be doing a video on actual footballers at that point, and that's just ridiculous. We're also excluding Mario and co because they've had enough sports time, quite frankly, and need to let others have a go. Finally, for anyone not familiar familiar with this ball-kicking malarkey, especially our North American viewers, we apologise in advance for the number of football-related phrases and Britishisms. If it helps, just occasionally shout "man on," "great ball," or "ref," and you'll be fine. I'm head coach Ben from TripleJump FC, and here are 11 game characters you need in your fantasy football team. Goalkeeper, Dain-Smith from Street Fighter. Arguably the most vital role in any team is the man or woman between the sticks. The pressure is immense, so you'll need someone with a zen-like calmness, unwavering concentration, and big old stretchy arms wouldn't go amiss either. Admittedly, these go-go gadget goalie hands are the main reason we've chosen Street Fighter's yoga master Dain-Smith for the number 1 jersey. With lightning-quick reflexes and stretch-arm-strong limbs, his potential for spectacular saves makes him a reliable stalwart at the back. A constant state of meditation and strong self-discipline keeps him laser-focused, and just imagine the distribution from goal kicks with the wind-up of that big elastic leg of his. Plus, he can also conjure fire, a nice distraction for those nervy penalty shootouts. He's not the most imposing figure. We could have gone with Snorlax or a massive thwomp if we were in a schoolyard pick the big lad for goalie mood, but Dain-Smith knows the goalkeeping knack for making himself as big as possible. Centre back, Master Chief from Halo. It would have been tough picking between the Chief, Kratos, and Doom Guy, but Kratos is currently serving a 9-month suspension for unspeakable violence towards a match official, and Doom Guy is still on loan at Hell City Tigers, formerly Hell City AFC. So we turn to Spartan 117, or John, as he's known in the dressing room, to keep the team steady at the back. In fairness, he's defended Earth numerous times from Covenant, Flood, and Forerunner aggressors, so defending against a fluid front 3 should be a cakewalk. And good luck trying to find a way past this absolute unit, standing at 7 feet tall and weighing 1,000 pounds, including armour. He's no cart horse either. This brick wall is incredibly agile, has an absurd leap on him to help clear any aerial threats, and if push comes to shove, can clear a packed box with a few cheeky swipes of an energy sword, or a well-placed Spartan laser. Throw in some great discipline thanks to his military training, and you've got the perfect, genetically engineered specimen of a defender. Centre back, Vesemir from The Witcher. A wise sports person once said, "A good attack can win you games, but a good defense will win you trophies." It wasn't Vesemir who uttered those lines, but it could have been, given his knowledge and wisdom gained from decades of Witcher duty. You can't underestimate the importance of having a sensible head in amongst a world-beating squad, and Vesemir's experience is the perfect counterbalance for the more brash characters in our team. His calm, collected approach to hectic situations serves him well on the pitch, spotting a dangerous through ball before it's even happened, or closing down space when needed. Don't let his age fool you either. He's still fit enough for active combat, be it with a sword or a football, and crucially for a defender, he knows how to defend too, handily reminding both Siri and ourselves the correct footing and technique for blocking and countering. Right back, Captain Falcon from F-Zero.
Show me a move, show me a move, show me a move, show me a move, show me a move.
There's no doubt Captain Falcon has the right amount of swagger for a professional footballer. He's cocky, loves a fast motor, and when he's not tearing up the track in F-Zero, is frequently starting fights or even hunting bounties on the side. In short, he's peak Balotelli levels of maverick. Thankfully, we reckon Falcon's got the skills to back it up. He's blisteringly quick, even on foot, making him ideal for the challenging modern fullback role, and his time spent on the racetrack has honed his reaction speeds considerably. He's confident with his feet, which combined with his aggression means he'll frequently dive in for his patented Falcon Kick sliding challenge, a magnet for red cards, but spectacular when it pays off. His great leap helps with clearing aerial threats in the box, and going forward, that pace and agility can really wrong-foot defenders before he fizzes in a tantalising cross. That versatility even extends to an emergency goalkeeper choice. Any lofty balls will swiftly be dealt with. Left back, Crash Bandicoot. There's always at least one designated mad lad in any team. With Crash, you're never quite sure whether he'll triple spin a clearance off the line or give away a penalty after setting off a crate of TNT. He's a genuine wildcard, which isn't always ideal for a defensive role, but you can't deny his enthusiasm and commitment to the team. He will run for literally days, keeping the opposition busy down the left flank, and while not the paciest player on the squad, still has a burst of speed and ridiculous agility in his locker. Jumping is literally a a full-time job for him too, so you won't get outclassed in the air. And, the best part, he already has a ready-made fan chant thanks to the 90s cartoon-style intro song cut from the original game.
Crash Bandicoot should have been a genius, but he doesn't quite compute. Crash Bandicoot. Anything can happen now that Crash is in pursuit.
We can already picture the dancing goal celebrations. Midfield. Captain Price, Call of Duty. What? You thought John Price's rank was assigned by the military? Ha! Think again. It's surely because of this gruff SAS veteran's history in Sunday League matches, captaining pub teams up and down the Oxfordshire area. Why do you think he's always telling us to
Check your corners, check those corners.
If you haven't got your set-piece positioning right, you'll be sure to get an earful from Price. The captain is the very definition of midfield enforcer, a natural leader in the mould of your Roy Keanes or Patrick Vieira's. Trained in the British Special Forces, Price has seen action in conflict zones across the world, from the ghost town of Pripyat, Ukraine, to the old USSR gulags. He's a well-travelled, deceptively cultured individual, as is evident by that fetching hat and handlebar moustache combo. Despite his fiery demeanour, he always stays frosty under pressure, leading his team through any adversity. And to top it off, Price also has pinpoint accuracy and a lethal long-range shot in his armoury that could literally take a guy's arm off. Oh, they better get the backup goalie and magic spray ready. Midfield. Chell. Portal. We had plenty of options when picking a partner for Captain Price. Do we choose someone with class and guile, like, say, Lara Croft? What about a tireless worker in the engine room seen with Pac-Man's relentless energy? Maybe a cool, intelligent operator to pull the strings from midfield like Solid Snake or Agent 47. But there's one person that might have all of the above. Chell, or Shell if you want to get different pronunciation about this, the master of portals. Her intelligence and problem-solving skills are second to none, and spending hours stuck in rigged test chambers fighting a maniacal robot overlord shows strength of character. Not to mention a ruthless streak, having to ditch her BFF companion cube in the name of progress. Oh, and she has an actual portal gun, able to manipulate the laws of physics, which, as you'd imagine, is pretty useful too. You can't get more pinpoint a pass than literally warping the ball into the feet of an attacker, and Chell's box-to-box duties are aided by her uncanny ability to instantly pop up anywhere on the pitch. Here's hoping UEFA regulations allow for portal technology, but there's nothing saying they aren't allowed, so, you know. Right wing. Bayonetta. Here we go, onto the real attacking flair of the side. If we had a pound every time a pundit used the cliched phrase, "the team just need a bit of magic," we'd have enough money to bribe our way into hosting our own dubious World Cup tournament. Qatar. So, when given the option of actual magic from the stylish Umbra Witch Bayonetta, it's a no-brainer. Platinum Games' hack-and-slash hero has an endless repertoire of flashy moves befitting of a Hollywood forward. Hell, she's probably got numerous shampoo sponsors already. And that silky hair is the secret to her silky skills. Those shape-shifting locks have taken ridiculous forms to help slay demons, so impeccable ball control should be simple. Once she's bamboozled defenders and cut inside to a dangerous position, her mastery of firearms and fire feet shows that she's not afraid to pull the trigger, with a wide variety of lethal shots in her arsenal. Sorry. All you need to know is Bayonetta's athleticism, aerial ability, and unmatchable style make for the perfect cultured attacker. Left wing. Sonic. He was the first name on the Atletico TripleJump team sheet, and do we really need to explain why? Well, he's got a positive mentality with just the right amount of attitude. He says no to drugs, drink, and smoking.
Whoa, little bro, that smoke will make you choke.
He also has some nice trainers, and look, it's because he's fast, okay? He's really, really fast. Yes, there's more to modern football than pace, despite what FIFA Ultimate Team would have you think, but when you can literally run rings, pun intended, around the opposition before they even know you're there, you're practically unstoppable. From tracking back to help defensively, to bombing forward for a swift counter, to beating 7 players on a magnificent solo run, Sonic's got you covered. Should the worst happen, and injury hits, common with nippy wingers like Sonic, we've got sufficient backup with the nimble Lucio from Overwatch, a veteran of Lucio Ball, or the agile Rayman, whose lack of shins makes him almost completely unfoulable. Forward. Lady Dimitrescu, Resident Evil Village. You can't miss the gigantic meme-friendly vampire wife. She's everywhere right now, and our team is no exception. Countess Alcina Dimitrescu, or Dimitrescu, or Alcina, or Lady D, or Dimitrescu, or Dimitrescu, pick your poison, has plenty of talents, but one aspect stands head and shoulders above the rest. Her excellent hat, of course. No, obviously we mean her imposing 9'6" stature, towering over other stupid man things, which makes her the ultimate target man or target woman. She can handle any passes with grace and skill, holding up play or deftly flicking the ball on for other runners. But the good lady isn't just your typical lumbering bullseye for hopeful long balls. A bloodthirsty hunger, deadly instinct, and a predator's eye for goal make her an all-round class act. Plus, she can effectively distract defenses by stepping on them, leaving the opposition trembling with fear or excitement. And for backup, we've always got the Prince of Persia on the bench with his ability to stop and rewind time if he misses a crucial last-minute chance, so long as VAR doesn't catch him out, of course. Forward, Tidus from Final Fantasy X. The final puzzle piece to our world-beating lineup, and who better to lead the line than Blitzball's hottest prospect, Tidus. In Spira, the world of Final Fantasy X, no sport is bigger than Blitzball, the submerged football/water polo hybrid. Tidus, a plucky young forward with lethal shooting and incredible agility, first made waves, when playing for the Xanark and Abes, if I've pronounced that right, before driving perennial underdogs the Besaid Aurochs to a Shock League title in 2001. This achievement is not only down to Tidus's exceptional skills, but also a winning mentality built from a strong family legacy of Blitzball. And given the obvious transferable skills between Blitzball and regular above-water football, Tidus makes a perfect spearhead for our dynamic attacking team. He already incorporates his sporting prowess into turn-based martial arts, so we can't see any issues for him settling in, plus his strength, versatility, and keen eye for goal will guarantee at least 30 goals a season. For tougher opposition, Tidus can always bust out the odd magic trick to bamboozle defenders, or better yet, simply laugh maniacally in their face.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. That's my story. I've had a lifetime of being pipped to the post by other, bigger, stronger boys. Even in my first sports day, it took me so long to reach the finish in the egg and spoon race that by the time I'd crossed the line, I was actually carrying a small baby chicken. Sometimes though, as my mum said to me when I dejectedly wandered over to her with only a competitor's certificate and another mouth to feed, it's good to be a bit of a dark horse. And this can be true in video games too. You see, us gamers, we don't want our heroes thrust upon us. We like to see someone earn our respect, maybe by quietly excelling at their role or by boldly emerging from the woodwork when they're needed the most. We here at TripleJump have had enough of the typical Hollywood-style protagonist who will be played by Matt Damon or Tom Cruise in the movie version. Ugh, screw those guys. No, we think it's time some of the most iconic supporting cast members, the less likely heroes of their worlds, had the chance to tell their own story. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are 10 video game supporting characters that deserve their own spin-off. Number 10, Ghost, Call of Duty. Introduced to us in the smash hit Modern Warfare 2, Simon Ghost Riley soon won the hearts of the fanbase with his reliable ever-presence during tough missions and that oh-so-cool skeletal mask. The campaign followed Task Force 141, a crack team of the US Special Forces led by the familiar figure of Captain Soap McTavish, which is still an awful name. The Lieutenant, Ghost, was a crucial part of the group, having a large role in the legendary Infinity Ward title, but we can't help but think there was more to know about the soldier. For example, why the mask? It can't just have been a fashion choice to rival Soap's strange mohawk for coolest kid in the Corps, and where did he earn that nickname? Had he previously narrowly avoided death? Does it tie in with the choice to cover his face, or was he just a massive fan of Casper? Then again, maybe it's just that when you're working under Captain Soap, you're required to pick the stupidest nickname possible so that he doesn't feel like such a cretin himself. Sadly, as you'll know if you've played the game, Ghost meets an unfortunate and conclusive end during the final scenes of Modern Warfare 2 as he's double-crossed by General Shepard. But that doesn't quite quell the chances of a prequel, does it? Indeed, it could be exactly the story that the franchise needs right now. Number 9, Waluigi, the Mario series. It's a strangely accurate metaphor for real life that in the Mario universe, the hero's greatest nemeses are pretty much just themselves, only with a bad attitude and a penchant for darker clothing. First appearing in the N64 and Game Boy title Mario Tennis, Waluigi established himself as Luigi's rival, and the tennis doubles partner of Mario's own archenemy, Wario, which is convenient to say the least. It would be really awkward if they hated each other. Waluigi is portrayed as a cunning and mischievous man who is filled with self-pity and jealousy. Probably not your first choice of the traits for the protagonist of a spin-off, right? Well, no, wrong actually. You see, despite being equally repugnant, Wario has had plenty of success with his own offshoot games, namely Wario Land, Wario Land 2, Wario Land 3, Wario Land 4, and wait for it, Wario Land Shake It. In fact, it's no wonder Waluigi is brimming with self-pity and bitterness, being passed over that many times. He's also popular with the fans, with one article on GameRanks describing him as one of the most misunderstood characters in video games. So what the hell are Nintendo waiting for? or should I say, what the hell are they waiting for? Am I right, guys? Number 8, Frank Pritchard, Deus Ex. Frank Pritchard, or Nuclear Snake, or Knuckle 3R Snake, or Francis Wendell Pritchard to his mother, is the head of the cybersecurity division at Sarif Industries in Deus Ex Human Revolution, going on to be a freelance hacker later on in the series. A remarkable outside-of-the-box thinker, Frank's abilities almost make up for his shady background in fraud and poor relationship with some of his colleagues, initially including Human Revolution and Mankind Divided's protagonist, Adam.
I never asked for this.
Jensen. Though they struggle to get on from the outset, largely due to Pritchard's disapproval at Jensen being made security chief and his subsequent attempts to outwit and discredit the man, they ultimately become a good team, and maybe even a little fond of each other, with our frosty cybersecurity boss even asking his associate to be careful during a potentially dangerous quest. Baby steps, Frank. Baby steps. It's all positive stuff. Although Pritchard returns via DLC for Mankind Divided, we feel like he deserved even more time in the spotlight and would love to see him as the focus of a new Deus Ex title. Number 7, Princess Zelda, The Legend of Zelda series. There have been 19 titles in the Legend of Zelda series since 1986. 19! And not one of them has had Princess Zelda herself at the helm, in any of her various forms. Had the franchise only consisted of 2, maybe 3 games, we could forgive such an oversight. But we're almost 20 games deep now, guys, come on! Now, of course, there are current rumblings that Breath of the Wild 2 will finally give the princess her moment in the limelight, but until that game has been packaged up and plonked onto store shelves, we'll be reserving judgment. Either way, as a lady often blessed with innate psychic abilities and a kind, benevolent personality, Zelda would be an excellent protagonist, and the game in which she starred would serve as a cracking opportunity to expand the series' lore. A focus on her adult years would be particularly interesting, as she has most often been portrayed as a child or teenager until now. However Nintendo want to do it, it's about time this princess got stuck in and saved herself, or someone else for a change. We know that she has it in her, we just want to see it. Number 6, Augustus Coltrane Cole, Gears of War. Grit and intensity are the 2 words that best sum up Gears of War's Augustus Cole. A former thrashball star, which from what I can tell is like American football but more violent somehow, the Coltrane signed up to the army after Emergence Day and took that trademark grit and intensity to the battleground. The type of man to reject all offers of military promotion on the grounds that rank wouldn't affect the amount of locusts he could kill, Cole is quick to become a favourite of anyone who plays any of the games in which he features, for his no-nonsense attitude towards his enemies and his light-heartedness in the face of war. As much as I hate to say it, because this word coming out of my British mouth sounds oh so wrong, the Coltrane is a true badass, and more deserving of his own adventure in the franchise, even if the writers could stand to slightly dial back on his stereotypicality. That's an actual word, I checked it on the internet, and I'm very proud of myself for being able to use it. Number 5, Alex Vance, Half-Life 2. Let's face it, a lot of character work in Half-Life 2 is done by the supporting cast, as Gordon Freeman is what you might call the strong but silent type, and Alex Vance is one of the most endearing characters in the game. Smart, resourceful, and good in a crisis, Alex is probably Freeman's most useful and important ally, welcoming him to Black Mesa East and showing him how to use the gravity gun, as well as fighting alongside him when necessary. Although she was seemingly lost forever, frozen in time in the dark energy explosion at the end of the game, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, the confusingly named sequel expansion pack, quickly establishes that Vance was rescued and our spin-off hopes are not yet lost. The video gaming world is always in need of more strong female protagonists, and Vance is more than worthy of her own title. Number 4, Victor Sullivan, Uncharted. An aging, silver-tongued treasure hunter with a seemingly endless supply of cigars, Victor Sullivan, or Sully, provides a sense of heart to the Uncharted series, having acted as a father figure and mentor to protagonist Nathan Drake since finding him on the streets of Columbia. Sully is Nathan's right-hand man throughout the series, providing invaluable aid to the young treasure hunter and getting his hands dirty in the field whenever his aging body allows, playing a major role in multiple games in the franchise. Perhaps a potential spin-off could involve Sullivan in his younger days before he met Nate. There'd certainly be a sense of rhyme in watching him gun his way out of various scrapes in much the same way as Drake would go on to do in the games we've already played. We know that Sully can more than hold his own when it comes to a sticky situation, even in his old-ish age, so to experience the glory days of Victor Sullivan in his prime would be wonderful. And let's not forget, the whole thing would take place in the 1970s, meaning all the blokes would definitely be dressed like this. Make this game. Number 3, Garrus Vakarian, Mass Effect. Garrus is one of the standout characters in the Mass Effect franchise, and for good reason. The wisecracking, slightly nerdy Turian steals every scene he's in with a one-liner for every occasion, and if you complete his loyalty mission as the female shepherd, you'll find that for a kind of spiky, squidgy-looking thing with parts of his face missing, he has a way with the ladies that I could only dream of. Not much is known of Vakarian's past, so the door is wide open for BioWare to really tell a brand new story about the series' stalwart. Another potential avenue for a Garrus spin-off to go down is his time as Archangel, and the enemies he made during the period between the first 2 games. Whichever way they took it, there's plenty of Turian tales to be told. Try saying that 5 times fast. Number 2, Vas Montenegro, Far Cry 3. This is the man who took that profound quote about the definition of insanity, but felt the need to fill it with unnecessarily vulgar language. If it were anyone else, I'd ask them to stop swearing so much, but maybe someone else could do it for me. I'm terrified of this man. Vas is one of the most captivating villains in gaming history, and you can't help but love to hate to love the guy, or something. Think Heath Ledger's Joker, with less face paint but somehow more eye makeup. The drug-addled leader of the pirates is the secondary antagonist in Far Cry 3, but the main subject of its artwork, which makes it somewhat of a pity that it appears to be a case of one and done for Vas. Indeed, speculation about whether Jason Brody actually managed to kill Montenegro during the game's conclusion was quashed by Ubisoft employees during the Far Cry 4 Gamescom demo, who denied rumours of a potential return due to him being, and I quote, dead. Seemingly then, this would be another case of prequels saving the day and giving us a fix of that crazy man and his lovely hair set sometime before Far Cry 3's events. Maybe during his childhood, with cameos from the parents who never bothered to teach him not to swear. Useless pair of cunts. And number 1, Scorpion, Mortal Kombat. It's hard to believe that one of the most iconic figures in the video gaming old guard has yet to front his own game. Though there have been surprisingly few spin-offs from the Mortal Kombat series, other prominent characters such as Liu Kang and Scorpion's most fierce rival Sub-Zero have featured in their own titles, so surely it's only fair that we see Scorpions next. First appearing in the original 1992 Mortal Kombat, Scorpion is basically the ninja version of WWE's Undertaker, or so it says in the script, an undead spectre seeking revenge for his death at the hands of his enemy Sub-Zero. Named Hanzo Hasashi at birth, Scorpion was one of the Shirai Ryu's most fearsome warriors before he lost his life, and it's easy to see why when playing the games. His excellent fatalities and iconic styling would make him a brilliant protagonist in his own title, perhaps focusing more deeply on his time at the Shirai Ryu, depicting their battles with Sub-Zero's group, and showing us just what made him such a powerful and feared warrior. I'm seeing a hack and slash title, with plenty of opportunities to pull that mask off and reveal that beautiful burning bonce of his, before having him breathe fire all over his enemies. This would be so much fun, and actually, I might just boycott video games until they make it, okay? That's it, I'm not doing any more videos, just make this game. And that's our list, but what did we miss out? Let us know in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and if you want to support the things you enjoy, then why not check out the rewards on our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I've been Peter from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
There are precious few games that are so iconic they become a part of pop culture itself. The likes of Fortnite, Pokemon, or Minecraft are instantly recognizable to any Johnny non-gamer, although they will probably change seats on the bus if you keep banging on about them. Everyone knows about it, almost everyone has played it at some point or another, and around 5 million people still subscribe to the biggest MMO in the world. Hell, lots of celebrities even play it, helpfully reminding us that MMOs are cool now and not just for nerds! From humble beginnings in 2004, WoW has taken players on a journey of impossible raids, fan theories, real-life theme parks, friendships, partnerships, marriages, and that's without mentioning the 10 years of previous Warcraft games and their influence on the genre. With the release of WoW Classic pulling players back 15 years into a craze of loot-grinding nostalgia, and Warcraft 3 Reforged also arriving at some point, what better time to have a look at some of Warcraft's more intriguing in-game and IRL lore? Should we look at some? Let's look at some. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 things you didn't know about Warcraft. Number 10. The Lost Story of Corrupted Ashbringer. A fantasy RPG world is often judged on the quality of its rich and interesting lore trademark, and Warcraft's 25 years of universe building does not disappoint. From epic sagas to minute references, you could lose weeks just trawling through the game's 300,000 wiki pages, and one such wiki fodder mystery is the story of Corrupted Ashbringer, a two-handed epic sword. Originally, players could get the drop in the 40-man Wrath of the Lich King raid, Naxxramas, but things changed when the raid was moved to Northrend, as many of the old bosses were left behind, along with the sword itself. People who got the drop before the switch could trigger a unique event if they equipped Corrupted Ashbringer in the cathedral wing of the Scarlet Monastery in Hearthglen. You're welcomed by the Crusaders and the Scarlet Commander Renault Mograine, before the shock return of his dead father's spirit, High Lord Alexandros Mograine, who serves up some justice to a disobedient son, and then you're treated to some interesting background lore, if you're into that sort of thing. Number 9. Before the world, there was Warcraft. Yeah, WoW lore is insanely in-depth, but what about the IRL lore of the very origins of Warcraft before the world was formed? The biggest MMO to have ever MMO'd didn't materialize from nowhere after all, but evolved from an RTS series beginning in 1994 with Warcraft, Orcs and Humans. But you already knew that, didn't you, you clever clogs? What you may not know is that, surprisingly for such a lore-rich universe, the first game's story had no script and was completely improvised in a recording studio by producer Bill Roper, who may or may not have recently binged the Lord of the Rings book at the same time, given the orc-heavy content. The earlier genre classic, 1992's Dune 2, set the standard for many RTS staples and inspired Blizzard to develop their own version, taking advantage of a gap in the market for similar titles. And during early development, lead producer and programmer Patrick Wyatt even used Dune 2 assets as a placeholder. With new additions like the now universal click-and-drag selection and improvements to online modem battles, Warcraft was a trailblazer for the RTS scene, and alongside titles like Command & Conquer, sparked a boom for the click-heavy, big fight genre. Number 8. Unique art style influenced by bad TVs. Part of the appeal for WoW is undoubtedly the unique aesthetic, the exaggerated features, almost cartoony yet remarkably detailed, and it's helped the 15-year-old game age rather well, all things considered, and it all goes back, once again, to the olden days of the mid-90s RTS classic. Part of the reason for the style comes from the team's past experience working on SNES and Mega Drive releases. These games required more dynamic, vibrant colours in order to stand out more vividly on TVs that were traditionally worse at displaying colours when compared to PC monitors. Essentially, there's a reason old console games were brighter than your average street carnival. The other factor was president and co-founder of Blizzard, Alan Adam, who realised that because most people played games in bright rooms with lots of glare and interference, the art had to stand out in that environment. He even went through the office opening window blinds and turning on more abrasive fluorescent lights, which wasn't popular with the artists at the time, but it's hard to argue with the beautiful results. Number 7. There's an actual World of Warcraft band. Game development isn't all netcodes, texture maps, and trying to decipher whatever this does. Even developers get some downtime sometimes where they can pursue hobbies like knitting, falconry, or starting a band like these Blizzard employees did in the early 2000s. Elite Tauren Chieftain have played their horde-heavy rock at various venues around the world, both Warcraft and real, often performing live at BlizzCon. The band started with covers before producing their own music that first featured in the credits of Warcraft 3's Frozen Throne expansion. Previously known as 10th Level Tauren Chieftain, Level 80 Elite Tauren Chieftain, the artists formerly known as Level 80 Elite Tauren Chieftain, and briefly Level 800 Elite Tauren Chieftain for StarCraft 2. Their hits include Power of the Horde, Rogues Do It From Behind, and I Am Murloc. If you ever wanted to catch them live in the World of Warcraft, they can be seen and heard during the Dark Moon Fair, a monthly event that happens at Dark Moon Island, accessible through portals near Goldenshire and Thunder Bluff. And strictly no Alliance nerds, alright? Number 6. There's also a Warcraft theme park. While the house band is probably Blizzard approved, consisting of actual Blizzard employees playing at actual Blizzard events, the World of Warcraft theme park is far from kosher. World Joyland, as it's called, is a theme park located in Changzhou, China, which is, shall we say, inspired by the popular Warcraft and StarCraft franchises. It's bold, it's brazen, and it looks actually quite impressive, to be fair. Reportedly costing around $48 million or £30 million, we suppose it's bound to look better than a typical fairground, but just look at these blatant rip-offs laughing in the faces of copyright lawyers everywhere. Some of these things aren't even Warcraft, that's literally a Transformers sign there. And we're not even sure what the hell this thing is. Maybe a panda-based recreation of a tricky raid? According to a visitor from Hollywood Reporter, one staff member at the park wasn't quite sure if the theme park had actually opened first and that the 2016 movie hadn't just copied the park, which is, gloriously optimistic, and you know what, they might actually have a point. But we don't talk about that movie, do we? Number 5. That movie adaptation. Oh, we tried to ignore it, we really did, but it's impossible not to address the $160 million CGI fest, mainly because for so long, it didn't even look remotely possible. Unlike other planned game-to-movie adaptations from BioShock to Halo, this one was unusual in that it actually got made, though many critics would say it probably shouldn't have. Not only did it manage to alienate newcomers to the franchise with stilted characters and a scattered story, but it also managed to put off some long-term WoW players too, as it chose instead to follow the plot of 1994's Warcraft, widely considered the weakest storyline, and as we've already discussed, ad-libbed in a studio. Despite all this, the film actually grossed $433 million worldwide, beating Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time as the highest-grossing video game adaptation of all time. Even stranger, most of that was from Chinese audiences, whose fervent following contributed $222 million. The movie did need $450 million total to break even, so it was still seen as a flop commercially, but this was one of the weirdest box office anomalies at the time, and it could have been worse. At one point, the director's chair was coveted by famed nightmare director Uwe Boll. Number 4. The Creepy Children of Goldshire. The big-budget movie was just one story, but there are many, many more littered across the vast world of Warcraft. And while the grand stories are, grand and all, it's the little tales of curiosity that really give the game life. Venture into the wrong farmland, for example, and you might fall foul of a mechanical exploding sheep. Wander into the woods and you could see some familiarly named critters like Bambina, Mother of Bambina, and Thudder the Rabbit. Or if you prefer waking up terrified in cold sweats, you could go find the Children of Goldshire. These 6 disturbed youths appear at 7 AM server time in a house in northeast Goldshire, and from there wander about the town, disturbing the locals by forming a pentagram shape as they move. What? If you're feeling brave and follow them closely, you'll even hear eerie music and random disturbing sound files, from banshee screams and crying to horrifying old god Katoon's disembodied voice promising death and generally nasty things, and then they just disappear at 8 AM, leaving you to question whether they were real and whether investing in a nightlight is still acceptable as an adult. Number 3. A World of Warhammer? In the year 12 BWOW, before World of Warcraft, even before the name Warcraft was settled on, there was much debate at Blizzard HQ. They had the skeleton of an interesting-looking RTS, but needed to move on from the placeholder Dune 2 assets, and president and co-founder Alan Adam wanted to get the license for the Warhammer universe to capitalize on brand recognition of a popular franchise. But while these days Warhammer licenses are handed out like pick and mix sweets, a deal was trickier to finalize in the early 90s, and this, combined with a desire from Blizzard to control their own IP, scuppered that deal. Plus, according to the lead producer, they'd already had terrible experiences with licenses after DC Comics' Death and Return of Superman and Justice League Task Force. The team also considered adopting a total war approach themed around historical settings such as the Roman Empire or the Vietnam War, all under the Warcraft banner, until the art team convinced them to go with a more fantasy style inspired in part by Warhammer. Still, in an alternate universe, we could have had not only a World of Warhammer but a Total Warcraft series as well. Makes you think. Number 2. The Corrupted Blood Incident. Early players of 2005 WoW might still remember the horrifying plague known as the Corrupted Blood Incident, causing hundreds of afflicted to spontaneously erupt in torrents of blood, die, respawn, and rinse repeat. This wasn't an intentional event. This was a virtual epidemic that became all too real, and it all started with a serpent blood god named Hakar, the Soul Flayer. This end boss in a new raid in Zol Garub had a nasty HP siphoning effect, and to counter it, players would willingly infect themselves with a contagious, health-draining debuff that would then infect the boss himself. The disease was meant to be contained in the raid area only, but a bug that allowed pets to catch it, despawn, and introduce it to the outside world caught both players and developers by surprise. A vicious outbreak followed, affecting even NPCs as players walked through the cities strewn with the bones of victims and desperately struggled to contain it in quarantine zones until Blizzard fixed the unexplained virus a week later. Amazingly, this simulated outbreak was used years later to research real-world epidemics and behavioral patterns, so in a way, World of Warcraft might just save all our lives one day. Maybe. Number 1. The Unbeatable Raid Boss. Some raid bosses are tricky. Some will make you wish you could inflict a whole new virus upon the world and end all of civilization out of pure frustration. The great old god, Katoon, is one of the latter. We understand that this half Lovecraftian, half deviant art monstrosity is meant to be an all-powerful being, so it's not like it should go down in a couple of hits. But hang on, 80 days? Yes, it took 80 days of players banging their heads against a brick wall of nonsense laser beams and lethal tentacles before anyone finally beat this boss. That is beyond challenging. It's just downright sadistic. The insane difficulty led to numerous forum posts crammed with complaints about it being impossible, and it's easy to see why. The requirement to do around 230,000 damage every 60 seconds while avoiding getting eaten or party wiped by tentacles or eye-beams led to many top competitive guilds working together to work out a way to beat it. But thankfully, after 80 days on April the 26th, 2006, Blizzard ended players' suffering and nerfed the bugged Katoon fight, scaling back the damage, and thus, 2 hours later, he was finally defeated by European guild Niall. Relief, elation, justice, and sweet loot was had that day, but you could say old pre-patch Katoon still had the last laugh as undefeated champion of Azeroth. And there we are, a little more Warcraft-wise, ready for the return of an old classic, but we know there's plenty more to discover. It's a big world after all, so let us know any of your favourite things about the Warcraft universe in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump. and thanks for watching.
As the nights get chillier and the days get shorter, you might find yourself longing for warmer climes. If you're lucky, maybe you could hop on a plane and visit some sunny resort. But if you don't happen to be flush with cash, a little digital escapism might be in order. For this list, we've got some suggestions of games set in toasty locations. Maybe it'll bring a smile to your face and make you feel all warm and cozy, or maybe it'll make you even more miserable as you long to be somewhere warmer. Heck, maybe you're not even watching this during winter, and that's fine too. Whatever the case, we're going to attempt to whisk you off to some places where you wouldn't have to feel the cold at all. And you can say goodbye to goosebumps, runny noses, and drafty windows. So huddle up next to the heater, slide under a few layers of snuggly blankets, and prepare for a balmy journey through some of the toastiest locations gaming has to offer. I'm Office Ray of Sunshine Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 games set in hot locations to warm you up this winter. Number 10, Super Mario Sunshine. We begin our summer tour on the beautiful Isle Delfino, a holiday destination for denizens of the Mushroom Kingdom. This place is so idyllic and so filled with summery holiday tropes that it's literally shaped like a dolphin. In Nintendo Super Mario Sunshine for the GameCube, Mario visits Isle Delfino along with Princess Peach and some toadstool chaperones for a bit of a vacation. It's a nice choice for a spot of relaxation, with crystal waters and pristine beaches as far as the eye can see. Alas, all is not well in Isle Delfino, with a mysterious slimy goop appearing all over the island and a shadowy vandal leaving graffiti everywhere. In an extraordinary example of a judicial system gone wrong, Mario is instantly sentenced for this crime and is tasked with clearing up the entire island. It's like when Lightning McQueen had to fix that road in Radiator Springs, only Mario didn't actually do what he was being accused of. Still, miscarriages of justice aside, Isle Delfino is a nice place to explore, and what could warm you up more than a bit of manual labour in sweltering heat? Mario even has a near infinite supply of water strapped to his back to cool him down. I guess being forced into excessive community service on a tropical island isn't all that bad. Number 9, Forza Horizon 3. Australia is a pretty warm country, consisting mostly of dry, arid desert with a smattering of tropical rainforests here and there. It's the perfect place to run away to if you're tired of frosty mornings and icy car windscreens. Microsoft's 2016 addition to the Forza Horizon franchise gave us the opportunity to travel to this lovely country for the low price of a Game Pass membership, as Forza Horizon 3 took the thrills and spills of open world racing down under. While the map isn't geographically accurate, the developers worked hard to create an authentic representation of Australia's diverse landscape. You'll be kicking up sand along a picturesque coastline one minute and whipping past tropical ferns and palm trees the next. There's nothing quite like recklessly putting pedal to the metal on a sunny day, in a sanctioned and controlled automobile racing environment, that is. Be aware that with tropical climates come tropical storms, meaning that clear skies aren't a certainty, and the occasional monsoon comes a calling. Also, if you somehow get sick of the wonderful weather, you could purchase the expansion and take a quick trip up Blizzard Mountain. Not sure why you'd want to do that though. It's bloody chilly. Take me back to the beach, please. Number 8, Pokemon Sun and Moon. For our next sunny trip, we're off to the region of Alola. This pocket monster-infested paradise is the setting for Pokemon Sun and Moon and Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and boasts pristine beaches, beautiful forest walks, and even a volcano, just to add to the hot vibe. Like other regions in the Pokemon series, this one is based on a real-life location, specifically the US state of Hawaii. Alola has a tropical climate, which is composed of a Hawaii-esque cluster of islands. It's also home to a diverse array of colourful wildlife to spot and appreciate. Because this is a Pokemon game, this flora and fauna is waiting for you to trap it inside balls and force it to fight. But this kind of behaviour in real-world Hawaii will probably result in you being rightfully thrown in jail. Just a little free travel tip for you there. To further the whole tropical feel, Alola even has its own form of previously introduced Pokemon that are specific to this environment. However, certain of these forms, like Vulpix and Sandslash, are decidedly frosty. I guess they had to adapt chilly traits to survive the heat. Evolution really is incredible. Number 7, Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. What would you do if you won some money in a fighting tournament, fluttered it all in a casino, and then walked out with riches beyond your wildest dreams? Odds are, you'd move somewhere warm and live a life of luxury filled with golden sunsets and white sands. Well, that's exactly what eccentric fighter Zach from Dead or Alive did in Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball, purchasing a tropical island, naming it after himself, and living happily ever after. Respect to that man. Oh wait, that's not all he did. He apparently also invited all of the female characters from Dead or Alive's fighting roster to Zack Island under the pretense of another fighting tournament. Zack, that's very dishonest and kind of creepy. I rescind my declaration of respect. Luckily, the girls did exactly what any group of people who despise each other would do when invited to a tropical island under false pretenses. They got their bikinis on and made the best of it. Cue 2 weeks of sandy frolicking, poolside relaxation, and volleyball in the shade of exotic palm trees. Unfortunately for Zack, once the ladies go home, the whole island gets destroyed by a volcanic eruption. We hope that Zack learned his lesson, but there are at least 2 sequels with pretty much the exact same premise, so I guess not. Number 6, Dead Island. Welcome to Benoi, the last of our tropical island destinations. We really don't recommend giving this one a visit though, on account of a bad case of the zombie plague. 2011's Dead Island is set on a fictional Benoi, which is located off the coast of the non-fictional Papua New Guinea. Despite having a settler population since 1895 and sustaining a bustling tourist trade, much of Benoi is still wild, unexplored and unknown. Maybe that's where the zombie virus came from. If you haven't been able to tell by our repeated use of the Z word, despite its natural beauty and posh hotels, Benoi is beset by a very nasty zombie outbreak. The player's job is to take charge of the 4 playable characters and try to get them off the island, exploring beaches, forests, and even an offshore maximum security prison as they do so. The juxtaposition of an idyllic location with shambling hordes of groaning flesh-eaters is something that really makes Dead Island stand out from the crowd, with most developers up until then associating the undead creatures with dimly lit facilities or murky graveyards. It just goes to show that no matter how bright and picturesque the location, it can still turn into a living nightmare given the right circumstances. What a happy thought. Number 5, Assassin's Creed Origins. Alright, we're really getting warm now. Assassin's Creed Origins is the 10th major entry into the venerable series, and its story begins in the very distant past of 49 BC in the transcontinental country of Egypt. While Egypt is well known for a lot of things, including a big windy river and some rather large pointy buildings, it's also well known for being extremely sunny and dry, with most of its land surface consisting of desert. Assassin's Creed Origins puts you slap bang in the middle of all of this heat and sand, and sticks you in the sensible desert boots of Bayek as he embarks on a quest for revenge. On the way, he'll become involved with the frontrunners of both the Assassin Brotherhood and the Templar Order that feature so prominently in the rest of the series, and will explore how their conflict came to be. Origins. I get it now. Throughout your action-packed adventure, you'll be exploring all that sunny Egypt has to offer, including nighttime desert vistas and spooky sandy catacombs. It really is the complete ancient Egyptian experience. Honestly, is there a better way to explore the history of this majestic nation? I don't Sphinx, so? Number 4, Recor. From the desert nation of Egypt to the desert world of Far Eden. If a country mostly covered in hot sand wasn't enough for you, maybe a whole planet will suffice. Recor is a 2016 action-adventure platformer released on the Xbox One and Windows, and tells the story of colonists escaping a diseased Earth. Protagonist Jewel Adams finds herself awoken from cryosleep in mysterious circumstances while the planet is being terraformed, and she heads out into the barren landscape on a quest of adventure and discovery. Thankfully, she has more than just a scarf and a pair of goggles to combat the harsh environment, as she's accompanied by cool robot pal Mac. This metallic, orb-powered fellow can take on various forms throughout the game, and helps Jewel to navigate the wreckage-strewn desert and dusty caves, as well as fight back against the various robot enemies the pair will encounter. Of course, if one desert planet isn't enough for you, there are plenty of other sun-blasted rocks out there in video game land. Pandora from the Borderlands series seems to be mostly desert, and then there's Arrakis from the Dune video game, and those are just off the top of my head. There's a whole galaxy of desolate spheres out there, you know, if that's your thing. Number 3, Burning Ranges. Another way to feel toasty on a chilly day is to literally surround yourself with fire. We of course do not recommend this in real life, but it's totally something you can do in video games. There are quite a few firefighting titles that make this possible, including Ember, which puts an outrageous and cartoony spin on the concept. We've picked out Burning Rangers though, a futuristic action game in which everything is on fire. Among one of the first big budget games to use firefighting as its focus, 1998's Burning Rangers for the Sega Saturn sees players taking on the role of one of the titular rangers as they combat raging infernos in futuristic locations. These fire-engulfed locales include a power plant, an underwater complex, and a space station. I can see the power plant being an issue, but surely the other two can be solved by flooding and exposing to a vacuum respectively, right? Oh, there are civilians trapped too. I guess that's why I'm not a firefighter. Come to think of it, despite the promise of being equipped with futuristic firefighting equipment and jetpacks, heroically dashing into billowing flames probably isn't for me. Maybe just an evening in front of a cosy fireplace is more my thing. Number 2, Little Inferno. This is more like it. Quirky 2012 indie title Little Inferno invites you to spend quality time in front of a brick fireplace, warming up, thinking about this and that, and setting fire to all of your belongings. Wait, what was that last one? Though Little Inferno can be loosely classed as a puzzle game, there's no real scoring system or way of losing. Instead, the aim of the game is to experiment with burning things, in order to earn money to purchase more things to burn. Different things burn in different ways, and burning interesting combinations of items can result in explosions or chain reactions. Among the burnable items are toys, electronics, and even bugs, all ready and willing to be thrown into the fire to combat the encroaching cold. Look, I get that sitting and watching a fireplace can be a hypnotising experience, but there is a line that one can cross when it comes to being fascinated with burning stuff. Ordering numerous items from a catalogue only to throw them into the fire as soon as they arrive seems like it crosses that line quite a bit. Is Little Inferno a cosy puzzle game or a training programme for arsonists? I'm not qualified to say. And number 1, Dante's Inferno. Well, it doesn't get much hotter than this. Set in the realm known colloquially as the Hot Place, Dante's Inferno takes us down into the fiery depths of the underworld for the ultimate in scorching hot real estate. EA's 2010 action game tells the story of Dante, a Templar knight who takes out the Grim Reaper and then steals his scythe, before embarking on a journey through hell to rescue his beloved Beatrice. Of course, not all the circles of hell that Dante will visit are super toasty. Treachery, for example, is completely devoid of warmth. For the purpose of this list though, we're focusing on Heresy, the 6th circle, where things are particularly spicy. Filled with the writhing, burning remains of those who worshipped false idols and other such heretics, this infernal landscape is accentuated by the eternally raging fires of searing punishment. It's a really convenient place for barbecues, if you can deal with the constant agonised screaming. You know, come to think of it, maybe some of these places are a little too toasty for comfort. Have I gone too far with the whole hot places thing? I'm getting uncomfortably warm just thinking about it, so if you'll excuse me, I'm off to play some Lost Planet.
You know, it's really nice when you buy a video game and it's chock full of missions, side quests and collectibles, but by golly can it be overwhelming. Where do I start? Do I go straight for the main mission and get that out of the way, or do I get on with all the busy work, level up like nobody's business, and then mince everything within a 12-mile radius of the main plot? Decisions. Sometimes you just need a game that doesn't come with a list of demands as long as the Great Wall of China, one that lets you do what you want, when you want, and won't judge you for it. For our list today then, we're taking a look at some great games that allow players to enjoy themselves however they see fit. This doesn't necessarily mean they don't have any quest to do at all, but rather that players are free to explore, craft, and build at their own leisure in order to reach goals that they've set for themselves. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are 10 video games where you make your own fun. Number 10, Animal Crossing New Horizons. When it was released in 2020, Animal Crossing New Horizons was wildly popular. It was colourful, cute, and gave players a much-needed escape from everything that was going on in the world at that time. Part of its charm is the fact that it doesn't really make any demands of the player. You simply buy a getaway package from capitalist raccoon Tom Nook and fly off to a barely inhabited island to carve out your own piece of paradise. And how you do that really is up to you. Some folks get straight to making that moolah so they can pay off their initial loan and start expanding their homes, catch some fish or grow some fruit to sell to Tommy and Timmy, or try your hand at trading turnips on the stock market if you're looking to grow an investment fast, capital at risk. Maybe you're not too fussed about money though. After all, Tom Nook doesn't really care when you repay him, and so why should you? Perhaps you'd rather spend your days digging for fossils, making friends with your adorable critter neighbours, or hopping onto a flight to visit the islands of your real human pals. The world truly is your oyster, which incidentally you can sell to Tommy and Timmy for 2,000 pals, just so you know. Number 9. No Man's Sky. We've directed a lot of hate towards No Man's Sky over the years, and in fairness to us, its launch was a bit of a plops show. With that said though, developer Hello Games have worked hard to bring No Man's Sky in line with their original vision, and these days the game is very much worth a play. No Man's Sky combines the action-adventure and survival genres to give players an experience with elements of both. The player character, the Traveller, starts out on a randomized planet and is equipped with a survival suit, jetpack, and multi-tool. The game is built around the core pillars of exploration, combat, survival, trading, and base building. So what you do after you spawn is really up to you. No Man's Sky boasts over 18 quintillion procedurally generated planets, which means you'll never go short of places to explore. If life on the road isn't for you though, perhaps one of those bajillions of planets is homely enough to settle down on. Take a wander, find some resources, and get to building yourself a base, you great big intergalactic architect you. Failing that though, you could just go around killing things. It's not what I'd do, but hey, it's your fun, not mine. Number 8. Rust. Do you dream of living on a lush, isolated island, foraging for materials, building yourself a nice little shelter, and then getting murdered to death by roving marauders? Then gosh dingles, are you going to love Rust? There's only one goal in the world of Rust: survive. However you do that is completely up to you. Players start out with nothing more in their possession than a rock and a torch, and can bash trees, break other rocks, and hunt animals in order to gain materials and food. Now, to be totally transparent, Rust is not a relaxing game. In fact, most of the time, it's downright stressful. But that doesn't mean you can't do whatever you'd like. You'll just be hugely anxious while you're doing whatever you'd like. You can go it alone by building yourself a base and becoming a bit of a hermit, living in isolation and crafting bits and pieces to help you get by. Alternatively though, you might prefer to team up with some friends to become a terrifying gang of bandits that goes around killing others and nicking their stuff. It may not be particularly honourable, but what does honour matter when you're doing whatever you want and having a whale of a time whilst you're at it? Number 7. Ark Survival Evolved. Do you dream of living on a lush, isolated island, foraging for materials, building yourself a nice little shelter, and then getting murdered to death by roving dinosaurs this time? Oh, well then gosh dingles, are you going to love Ark Survival Evolved. Much like Rust, the aim of Ark is simply to survive as long as possible by accruing materials and building a shelter. But beyond that, players really can do as they please, and the options for things to do are limitless. Well, not limitless, but you know what I mean. You can, of course, play Ark by yourself on one of the game's PvE servers where you can hunt animals, explore a vast open world, and even tame yourself a dinosaur or two if you have the patience. You could even get on the grind and level up so you can take on one of Ark's many bosses if you're feeling strong enough. Alternatively though, you could get together with a couple of friends and face off against a rival clan in the PvP servers. Just make sure you've beefed up that home security before you head out, because you just know some sneaky git is going to break in and kill your Griffin. No, not Griffin Rhys-Jones, he was all I had in the world! Number 6. Scrap Mechanic. If you were in a spaceship that crash-landed on an unfamiliar planet, how do you think you'd fare? Would you A. just curl up into a ball and wait to be eaten by one of the indigenous critters, or B. head out to explore the world with reckless abandon and try to make the best of things? If you answered B, then you'll probably have a nice time with Scrap Mechanic, the sandbox survival title from Swedish developer and publisher Axolot Games. As with other survival titles, players start out with very little and must scavenge for supplies so they can craft things. In the beginning, the items available to craft are rather rudimentary, but as you press on through the game, you'll find additional crafting stations that will allow you to make everything from food to clothes. Ultimately, it's even possible to create complex machines that automate certain tasks, so usually laborious endeavours like farming become an absolute breeze. At the time of writing, Scrap Mechanic is still in early access, but it's still a hugely competent game, despite not having had a full release yet. And if you're feeling crafty, you really could do far worse. Number 5. Stardew Valley. When the daily grind is getting too much, many of us dream of getting away from it all. If work's piling up and your boss just won't get off your case, then moving out to the countryside and living the simple life might seem like a wonderful solution. Sadly, most of us aren't fortunate enough to be able to drop everything and grow potatoes for a living. But it's possible to simulate life on the farm by booting up Stardew Valley. Sure, Stardew Valley has some goals the game sets, like planting parsnips or finding Robin's axe, but at no point does it force you to do these things. In fact, you could go the entire time without so much as touching a root vegetable. You might be more into animal agriculture, in which case you'll want to fill that farm with barns and chicken coops. Feeling a little fishy, perhaps? You can easily make lots of money by heading down to the river and seeing what you can catch. Or if money isn't your thing, you could turn those fish into delicious culinary delights, or gift them to members of the community to make them like you. It's your small town life after all, so go do whatever makes you happy. Number 4. The Little Big Planet series. If you like video games, and odds are that if you're here you probably do, you've likely dreamed at some point about creating your own. Programming is kind of hard though, and if you don't have the patience to learn a coding language, then you're really not going to get very far. Fortunately, there are games out there, like those in the Little Big Planet series, that give players the tools to create their own levels without needing to know the difference between CSS and C++. The series' 3 main titles do come with linear story modes, and don't get us wrong, they're all great, but where the games really shine is in their create modes. The tools that come with each title allow players to get as creative as they'd like. Novice designers can easily throw together a simple but fun level, whilst more experienced players can use the toolset to create pretty much anything they can dream up. Once players are happy with what they've made, there's no need to keep it to themselves either, as the games allow them to share their magical and marvellous creations with the entire world. Although technically, anyone who downloads your game and plays it will be being told what to do as opposed to making their own fun, so that aspect doesn't actually fall under the scope of this video. So there. Number 3. Dreams. You might have played Little Big Planet and thought to yourself, this is great and all, but I sure wish I could do more. Well, consider that wish granted by 2020's Dreams, a title that literally allows players to make their own games, and therefore make their own fun, all without the need to fork out for an expensive programming degree. If you're really feeling creative, and also somewhat brave, you can start with a completely blank canvas and build a game entirely from scratch. Every element that goes into your creation can be built from the ground up, so if you can't find something that gels with your vision, you can make your own 3D models and sound effects. That is all a ton of work though, so those of you with less time on your hands might be better off with Dream's Edit mode, which allows players to take what someone else has already built and change it. Again, you can make elements yourself, or you can choose things that others have created. When it comes to making stuff in Dreams, the only limit is your own imagination. And even if you don't have much of one, plenty of other people do, so you can always settle for just playing with their creations instead. Number 2. The Sims series. We probably could have narrowed this entry down to just one game from the Sims franchise, but considering the series has made its name by giving players the power to do whatever they want, it would be remiss of us not to include the whole bunch. Though each of the 4 main Sims titles comes with different features, the crux of the games has remained the same ever since the OG Sims launched in 2000. Players start by creating a sim, or family thereof, and moving them into a vacant lot. If it's empty, they can build some sort of living space, or they can get to redecorating a pre-built home. Once that's done, it's really up to the player what they want to do. You might want your sim to climb that corporate ladder, in which case you better find them a job and dedicate yourself to ensuring they perform well enough to keep getting promotions. Alternatively, you could set about honing their skills, finding them love, or heck, even wheeling out the cheat codes and building them an unreasonably large house. You're not cheating, you're just being resourceful. Then of course, when you're done, you can have loads of fun, burning it all to the ground, killing everyone inside, and starting over. Just like God. And number 1, Minecraft. Is there any game out there that embodies the spirit of freedom more than Minecraft? Well, I haven't played every video game ever, so yeah, maybe. But is there any game out there that I'm aware of that embodies the spirit of freedom more than Minecraft? No. And that's why it's the number 1 spot on this list. If you're unfamiliar with Minecraft, then allow me to welcome you to Earth. I assume this is your first day here. Released in 2011, Minecraft is a sandbox game that plonks players down in the middle of a procedurally generated world and tasks them with absolutely nothing, actually. It's down to you to set your own goals and achieve them. Or not. I mean, I'm not your mum, you don't have to if you don't want to. You start out with absolutely nothing, but punch a few trees, and you can get some wood, which can then be turned into rudimentary tools and weapons. From there, you really can do whatever you'd like. Feel like digging a big hole to see what you might find? You can do it. Want to raise animals so you can turn their produce into tasty treats? Be my guest. Have dreams of travelling the world and fighting mysterious and dangerous monsties? Better grab your sword and get to it, pal! No matter how you like your fun, Minecraft really does have you covered, and so it's no surprise it remains one of the most popular games of modern times.
Dangers in video games are usually of the obvious and visible variety. Roaming monsters, spike pits, and drops into the abyss are just a few of the many perils that could claim the life of your gaming avatar. Sometimes, though, the enemy is more insidious, an invisible foe that infects rather than attacks, a pox, a plague, or a disease. In this video, we'll be looking at some of the most unpleasant lurgies in gaming, discussing their symptoms and investigating their origins. As we're in the world of video games, these afflictions tend to be more mystical or speculative in nature compared to the real-world inspirations. So prepare to hear about all manner of unpleasant effects that'll have you reaching for the medicine bottle quicker than you can say, achoo. If you're feeling a bit under the weather, have recently come out in blotches or hives, or have developed a mysterious lingering cough, walk away now. This video definitely won't help your state of mind. I'm the slightly sniffly Ashton from TripleJump, and here are the 10 nastiest diseases in video games. Number 10, the rat plague. Dishonored. An animal commonly associated with pestilence is the rat. While fans will argue that they are misunderstood and, when domesticated, make excellent pets, those with a fleeting knowledge of history will know that these furry fellows may have real-life previous when it comes to spreading the odd infection or two. Arcane Studios' Dishonored series takes inspiration from this with its appropriately named rat plague. This nasty malady originated in the city of Dunwall's impoverished districts and is spread by rats who can transmit it with a bite. Anyone unlucky enough to get a nip on the leg whilst out and about in Dunwall would be advised to get their affairs in order, because the rat plague does not mess around. Victims become pale and sallow, before losing lung and brain function, turning them into shriveled, coughing shells. Late-stage sufferers will also exhibit something called subconjunctival hemorrhaging, bleeding from the eyes. These wandering wretches are known ominously as weepers. The worst thing about the rat plague is that it was deliberately introduced into Dunwall by Royal Spymaster Hiram Burrows in an attempt to kill off the poor and destitute, but the plan backfired when it quickly spread to the rich and poor alike. That's one thing about viruses, they're not too concerned about money, status, or power. Number 9, the Taint. Dragon Age. To understand the Taint from the Dragon Age series, first we have to understand the Darkspawn. The franchise's main antagonists are a variety of unholy creatures who kill and corrupt anything they find. This corruption is known as the Taint, and it can infect anything, from flora and fauna to the humanoid races of Thedas, up to and including the dragon-like old gods. In fact, it's when the Taint gets hold of one of these old gods that the world of Dragon Age really has problems. You see, an old god infected with the Taint turns into an archdemon, and these archdemons led the Darkspawn in an attack on the surface world known as the Blight. Honestly, between all the taint and the blight, those darkspawn fellows sound like quite an unhealthy bunch to be around. The taint's effect on those who aren't old gods are as varied as they are dire. Plant life is poisoned and killed, odd growths and fleshy sacs start appearing everywhere, and the local wildlife, as well as infected elves, dwarves and humans, can look forward to corruption and an untimely death. The taint is also what connects the darkspawn to their insidious masters, so infected might even hear the voices of the old gods. You know, if they're feeling particularly chatty that day. Number 8, the Scarlet Rot, Elden Ring. The Scarlet Rot from Elden Ring is the most recent pox on our list to have infected the video gaming world. Bringing many unpleasant side effects with it, the Scarlet Rot deforms the bodies and dulls the wits of those who've become infected, leading to madness and erratic behaviour, and causing them to suffer from terrible nightmares. Players can find the fungal growths and red-tinted pools linked to the Scarlet Rot throughout the game, and these areas can infect the player character, causing their precious HP to tick inexorably away. Resourceful players, however, can use the Scarlet Rot to their advantage, turning its effect on their enemies. It takes some effort, but finding and equipping an armour that grants immunity, and using weapons and incantations that inflict the rot upon your foes, can turn your Elden Ring protagonist into some kind of frighteningly effective plague warrior, contaminating all they encounter with the vile wasting sickness. The patient zero for Scarlet Rot appears to be the demigod Melania, who is fought in 2 forms, a cool and intimidating warrior, and then a goddess of rot. This second form blankets the battlefield with rot-spreading flowers and attacks with rot-inflicting combos, but somehow she is still a fan favourite character. Number 7, the Ancient Sickness, Hollow Knight. Diseases don't just afflict humans and animals, you know. Our next affliction is bad news for bugs, too. The first sign of the ancient sickness from Hollow Knight was when denizens of the Hallow Nest started dreaming about the entity known as the Radiance, causing its carriers to regress into a savage state and eventually deforming their bodies. The infection is no joke and can even reanimate its deceased victims. The Pale King of Hallow Nest tries to combat the infection by siring a Hollow Knight, who would seal the malady inside itself indefinitely. However, the Hollow Knight was impure, and the infection returned, devastating the Hallow Nest and its insectoid population. The cause of this ancient sickness is revealed to be the aforementioned Radiance, a higher being who was once worshipped but was eventually forgotten in favour of the Pale King. Turns out, deity-level creatures of light don't like being replaced. One last factoid about the ancient sickness: according to journal entries and dialogue witnessed throughout the game, the infection smells and tastes invitingly sweet. I mean, that probably isn't much comfort when your mind and body are being systematically destroyed by a hideous plague, but at least it's something, eh? Number 6, the Genophage, Mass Effect. If a virus like the Genophage existed in the real world, we'd call it man-made. Because it exists in the sci-fi setting of BioWare's Mass Effect series, however, we have to refer to it as Solarian-made instead. Developed by the amphibian-like Solarians and implemented by the bird-like Turians, the Genophage affected the warlike reptilian Krogan race by causing infertility. This effectively doomed their species, resulting in a long, slow galactic demise, as only a tiny percentage of Krogan females were able to reproduce. Even this wasn't good news, as the Krogans' belligerent nature and tendency to fight amongst themselves resulted in the pursuit of fertile females, leading to yet more disaster. Understandably upset with the state of affairs, the remaining Krogan became even more dangerous and unstable, thus living up to the reputation that caused the other races to create the Genophage in the first place, a tragic and inevitable spiral. Luckily, in Mass Effect 3, Commander Shepard can choose to reverse the virus. This will, however, cause the untimely demise of fan-favourite Solarian squadmate Mordin. One Mordin or billions of potential future Rexes. Just one of the many impossible choices in the Mass Effect trilogy. Number 5, the Kara virus, Subnautica. In terms of the sheer number of lives claimed, the Kara virus from Subnautica might be number 1. Though the grand majority of its work was done long before the start of the game, the effects of this virus can still be seen, and worryingly, it's still dormant on the planet 4546b, ready to infect and spread once again. As is revealed by various discoveries, the Kara virus, which has already killed billions throughout the galaxy, was brought to the planet by an ancient alien race known as the Architects, in order to research a cure. The virus got out and the planet was forcibly quarantined, with the architects creating a gigantic structure that would shoot down any vessel that came near, just for extra security. After being shot down, it's up to the game's protagonist to figure out what's going on and eventually complete the work of the ancients finding a cure. He'd better hurry too, as he unavoidably becomes infected, the disease manifesting itself as nasty blotches on his exposed skin. It's an interesting thought that in a game made famous by the colossal predators that lurk in its depths, it's the microscopic enemy that's the deadliest of them all. And there's definitely a lesson to be learned there. Bigger is better, that's what I always say. Number 4. Guilt. Trauma Center. In the ideal future presented by the Trauma series, most diseases that were previously thought incurable have become almost extinct due to a worldwide medical organization's stride in combating them. Sounds great, right? Well, a new type of infection has appeared on the scene, and it's known as guilt. The term guilt is an abbreviation of gangliated utophin immunolatency toxin, which sounds very complicated and medical. If someone like Dr. House strung those words together, I'd not bat an eyelid, assuming it was some real-world medical jargon I didn't understand. But guilt is soon revealed to be man-made, and the responsible party is a medical terrorist cell known as Delphi. Interestingly, guilt comes in strains that are named after the Greek words for the weekdays, and there really is a strain for every day of the week too. From Sunday, or Kyriaki, that causes lacerations on an organ, to Saturday, or Savato, that creates an energy-sapping web around the heart. I know medical professionals don't get that much time off, but a new, progressively more complicated and aggressive disease every day is a bit ridiculous. It's convenient that the thing is called guilt, because those Delphi creeps should definitely feel bad. Number 3. The Plague of Undeath. Warcraft 3. During Arthas's campaign in the celebrated RTS and World of Warcraft predecessor Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos, you'll find yourself investigating a plague that has befallen the villages and hamlets of Lordaeron. Nefarious Lich King and demon sympathizer Ner'zhul propagated the plague by recruiting an insidious cult to infect grain and then have it shipped off to all corners of the kingdom. In a world of dwarfs, goblins and multiple species of elves, the Plague of Undeath was intended to specifically work on humans, as well as tainting their lands and making their villages look all dark and spooky. Those humans unlucky enough to meet their demise at the hands of this insidious disease are merely lying dormant in their graves, certain to rise again and follow the will of the Lich King. However, even after being risen by the plague and joining the Lich King's army of zombies, ghouls and skeletons, all is seemingly not lost. A portion of the undead population managed to break free of the Lich King's control and form a new faction called the Forsaken, who are playable in World of Warcraft. Most of them aren't too happy about being walking cadavers, but at least they got their free will back. Swings and roundabouts, I guess. Number 2. The Crimson Curse. Darkest Dungeon. Earlier we spoke about the Scarlet Rot, but if that particular shade of red is a bit bright for you, then how about trying on the Crimson Curse for size? Dark fantasy roguelike Darkest Dungeon is exactly the sort of game you might expect to see some unpleasant maladies in. If the murky ambiance and bleak medieval vibe aren't enough to clue you in, then maybe the guys with the plague masks might be. The Crimson Curse was first introduced in the Crimson Court DLC, and like its scarlet cousin from Elden Ring, it can actually be beneficial. First off, it cures all diseases an afflicted character had when they caught it, and makes them immune to catching any other diseases too. Secondly, if treated correctly, it can make your character quite a bit more effective in battle. You see, the Crimson Curse causes its victims to crave a random loot drop known as the Blood. When first contracted, the curse is in its passive state, which causes a few minor debuffs, but if left uncured, it will develop to a craving state. If your character consumes the blood while in this state, they will enter Bloodlust state, which gives them huge bonuses to damage, speed, and resistance. Turns out being a gore-crazed lunatic infected with a vampiric plague has its upsides after all. And number 1, the Scourge of the Beast, Bloodborne. Considering the name of the game relates to viruses that are carried by the blood, it's no surprise that Bloodborne has an unpleasant affliction up its ragged, pox-ridden sleeve. Appropriately, Bloodborne's Scourge of the Beast disease is actually bloodborne, which will become clear as we delve fully into the affliction's origins. First though, let's find out what it does, shall we? As its name implies, the Scourge of the Beast causes its victims to transform into werewolf-like creatures known as Scourge Beasts, former humans who've succumbed to the plague and fallen into a mindless, murderous rage. The only cure for this appears to be a good, old-fashioned axe to the head, so preventative measures seem to be the best bet for surviving this particular malady. As alluded to earlier, the cause of the plague is blood, specifically the Healing Church's blood ministration process, meaning that the faction who are supposed to be combating the scourge are actually the ones that caused it. Healing Church, more like the Hurting Church. Oh, and if these standard scourge beasts aren't gruesome enough for you, there's an even more hideous variant to be found in the Unseen Village. Turning into a distorted amalgamation of pallid flesh and exposed bone has got to rank pretty highly on the unpleasant symptoms scale. Right, after all that, I need to go and have a lie down. I suddenly feel a bit feverish. Back in the olden days of video gaming, and by that we mean the 80s and 90s, trailers weren't really all that big of a deal. Though advertising has always been around in one form or another, it's only really since the turn of the millennium that we started to see games marketed with epic trailers. These days, a good trailer is key to generating hype for a game, and regardless of whether or not a title ends up being any good, it's hard to deny the excitement we all feel after watching a particularly well-crafted cinematic. Not all trailers are created equal, however, and over the years there have been some that are so spectacular they leave us covered in goosebumps. To be clear, we're purely here to judge the trailers, and though many of the games on this list did live up to expectations set by their advertising, not all of them are winners. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 of the most breathtaking video game trailers. Number 10, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, Killing Monsters Cinematic Trailer. We're kicking off our list with The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, a game that most people consider to be a masterpiece, so there's little wonder that its trailers were of the same high quality. Perhaps the best among them is the Killing Monsters Cinematic, which debuted in 2013. Killing Monsters presents the inner turmoil of Geralt as he goes to collect a reward from a group of men about to hang a woman. His companion, Vesemir, tells him they should just take the coin and go, but that doesn't sit right with Geralt. As he reflects on the meaning of evil, he ultimately decides that he will not choose between one sort or another, before killing the men and setting the woman free. When the final man asks what he's doing, Geralt simply replies, "Killing monsters." Chills. Literal chills. The trailer is nothing short of epic, and the fact that it was able to perfectly sum up the character of Geralt and the spirit of the game in just 2 minutes is hugely impressive. Players were shown no sprawling world, no plot details and no gameplay, and yet they knew exactly what to expect from The Witcher 3. 9 out of 10, great trailer. Would have been 10 out of 10 if we got some Bath Geralt, but hey, we can't have it all. Number 9, Batman Arkham Knight, Father to Son announcement trailer. Here's a spoiler alert for you. Bruce Wayne's parents are dead. I know, I didn't want to be the one to break the news to you, but it's important context for the entry. Though it may not be the strongest of the Arkham series, Arkham Knight is still a pretty good game, and sees Batman facing off against a terrifying Scarecrow, who has ordered an evacuation of Gotham City to allow its greatest villains to unite. The announcement trailer for the game follows Batman as he prepares for this tough fight. He dons his suit in the Batcave, gets into his car and heads out into the night. Nothing too groundbreaking there. What makes it brilliant, however, is Thomas Wayne's monologue that plays throughout. Against the backdrop of violence, destruction and chaos, Thomas speaks of his regrets that he can't be there for his son Bruce, and asks that he do what he can to help Gotham and help it grow. He rounds off the speech by telling Bruce that in death he will love him forever, as we watch Batman embody everything Thomas Wayne wanted for his son. No, I'm not crying. You're crying. Number 8, Star Wars The Old Republic, Deceived Cinematic Trailer. Although it's been over 10 years since BioWare and EA released Star Wars The Old Republic, the MMORPG is still going strong, with players logging on in their thousands each month to get a slice of the galactic action. Prior to the game's launch, the studios released not 1, not 2, but 5 cinematic trailers. Each one was masterfully crafted, but although Betrayed, Sacrifice, Return and Hope all have their strengths, it is Deceived that stands out as epic. Opening with a shot of the planet Coruscant and a single NR2 gully jumper, the trailer depicts the sacking of Coruscant over 3,000 years before the destruction of the first Death Star. The tension is slowly built as Darth Malgus and his escort Elena Daru approach the Jedi Temple. They quickly dispatch the guards and proceed inside, where they are immediately surrounded by Jedi. Things aren't looking great for the Sith Lord, but not to worry, because remember that NR2 gully jumper we mentioned? Well, it's full of Sith warriors, and it's about to crash into the temple. Cue John Williams' goosebump-inducing score, tons of Jedi murder, and our jaws hitting the floor as a whole bunch of Sith warships loom overhead. Number 7, Final Fantasy VII Remake Cinematic Trailer E3 2015. When Final Fantasy VII was released in 1997, it became an instant classic. Critics loved it, players loved it, and it is frequently cited as one of the best games of all time. As the years went by, however, fans began calling for a remake, and though it was announced for the PlayStation 2, nothing ever came of it. Rumours circulated for years afterwards, and fans continued to push for a remake, but it wasn't until 2015 that they finally got the official announcement. Final Fantasy VII was being reworked from the ground up, and it was coming to PS4. If you've no knowledge of everything that came before it, the E3 trailer for Final Fantasy VII Remake doesn't look all that special. The whole thing consists of a handful of very nicely rendered shots of a city, some dude spouting vague stuff about bad times of the past, and a pointy-haired bloke with a big sword. But these simple images had fans screaming with joy and leaping out of their seats, because it wasn't just a bunch of elements slapped together to sell a game, it was the culmination of years of waiting. It wasn't just a trailer for Final Fantasy fans, it was a dream come true. Number 6, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild's Cinematic Trailer E3 2016. The Legend of Zelda series has evolved an awful lot in the years since the first game hit our consoles in 1986, and Nintendo has always been keen to bring new elements to the beloved franchise. Prior to Breath of the Wild, the Zelda franchise had never ventured into open world territory, so when the game's cinematic trailer was unveiled at E3 2016, it sent players into a frenzy. If there was one thing to take away from Breath of the Wild's E3 spot, it was just how huge the game aimed to be. Set to relaxing music, the cinematic takes the audience on a journey across Hyrule, from grassy meadows bathed in sunlight to snow-covered mountains that are just begging to be scaled. The trailer does showcase some of the game's enemies, its combat, and Link's powers, but none of it is done at the expense of demonstrating Breath of the Wild's sheer scale. In just 3 short minutes, they were able to bring fans into a beautiful world, introduce them to many of the gameplay elements, and give a nod to the game's big bad. In short, Nintendo were working on a masterpiece, and they very much wanted their audience to know about it. Number 5, Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, Cinematic Trailer E3 2014. We all know that Hideo Kojima likes to make a splash, so it's little wonder that he took it upon himself to direct the cinematic trailer for Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. Though several trailers had already been released for The Phantom Pain prior to its appearance at E3 2014, and fans were already incredibly excited for the game, the cinematic showcased a huge amount of detail in its 5-minute runtime, unveiling additional plot details about Snake's antagonistic descent. On a cursory glance, the trailer seems to consist of nothing more than a load of pre-rendered scenes cut together. And with a different song as its soundtrack, that might have been all it was. The use of Mike Oldfield's Nuclear, however, makes the entire experience spine-chilling. According to his Twitter, Kojima heard the song after coming across Oldfield's album in a music store, and it ended up blossoming into an idea for the trailer. The fact that Kojima is able to take a few cutscenes, splice them together with a bit of rock music, and still end up with a masterpiece is a testament to the man's genius. And rewatching the trailer, even though it's been several years since its release, still gives us the tingles. Number 4, Halo 3, Believe Cinematic Trailer. You don't always have to make a trailer flashy and action-packed in order for it to be effective, and nothing proves that point quite as well as the Believe cinematic for Halo 3. The Halo series is noted for its action-packed gameplay, and so the choice to promote Halo 3 with motionless figurines and somber piano music was a bold one to say the least. For weeks, the crew behind the campaign constructed a 1,200 square foot diorama that depicted a battle between humans and their Covenant adversaries. When combined with some very clever camera work and just a dash of digital effects, the result was nothing short of jaw-dropping. As the camera tracks through the still figurines, it captures a snapshot of the war in all of its horrific glory. As soldiers scrabble for their weapons, run from explosions and cower in fear, the whole scenario seems quite hopeless. The final shot zooms in on Master Chief, apparently incapacitated at the hands of a brute. Just as it seems like all is lost, the plasma grenade in his hand begins to glow, and he slowly looks up at the camera. With just the tiniest movement, the audience's faith is restored. You might even go as far to say, we all believed. Number 3, Cyberpunk 2077 Cinematic Trailer, E3 2019. Well, if there's one thing you can say about CD Projekt, it's that they sure know how to handle a cinematic trailer. These days, Cyberpunk 2077 is best known for its absolutely catastrophic launch, but prior to its 2020 release, it was one of the most highly anticipated video games in recent memory, and part of the reason for that was undoubtedly its trailers. In particular, Cyberpunk's 2019 E3 cinematic had gamers hyped beyond belief. The world had already seen 2 trailers for the game by this point, and everyone was incredibly excited for the game's release, but the anticipation went into overdrive after E3 2019. The trailer's opening shot introduces audiences to the sprawling metropolis of Night City, a place which, at a glance, looks perfectly reasonable. Quickly though, we're transported into its seedy underbelly in a cab riddled with bullets. In just 4 short minutes, the 2019 cinematic is able to introduce players to protagonist V, give them a feel of their character, and paint a picture of a world where cybernetic augmentations are as common as tattoos, and in which no one is to be trusted. Oh, and that first look at Keanu Reeves as Johnny Silverhand? There are no words. Number 2, Mass Effect 3, Take Earth Back Cinematic Trailer. Well, if it isn't BioWare back at it again with another magnificent trailer. When it came to trailers of the Mass Effect trilogy, we were spoiled for choice. We must give an honorary mention to the Mass Effect 2 launch trailer, which literally had us screaming at our screens as we were forced to watch Shepard suffocate in the void of space. Traumatizing. As good as it is though, it's still not a patch on the Take Earth Back trailer of Mass Effect 3. The 3-minute cinematic opens with a little girl playing with a toy spaceship in a field of sunflowers. As she chases a ladybird, the scene cuts to the Reaper invasion and the death and destruction that ensues. That's fine though, because the invasion is miles away from our little friend and her sunflowers, right? Right? Well, sadly not, as when we rejoin her, a number of Reaper ships are hovering overhead. They could have left it there, we were already plenty horrified. But no, the scene fades to black, and in the next, Commander Shepard is picking up the girl's toy ship out of the ashes of the field. Let's be honest, the Mass Effect 3 trailer didn't need to go that hard. Audiences were already hyped for its release anyway, but it did go hard, and even rewatching it a decade on, we still get goosebumps. And number 1, Dead Island, official announcement trailer. There are numerous examples out there of titles that don't live up to the hype of their trailers, and although Dead Island ended up with a fairly respectable score of 80 on Metacritic, the game as a whole wasn't a patch on its official announcement trailer. The trailer debuted on February 16, 2011, and immediately got the world's attention. It tells the story of a family caught in the midst of a zombie outbreak whilst on holiday. Rather than simply playing out chronologically, however, the action takes place in reverse, opening with the lifeless body of a small girl and taking the audience backwards through how she got there. The teams behind the trailer also presented large chunks of it in slow motion so that the audience would focus less on the graphic violence and more on the story they were trying to tell. The chaotic nature of the events is also juxtaposed in stunning fashion by the trailer's music, and the somber, melancholy piano piece works in beautiful contrast to the horror unfolding on the screen. Although the trailer shows nothing in the way of gameplay footage, what it did was set Dead Island apart from other games in the genre by tugging on the audience's heartstrings through the use of its very human story. We here at Team TripleJump are big fans of tactics. They're minty fresh and come in a convenient container that fits right in your pocket. Oh, hold on. I've accidentally googled Tic Tacs. Give me a minute. We here at TripleJump love tactical strategy games. Whether we're controlling a squad of specialists in grid-based combat, or commanding platoons of grunts over vast battlefields, we enjoy the opportunity to test our long-term planning skills and our thinking muscles. There are plenty of stellar strategic games out there to challenge the smarts of the armchair generals among us, but in this video, we're specifically looking at those that are offshoots from already established franchises. Taking a game of another genre and giving it a tactical spin-off is like taking the player out of the action and suspending them above it all. Looking down with godlike prescience as lives are put in the balance. Will you become invested in the fate of every one of your valuable soldiers, or will you see them only as expendable tools to achieve victory? The only way to find out is to take command. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 tactical strategy spin-offs from popular video game series. Number 10, Gears Tactics, Gears of War. Known for its visceral action, chunky characters, and over-the-top set pieces, the Gears of War franchise is one of the pinnacles of the third-person shooter genre. Debuting in 2006, the series has been one of the mainstays of the Xbox brand. One particular game in the Gears of War series hit the PC first though, and appropriately enough for this list, it's the tactical strategy one. Gears Tactics changed the pace of the franchise's trademark action and presented the battlefield from a top-down perspective, while keeping the cinematic style of its parent series. This resulted in a highly polished tactical experience, where all the familiar weapons and enemies provided new options and challenges for would-be generals to enjoy. The game is also seemingly designed to discourage the common strategy game approach of sitting around and drawing the enemy in, picking them off on your terms. Nope, try to sit in one place in this game and prepare to be targeted with cover-ignoring rockets, have your position swamped by low-level grunts, or have your retreat cut off by devastating nemesis mortars. That's right, you got to keep moving in this game, kind of like Gears. Oh wow, it all makes sense now. Number 9, Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Survivor, Shin Megami Tensei. The Shin Megami Tensei series is no stranger to spin-offs. One of its spin-offs is more successful than the entity from which it spun off, and many of its spin-offs have spin-offs of their own. Whether you're interested in abstract fantasy epics, retro-style science fiction, supernatural high school mysteries, or busting spectacular moves on the dance floor, Shin Megami Tensei has something for you. Unsurprisingly then, you'll find a nice bit of tactical strategy in amongst all that spin-offery. Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor was originally released for the Nintendo DS in 2009, and put a tactical spin on the series' role-playing style while maintaining its unique atmosphere and demon summoning action. Set in a modern-day Tokyo that's been quarantined due to a demon outbreak, the player takes control of a party of hapless youngsters who are somehow able to summon and control said demons. Over the course of the game, a deep and multi-layered story unfolds, with the party growing from demon-haunted noobs who have no idea what's going on, to powerful supernatural summoners wielding terrific powers. In 2011, a demonic sequel was summoned, and then both games received souped-up re-releases for the 3DS. We've seen nothing from Devil Survivor since though, unfortunately. Maybe it's time to have a look at that, Atlas. Number 8, Pokemon Conquest, Pokemon. The Pokemon franchise has seen its fair share of spin-offs over the years, but the one that merges the critter battling franchise with Koei's historic grand strategy series, Nobunaga's Ambition, has to rank as the strangest of all. In Pokemon Conquest, players are tasked with uniting the 17 kingdoms of the Ransei region in a bid to bring peace to a war-torn land and encounter the legendary creator Pokemon Arceus. Instead of gaining experience for their pocket monsters, players must have them forge links to their warlord companions, boosting their stats on the battlefield. Warlords can also grow stronger through linking, and can even evolve should certain conditions be met. Each warlord will also have one or more Pokemon that he or she works especially well with. This spooky goth guy, for example, likes ghost types such as Duskull. Who'd have thought? Interestingly, the game's human characters are based on real-life figures from Japan's history, which pulls the game's two universes together nicely. However, no matter how much I dig through the encyclopedias at my local library, I can find no mention of legendary Japanese historic figure, Oda Nobunaga, being accompanied into battle by a Zekrom. Shame. Number 7, Halo Wars, Halo. Some of the best moments in the Halo franchise are when you're taking the fight to the Covenant enemy backed up by a few squads of Marines. The thrill, the camaraderie, the fact that if you're playing on Legendary, those hapless chumps aren't going to make it 30 seconds, it all adds to the feeling that you're part of something bigger than the Chief alone. A full-blown military operation. Someone at Microsoft must have had the same thought, because back in 2009, Halo Wars was released. Developed by the now defunct Ensemble Studios, previously responsible for the Age of Empires games, Halo Wars features all the cinematic action and colourful sci-fi techno-babble you'd expect from the series, but in real-time strategy form. Players were removed from the safety of Master Chief's rigid helmet and suspended above the action instead, delivering orders and building bases as epic confrontations played out down below. Built from the ground up to suit console gaming, Halo Wars made great strides in making the RTS genre properly viable for console-using players by implementing intuitive input methods, whilst also providing extra world building for franchise fans. Shame there was no Covenant campaign though. It would have been nice to be on the other end of those deadly spheres of luminous plasma for once. Number 6. R-Type Tactics. R-Type. Irem's R-Type series was a big deal back in the day. One of the foremost side-scrolling shooter franchises, R-Type was common in arcades and ported to most home systems, with the series enduring to this day. Back in 2007, however, Sony's PSP saw the release of a more thoughtful entry into the previously action-focused series, with R-Type Tactics. Known in America as R-Type Command, the game features 2 campaigns. The first puts the player in the shoes of a newly commissioned Space Corps commander, whereas the second follows the exploits of the same commander after being absorbed into the alien race known as the Bido. R-Type Tactics upholds the side-scrolling traditions of the series, presenting the turn-based battles in a side-on view that keeps the series' identity. Units are moved around hexagonal spaces, and players can choose from a range of ships with attacking and supporting roles. Unfortunately, the game's sequel never made it out of Japan. This is a real shame, not only because it would have been real nice for Western fans to continue the saga, but also because the sequel's subtitle, Operation Bitter Chocolate, has us all kinds of intrigued. What does it mean? Are the Bido sapping Earth's morale by making all of our chocolate taste bitter? What will they think of next? Number 5. Rockman Strategy. Mega Man. Here's one that you might not have known about, because according to our research, this particular piece of tactical action was released only in Taiwan. The Mega Man franchise is one of gaming's oldest and most beloved mainstays, known for its cutesy style, extremely tight gameplay, and unabashed trickiness. The game tends to feature the titular cyborg as he negotiates scrolling 2D environments filled with traps, dangers, and devious enemies. Rockman Strategy, using Mega Man's original name, presents the action from an isometric viewpoint and allows the player to control the titular hero and his allies in turn-based strategic battles. The story of the game concerns Dr. Wily's robot masters being deployed all around the world to undertake various nefarious deeds. And the player has a chance of recruiting these robot masters to his or her own forces by showing them mercy on the battlefield. The game has an odd visual style, with the faux 3D characters looking almost toy-like when viewed from above, and then changing up to take on the appearance of a 2D fighting game when characters attack each other, though the latter is non-interactive. Don't expect to be actually controlling their attacks. This is a tactical game, remember? We'll have none of your button mashing here. Number 4. Dynasty Tactics. Dynasty Warriors. Speaking of button mashing, have you ever played Dynasty Warriors? This hack-and-slash series is famous for its battlefields filled with hapless grunts for players to smash through on their way to victory. The franchise has a legion of fans whose numbers exceed those of the hordes of soldiers seen in the games. And among the many Dynasty Warriors spin-offs, you can find crossovers with the likes of Gundam, Persona, and The Legend of Zelda. In 2002, Dynasty Tactics was released for the PlayStation 2, and offered players a chance to unite the lands of ancient China from a more civilized distance. This strategic spin-off visualizes the epic and violent clashes by depicting animated pieces moving around a map, with each piece representing massive armies rather than just a single soldier. It's strategy on a large scale, as is befitting the series. Further exemplifying the grand scale is the fact that each turn represents a full day of warfare, with battles lasting up to 30 days, giving the impression that the players are overseeing epic multi-week spanning confrontations. Despite getting a decent reaction, Dynasty Tactics didn't sell well, and won GameSpot's 2002 Best Game No One Played award. Looks like Dynasty Warriors fans just want to get stuck in and mash some buttons after all then. Sorry Dynasty Tactics developers, but I came here to fight, not to think. Number 3. Fallout Tactics. Brotherhood of Steel. Fallout. Before the world's foremost post-apocalyptic series was scooped up by Bethesda, a tactical offshoot was attempted by Australian developer called Microforte. not to be confused with the early console dalliance, Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, Fallout Tactics Brotherhood of Steel was released in 2001, after Fallout 2 and before the aforementioned console action RPG. The gameplay falls somewhere between the previous Fallout games and the likes of XCOM, and gives players the ability to choose between 3 combat modes, 2 turn-based and 1 real-time. The player is responsible for a group of customizable specialists, and the story follows a Brotherhood of Steel splinter group's exploits in the areas around Chicago. The focus of the gameplay is on the combat, removing the exploration and NPC interaction aspects that the series were previously known for. Despite all this, the game definitely maintains the feel of the previous top-down Fallout games, portraying a gritty atmosphere and brutal, merciless clashes in an unforgiving world. Despite being so true to the franchise and receiving a good critical reception, when Bethesda acquired the rights to the Fallout universe, they deemed the game non-canon, with only vague and dismissive references to a Fallout Tactics story in subsequent games. A devastating snub, I'm sure you'll agree. Number 2, Final Fantasy Tactics, Final Fantasy. Not only is Final Fantasy Tactics a tactical spin-off from the renowned Final Fantasy RPG series, it's also one of the most influential examples of the genre to date. Though the likes of Fire Emblem, Tactics Ogre and Shining Force have already blazed a trail for grid-based tactical JRPGs, 1997's Final Fantasy Tactics introduced many tropes that would define the genre's future. Initially released on PlayStation 1 before receiving an enhanced port for PSP, the game featured a fantasy political tone and told a riveting and twist-filled story of political intrigue in the world of Ivalice. The battles were often very challenging, meaning that players had to know the abilities and limitations of their troops well, or risk being caught out, becoming surrounded, or having a pivotal healing character picked off due to careless placement. It really got you thinking, this one. The game received 2 follow-ups, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance on Game Boy Advance, and Final Fantasy Tactics A2, Grimoire of the Rift on Nintendo DS. Both games maintained the original game's quality and Ivalice setting, but lightened the tone slightly and implemented laws, arbitrary rules added to certain battles that were intended to change up the gameplay. Also, all the main characters are now children. They're still really good games though, I swear. And number 1, Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle, Mario and Raving Rabbids. 2 franchises spinning off into one? That sounds like a wildcard entry to me. When the worlds of Nintendo's mustachioed superstar and Ubisoft's manic rabbit alien things came together, gamers probably expected some kind of platformer or party game. What we weren't expecting, however, was a squad-based tactical strategy title in the vein of XCOM. Incredibly though, that's what we got. When the 2 game development behemoths came together to plan Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle, they opted to take the road less travelled, and pit Mario, some familiar friends, and a few allied Rabbids against the invading bunny horde. The battlefields are divided into grids, the action is turn-based, and varieties are added with different mission types and wacky gimmicks, such as warp pipes and ink blocks. Despite its bright and cheery exterior, it's still strange to see Mario, Luigi and friends slide into cover and engage in counterattack, suppressive fire, and other such devastating battle tactics, while equipped with wacky, colourful equivalents of sniper rifles and rocket launchers. Is it harmful to be introducing our children to the minutiae of tactical combat, hidden behind such a harmless and captivating veneer? Are we really doing the right thing? I just don't know. Anyway, anyone want a mint? I bought a lot of Tic Tacs.
There's nothing better after a hard day of slaying monsters or popping a cap in some fool's ass than settling down to a lovely bite to eat with the fam, or kicking back and having a drink with your loved ones. If you're lucky enough to be a character in a video game, it's highly likely that you'll be treated to a whole host of dining experiences from whatever world you happen to inhabit. Unfortunately, we mere mortals in the real world have to make do with whatever fluffy ruffs and egged hab slabs we can scrounge up from our local Greggs. For this video then, we're exploring those fantastical food and drink establishments that our video game characters love to frequent between quests, and that we wish we could too. If, like me, you love nothing more than chowing down on a delectable snackette, you'll probably also enjoy our other list of 10 delicious video game foodstuffs we'd love to eat, so why not give that a watch after you're done with this one? But please stick with this video first, it's really good, I promise. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are 10 video game bars and eateries we'd love to visit. Number 10. Café LeBlanc, Persona 5. If you're a person who loves food as much as I do, you can probably imagine nothing better than living in the attic above an adorable little Japanese coffee shop. Well, that is the lived reality of our protagonist in Persona 5, who is but a staircase away from a wide variety of delicious treats. Oh, imagine the smells when you wake up in the morning. Admittedly, Café LeBlanc is short of a chef, and your landlord isn't exactly forthcoming in the cooking department either, which means that you're expected to serve up the treats yourself, but please don't allow that to put you off. This delightful little eatery has space aplenty to enjoy a nice cup of coffee or whip up yourself a delicious curry. Why not invite your friends over too? Because what could be a nicer accompaniment with your cup of joe and chicken katsu than talk of heist plans? After all, you can't dream up these schemes on an empty stomach, can you? So go ahead and mix business with pleasure. Grab yourself a camper choo-choo and get to stealing some hearts, you little scamp. Number 9. Milk Bar, The Legend of Zelda series. The Milk Bar Kid is strong and tough, and only the best. Oh, no, it's not that, sorry. Have you ever wondered how Link grew up to be so gosh darn strong and handsome? Well, it's clearly because he's been spending all his hard-earned rupees down at the Milk Bar, chugging his body weight in dairy products. Not how I'd spend my paycheck for obvious reasons. The Milk Bar is first seen in Majora's Mask and is situated in East Clocktown. It's an exclusive members-only establishment, that serves creamery fresh delights to the well-connected locals. If you've got the right credentials, you can bag yourself an ice-cold glass of bog-standard milk for the bargain price of just 20 rupees, or if you're feeling a little more flush, why not splash out on a glass of the finest cow juice that money can buy. And while you're feeling a bit fancy, you could also purchase a glass of the vintage Chateau Romani for a mere 200 rupees. Yes, you sip down that very expensive creamy goodness and just try to forget that you're horrendously lactose intolerant. Number 8. The Seven Cats Inn, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. After a long day of witching and suffering through fools tossing coins at you, you've probably worked up quite a thirst. So sit yourself down and take a load off at the Seven Cats Inn. Don't be fooled by the adorable name. This tavern is a bit of a dive, frequented by misfits, scoundrels and knavish rogues, but is therefore the perfect hangout for a bloke of ambiguous morals like Geralt of Rivia. The beer is flowing, the welcome is warm, and the walls are wooden. Kick back with a nice glass of whatever brown alcohol is on offer today. Perfect for washing down your chunk of strange grilled meat. Again, we'll hope that the name of the place is as unrelated to the ambience as it is to what's on the menu. You can, of course, pick up a quest or two whilst you're here, or just while away the hours counting the numerous feline friends that can be found pottering about outside. Oh, it looks like there's 7 of them. Oh, that's where the name comes in. Oh, silly me. Oh, it's sweet they can just wander around like this. They don't come indoors though, do they? Like, not in the food preparation areas. Now I think of it, this grog does taste a bit funny. Number 7. Gelateria Bella, Hitman. Picture the scene. You've just clocked off from a hard day of covertly assassinating a plethora of ne'er-do-wells, and you fancy a treat. Whilst a trip down the casino or blowing your money on drugs and women might be expected of a rascal like you, you're just not feeling it today. No, what you need, my friend, is a nice big scoop of ice cream. And where better to indulge your sweet tooth than the delightful Gelateria Bella. Nestled away in the fictional Sapienza, a picturesque coastal town in Italy, Gelateria Bella serves up a whole variety of delicious treats to crowds of hungry citizens. Choose from a wide variety of artisan gelatos in cone or tub, you are the master of your own destiny after all, as well as pre-packed icy delicacies like the definitely not a Magnum ripoff Exclusivo. And for those of you who fancy something a little less chilly, you can also enjoy a nice slice of cake. Just like Grandma's. Pair that with the sunshine and lovely surroundings of Sapienza, and you've got the recipe for an afternoon that will put a smile on even aged Agent 47, stony face. Do you do hundreds and thousands? Number 6. Power noodles. In this world of post-apocalyptic Americana, there aren't all that many things to lift your spirits. A nuclear wasteland as far as the eye can see in one direction, bloodthirsty mutants in the other. And all the while you have to come to terms with the fact that this is pretty much it. Like, forever. But wait a minute, did someone say noodles? Oh, they sure did, friendo. Suddenly, life is worth living again, and things aren't all as bad as they seem. Because although everything out there is a bit plops, you can head on down to Power Noodles whenever you fancy, and have yourself a bowl of steaming hot, what's another word for noodles? Wet long boys. Whilst the flavour of noodles on offer is never revealed to the player, we think they look like they smell absolutely delicious, despite the fact that one of the broth's main ingredients is dirty water. Perhaps the best part of the dining experience here, though, is that the food is served up by an adorable little robot chef called Takahashi, who's always on hand to greet you with an enthusiastic "What's not to love?" Number 5. Cluckin' Bell, the Grand Theft Auto series. Cock-a-doodle-doo, it's time for chicken. If you dream of having fried chicken prepared for you by an angsty, underpaid teenager, why aren't you in KFC right now? But also, Cluckin' Bell is the spot for you. That's what I was supposed to say, sorry. Sadly, we're yet to be blessed in the real world with a fast food joint that serves up buckets of deliciously greasy, unidentifiable chicken pieces. Believe us, we tried to find one. So for now, we'll have to live out our fantasies through the good people of the Grand Theft Auto series. Sure, it might look as oily and gristly as it gets, but fast food is fast food, and fried chicken is fried chicken as far as I'm concerned. Treat your character to a clucking huge ultra meal, the delectable sounding foul burger, or a wing piece mega meal, all washed down with a giant cup of sprunk. If you're brave enough to venture out into the city with your kiddos, which you definitely shouldn't do, because of all the crimes, they can look forward to a little clucker box meal. There's even something for the veggies in the form of the V-Eggy veggie meal, though it does contain eggs. A lot of eggs, so sorry to all of our vegan pals. There's a definite gap in the market for a real-life Cluckin' Bell with the right business nous, we think. It could be a huge success. Maybe someone could dream up a proprietary blend of 10 secret herbs and spices. Or how about roping in some wizened old military man for the mascot? Lieutenant Flanders, perhaps? Nah, never mind. That'd never catch on. Number 4. Burger Time. Burger Time. Although we're pretty certain that precarious scaffolding and evil sentient hot dogs don't generally find their way into your average Wendy's, we've been racking our brains for hours and still can't come up with a reason why they don't. Sure, the food preparation techniques here are a little questionable, but once culinary wizard and arcade protagonist Peter Pepper has wrangled together the ingredients, Burger Time serves up the absolute finest in, you guessed it, burgers. Admittedly, you're not going to find any fancy fare here. No discount foie gras or hoisin crispy owl. We will never stop referencing that video, by the way. But sometimes all you want is something simple, and we're quite sure that Burger Time has the humble hamburger down to a T. Perhaps even better than the food itself, though, is the dining experience. Pop into Burger Time and you can watch some of the most elaborate kitchen gymnastics you've ever seen. No other chef puts on as good a show as this when at work. It's exactly what you need to accompany your perfectly seasoned hamburger served in a pillowy soft bun with crisp lettuce and tomatoes. Probably. We don't actually know, to be honest. It's like 8 pixels. Number 3. The Pig and Whistle Tavern, World of Warcraft. Another entry here for those among us who favour a liquid lunch every once in a while. Located in Stormwind City in the district of Old Town, the Pig and Whistle provides a warm welcome to the weary Alliance traveller. Although the food and drink on offer here is not the most varied, it's once again the state of the venue itself that keeps us coming back time and time again. Few pubs can boast a more welcoming ambience and rustic charm. Whether you're looking for a quaint, friendly place to meet your comrades comrades, a homely watering hole to spend the evening swilling ale, or just a cosy inn to rest your head, the Pig and Whistle has you covered. And if you do fancy a bite to eat, you can head upstairs and have a chat to Kendor Kabonka, who's peddling recipes for Westfall stew, yum, beer-basted boar ribs, double yum, and gooey spider cake. Not so yum, but good to know this place even caters for garden birds. Just a note, however, for any Horde players who are thinking of paying a visit to this lovely little pub, you're going to find yourself in a TV tropes you ain't from round these parts stranger kind of scene before you can say Quinkies, which sounds like a nonsense word I just made up, but number 2, Quinkies, watchdogs. Aside from the shocking things it will do to your cholesterol, what's not to love about a retro burger restaurant? We've already looked at one in this list, and here's another one we love even more. Dotted around the Watch Dogs universe, Quinkies serves up a delicious variety of fast food at reasonable prices. From triple-decker burgers and definitely 100% pork hot dogs, to glazed donuts and chocolate brownies, Quinkies has something for everyone, no matter how big your appetite. You can treat yourself to a cheeseburger and fries while you wait for your botnet to recharge, or grab a coffee and donut while you quickly hack someone's bank account. Just try not to fixate too much on the cleanliness of the establishment, which can probably best be described as dubious, but good for your immune system, I say. So head on down to Quinkies, slip into a semi-hygienic booth, catch up on life admin, and shovel some high-calorie, low-cost hot dogs into your massive gaping maw, you absolute champion. And number 1, Mother of Pearl, Final Fantasy XV. There are a number of eateries to be found throughout the Final Fantasy universe. However, if you're feeling a little bit swanky, then Mother of Pearl might be just the nighttime spot for you. Situated in the Golden Key Resort, Mother of Pearl serves up a smorgasbord of seafood treats, as long as you've got plenty of coin. You can expect the menu to be full of dishes like golden gratin, which is some sort of oyster dish we think, white fish and tomato sauce, which is exactly what it says on the tin, and Sea's Bounty Risotto, which we're assuming is risotto filled with salt water and bounty bars. Delish. Keep in mind though that while all these meals do sound delicious, each one will set you back a hefty amount of cash. Still, you can't put a price on quality. And as you're emptying your wallet, why not treat yourself to a spot of pudding in the form of Tenebrae Berry Opera, if I said that right. In easier to pronounce terms, it's a sort of chocolate mousse / cake looking creation that can be yours for the low price of 12,000 big ones? Jesus Christ, do I look like I'm made of money? I was about to suggest that you can enjoy your fishy feast all while surrounded by golden sands, palm trees and crystal clear waters, but I don't think it'd take long before you fell into a massive shame spiral thinking about the state of your next credit card bill, and the fact that you should have been saving the world this whole time. Has anyone got a fiver for the tip? And that's our list. But where in the gaming world would you most like to chow down with your pals? Let us know in the comments below. You can follow myself on TripleJump on Twitter here, and if you want to support the things you enjoy, then check out the rewards on our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I've been Peter from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
You don't need us to tell you that video game movies don't have the best reputation. Even the ones that aren't necessarily awful are generally deemed to be alright at best. But no matter how many Super Mario Bros. And Street Fighters are made, there will always be studios looking at the idea of a big screen adaptation with dollar signs in their eyes and a cha-ching sound effect playing in their heads. While the list of completed and released video game movies isn't very long, the list of video game movies in perpetual development is, with no one involved wanting to admit that most of them sunk years ago without a trace. However, that list of non-existent movies does contain some very interesting, frustrating, and downright confusing development histories, some of which we're going to be talking about today. So stick on your producer's hat, sit in the director's chair with your name on the back, and be prepared to shout, "What? That movie would have been amazing!" Because I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 video game movies that will never be made. Number 10. Uncharted. Okay, I know what the name of this video is, but allow us just one topical point on the list. Out of all the movies featured here, Uncharted is the most likely to end up actually existing, but it has definitely been a long time coming. An Uncharted movie was announced way back in the innocent, heady days of 2008, then was promptly stuck in development hell for the next decade. As it stands, a grand total of 12 different scriptwriters and 6 different directors have joined and left the production, as well as Chris Pratt and Mark Wahlberg being cast as Nathan Drake, rumours of Robert De Niro as Drake's father and Joe Pesci as his uncle, and Nathan Fillion being royally snubbed for Drake despite numerous fan campaigns and starring in the successful fan film. Still, over a decade since this all started, principal photography began in March 2020, with Tom Holland as Drake and Mark Wahlberg as Victor Sullivan. However, the shutting down of the entire planet, thanks to one thing or another, has meant the entire project has yet again been put on indefinite hold, so who knows when it's going to come out? Maybe early next year. Number 9. BioShock. From a movie that may eventually happen to a movie that is well and truly, and rather fittingly, sunk. Only a year after its release, Universal Pictures had big plans to transform BioShock's rotting underworld of Rapture into a blockbuster hit, with Pirates of the Caribbean director Gore Verbinski at the helm. Take-Two Interactive's chairman Strauss Zelnick even set up a state-of-the-art deal to make sure that it gets made. It then promptly failed to get made. According to a 2017 Reddit AMA with Gore Verbinski, Universal saw making a big-budget R-rated BioShock movie as a risk after the failure of Watchmen. In 2008, 2 months before filming was due to start, Verbinski handed over directing to Juan Carlos Fresnadillo, not wanting to change his vision to a more family-friendly affair. Ken Levine was also not keen and promptly pulled an Of Mice and Men on the project and killed it square dead. Spoilers for Of Mice and Men, by the way, sorry. It is tragic that Verbinski's BioShock was never made, especially with how well the similar aesthetic worked in the pirate films, but considering the family-friendly, bloodless blockbuster that it probably would have become under Universal's direction, it was probably for the best. Number 8. God of War. If Jason Momoa were a fictional character, people would laugh about how such a relentlessly cool guy couldn't actually exist, and yet he does. He apparently hasn't crossed enough names off his fictional badasses bingo card yet, because after playing Conan the Barbarian, Aquaman, and Khal Drogo, he now has his sights set on Kratos the God Killer himself. As with many video game adaptations, a God of War movie has been talked about since the game's inception in 2005, barely 4 months after the first game in the franchise was released. 5 years later, a script was turned down by Daniel Craig, an interesting choice for the man-mountain that is Kratos, and a new actor had to be cast instead, although whoever that was has never been revealed. A decade later, there have been next to no updates whatsoever, except that a script apparently does exist, as does a budget of $150 million. As for the director, producers, and the cast, I don't know. While Jason Momoa is still interested in playing Kratos, potential director Stephen S. DeKnight wants Dave Bautista for the role. I say they fight for it. I'd buy a ticket to watch that. Number 7. Halo. Someone apparently had a bee in their bonnet about making movies out of video games during the mid-2000s, seemingly riding the wave of hubris from the box office success of Tomb Raider and ignoring the utter flop that was The Cradle of Life 2 years later. Still, plans were drawn up for a Halo movie in 2005 and shared between Fox and Universal. Future Ex Machina director Alex Garland wrote the initial script, delivering it to the prospective studios with couriers dressed like Master Chief, which we don't have footage of, so take this gorgeous Photoshop instead. Wow! That's amazing. After a mind-boggling timeline of studio partnerships, gross percentages, and revenue breakdowns that made my head hurt to read, so I will spare you, Universal and Fox fell out massively over money in 2007, and the entire project was thrown, figuratively, in the bin. Steven Spielberg apparently then fished the idea out of that figurative bin because he's still on board with creating a 10-episode Halo miniseries for Showtime, which was due to begin production in late 2019. However, with what is going on as of mid-2020, its air date may not be for a while yet. Number 6. Metroid. Yet another video game adaptation, yet again, first mentioned in the 2000s. After an initial pitch for a Metroid movie fell through in 2004 once the rights expired, it was picked up again by Mission Impossible 2 director John Woo for a cinematic release in 2006, and well, it's been 14 years since then and there's been no news, so most people seem to assume it's dead and buried. After the infamous failure of Super Mario Bros. In 1993, a blight that has tainted the taste of every prospective video game movie since, Nintendo has been far stricter with their property rights, making it very difficult for anyone to even get their permission to draw up ideas for a Metroid film. Tiger Hill, who sounded like an awesome guy until I realised it was the name of the production company, brought on writers to help explore Samus's backstory, which proved difficult when they realised that no one at Nintendo had really given it much thought. It all unravelled from there. With Samus having no real motivation, she couldn't really be a backable movie heroine, so until someone comes up with an idea that Nintendo really likes, the movie isn't going to happen. Maybe one day, but not anytime soon. Number 5. Roller Coaster Tycoon. Well, hey, a video game movie not pitched in the mid-2000s. That's a nice change. Released in 1999, Roller Coaster Tycoon wasn't the first Tycoon game, but it certainly paved the way for a hell of a lot more of them. Zoo Tycoon, Airport Tycoon, War Crimes Tycoon. Anyway, there's loads of them. Still, it isn't that much of a surprise that the idea came about. It's not necessarily difficult to write a movie about a theme park and loosely connect it to the game series, which seems to be the plan according to director Harold Zwart when the project was first announced back in 2010. 2006's Night at the Museum was a major inspiration for the project, but after looking through the elephant graveyard of web pages relevant to the project, that seems to be about it in terms of news. It's still not entirely clear why Sony decided to make a go at Roller Coaster Tycoon a decade after it was originally released, as it didn't even have a main series entry between 2004 and 2016. Wired even said at the bottom of their 2010 article there's probably a method to Sony's madness, but I don't think there was. Number 4. The Sims. Oh, well, that was short-lived. Another entry, another hubristic pitch for a movie from the mid-2000s. Yet again, in 2007, 20th Century Fox purchased the rights to The Sims, planning on making it into a live-action film. Considering the main draw of The Sims is, depending on the kind of person you are, either designing the houses, designing the humans, micromanaging every aspect of the Sims' lives, or trapping them in an endless cycle of torment, locking them inside rooms, deleting swimming pool ladders, or watching them die in increasingly cruel and bizarre ways, the film would either have been a straight family-centric drama that happened to be called The Sims, or a horrific exploration of a family's hellish experience at the whims of an invisible and merciless god. A script was written by Secret Life of Pets writer Brian Lynch and had producers attached. However, when Disney bought Fox in 2019 and saw the state of all the pending in-production movies kept in a back room like that scene in Alien Resurrection, they decided to pull the plug, or rather, take a blowtorch to it all. Number 3. Borderlands. While a movie called The Borderlands does exist, it unfortunately isn't the one we're talking about, and exists only to torment those game fans who momentarily get excited that a film exists before having their dreams crushed, like that Skag's face in the opening cinematics, and the cool music that we can't play. YouTube's rubbish, isn't it? Along with Uncharted, this is another film that might well make it, against the stacked odds of it sinking without a trace like all the other entries on this list. Announced this year, or 2020 if you're watching from the future. The recent success of Sonic the Hedgehog and Detective Pikachu has apparently reignited the spark that video game movies might make money. Directed by Eli Roth and executive produced by Randy Pitchford, it's not clear which of the 3 games the movie will be based on, or if it will be a brand new story entirely. While casting is still not confirmed, Cate Blanchett is apparently being considered for the role of Lilith, which has caused some debate among fans about whether the 51-year-old should play the 20-something Siren. Still, it's not her first rodeo in playing ethereal, all-powerful women, so who are we to judge? Not this guy, she scares me. Number 2. Centipede. This is a 2-for-1 deal for Atari, as in 2016 they announced they were partnering with Emmett/Furler Oasis Films, who I've never heard of and I'm fairly sure you haven't either, although apparently they are responsible for this, to make a pair of films based on their popular 1980s arcade classics Centipede and Missile Command. A bizarre choice considering some of their other famous titles that haven't really had any decent adaptations yet. E/FO, cool abbreviation, seems to want to make gaming, including board games, movie adaptations their bread and butter, as they also began planning for a Monopoly movie back in 2015, although neither this nor the 2 Atari games have had any press coverage or news since 2016. Like with Roller Coaster Tycoon, a Centipede movie wouldn't necessarily be that difficult to adapt, considering it doesn't have the deepest lore. You're in a forest of giant mushrooms, plays it, battling a monstrously big Carboniferous period centipede with a gun. You that is, not the centipede, like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Predator. There isn't much in terms of actual plot, however. The Wikipedia synopsis is a grand total of a single sentence and... wait, you were a garden gnome all this time? Number 1. Just Cause. Yet another slow crawl of a development history. Just Cause, or as Microsoft Word is trying to correct it to, Just Because, was first announced as getting a movie adaptation in 2010. A few years later, in 2015, it was announced that filming was about to begin, before it apparently didn't, because 2017 then rolled around with Jason Momoa being cast as Rico Rodriguez, followed by a script being worked on in 2018 with Rampage director Brad Payton, who then promptly left the project in 2019. Still following? Because I'm bloody not. My head still hurts from all the legal jargon in the Halo entry. Suffice to say, though, nothing of the movie actually exists yet, although as of 2019 there were articles about how it's still in the works with Jason Momoa as the lead, so it doesn't seem to have been completely wiped out yet. I just want to see how exactly they'll achieve the wingsuit flights, the subsequent crashes, and also the sheer, exhilarating joy of attaching a rocket to a cow and watching it shoot off into the sky at 200 miles per hour. I know the RSPCA won't be pleased, but the cows are all CG, so we think it's fine. And that's our list. What other video game movies do you wish finally emerged from their perpetual development hell? There are a lot of them, so shove them in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
Heroes are great, aren't they? We here at Team TripleJump appreciate the way they save the day and do all the other hero stuff without expecting anything in return. Sometimes, though, we have to admit that the villain is just a little bit cooler. You know, the antagonist has been giving you a hard time throughout the game you're playing. Wouldn't it be nice to wield their powers for once? We've discussed games that let you play as the villain before, but this time we're specifically looking at instances where said villain was off limits until the sequel. Perhaps the whole thing was planned from the beginning, with the developers fully intending the ne'er-do-well in question to change their allegiances in time for a later game. Or maybe the character just appealed to fans so much that developers had to give the people what they wanted, and turn that despicable yet charismatic scoundrel into a playable protagonist, or a playable party member at the very least. Either way, we finally get to step into the shoes of someone who previously gave us a hard time, and use their once villainous qualities to further our own ends. What's not to like about that? I'm the always heroic Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 video game villains you play as in the sequel. Number 10, Miles Edgeworth. Initially coming across as tremendously cocky and coldly merciless in Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Miles Edgeworth is one of those characters that you just love to hate. Opposing protagonist Phoenix Wright in court, Edgeworth is as insufferable as he is unflappable, and an intimidating opponent in the courtroom. Dig a little deeper, however, and some truths are revealed about this lethal legal eagle. A childhood friend of Phoenix Wright, Edgeworth's life took a tragic turn when his father was murdered, with Edgeworth thinking that he was responsible. Things got even more upsetting when the real culprit was revealed to be none other than the person who took Miles in following his father's death, the villainous Manfred von Karma. This tragic past won the pitiable prosecutor a lot of fans, and his change in demeanour once the murder was solved caused these fans to sympathise even more, so it was only a matter of time before he took centre stage. This happened in Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations, where Edgeworth has to stand in for an injured Wright. Following this playable appearance, Mr. Edgeworth went on to star in a couple of spin-offs of his own, his early villainous status all but forgotten. From smug to sympathetic in just one game. Impressive. Number 9, Sarevok. Sarevok from Baldur's Gate has all the trappings of a great fantasy villain. Deep, booming voice, big scary suit of spiky armour, you know, all the cool stuff. The first in-game run-in with Sarevok sees him mercilessly slay the protagonist's mentor, and he will proceed to enact his nefarious plans throughout the lengthy adventure. His deeds include murder, slavery, and even a spot of market tampering, and he is enacting all this villainy in a bid to become the last remaining offspring of the god of murder. The protagonist is also a progeny of said god, and that's why they're in his way. After being soundly defeated at the end of Baldur's Gate, Sarevok can show up in the Baldur's Gate 2 DLC, Throne of of ball. It's a bit complicated how he got there, what with him being slain in the first game and all, but to cut a long story short, his spirit managed to reach the protagonist in a pocket plane, and the player has the option to sacrifice a bit of the protagonist's soul to revive him. Suddenly you've got yourself a powerful party member with an extremely shady past and a little bit of your soul powering him. Surely, nothing could go wrong, right? Number 8, Virgil. We're continuing the troubled sibling theme now with Virgil, the estranged brother of Devil May Cry protagonist Dante, and a character who definitely gives Saravolt a run for his money in the villainous offspring of supernatural beings and brother of the main protagonist stakes. After the death of their mother, Virgil and Dante parted ways, and while Dante embraced his human side, Virgil rejected it, instead embracing his demonic half. Showing up as an antagonist throughout the series, Virgil is involved in every mainline Devil May Cry game apart from Devil May Cry 2, and is the true identity of Nello Angelo, the big bad of the original adventure. Virgil's first playable appearance comes in a special edition of Devil May Cry 3, offering fans a different playstyle to master and finally giving them a chance to step into the shoes of Dante's demon-sympathizing brother. He can also transform into Nello Angelo, which gives him a whole new set of moves and powers to hack and or slash with. After this playable debut, Virgil makes a habit of showing up in special editions from that point on, appearing in the special editions of both Devil May Cry 4 and 5. Honestly, what makes him think he's so exceptional, eh? Number 7, Shiva. As the main antagonist of the Streets of Rage series, and the head of a far-reaching and extremely powerful crime syndicate, Mr. X is an example of someone who could definitely use a formidable bodyguard. I mean, he's very capable in a scrap himself, but why bother lifting a finger when he can afford a skilled martial artist to do his dirty work for him? That's where Shiva comes in. When players finally reach Mr. X in Streets of Rage 2, the crime boss will give the signal and Shiva will leap into action. Immune to throws and able to break out of holds with ease, Shiva proves one of the hardest fights in the game, and many a playthrough has ended at the last hurdle thanks to his martial prowess. Despite being repeatedly battered by him, however, fans took a liking to the super cool and intimidating Shiva, and Sega took note, as the bodyguard became a playable secret character in the third game. 27 years later, and Shiva was playable once again as a DLC character in Streets of Rage 4. He also manages to be a boss in both games. Talk about pulling double duty, though maybe that's how he stayed in such great shape after nearly 30 years. Number 6, Sho Minamimoto. Continuing the trend of super cool ensemble dark horses that fans took a liking to is Sho Minamimoto, perhaps the most deranged of all the villains in 2007's The World Ends With You. This Square Enix developed adventure offers unique touchscreen based gameplay and spins a tale of a mysterious Reapers game being played just outside of reality, where lives hang in the balance. Minamimoto is one of the aforementioned Reapers and directly opposes the protagonist whenever he appears on screen. Despite his antagonistic nature though, players found Minamimoto endlessly entertaining. His cool look, his tendency to speak through a megaphone, his freakish obsession with mathematics, and the adventure reveal that not only was he working against the player, but against the other Reapers too. This all combines to make him a delightfully unpredictable, charismatic madman. In 2018's Neo The World Ends With You, Minamimoto is one of many returning characters. To the surprise of everyone though, this time he joins the player's party near the start of the game. He's still obsessed with mathematics, he's still entirely unhinged, and he'll reveal nothing about his ultimate goals, but we can trust him, right? Well, not really. Just because he still opposes the Reapers doesn't necessarily mean he's got the player's best interests at heart either. Just be on your guard, yeah? Anyway, speaking of Reapers, number 5, Legion. Hold on to your hats, gang, because we've got ourselves a wildcard entry! In Mass Effect 2, players got the chance to recruit Legion, who is one of the Geth, a race of artificial intelligences that were common enemies in the first game. Throughout the events of the original Mass Effect, it's revealed that the Geth are under the control of Sovereign, a gigantic, ancient, super-intelligent entity known as a Reaper, who is acting as the vanguard of a swarm of cosmic horrors hell-bent on messing up the galaxy. In Mass Effect 2, it's revealed that not all Geth are Sovereign corrupted bad guys, and they can actually be pretty reasonable. The Geth platform known as Legion can even be recruited to Commander Shepard's cause, and the commander can gain a fascinating insight into the workings of his former foes. But how did Legion get on this list? It wasn't even created until after Sovereign was defeated. Well, dear viewer, the Geth are part of an enormous galaxy-spanning network. They share a collective memory, so what one platform experiences, they all experience. They are Legion, so in a way, Legion was right there in the first game when Shepard and Pals were blasting hordes of Geth right in their shiny faces. Number 4, Shinobu Jacobs and Henry Cooldown. We've got a 2-for-1 in this entry. Talk about great value. In the original No More Heroes, players take on the role of Travis Touchdown, a would-be assassin who attempts to fight his way back to the very top of the assassin rankings. During this less than noble quest, Travis finds himself face to face with a colourful mix of rivals who are encountered in boss fights throughout the game. Handily for this list, 2 of them are playable in the sequel. First up is Shinobu, a seemingly bloodthirsty assassin from the first game who returns as a playable character in No More Heroes 2 Desperate Struggle. Sharing Miles Edgeworth's pain of having a father who is murdered in mysterious circumstances, she initially thinks Travis was to blame, but apparently forgets all of this by game 2. The second returning assassin is Henry Cooldown, who reveals that he is in fact Travis Touchdown's twin brother during one of their battles. I mean, I guess their surnames sound similar at least. Strangely though, Henry is only playable in his own dream sequence, where he fights off bizarre robot child Mimi. The question then is this: if it was all a dream, did we ever truly play as Henry at all? The answer is yes. Yes, we did. Number 3, Knuckles. It may seem strange today, but hard-hitting pink Echidna Knuckles wasn't always on Sonic's side. The pugilistic porcupine made his debut in Sonic 3, and his first in-game action was to bonk Super Sonic so hard that he lost his Super, and all the Chaos Emeralds too. Knuckles quickly gathered the emeralds and handed them over to Dr. Robotnik, and a game-long rivalry was born. Further encounters with Knuckles include the debuting character operating sneaky bridge traps, nefariously powering down Carnival Night Zone, and lots of punching. But why is Knuckles doing all these heinous things? Well, because Robotnik told him that Sonic was coming after the Master Emerald, the treasure that Knuckles has sworn to protect. Understandably, Knuckles decided to trust the guy with the mad scientist mustache and the army of robots tagging along, as opposed to his fellow woodland creature, and the rest is history. Luckily, as evidenced by the title of the next game in the 16-bit Sonic series, the Hedgehog and the Echidna mostly managed to sort their differences out by the time Sonic and Knuckles came around. Also, through some cartridge trickery, Knuckles became playable in Sonic 3 too. If only we could all learn to forgive as quickly as that heroic hedgehog. Number 2, Bass. Looking like some kind of black and gold version of Mega Man with a flamboyant crest to make him stick out a bit more, Bass was first introduced in Mega Man 7. Created by Dr. Wily specifically to be a rival to Mega Man, these two were never going to get on, and Bass's brash and cocky attitude definitely doesn't help. He is fought on 4 separate occasions throughout Mega Man 7, and even tricks Mega Man into trusting him at one point, before trashing Dr. Light's lab and making off with all of Mega Man's upgrades. Disgusting behaviour, I'm sure you'll agree. Bass would continue in his role of cocky rival with anger issues throughout Mega Man 8, and despite playable appearances in versus modes and racing spin-offs, his first playable appearance in a campaign was in the rather appropriately named Mega Man and Bass. Don't go thinking he's turned over a new leaf or anything though. He's only fighting the bad guys so he can show everyone how much better he is than Mega Man by saving the day first. Honestly, this guy needs to chill out and find a different hobby. Take up yoga, or painting, or maybe even learn an instrument. Bass, maybe? And number 1, King Dedede. We've had some truly despicable villains on this list so far, but step aside for the most tyrannical of them all, the greedy, despotic oppressor known as King Dedede. Alright, so his name isn't very intimidating, and he looks kind of cute, but in 1992's Game Boy title Kirby's Dream Land, this villain was as diabolical as they come. Not only did he and his associates steal all of Dreamland's sparkling stars, but they took all of the food too. Makes me angry just thinking about it. Angry and hungry. Following his heinous debut, King DDD begins to fall into misunderstood villain territory, with his seemingly nefarious deeds in Kirby's Adventure revealed to be an effort to keep an even bigger bad guy sealed away. After gradually turning to the light side, King DDD's first playable appearance was in the mini-games of Kirby 64 The Crystal Shards. By the time the likes of Kirby's Superstar Ultra and Kirby's Return to Dreamland came around, the rotund, self-proclaimed king became playable outside of minigames, and his status as Kirby's reformed frenemy was cemented. Don't let your guard down though, Kirby. This could all be part of some decade-spanning gambit to win your trust and then suddenly swipe your food again. I've got my eye on you, King. I don't think it's unfair to say that modders are the backbone of the gaming community. These creative individuals spend hundreds, if not thousands of hours building software that will improve the experience of playing our favourite video games, and often without any sort of recompense. Whether they're fixing problems the developers won't, adding additional content so players can get more of what they love, or just doing stuff like this, they're providing us players with an invaluable service. They're even on hand to add VR to your favourite titles, and for this list, we're looking at some of the best examples. If you're desperate for more immersion with an added sprinkle of motion sickness, then these guys have you covered. Before we get into this, please be aware that these mods are fan-made, and therefore must be obtained from a source unaffiliated with the original developer. If you are keen to add any of these to games you own, we recommend seeking a reputable site from which to download them. We don't want you ending up with some nasty virus that steals your carefully curated collection of memes. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 times fans modded VR into non-VR games. Number 10, Horizon Zero Dawn. When it was released in 2017, Horizon Zero Dawn delighted PlayStation 4 owners with its stunning open world, gripping narrative, and action-packed combat. Anyone who didn't own a Sony machine wasn't so pleased though, as the game was exclusive to PS4. That all changed in 2020, however, as the game was ported to PC and a whole bunch of new players got to enjoy it. Sadly, players were unable to experience the title in VR, and developer Guerrilla Games seemed to have no intention of adding that feature. Enter Luke Ross, modder supreme, to rectify the problem. Through some technical wizardry that our writer isn't even going to pretend she understands, Ross was able to shift the game's perspective to first person, allowing players to truly experience things from Aloy's perspective. He also rearranged the UI to ensure it was always in the player's field of view, and made it so players can aim their bow by moving their head rather than the analog sticks. The mod doesn't include motion controls, but it does allow players to fully immerse themselves in the world, and get close to many NPCs and giant robotic enemies. If you're interested in trying the mod for yourself, you can find it on Luke's Patreon. Number 9, Alien Isolation. If there's one genre that really shines in VR, it's horror. The level of immersion afforded by the medium really allows players to lose themselves in the terror, and forces them to get up close and personal with all of the spookums. When Alien Isolation was released, it scared the bejesus out of pretty much everyone that played it, and those who say it didn't are probably lying. Naturally, first-person spooks weren't enough for the most hardcore of horror fans, and people began demanding a VR version of the game. Fortunately, modder Nibre was on hand to sate the angry mob, releasing the Mother VR mod in 2017. The mod is free of charge, and once installed allows players to complete the game entirely in VR. Alien Isolation is a hugely tense experience, but the sense of impending doom was amplified several-fold once players were right in the midst of the action and unable to hide behind the sofa cushions. Well, I suppose you could try, but good luck jamming a pillow between your face and an Oculus Rift. The great news for Nibre is that his mods proved so successful that it was noticed by 343 Industries, the folks behind Halo, and given a job. Aw, how nice. Number 8, Grand Theft Auto 5. Well, 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 look who it is. Luke Ross back at it again with another VR mod. Incorrigible. Indeed, long before he brought the exploits of Aloy to the VR market, Ross spent his precious time carefully crafting a mod that allows players to experience all the delights of Los Santos in virtual reality. Honestly, we're surprised that Rockstar haven't already gotten on the GTA 5 VR wagon, but hey, I suppose they're busy re-releasing the standard version for the 37th time. Those who have played GTA 5 will know the game is absolutely massive, and features a huge open world that players can explore at their leisure, so what better way to experience it than having it right up in your grill? Players will need a beefy computer in order to successfully run the mod, but if you're lucky enough to own a decent rig, you're going to have a fantastic time jumping into the shoes of Michael, Franklin and Trevor and causing some serious mayhem. Perhaps the only downside to the mod is that it doesn't come with motion controller support, but it's still the best way to experience a life of crime without having to go to jail afterwards. Number 7, Elden Ring. At the time of writing this list, it's still only June, but even so, it seems like Elden Ring is set to remain the best game of 2022. The open world is nothing short of breathtaking, the combat is satisfying and punishing in equal measure, and the story is fantastic. Though it does irritate us somewhat that George R.R. Martin spent time writing for Elden Ring and not finishing A Song of Ice and Fire. The only thing Elden Ring doesn't have though is VR. Until now. Indeed, your boy Luke Ross is back again with yet another VR mod, and this time it allows players to walk a mile in the shoes of the Tarnished. The mod allows fans to play the game in either third or first person, but regardless of which you choose, it's a highly immersive way to experience From Software's masterpiece. The mod currently only supports standard controller play, but it gives players the full 6 degrees of freedom experience, allows them to slow down time if they wish, and will even let them turn off enemy aggro if they just want to lose themselves in their stunning surroundings. If that sounds like your flask of tears, then you'll need to get that credit card ready, as the Elden Ring VR mod is only available to Luke's supporters on his Patreon. Number 6, Quake 3 Arena. There are a number of multiplayer-focused first-person shooters available to fans of VR, but let's face it, not one of them can hold a candle to Quake 3 Arena. Unfortunately, the 1999 FPS from id Software has never gotten a VR release, and so it's fallen, once again, to the modding community to give the people what they want. Modder Dr. Beef launched Quake 3 Quest in May 2022, and it has already gotten positive responses from fans of the original title. Unlike some of the previous mods in this list, Quake 3 Quest provides players with full motion control support, meaning that instead of playing with a traditional controller, they're able to utilise their VR controllers to interact with the environment. Plus, it comes with B-Haptics Vest support, so if you're lucky enough to own one of those, you'll be blessed with immersion off the charts. What's even better is the mod comes with the official id Software Quake 3 demo, so players don't even have to own the game to get a piece of the action. If you want to play the whole thing, then of course you'll have to make your way over to Steam or other similar retailer to purchase it. Number 5, Return to Castle Wolfenstein. When it was released in 2001, fans of the Wolfenstein series were treated to yet another opportunity to shoot Nazis in their stupid Nazi faces. Return to Castle Wolfenstein received a huge amount of praise from critics, who were impressed by its polish, addictiveness, and just how fun it was to play overall. By this point, though, fans of the game may be looking for a fresh way to experience it. After all, it's been over 20 years since its original release. Fortunately, Dr. Beef, who you might remember of our Quake 3 entry, was on hand to give Return to Castle Wolfenstein a whole new lease of life. The RTCW Quest mod, which is available exclusively on the Oculus Quest, transports players to Castle Wolfenstein where they're able to utilise motion controls to stab and shoot the heck out of some really bad people. The mod also comes with a teleport mode. For those of you whose VR legs, yes, we're told that is the technical term, aren't too strong, as well as a lefty mode for cack-handed people like James Jenkins. One of the only things it doesn't have is multiplayer support, which is unfortunate, but on the plus side, the mod does come with a demo version of the game, so players can give it a go without having to commit to any kind of purchase. Number 4, Valheim. When Valheim went into early access in February 2021, players were wowed by the survival experience that Swedish developer Iron Gate Studio had created. Within a month, the game had sold over 5 million copies, and critics were floored by just how polished it was for a game that wasn't even completed yet. As it stands, the full game is due to launch on PC in late 2022 and on Xbox One and Series in 2023. If you're one of the 5 million people that have already played the game and are counting down the days to its release, you might want to try your hand at its VR mod. Created by Brandon Musso, the VHVR mod allows players to immerse themselves in the gorgeous world that Valheim's creators have developed, as well as full motion control support, which allows players to do things like swing melee weapons and wield a bow. The mod overhauls the previously flat screen HUD in order to make it more intuitive for VR players. In addition to this, the mod also supports the B-Haptics Vest, so those of you who are all about that immersion can really lose yourselves in all that Valheim has to offer. Number 3, The Elder Scrolls 3, Morrowind. Since Todd Howard seems intent on releasing Skyrim for any device that has circuits, it's unsurprising that the game got a virtual reality release. Sadly, it looks like the rest of the Elder Scrolls series is destined to remain VR-less, at least in any official capacity anyway. Luckily, the modding community are on hand to scratch that fantasy itch, and players can now enjoy 2002's Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind in stunning VR. Thanks to the hard work of OpenMW team member Mads Bubik Sandve, players can now fully immerse themselves in a stunning island of Vardenfell. Not only does the mod allow players to lose themselves in the spectacular open world, but it also comes with full motion control support, so you can reach out and touch it as well. Unlike traditional mods, the OpenMW project is a brand new engine, and doesn't use Morrowind.exe at all, though players will need to own a copy of the game in order to get the mod working. OpenMW boasts native support for Mac, Linux and Windows, improved physics, UI improvements and bug fixes to name but a few of its perks. What's even better than that though, is that it's free, so you won't have to fork out more cash to get your Morrowind VR fix. Number 2, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Resident Evil 3 Remake, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard and Resident Evil Village. 4 entries for the price of 1? Oh, don't we spoil you. In 2017, the good folks over at Capcom released Resident Evil 7 for the PlayStation VR, and ever since then, fans of the spooky series have been clamouring for more virtual reality frights. Their wish was partially granted in October 2021, when Resident Evil 4 was released exclusively on the Oculus Quest, and in June 2022, when the studio announced that Resident Evil Village would be coming to the PSVR 2 at some point in the future. By that point though, modders had already taken things into their own hands. And not only did they create mods that allowed PC players to play 7 and 8 in their terrifying glory, but they'd also done the same for the Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes as well. Indeed, modder Preydog has been hard at work recently transforming a number of entries from your favourite survival horror franchise into virtual reality experiences. All 4 mods include full motion controls, and both Resident Evil 2 and 3 have been transformed from third to first person. Already thrilling battles become nail-bitingly tense, G-Virus infected zombies feel like they're actually attacking you, and don't get us started on Lady D. Oof, that hat! And number 1, Half-Life and Half-Life 2. 2 games in the number 1 spot? You might be thinking to yourself, you've gone mad, Ashton! I can assure you though that we have not lost our minds. It's just Half-Life and its sequel are both fantastic games that just so happen to have excellent VR mods. Deciding which one to put on this list would have been like Sophie's choice. It looks increasingly likely that Half-Life 3 will never see the light of day, and so fans of the series have taken it upon themselves to create new ways to enjoy their beloved franchise. With Half-Life Alyx going down so well, naturally gamers are turning to VR to relive the horror of being attacked by a headcrab. The Lambda 1 VR mod brings the game into full VR, and not only allows players to step into the shoes of the very handsome Gordon Freeman, but also gives them full motion controls, meaning that they can smash things with that crowbar to their heart's content. At the time of writing, the Half-Life 2 VR mod is in closed beta, but it's already looking fantastic, and once it's finished, players will be able to download it free via Steam, meaning that it'll be as easy to install as, well, any other game from Steam, I suppose.
Power. It's a topic of discussion that has given birth to many great philosophies, old and new. With great power comes great responsibility. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Heroes in a half shell, turtle power. Basically, when you've got power, try not to be a Joffrey about it, okay? Indeed, in the wake of the Game of Thrones finale, don't worry, this video is totally spoiler-free, although if you've not watched it yet, what are you doing? There are all kinds of opinions flying around regarding who should and shouldn't have wound up as the reigning monarch. Personally, we were hoping King Robert would be resurrected and everyone would just celebrate by getting drunk and shouting at jousters, but like I say, it's a spoiler-free video, so I won't disclose whether or not that particular wish came true. Anyway, power. We were talking about power. And if the people of Westeros are looking for lessons on how not to train your ruler, the world of video games has them covered for sure, with deception, political maneuvering, and good old-fashioned evil dictatorships par for the course. So, let's have a look at some of gaming's most despicable despots, shall we? I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 most tyrannical video game rulers. Number 10, Presidente Reyes, Red Dead Redemption. John Marston isn't the best judge of character when it comes to leader figures. In his quest for redemption from his days with Dutch, he crosses the border south into Mexico, meeting the excellently mustached Colonel Agustin Allende, who's working to snuff out a rebellion incited by charming revolutionary Abraham Reyes. And it winds up the typical story, playing both sides against each other before helping the rebel scum overthrow an oppressive, corrupt regime. One fort assault later, we confront old pal Javier Esquella for his most questionable of life choices, siding with a brutal dictatorship. What happened to you, Javier? We used to go fishing together. And then it's the end of the story, right? No, nice rebel leader Reyes turns out to be a pretty awful leader himself, more obsessed with womanizing and his own personal quest for power than bringing any form of democracy to Mexico. El Presidente turns into the same tyrannical leader he fought to replace, basically, but we helped him get there. Oh dear. On top of that, in the Undead Nightmare DLC, Reyes finds an ancient Aztec mask that unleashes a horde of zombies upon the land. Good job, Marston. Backed the wrong horse again. Number 9, Emperor Emir var Emreis, The Witcher 3. The Witcher series doesn't exactly shy away from atrocities, whether they stem from man-made wars, supernatural abominations, or a disturbing combination of men and magic. Despite the fantasy setting, the world is a bit more nuanced than simply good guys versus bad guys. The Bloody Baron's an angry drunk and frankly awful family man, but suffers some harrowing moments as karma kicks him in the knackers. Chess-obsessed lunatic King Radovid is no stranger to maniacal tendencies either, punishing subjects with blinding and mutilation without a second glance, but is still strangely popular as the biggest opposition to the southern empire of Nilfgaard. And it's their emperor that we have the biggest concerns about. Apart from being incredibly rude to the guy he's appointed to save his daughter and forcing Geralt into this ridiculous outfit, our Imperial Majesty has developed a bit of a taste for conquering provincial territories and decimating them as he goes. Being an insane monarch like Radovid is one thing, but Emir's expansionist greed and near constant warring is an intentional choice and not the sign of a secure, well-rounded individual. Plus, he's voiced by Charles Dance, and everyone knows his Thrones character, Tywin Lannister, is proper sketchy. Kind of brilliant, no question, but definitely proper sketchy. Number 8, President Johnson, Metal Gear Solid 2. Introducing everyone's favourite crotch-cupping president. No, not that one. It's James Johnson. While you'll probably remember President George Sears, aka Solidus Snake, as a supposedly more villainous leader, being the catalyst for the events in Metal Gear Solid 2, it's career sleazeball Johnson that often gets overlooked for the somewhat niche Worst Metal Gear President Award. By his own admission, he's a pawn in the game of the Patriots, the shadow organisation that controls the government, and he's perfectly fine with that. The shameless yes man happily wormed his way to the top, playing along with the sideshow all so he could attain more personal power. Under orders, he pumped money into space defense, missile technology, the development of a purified hydrogen bomb, and pledged to close down Guantanamo Bay. Okay, admittedly that last one wasn't so bad. He also schemed with Solidus and his acts of terrorism for a time, hoping to get some sweet, juicy blackmail material. Oh yes. While he did redeem himself in the end, sacrificing his own life to stop a nuclear missile launch, he's still the very definition of a sleazy politician, right down to the groin grab. Number 7, El Presidente, the Tropico series. Wait, what? Why is he on here? Since when has dubious leadership ever caused any trouble in paradise? Look at all these stand-up politicians from... hello. How about... never mind. Okay, so maybe being the ruler of a beautiful tropical tourist trap isn't all drinking margaritas, reclining in hammocks, and listening to Agadoo on repeat. Taking a more satirical stab at corrupt island nations, the Tropico series places you as El Presidente, leader of your very own banana republic. It's all very holly-jolly as you start your own empire with just a blank canvas and a pocket full of dreams. The USA and USSR both pop in for friendly but firm suggestions, and advisors help you with important aspects like policy, palace placement, and fashion. Oof, living the 1940s lampshade shoulders there. Honestly, ruling a country has never been easier. Are the general public refusing to acknowledge your superior reign? Just rig an election. Too many intellectuals writing unsavory things? Time for a book burning party. Environmentalists causing a fuss after you loaned out the island as a nuclear testing site? Just get the military in for a civil debate on the issue. It feels good to be El Presidente, and with a beard like that, it looks good too. Number 6, Empress Theodora, The Skies of Arcadia.
My mommy told me the people in Lower C rarely get to eat white bread, but that's stupid. If they can't eat bread, why don't they just eat cake?
Proclaims this spoiled brat, blissfully unaware of the frankly shocking working conditions imposed on the majority of the Empire in Skies of Arcadia. This cult Dreamcast title, later remastered for the GameCube, has you live the life of a sky pirate in a fight against the wealthy tyrannical Valuans, led by the pompous Empress Theodora. It's tough enough in a world with floating islands and bloody massive sky whales, without a resource-hungry empire going all-world conquest and threatening innocent natives with an armada of death and destruction. Though I am aware of the irony in the situation, complaining about this and also, being from Britain. Anyway, the point is the indigenous people's home continent is facing an energy crisis, but rather than cutting back on luxuries like PlayStations and clotted cream scones and all of these bloody cannons, what the hell? Empress Theodora would rather build up the military and take other people's precious things in true colonial fashion. God save the Queen. And all this just so the self-righteous Empress can leave behind a nice, prosperous nation for her disapproving son Enrique. It violates all kinds of human rights, but as Theodora says, there's no point in worrying about the petty worries of the people, so suppose it's all for the greater good, we guess. Number 5, The Elusive Man, Mass Effect. There are few leaders more mysterious or menacing than Mass Effect's Elusive Man. A shadowy operator rarely seen in public, the leader of the pro-human group Cerberus prefers his dastardly deeds in a more Machiavellian flavour, plotting and scheming behind the scenes. He's got big plans for the human race and he won't let silly things like morality get in the way. And as if it wasn't bad enough, bringing journalist, abuser and terrible dancer Commander Shepard back from death and then bankrolling his or her reign of terror throughout the galaxy, the cigar-smoking shyster then decides it's probably a good idea to try and control Reaper technology for the good of humanity. Oh yeah, sure, that sounds really great, really safe. The Reapers, the sentient AI ships hell-bent on wiping out the galaxy because it's been a few thousand years since a good spring clean. Sure, nothing bad could come of that, certainly not indoctrination and bad skin conditions. The Elusive Man's whole corporate bigwig pulling the strings shtick is enough to set alarm bells ringing on its own, but his insatiable lust for advanced technology for the greater good is classic bad guy reasoning. Number 4, King Ciaran, Fire Emblem Fates. In Fire Emblem Fates, family matters are more confusing than Joffrey taking a 23andMe test. The main character, canonically named Corrin, was born to the Hoshido royal family, but kidnapped by rival royals of the Nor Kingdom, didn't realise they were adopted, and now has to choose between the two sides. It's a bit of a mess, honestly, kind of a Jerry Springer job, really. Rather unusually, the Nintendo 3DS title offers 2 different versions of the story, depending on if you side with the nice guys, Hoshido, or the darker, seemingly evil faction of Nor. I hope I'm pronouncing all these words right, I've not actually played this game. Take the latter and you'll witness firsthand how much of a jerk the power-hungry King Ciaran is. He shows no care for the peons that fill our town, threatening any disobedience with death. He also cares very little for his children, sending little orphan Corrin into a fake confrontation only to be set up by the king's lackey hands, and not to mention the whole take this creepy eyeball sword, it's totally not going to explode in the middle of your family reunion gag. Sorry Ciaran, but actually admitting your children were all pawns in your power games is definitely not Father of the Year material. Number 3, Ulfric Stormcloak, Skyrim.
Hey, you're finally awake.
Oh god, not this guy again. If I have to hear one more story about your racist friend Ulfric Stormcloak, I swear to god, he's sitting right next to me, isn't he? No. Actually, you know what, Mr. Stormcloak? I do have a few things to say to you.
Shut up back there.
No, I won't shut up. It's about time someone said this. Frankly, the way you're running Windhelm, absolutely disgusting. Subjugating the Dark Elves to the poor quarter of the town, not even letting Khajiit into the city walls. You, sir, are a xenophobic bigot. Oh, Skyrim is for the Nords, is it? You need to realise that without these other races, we'd all be speaking High Elf and wearing Thalmor clothes already. And while we're on the subject, do you really think it's a good time to cause a rebellion in Skyrim with the Thalmor knocking on the Empire's door? We need to band together. We need to be strong and stable in the face of the elf Nazis. Now, I'm not saying all elves are evil and Nazis. I'm just, look, you're the racist one here, right? Don't turn it on me. God. And your big furry cloak looks ridiculous as well. Number 2, M. Bison, Street Fighter. Some evil rulers shy away from their position, shrouded in mystery or convincing themselves that it's all for the greater good. Shut it! But that's what we like about M. Bison. He at least knows who he is, a megalomaniac dictator hell-bent on world domination. And he's not afraid to show his true colours, even down to his military chic wardrobe. Our fashionable fascist has a big ambition, aiming to control the world's governments through his crime syndicate, Shadaloo. Isn't that the song we were singing in Tropico? First appearing in Street Fighter 2, Bison has stirred up some serious beef with pretty much every character in the series. He's kidnapped Ryu, brainwashed Ken, and narked off previous employees like Sagar and Seth. He's responsible for the murders of Chun-Li's father and both of Juri's parents, driving the latter down a path of inappropriate wardrobe choices due to the lack of a father figure there to say, "You're not going out dressed like that." He exhibits all the signs of a psychopath, with a vast ego, a god complex, and acts of atrocity. But damn, does he look good doing it. What is with all these really well-dressed tyrants? And number 1, Handsome Jack, Borderlands. There's nothing more dangerous than a dictator who thinks he's the good guy, except maybe a dictator that buys a horse literally made of diamonds purely as a joke to flaunt his wealth. Handsome Jack is the wisecracking, deluded CEO of Hyperion, first appearing in Borderlands 2. And for all his quips and one-liners, this guy's a real piece of work. After his mega corporation took over the planet Pandora, Jack plastered propaganda posters of himself everywhere, like any rational leader would do, I guess. He also took credit for the Vault Hunters' work in the original Borderlands, and frequently chips in to remind the protagonists they're basically psychotic bandits. Very much a case of the pot calling the kettle a psychotic bandit. Jack is in many ways an unparalleled tyrant, from scooping out people's eyeballs with a spoon, to sending hitmen to kill his own grandma, imprisoning his daughter, blaming her sacrificial death on the Vault Hunters, and shooting a baby. It was just the one baby, and it was being a dick. But come on, Jack, just rein it in a bit, okay? Jesus. And that's our list. If we missed out any other obvious candidates for worst ruler ever, let us know in the comments below, but just make sure they're worse than most, okay? You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and if you want to support the things you enjoy, then why not check out the rewards on our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
When you think about it, the average gun is really rather boring, isn't it? Oh, look at me. I'm a gun. I can make big holes in things. Yawn. In video games, however, you aren't limited to a boring old Smith & Wesson that just fires bullets. No, sir. A weapon that fires exploding chickens? It's yours. A gun shaped like a novelty foam hand? Here you go, child of mine. Or how about a firearm that turns your enemies into sheep? You got it, it's yours, here it is. For this list, we're taking a look at some of the coolest guns in video game history. A few ground rules before we start. Firstly, as long as a weapon is gun adjacent, i.e. it has a trigger and fires at least one projectile, it's eligible for this list. We won't be including anything akin to a crossbow or flamethrowers because, well, they're just not guns, are they?
Anything we can do about that heat?
Rick, it's a flamethrower.
Yeah.
Also, if you're looking for Squall's Gunblade, you'll find it in our list of the 10 coolest swords in video game history. We've decided it's a sword, not a gun, and what we say goes, so yeah. With all that out of the way, I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are the 10 coolest video game guns. Number 10, Ray Gun, Call of Duty series. Ever since it first made its appearance in 2008's Call of Duty World at War, the zombie mode has been a favourite of COD fans all over the world, and perhaps its most noteworthy weapon is the ray gun. One of the Wonder Weapons, a series of fictitious armaments that exist within the zombie universe, the ray gun is a pistol-style handgun that fires plasma rays capable of obliterating even the feistiest of undead chompy boys. Arguably the most sought-after weapon in the zombies mode, the ray gun is highly powerful, and is capable of taking out your aggressors in one shot for the first 20 or so levels. This is highly convenient if the gits are stubbornly refusing to drop max ammo or insta-kill perks. In later games, namely Call of Duty Black Ops 2, 3 and 4, the ray gun got a serious upgrade, with the Mark II dealing almost 22 times damage when taking headshots. This means if you're lucky enough to get your hands on one, and you've got a decent enough aim of course, that you might be able to power your way through the first 70 levels without so much as breaking a sweat. Number 9, Rhino 5, Ratchet & Clank A Crack in Time. When a weapon is bestowed with a name as direct as rip you a new one, as is the case with Ratchet & Clank's Rhino series of weapons, then you know you're going in for a cracking time.
Oh, you stink!
Described by the game as the deadliest weapon in the known universe, the Rhino 5 packs a serious punch, though it's certainly not the easiest gun in the crack of time to obtain, with the players having to find 10 pieces of hollow plan in order to get their hands on one, though it is by far the coolest. Upon pulling the trigger, players will find that the Rhino 5 is able to shower enemies in hails of bullets in mere seconds. Every so often, it also fires a highly destructive missile capable of blowing your adversaries to kingdom come. This might not sound all that impressive, however the speed at which it can mow down enemies is somewhat awe-inspiring. Oh, and did we mention that it causes all of this destruction to the tune of Tchaikovsky's 1812 Overture? You know, the epic piece of music that goes... Yeah, that one. You know?
Yeah.
Number 8, BFG 9000, Doom series. When you're faced with legions of Hellspawn, as our good friend Doom Guy so often is, then you need a very large weapon capable of dealing a very large amount of damage. A big flipping gun, if you will. A staple of the Doom series and considered to be the most powerful weapon available, the BFG 9000 is a massive futuristic looking gun that fires great green plasma orbs at its targets. Not only does the main projectile cause a staggering amount of devastation to foes, causing their blood and fatty tissue to boil and the subject to explode, but it also emits a number of rays that ensure even the most agile of adversaries will struggle to escape unscathed. The BFG 9000 has featured in almost every main Doom game since the OG MS-DOS title, and while it's seen a number of cosmetic changes, by and large its function has remained the same.
You can't just shoot a hole into the surface of Vita!
An amped up version of the BFG was included in Doom 3, in which players could charge their shots to maximise damage to their opponents. This was a bit of a double-edged sword, however, as overcharging it would cause it to unleash its mighty damage on the player instead of the enemies. I hate it when that happens. Makes your blood boil, doesn't it? Number 7, Experimental MIRV, Fallout 3. In a post-apocalyptic world ravaged by nuclear war, you might think that those that remain would be less than cool with unleashing further radioactive destruction. It turns out, you'd be wrong.
You're joking. Not another one?
And not only are large nuclear warheads still a very real concern, but so too are nutters running around with mini nukes. Yes indeed, for the low price of being an abhorrent human being, you too can own a weapon that fires teeny tiny nuclear warheads at your opponents. A beefed up version of the Fat Man, the Experimental MIRV, can fire not just one, but 8 of these miniature missiles all at once. Like a normal nuke, they explode on impact, doing an immense amount of damage to anyone in the blast radius. Also like a normal nuke, they emit radiation, so even if you manage to escape the initial impact, you're likely to come down with a nasty case of radiation sickness, or an even nastier case of death. Luckily, the Experimental MIRV is not infallible and can only fire a total of 63 shots before it breaks. Just don't think too hard about the fact that that's still 504 little nuclear bombs that you've unleashed on an already desolate world, you absolute monster. Number 6, the Needler, Halo series. If we were handing out points for the guns that just looked the most badass, then the Halo series' Needler would 100% be at the top of our list. I mean, just look at the thing. On first inspection, it doesn't look like much, but then all of a sudden,
well, bam! There it is.
Not only is its appearance fear-inducing, but it can do your enemies a heckload of damage. Rather than firing bullets or lasers, instead, the Needler fires sharp crystals that will impale the target like, well, needles. Once embedded in organic tissue, the projectiles will then detonate. Oh, and should 7 or more crystals strike the target in the same area, they'll react to each other and cause a violent explosion. Although it's a short-range weapon, its ammunition also has homing capabilities, meaning that it's a great little weapon for on the go. Just point it in the general direction of the thing you want to kill and boom, no more bad guys. The needleless shots can be considered a little on the slower side, but fret not because it can follow enemies for a decent distance, meaning that even if they avoid the shots at first, it'll probably still get them.
Game over.
Number 5, the dubstep gun, Saints Row 4. Here's a question. Why on earth would you ever choose to straight up murder your enemies in a world where you could have them dance themselves to death instead? You know, aside from probably upsetting anyone who's in charge of the Geneva Convention. Indeed, players of 2013's Saints Row 4 can get their hands on a gun that does just that. After completing Keith David's campaign Trail of Destruction, players will be rewarded with a dubstep gun, a ridiculous weapon that looks not unlike a set of DJ decks and will have those around you partying like it's 1999. It may not be the most absurd weapon in a game that features an armchair with mounted miniguns, a gun that sprays aphrodisiacs, and a baseball bat shaped like a Wilson. The dubstep gun does not fire projectiles as such, it instead fires a long-range pulse of energy that not only damages enemies, but also plays loud electronic music and causing them to dance uncontrollably. Different costumes for the gun change the soundtrack, which in turn alter the rate of fire and intensity of its shots. Oh yeah, here we go! Why do my insides hurt so much? Number 4, TN Teddy, Sunset Overdrive. This one's for anyone who's ever wanted to cause large amounts of damage to their foes, but also want to retain a certain air of cuteness. Featured in the splendid yet insane action romp Sunset Overdrive, then TN Teddy is a weapon that's obtained by completing the New Friend mission. Whilst on the hunt for a new propeller for the glider that will hopefully get you the heck out of Dodge, you find not only a shiny new ally in the form of a super geek Sam, but also the TN Teddy. Constructed, somehow, from a fire extinguisher, a bunch of dynamite and a plush toy, the TN Teddy is effectively a grenade launcher that fires the world's most adorable projectiles. Fantastic for swiftly dispatching a large group of enemies, the bears explode upon contact with an enemy, or after a couple of bounces if you don't get a direct hit, dealing massive amounts of damage to anyone or anything in the vicinity. The main advantage of using the TN Teddy is not only that it's hugely destructive, but also that you don't need particularly good aim in order to successfully operate it. Oh, and the gun shouts Teddy, which is just so gosh darn cute. Number 3, the Cerebral Bore, Turok series. Are you in the market for a device that'll put an end to boring staff meetings? Well, look no further than the Cerebral Bore, a gun that physically manifests in its victims the feeling of a meeting that could have been an email. First seen in 1998's Turok 2 Seeds of Evil, the Cerebral Bore is a gun unlike anything else on this list. Instead of firing bullets, it launches a projectile which latches onto the head of its intended target. From there, it drills into the skull, expelling any blood and viscera it might encounter on its journey, and upon reaching the brain, the projectile explodes. As wonderfully violent and gory as the Cerebral Bore may be, however, it's not the most reliable weapon for taking down more mobile enemies, as it requires locking onto a target, and its short range makes sneak attacks quite tricky. If you do manage to land a hit though, the Cerebral Bore is a one-shot kill against most adversaries, and not only that, but it'll probably be the single most gruesome kill you've seen in a video game outside of Mortal Kombat. Oh good, another 2-hour workshop on the importance of post-it note etiquette. Goody. Number 2, 0 Point Energy Field Manipulator, aka the Gravity Gun, Half-Life 2. Wouldn't it be great if you could have a weapon that could not only punt projectiles towards your foes at sickening speed, but also one that's got everyday applications? Well, that's the great thing about the 0 Point Energy Field Manipulator, aka the Gravity Gun from Half-Life 2. The gun's primary fire uses a blast of energy to send objects flying out of your way, which is great for moving heavy objects out of your way or unclogging a sink. Don't quote me on that, I am not a plumber. Its secondary fire, on the other hand, can pick up smaller objects and hold them in place just ahead of the gun, which means no more doing your back in when you're taking the bins out. Used together, however, the gravity gun's primary and secondary fire can be used to grab hold of a small object and then fire them into the face of your adversaries with a great deal of force. Not only does that mean you basically have unlimited ammunition, as long as you have enough tchotchkes around you, but more or less anything, from kitchen utensils to profane tanks, is suitable for launching at your foes. James, can you just come here a sec? And number 1, Aperture Science handheld portal device, aka the Portal Gun, Portal and Portal 2. It might come as a bit of a shock that the number 1 spot on our list is taken by a weapon that doesn't do any damage to enemies. Not in and of itself anyway, but we can't think of a gun we'd rather own ourselves than the Portal Gun. Introduced in 2007's Portal, the Portal Gun is a device that fires portals. It's easy enough to operate. You simply fire it once where you'd like to enter, and a second time at the place you'd like to end up. It's then just a case of taking a step through the hole in space you've created, and voila! Your destination has become so much easier to reach. Forget solving test chambers, just think how much simpler life would be if you only ever a few trigger pulls away from anywhere you like. Say goodbye to long arduous commutes to the office, farewell to lengthy jaunts down to the pubs, and hello to be able to grab snacks from the fridge without ever having to get up off the sofa. Ah, bliss. Ever since he burst through his very first pipe, Mario has been on dozens of adventures, made some great friends, and mercilessly annihilated thousands of innocent Goombas. The plumber/moustache enthusiast has had to stay in tip-top condition for the better part of half a century. What's his secret? Smoothie detox? Yoga? A deal with the devil? No, the answer is power-ups. Mario's eclectic array of power-ups are a huge part of the series' appeal and brand. Each one gives him or one of his pals a unique ability to aid them in their quest, and can help turn a player's experience from one of struggle to one of triumph in the blink of an eye. But which is the best one? For this list, we've taken every single power-up from the main games in the Mario series, the platformers basically, and have tried them all out in real life. Just joking. Do you really think we'd let James Jenkins loose with a fire flower? He causes enough damage around the office as it is. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and I've got a raccoon tail this time, and here are the 10 best power-ups in Mario video games. Number 10, Hammer. We're kicking it super old school for this first entry, as we go way back to the days before Mario even had his own series. In the Donkey Kong arcade game, Mario, or Jumpman if you want to get pedantic about this, can get some assistance in the battle against the barrels in the form of a giant hammer. While in possession of the tool, Mario can take out obstacles that would usually cause him to lose a life. He's not totally invincible, as he still can be hit from behind or below, but the hammer significantly increases Mario's chances of survival in the game, even if he cannot jump or climb ladders while wielding one. Hammers have appeared in one form or another across various Mario games over the years, but their glory days definitely came during the arcade era. Whilst you do have to stretch a little to get it on this list, the hammer is an integral part of Mario's history. It's the singular predecessor to modern power-ups, and for that reason alone, it deserves its spot. Also, I'm not arguing with anyone wielding a hammer. Not after the incident at B&Q, anyway. Number 9, Yoshi's Wings. One of the most enduring Mario jokes has to do with how willingly players will sacrifice their adorable dinosaur companion, Yoshi, all for the sake of a few extra inches when jumping. Well, imagine making that sacrifice, only to have Yoshi rise from the chasm with a pair of wings to enact his brutal revenge. I'm sorry, Yoshi, it won't happen again. That is the gist of Yoshi's Wings, a power-up that made its debut in 1990's Super Mario World. It transforms Yoshi into Winged Yoshi, giving him access to a special bonus stage called Coin Heaven, which does sound like a dodgy seaside arcade. There, players can fill their boots with as many coins as they can get their hands on, significantly boosting their score and earning extra lives. It also has the added effect of turning Yoshi blue, which hopefully isn't because he's struggling to breathe at the high altitude. Yoshi's Wings not only give players a chance to rake in that dollar bill, y'all, but they also add an extra dimension to Yoshi. They even featured in the Super Mario World cartoon series, including an episode where he fights an irate caterpillar. That's enough to get it onto this list on its own. Number 8, Boo Mushroom. Despite featuring more prominently in the Luigi's Mansion series, boos can be found all over the Mario games and are a popular part of the whole franchise. Perhaps then, it's not surprising that this power-up lets Mario turn into one. First introduced in Super Mario Galaxy, the Boo Mushroom turns our hero into Boo Mario, which I didn't plan on saying until after the movie turns out to be rubbish. This gives him all the benefits of being a ghost, such as floating and phasing through walls, without the downside of, being dead. These skills are integral to Mario rescuing Luigi from a haunted mansion and completing a racing mission against the spooky speedster, who I am definitely dressing up as for Halloween. Or, as he wears significantly fewer items of clothing than I do, perhaps I'd be dressing down. Do you know what? I thought about it and I'm not going to do it after all. This power-up is not without its faults though. For starters, it attracts other boos to you, which is far from ideal. Also, Luigi is famously petrified of ghosts, so you have to change out of this form by exposing yourself to light every time you're around him. For God's sakes, Luigi, grow up already! Still, it's a fun power-up that offers players a unique range of abilities. It's a ghoulish goodie, that's for sure. Number 7, Bee Mushroom. No, we haven't accidentally made a typo on Boo Mushroom. There are just 2 very similarly named power-ups in Super Mario Galaxy. It's a miracle that Mario couldn't also turn into a sheep with the Bar Mushroom. If you hadn't already worked it out, the Bee Mushroom turns Mario into a wasp. Just kidding, it's a hornet. Okay, here's the real one now. It's a hoverfly. Fine, it's a bee. Please don't leave. Mario's bee powers include being able to fly, stick to walls, and land on flowers. So far so good, but like the Boo Mushroom, it does also attract enemies. This time it's the flip bugs. On the plus side, however, it allows players to complete a mission during which they meet a character called the Honey Queen. And boy howdy, what a treat that is. Those eyes, those lips, that giant stinger. Never felt like this before. I think I'm in love. Sexy insect ladies to one side, the Bee Mushroom just edges the Boo Mushroom because it has better powers and offers fewer disadvantages than its creepy counterpart. But we mainly like it because it gets us closer to our beloved Honey Queen. Number 6, Cape Feather. First appearing in the 1990 classic Super Mario World, the Cape Feather does exactly what it says on the tin. It's a feather that gives you a cape. Not only can Cape Mario, which sounds like a delightful holiday destination in the south of Italy, glide across great distances using the cape, but can also use it to create an earthquake and give enemies a darned good smacking. The cape handles like a dream. Players can control its direction, speed, and altitude with ease, helping Mario glide around smoother than Koopa Kid's bottom. Whilst the ability to glide might seem commonplace in modern standards, this power-up was revolutionary at the time. Many of the levels in Super Mario World were designed around it, and he's even wearing a cape on the box art. For its innovation and its role in one of the greatest Mario games of all time, the Cape Feather has earned its spot on this list. Also, you can hit people with the cape in Smash Bros, and that will never not be funny. Ha! Off you go, idiot! Number 5, Tanuki Suit. Not only is the Tanuki suit an impressive and instantly recognisable power-up, but it also gives us a chance to talk about the real-life Tanuki, or Japanese raccoon dog. And look at it. I would do anything for this little fluffy face. The Tanuki suit is often confused with the Super Leaf power-up, which makes sense, as they both debuted in 1988 Super Mario Bros. 3. The Super Leaf transforms players into Raccoon Mario, complete with ears, tail, and new abilities, including flight. You know, because raccoons are always flying everywhere. Look outside, you'll see one now. I guarantee it. Tanuki Mario goes one step further, coating Mario head to toe in adorable brown fur. #Mario is a furry. The Tanuki suit has all the same powers as a Super Leaf, but it also lets players turn into an invincible statue. Whilst these two power-ups are pretty similar, and would get even more similar over time, the Tanuki suit gets the nod here because of its additional statue form, its effect on Mario's character design, and because it reminds me of this guy. Oh, just look at him. Number 4, Gigabell. 2013 Super Mario 3D World is an oft-overlooked game, but that might have something to do with it debuting on the Wii U. It introduced players to Cat Mario, who, rather than having the ability to throw up all over the new carpet, can instead climb up walls and claw enemies to death. Cat Mario in 3D World eventually came to the Switch in 2021, where it was bundled with Bowser's Fury, a game that sees Mario tangle with an even bigger version of Big Boy Bowser. To help Mario do battle with this raging reptilian, Bowser's Fury took the Cat Mario power-up and supercharged it. In Bowser's Fury, Mario needs to revive the mythical Gigabells after they're corrupted by a mysterious black sludge. Once he's done that, he is transformed into a Giga version of his cat persona that allows him to square up with Fury Bowser. Whilst regular Cat Mario is more practical than Giga Cat Mario, it is impossible to deny how cool the sight of the latter is, and how much fun it is to play as a giant marauding feline. What can I say? I'm a cat person. Not literally. In the context of this list, I feel the need to make clear that I don't mean literally. Number 3, Cannon Box. Sticking with Super Mario 3D World for now, here is a power-up that turns him from a sweet innocent tradesman into a literal walking weapon. Hidden in certain question mark boxes throughout the game, cannon boxes are wearable cannons that fire cannonballs automatically when worn. These balls, stop laughing, I can see you, can be used to knock out enemies, destroy environments, and generally cause mayhem. What's more, Mario can hijack enemy cannons and turn them into power-ups for himself. Simply jump while standing underneath one, you can turn the tables on your opponents and blast them with their own weapons. Wait, does that mean you can destroy a cannon with a cannon? Like cannon cannibalism? Cannibalism? Oof. Let's move on before I have a can-aneurysm. This power-up isn't particularly pretty in its design. Mario looks like he's gotten himself stuck in a cardboard box whilst looking for Christmas lights. But there is no denying the damage that players can cause whilst wearing one. Strong, versatile and fun to use, cannon boxes are a great find for any Mario player and certainly put the power in power-up. Number 2. Gold flower. Fire flowers, ice flowers, boomerang flowers, cloud flowers, self-raising flowers. The Mario series is full of funky floral power-ups. Well, maybe not that last one. But the creme de la creme of these botanical boosts has to be the gold flower that was first introduced in New Super Mario Bros. 2. Not only does Mario get a shiny new paint job, but he's also able to throw golden fireballs that do mega damage and turn enemies and objects into coins. Make it rain, Gold Mario, make it rain. Most enemies fall to a single golden fireball, including Bowser. Even the game itself knows how valuable this power-up is, as only 2 others are given higher priority in the player's inventory. The gold flower is a fantastic upgrade on a classic power-up, and is a huge addition to any player's arsenal. Also, there's a different version for Luigi. Wait a second, he only gets to turn silver, while Mario gets to be gold. Is there a clearer representation of which brother is Nintendo's favourite? You're supposed to love all your children equally, Nintendo. Or at least pretend to. And number 1, Superstar. Sometimes you can't go wrong with a classic, and what better way to round out this list than by talking about the legendary game's most memorable power-up. Making its debut in the very first Super Mario Bros. In 1985, the Superstar has appeared in pretty much every single Mario game since, and that's in addition to countless spin-offs and sub-series that it features in. Its powers haven't changed all that much since its debut, and why would they? The item literally makes players invincible, to the point that just running into enemies is enough to send them flying into next week. The Superstar is an invaluable tool in any player's arsenal. It can get you out of sticky scrapes, take down enemies that are nearly impossible to defeat normally, and did we mention that awesome music? Has there ever been a more satisfying composition in all of gaming? Speaking of music, they even named that song in Super Mario Odyssey after it. And if that's not a mark of respect, what is? For its incredible power, its longevity, and its important place in the history of video games, the Superstar might be a pensioner in terms of power-ups, but it's also proof that you should always respect your elders.
Huh. Video games. They're all just about shooting aliens with big guns, right? Is something you'd expect a casual outside observer to say, back in gaming's early, more pixely years. These days, however, the industry has matured from a brash, action-obsessed teenager to a more emotionally nuanced adult, capable of exploring deeper themes and richer narratives. It's now commonplace for games to make us feel something other than rage or elation, and to think about a subject more meaningful than our remaining ammo count. And yes, sometimes a particularly well-crafted moment will make us cry a little bit. Obviously not us though. We're super manly men, or women, that do macho things like chopping down trees and knitting scarves. Darts! We said darts! But for anyone who is capable of having feelings, whatever those are, games are more than happy to make you feel quite sad indeed. It might be a beloved character meeting an untimely end, finding ruins of a once great land, perhaps even an introspective look at the human psyche, and sometimes, yes, there are people shooting aliens with big guns, but even that can break your heart sometimes. So let's jump aboard this emotional roller coaster, shall we? And just a warning, there will be a few spoilers, so watch out. Let's look at some! I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 heart-wrenching gaming moments that made us cry. Number 10. Bastion. This 2011 action RPG from indie studio Supergiant Games is like having Samuel L. Jackson provide your very own Let's Play commentary. The satisfying combat and gorgeous hand-painted visuals were accompanied by a narrator's dulcet tones, recounting your character's every move with style and panache. Incredible voiceover from Logan Cunningham combined with a sublime soundtrack all helped to sell us on this strange world of floating bits and pieces broken up because of a mysterious calamity. While the final choice has plenty of emotional weight, what really got to us came before this, when choosing whether or not to save Zolf, a friendly survivor you found earlier, from his angry fellow countrymen, the Ura. Picking him up means dropping your only weapon and slowly marching, defenseless, through legions of Ura, peppering you with what's surely a lethal dose of crossbow fire, until they just stop. Your selfless actions to save a friend inspired the Ura to forget their grudge and let you pass safely, a heartwarming scene made even more poignant by the slow pace and melancholic soundtrack that hit just the right note. Number 9. Mass Effect. Mass Effect proved that even alien-sexing space epics can have plenty of subtle character development that makes us feel things. Terrified, for one. Jesus, he's gone all Exorcist on us! No, best we stick to the original trilogy, with plenty of tear duct workouts to choose from. The iconic suicide mission in Mass Effect 2 was gut-wrenching if you lost a favourite crewmate, especially if you'd invested heavily in their story. Mass Effect 3, however, was punctuated with depressing events throughout, no matter how good your diplomacy skills were. There was Mordin's valiant sacrifice to reverse the genophage and earn his redemption, Thane's touching prayer during his last moments as his illness finally takes its toll, got far too real for us, and then there was Tali, who had us frantically scrambling for the load game option to undo our mistake. Side with the Quarians' mortal enemies, the AI Geth, and Tali will watch in horror as her decimated migrant fleet burns up in their home planet's atmosphere before removing her mask, saying, "I'm sorry," and leaping off a cliff. No! Tali, we're sorry! Quick, reload the save! Damn it, reload! Number 8. The Beginner's Guide. This one's less of a bawl your eyes out moment and more of a slow gnawing at your subconscious. Created by David Reedon, this title takes a different turn from his previous breakout hit, The Stanley Parable, swapping whimsical parody for a more thoughtful approach. You see, The Beginner's Guide was a short but incredibly poignant view into the psyche of a creator, narrated by David himself. You take an interactive virtual tour of his old game development files, levels, and ideas in what felt like a director's commentary, if it were dictated from a psychiatrist's couch. The more you play through, the more you feel for the narrator as he describes his ongoing struggle with the question, why do we create things in the first place? For fame? Money? A need for expression? Or simply for the sake of it? It's a strange kind of introspective melancholy that makes you feel for the developer and lingers in the mind of anyone who's experienced creating something out of nothing. Oh well, doesn't have any guns, 2 out of 10. Number 7. The Witcher 3. While the Witcher universe may be inspired by old folklore, these are not your average happily ever after fairy tales. Geralt's journey through kingdoms struggling with war, poverty, and corruption shows just how brutal the world of The Witcher truly is. An entire questline following the Bloody Baron, who is objectively a horrible person by the way, almost manages to have us sympathise with the man, losing his entire family in some truly harrowing ways. Forgive us for shedding a silent tear as we find his body hanging from a tree in one of the quest's endings, his psychological torment too much to bear. And if a game can make us feel bad for seeing the bad guys die, you can imagine how grueling some of the other moments might be. Like the demise of Vesemir, the caring father figure of the Witcher clan. Geralt finding Ciri got us too, the way he slumps in resignation as he thinks he's too late, probably regretting the 20 hours of Gwent he played along the way. Thankfully though, it turned out to just be a prank, bro. Ha! Got him! Number 6. Final Fantasy VII. It was bound to show up sooner or later, wasn't it? This standout scene in what's considered one of the best entries in the Final Fantasy series still haunts many of us to this day. Seeing Cloud find Aeris, resist the evil urge to attack her, and then hearing the dramatic chimes of the music kick in, and just like that, our naive innocence is shattered as we realise that bastard Sephiroth actually did it. Waiting in the rafters for Christ knows how long just so he could surprise attack our feelings. Yeah, people die in Final Fantasy and other JRPGs all the time, but somehow we knew a simple Phoenix Down wasn't going to do the trick this time. Sephiroth chanting some nonsense about the cycle of nature, Cloud screaming at him saying, "What about my pain?" Granted, all of this was in text form with goofy 1997-era polygons, but the fact this still burnt us emotionally is a testament to the storytelling that defined a video game generation. God, and we gave us so many items too. Number 5. Ori and the Blind Forest. Some games save their dramatic gut punches for the end of the story, giving characters time to develop and earn a place in our hearts. Others, like The Last of Us, honourable mention, honourable mention, honourable mention, go straight for the feels from round 1. Ori and the Blind Forest is the second one, with a powerful prologue that introduces a magical spirit, Ori, and her newfound companion, the lumbering, lovable Naru. You look for food together, you adventure together, you literally build bridges together. It's all so delightfully wholesome. And when disaster hits the forest, Naru carries Ori back to shelter. Naru's such a caring, selfless soul that he or she I don't know, even gives their last scrap of food to Ori. God, we're so lucky to have such a good pal looking out for us. He's just sleeping at the moment, so we'll go out and get some delicious fruits for us both to enjoy. And it's okay, he's just sleeping. He'll wake up soon. Naru, that's just like you to sleep in. Oh, he's not sleeping, is he? Number 4. Telltale's The Walking Dead. Over the years, Telltale have managed to squeeze every emotion possible out of us through their interactive storytelling sagas, from the uber-popular franchises like Game of Thrones to niche tales like The Wolf Among Us. Telltale were masters of making an established license their own. And the first season of The Walking Dead not only took our guard down, but smashed it into 1,000 tiny pieces. Controlling main character Lee, you've looked after young Clementine throughout this emerging zombie crisis, facing trauma after trauma and somehow surviving. So when stupid Lee finally gets bitten, stupid Lee, the sense of impending tragedy grows all the way through the final chapter. While we saw this coming, we had no idea it would be this bad. Enduring the final farewells and the last life lessons from a fading Lee, we're now left to control Clementine, choosing whether to end Lee's life or let him turn. Lee might not remember that, but we bloody well will. Even sadder is the closure of Telltale Games, meaning we won't get to enjoy any more emotional torture. It's a double whammy of sadness, this one. Number 3. Journey. Like Ori and the Blind Forest, Journey tells its expressive story through gameplay, cutscenes, and beautiful world building, only in a more abstract way. As the majesty of this 2012 indie darling lies in its simplicity. You begin not knowing anything, save from a few telling shots of a vast desert and what are probably gravestones, so when you're given control and told, off you go, well, off you went. There are a few puzzles and minor gameplay elements to consider, but mostly it's just about experiencing the world and investigating the ruins of what was once a mighty civilization. We discover various clues as to what happened through old relics and less tangible ghostly visions, basically Time Team as directed by an LA art house studio. Finding a fellow traveller along the way created a meaningful bond despite minimal communication. And the ending, collapsing in the snow before miraculously gliding up a mountain towards some pearly white lights. Looking at it like this, it's hard not to envisage the game as one giant metaphor for life. Okay, maybe we need to go and play Doom or something just as a palate cleanser. Number 2. Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons. More like Brothers, A Tale of Two Thumbs, am I right? Ho! Anybody? No? Okay. Thought we'd throw that levity in now, as honestly this game had one of the most sobering moments we've ever experienced. Hooray! Released in 2013, Brothers, ATOTS, featured a genius game mechanic that saw you controlling one brother with each thumbstick, solving puzzles and overcoming obstacles on a quest to save your dying father. Said that a bit too happily, didn't I? On a quest to save your dying father. A bit better? Let's go with that. Also, the little brother has a crippling fear of swimming because their mother drowned when they were little. Yeah, we warned you it'd be quite heavy, didn't we? Through the several hour-long story, the control scheme becomes second nature, a very extension of your hands. So, near the close of the game, when your older brother, aka Right Thumb, dies from a poison wound, you're left to bury the body, on your own, with just one thumbstick. Scenes of a child no older than 12 burying his brother are brutal enough. But when you physically feel the loss, having spent so long controlling both characters, it hits harder than any mere plot event ever could. The fact that this grief and loss could be conveyed through the control scheme itself was a masterstroke of immersive storytelling. Number 1. Valiant Hearts. If we've learned one thing from the heart-stirring story of Valiant Hearts, it's that war makes men sad. This immensely moving 2014 title tells the tale of several soldiers and one dog in the Great War, and all the senseless brutality that came with it. It begins with a family torn apart. Frenchman Emile sees his German son-in-law Carl forcibly deported and both men conscripted to fight on opposing sides. We get to see the human side of everyday men and women, fighting not just for their country, but for their own personal stakes or just to survive. At one point, Emile is captured by the very same German division that just so happens to include Carl, and their stories continue to intertwine in grimly fascinating ways throughout, topped off with a real morale-shattering finale. Emile, driven mad by the chaos of war and refusing to join the near-suicidal Nivelle offensive, snaps and hits his soldier with a shovel, accidentally killing him. What follows is a court-martial and death by firing squad. The slow walk to the site of his execution, the desperately sad narration of the final letter to his daughter, the somber, reflective piano track playing underneath. God, it was enough to turn us into a complete wreck, and it probably did that to you too. And there we... And there we are. Sorry, had something in my throat there. Also, a lot of dust in my eyes all of a sudden. Oh, weird. Let us know which games subjected you to emotional torture in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. Having a job can be hard work, can't it? I say this, of course, standing in a nice warm studio, while some of you poor sods have to go out and deal with Mrs. Smith down at Tesco refusing to pay 5p for a plastic bag. The law has changed, you old windbag. It's for the fish. But anyway, whether it's a supermarket, a school, working in an office, or having to patrol the corridors of a faceless evil entity without even the decency of proper firearm training, everyone has some kind of experience with a terrible boss. Maybe they aren't pulling their weight around the office and leave you with all the work. Maybe they reprimand you for small mistakes. Or maybe you caught them stealing the Honey Nut cereal from the office kitchen again. Peter, put them back! But no matter who you've worked for in the past or will work for in the future, whatever tyrannical boss you may run into will most likely pale in comparison to some of the people, monsters, and abstract concepts on this list. But if not, then I'd start writing a strongly worded letter to HR. Let's look at some! I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 video game bosses it'd be a nightmare to work for. Number 10. Stanley's Boss. The Stanley Parable. Arguably the worst kind of boss is an absent boss, and none are more absent than the voiceless, faceless, and bodiless boss from the Stanley Parable, being that he just up and left the building. From the outside, things seem pretty slick, with clean office areas and even a nice sitting area to go for breaks. Oh, isn't that nice? But if you take even a slightly closer look, everything starts to fall down around your ears. Not only can he apparently not keep his workers from mysteriously vanishing in the middle of the workday, but the building itself is riddled with death traps and is infested with a well-spoken narrator hiding in the walls like some kind of mongoose. The sheer state of the meeting room at the beginning of the game is enough to show the sloppiness of the company to start with, only getting worse as you traverse the empty building. Stanley's boss proves himself to be a narcissist with no obvious product, poor people management skills, and a mind control facility under the building. Depending on your ending to the game, Stanley may be able to escape this labyrinth, but even after all of that, we have no idea what actually happened to Stanley's co-workers, so let's hear some Fs in the comments for them. Come on, guys. Number 9. Gehrman. Bloodborne. Some bosses aren't just poor team players, they are downright creepy. And none are creepier than our favourite benefits cheat, Gehrman, aka the wheelchair guy. Okay, so he isn't necessarily your boss, and not exactly the guy you would see at the top of any corporate ladder, especially if the ladder is the one that takes you from Forbidden Woods to Central Yarnum. Christ, there's so many rungs! But considering he gives you the initial welcome and instruction of just go out and kill a few beasts, then I'm going to say that he is your boss, and I am writing a letter to HR because that is a misleading job description. Have you even been outside, Gehrman? It's a madhouse! This creepy creeper man also has a skin-crawling relationship with the doll that I try not to think too much about, and he definitely has a book of how to pick up fair maidens lying around his workshop. There are certainly a few decent lawsuits pending there. God, he's so gross. Number 8. Antarctic. Club Penguin. Yeah, Club Penguin! Club Penguin's island is a happy, bustling little town covered in snow with an award-winning pizzeria, exclusive ski resort, and tropical beach. Or it was, until the great iceberg tip of 2017 lay waste to the region. However, it also has a secret undercover spy agency, the Elite Penguin Force, formerly known as the Penguin Secret Agency, dealing with threats to the island mainly from known domestic terrorist Herbert P. Bear. After years of hiding in the darkness, the mysterious director of the EPF turned out to be none other than Antarctic! Now granted, dangerous missions are part and parcel of being a secret agent, but considering Club Penguin Island is a mile across at most, there really shouldn't be any square inch that the EPF doesn't have its eye on already. And if Miss Arctic, if indeed that is your real name, was really as good as she claimed, she wouldn't allow new recruits to test a ramshackle death trap of a sled. Yet, on your very second mission, you end up stranded in the snowy wasteland, forced to survive for days before help comes for you. Sort yourself out, Arctic! Yuck. They also haven't done a very good job of reining in the illegal puffle trade. Number 7. Andrew Ryan. BioShock. Rapture would hardly be one of the highest rated TripAdvisors on the planet, probably having to be listed on its sister site, TripUnadvisor, alongside Pontins, the Fire Festival, and those dodgy half-melted Santa grottos that always seem to materialise every Christmas time. So you wouldn't really expect working there to be a dream job either. Now granted, Rapture isn't exactly a business, but considering that all the maintenance men or women, cleaners and lower ranked workers obviously were employed by Ryan in one sense or another, I'm going to say it counts because it's my list and I make the rules. While purporting to run a paradise-like city, Andrew Ryan's precious Rapture is overrun by murderous drug addicts, power-crazed plastic surgeons, and just a mess of debris and terrifying clown vending machines. So we're going to go ahead and say it. From ideology to execution, Ryan is a terrible team leader. 2 out of 10 stars. Number 6. The Devil. Cuphead. Suffice to say that one of the worst bosses to have is the ruler of where all the worst bosses tend to go. Now, the flaw in this leadership structure is obvious, being led by the actual devil, but ironically, Satan himself at least sticks by his contracts. However, in so doing, he's sending you out as a boss rush bailiff, beating up all the unfortunate humans, animals, robots, sentient vegetables, and blue things to get back the contract to your very soul. Oh ho! Evil laugh. But still, as an employee of the devil, you have to face insurmountable danger, dying hundreds, if not thousands of times in an afterlife or death battle under threat of eternal damnation. So, I believe that this is coercion, which is illegal under the Serious Crime Act 2015. So, take him away, please. Number 5. Giovanni. Pokemon. One of the more infamous criminal teams in video gaming, although not for the reason they would like, Team Rocket have been trying to capture our precious Poke friends since they first blasted onto and off of our tiny screens in 1998. Selfish, dictator-like, and with a panther-sized Persian always following him around, Giovanni ruled Team Rocket with an iron fist until he dropped them like a hot potato at the end of the first game after being pantsed by an 11-year-old. Instead, choosing to reclaim his title of ground-type gym leader in Viridian City. Despite being defeated again and again by literal children, Giovanni keeps on reappearing throughout the Pokemon games, trying to revive and rebrand his team over and over again, but maybe he should have thought of that before abandoning them like he did his son. Oh! Got him! Regardless, Team Rocket is far more known for the lovably incompetent Team Rocket grunts Jesse and James, so I think they should be the leaders now. Hands up who agrees with that. Right, cool, it's settled then. Congratulations. Number 4. Bowser. We all knew he was going to be on here at some point. The OG bad boss has appeared in so many other games lists. The original Koopa Trooper beams are gonna blind me, but I won't feel blue. Bowser's name in Japanese translates to Great Demon King Koopa, which is perhaps a very accurate description. A serial kidnapper, this monarch was first introduced through the violent act of crushing Kamek, the irritating magician Koopa, because he was making too much noise. Yeah, take that, you little! And has been continuing that theme for over 40 games. His crimes range from the continual kidnapping of Princess Peach, turning the Toads into bricks, and punching Luigi, willingly using his underlings as cannon fodder to slow down the relentless pursuit of known psychopath Mario, who he himself cannot defeat. I feel sorry for all the foot soldiers used as pawns in his pursuit of what is, for want of a better term, a crush. Number 3. Cave Johnson. Portal. Former shower curtain salesman and exploding lemon enthusiast Cave Johnson, similar to Stanley's boss, remains unseen throughout both Portal games, forcing us to extrapolate everything we know about him from his rantings on audio recordings, although that's more to do with the fact that he's dead than being a lousy boss. But he is still a lousy boss, and I can prove it. Now, it may seem to be a major plus to have a boss voiced by J.K. Simmons, but you soon find out that this is perhaps his only redeeming feature. Verbally abusive to his staff and his business rivals, threatening them with a barrage of exploding lemons, which is second only in meme status to the cake is a lie. Cave's biggest crime is arguably when he had his personal assistant, and if prevalent fan theories are correct, girlfriend stuffed into a computer against her wishes, triggering her to turn homicidal and causing the whole plot of Portal to kick off in the first place. Nice going, Cave, and on Bring Your Daughter to Work Day too. Number 2. Wallace Breen. Half-Life. It has got to say something about the state of your world if two people from the same universe end up on this list. Rival science innovator to Cave Johnson and super-duper mad scientist Wallace Breen was in charge of Black Mesa during the horrific Lambda incident, allowing your world-leading scientists on the forefront of cutting-edge, multi-dimensional technology to be mercilessly slaughtered first by interdimensional aliens and then by trigger-happy armed soldiers is perhaps the worst mistake in the big book of management uh-ohs. But that didn't seem to do much against his record, as he was then appointed to basically head of Earth. But as he is a puppet for the aliens, I'd say that his position as boss is kind of in name only at that point. Number 1. Oswell E. Spencer, Resident Evil. Why do they keep giving the Umbrella Corporation liability insurance? Operating under the loosest possible definition of pharmaceuticals rather than simply indulging in the normal big pharma crimes of animal testing, overpricing life-saving medicine, and preying on women's low self-esteem, Umbrella Corp has done many things including eugenics, making bioweapons, and starting a zombie plague. All of this, of course, comes under the umbrella of CEO and owner of the most evil-sounding name in the world, Oswell E. Spencer, who had proven himself to be a less than stellar employer. With the vast majority of his employees now listed as deceased, he's allowed them to become zombified, turned into straitjacket-wearing spider creatures, blob monsters, and whatever the hell this thing is. Also, he apparently inflates his company's reviews on Glassdoor. Avoid like the plague. And that's our list. If you have any other terrible bosses to report, be sure to list them in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
As humans, we tend to occasionally make things harder for ourselves. We put ourselves down, we allow others to determine our worth, and we lack confidence and think negatively. We really can be our own worst enemy. Well, sometimes video games take this concept and make it a bit too literal. How many times have you been playing through an exciting adventure, defeating villains and gigantic boss creatures left and right, only to finally be faced with someone that looks all too familiar? It's a trope that can make for some memorable moments and lots of lovely symbolism, if you like that sort of thing. For this video, we're taking a look into the mirror and highlighting games that challenge you to face yourself. Whether it's an exact replica or a version of you that's been twisted in something evil and disturbing, expect to see clones, doppelgangers and lookalikes of the video gaming world arrayed before you. Oh, and we're not counting mirror matching and fighting games, or we'd be here all day. I'm the one-of-a-kind Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 times you fight yourself in video games. Number 10, The Legend of Zelda. Throughout the Legend of Zelda series, Link's various incarnations have overcome numerous dangerous creatures, gigantic monsters, and nefarious evildoers, but none more enigmatic and menacing than the shadowy version of himself. Known as Dark Link, this unsettling entity first showed up in the Game Boy Advance remake of The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, but is far more famous for its 3D appearance in Ocarina of Time. Here, Dark Link is encountered in the already infamous Water Temple, and is apparently born of Link's reflection in the water. It's a tough fight, with Dark Link gradually becoming more aggressive throughout, and possessing an uncanny ability to dodge Link's attacks. Dark Link continues to show up throughout the Zelda series, and the worst thing about him is that he's never really been given an explanation. Ganondorf is scary and all, especially in giant pig form, but at least we know his deal. Dark Link just seems to appear menacingly and without context, red eyes glinting with evil intent. Heck, even Toon Link gets his spooky counterpart in the Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks' Take 'Em All On minigame in Castletown. Nothing like a chibi-style embodiment of the evil that dwells in our souls to really mess with your head. Number 9, Mass Effect 3, Citadel DLC. Commander Shepard has been known to face some intimidating foes across his or her galactic adventures. Ancient insectoid evil queens, super dangerous advanced techno assassins, and 1 or 2 eternal cosmic robo-squids are all on the list of potential Spectre victims. In the Citadel DLC expansion for Mass Effect 3, however, Shepard finally has to face the most devastating and effective force in the entire galaxy, him or herself. While the Citadel DLC offers lots of missions and side activities for the Spectre and their companions to enjoy during their shore leave, there's still a dangerous conspiracy going on behind all the arena fighting, casino shenanigans, and home decorating. This conspiracy seems to stem from a mysterious figure whose face and voice are hidden behind advanced digital disguising techniques. Sure enough, this turns out to be a clone of Shepard, created by clandestine galaxy-spanning organisation Cerberus, when they brought the Commander back to life at the beginning of Mass Effect 2. Shepard and clone Shepard eventually do battle, with poor version 2 Shepard falling to their death in the end. There's also a nice little correlation between the famous real-life practice of cloning sheep and the fictional futuristic practice of cloning shepherds. You know, shepherds, sheep, forget it. Number 8, Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. Kirby and the Amazing Mirror was a Game Boy Advance exclusive platformer released in 2004 that tells the story of the titular pink blob as he explores an evil world created by a magical wishing mirror. Considering the setting and the game's inclusion on this list, I think it's pretty clear where this is going. But just in case you've not been paying attention, we're talking evil Kirby, people. I know it doesn't seem possible, does it? But this monochrome version of the spherical mascot will turn up during levels and attack Kirby. Like any other enemy, he can be sucked into Kirby's cavernous maw, giving our spherical hero access to powers he'll need to progress. In the end, though, it's revealed that Shadow Kirby is just misunderstood. He was just fighting to protect his mirror world from interlopers, and eventually allies with Kirby to save the day. Once the big bad is defeated, Shadow Kirby joins regular Kirby and the other Kirbys of various colours, it's complicated, in a victorious star ride, and then waves them off as they all go home through the magical mirror. You see, even a sinister shadowy Kirby from a horror dimension can't be evil. He's just such a wholesome little all-devouring formless abomination. Number 7, Silent Hill 3. From cute happy blobs to grim relentless horror now, as we discuss the terrifying version of herself that Silent Hill 3 protagonist Heather has to face. In this third entry into the Silent Hill series, players step into the shoes of teenager Heather Morris, who becomes wrapped up in a sinister cult's machinations to bring about the birth of an evil god. Heather's disturbing double is facing the otherworld version of the Lakeside amusement park, on a filth-encrusted merry-go-round complete with twitching corpse horses. Known as the Memory of Alessa, the creature looks exactly like Heather, except it possesses dark hair as opposed to Heather's blonde bob. Oh, and she also appears to be rotting, and lots of her skin is falling off. Just another minor distinction. The explanation for all this is that Heather is actually a reincarnation of Alessa, who was originally intended to bring about the birth of the new god. And this horrific psychic imprint of Alessa is trying to stop the evil cult's plans by destroying Heather, her reincarnation. It's complicated, but basically the rotting mirror image of the protagonist is actually a force of good in her own way. Just like Shadow Kirby! I mean, the tone is slightly different, but everything else checks out. Number 6, Secret of Evermore. The player-named protagonist of SNES RPG Secret of Evermore is a teenage boy who must explore different eras of the world of Evermore with his trusty canine pal. Said hound accompanies the hero through various time periods and changes his shape to reflect the ambience. Throughout the adventure, the protagonist must face shadowy copies of himself. These mostly show up in the dark forest area of Gothica, the medieval part of the game, and seem to be formed of multiple small goblin-like creatures. They use all of the hero's moves and attacks, and will throw some of the player's alchemy spells back at them, making them dangerous foes. One more shadowy version of the protagonist will show up during the game's final battle, in the futuristic space station known as Omnitopia. The player character is far stronger by now, and the clone has the same stats as the originals, so is easily dispatched. All good, right? Nope, because the protagonist's dog, now a futuristic robo-dog, has also been given the doppelganger treatment. And this mimicking mongrel has stats and hit points appropriate for the endgame. How dare they turn man's best friend against me? Making evil clones of me is one thing, but evil clones of my dog? You have crossed a line, Secret of Evermore. Number 5, Streets of Rage 3. Over the course of the original Streets of Rage trilogy, things got gradually more out there. The first game features mainly street thug and martial arts enemies, with the most fantastical element being how they got the police car on that boat. The second game adds a sprinkling of sci-fi with jetpack-equipped bad guys and some rare clanky robot boys towards the end of the game. Streets of Rage 3 tears down all semblance of reality, with cyborgs, combat kangaroos, brains in jars, and more. One such extravagance is the Axel clone that is fought at the end of Stage 3. This bad guy matches the moves and appearance of Streets of Rage frontman Axel Stone, but has one heck of a health bar, and gets disconcertingly redder as he takes damage. This ex-cop impersonator is actually the final boss if you're playing the game on easy mode, meaning that players who want to get to the bottom of why they're fighting Mirror Axel will be left disappointed unless they're willing to take on the game's significant challenge. Still, once fake Axel's robotic endoskeleton is revealed, even easy mode players can make a decent educated guess as to what's going on. Franchise big bad Mr. X has clearly gotten mixed up with Terminators now too. Number 4, Tomb Raider. By the time you get towards the final stages of the original 1996 Tomb Raider, you might start to notice that a lot of enemies are lacking a certain something. Their skin, to be exact. As if these regular meaty monstrosities weren't disturbing enough for Lara and her young fans to face off against, the game had another surprise up its sleeve. Looking like someone fused E.T.'s head onto Lara Croft's body and then got the skinning knife out, this disturbing and gangly creature will mimic Lara's moves exactly and cause harm to Lara if she decides to, as any right-minded person would, unload a clip of handgun ammo into it. Smarts are required to defeat this disturbing Lara clone. Only by using clever manoeuvring will players be able to trick the thing into falling through a trapdoor into the lava below. Hold on, if hitting the thing with bullets hurts Lara, why doesn't dropping it into lava? Truly the mystery of the Atlanteans is deep and complex indeed. Lara clones do show up later in the franchise too, but these tend to go with shadowy versions of our tomb raiding icon, instead of the original's unsettling theme. We think Super Meat Lara is a far more disconcerting prospect. Number 3, Paper Mario, The Thousand-Year Door. If there's one thing that we have learned from researching this video, it's that Nintendo loves an evil doppelganger. Mario alone has faced his fair share, including the shadowy villain in Super Mario Sunshine and the intergalactic clones that appear in Super Mario Galaxy. Those cosmic lads don't really do anything though, and while the Super Mario Sunshine clone does manage to get our movie star plumber into trouble, we'd say the mustachioed doppelganger from Paper Mario The Thousand-Year Door is the most memorably duplicitous of the bunch. This imposter is encountered in the creepy steeple, where Mario and friends defeat an odd ghost-looking fellow with a party hat. He proves to be a somewhat anticlimactic boss fight, save for his curious ability to change into a shadowy form of Mario towards the end. Long story short, this mysterious version of Mario is actually Mario, and the ghost, a being called Duplis, has taken on Mario's colourful form and proceeds to parade around as him, being mean to Mario's friends and enjoying the adulation of various NPCs. This complicated affair isn't going to sort itself out without a fight, and in a visual subversion of how these things often appear, this time it's the actual Mario who's a shadowy clone. They don't prepare you for this sort of thing in plumber school. Number 2, Prince of Persia. In the original Prince of Persia, released all the way back in 1989, the player controls an unnamed protagonist as he attempts to save a princess from an evil, power-hungry vizier and wizard called Jafar. Yes, we're quite aware that sounds very familiar, but it's different, and Prince of Persia actually got in first. Anyway, the hazards standing in our hero's way include various devious traps, sword-wielding guards, and, you guessed it, a shadowy doppelganger. This copycat will first appear fairly early on, when the protagonist has to pass through a strange mirror to continue. A shadowy fellow will run back the way you came, and that's that, right? Of course not. This duplicate is finally faced towards the end of the game. Unsurprisingly, his attacks and feints mirror your own, and he'll be able to read your moves, deftly blocking and dodging your strikes, and even sharing your health bar. Sheath your sword, and your doppelganger will do so as well, enabling our protagonist to merge with his dark half, finally becoming whole again for his final showdown with the evil Jafar. No, I already said, not that one! And number 1, Elden Ring. Massive 2022 action role-playing game Elden Ring is renowned for its plethora of mighty bosses. Ranging from gigantic dragons to guys with gigantic dragons on their arms, these foes are enough to test the skills of even the most experienced player. Throughout this long, difficult and harrowing adventure, you might come across something called a mimic tier, a more specialised version of the more common silver tier enemy. These gelatinous blobs of metallic goo are found in a couple of locations throughout the game, and are able to take on the form of their opponents. This results in an optional boss fight in which players must face an exact replica of their own character, complete with the weapons and armour they have equipped, in intense one-on-one combat. Except, people quickly figured out a way to cheese this particular encounter. The mimic tier's propensity to exactly copy the player is easily exploited if you know what's coming, and you can unequip all of your stuff outside of the boss room and then quickly re-equip it at the beginning of the fight. This dishonourable tactic results in a battle between a fully armed combatant and an identical one armed only with fists and a plucky can-do attitude. Poor little thing. At least now I know why they call it a mimic tier.
As video game fans, we know that just occasionally we must prepare ourselves emotionally for the death of a beloved character. After all, not everyone gets to have a happy ending, and without the threat of death, there often wouldn't be much in the way of stakes. Oftentimes, we'll see characters' deaths coming a mile off, and so when the time finally does come for them to bite the big one, we're not all that surprised. Occasionally, though, a much-loved character will be killed off without warning, leaving us shocked, angry, and depressed in equal measure. For today's list, we're taking a look at the gut-wrenching video game deaths that we really didn't see coming. Fair warning, we'll be talking pivotal plot points here, so a massive spoiler warning is in effect for all of the games listed on screen right now. You got all of those? Okay, let's get on with it, shall we? Get your hankies ready. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are 10 heartbreaking video game deaths that came out of nowhere. Number 10. Cole Phelps, LA Noire. Now here at Team TripleJump, we often make fun of Cole Phelps for being an all-round shouty douche canoe, but that doesn't mean we didn't grow somewhat fond of him in the 30-plus hours it took us to complete LA Noire. He may be a douche canoe, but he's our douche canoe. It's for that reason then that we were completely blindsided when he ended up just drowning in a sewer. Players spend most of LA Noire's runtime with Phelps, assisting the detective on cases that range from car theft to murder. Ultimately, Phelps and his former comrade Kelso uncover a major conspiracy relating to a suburban redevelopment fund initiative which can be linked to several of Los Angeles' most prominent citizens. This all comes to a head when Phelps' lover, Elsa, is kidnapped by Hogaboom, a patient of a psychiatrist connected to the SRF scam. Phelps and Kelso follow Hogaboom and Elsa into the Los Angeles River tunnels, where Hogaboom is shot dead. Sadly, although Kelso and Elsa are then able to escape before heavy rain, no, not that one, floods the tunnels, Phelps isn't quite so lucky, and in a shocking twist, he's swept away by the water and just straight up drowns. Did not see that coming, I have to say. Number 9. Sean, Red Dead Redemption 2. If Rockstar's series of rootin', tootin', third-person shooting action-adventure titles is to be believed, then life in the Old West was pretty rough. Even if you've managed to avoid all the outlaws and bandits, then it's likely you'd still have died young from something like TB. Still, knowing the dangers of living in the American frontier didn't prepare Red Dead Redemption 2 players for the death of beloved companion Sean, no, not that one, whose demise really did come out of absolutely nowhere. On the understanding that a security job is waiting for them, Arthur, Bill, Mika, and Sean take a walk down Rhodes' main street to meet the Greys. Something isn't right though, and Arthur stops the gang stroll owing to a bad feeling he has. It turns out he was right to be suspicious, as the gang is ambushed and Sean immediately takes a bullet to the head. The chipper Irishman's sudden death came as a massive shock to players, who probably assumed he'd be safe from harm for the remainder of the game after they'd spent so much time trying to rescue him in the second chapter. Rest easy, dear Sean. You deserved much, much better. Number 8. Jackie Wells, Cyberpunk 2077. If you were one of the countless gamers that watched every Cyberpunk 2077 trailer with the excited glee of a small child on Christmas morning, then Jackie Wells' death probably didn't come as that much of a shock. However, to those who hadn't seen any of the promotional footage, it really did come right out of left field. Prior to the release of Cyberpunk 2077, many players believed that Wells would play a major role in the game, as he was featured heavily in the pre-release gameplay footage. As it turned out though, he didn't even end up making it out of the prologue. The opening of Cyberpunk 2077 varies depending on which life path the player chooses for their character V, but no matter whether they go for Nomad, Corpo, or Street Kid, ultimately things play out just the same for Jackie. Hired by local fixer Dexter DeShawn, V and Wells set out on a mission to steal a biochip from the Arasaka Corporation. Things quickly go south though when they witness a murder, and although the duo does escape, Wells is fatally wounded. Most players went into Cyberpunk 2077 with a lot of expectations, but they probably didn't expect to see a character they'd assumed to be a major part of the story killed within the first couple of hours. Number 7. Caroline, Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus. By this point, it's hard to keep track of the number of times I've had a breakdown over the death of a beloved video game character, though when it came to Caroline from Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus, I wasn't the only one losing my head. Sorry, that's inappropriate. Caroline first appeared in 2009's Wolfenstein as the leader of the Kreisau Circle, a resistance network fighting to overthrow the Nazi regime. She also appeared in the series' soft reboot, Wolfenstein: The New Order, before finally meeting her end in The New Colossus. Whilst protagonist BJ Blazkowicz is recovering aboard a U-boat from injuries sustained in The New Order, both Caroline and either Fergus or Wyatt, depending on who the player has chosen to survive, are captured by Irene Engel and her Nazi troops. In order to save as many lives as possible, Blazkowicz devises a plan to get himself captured and is brought aboard Engel's airship. Sadly, his injuries have left him weak, and he's powerless to act as Engel taunts him and decapitates Caroline. The scene is absolutely brutal, and even as the axe was being swung, players were probably telling themselves that something would happen to save such a heroic character, but alas, it wasn't meant to be. Number 6. Lugo, Spec Ops: The Line. Spec Ops: The Line is a game that's filled to the brim with upsetting moments, whether you're unknowingly unleashing white phosphorus on a group of civilians, or simply coming to the realization that it was Walker responsible for the atrocities all along, not Conrad. Spec Ops: The Line is set in a sandstorm-ravaged Dubai and focuses on the recon efforts of protagonist Captain Martin Walker and his comrades Adams and Lugo. Wayward Sand is the least of their worries though, as the battalion sent in before them have royally messed up their rescue mission, resulting in a coup d'etat and civilian unrest. Following a helicopter crash, Lugo goes missing, and in a city full of people who hate US soldiers, that's not good. Not to worry though, because he manages to make contact over the radio, so Walker and Adams will definitely be able to get there in time to save him, right? Except, no. By the time Walker and Adams are able to reach Lugo's location, he's being hanged by a mob of civilians, and the pair are unable to revive him. By this point in the game, Spec Ops: The Line has already given us players an emotional battering, and Lugo's unexpected death just felt like the game kicking us when we were already down. Number 5. Dom, Gears of War 3. We've seen some truly tragic character backstories in our time here at Team TripleJump, but few of them hold a candle to Dominic Dom Santiago from the Gears of War series. Honestly, if that man had gone on the X Factor, he'd have been a shoo-in for that record deal, I tell you. On Emergence Day, i.e. the day when the Locust Horde first launched their assault, Dom lost both of his children, which then caused his wife to go into a deep depression and later go missing. By the time Dom was able to find her, she'd been tortured to the point where she was no longer responsive, and the poor guy was left with no choice but to euthanize her. Talk about a rough old time. Fast forward to the events of Gears of War 3, and Delta Squad, of which Dom is a member, find themselves desperately in need of submarine fuel. They venture into a nearby town, but it isn't long before they're overrun with both Locust and Lambent, a new foe that threatens humanity. Rather than allowing his companions to fall though, Dom jumps into a tanker and causes an explosion, saving his friends by sacrificing himself. What a hero. Number 4. Booker DeWitt, BioShock Infinite. We've said it before and we'll say it again. BioShock Infinite is one convoluted game. Don't get us wrong, it's a brilliant game, but trying to understand the plot has us feeling like, well, Charlie trying to unravel the Pepe Sylvia conspiracy. Put simply, the Booker and Elizabeth we see in the game are not the only ones. In fact, there are infinite numbers of them in alternate realities, as well as infinite cities created by a man with visions of founding a utopia, which all fall due to corruption. There's always a lighthouse, there's always a man, there's always a city. To further complicate matters, Booker is also antagonist Comstock, and Elizabeth is also Booker's daughter, Anna, depending on whether Booker accepts his baptism or not. Everyone with me so far? No? Well, I'm not surprised. Regardless of whether players were truly able to wrap their heads around BioShock Infinite's impossible narrative, they'd have still become quite attached to Booker over the course of the game. Therefore, it's somewhat devastating when it turns out that the only way to end the cycle for him is to be drowned. And drowned he is. Sure, it prevents the existence of Comstock, but at a massive emotional cost to the player. Number 3. Jin's Horse, Ghost of Tsushima. Considering that Ghost of Tsushima is a game about a samurai who must fight to protect the people of a Japanese island from Mongol invaders, players probably went into the game expecting at least a handful of deaths. As is often the case though, it wasn't the human loss of life that hit many players the hardest, but rather the demise of their faithful animal pal. During the prologue, players are offered the opportunity to choose a horse for protagonist Jin Sakai. Over the course of the game, the horse not only provides Jin with transport, but also serves as his companion, which makes it all the more heartrending when it falls unexpectedly at the beginning of Act 3. After killing Ryuzo whilst trying to track down Khan at the end of Act 2, Jin is imprisoned by his uncle, Lord Shimura, for violating the samurai code. However, aided by Kenji, he's able to find his horse and flee north to find Yuna. Though Jin makes it out of the castle unscathed, players are shocked to see his horse peppered with arrows. And although he carries Jin as far as he can, he ultimately succumbs to his injuries, in a scene made all the more heartbreaking by Jin's lamentations that he was unable to protect his loyal stallion. It's like the never-ending story all over again. I can't cope with this. Number 2. Aerith Gainsborough, Final Fantasy VII. We've talked about the shocking and untimely death of Aerith Gainsborough, or Aerith Gainsborough if you want to get the other pronunciation about this, in previous lists, but honestly it was so heartbreaking that we feel it bears repeating. It may have been over a quarter of a century since it first happened, but honestly, we're still not over it. When we first meet her in Final Fantasy VII, Aerith is a simple flower merchant, but after meeting protagonist Cloud Strife, she quickly becomes involved with the eco-terrorist organisation Avalanche, in all caps, and joins them as they pursue the megalomaniacal Sephiroth. As the game progresses, players learn that Aerith is not just some lass that peddles floral arrangements for a living, but is in fact one of the Cetra. This means she has the potential to reveal the Promised Land, a place filled with lifestream energy which Shinra are looking to exploit, and Sephiroth is aiming to absorb in order to become godlike. After finding that Cloud can be manipulated by Sephiroth, Aerith departs to an abandoned Cetra city to take him on by herself. As she's praying, Sephiroth attempts to have Cloud kill her, and when he's unsuccessful, he jumps down from the rafters and murders her himself, devastating Aerith's friends and the player in the process. What an absolute toe rag. And number 1, Joel, The Last of Us Part 2. When The Last of Us Part 2 was first announced back in 2016, we fans immediately got to speculating about what was likely to have happened to Joel and Ellie in the years since the events of the first game. Whatever we might have been expecting from the sequel though, it certainly wasn't seeing Joel beaten to death with a golf club within the first 2 hours of its runtime. The Last of Us Part 2 picks up Joel and Ellie's story 4 years after the let's call it the hospital incident, by which point Ellie has found out exactly what happened. And although she and Joel are still living in the same community, their relationship has become strained. Whilst out on patrol, Joel and Tommy save a woman named Abby from a horde of infected, but upon returning to her outpost, they discover she and her friends are former Fireflies, and that Abby's father was the surgeon murdered by Joel. After finding out that Joel and Tommy haven't returned to their post, Ellie, her girlfriend Dinah, and Dinah's ex-boyfriend Jesse set out to find the brothers, but by the time Ellie is able to reach the lodge, it's already too late, and she's forced to look on as Abby brutally murders Joel. I'm not saying I didn't expect Joel to die in this game, but the timing and manner of his execution here is something I don't think I'll ever quite recover from. If you take a look back at how our ancestors lived, it's fair to say that, by comparison, we've got it pretty easy. Thanks to modern technology, it's now easier than ever to cook meals, clean our homes, work, communicate with others, and entertain ourselves. Heck, thanks to the magic of the internet, you need never leave your house if you don't want to. With that said though, sometimes we can't help but look to our favourite video games and wonder just how much simpler things could be if we had access to all of the weird and wonderful items that have been dreamt up by devs over the years. For this list then, we've taken a look back through the archives of gaming history to uncover the items that we think could vastly improve our lives. It doesn't matter if they're magical or just really technologically advanced, if we think they'd make our day-to-day responsibilities less complicated, then they are most welcome here. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are 10 video game items that would make our lives so much easier. Number 10. Hookshot, The Legend of Zelda series. Ladders. What a pain in the bum they are. Sadly, if you've got some work that needs doing in a high place, they're pretty much the only option you've got. That is, of course, unless you're Link of the Legend of Zelda fame, in which case you can solve any high ground issue with your handy-dandy hookshot. Players first encounter the hookshot in The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, where it can be found hiding in the Swamp Palace. Since then, it's made appearances in a number of Zelda titles, including Link's Awakening, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask, and it has gotten our boy out of a number of sticky situations. The primary function of the hookshot is to allow Link to grapple onto faraway surfaces so he can reach previously inaccessible areas, and he needs simply latch it onto a sturdy object in order to be propelled towards it. Its applications don't end there though, as the hookshot can also be used to retrieve hard-to-reach items and rupees, attack enemies, and even activate switches. You know what that means? No more getting out of bed when you're comfy because you've forgotten to turn off the light. Number 9. Return Scepter, Stardew Valley. Picture the scene. You've gone out for a few drinks after work, and when it's time to say goodbye, you pull up your taxi summoning app and... What's this? Surge pricing? Not to worry though, because you've got your return scepter. So all you need to do is raise it skywards, and you're on your doorstep in no time. Indeed, one of the most useful items in all of Stardew Valley is the return scepter, a golden staff topped with a purple gem that will return the wielder home when they raise it above their head. Obtaining it is a bit of a nightmare though, as there's a ton of stuff that the player must do before the option to purchase it even becomes available. If you do want to get your hands on this highly useful stick, you'll need to donate 60 unique items to the museum, which means a heck of a lot of mining and fishing for interesting stuff. And only then will you be allowed into the sewers to buy the scepter from Krobus. I hope you've been saving though, because it costs no less than 2 million gold. Christ, how many parsnips do I have to sell to accrue that much? Hang on, 57,000? Sod it, I'll walk. Number 8. Stimpaks, the Fallout series. Modern medicine is a marvel of science, but as anyone who's ever tried waiting in A&E will tell you, unless you're on the brink of death, it can often take a while to get medical attention. What would be really handy then is if there was some sort of fix-all cure that could be administered at home in less time than it even takes to ring 111. Now, we're not saying we'd like to live in the Fallout universe. After all, we can't imagine it's too much fun trying to survive in a nuclear wasteland, but it's hard to deny that there are some items, namely Stimpaks, that would be massively useful. First making their appearance in Fallout 1, these futuristic wonders are typically syringes filled with a mixture of healing agents and stimulants, which, when injected, boost the user's natural regenerative functions. What that means in practice is that any injury that might befall you whilst wandering a post-apocalyptic hellscape will be healed in a jiffy. Cuts, scrapes, burns, and breaks are no longer an issue if you have a Stimpak in your bag. And let's face it, with all of the ghouls and mutants milling around, you're probably going to need a few of them. Number 7. Redstone. Minecraft. Owing to humanity's reliance on fossil fuels over the past several hundred years, it's fair to say that the planet is in a bit of a pickle, and we're now in a position where we need to find renewable alternatives for energy or face dooming the world. But what if there were a power source out there that was infinite and able to produce a whole load of clean energy whilst taking up barely any space? Well, if you live in the world of Minecraft, there is. And it's not all that difficult to get your hands on. Indeed, residents of the Minecraft universe can power pretty much anything thanks to redstone. Obtained by taking that pickaxe for a day out in one of the game's many mines, redstone allows you to create all kinds of weird and wonderful powered contraptions. Perhaps you're looking to beef up your home security after one too many creeper attacks. With redstone, you can. Simply craft yourself an iron door, then hook it up to a lever or button, et voila! No more home invasions. Or maybe you're sick of your neighbours rifling through your chests. Well, my good sir, or madam, or other, all you need to do is craft yourself a trapped chest and connect it to some TNT. Ho ho, that'll surely learn 'em. Number 6. Omni Tools, the Mass Effect series. Invented in the late 1800s, the Swiss Army knife is a miracle of engineering, allowing its owners to carry around everything from corkscrews to wood saws to toothpicks in their pockets. Sadly though, their functions are limited to non-electronic tasks, so if you're in desperate need of assistance of the digital variety, you're plops out of luck. Fortunately for them though, the good folks living in the Mass Effect universe get to make use of Omni Tools, handy devices with all sorts of applications. Appearing throughout the series, Omni Tools are able to perform a number of different tasks and can function as a torch, scanner, camera, and communication device, plus they're able to repair items, dispense Medigel, assist the wearer with hacking, and much, much more. But Peter, I hear you cry, what about if I'm being attacked by hordes of Geth? I don't think shining a torch at them will do much good, will it? Fear not, young grasshopper, because the Omni Tool can also function as a weapon, and is able to perform different attacks depending on your class. Soldiers and infiltrators get to utilize the Omni Blade, and engineers get a little incendiary oomph added to their backhand. No matter the issue, your Omni Tool has you covered. Number 5. Bag of Holding, the Baldur's Gate series. Now, before anyone starts, yes, we know that the Bag of Holding technically originates from Dungeons & Dragons, but the rules for the D&D bag are slightly different to those for the Baldur's Gate bag, so we're giving it a pass. Originally developed by BioWare, the Baldur's Gate series takes place in the Forgotten Realms D&D setting and is full to the brim with magical items. One of the most useful is the Bag of Holding, which makes its first appearance in Siege of Dragonspear, the 2016 DLC for Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition. It also shows up in Baldur's Gate 2 in multiple places, including Dragomir's tomb. There, it's revealed that the powerful vampire Dragomir the Warlord has been using it to carry around his coffin so he doesn't have to traipse back to his castle to regenerate every time he falls in battle. Clever. But what's so great about this bag, you may ask? Well, not only can the Bag of Holding carry up to 100 items, but because it's magical, it never weighs more than 5 pounds, or 2.26796 kilos if you want to get metric about this, meaning you could stick 100 grand pianos in it, and it'd still only weigh as much as a small cat. Number 4. Cosmic Forge, Wizardry 6, Bane of the Cosmic Forge. Strap in, boys and girls, because it's time to head all the way back to 1990 as we look at Wizardry 6, Bane of the Cosmic Forge, or more specifically, the Cosmic Forge itself. The game follows a party of adventurers as they explore the land, trying to find out what happened to the king, queen, and wizard that once inhabited the castle, which allegedly holds the Cosmic Forge, a pen that's able to control the destiny of time and space. Anything written by the pen becomes instantly true, so whoever holds it can effectively shape the world however they like. Guess who's never gonna run out of Oreos ever again? This guy. It is worth noting though that using it outside of the cosmic circle does cause the writer to suffer its bane, capital B, i.e. the Forge will twist whatever they've written in order to mock them. As an example, the evil queen uses it to write the death of the witch, meaning the king's lover Rebecca, but the pen instead interprets the witch to be the queen herself. Ouch. However, as long as you've got one of those cosmic circle thingies, I'm sure there's no way that anything could go wrong. And they probably sell them on Amazon or something, right? Cosmic circle, can someone check that, please? Number 3. Dagger of Time, Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time. At some point or another, we've all wished that we had the power to turn back time, whether we've said something stupid that we've instantly regretted, or just wish that we could snooze a little longer in the mornings. There are definitely a lot of pros to being able to roll back the clock. If only we had the Dagger of Time. The dagger first makes its appearance in Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time, where the titular prince loots it from the palace of a local Maharaja after being tricked into stealing the titular Sands of Time for the vizier. After obtaining the sands, the vizier uses them to turn everyone into horrific monsters, and it's up to our favourite nameless prince to put an end to his dastardly schemes. Throughout the game, the prince is able to use the dagger to rewind time up to 10 seconds, allowing him to reverse potentially game-ending mistakes, meaning no more platforming slip-ups. It can also slow time for those around him, making combat much easier, or freeze his enemies entirely for those times when he's a little overwhelmed and doesn't feel like breaking a sweat. Be careful not to use it too much though, because you wouldn't want to invoke the wrath of this guy. Number 2. Gravity Gloves, Half-Life Alyx. Have you ever sat down on the sofa only to realise the TV remote is on the other side of the room? Annoying, right? It's really hard being privileged, but what if you had gloves that could summon items to you from a distance? Why, you'd never find yourself in that kind of predicament ever again. We toyed with the idea of putting the gravity gun from Half-Life 2 on this list, but why would you want to lug that old thing around when you could instead have the gravity gloves from Half-Life Alyx? They do the exact same job, but are a fraction of the size. And you know us, we like tiny things here at Team TripleJump. The gravity gloves are created by Russell, who gives them to Alyx after freeing her from the clutches of the Combine. They may not be much to look at, but the gloves allow Alyx to pull distant objects towards her, meaning she can summon everything from ammo to gas canisters, which can promptly be lobbed at enemies. They also help Alyx keep track of her ammo if she's wielding a gun, and inform her if her health is getting low. It's basically like having a smartwatch that can summon you a beer, tell you how much of your beer is left throughout the evening, and then tell you how unhealthy it is to be drinking that beer. Which is, let's face it, the dream. And number 1, Aperture Science handheld portal device, aka the Portal Gun, the Portal series. Oh, come on, what other video game item could have possibly taken the number 1 spot on this list besides the Portal Gun? First appearing in the 2007 puzzler Portal, the Aperture Science handheld portal device is an item that can fire 2 interconnected portals, one blue and one orange, that allow both objects and people to pass between 2 points in space instantaneously. This proves particularly useful for protagonist Chell, who makes her way through the Aperture Science Enrichment Center, using it to solve the puzzles within each chamber. She's able to reach otherwise inaccessible areas, redirect projectiles, and maneuver her trusty companion cube into place. In fact, just about the only thing the portal gun can't do is, well, fire bullets, but also heal the emotional trauma from having to euthanize that trusty companion cube. Indeed, within the walls of the Aperture Science testing facility, the portal gun is an incredibly useful device, but just think of the applications it could have in the outside world. Whatever whatever problem you have, there's a portal for it. Although you would have to coat almost everything in that moon dust paint, and that caused Cave Johnson's fatal illness, didn't it? Maybe this is a bad idea. Although it doesn't happen often, we gamers sometimes do grow tired of having to actively participate in our beloved hobby. During these unfortunate, shameful times, we may turn to movies and television to get our entertainment instead. When we do, it's interesting to see exactly how gamer characters are represented on the big or small screen. Oftentimes, mainstream media leans heavily on dated and downright offensive stereotypes, which can leave us feeling a little bit alienated. I don't want to specifically name any names, of course. Cough, The Big Bang Theory, cough, cough, cough. Excuse me, I had something stuck in my throat there. Fortunately, there are a small number of films and TV shows that really hit the nail on the head and manage to bring us interesting, recognizable gamers to whom we can all look up. We will be discussing important plot points of these films and TV series, so a spoiler alert is very much in effect from here on out. Don't say we didn't warn you. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and these are 10 awesome gamers from movies and TV shows. Number 10. Meg Jeffries, Dead Pixels. If you are heavily into, well, any MMORPG really, it can be difficult to schedule your life around the game. You can't miss that important raid, it's been planned for weeks, and if you don't log in every evening at 7 PM, you're going to miss out on your daily bonus. Now wouldn't that just be a nightmare? No one is more acutely aware of these struggles than Meg Jeffries, protagonist of British sitcom Dead Pixels, who is desperately trying to balance her online life in the fictitious game Kingdom Scrolls with her real-life struggles in the world of dating. Is she perfect? Well, no. She yells at fake gamer girls in the street, leads a smear campaign against Vince Vaughn to the point that he crashes his Prius, and lures a co-worker's character into a cave in order to rob him, which is really not cool, thinking about it. She is, however, fiercely loyal to the chaps in her Kingdom Scrolls group, often putting the game ahead of everything else in her life, including her long-suffering flatmate, Alison. Although Meg is far from a great person overall, it is refreshing to see a reasonably realistic representation of female gamers for once. Despite all of her flaws, we're happy to welcome her onto our list. Albeit at number 10, I suppose.
Okay, Nikki, Daisy's dead. Let's both kill ourselves and start again.
Number 9. Young Neil, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. You might be asking yourself why we didn't include the protagonist of Scott Pilgrim vs. the World on this list, and the answer is quite simple. Scott's a bit of a dick, really. At age 22, he's dating a 17-year-old, which is a bit creepy at best and an actual felony at worst, depending on where you live, and then he cheats on said 17-year-old with a girl he basically harasses into going out with him, and then he gets mad at her for having the audacity to have dated other blokes or ladies before him. What a knobber. Young Neil, on the other hand, is a simple man who loves nothing more than supporting his friend's band and playing video games. As a fan of the Legend of Zelda franchise and Tetris, sweet, simple young Neil is seldom found without his beloved Nintendo DS in his hand, and in casual conversation, his mind often goes straight to gaming, regardless of the situation. Can't say I can relate to that one. Always ready to step up to the plate when his useless pal Scott is off chasing unfortunate women, we can't help but feel that a spin-off series starring young Neil playing his way through the DS back catalogue and going to sex bob-omb concerts would be far more enjoyable and less problematic than the story of his mate. Number 8. Jimmy Woods, the Wizard. Here at Team TripleJump, we've long been advocates for the healing properties of video games. Got a broken heart? Video games. Had a really rubbish week at work? Video games. Broken both your legs in an unfortunate pedalo accident? I mean, probably A&E first, but then video games, my dude. When young Jimmy Woods' Oh, okay. This takes a turn. Jesus Christ. When young Jimmy Woods' twin sister is killed in an accident, the poor lad begins to suffer from PTSD. Facing institutionalization, Jimmy is spirited away by his half-brother, who aims to bring him to live with their dad. On the way, they discover that Jimmy is quite good at video games, and so he enters and ultimately wins a huge tournament with a massive prize of $50,000, bringing his whole family together and saving himself from a lengthy stay in a medical facility. The film itself may just be a 100-minute long advert for Nintendo, but it is refreshing to know that even in 1989, video games could be appreciated for their therapeutic power. Jimmy Woods proves that sometimes you just need to throw yourself into a good game and forget about whatever's ailing you. Maybe not if you have PTSD though, the film was wrong about that. Proper help and support would be far better than Dig Dug in that situation. Broadly speaking though, this is an example of video games being therapeutic that we can probably all relate to in some way or other. Number 7. Alex Rogan, The Last Starfighter. Do you ever plop down your controller after your 15th straight hour of gaming and think, oh, gee, I sure am wasting my life? Well, first of all, time enjoyed is not time wasted. And secondly, your favourite game may well end up being training for some sort of real-life conflict. You just never know. When Alex Rogan becomes frustrated with his fruitless existence, he gets heavily into the arcade game Starfighter, which, as it turns out, is a representation of real-life conflict between the Ryland Star League and the Kodan Empire. Although Alex's life on Earth may be lacking somewhat in the achievement department, he's quite the whiz when it comes to Starfighter, to the point that he's abducted by an alien race and drafted into their war. Despite being reluctant to get involved, Alex recognises that though he might not have much going for him on Earth, he has a plethora of untapped potential out there in the cosmos. So, the next time you're second-guessing yourself and worrying you're spending far too much time on Metroid Prime, don't worry, you might just be preparing yourself for some intergalactic monster hunting. Unlikely, I'll admit, but you know, keep your fingers crossed, I suppose. Number 6. Ender, Ender's Game. Unlike the other entries on this list, Andrew Ender Wiggin doesn't play video games for fun, but he is still an awesome gamer nonetheless. In the not-too-distant future, the Earth has been devastated by an alien invasion, which has cost tens of millions of people their lives. In retaliation, humanity plans to launch an attack on the alien race known as the Formix, training gifted children to become commanders of a new fleet. Enter Ender, a young chap with a serious talent for strategy. Forget Civilization 6 though, this kid's got real skills, as he proves time and time again throughout the movie, working his way through the ranks with his outside-the-box problem-solving and quick thinking. His mad skills ultimately prove too great for the Formix, and he wipes out the entire race of aliens without breaking a sweat. It does turn out that the extraterrestrials were just looking for water and never meant to start a war, but let's not focus on that bit. We're not here to feel bad about xenocide, we're here to appreciate what a good little gamer our boy Ender is. You go, young man, kill those Formix. Kill them. Number 5. Kirito and Asuna, Sword Art Online. Oh, what's that? 2 entries for the price of 1? I know, I do spoil you. But when looking at the popular anime series, Sword Art Online, it really is impossible to pick a favourite from this adorable young couple. So, we're giving you both. For some people, being trapped in their favourite video game might be ideal, but for the players stuck in Sword Art Online, things aren't all peaches and cream. 2 such unfortunate folks, Kirito and Asuna, hopefully I'm saying those right, find themselves trapped inside the game, forced against their will to play through all of Aincrad's 100 floors, 100 floors, or face being stuck there forever. Oh, and if they die in the game, they also die in the real world. It's just like Animal Crossing. Despite the odds being stacked very firmly against them, Kirito and Asuna managed to fight their way through all 100 floors, defeat the final boss, and live happily ever after. Well, sort of. There is a whole thing where Asuna ends up in a coma and gets forced into yet another virtual reality game against her will. There's a lot going on, okay? But what's important is that Kirito and Asuna kick some serious ass despite the entire virtual world being against them. Number 4. David Lightman, War Games. When you were younger, did your mum ever tell you that you'd get square eyes if you didn't stop playing so many video games? Mine did, but it never stopped me. In fact, I wanted square eyes. It sounded cool.
I have special eyes.
If, on the other hand, Mother had told me that my continued insistence on playing GoldenEye would result in the nuclear annihilation of the entire planet, I might have been more inclined to listen. Only listen though, I still would have played GoldenEye. After hacking into his school's computer system to change his grades, David Lightman accidentally engages with the NORAD supercomputer War Operation Plan Response, or WOPR for short. The WOPR runs simulations so that it can learn what to do in the event of an actual conflict. David boots up a game called Global Thermonuclear War, one thing leads to another, and he's arrested by the FBI on suspicion of being a Soviet spy. Whoops. Despite this slight faux pas, however, David ultimately stops the machine in its tracks by teaching it the concepts of futility and mutually assured destruction, thus saving humanity and presumably launching his career in network security. You know, just as soon as the FBI has finished waterboarding him. Number 3. Ed, Shaun of the Dead. On the surface of it, Ed might seem like a bit of a waste of space. He doesn't have a job, he doesn't contribute meaningfully to his household, and he was a major factor in Shaun and Liz's breakup. But hey, not one of us is perfect, and we can overlook Ed's flaws on account of the fact that he just loves his PlayStation. If it had been Xbox though, we might not have been so forgiving.
Sort your life out, mate!
When he's not pummeling zombies with a garden shovel... Wait, or is it a spade? Is that a spade? Oh, never mind, I'm sure nobody will correct me in the comments. Ed can be found on his sofa, or later in his shed, playing Time Splitters 2. A fine choice, if I do say so myself. Ed's experience behind a controller undoubtedly prepares him for facing off against hordes of the undead, handling firearms like a pro, and making a speedy getaway in Philip's beloved Jag. But what truly makes him awesome is his love for his friends and his willingness to sacrifice himself for those around him. He gets chomped in the neck while fighting to protect his mates, and even agrees to forego a bullet to the head in order to allow Shaun and Liz a quick, painless death. Jeez, someone get that man a cornetto. Number 2. Randy Marsh, South Park. When you think of the long list of characters in Trey Parker and Matt Stone's satirical comedy series, Randy Marsh is probably not the first one that springs to mind when it comes to gaming. However, after being called not a very nice name due to his lack of Warcraft knowledge, Randy signs up to the MMORPG in the hopes that he'll get to hang out with his son. But when a griefer starts killing random players for no good reason, it falls to Randy to save the day. After successfully leveling their characters, Stan, Kyle, Cartman, and Kenny take on the troll, battling for over 17 hours to rid the world of Warcraft of his tyranny. Unbeknownst to them, however, they're lacking a crucial weapon, the Sword of 1,000 Truths. Enter Randy, a shining beacon of hope in an otherwise helpless world of Warcraft. Desperate to aid the boys in their quest, Randy steals a car, assaulting the driver in the process, and speeds to his local computer store where he's able to log on and give the boys the sword, sacrificing himself to do so. Many of our beloved South Park regulars, and Cartman, have had some kind of foray into the world of video games over the years, but few of those forays have been quite as memorable as Randy Marsh's adventures in World of Warcraft. And number 1, Wade Watts, Ready Player One. Be honest, if your favourite video game gave you the opportunity to win a fortune beyond your wildest dreams, you'd probably spend every waking moment to try and find a way to get your hands on it. Such is life for Wade Watts, aka Parzival, a young man living in poverty in the year 2045. Wade's only escape from reality is in the form of a VR universe, the Oasis, or ontologically anthropocentric sensory immersive simulation if we're serious about this. When one of the creators of the Oasis oasis dies and leaves behind a contest for its inhabitants, Wade and his friends get straight to tracking down the Easter eggs left throughout the virtual universe. Not only does Wade, with the help of many pals, manage to riddle out the clues left behind by the late James Halliday, but he also manages to do so with the evil IOI on his trail. But what does he do after winning the contest and gaining control of the oasis? Go on a mad spending spree? Become an unbearable douche? No, of course not. He uses his power for good, banning all of IOI's access to the virtual universe and closing it on Tuesdays and Thursdays so that people could spend some time in the real world. Kind of ironic that he makes the #1 spot in our list of awesome gamers, but you know, sometimes the best gamers are those that just take a break. Hey, go tell someone you love them, okay?
What is it about bugs that make most people shudder? Is it their wriggly, grabbly legs, their crunchy, chitinous exoskeletons, or their constantly shifting mouth bits? Whatever it is that upsets them about mini beasts, those with entomophobia have to be careful about what they play, because while many games are quite clear about their bug fixation, some reveal it to you suddenly and out of nowhere, like a pizza box that's actually full of spiders. Well, never fear, dear viewers, because we're here to help. We've assembled a list of 10 games that spend at least some of their runtime exposing you to insects. Some are light-hearted, others are legitimately terrifying, but all of them involve mandibles, wings, and compound eyes in some way or another that is sure to make insect haters extremely uncomfortable. Expect lots of creepy and/or crawly imagery on this one, folks. In fact, I don't know how you can even watch this. Maybe through your fingers. Yes, go for that. Anyway, you have been warned. I'm for the, some reason, extremely itchy Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 games to avoid if you're scared of creepy crawlies. I don't know, maybe a friend could watch this for you? You'll work it out. Number 10, Hollow Knight. Let's kick things off with possibly the archetypal modern bug game. Despite its cartoony aesthetics, Hollow Knight has some truly unnerving insect-based imagery that'll make you want to shy away from the various bugs on screen, even though you play as one. Set in a beleaguered underground realm, Hollow Knight sees players don the little beetle helmet of a nameless knight and explore the Hollow Nest, braving its dangerous chambers in an attempt to combat a mysterious infection that is turning the locals to madness and undeath. This perilous journey will take the protagonist to plenty of dark and skittery places that are sure to unnerve anyone who finds mini beasts disquieting. Giant, invincible centipedes inhabit the dark and dingy deep nests. Sinister, fluke-like creatures stalk the royal waterways that growl and hiss and continue to attack after being sliced to pieces, and indistinct, many-legged shadows scuttle in the foreground of the beast's den. Hollow Knight is characterized by its bleak and dismal atmosphere, even without the whole undying infected insects thing. Add in the creepy crawly theme and you've basically got a tough Metroidvania that's mercilessly dreary and absolutely abundant with antagonistic arthropods. It might just be too much of an ask to the average bug detester. Number 9, World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is a fantasy MMORPG set in the world of Azeroth, and those who dive in can expect a magical and awe-inspiring journey through mystical forests, grand cities, and haunted wastelands. You'll bump into orcs, ogres, dragons, and all that fantasy stuff, and yes, you're likely to encounter the odd giant spider or two, but for the most part, you'll be knee-deep in traditional fantasy monsters. Then there's the Silithid. Without going too deep into the complex interlinked web of lore that is World of Warcraft, the Silithid are an insectoid race that were created by an old god of madness and chaos. What this means for players brave enough to explore the hives that are dotted around southern Kalimdor is that your stroll through a picturesque and inspiring fantasy world could quickly turn into a series of spine-tingling, skin-crawling bug encounters. The World of Warcraft developers took special care in the sound design in and around these Silithid hives, and those with a decent headset will surely feel like they've descended into a hellish, skittering dungeon, the cloying air thick with buzzing, stinging swarms. You can even make them your pet, if that's your thing. Number 8, Grounded. The thing about gardens, lovely, idyllic, and beautiful as they can be, is that they are absolutely filled with bugs. Luckily, the majority of these bugs are tiny and inconsequential, and the most we'd have to contend with is a wayward ant or an annoying wasp who's shown an interest in our jam sandwiches. Imagine, though, if you were shrunk down to the size of an insect. How attractive would your back garden be then, eh? Obsidian Entertainment's Grounded presents this exact situation, and players will never look at their lawn the same way. The game follows 4 teenagers who find themselves in an unfamiliar backyard and shrunk down to minuscule minuscule size with no memory as to how they got there. Assuming control of one of these Lilliputian youths, players will be tasked with exploring, finding food and water, and figuring out the reason for the kids' predicament. Oh, and staving off attacks from the local creepy crawlies, of course. Pretty much anything you might find lurking under rocks makes an appearance, up to and including spiders. Luckily, there's a handy accessibility option for arachnophobes that dials down on the spider's scariness, morphing them from 8-legged terrors to strangely cute floating blobs. Good news for arachnophobes, bad news for those who are scared of expressionless levitating blob creatures. Your time will come. Number 7. Earthworm Jim. One of the grossest things about bugs and creepy crawlies is when they have fleshy, bulbous, juicy abdomens attached to them, and no video game character in existence embodies this trait more than Earthworm Jim's nemesis, the evil and appropriately named Queen Slug-for-a-Butt. Or, sorry, to give her full and even more appropriate name, Queen Pulsating, Bloated, Festering, Sweaty, Pus-Filled, Malformed Slug-for-a-Butt. Encountered in Earthworm Jim's creepy final level, Buttville, this repulsive royal has a segmented body, numerous pointy bits and mandibles, and a disproportionately massive goopy abdomen. She is the leader of the Insectoids, a race of alien insects whose home planet of Insectica is at war with Earth. All of these guys are the Queen's offspring, which means they've all been excreted from her ovipositor, which is the tubular structure on the end of her abdomen that is used for laying eggs. You're more than welcome for that explanation, by the way. Regardless, bloated egg-laying queens aside, Jim himself might be a little off-putting for some, but his design makes him a bit more friendly, so he's not too bad. The same can be said for Queen Slug-for-a-Butt's twin sister, Princess What's Her Name, who is a much more appealing anthropomorphic insect. Shame she gets flattened by that cow. Number 6. Animal Crossing New Horizons. Yes, we know Animal Crossing New Horizons and the franchise as a whole is a cutesy, family-friendly series that would never dream of giving us the heebie-jeebies. Only island vibes and adorable little animal friends await in this idyllic life simulator as cartoony, stylized characters skip jauntily across beaches and comfy grasslands. My question, then, is this. Why did the developers choose to render the insects so realistically? If you have an aversion to all things both creepy and crawly, you may well need to prepare yourself before diving into Animal Crossing's world. Wandering around your island during the day, we hope you don't mind grasshoppers the size of footballs flapping around. Haven't played in a while? Enjoy stomping on the scurrying cockroaches that have infested your home. Doing some peaceful nighttime island hopping? Watch out for sudden vicious tarantula attacks. Honestly, people say they'd like to live in the peaceful world of Animal Crossing for real, but if that means walking past water bugs roughly the size of my head on a regular basis, I think I'll give it a miss, thanks. And don't get me started on the random wasp attacks. Leave me alone. I was only trying to find a stick. Number 5. BioShock. Insects probably aren't the first thing that come to mind when considering Ken Levine's 2007 aquatic opus BioShock. Those diving suit-clad behemoths and their creepy child companions kind of steal the show. However, look a little closer and bug phobes are sure to find something that'll make them itchy all over: the insect swarm plasmid. This genetic upgrade, as they call it, allows BioShock protagonist Jack to launch swarms of angry killer bees at his enemies. These deadly living clouds will seek out the nearest foe, stinging them mercilessly until they're incapacitated, and then moving right on to the next victim. If you've never played BioShock before, you might be wondering where these bees actually come from. Well, when this plasmid is equipped, the user's wrists will sport an extremely sore-looking rash, scattered with holes from which the insects emerge. We don't want to think too hard about what it would feel like to have swarms of bugs crawling around beneath your skin, batting their little wings and wriggling their little bee butts. Of course, in real life, most bees are gentle and need protecting, such as their importance to the environment, and cute little honeybees have no intentions of hunting down your enemies or using your limbs as living hives. So, look after the bees, people. Number 4. Mortal Kombat 11. Although the protagonist of BioShock is an example of someone who can produce bugs from within their own skin, Devora from Mortal Kombat is an example of someone who takes this concept to, frankly, unnecessary extremes. At a glance, she looks like a humanoid female. I mean, she's got pointy teeth, compound eyes, and some spiky bits here and there, but she could just be an alien or something, right? Wrong. She's actually bugs. Plural. Lots and lots of bugs. Coming from a race known as the Kitin, Devora is composed of a swarm of colonial insects that bond together into a humanoid form, and interacting with this disturbing being for even a short amount of time will make this fact all too apparent. Most of Devora's attacks consist of some kind of bug-like appendage sprouting from beneath her skin and either stinging her opponent or ejecting some kind of viscous fluid at them. Of course, she wouldn't be a Mortal Kombat character without some gruesome fatalities too, and Devora's represent quite possibly some of the absolute worst fates an entomophobe could possibly imagine. It's enough to make your skin crawl, if you had any left when she was finished with you, that is. Number 3. Ant Attack. Modern gamers may scoff at the antiquated visuals of this early attempt at intense bug-based gameplay, but let me tell you, when you're playing Quicksilver's 1983 isometric insect adventure Ant Attack, the rudimentary AI does a startlingly good job of portraying the merciless, single-minded robotic determination of a swarm of giant ants on the attack. Ant Attack tasks players with exploring areas filled with ruins in search of a damsel in distress, while avoiding the giant ants that have overrun the place. Possibly as a result of growing to such ridiculous proportions, the bugs have lost their ability to climb up things, so the player is safe when on top of a wall. However, in order to get to the goal, many long dashes across open ground are required, and these things will follow you relentlessly. As a result, a lot of your time with Ant Attack will be spent hiding from the swarm on bits of wall while the timer ticks inexorably down, waiting for that opportunity to make a run for it, rescuee in tow as horse-sized ants nip at your heels. I hope you've got your route planned out, because getting bitten by one of these big boys will result in a bit more than a stinging sensation and some slight swelling. Number 2. Deadly Creatures. If I told you about a game with a story concerning treasure hunters looking for Civil War gold in the Californian desert, you might be expecting some kind of Red Dead Redemption-esque tale of Old West prospectors. If I told you that game was called Deadly Creatures and that the cover prominently features a tarantula facing off with a rattlesnake, your next guess would probably be a little closer to the truth. Released for the Wii in 2009, Deadly Creatures allowed players to control a tarantula or a scorpion and get involved in various miniature dust-ups with the local wildlife in its tiny and savage world. Choose the scorpion and expect action-based gameplay, with the segmented arachnid attacking other creepy crawlies as well as the occasional rat or reptile with its snippy pincers and stinging tail. Take on the role of the tarantula and prepare for stealth-based gameplay as the hairy, eight-legged menace surprises and consumes its prey. Full of interesting ideas, Deadly Creatures offers the opportunity to see the world through the eyes of these diminutive predators and actually witness firsthand the completely accurate scorpion hunting technique of punching lizards in the face before then doing some kind of scorpion on lizard suplex maneuver and then stinging it right in the mouth. Honestly, it's like playing a nature documentary. Amazing. Number 1. Earth Defense Force series. Taking bug-based mayhem to its logical extreme, we have the Earth Defense Force series that has been treating us to kaiju-sized critters since its inception in 2003, back when it was known as Monster Attack. The series isn't really too big on story, but the basic premise is that hostile aliens have decided to attack Earth and are doing so by beaming down various enormous bugs from their fleet of UFOs that have been situated above the planet's cities. It's the player's job to fight back, bringing all the machine guns, lasers, and bazookas that Earth's defenders can muster to stick it to these colossal invaders. You're going to need all that firepower too, as a rolled up newspaper isn't really going to bother these titanic termites. Of course, scientifically these things shouldn't be able to exist due to factors like weight distribution and air diffusion, but when you're staring up at an ant the size of a multi-story car park, science isn't going to be of much help to you, is it? Well, unless you count the fact that your guns, armor, jetpacks and such were made by science, then you could argue that it'll be very helpful indeed. Thanks for protecting me against giant bug attacks, science. I knew I'd find a use for you someday. When there's something strange in your neighborhood, who you gonna call? Well, please don't call the police, because it's just us trying to film an episode of Prove It. Like many others, we've been enjoying watching strangers on YouTube pretend to scream because of the 4-player psychological horror game Phasmophobia. It does actually look quite fun, and it's gotten us in the mood for more scares and spookums. There is a shed load of ghost hunting equipment available in that game, but there's simply not enough if you ask me, especially since so many other games have showed us how easy it is to find ghost busting equipment just laying around the house. Seriously, if video games are to be believed, the contents of any human being's front pocket would contain items sufficient to beat back the entire forces of hell. In this list, we'll look at just some of those items that you never knew could defeat literal armies of darkness. Of course, anti-demon weaponry such as Doomguy's BFG 9000 would be a little overkill, and I don't think too many of you have one of those in your closets, so scrounge with us instead for some of the more strategic items that would benefit any aspiring ghost hunter. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 mundane gaming items to defeat the supernatural. Number 10. Sage, Atelier. Smudging refers to a spiritual cleansing or blessing ceremony that was used widely within Native American tribes, although other groups have also used bundles of dried white sage to purify areas of supposed hauntings and possessions by nefarious spirits. In Phasmophobia, firing up the old smudge stick is a surefire way to buy yourself some time while conducting your investigations. When facing down the denizens of the dark though, I personally want to make sure that I've got enough of it stockpiled to smoke out any and all supernatural forces within a 5-mile radius, and if we're looking for quantity, what better place to start than the Atelier series? This franchise is built on alchemy, with the gameplay centered around finding, collecting, and combining ingredients for various magical recipes. These alchemists have gardens full of sage and other herbs, so surely they wouldn't mind sharing, right? Hey, we'll offer it as a side quest if we have to. Those JRPG heroines can't get enough of altruistic questlines, so they'll have our ghost hunting RV stocked full in no time. Number 9. Cell phone. Silent Hill Shattered Memories. No spoilers, but if you've played Shattered Memories, you'll know that Harry Mason doesn't quite need his cell phone anymore. We might as well put it to good use. Somehow, Harry's humble phone can illuminate photographic remnants known as echo photos, which allow the player to glimpse traumatic past events through the lens of the device. And to be honest, I'm not quite sure what suspicious third-party app he downloaded to achieve this. He's definitely jailbroken it, that's for sure. Luckily, his phone works well even in freezing temperatures, as proven when the other world manifests as a frozen wasteland instead of the usual tetanus nightmare of the previous installments. As seasoned ghost hunters already know, spirits love to mess around with the thermostat, so having a device that works perfectly in low temperatures is essential for any professional investigation. The phone may not have direct offensive capability, but it would be invaluable for sniffing out all the ghoulish details of the haunted environment, helping us figure out exactly what we're up against. Number 8. Water Gun. Zombies Ate My Neighbors. This run-and-gun title from LucasArts has become a cult classic for its tongue-in-cheek humor and quirky approach to the zombie genre, but can it really help us tackle the more ethereal denizens of the undead? Well, upon closer inspection, we reckon that the basic water gun weapon would be perfect for tackling any ghoul or ghost thanks to its divine choice of ammo.
Holy water.
Yeah. Chances are we've all got an old water pistol somewhere in the back of the garden shed, so all we need to do is scrounge it up, whack it under the tap, say a few respectful words to our deity of choice, and hey presto. And if you want to take things up a notch, you can quickly grab one of those totally legitimate priest qualifications online for maximum Jeepers power. Either way, this handy water gun is literally a blessing to any paranormal investigator's loadout. Number 7. Lantern. The Haunted Mansion. Loosely based on Disney's movie of the same name, which itself is based on the theme park ride, the Haunted Mansion video game embodies the horror that Disney is becoming known for thanks to its tendency to release lackluster sequels and remakes. Thankfully, no one is tearing through Reddit to demand a Haunted Mansion reboot, so we'll happily raid the game for any old equipment that's laying around and gathering dust. In particular, we've got our eye on a sacred lantern known as the Beacon of Souls. As well as having a penchant for fiddling with the temperature controls, ghosts have a fondness for flicking the lights on and off at the most inopportune moments. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more I realise that most of these ghosts have the same modus operandi as an annoying child, and we're taking the role of a strict father who's trying to keep the household utility bills at a reasonable level. Fortunately, this lantern has a dual use for such situations. Not only can it illuminate the room when those pesky poltergeists decide to turn off the lights, but it can also fire out energy blasts to take advantage of the ghost's photophobia. Candles are weak. Supernaturally souped up lanterns, those are definitely the way to go. Number 6. Phone Charm. Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor. Who knew that keyrings could hold so much power? Here I thought their only uses were A. making the keys too big to fit in my pocket comfortably, and B. being an easy gift for grandparents when we visit the seaside. However, according to Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor, simple charms can actually embody the strength of associated myths and legends, as proven during the boss battle against Belder. Mirroring the original myth of Boulder, in which he is slain by a sprig of mistletoe, or arrow in some versions of the tale, a phone charm in the shape of mistletoe is the only item that can render the immortal Belder vulnerable to attack. Granted, we may not be constantly facing incarnations of Boulder, but mistletoe was once revered by Celtic druids for both medicine and magic, so here's hoping that a few other ghosts have some severe mistletoe allergies that we can really take advantage of. Actually, why not load up your car keys with all manner of charms and doodads, give them a jangle, and who knows, you might just get lucky and encounter a spirit with an aversion to Lego minifigures and no EpiPen in sight. Number 5. Feather Pokemon. In all manner of folklore, there have been tales of innocent victims plagued by nightmares or accursed slumber, all due to demonic possessions or nefarious entities that seek to devour their life force. What's more, even if the ghost is vanquished, there's no guarantee that the victim will ever wake from the nightmares, and that's the case whether you're the type of person who sets 1 alarm or one of those monsters who sets 30 alarms at 5-minute intervals. Either way, the Feather of Cresselia, or Lunar Wing, is a blessing for anyone plagued by such a supernatural entity. According to the Pokemon lore, this legendary item can dispel any nightmare, even those induced by Darkrai himself. Clearly, this would be invaluable for banishing any demons that are intent on harassing sleeping victims or keeping them in a nightmare state, and it gets bonus points for being able to summon Cresselia for aid if the going gets tough. To be honest though, I'd kill for a cursed sleep state right now. I'm really struggling to get my 8 hours in, so if there are any ghouls lurking in the comments, hit me up and we'll make arrangements, yeah? Number 4. Skeleton Key Dead by Daylight. When Big Daddy Pyramid Head is on your tail, options are limited. He's tall, determined, and ruthless. With bulging biceps, he heaves his weapon upwards, ready to thrust it into his victim from behind. Your heartbeat thunders in your ears. He's close. Oh God, he's so close! Oh, no, sorry, that's my mistake. That's my Dead by Daylight fan fiction there. That's for a friend. No, it's not, it's mine. And I'm proud of it. Where was I? Ah yes, the Skeleton Key. This invaluable item can be used to open the hatch, escaping the danger of Dead by Daylight well before you otherwise would. For general ghost hunting, a Skeleton Key could potentially open any door that the ghosts are trying to keep shut. Door slams behind you and won't open? No problem. Just add that Skeleton Key to the overstuffed keyring we discussed earlier and you'll be fine. And hey, don't stop with the key. Add a few other accessories from Dead by Daylight to buff its special abilities. Charms such as gold tokens can make your ghost hunting team visible to you even in the dark, and blood amber keyrings can highlight your pursuer for a limited time. With so many abilities, it's basically the Skeleton Key of skeleton keys. PSA, no actual skeletons were harmed in the making of this Skeleton Key, okay? Number 3. Ribbon. Final Fantasy. The ribbon, a recurring item in the Final Fantasy franchise, isn't something to scoff at. It may seem innocuous, but it's often high-level equipment that doesn't become available until late in the game. Even though it's just a thin strip of silk, it's a juggernaut when it comes to resisting status effects. This bad boy or girl can prevent all manner of nasty issues, such as silence, paralysis, petrification, and darkness. Oh, and death. Doesn't seem so silly to walk around with ribbons in your hair now, does it? Huh? It's not as iconic as the Buster Sword or as flashy as Faraja, but the ribbon is a staple of any Final Fantasy fan's late-game loadout. It helps to keep your party alive and well, even against enemies such as the Malbra, who insists on inflicting almost every single status effect in one fell swoop. Taking on the supernatural isn't for the faint of heart, so the ribbon is sure to be handy against anything looking to kill, scare, or torment honorary members of the TripleJump ghost hunting team. We won't be instantly killed, frozen in fear, or stunned into silence, and most importantly, we'll look super cute wearing it. Number 2. Vacuum Cleaner. Luigi's Mansion. Strategically sneaking around during a ghost hunt may be effective, but there's nothing quite like going full Ghostbuster with the Poltergust from Luigi's Mansion. Not only does this sucker, pun intended, effectively capture ghosts, but it does so while keeping them at arm's length. You've just got to keep your eyes on the prize, point the darn thing towards your target, and switch phasers from stun to suck! It's simple, straightforward, and suitable for use even when you're trembling in abject terror, if Luigi's reactions are anything to go by. The one downside is that you'll need to do some preparation before actually capturing the spooks, which is why this device just missed out on the top place on this list. Fortunately, another common item is sure to do the trick. Just wear the ghosts down with some precisely aimed blasts from any torch and get hoovering. It might be a bit noisy and a tad tiresome to drag around, but what can I say? Busting makes me feel good. Number 1. Camera, Fatal Frame. While Harry Mason's phone camera only reveals echoes of the past, the camera in Fatal Frame, or the camera obscura if you want to get serious about this, can actually capture and exercise spirits as well as analyze them for helpful clues. Developed by Dr. Kunihiko Asao, the camera was created to look beyond the physical world and to take pictures of impossible things. It's a bit cumbersome compared to the digital cameras we know today, but it's well worth the effort of lugging it around due to its ability to both damage hostile entities and communicate with non-hostile ones. Different lenses and variants expand its abilities, from being able to slow down spectres caught in the viewfinder to taking multiple shots in quick succession, presumably for getting some rad action pics for Instagram. Despite being an amazing exorcism tool within the Fatal Frame series, the camera obscura does in fact exist IRL. It's not used for banishing evil spirits, but is instead used for drawing and putting on entertaining light shows. So, make sure you've got the right one on hand when you're facing down a bloodthirsty wraith. Okay. And that's our list. What do you think of our ghost hunting inventory? Are there any items that would make our loadout totally OP? Let us know remotely via Ouija board. What is a Luigi board? Or just stick your suggestions in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon? Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
Are you in need of a holiday? Are you getting in over your head at work? Are you waking up in the middle of the night screaming from half-remembered dreams about having to fill out that report by tomorrow morning, but Barney the dinosaur has eaten your computer and now you're in a fantastic Voyage-esque journey through his lower intestines, trying to retrieve it in time to get the report finished? You might want to talk to someone about that last one, but while we may not be able to offer you any help for whatever that is, me and the rest of the team here at TripleJump Video Game Holidays, our new venture, have numerous locations throughout video gamedom where you can sit back, relax, and forget about those dinosaur slime-covered reports that will be waiting on your desk when you get back. From the white sand beaches of Assassin's Creed Black Flag to the deep jungles of Uncharted, each of our sites is full of sightseeing opportunities and definitely not dangerous wildlife, providing unforgettable getaway opportunities for everyone. So, pack your inventory, save your progress, and don't forget your suntan lotion, because I'm Peter from TripleJump, I burn very easily, and here are 10 beautiful video game landscapes we'd love to visit. Number 10, Sovngarde, Skyrim. While Skyrim is full of locations that could easily make this list, such as the icy peaks of Arkwind Point, the luscious Moss Mother Cavern, and the jellyfish mushroom-filled Blackreach, with gorgeous vistas of ice-tinted pine trees and mountains, Sovngarde looks like something crafted by a god. And that's because it was. The home of the afterlife for Skyrim's Nordic race, Sovngarde was created by the god Shor. It can be a difficult place to get to, for certain, only meant to be accessible through, the traditional method. However, if you ply the dragon Odahviing with enough neck scritches, he will fly you to the portal at Skuldafn that will transport you to this glorious ascended world. The view is truly outstanding, with the constellations circling around a star at the center of the sky, all merging together into a technicolor nebula. If you're not so much of an outdoorsy type though, why not enter the Hall of Valor, where you'll be able to join the countless other spirits in eating, drinking, being merry, and competing in challenges of physical prowess. Then again, in order to do that, you might have to get past the ancient god of trials against adversity, so let's just hope you got some of that mead left over. Number 9, the Great Fairy Fountains, The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild. It is difficult to pick a single location from the land of Hyrule, especially from the Great Plateau in Breath of the Wild, because the entire place is gorgeous. When you first emerge from the caves, the land of the Great Plateau stretches out in front of you, with the distant peaks and daunting Death Mountain burning away on the horizon. But don't worry, we can stay well away from that. Dip your feet in Hopper Pond to refresh yourself after a long day's walk, spot wild animals by the Forest of Spirits, and whip up a spot of dinner with the many cooking pots scattered across the world. Of course, not everyone wants a walking holiday, so if you only have time to visit one natural wonder, the choice is clear. The Great Fairy Fountains are several individual giant flowers located around the Great Plateau, and each of these giant flowers is also home to a giant woman! A Great Fairy, to be specific, who is always happy to heal you, upgrade your armor, restore your magic power, and is, well, just generally quite welcoming. Oh, hello. Oh! If you would like to hone your survival skills, cooking ability, and make some friends in very high places, then the Great Plateau's Fairy Fountains are exactly what you need. Number 8. The Skellige Isles, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Located just off the coast of the Great Kingdom of Sintra, why not take a boat tour around the 6 Skellige Islands? Well known for its fishing ports and swift longships, this archipelago was once home to elves and ice giants before the arrival of humans, who colonized the islands and established the dozens of small coastal villages that are now scattered about the place. There are literally hundreds of shopping opportunities for you here, provided that you're looking to buy a lot of seafood and not much else. Perfect for anyone who enjoys chilly hikes more than sunbathing, here you can satisfy your sightseeing needs exploring the nearby settlements and Fortress of Caer Trollday, which was, according to myth, carved out of the mountain by the bare hands of the legendary hero Grim the Jar. Look, I'm a travel agent, not a historian. Anyway, where were we? Oh yes, why not pop over to the smaller fishing islands to enjoy the best beaches this side of Barbados, or nip over to the island of Hindersfjord with its lush vegetation, pine forests, mountain ranges, and tranquil atmosphere. I just hope you like the smell of fish. It's everywhere. Number 7. The Summerlands, Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch. In the Studio Ghibli designed parallel universe of the Ni no Kuni series, the central continent, known as the Summerlands, spreads out at your feet much like the Breath of the Wild's Great Plateau. The north of the continent provides a tranquil place to get away from the rat race, with mild yet sunny weather encouraging the growth of lush trees and grassland, as well as the numerous animal species that thrive there. Visit the town of Ding Dong Dell, where Pussy is surely in the well, to pick up supplies as you traverse the green rolling hills area before taking a dive into the deep dark wood to pay a visit to Old Father Oak and his creepy human face. Okay, maybe skip deep dark wood. The Golden Grove to the south, though, is a forager's paradise, with many different mushroom species, all of them yet unpissed on, as well as beautiful flowers and even a few treasure chests dotted about the place, the contents of which will probably just about fit into your hand luggage to keep you going on your flight home. Delicious, and only a little bit dusty. Number 6. Planet 4546b, Subnautica. While all of our other destinations are mainly above sea level, the planet of 4546b boasts the majority of its most beautiful locations deep down underwater. Relatively untouched if you just ignore the slowly subsiding ruined spaceship wreckage sticking out of the water, the ocean stretches as far as the eye can see. However, the real mystery of the planet is seen beneath the waves. The ocean is teeming with life, from the tiny peeper fish and rabbit rays in the safe shallows where you can dive into caverns and bend through coral tubes, to the ominously braying gasopods. Just don't get too close to them. Nearby, the kelp forest provides a haven for stalkers, and I don't mean the guy from your local bus stop, but try not to venture into the mountains beyond. Some things in this ocean are hungrier than others. For anyone who doesn't have their sea legs, there's also the rocky mountain island and luscious tree-covered floating island to make camps on, held up by large jellyfish-like floaters. Lovely. I hope I'm still doing a good job of selling this. Number 5. Mulgore, World of Warcraft. Much like in Ni no Kuni, the plains of Mulgore form a vast landscape of rolling hills and sparse trees. Surrounded on all sides by the Stone Talon mountain range, the only entrance and exit is through the Great Gate leading to the Southern Barrens. Let me tell you, this landscape will really make you say, wow. An oasis of grassland that has seemingly remained sheltered from the worst of the weather, Mulgore's wildlife has thrived over the centuries. Indeed, thrill seekers can look forward to encounters with trolls, orcs, goblins, and the undead Forsaken in a safari that you won't forget for the rest of your life. Especially if you die on that safari. You won't have to remember it for very long in that instance. Still, you can always rig a makeshift exclamation mark over your head and annoy the wannabe adventurers by walking around and giving people random quests, if that's your idea of a good time. What better holiday is there than being able to get your laundry done by a level 86 warlock? Number 4. Hank's Tower, Firewatch. With the sky tinged a peachy red, the watchtower overlooking the Shoshone National Forest of Wyoming is just the place to sit down and finally get that novel read, written, or even coloured in, if that's your cup of tea. That, or you could just ruminate and catch up on the sleep that your regular working week never quite allows. Based on a single painting by director Ollie Moss, the environment is bathed in a pinkish-orange glow, with your solitary watchtower providing a panoramic view of the wilderness around you. I would say that I hope you're not too fussed about privacy, given how exposed your watchtower is, but there's literally no one around for miles. Peace at last. Set in 1989, there's also no internet, no smartphones, and no whatever kind of harrowing political climate is currently taking place on whatever day you're watching this video. There's no point in me being specific. There's new scandals pending every week at the moment. And don't worry, you're not isolated to a dangerous degree. With this handy-dandy walkie-talkie system, you can chat to the nosy Parkers in the neighbouring towers, if you so wish. Then again, you could switch that off. I mean, if I wanted to talk to people I don't know, I'd just take a holiday to Lush. Yes, I'm fine, thank you. Just browsing. Leave me alone! Number 3. Wind Shear Waste, Borderlands 2. Like in the ice hotels here on Earth, sometimes to really relax, you have to isolate yourself in an inhospitable tundra far away from civilization. And if you're looking to hide away from the stress of work, social obligations, or taxes, then Wind Shear Waste can offer you that in spades. Our helpful and certainly not annoying representative, Claptrap, will show you around on arrival, and his abandoned ice cavern is fully furnished for every comfort during your stay with us. Now, Pandora is hardly the first place you'd pick to relax, what with the majority of the planet being a horrendous Mad Max fever dream looking wilderness full of bandits, vicious animals, and equally vicious plants. But come on, who can say no to that sky? You'll be far too distracted by the natural wonders around you to worry about your survival, because this stunning Aurora Borealis is, at this time of year and in this part of the country, localised entirely within Wind Shear Waste. Number 2. The Artisan's World, Spyro Reignited Trilogy. Being the most peaceful of the Dragon's 5 homelands, the Artisan's World is the very definition of tranquil, with none of that aforementioned untamed wilderness to worry about. The grounds of the castle are well protected, after all, and there's only the occasional pesky Gnorc scuttling around, which can be dealt with quickly with a swift kick in the Gnackers. For long, lazy days, the copses, dales, and streams of the homeworld and wider realms alike are perfect for any dragons wanting to stretch their wings and unwind. But what if you're a pasty white boy or girl like me? Well, an ample library is also available, meaning that as well as not having to agonise over what book you should bring along in your suitcase, you can also stay out of the sun as much as is necessary. The numerous dragons around the grounds act as maitre d's to answer any questions and provide the tutorial hints that you may need during your stay, and there's even a hot air balloonist who can't wait to take take you on a ride. Just be sure if you see a film crew hanging around during your stay to be careful what you say about the ugly mugs watching at home.
Ugly?
And number 1, The Caves, Dear Esther. Given that achieving complete mental calm is at the centre of many people's minds these days, what could be a better holiday than exploring the physical representation of your inner psyche? I can't think of one. Get away from it all on this mysterious Hebridean island, which we cannot identify for legal reasons, so you'll have to wear this blindfold, but don't worry, it's perfectly legal, we promise, where you'll go on a scavenger hunt like no other. In order to provide you with an authentic experience, we will leave you in the middle of a cave system and allow you to make your own way out with a bit of safety gear and a candle to light your way, although you probably won't need it as the phosphorescent algae across the walls will help you see. Why not take a minute to admire the artwork scrawled across the rock faces and try not to think about who could have left it there as you traverse the system of tunnels and caverns leading you back out to the surface. Depending on whether you want some exposure therapy thrown in for good measure, the caves are either highly recommended or not recommended at all for anyone with claustrophobia. Panic attack inducing or not though, there's no denying that these caves are awe-inspiringly beautiful in their own way. Just be aware before travelling that this is truly a place to exercise both your physical and mental strength, as well as your sense of bladder control, because there's a lot of running water everywhere you go, and sorry, you're going to have to excuse me, I'm going to have to go, sorry. And that's our list, but have you found any secret video game escapes yourself? Please share them with the class in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and if you want to support the things you enjoy, then check out the rewards on our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I've been Peter from TripleJump, and happy holidaying.
Did you know that girls play games too? Well, apparently video game companies didn't, and still mainly don't. After all, girls can't possibly enjoy games about guns, fast cars, or violence. They like pink things and fluffy animals, and no boy has ever enjoyed dressing up, caring for animals, or playing with dolls. After discovering that they were actively not marketing to 50% of the population, video game companies realized that, with their unfortunate habit of wanting jobs and earning the same as men, marketing games to girls is not always as simple as making a basic horse game and slapping glitter and pink things on the front cover. Although many did try. When we revisit nostalgic games, we mainly end up talking about the Legend of Zeldas, the Spyros, and the Final Fantasies of the world. And while many girls did play these games, we rarely talk about the numerous and often downright bizarre and pandering games made for the female of the species that were also stacked in those same computer cabinets. So here we are now. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 weirdest career games for girls. Number 10. My Animal Centre in Africa. Caring for animals is a very simple premise, taking into consideration the number of books, TV shows, and games that have been made about it. I could have filled this entire list with them, but I won't because, well, that would be horrible. While actually looking after the real thing isn't half as fun as they might think, a game where you can look after as many fluffy animals as you want without any of the added responsibility, hair all over the settee, or dirty hoof prints on the carpet is the best of both worlds for animal-obsessed children and their long-suffering parents. It's not part of the same series, but My Animal Centre in Africa is incredibly similar to the 3 Poorly Pets games released by Ubisoft in the same year of 2007. While these other games give you a more typical roster of cats, dogs, horses, and rabbits to care for brought in by numerous concerned locals, My Animal Centre in Africa plonks you down in a cottage clinic in the middle of the Sahara and tasks you with caring for zebras, lion cubs, elephants, and leopards. It may sound good, but first you'll be given a metric ton of meerkats to look after, which are admittedly cute, but get boring after the 5th time they try to sell you car insurance. Number 9. Barbie Secret Agent. For a plastic doll, the sheer amount of careers that Barbie has had over the years has probably made her CV thick enough to break the table every time she interviews for new jobs. Her little expedition, popping over to Tibet and Egypt to discover diamonds and precious artifacts, apparently caught the attention of MI6 because in between her hobbies of being a fashion model, a nail salon artist, and actual Rapunzel, she has also had time to become a highly trained secret agent. Released by Vivendi in 2001 for Windows, Barbie's Secret Agent, or Secret Agent Barbie if you want to get serious about this, follows Barbie and friends TM as they travel around New York, Egypt, Paris, and Tokyo in her totally inconspicuous pink and purple spy jet to solve the theft of her friend Teresa's fashion line. Because if anyone is qualified to chase down a clothes thief, it's an international espionage group. Blocky and with terrifying character designs, the game has been described as a Metal Gear clone, although with one difference: you get to pick the outfits for every mission Barbie does. Solid Snake wishes he had the ability to rock that many looks. Number 8. Betty Boop's Double Shift. Betty Boop certainly has moved up in the world, as after having worked stints in several restaurants over the years, she now owns her own diner, probably to supplement her acting career, which admittedly has been rather sparse since 1939. Developed by Black Lantern Studios for the Nintendo DS in 2007, Betty Boop's Double Shift follows Max Fleischer's famous cartoon Flapper Girl as she takes a leaf from Diner Dash's book, setting up her own 40s-style American diner, bussing tables and serving customers, while also taking breaks at the end of every shift to perform songs in the form of mini rhythm games. While the game's design doesn't quite have the same inventive creepiness of those old rubber hose style of animation, the game's customers and other NPCs are based on recurring characters from Betty's old cartoons. Hiring Gus the Gorilla as her bouncer and waiting tables for her on-again, off-again love interest Fearless Fred, her annoying cousin Irving, Willy Wolf, and spooky scary skeletons. While the diner doesn't exactly serve food, the customers can instead order a milkshake or a candy from the candy dish at the bar, as well as request music to be played by the in-house band, featuring Betty's boyfriend Bimbo on the double bass, Grampy on the piano, and Coco the Clown on trumpet. No sign of the singing walrus though. Number 7. Imagine Party Planner. Is party planning a real job? Event planning is, and I doubt that Pinkie Pie has a degree in hospitality management, but I'll let it slide for now. First though, let me just Google what a Pinkie Pie is. One of the many millions of Imagine games produced by Ubisoft for Nintendo over the years, Imagine Party Planner was one of 18 Imagine games released in 2009 alone, and one of 4 released that September. This wasn't the first time Imagine Games ventured into the event planning industry, with 2008's Wedding Designer being the more well-known and better documented of the two games, although the fact that footage exists for Party Planner at all puts it above a lot of them. Sorry, Imagine Pet Hospital, your gameplay will apparently forever be lost to time. You play as Valerie, a professional party planner who is tasked with organising parties and events for the rich and famous, choosing dresses, designing cakes, making decorations, and even sending out the invites. Although that might just be laziness on the party host's part. It's called a letterbox, can't you use it? No? Okay. Although if that's Valerie on the front cover, then she is way too young to be running a professional business. Who's trusting this 12-year-old with weddings and reviewing her parties in Cosmopolitan? Where are your parents? Number 6. Barbie and her sisters, Puppy Rescue. Running an animal rescue, like running a vet, is a popular dream job for most children, so naturally Barbie has also had her hand in that too. The most recent game on this list, Barbie and her sisters Puppy Rescue, was developed by Taurus Games and released by Little Orbit in 2015 for all the usual gaming platforms. Barbie and her massive extended family have taken on yet another venture, and this time it's Robert's Sisters Puppy Rescue. Hang on, since when did Barbie have a last name? Barbara Millicent Roberts. Barbie has parents? Anyway, the main goal of this game is to ride or glitch your way around Barbie's open-world hometown in order to find lost puppies, taking them back to the clinic for medical treatment, training, and walks before returning them to their owners. There seems to be a spree of puppy thefts around town, or just a load of really neglectful owners, considering Barbie's based an entire profitable business model on searching for and finding them in one relatively small city. Although they probably do lose a lot of money through various fines, what with her running around active construction sites and storm drains without permission or the correct protective gear. And that's careless. Number 5. Babysitting Mama. With all that cooking, crafting, camping, running sweet shops and lawsuits she has to deal with, Mama really has her work cut out for her. And now she's got it into her head to add babysitting to her ever-increasing list of professions and responsibilities. Is she even being paid? Does Mama have a 9-to-5 job on top of all of this? How does she find the time? Released for Wii in 2010 by Cooking Mama Limited, Babysitting Mama is, like most of the other Mama games, a collection of mini-games with Mama teaching you the ins and outs of babysitting, even coming with a doll to put the nunchuck controller in so that you can actually get used to swinging a real baby around your head when trying to calm it down. Having said that, the way to fail levels in Cooking Mama is usually by mishandling the ingredients. Mishandling a baby is really a whole different matter. Don't worry, Mama will fix it. Barbie isn't going to take this challenge to her record of most businesses run by a single woman lying down. She had her own in-browser babysitting game looking after her baby sister Chrissy, although she's apparently all but vanished since 2001. What happened to baby Chrissy, Barbara? She's in the storm drains, isn't she, Barbara? Number 4. Hello Kitty, Apron of Magic. Okay, I will admit we're kind of stretching the definition of career here, but cooking is a job and this game was just too weird to not include. While Betty Boop is all too happy bussing tables, Hello Kitty has her sights set on being a chef. Developed by Examu and released in 2010 as an arcade machine game in Japan, Hello Kitty Apron of Magic was later ported as an eShop exclusive for the Nintendo 3DS in Europe in 2015, as well as receiving an iOS release in 2012. Changing things up a bit from just being solely a cooking or a rhythm game, Apron of Magic not only combines the two, but also features a collectible card element. The original arcade game featured physical cards that you could collect and then scan into the machine to unlock in-game characters and recipes. For ports to the Nintendo 3DS and iOS, the cards were made virtually unlockable in the game itself, just for added levels of confusion. Walking around the neighborhood of Apron City, you meet your fellow creatures and play cooking games with them. It's just like Animal Crossing, except you get to stare into the black, lifeless eyes of your neighbors as they slowly bounce from side to side to a haunting and monotone Vocaloid song. Number 3. Imagine Family Doctor. Developed by now bankrupt French gaming company Wizarbox, Imagine Family Doctor was released in March 2009, 6 months before Imagine Party Planner. Miraculously, it is one of the few more obscure Imagine games that actually has proper game footage available online and not just someone filming themselves playing it on their DS. While the majority of these kinds of games focus on animals and setting up your own veterinary practice, this game instead focuses on the most dangerous game. Man, by which I mean becoming a family GP. The game itself is pretty basic, using the stylus to interact with the 2D cartoon patients, checking their blood pressure, cleaning their wounds, and blowing on their injuries. Wait, that's not hygienic. Who gave me my license? Being a GP, you don't get to handle the really nasty injuries like blood and guts. Imagine intensive care wasn't deemed suitable for children, unfortunately. What you get to deal with instead is all the little bumps and scrapes that people come to moan to you about. A bruise? Get the hell out of here, you time waster. What do you think I am? Get your mum to kiss it better. I've got wounds I need to blow on. Number 2. My Pet Shop. Aside from veterinarian and animal rescuer, running a pet shop is another dream job you want as a kid and regret not becoming as an adult. After all, you get to care for an endless amount of animals without risking boredom or enduring the emotional devastation of them kicking the bucket. Like an animal rescuer, you also get the satisfaction of uniting people together with their ideal companions, and you get paid for it to boot. Do adopt though, if you can. Just a quick aside. Developed by Taito and released by Square Enix in 2009 for Nintendo DS, My Pet Shop moves you and your mother from Gold City to Greentown, setting up a brand new pet shop and discovering a populace itching to buy animals. When you don't have any pets currently in stock, you're on a mission to supply them by any means necessary. Like a more morally dubious Pokemon, if you can imagine such a thing, you can kidnap a range of wild animals from around your quaint little town and imprison them, dress them up, exploit them for prizes, and then sell them on. Keep them fit and they will love you. These aren't just lost or feral dogs and cats either, these are penguins, foxes, and pandas. And I'm quite certain there are laws against this, and I can't imagine any other game having... Oh, come on. Number 1. Love is In Bloom, the flower shop garden. Running a florist doesn't seem too bad. Let's see here. Follows a young couple's growing relationship while working together to create a successful florist business. That sounds delightful. Let's just... Oh god, they're naked! Released by Zushi Games for the Nintendo DS and Wii You're recognizing a pattern here. For the Nintendo DS and Wii in 2009, Love is ... In Bloom, the flower shop garden is somehow a family-friendly game for ages 3 and up, which is a relief because the cover looks like a mixture of a cute greetings card and something parents give their kids when they're too nervous about giving them the talk. After meeting, the two unnamed lovebirds take the normal, gradual first step of setting up their very own florist business together as a convoluted way of buying one another gifts. You know, the normal way that blossoming early relationships happen. The game itself is a series of mini challenges, including picking flowers, mowing the lawn, and serving customers in order to earn money before frittering it away on loving gifts for your partner. It's a good thing that this couple are catering to a weird flower-obsessed nudist colony, otherwise I doubt they'll be getting any customers at this rate. Did the game designers just not have time to design any clothes, or no? Okay. And that's our list. What bizarre career games did you used to play as a child? Tell us about it in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. If you're partial to sprawling games such as The Witcher 3, Fallout 4, or Skyrim, you're probably familiar with ditching all but the bare essentials of survival in order to invest the sheer amount of time necessary to efficiently complete a playthrough of those expansive narrative experiences. With game developers frequently opting for the more is more attitude, we often find ourselves overwhelmed with managing the complex needs of our in-game heroes and heroines, while also juggling a staggering list of districts to liberate, towers to scale, collectibles to scrounge from every darkened corner of the map, and empty crisp packets to pick up off the floor in real life. But time is money, or gil, gold, rupees, credits, whatever your gaming currency of choice is. So are there any options for those of us who don't have the time nor the patience to invest hundreds of hours into a gaming experience? As the old adage goes, nice guys or girls finish last, but busy gamers finish first. It's real, you can look it up. I found it on that website, so yeah. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 ingenious times games let us finish early. Number 10. Harvest Moon, It's a Wonderful Life. Toiling in the fields, wiping sweat from your brow, working hand in hand with Mother Nature, few games exhibit wholesome, honest content more than Harvest Moon, wherein the player restores a neglected piece of farmland back to a thriving business and lifestyle worthy of the approval of their ancestors. But with so many memes to muse over, tics to talk, and YouTube videos to watch, just subscribe to TripleJump if you just do it now quickly. Who has the time or the willpower to wake up at the crack of dawn to trudge out into an expanse of barren fields only to spend hours carefully tending to the single tomato plant that you so desperately need to earn a meager 35 gold? So instead of committing to a life of grueling labor, the player can simply refuse to accept the responsibility at the very start of the game. You take one look at the shabby property, roll your huge anime eyes, and walk off into the distance with nary a second glance. Cue striding into the sunset to seek an unwritten destiny free of fragile crops, old shovels, and a loyal but expressionless hound. I think I'm gonna go boot up some Stardew Valley. Number 9. The Stanley Parable. Boasting 19 different endings, this quirky fourth wall-breaking experience is perfect for exploring new paths and choices via multiple playthroughs. Actually, on average, you can expect a solid 7 hours of gameplay in order to achieve a complete run of this game, which is rather satisfying for such a thoroughly intriguing exploration experience. But if, like me, you can't last the marathon 7 hours for completion, or even the 1 hour sprint for a single playthrough, don't worry guys, it happens to a lot of men. You can always achieve one of the legitimate endings within the first few minutes of gameplay. Now, that's more like it. Am I right, lads? Hey, it's perfectly normal. You don't need to go and see a doctor. This ending was added to the HD remix of the game after being inspired by a glitch in the original Half-Life 2 mod, wherein the player can become trapped in the starting office, thereby forcing them to restart the game. Here, however, the narrator scoffs at Stanley's apparent inability to make decisions and openly muses about his pathetic cowardice. After refusing to leave the office and enduring more scathing dialogue, the game restarts, earning you the coward's ending. Wear it with pride. Number 8. The Secret of Monkey Island. Praised for its humour and fun gameplay, The Secret of Monkey Island is a firm favourite among many fans of point-and-click games. The fantastical setting envelops the player in its crazy atmosphere via zany characters and entertaining puzzles while focusing on exploration rather than the risk-reward gameplay of similar games in the genre. However, upon reaching the initial island, simply walk to the edge of the cliff before deciding to explore the colourful world of Monkey Island and you'll encounter a shockingly brief finale, in that Guybrush will promptly fall to his death after a portion of the cliff crumbles away, even though death isn't usually a common threat in this series. This actually turned out to be a sly nod to Sierra Games and their uncanny ability to spring gruesome deaths from practically every interaction. However, the Curse of Monkey Island offers an even easier shortcut ending. Simply hold Shift and W to win at the game. Yep, that's it. Pfft, some secret. Number 7. Shadow Complex. The secret ending to this game is neither shadowy nor complex. In fact, it is one of the easiest on this list to achieve. Taking on the role of Jason Fleming, the player begins the game by romancing new girlfriend Claire during a risky first date in the wilderness of the Pacific Northwest of America. However, the date takes a turn for the worst when a mysterious organization kidnaps Claire and whisks her away before Jason can intervene. Still not as bad as some of my dates, I suppose. We went to see a documentary about how climate change would destabilize the global economy, and it was fun. But Jason isn't a Nathan Drake clone for nothing, as he then braves countless perils and even storms the military base in search of his love. Or, he can just count his losses and leave Claire to her fate. Simply wander back towards the Jeep and casually drive away. Yeah, I'm sure Claire will be fine. Number 6. Metal Saga. Known in Japan as Metal Saga Sajin no Kasurai, possibly, this JRPG offers an expansive range of freedom for the player, including the option to forego playing the game altogether. The title boasts numerous finales, some of which can be achieved within the first hour of gameplay. However, one ending can be obtained mere minutes into proceedings, which is somewhat unusual for games of this genre. You see, as with most JRPGs, the player takes control of a main hero in order to set out on a perilous journey of self-discovery, during which countless battles will be fought alongside a ragtag group of additional characters. So far, so normal. But many hours of arduous adventuring is not to everyone's tastes, and so, if the player wishes, the main character can refuse their destiny to become a hero and instead opt to live their life as a hard-working mechanic. A cutscene then summarizes your life as peaceful and void of the perils of adventuring. Of course, being a mechanic isn't a walk in the park either, especially when dabbling with the broad range of vehicles in Metal Saga's militaristic universe. In fact, with the sheer amount of machines that go haywire in this world, combined with the staggering scale of armored vehicular combat, I'm not sure being a mechanic is the easiest option here. What about YouTube? I hear that's easy and stress-free. Number 5. Persona 5. As with previous games in the Persona series, the player can achieve several different endings through the course of Persona 5's story. Of course, these endings are all dependent on your in-game choices and performance in the game's iconic palaces. As if high school wasn't tough enough, huh? Anime. If the pressure is too much for you, you can refuse to play the game at all by disagreeing to the terms set by Igor, thereby apparently failing to distinguish the gameplay from reality because it all looks so real. Alternatively, give high school another try. Meet new people, make lifelong friends, sell them out at the earliest convenience. Wait, what? So after spending many painstaking hours socializing, and buying presents for your schoolmates, gross! You can choose to snitch on them to cut the game short and achieve the sell-out ending. Damn, who knew high school could be so full of drama and betrayal? Actually, yes, that's exactly what it is. Number 4, Dying Light. Accessed via the following expansion pack, the player can essentially finish the game without taking part in the main story quest at all. In order to achieve the hidden ending, the player must locate several specific items, including an access code to arm the nuclear warhead, a military transport key, and military activation card. Bring all 3 items to the military truck on the destroyed section of highway to detonate the nuclear warhead. Yes, Really. Although there are a few steps you must complete to achieve this ending, it's certainly a darn sight shorter than following the main story thread and completing the many side missions that the game has to offer. If you still have some time left to spare after achieving this ending, however, rest assured that you can still explore the city and pursue additional side quests, leaving plenty of time for more sightseeing and parkour, as well as the chance to show off a fancy new outfit. Oh, look at you war criminal. Number 3. Rayman 2: The Great Escape. Taking place in the Glade of Dreams, Raymond Man's second outing requires the player to liberate the land from an invasion of interstellar robo-pirates led by the fearsome Admiral Razorbeard. Funny story, Admiral Razorbeard is what Peter likes to call his dog. Anyway, where was I? Yes, defeating the one-eyed monster. By defeating the Ahriman-type boss and conquering his perilous level, the player can opt to take his treasure to abruptly end the game. A concluding cutscene then depicts Rayman using the riches to lead an opulent life of gluttony on the island, presumably allowing the rest of the alien invasion to take over the world unopposed, leaving behind a wasteland of crumbling, burning destruction in their wake. Actually, it's not quite the cheerful, colourful ending I had in mind. Number 2. Super Paper Mario. Is it just me, or is denying one's destiny a common theme with these shortcut endings? As, once again, the player is given the option to leave the adventuring to some other hapless schmuck at the start of Super Paper Mario. After saving the kingdom countless times, cruelly disposing of dozens of Yoshi to land unlandable jumps, and ruthlessly slaughtering millions of Koopa Troopers with nary a slice of Princess Peach's cake by way of a reward, Mario is required to take up the heroic, mushroom-ic mantle once more in order to defeat Count Bleck. When Princess Peach is kidnapped again, Mario can choose to follow in the footsteps of Shadow Complex's Jason Fleming by simply refusing to act. When prompted at the start of the game, you can just say no. After all, in the spirit of Shadow Complex, there are plenty more mushrooms in the sea. Am I right? Peach will be fine. Maybe. Number 1. I Love You, Colonel Sanders, the finger-licking good dating simulator. Who dares to deny their KFC destiny? How could one refuse themselves the chance to romance the illustrious Colonel Sanders? Who can resist the finger-licking taste of... The real number 1, Far Cry 4. The true king of this list has to be Far Cry 4, which can be completed in a mere 10 minutes. This outstanding shortcut ending sets the bar for how games can add wit and sass to their secret endings while poking fun at the general premise of most video games. Immediately after the opening cutscene, your first instinct might be to dive straight into the bombastic action the Far Cry series has come to be synonymous with. But the charming request of charismatic villain Pagan Min is difficult to be ignored. I mean, damn, what a guy! That style, that hair! Those eyes, that finger-licking crab rangoon. Anyway, all you have to do is stay in your chair as per Pagan Min's request. Just kick back, relax, enjoy the ambience of recently witnessing a man get dragged away for torture, and you can unlock the secret ending in which you lay your mother's ashes to rest, which was, after all, the entire purpose of your visit to the region. And he then allows you on your merry way. See? It doesn't have to be hard, does it?
Oh, good. You feel better now?
And there we have it. In the time taken to watch this list, you could have actually finished several video games. That's a bit of a far cry from some of the endlessly sprawling experiences out there, right? Do you get it? I hope you get it, because of Far Cry 4 taking the number 1 slot. Yeah, you get it. If there are any other quick video game endings you can think of, let us know in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. With the remastered Borderlands Game of the Year edition out now and Borderlands 3 in final development stages as we speak, Borderlands hype has almost reached critical mass already. Hell, we're having trouble focusing ourselves, as all we can think about is a rainbow explosion of multicolored guns and freshly dropped loot. Recently we got to speak with the developers of the original Borderlands, the one that defined a generation of looting and shooting, about their remaster, and if you haven't seen the video already, it's well worth a watch. Big thanks to Gearbox, Patrick Fenn and Mikey Newman for the brilliant insights into the development process. Inspired by all that juicy information, we've managed to put down our controllers long enough to bring you a nice slice of Borderlands knowledge that you can use to distract your friends while you raid all the chests. None of that vanilla nonsense like 26 million copies have been sold, with half of those being Borderlands 2.
Hooray! You don't want to hear about that, Vault Hunter! You want to hear about loot, pets, and explosions!
Yes, well said, Mr. Talk. So let's begin.
Did you know that 97% of all living things on Pandora aren't exploding right now?
Yes, that's a nice example of that.
That's bullshit!
Yes, alright, settle down!
How
about we get into the really juicy tidbits then? I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 things you didn't know about Borderlands. Number 10. It's not cell shading, okay? The distinctive visual style and beautifully hand-drawn textures is one of the most iconic features that sets Borderlands apart from a sea of drab shooters. But this style becomes a big point of contention for Gearbox developers and artists when people naively categorize this as cell shading. The correct term is what they call inking, resembling pen and ink techniques and allowing for much richer colors than the flatter look of typical cell shading. It's a common misconception and one we ourselves have been guilty of saying, but we've since seen the light. Patrick Fenn, lead producer for the Borderlands remaster, informed us of our little faux pas and said that the artists would take umbrage to this cell shading label since that implies a much simpler filter effect has been put over the top of the game, when actually the art team put a huge amount of care and love into the beautifully hand-drawn textures, creating a stunning aesthetic that wouldn't have come across nearly as well if they'd thrown on a cell shading Instagram filter. Yeah, sorry about accidentally insulting the entire art department there. Our bad. Number 9. Art direction changes. While we're on the subject of that sick style, it's surprising to think now that the Borderlands we know and love today wasn't always meant to look like this. When it was first teased back in 2007, it came sporting a much more sensible attire, referred to by the internal team as the game's brown period. No crazy numbers, no vivid guns, even the UI was less vibrant and more toned down. After the team's realization about the flat visuals and worries about the similarity of the retro tone to the recently reinvigorated Fallout series, Gearbox thankfully took action. The radical change was made after the game disappeared from view in 2008, coming back the next year brighter, bolder, and more brash than previous iterations. While changes are always expected during a game's development cycle, planned features that hit the cutting room floor, for example, included procedurally generated caves and hiring NPC mercenaries, this sudden switch in art style when things were already 75% done was a monumental undertaking. That incredible effort and huge risk paid off though, producing a remarkable treat for the eyes and paving the way for other wackier changes like the healing bullets perk. Number 8. Claptrap, aka Zippy. It's everyone's favourite CL4P TP unit. Okay, a few people's favourite. One guy's favourite maybe? The robot more commonly known as Claptrap has an unusual origin story both in-game and during development. For starters, he wasn't even originally meant to be called Claptrap. Mikey Newman, writer and former creative director, revealed that their first working name for him was Zippy. Now, we can think of a fair few names for that precision-engineered annoyance box, but Zippy is a surprising one, perhaps altered after a big bucks blockbuster tie-in with classic children's show Rainbow fell through, maybe? The design of Zippy, or Claptrap, also came from a happy little accident, starting as a random sketch from a low-level assignment made by their project management software. It's probably best you don't tell the little fella this though. He's already gone through enough existential crises, discovering he's the last of his kind left and living the life of a hermit at the start of Borderlands 2.
If I sound pleased about this, it's only because my programmers made this my default tone of voice. I'm actually quite depressed.
Number 7. Handsome Jack, TBC. Handsome Jack is often revered as one of the most iconic bad guys in gaming history, and it's easy to see why. The player-taunting pretzel muncher constantly goads us with dialogue that can flip from silly to sadistic in a heartbeat. The voice actor for Jack, Damian Clark, ad-libbed some of the most memorable lines himself, including the one about his diamond pony butt stallion and the whole casual pretzel bit. This led to lead writer Anthony Birch jokingly chastising him for upstaging his writing, stating, "It's easily Jack's single most popular line, and I I didn't friggin' write it. I will never forgive Damien for this. But the name Handsome Jack was merely intended as a placeholder and served as a reference to the Doctor Who companion, Captain Jack Harkness. Unlike Claptrap, the original name for Jack stuck. As for his sparkling personality, well, the inspiration came from a Nathan Fillion interview on the Jimmy Kimmel Show, where he was charming and funny, but also slightly arrogant in a down-to-earth way. Not sure how down-to-earth scooping someone's eyes out with a spoon is, but good to know, regardless. Number 6. In-house VO. With so many quotable characters, it shows that the considerable voice talent at work is what really brings this collection of crazies to life. From Chris Rager's obscenity-laden tirades as Torg, to Marcus Lloyd's returning Vault Hunter Roland and Colleen Clinkenbeard masterfully multitasking the roles of Lilith, Tannis, and Captain Scarlet. And of course, the aforementioned Mr. Clark's work with Handsome Jack. It makes you wonder just how much was spent on voice talent. Well, surprisingly, some of the most iconic and heavily featured characters were vocalised in-house by Gearbox's own team members. Scooter, the goofy mechanic, was voiced by writer Mikey Newman. Claptrap was David Eddings, Gearbox's vice president of business development at the time, although several people contributed to Claptrap's lines, layered in with various effects. The tricky fight with BNK-3R, or Bunker if you prefer, isn't quite as intimidating when you find out its various noises are just heavily distorted clips of sound designer Joshua Davidson screaming about tea for some reason. And Crazy Earl, the hermit that doles out quests and upgrades, none other than Randall Pitchford himself. Number 5. Aye, Tiny Tina. Another fan favourite, this manic teenage troublemaker provided some standout moments of absurdity, no mean feat considering the cast of characters in the game. She's hosted impromptu talk shows with Mr. Torg, unorthodox tea parties, well met Sir Reginald, and an entire D&D themed DLC. Truly, the hostess with the mostess has an eye for the grand occasion. Oh God, no, we weren't meant to mention the eye, were we? The more eagle-eyed players quickly noticed the wandering eyeball and assumed it was a glitch, and during development, it was exactly that. However, this glitch seemed to fit Tina's erratic personality quite well, so they turned the bug into a feature and kept it in. Speaking of the twitchy, unpredictable nature of Tiny Tina, writer Anthony Birch based the character on his sister Ashley while working on the dialogue, so naturally, when it came to the voice acting role, there was a clear frontrunner in who could best portray the digital version of Ashley Birch, but we'll forgive a tiny bit of nepotism considering the phenomenal job she did. Number 4. Wherefore art thou, psycho? Bandits, eh? You've seen one, you've seen them all. It's always, I'm gonna blow off your appendages and loot your corpse, or I'm late for my theatre rehearsal. Hang on, that doesn't sound right. Well, contrary to popular opinion, some of these wasteland warriors have a life outside of shooting at you and screaming violent threats. Some of them prefer a bit of classical literature instead.
It's canon against self-slaughter. Oh God, God, how weary, still, flat, and unprofitable seem to be all the uses of this world.
One such psycho you encounter on Pandora begins quoting an entire passage from Hamlet, the two-sullied flesh soliloquy to be exact, and does so with gusto. Yeah, he may be the victim of relentless abuse by all of his less educated psycho buddies, but joke's on them. A start in Shakespeare theatre productions didn't do the likes of Ian McKellen and Charles Dance any harm, now did it? Well, apart from the whole crossbow on the loo thing. Number 3. Fallen Angel. Sometimes a key plot twist is intentionally foreshadowed throughout a storyline. Take something like Fight Club. It's a sign of a great narrative when you can go through it all again with full knowledge of the reveal and feel like you're experiencing a completely different story, spotting the subtle hints and nods. But in a more complex storytelling environment, like an open-world video game, it's not always easy to control a wandering player's path. And should that inquisitive player stumble into the farthest reaches of Borderlands 2, say Lynchwood for example, and discover some audio tapes between, let's say Angel and Handsome Jack, then they'll be in for some not so subtle hints about Angel's true allegiance and family ties.
So what's this Zero guy doing on Pandora in the first place? Angel, you got a brain the size of a planet, so don't give me
Angel is revealed to be Jack's daughter a little earlier than intended, and echo logs in the area play us their conversations, mainly providing intel on the new Vault Hunters. It also provides a warning of the treachery to come, with Angel later responsible for lowering Sanctuary's shields, leaving it vulnerable to mortar fire. While players of the first game had witnessed samples of Angel's deceit before, it's still fascinating to see this kind of narrative boundary break. Number 2. Three's company, four's a crowd. It sounds crazy to say it now, given that the 4-player co-op experience is a staple of the successful series, but during the development of the first Borderlands, there was initially only meant to be 3 Vault Hunter characters. Another juicy nugget of knowledge gleaned from our Borderlands Remastered stream with the devs, a lovely video by the way, you should check it out. The bulky berserker Brick wasn't in Gearbox's original roster of playable characters at all. He came on board much later after the shift from the infamous Brown period of early Borderlands development, as the new art style allowed for a more outrageous build like Brick to make sense in the world. The other 3 Vault Hunters were still in the game prior to this artistic switcheroo, but Lilith and Roland received some major overhauls, with only Mordecai keeping a lot of similarities from the original concept. But this was meant to be a 4-player game from the beginning, right? So why only 3 characters? Well, it was a conscious decision by Randy Pitchford as a showcase of the varying builds and playstyles that 2 of the same characters could take through differing upgrade paths. But ultimately, we're very happy Brick could make it to the party. Number 1. 87 bazillion references. Everyone talks about the ludicrous number of different guns available in Borderlands, but what the stats don't tell you is that there are just as many pop culture references, approximately 2,312 per square metre of Pandora. So many, in fact, that we're unveiling the sacred list within a list. Yo dog, I heard you like lists, and so on. Here we go. In Borderlands 1, we have Fight Club reference Chuck Durden in the Circle of Slaughter, an injured Claptrap unit singing Daisy Bell, a nod to 2001 A Space Odyssey, a Bioshock-inspired speech by Claptrap about being entitled to the oil of his brow, some Lord of the Rings with the Pip In, the Spider Ant Helob, and zombie TK Baha doing the whole Taters bit. The number 42 everywhere, as in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. In the sequel, we've got Game of Thrones with King Jeffrey and Winter is Coming quotes, Fallout with the 3-dog weapon and Volt suit skin, Skyrim with that classic meme, Dark Souls Chosen Undead and their sunbro Solitaire, more Shakespeare in Goliath deaths and weapon descriptions, more Hitchhiker's number 42 plastered everywhere, and even more Lord of the Rings with the Golden Gear mini quest in true Vault Hunter mode, seeing you carrying an item to a distant mountain on foot, no fast travel, all very exhausting. As is listing these references, there's just so many, this was a bad idea. And that's our list. Once again, big thanks to Gearbox's Patrick and Mikey for joining us. That's a final plug for the video, by the way. And be sure to let us know what your favourite Borderlands moments are in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. Reboots, eh? Just another cash grab from greedy developers putting out a glorified reskin. Am I right? No, I am not right. There's a lot more to reviving a video game classic than you might think. It's a tricky balancing act, making it just familiar enough to keep original fans happy, but bringing in enough new bells and or whistles to make it worth a revisit and tempt new fans too. Yeah, you might be jaded with the lack of new IPs and publishers constantly hitting the reset button on your favourite franchises, but sometimes original ideas can be difficult. Okay. Sometimes you need a nice established series to get those brain hamsters running in their idea wheels, or some sort of thinking metaphor. Look, original ideas are difficult, we've been through this already. Or maybe your studio does have some lovely new ideas, but those damned corporate suits up in Fat Cat Towers won't let you use the original title of Captain Fun Gun's Giblet Parade, so you're forced to slap an existing IP's name on your project like some ill-fitting suit of compromise. Whatever the reason, a reboot doesn't have to be an uninspiring upscaling of textures. Let's look at some! I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 most stunning video game reboot transformations. Number 10. DMC Devil May Cry. Blasphemous! This isn't my Dante! This makes me want to chew off my own arm in disgust, preferably the one with the Dante tattoo on it! It's fair to say that fans of the traditional silver-haired Demon Slayer were not happy with Dante's new haircut. Thankfully, developers Ninja Theory approached this subject delicately, not wanting to fan the flames with, say, a provocative scene involving a silver wig that openly mocked the old Dante. Oh, that actually happened, didn't it? Whoops. Despite the divisive new look taking a heavy toll and contributing to disappointing sales figures, the game itself wasn't quite the disaster it was made out to be. The combat is the same combo-fueled insanity you've come to expect from a DMC title, abusing demons with achingly stylish attack chains. The story also matured somewhat from its tropey teenage years, though it still started with Party Boy Dante because of course it did. And while the series has since gone back to the classic edgelord cosplayer look, the saga of Dante's new do showed us we shouldn't always judge a brooding, recovering emo by its cover. Number 9. Fallout 3. Ironically enough, the series that reminds us over and over that war never changes underwent some fairly drastic transformative surgery itself. This radical entry changed everything. It was the first fully 3D version and the first foray into the post-apocalyptics by new custodians, Bethesda Studios, who'd spent the better part of the last 15 years exclusively making Elder Scrolls titles. They took a turn-based combat RPG and evolved it into a real-time FPS experience, albeit, with VATs to help old-timers ease into it. Most importantly, it revived Black Isle Studios' cult classic series and brought it into the mainstream with a bang, 10 years after the last main numbered entry. It's hard to think now, given the critical acclaim of Fallout 3 and the widespread appeal of the new age Fallouts, well, most of them anyway, that this bold new direction received a very mixed reaction from fans and press alike. But you'd be resistant to new things too if you were constantly told that war never changes. Good job Bethesda nailed it then, and definitely didn't do anything more to the series that caused controversy. Let's move on quickly. Number 8. Prince of Persia, 2008. Like many rich, spoiled children, this royal prince is prone to getting bored and doing crazy things like reinventing his wardrobe or messing with the actual flow of time itself. The timey-wimey meddling of Ubisoft's 2003 classic brought arguably the biggest gameplay change to the protagonist formerly known as Prince. But we're not here to talk about Sands of Time, nor are we talking about the Prince's new metal phase in 2004's Warrior Within. No, we're interested in the oft-overlooked Prince of Persia 2008, which had an equally surprising style switcheroo. The beautiful watercolor aesthetic wasn't just a statement piece, but represented a wider change to the gameplay, favouring fluid movements and smooth parkour sequences. While not perfect by any means, with iffy combat and lackluster puzzles, the free-flowing acrobatics were a revelation worthy of praise amongst contemporaries like Assassin's Creed and Mirror's Edge. And yes, a reboot coming a mere 5 years after the last one might seem suspiciously like a hashtag cash-in. But this allowed for a new story and style to thrive without having to sully the previously resolved trilogy. You see that? 2010's Forgotten Sands? That's called respect! Number 7. XCOM Enemy Unknown. Are you looking for punishing squad-based permadeath and high-percentage chance rolls that screw you over? Well, you might be in luck then, because we've been reliably informed that, XCOM give it to you, apparently. The turn-based alien exterminator has claimed countless victims over the years, both in digital, squad-based form and in the players themselves, hopelessly locked into a cycle of self-punishment. But it's all worth it for that sweet feeling when everything aligns perfectly, you see. This series' illustrious past began in 1994 with Microprose's UFO Enemy Unknown, evolving into several classic 90s XCOM titles. But by the time XCOM resurfaced in 2012, it had been 14 years since the last game. And this revival is more shocking for the fact it even happened in the first place, rather than being drastically different from prior titles. As it happens, a lot of the gameplay is faithfully recreated, though, efficiently streamlining some of the more obtuse elements of the classics. But the development was tricky, to say the least. It took Firaxis a couple of false starts and many, many builds to get the balance right. But thankfully, XCOM did eventually give it to us. Number 6. Doom. Long before Dante bought his first batch of silver hair dye, Doom was busy slaying demons and defining a genre, so when it came time to reboot, it had to be just right. Doom 3 tried it back in 2004, attempting a more survival horror vibe with a big emphasis on your torch. But people didn't want to play a glorified Luigi's Mansion on Mars, they wanted a non-stop extreme rampage of bullets and explosions and testosterone and heavy metal and key cards. Step right up, Doom. No, not the original Doom, the 2016 version. Right, that's the second time we've had to deal with unnumbered reboots after Prince of Persia open parentheses 2008 close parentheses. Can we just agree to add some sort of number or funky subtitle from now on? Doom 2016 got the spirit of the 90s classics and turned them up to 11, making you feel like a high-octane badass for every second of the journey. Satisfying gunplay, expert level design, and a smorgasbord of bloody gore all helped Doom, I Want You in My Room do the legendary series justice. Number 5. Marvel's Spider-Man. Spider-Man reboots himself when he can. 4K textures really nice. Fancy suit for an old franchise. Look out, here comes the Spider-Man game for the PS4, the one that was released in 2018. As one of the worst offenders for chronic rebootism, Spider-Man was bound to get an absolute classic eventually. And on the surface, this release doesn't look massively different to, say, 2010's Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions, or even the recent Into the Spider-Verse movie, but this didn't make the latest web-swinging sensation any less stunning. The showcase trailer at E3 2018 wowed everybody with a suitably action-packed blast through all of Spidey's favourite villains, and thankfully, the final release captured the essence of the arachno-human perfectly, with a rush we haven't felt since 2004's Spider-Man 2. Zipping through Manhattan's packed skyscrapers, gracefully dropping in on random street crimes, foiling the big nasty's plans on a regular basis, or just, flying through that city skyline for hours on end. It's all brilliant, really. Just don't reboot again for a while, okay, Spidey? Please? Number 4. Metroid Prime. You know a series is worth its weight in gold when it spawns an entire new subgenre. This Metroidvania formula of non-linear level progression, slowly unlocking more secrets, shortcuts, and new goodies, has inspired everything from 2D homages like Shadow Complex and Hollow Knight to blockbusters like the Batman Arkham series and arguably even elements of Dark Souls. Given all this, you'd expect a name that's been around since 1986 to be treated with a bit more love, but it's become something of a forgotten child for Nintendo. Overshadowed by Zelda and Mario as the Big N clearly forgot you're not meant to have favourite children. In 2002, after an 8-year absence, Samus Aran donned the bulky shoulder pads once more for a 3D debut on the GameCube that honestly took everyone by surprise. All the classic Metroidvania ingredients were present, from the steady unlocking of power-ups allowing exploration into new zones to the combat that adapted into more of a first-person shooter. We just hope the long wait for Metroid Prime 4 means it can achieve a similarly impressive return after over a decade. Seriously, Nintendo, pay attention to Metroid. She's a good child. Why won't you go to her dance recitals? Number 3. Tomb Raider. Lara Croft had been defiling graves and locking butlers in freezers for over 15 years by the time Crystal Dynamics got their hands on the franchise. The second reimagining, we don't talk about the first, was 2013's Tomb Raider. Ah, no subtitle. Again. Tomb Raider Lara's New Groove was a modernised shake-up of familiar old tropes like that impossibly angled, completely unreasonable body image for a start. Tomb Raider Lara Falls Down a Lot edition took cues from recent action stars like Nathan Drake and Ezio Assassin's Creed and was filled with dramatic set pieces and death-defying bumps and scrapes. The origin story meant a lack of iconic trimmings like the dual pistols, but at least archery featured heavily in Tomb Raider The Adventures of Legolas Croft. Lara still kept her utter disregard for the deceased, however, with hidden tomb-robbing sections to bring back the satisfying puzzle elements of previous games. It turns out that all the aging franchise needed was a nice island holiday to rediscover the magic. Great job, Tomb Raider Castaway! Number 2. Resident Evil 2 Remake. With so many remakes, remasters, and reboots thrown about like reused confetti, it's hard to keep track of what exactly each one means. One company's remake would barely constitute a remaster or even a reskin by another developer's standards, and possibly the greatest recent example of a remake done right was 2019's superb revival of Resident Evil 2. Never have our childhood fears been so thoroughly vindicated than when playing through the fully updated 2019 vision of zombie-infested Raccoon City. And the crisper visuals and over-the-shoulder camera were just the start of the spooks. We experienced brand new suspense due to many items, enemies, and environments being switched around to subvert expectations and keep you on your toes. The game is littered with beautiful little features that either add to the fear, like the improved spatial audio, or help you in overcoming the odds, like the revamped inventory system. Most importantly, it's redefined what's possible with a lovingly crafted remake, and for that, we'll let you have as many monstrosities jumping through windows as you want. Jesus! Okay, maybe tone it down a little bit. Number 1. Zelda Breath of the Wild. It's Nintendo's at least second favourite child Zelda now. No surprise really, technically this series goes through a reboot with almost every major iteration. After all, they've dabbled with a side-scroller format when top-down was the standard, and they tried their hand at numerous art styles in the 3D era, from the gritty Twilight Princess to the vibrant cel shading of Wind Waker. And on looks alone, Wind Waker may have had the biggest shock value, splitting opinion before its 2002 release. But Breath of the Wild was something else, something that shook up the oh-so-familiar Zelda formula to its core. No explicitly signposted progression, just a few gentle suggestions, and off you go into a beautiful but quite desolate wilderness littered with small pockets of civilization. No temples either, at least not like any Zelda temple you've seen before. No trusty, reliable sword leaving you to fight foes with whatever detritus is strewn on the ground. An environment that was more interactive than ever before, and a non-linear approach whereby if you were feeling especially brave, you could challenge Big Bad Ganon from the start. Okay, not everything is different. While Nintendo typically sprinkle in a certain amount of innovation to their titles, this wholesale restyling of an age-old format was a transformation nobody saw coming. So there we are, some real shocks in the remake department, but let us know which series revamp took you by surprise. Is there a favourite franchise that you feel needs a cheeky reboot, and how long do you think we'll have to wait for it? Let us know in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. Food, glorious food, food. I may be paraphrasing, but the basic message is there. For many of us, food is more than mere sustenance and survival. It's the reward after a long shift at work, the comfort during a miserable breakup, or the vital preparation before the day really begins. We all have our favourite snacks, meals, and treats, but there's nothing more appealing than the stuff you know you can't have. You know, the wonderful foods and drinks you see on screen when watching the TV, a film, or when playing your favourite game. Anyone for a pint of blue milk? How about a slice of tubby toast? Yum. For some reason, fictional food is just more appealing than anything in the real world, and in recent years, recipe books and other assorted branded paraphernalia has been released to allow us to attempt to recreate it. Doesn't always go according to plan, though. We live in a world where you can get 4 bottles of Fallout's Nuka-Cola on eBay without having to go through the whole apocalypse and wasteland stuff beforehand, and that made us think. If we could create a picnic, a tasting platter if you will, of 10 lovely-looking foods and drinks from our favourite games, what would make the cut? Well, the results are in, and here they are. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 delicious video game foodstuffs we'd love to eat. Number 10. Roast chicken. The Sims 4. When we weren't acting as evil overlords, trapping our Sims in their own swimming pool by stealing the ladder once they'd got in, or summoning firestorms to burn their houses to the ground, there was just enough time to do a spot of cooking, and if you really tried your hardest to make your Sim man or Sim woman an expert level 10 chef, you'd be rewarded with the ability to cook a roast chicken. Now, I know that may not sound like much, but when you take into account that this recipe can only be cooked by the Gordon Ramsays and Nigella Lawsons of The Sims world, then it must be something special. Of course, it can't rank too highly on our list because the concept of a roast chicken is hardly something unique to the EA title, but sometimes, kids, it's about the journey, not the destination, and that dish was proof that your Sim was at the pinnacle of their culinary craft. Number 9. Salisbury steak. Cooking Mama. In a franchise of games devoted to cooking dishes even better than Mama, it's almost impossible to pick one that's most appealing. From croquettes to crab fried rice, miso soup to meatballs, and an assortment of gyoza in between, the Asian American-inspired cuisine was enough to get us all salivating on the touchscreen of our respective Nintendo DS's when choosing which dish to include here. A mixture of ground beef and onions amongst an assortment of other herbs, spices, bits and bobs, usually molded together into the conventional shape of a steak, the Salisbury steak is a reasonably popular American dish, although a very similar recipe, possibly Mama's original, has been found in an ancient Roman collection which could date as far back as the early 4th century. That's right, history lessons on TripleJump videos now. Oh, we really spoil you. The unnerving yet strangely attractive mama, is a hard taskmaster, and under her watchful supervision and following her detailed recipe, it's possible to create this show-stopping staple of the series. Number 8. Cluckin' Bell, GTA San Andreas. Not everything needs to be a home-cooked masterpiece that you have to slave over the stove to create. Sometimes we all need the comfort of fast food, and nothing epitomizes fast food better than Grand Theft Auto's Cluckin' Bell. Really coming into the spotlight with Big Smoke's now infamous order in San Andreas, Cluckin' Bell is fried chicken served with one-liners even drier than the meat in their burgers by staff with clear attitude problems. Sort it out! We particularly fancy trying a foul wrap and washing it down with a big gulp of the precariously named Sprunk soda. Oh GTA, you and your sophisticated humour. Although the restaurant chain's food may not be the healthiest on our list, I think it's likely one of the most satisfying, and if we get anything like Big Smoke's aforementioned order, it'll keep us all going for days. Number 7. The Ultimate Cup Noodle, Final Fantasy XV. In one of the more surreal moments of Final Fantasy XV, which is saying something when we're talking about a game that takes place in a fictional world and involves the frequent use of magic and potions, is an entire mission dedicated to making the ultimate cup noodle. Cup noodle being a legitimate Nissin brand of ramen in Japan. In this bizarre but not too jarring, well, maybe quite jarring product placement deal, the team realised that in the end, it's not about one particular ingredient, but crafting the perfect blend, which is a line that sounds like it came straight out of one of those late-night dubbed TV adverts. Fortunately, this mission is relatively straightforward, and the cup noodles themselves look almost delicious enough to be worth killing a behemoth for. Almost. Number 6. Lon Lon Milk, Legend of Zelda. A recurring item in the Legend of Zelda series, Lon Lon Milk is a tasty drink full of energy and nutritious healing properties. Link is first given a bottle of Lon Lon Milk, a product of the Lon Lon Ranch cows, on completion of Talon's Super Cuckoo's Find-In game in Ocarina of Time, and from there on it's either 10 rupees to buy or Link has to collect it himself by playing Epona's song to a cow, which is really not how I was led to believe the dairy industry worked. Each bottle of milk contained 2 servings, which replenished health 4 hearts at a time, which is particularly useful early in the game. The delicious dairy delight would pop up in a few more Zelda games to come, and with its obvious healing and make bones grow stronger properties, we'd love to try a drop in our tea. Number 5. Ceres Ice Brandy, Mass Effect 2. When Mass Effect's Colonel Shepard isn't sexing his or her way around the galaxy, he or she likes to unwind with a nice bottle of Ceres Ice Brandy. A seemingly potent beverage, Shepard must find and buy a bottle of the drink for Dr. Chakwas, who lost hers when the original Normandy was destroyed at the start of the game. The Doctor shows her gratitude by offering the commander a drink and reminisces about lost soldiers should you accept, a solemn moment which is broken by Shepard's drunken sway after drinking a bit too much. A classy addition to this video and perhaps the most expensive, the Ceres Ice Brandy is going straight on our Christmas list if it ever makes its way into reality. Please. Number 4. Sweet Rolls, the Elder Scrolls series. Is it a bun, a barm cake, or a bap? A muffin, a cob, or maybe even a tea cake? Bethesda gave us their answer in the Elder Scrolls series with the Sweet Roll. Considered something of a running gag, the Sweet Roll made its first appearance in the Elder Scrolls Arena, where it features in one of the class-determining questions. The confectionery item would go on to have a role, hey, in further titles in the series too, becoming an edible food item in Oblivion and Skyrim. A simple recipe of milk, flour, butter, eggs, and salt, it's hard to see why it's so often stolen by thugs in alleyways, which makes us think that there's something special that those pesky bakers are putting in the mix they're not telling us about. Regardless, it seems about time that we're able to judge it for ourselves and decide whether it's worth all the acclaim or whether those guys and gals in Tamriel just haven't had a decent baked treat before. Give Snowy Joey's a try. I dare you. Number 3. Crib-filled cake, BioShock. From one sweet baked good to another, this relatively common vending machine fare appears in both BioShock and BioShock 2. Similar in description to the famous American snack, the Twinkie, this delicious item is a good way to restore a little health in-game. Should you not be in the immediate vicinity of a vending machine, they're also found in bins and even on corpses, though I can't imagine why you'd be that desperate for one. Seriously, come on mate, get out that dead man's pocket. Oh, well, I mean, Wasn't going to use that first aid kit. Produced by the wonderfully named company Thanks Mom and advertised as a creamy treat as fresh as can be. We imagine it as a regular lunchbox filler for the children of the time. Fortunately for us though, there are plenty of recipes online, and though we can't be sure they're 100% accurate because, you know, the cakes are fictional, I'm sure they go some way to providing some satisfaction to those with a real hankering for crib and cake. Number 2. Sea salt ice cream. Kingdom Hearts. Making sweet things a bit savoury is a largely modern phenomenon for those who don't understand that you can have both a main meal and dessert. Salted caramel, chili chocolate, the list goes on, and if I ever come to power, I shall ban it outright, although I am partial to salted caramel, so probably not. However, sea salt ice cream from the Disney crossover world of Kingdom Hearts looks worth a try at least. Perhaps one of the most sought after recipes on the internet, this cold blue treat has been a regular fixture of the popular series. The story goes that Tetsuya Nomura, lead developer of the franchise since its inception, first tasted sea salt ice cream at a trip to Tokyo Disney Sea and liked it so much he decided to have it put into Kingdom Hearts 2 like some sort of iced treat. No! Brain freeze! The sticky substance on a stick looks the perfect companion to a walk along the beach or a day at the park. Finally, a competitor for the immortal 99 Flake. But seriously guys, you need to stop mixing sweet and savoury now. That's enough. Number 1. The Black Forest Gatto. Portal. Our love of chocolate cake has landed us in hot water in the past. All slices for us, thank you! So when the idea for this list was first floated around, there was only ever going to be one winner, and that, like the cake itself, is not a lie. Well, I mean, the phrase is the cake is a lie, but the fact that we discussed it in the office isn't a lie, but well, you know what, it doesn't matter. No, you shut up. Now I know that Black Forest Gatto is not only available, but also quite a popular choice of cake recipe in the real world, but there's just something so appealing about the image of that particular cake. Those glacé cherries, the textured chocolate finish, or maybe it's the fiberglass surface resins and volatile malted milk impoundments. It'd almost be a shame to ruin it by cutting a slice. Perhaps then it's best that no one got to eat the cake, with GLaDOS seemingly trying to greedily save it for herself, though how she'd have eaten it is still a mystery. We never find out what happened to the original cake once its candle was extinguished, and can only imagine it would have been severely past its best before date by the time Chell woke up for the sequel, which is quite disappointing, but never mind. The beauty of being an adult is that I can have cake whenever I want, but the disadvantage of that is the act of physically going to the shop to buy a shame cake. Maybe another time then. And that's our list. Do you like video games? What about food? Let us know your favourites in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. Apex, Apex, Apex. It's all we hear about these days. We're living Apex, we're breathing Apex, we're eating frosted Gibraltar cereals and wearing our Mirage-approved ski mask. But as excellent as the surprise hit of 2019 is, well, sometimes you just need a break, you know? But not from Battle Royale games, you idiot! They're the only ones that are worth playing, just look at these numbers! However, in our quest for a nice palate cleanser, we've been casting an eye back over the fledgling history of the Battle Royale genre, looking for something a little interesting or unexpected. That means no miscellaneous players and no bi-weeklies, so put those structurally unsafe stairs away, young man! Do your homework! I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 lesser-known Battle Royale games to rival Apex. Number 10. Ring of Elysium. Developed by Aurora Games and produced by Tencent, the company that distributed PUBG to Chinese audiences, Ring of Elysium features a more chilly climate than your common or garden battle royale. Good job we still have those Mirage goggles. You make use of snowmobiles and snowboards, sick tricks are optional but encouraged, to best the 60 other players and survive the harsh, evolving weather system. Rather uniquely, up to 4 rival players can share the final rescue helicopter and claim victory, and by that we mean airlifted back to the ski chalet for a nice brandy and a scathing Yelp review. Although getting everyone to play nice at the final hurdle is easier said than done. Ring of Elysium had a tricky development cycle, reworked from the early title Europa, but the early access release... Warning, warning, oh my goodness, it's early access, run! has come on leaps and bounds. There's even a more tropical island map for Season 2, with BMXs, hand gliders, and impending volcanic eruption, because 10 cents travel agents hate you. Number 9. Fractured Lands. Looking like a weird apocalyptic love child between Borderlands and Mad Max, Fractured Lands comes speeding out of the gates with something relatively unseen in the genre so far: vehicular combat. Since it's relatively difficult to get several dozen rust buckets onto a flying bus, you start the round already in your vehicle of choice in the center of the map. Cue a Wacky Races style dash from the center as you look for important things like weapons, ammo, and fuel. Yeah, fuel, because everyone's favourite Battle Royale moments happen at the petrol station, fighting over ginsters, overpriced bags of sweets, and if you're lucky, some upgrade parts for your vehicle. Once you're kitted out, it's time to go full-on Fury Road with some vehicular scraps, which are, well, a bit underwhelming to be honest. It's a shame given that it's the core premise of the game, but while fighting on foot also has some of the PUBG jankiness about it, going the pedestrian route is much more satisfying. Number 8. Super Animal Royale. Oh look, it's a battle royale game with cute little animals viciously murdering each other. Don't tell Peter. Or do. Go to hell, Peter. Super Animal Royale is exactly what you'd imagine an indie battle royale game to be. Vibrant visuals instead of bland shades of brown, a 2D top-down perspective, and anthropomorphized woodland critters zipping about in hamster balls. With the first title launching on early access,
Warning, warning, oh my goodness, it's early access, run!
in December 2018, developers Pixar Studios are new on the scene, their only previous title being Stratosphere Defense for the iPad, but they're not afraid to shake up the formula. The top-down twin-stick shooter format is a refreshing change of pace, although that doesn't necessarily mean easier, does it, Hotline Miami? Most of the familiar battle royale trappings are here in some form though, parachuting from the back of a giant duck, looting through various goodies carelessly discarded by dead opponents, and supply drops provided by your DPD-certified delivery mole. We would not be surprised to see this on the Switch in the near future, something about it screams Animal Crossing, after the inevitable villager uprising that is. See what you've caused, Tom Nook, with your overbearing loan shark antics? This is your fault! Number 7. The Culling. The Culling, aka the one with all the sneaky poison traps and melee weapons, has been around since 2017, practically a pensioner in Battle Royale terms. While most games in the genre encourage swift and accurate gunplay, the Culling prefers a more visceral, close-quarters approach to problem-solving. With 16 ne'er-do-wells competing to find loot in the form of blades, bludgeons, axes, and the occasional shooty stick, things quickly descend into the usual frantic mess. The game has a quite unique take on stealth too, beyond hiding in a bathroom clutching a sawn-off. Various traps, both crafted and lying around the world, reward smart, sneaky play. It all helps to give the Culling a particularly Hunger Games vibe, though we wouldn't recommend cosplaying as a rock in this one. Jesus, Peter, how long have you been there? Oh, yeah, the go to hell thing, sorry about that. Number 6. Tetris 99. Sorry, excuse me, waiter. Yeah, sorry to be a pain. Well, it appears I've got a Tetris in my Battle Royale. Well, yes, I would actually like to see the manager and tell them that they're a bloody genius. Much like Skyrim, if it's an electrical appliance, chances are Tetris will be on it. Another surprise launch landing a mere 9 days after Apex Legends, this Nintendo Switch take on the omnipresent puzzler puts its own 90-degree spin on the Battle Royale craze, pitting your block-matching skills against 98 other players. Cutting out the usual guff, no looting, no dropping from the sky, no silly dance. Well, actually there is dropping from the sky, but there aren't any silly dances. This is textbook Tetris for the most part, with some added abilities to mess with opponents by sending your cleared lines to other players. As crazy as this idea sounds, competitive Tetris has been done before. The classic Tetris World Championship uses the old-school 1989 release. Just look at those concentration faces and weird tiny hands! And games like Puyo Puyo Tetris and the Tetris Friends browser game also let us get our competitive blocks off. Number 5. Ark, Survival of the Fittest. If Jurassic Park taught us anything, it's that dinosaurs are amazing and quite dangerous.
Clever girl.
A spin-off from the survival game and paleontologist's wet dream Ark, Survival of the Fittest takes the dinosaur formula and answers all of our childhood questions of who would win in a fight between a T-Rex and a Spinosaurus. Our money's on Stumpy Arms. Admittedly, the base game of Ark is an acquired taste. It's buggy, it's laggy, there are so many ways to get killed by the environment or other players, but the survival gameplay, along with being able to tame dinosaurs in your own prehistoric Pokemon simulator, is a beautiful thing. Survival of the Fittest is basically the main game in microcosm, with it only taking a few minutes rather than hours to tame your own beast, and the fights are more frequent, it being a battle royale game and all. Fighting in the open is a refreshing change for regulars of the base game used to base raiding and dealing with auto turrets. Combat is still suitably brutal, but if all else fails, you can always dodo throw your way to victory.
Buckets!
Number 4. Blackout. Call of Duty Black Ops 4. What's this? Call of Duty in my list of niche games? I will not stand for it! We hear you cry, and that's perfectly reasonable, but considering Call of Duty has gotten its fair share of stick for being stagnant and unoriginal in recent offerings, the fact that Blackout exists at all is impressive. Yes, we know they basically jumped on the bandwagon, but just hear us out, okay? It's actually quite good. Call of Duty has always been renowned for its impeccably smooth gunplay, unlike other Battle Royale favourites, PUBG. And before Apex came along and stole every waking hour from us, the Blackout game mode received positive responses in the way it added much-needed polish to the genre, with the drops, firefights and equipment slotting in nicely. For long-term fans, the main map was sprinkled with previous multiplayer favourites like Firing Range, Asylum and Nuketown, and this all served to give Activision's Golden Goose a new lease on shooty, explodey life. Number 3. Totally accurate battlegrounds. Finally, for the first time in video gaming history, we have reached peak realism. Featuring eye-bulgingly lifelike visuals, pant-wettingly real shootouts, and a physics engine probably designed by NASA, this is confirmation that we're about ready to launch the Matrix-style simulation machine. Okay, so admittedly this game is silly. Designed as an April Fool's joke, even the developers admitted it'll probably be buggy in the Steam description, and that's the inherent charm. Starting a game sees you ungracefully thudding to the ground, because parachutes are for nerds! Got him! Shootouts are all over the place when you can even get your character to stand up straight. There are periscope attachments, launchpad grenades, and make it rain rifles. The circle is a giant wall under construction, which makes for some pretty close, tense calls. Oh, and you can slap people with a fish. Seriously, why aren't you playing this game right now? Number 2. Realm Royale. If you're the sort of wise guy to bring a fireball to a firefight, then Realm Royale might be right up your alley. From Hi-Res Studios, developers of Smite and Paladins, this early access
Warning, oh my goodness.
magical melee brings some unique arcane elements to the standard Battle Royale formula. Picking from 5 heroes of Mage, Warrior, Assassin, Engineer and Legolas cosplay, you can mix and match traditional firearms like snipers and shotguns with a fantasy-tinged arsenal of staves, swords and crossbows. You can also turn unsuspecting victims into chickens, if you're that way inclined. This particular entry stands out with some interesting approaches to looting and gearing up, most notably the forge system. Take your various scraps of disenchanted valuables to one of 18 forges on the map, and you can prove that your blacksmithing apprenticeship wasn't a complete waste by crafting potions, armors, abilities, and weapons. But be careful, as if other players see a rather obvious plume of smoke when someone is using the forge, that could be a one-way ticket to being proper clucked. Number 1. Maelstrom. Avast! Swab the sails, trim the poop deck, and other popular nautical sayings. Rum, something about rum. This unique take on the formula brings the action to the high seas, where you fight other humans, orcs, and dwarves to be the last ship sailing. Kickstarted in 2018 and currently in early access,
Warning.
Maelstrom isn't afraid to venture into uncharted waters. With smaller rounds of only 15 players and empty spaces filled by bots to keep things populated, you can fire volleys of iron, grape, or chain shot, and there's also grappling, ramming, and boarding. It's like Sid Meier's Pirates had a fever dream about Fortnite after an evening of too much grog. Each ship features a captain with differing skill sets, giving it a hero-centric vibe, perfect for Apex withdrawal symptoms, and you even have a persistent progression system. While it certainly skirts the abyss of being a Battle Royale game, plenty of the traditional trimmings are there too, with looting, a death circle, and tense final 1v1s. Oh, and there's also sea monsters, so watch where you're sailing, or you might run aground into this happy chaffy. Oh. And that's our list. Some nice remedies here to calm those post-Apex shakes. Now, doesn't that feel better? Let us know if we've missed any of your favourite interesting Battle Royale games in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. With the success of Henry Cavill's Netflix Witcher series and confirmation of a Fallout TV show in development for Amazon, we thought it was high time we had a look at video game success stories within the TV space, and also some not so successful stories too. And yes, we know The Witcher is based on a series of books and not the video game, but the two are intrinsically linked, and arguably without the video game first raising awareness for the novels, we wouldn't have got the TV show in the first place, so there. Anyway, we're going to look at some TV shows based on video games today, so let's look at some! I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 interesting TV shows based on video games. Number 10. Castlevania. Castlevania is one of the most enduring franchises in gaming, beginning way back in 1986, so it's wonderful to see a Netflix adaptation do that legacy justice. Opting for an anime style rather than live action helps the show capture the brooding gothic tone of the games perfectly, while still keeping enough dark humour to avoid being too droll. Castlevania even satisfies the harshest of critics, the fans, by staying faithful to the source material while throwing in enough surprises to keep things interesting. The plot is a loose adaptation of 1989's Castlevania III: Dracula's Curse, technically a prequel to the first game, where monster hunter Trevor Belmont takes on the infamous Count Dracula. You remember him, right? The guy who does the arithmetic and loves cereal. Yeah. Dracula's understandably a bit miffed that humans burned his wife at the stake, and so he vows to wipe out humanity. So, as is tradition, only a cool dude with a whip can stop him. The strong voice cast includes the Hobbit stars Richard Armitage and Graham McTavish playing Mr. Belmont and Dracula respectively, plus Battlestar Galactica's James Callis playing Dracula's son, Alucard. Just make sure you've got your extra 50s worth of garlic before you tuck into this, yeah? Number 9. Earthworm Jim. I love a good run and gun shooter, who doesn't? But the problem is that it's been done to death and there's never a... Hang on, is that worm wearing a mech suit? Earthworm Jim is a very weird character, being a literal worm that got landed on by a giant mech suit that also apparently grants him sentience, strength, intelligence, and... human teeth? Ah! He now has to fight off the swathes of enemies all gunning, funnily enough, for the magical suit to use for their own nefarious schemes. The series was very successful through its first 2 games, with follow-ups Earthworm Jim 3D and Menace to the Galaxy being commercial and critical failures. The television series itself was very popular, released around the same time as the second game and following the same betoothed earthworm through a series of what would normally be considered mundane tasks, such as returning his neighbour's egg whisk, getting more power for his supersuit, restoring a monarchy after a hostile takeover, and eating dirt. Eating a lot of dirt, actually. Number 8. Sonic Boom. Oh, Sonic Boom. What did you do? Differentiated from its TV adaptation via the subtitle Rise of Lyric, Sonic Boom was released for the Wii U in 2014 to less than stellar reviews. Apparently designed to appeal more to Western audiences, which seemingly meant putting rad bandages on everything, the development of the game ran parallel to the creation of the television series, as well as merchandising, in order to maximize profit for this game that there was no doubt was going to be very successful. The game was released without any early review copies, which is always a good sign, and was instantly lambasted by players and reviewers alike for its unpolished appearance and shed load of glitches. The television series, on the other hand, is actually quite good, especially when compared to the game. Witty, with self-referential humour and constant fourth wall breaking about game development, the Sonic franchise, and general video game tropes.
There is a certain princess in a castle I'd like to meet.
Running for 2 seasons with over 100 episodes, there is a lot of Sonic-y goodness to check out. Number 7. You Don't Know Jack. The only non-fiction entry on this list, You Don't Know Jack was an American TV series that ran for 6 episodes in 2001, based on the original 1995 adult trivia quiz PC game You Don't Know Jack, which I will now shorten to Yadukuj for convenience sake. With post-1991 scandal Paul Rubin playing fictional host Troy Stevens, the game show was your typical answer questions for cash prizes and the predictable brand new car, trying to be jokey but still doing exactly what it was pointing out, like a bad self-referential fetch quest. The set design and host try to keep the same irreverent humour as the video game, with conveyor belts built into the floor, question cards mimicking the ones you'd see on screen, and Rubens making a variety of interesting faces. But it ultimately failed to get picked up for another series, and was left behind as a bizarre relic to be watched with this face. Two can play at that game, Rubens. Meanwhile, the Yudukaja series continues to be a powerhouse, updating with modern technology to involve phone and computer interactivity, allowing you to play alongside a variety of people from all over the world. Number 6. Steins Gate. Steins Gate is the second game in the visual novel video game series Science Adventure and sequel to the Chaos Head, which sounds like Pyramid Head's younger brother if he was straight edge. The game itself follows mad scientist Okabe, otherwise known as his pseudonym Kiyuma, and the members of his creatively named Future Gadget Laboratory as they discover that he has accidentally invented a time machine in his attempt to make a portable microwave, and he started receiving text messages from the past. The 24-episode anime follows a similar storyline to both the video game and manga. Created by animation studio White Fox and released in 2011, the series was well received by critics and was followed up in 2018 by an adaptation of the game's sequel, Steins Gate Zero. Number 5. Super Mario Bros. Super Show. It would be an exercise in futility to explain what Mario is, considering that it is the most successful video game franchise of all time, so let's just talk about the show, okay? Based upon Super Mario Bros. 1 and 2, the Super Mario Bros. Super Show was a variety program showing animated Mario stories as well as episodes of The Legend of Zelda with linking live-action segments. These live-action segments involved real-life video game character cameos, including Mario and Luigi and Inspector Gadget, with a variety of guest stars including Beverly Hillbillies actress Donna Douglas, Brady Bunch's Eve Plum, and basketball player Magic Johnson. While trying to separate Mario from Charles Martinet's upbeat Italian voice is pretty much impossible, it's easy to forget that before 1992 he was described as an Italian-American plumber from Brooklyn and sounded as such, lest we forget the mistakes of the Super Mario Bros. Movie. This is very surreal to hear today, a bit like Postman Pat talking in a thick Brummy accent. Professional wrestler Lou Albano portrayed the live-action Mario in the Super Show, which does actually make sense, because if this version of Mario jumped on you like his pixel counterpart, you would also die. In addition, he voiced the animated equivalent in the cartoon sections. So was Mario in the animated segments separate from the live-action Mario? Was the live-action Mario the real Mario who just voice-acted the adventures? There's just too many questions, and I'm glad it was cancelled. Number 4. Digimon. Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions. Change into digital. Anyway, based upon the success of the Tamagotchi, which they for some reason considered for girls, Digimon started off in 1998 as pocket virtual pets inside a small handheld device where you could feed and generally care for your little digital monster. But what makes that in any way different from a Tamagotchi? Easy, it's for boys and you make it fight. Taking the Pokemon route, you were able to connect with friends and battle each other's Digimons, with this then inspiring the development of a full-on Digimon fighting game the very next year. In 1999, the Digimon franchise became an animated series following the same premise, with the main characters having Digimon pre-programmed to bond to them. Which I don't know if that's better or worse than capturing Pokemon in balls, and I don't want to think about it. The series had an initial run of 5 seasons between 1999 and 2007 before getting a reboot in 2010 with series names such as Data Squad, Adventure Try, and Digimon Universe App Monsters, and has had 16 feature-length movie releases, with the latest released in February 2020. Number 3. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? The Carmen Sandiego franchise started its life as the educational mystery game Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, focused on teaching children about the wonders of geography through the good old-fashioned teaching device of international espionage. Players had to help track down elite cat burglar Carmen Sandiego across the world in order to steal back various precious treasures. The series continues to go strong at 18 games and counting, including various titles where she goes to America, Europe, the past, and space! Jesus, this woman can do anything! Carmen has also had a live-action quiz show, internet browser games, and a new animated reboot broadcast in January 2019. This Netflix series, just titled Carmen Sandiego because we're cool and we do short titles now, and rad hat by the way, reimagines the prolific jewel and artifact thief as a reverse Indiana Jones, returning stolen treasure back to where it's from because it doesn't belong in a museum. A 3rd season is due to come to Netflix in the near future. Number 2. Donkey Kong Country. The Wikipedia page for this series says that it's loosely based on the Donkey Kong series of games, which I think is a subtle attempt at distancing those games from this. I'm sorry, but we're not going to let you get away with pretending this didn't happen. A Canadian-French production by Nelvana Limited for Season 1 and Hongguan Animation for Season 2, the series ran between 1997 and 2000. With slick, smooth character models and eyeballs stolen from Marty Feldman, these episodes mainly revolved around the adventures of the DK crew on the Paradise Isle of Congo Bongo Island, which sounds and feels problematic to say. The catalyst for the series is when the eponymous Mr. Kong finds a crystal coconut that is able to grant him anything he wishes. Give me a magical 50p any day. This show has been resurrected many times over for numerous top 10 worst lists, so we won't let the corpse fester any longer than it needs to.
Fill her in, boys.
Number 1. Pokemon. As the third best-selling video game franchise in history, it's unsurprising to see Ash and his friends sitting pretty at the top of our list. Pokemon, short for Poketo Monsu, or Pocket Monsters in English, started its life as a franchise in 1996 with the release of Pokemon Red and Green for the original Game Boy, inspired by creator Satoshi Tajiri's childhood love of bug collecting. A quarter of a century later, and the franchise has over 30 main series games, including all versions that is, 23 movies, a trading card game, merchandise out the wazoo, and enough Poke plushies to collectively smother everyone watching this video. The show itself follows Ash Ketchum as he attempts to be the very best Pokemon trainer in the world like no one ever was. Setting off from his home village of Pallet Town in 1997, Ash has travelled the length and breadth of 6 regions, has had over 16 companions, and has yet to reach his 11th birthday.
Something tells me time is broken in this universe.
Either way, he finally climbed the summit and became League Champion in 2019. About time too. And that's our list. Do you have any favourite TV shows based on video games? Be sure to shout them in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
The world of video games may have now evolved far beyond the simple 2 paddles and a ball days of Pong, but who could have guessed they'd eventually be assisting the likes of surgeons, architects, physical therapists, and military personnel? With advancing technology, gaming has become something far more than just a hobby. No matter which way you look at it, it's far from the toxic disease that some media outlets try to portray it as. In the past couple of decades, many development teams have realised that all kinds of aspects of gameplay, such as learning through repetition and developing hand-eye coordination, actually have a whole host of real-world applications. In all kinds of fields, ranging through art and design, physical and mental health, and workplace training, video games are genuinely helping to make the world a better place and advance human achievement, which makes all the undue bad press even more frustrating. And so it's with this in mind that we think it's about time we highlighted some of the amazing ways in which video games actually help the world IRL. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are 10 ingenious real-world uses for video games. Number 10. The PS3 Military Supercomputer. Okay, admittedly we are starting with a military supercomputer, but bear with me, okay? With the PlayStation 2 becoming one of the world's most successful consoles, developers and consumers had high expectations for its successor, the PS3. In an attempt to match the lofty anticipation, the designers aimed to make the PlayStation 3 the most powerful console possible. After much innovation, the resulting product piqued the interest of both astrophysicists and military researchers alike. Not only was the performance extraordinary, but the energy efficiency was downright shocking. With a PS3 on full load, a mere 100 watts of power would be consumed, whereas at the time, a comparable Xeon-class dual-socket type server would easily chug through about a kilowatt's worth of juice. The US Air Force took one look at these stats cats, and consequently decided to string 1,760 of these bad boys together in order to create their own supercomputer, the Condor Cluster. The resulting system consumed a measly 10% of the power expected for such a juggernaut, and also cost less than 10% of an equivalent HPC system. Ironically though, this was probably the first and last time that the PlayStation 3 was praised for its affordability. Number 9. Physical therapy. Nintendo isn't afraid to challenge the notion that gamers are often portrayed as lazy beings who have long since fostered a symbiotic bond with their Cheeto-encrusted sweatpants. And in 2007, the Wii Fit set the standard for combining a positive fitness experience with the often sedentary medium of gaming. Although many of us use gaming to relax after a hard day's work, others were able to use the plethora of exciting games to bring fitness into their homes and combine it with fun. But the applications didn't just end in the living room. For instance, the Nintendo Wii and Wii Fit were used in a study released by Johns Hopkins University researchers, during which 22 patients in intensive care used the video game systems as part of their physical therapy sessions. Essentially, gaming promotes repetition and task-oriented training, which are the exact requirements needed to support rehabilitation goals. The studies showed that engaging in gameplay or fun minigames helped patients to forget that they were actually working and allowed them to gain more enjoyment from their therapy sessions. These days, it's not uncommon to see Wii consoles in retirement homes either. Just don't expect grandma to go easy on you when playing Wii boxing. Oh, she's got a mean right hook. Number 8. Minecraft architecture. The United Nations Human Settlements Programme posed that a central public place promotes social interaction, the enhanced safety of citizens, more business opportunities, as well as other benefits to the well-being of city inhabitants. However, designing such areas has never been easy, especially when considering that old cities often have confusing layouts, mixed architecture, low budgets, or crossovers between districts. After encountering such issues, the UN reached out to Mojang to launch the Block by Block initiative, wherein designers were tasked with recreating and redesigning a public space within Minecraft. Successful designs were then transferred to real architects before being made into reality. Notable projects have included the design of safe parks in Johannesburg, creating the Lotus Garden Playground in Mumbai, establishing safer streets for young women in Hanoi, and crowdsourcing for welcome public spaces in Mexico. In essence, the project aimed to transform lives and revitalize urban neighborhoods via the use of Minecraft, described as a powerful tool for visualization and collaboration. Of course, seasoned Minecraft builders are all too familiar with developing creations in spite of space restrictions and wild terrain, but these real-world project parameters cultivated a range of amazingly intuitive designs from local communities, and not a single giant phallus in sight. Oh, good job, team. Good job. Number 7. Promoting blood donation. If you're as much of a trophy hunter as our resident pro gamer Ben Potter, you're probably well aware that it takes a lot of blood, sweat and tears to reach such levels of gaming prowess. However, for Bandai Namco, pledging metaphorical bodily fluids on the altar of gaming was simply not enough. They wanted the real thing. Quite literally, they were baying for blood. During the 2019 TwitchCon weekend in San Diego, Bandai Namco hosted a blood drive in conjunction with the American Red Cross, literally offering a free copy of Code Vein for those who, well, agreed to open a vein for a good cause. According to the American Red Cross, someone is in need of blood every 2 seconds, with each donation possibly helping up to 3 people. And seeing as the TwitchCon donations were fully booked, Code Vein surely managed to help hundreds, if not thousands, of those in need of urgent transfusions. Table Manners promoted a similar cause in February 2020, during which they teamed up with NHS England to encourage players to sign up to their blood and transplant campaign. We're just thankful that the donation process wasn't as messy as the actual in-game dates. That is red wine, isn't it? Number 6. Studying viral outbreaks. Before the days of the C virus outbreak, if you can think that far back, memories, scientists studied an infamous epidemic that plagued the lands of World of Warcraft back in 2005. The Corrupted Blood incident occurred when a negative status effect accidentally leaked from a new raid boss into the general populace. High-level players were healed of the contagious effect upon leaving the dungeon as per the design of the encounter, but a small oversight meant that rangers' pets could carry the disease out into the overworld to other players and even NPCs. Lower level players were completely struck down, skeletons began to pile up at social areas, and unsuspecting gamers proceeded to spread the disease from city to city as they completed their quests. Soon many of the stronger players were forced to quarantine infected areas, while others sought to spread warnings and advice to the community. Many healers exposed themselves to the plague and entered the quarantined zones in an attempt to heal others, or at least keep them alive long enough to get them to safety. The conditions, reactions, and consequences of this event attracted the attention of the CDC, who used it to study how human populations react to real-world epidemics. Now, some of those researchers are using the data collected from this event to tackle COVID-19, with many stating that even though the difference between the real pandemic and a video game are resoundingly obvious, there are definite lessons to be learned from the online outbreak. I just wonder whether social distancing is still in place in Azeroth. Number 5. Police training simulations. Most first-person shooters reward the player for firing first and asking questions later, but this doesn't exactly translate well to sensitive real-life situations. For that reason, a company called Vertra has created specialized simulations for law enforcement officers to practice and review their actions in tense, uncertain circumstances. These simulated scenarios incorporate branching narratives that respond to the trainees' decisions, much like Telltale's The Walking Dead, but with far fewer zombies, or Detroit Become Human, but with far less
Lieutenant, would you like me to lick it?
The simulations, often experienced in VR, are designed to teach critical concepts such as identifying verbal and non-verbal cues, de-escalation, less lethal alternatives, and appropriate use of force. The VR versions of these scenarios require the officers to use real weapons that fire fake bullets, complete with recoil effect. A series of sensors are used to determine where the shots land, and when the trainee is shot, electrodes on their body will administer a shock to signify receiving damage. As with all video games, this training tool helps to develop muscle memory and hand-eye coordination, but it's the cultivation of fair and effective combat responses that truly elevate these simulations from mere games to something that could potentially save lives. Number 4. Applications in surgery. Aside from all those times we've slipped and accidentally severed an artery in Surgeon Simulator, it turns out that video games actually help to cultivate better surgeons. Studies of small incision specialists found that those who played video games for more than 3 hours per week made 32% fewer errors during practice procedures. Many doctors have noticed correlations between video game playing and improved dexterity, which is of course an essential skill when conducting tasks that require high levels of accuracy and precision with a blade around someone's vital organs. In the example of keyhole surgery, where all the action is going on inside the body of the patient, overseen by a camera, you must focus your eyes on a screen rather than on what your fingers and thumbs are doing to make things happen on that screen. Sound familiar, gamers? The company Level X certainly thought so, because they now develop training games and simulations for surgeons and doctors that replicate real-life emergencies. A study propelled by doctor and gamer James Rosser highlights the significant link between surgical skill and video game prowess. He first noticed it during his training years. His non-gamer classmates seemingly had more trouble with developing refined surgical skill than he did. So, with the video game hobby proving to be such an advantage for those training in this field and ultimately saving lives, maybe it's about time our avid gamers in the medical industry, some of whom might be watching this video right now, hello, got a little more credit, don't you think? Number 3. Protein folding. Do you even fold, bro? I fold and chug protein at least 5 times a week. Don't worry, my fellow quarantined gamer geeks, this has nothing to do with horrible protein shakes or nauseating gym routines. Actually, the Folding at Home project and the Fold It game provide protein folding puzzles to gather the necessary data required to fight numerous forms of disease. Players can really get their teeth into the fun and interesting gameplay format, thereby establishing a range of new enzyme bonds, with the most efficient bonds scoring the highest points. And forget Candy Crush or Farmville, because these fascinating folding games don't have any microtransactions. Okay, I was just ad-libbing there. I mean, they don't, but it actually says, these fascinating folding games could actually lead to cures and treatments for diseases such as Alzheimer's, Huntington's, cystic fibrosis, and many forms of cancer, all of which are believed to result from protein misfolding. My god, gamers are the best! High-scoring solutions in these folding games can be further inspected by researchers, who can determine whether they can be applied to relevant proteins in the real world. In fact, a 2010 paper in science journal Nature credited Fold It's players with providing results that not only matched, but outperformed algorithmically computed equivalents. So, for gamers who are bored of the salt-heavy environment of Call of Duty, maybe try a bit of protein in your gaming diet instead. Number 2. Training astronauts. A few hundred hours in Mass Effect will teach you 2 things. Number 1, blue aliens are your new favourite search topic on DeviantArt, and number 2, space is a big and dangerous place. Although there are innumerable people supporting and guiding astronauts from Earth, the further that space men or women venture, the longer the latency period between communications. In fact, deep space exploration may cause comms delays of more than 30 minutes, which is far too long should an emergency situation arise. So, Trish, the developer of new training procedures for NASA, not the leather-clad badass from Devil May Cry, is adopting the most advanced technologies to address the future challenges of deep space exploration. They've adapted the surgery simulation technology by Level X to lay the foundation for essential medical training as well as crisis management. Essentially, these simulations aim to combine video game technology and professional medical sim applications in order to explore the environmental conditions found in space. As we can't truly replicate deep space conditions here on Earth, these training games can help astronauts to prepare for dangerous or uncertain situations, especially combined with underwater VR experiences that mirror low gravity. God, if only NASA had had this technology in 1969, they wouldn't have had to use a Stanley Kubrick film set for the moon landings. And number 1, mental well-being and destigmatization. As development becomes more accessible and diverse, the narrative capabilities of video games are continuing to evolve, with many new releases seeking to explore heavy and provocative topics, some of which might feel quite familiar to those picking up the controller. Sea of Solitude, Hellblade, and Night in the Woods have delved into aspects such as self-identity, anger, PTSD, depression, psychosis, and anxiety, depicting the often torturous and world-shattering emotions experienced by those suffering with mental illness. The benefits of the existence of games like this are twofold. Firstly, they can help sufferers with communication and expression by portraying conditions that are often quite difficult to put into words. Whether we've experienced these things ourselves or simply know someone else suffering with mental illness, these games certainly hit hard and therefore encourage discussion of the topics. Secondly, the gravity of these games also encourages empathy and shows sufferers and non-sufferers alike that it's okay to not be okay, thereby contributing to the destigmatization of mental illness as a whole. These touching video games help to remind us that we aren't alone in feeling how we do, and that there are helpful communities and services out there for those who need it, links to which you can find in the video description below. No jokes here for this one, just the recognition of some amazing games that have such powerful messages. So there you go, that's our list of ways in which video games have helped the world in real life. But do you know of any more altruistic or ingenious ways that gaming is being used in other industries? Perhaps you have some ideas of your own of how gaming technology can help in the future. Share the positivity and inspire us in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and if you want to support the things you enjoy, then check out the rewards on our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I've been Peter from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
I remember being a young lad, staying up late to play video games, only to be caught by my dad, who yelled something about not staying up late on a school night. I'd say, but I'm not tired, to which he responded, "Hi, I'm not tired, I'm Dad." I suppose you could say I was guilty of resisting arrest. Okay, enough of the dad jokes. Maybe. No promises, it's a long list. Not only are we partial to a few daft dad jokes, but we also have a soft spot for some of those lovable or badass dads in our favourite video games. With regards to complex and relatable characters, we're quite spoilt for choice these days. We've got amazing portrayals of strained relationships, steadfast and determined heroes, once broken characters finding hope and happiness after years of strife. And what connects these archetypes? Parenthood. Whether they are blood-related, adoptive, or simply strong pillars of support for our protagonists, they bear the title of father with honour. Of course, we could easily fill this list with all those hunks from Dream Daddy, a dad dating simulator, but that would probably be low-hanging fruit, or low-hanging bananas specifically. So let's have a look at some gaming father figures who definitely deserve a world's best dad mug, shall we? Alright, let's look at some. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 best video game dads. Number 10. Harry Mason, Silent Hill. Harold Harry Mason is rather bland compared to some of the other daring dads on this list, but his compassion and devotion sets him apart as a resilient and determined father that will stop at nothing to save his adoptive daughter Cheryl. He's no axe-wielding anti-hero, nor does he have the iconic beard that seems to be quite the trend amongst modern video game dads. He's clumsy, writes dry non-fiction books, and he's definitely not a competent warrior. But any father who takes more than one step into Silent Hill to look for their missing child deserves some recognition, damn it. It's literally a hellscape, full to the brim with nightmarish nasties and psychological torture. Harry has no idea what's lurking in the fog, eager to chow down on his tasty dad bod. Yet still, he powers onward, making up for his lack of physical prowess with remarkable courage. He devotes himself to his daughter's protection, which proves to be especially difficult with evil cult The Order, not only snapping at his heels, but eager to sacrifice Cheryl, aka Heather, to resurrect their demonic god too. If I had a nickel. He's a normal dude, a normal dad, but he steps up and doesn't back down when his daughter needs him most. If that's not the makings of an awesome father figure, I don't know what is. Number 9. Rost, Horizon Zero Dawn. Rost, fellow Nora outcast and adoptive father to Aloy, plays a major role in cultivating the skills of both his daughter and the player in Horizon Zero Dawn. His tutorial sections assist both narrative and gameplay by allowing Aloy and the player to get to grips with hunting the ferocious mechanical beasts of this post-apocalyptic land. He's a protector and a teacher, and takes Aloy under his wing when all others seek to shun her. As an outcast and ex-death seeker, following the murder of his wife and child, Rost was left with little but old, painful memories until joyfully taking Aloy into his care. He is a loving and strong character, continuously helping Aloy to achieve far beyond what others deemed her able to accomplish. Ultimately, he supports her decision to become part of the tribe, even though this means he will lose her, thereby putting her happiness above his own. Soon after this decision, however, he lays down his life to protect her during the attack on Nora Village, proving that he was still looking out for her even though the laws demanded that he, as an outcast, could not interfere. Nothing, it seems, would stop him from taking care of his daughter, even at the cost of his own life. Number 8. Asura, Asura's Wrath. Hell hath no fury like a father trying to look after his baby girl. Although the story may be a little obtuse to those who haven't studied the game's lore, one thing is perfectly clear. The demigod, Asura, is yet another dad who'll stop at nothing to save his beloved offspring. Unlike Harry Mason and Rost, Asura certainly has a bit more firepower to back up his actions, including inhuman levels of strength, superhuman speed that leaves him untraceable to the human eye, profound agility and dexterity, ice manipulation, thunder powers, shape-shifting, essentially all the powers that a dad wishes he had when their daughter's new boyfriend arrives to pick her up for prom. Our previous entries were limited by their physical abilities, but Asura gets to unleash absolute carnage in his journey to rescue Mithra. Okay, he's a raging ball of merciless vengeance as it is, but he's also a kind-hearted warrior with a strong moral code. He's a big old anime-haired teddy bear. He may have the strength to crush bones and pop skulls, but he's a big softie when it comes to his daughter. Beyond the abs and rage, not only is he a strong father, he's an interesting character in his own right. Number 7. Barry Burton, Resident Evil and Resident Evil Revelations 2. He's gruff, he's tough, he's buff. It's Barry Burton, our resident OG family man. There's 2 things that you need to know about Barry. Number 1, he is very anti-Jill Sandwich, which is a fair stance to take. And number 2, he adores his wife and kids more than anything. As Resi 1 reveals, his initial suspicious actions are in fact due to his attempts to keep his wife and daughters safe from Albert Wesker, so I suppose we can forgive him for that? But we can't quite forgive those awful line readings and lackluster dad puns, regardless of their legendary status nowadays. Alright, Barry?
Oh my god!
Well said. The nuances of his character and the relationship with his daughters are specifically explored and developed in Resident Evil Revelations 2, during which the player follows Claire Redfield and Moira Burton, or Barry and Natalia, as they traverse the zombie-infested facilities of Sushestvovane Island. I assume that's how you pronounce that. Fearing that Moira perished on the island 6 months prior, Barry sets out to find her without backup, intent on discovering the truth about what happened to his daughter. Not only does he brave hordes of zombies that, by the time he reaches the facility, have mutated into even more disgusting and deadly specimens, but he also has to endure the most torturous experience of all, having a strange and helpless child follow him around. Although his relationship with Moira begins as strained and difficult, they set aside their differences during the fight for survival, and by the end of the game, Barry has reconciled with his daughter and proved himself to be a father who will do anything to keep his family safe. Number 6. Eli Vance, Half-Life 2. Don't let appearances fool you. This old chap is actually one of the few scientists to have survived the Black Mesa incident, and for that alone, Dr. Eli Vance deserves a commemorative spoon or a mention in the local newspaper at least, but he's also a solid candidate for the Dad of the Year mug too. Let's find out why. Well, for starters, he's actually an emotionally competent father, which is something we can't say for a few of the more famous entries on this list. He's loving, devoted, and even built a robot dog to help protect his daughter Alex from the pesky Combine. It's actually refreshing to witness a father and child dynamic without drama and baggage. The pair actually get along! Yeah, he adores his baby girl, but he doesn't smother her independent spirit. Oh yeah, and he's the maker of Gordon's gravity gun, for goodness sake. This guy is legitimately brilliant. Still not convinced? He's also the leader of the resistance against the Combine, and despite losing a leg in the service of said rebellion, he's still one of the most lovable and admirable heroes around. He's a mortal man trying his best under impossible circumstances. He's intelligent and inspiring, and unlike our next entry, doesn't have to rely on superhuman powers or godly wrath to protect / murder his family. Number 5. Kratos, God of War. Before you unleash your Spartan rage in the comments, we want to make it perfectly clear that we're not forgetting that Kratos murdered his first wife and child back when he was angrily stomping around Greece, okay? Let's just get that out of the way. However, this angry brute with a heart as frosty as Helheim really stole our hearts by the end of God of War 2018. Granted, he begins as a very hostile and prickly character, so far so Kratos, but soon learns to connect with Atreus on a deeper level. Boy soon becomes son, as he and Kratos embark on an emotional journey that culminates in the most epic double-team boss battle sequence we've ever seen. As a character, he was never really likeable, to be honest. The old games were fun to play, of course, and were very technically sound, but we never expected much emotional depth from the angry dude with the angry face and the angry knives chained to his angry arms. He was no model hero, and certainly no model father. However, now he's actually trying. Upon carrying the injured Atreus to Freya's hut during the course of the series' latest installment, Kratos' distress is utterly heart-wrenching. The savage, terrifying god of war can be seen trembling, anxiously pacing, and barely able to focus. This is the reaction of a loving father, not the warmonger we once knew. Overall, he is certainly not an innocent man or a perfect dad, but he becomes a better father and a better man thanks to the heartwarming relationship he has with his son. Number 4. Kazuma Kiryu, Yakuza. It's well known that Kiryu has garnered praise and positive critical reception because, despite being part of the Yakuza, he is undoubtedly kind-hearted and undergoes satisfying character development throughout the series' narrative. During his design, the team likened him to a noble samurai that would often protect others in need, which truly sums up his characteristics perfectly. He proved his worth when deciding to care for Haruka Sawamura, and their relationship is seen to be one of the most important emotional centerpieces to his entire character arc. Upon doing so, he finally realizes his potential as a parent and is inspired to help other children in need. Later in the series, he opens an orphanage, thereby becoming a father figure to so many more orphan children. This doting dad eventually becomes a proud grandfather and once again exceeds expectations. He's got a caring and gentle side that makes him very relatable. Yeah, he can roundhouse kick any average human into oblivion, but he can also relate to players on a human level. He's not just a criminal, not by a long stretch. In prison or otherwise. He may have a sketchy past behind him, but his heart definitely lies with his family. Oh, but most importantly, he's pretty darn good at karaoke. Number 3. Joel, The Last of Us. The opening sequence of The Last of Us is haunting, to say the least. Joel's desperation is all too tangible, and the horrible sound of his daughter's dying gasps is nothing less than devastating. As far as we can tell from the information gleaned in Joel's family home, he was a devoted single father with solid work goals and ambitions to start his own business. Family photos reflect happy memories, hiking, holidays, carnivals, and attending Sarah's football matches. By the time Ellie enters the scene, Joel is broken and disillusioned. Let's face it, although he agrees to transport Ellie to safety, he's super abrasive. He scolds her, ignores her, and eventually tries to palm her off onto his brother Tommy. When Tommy refuses, Joel even resorts to violence. He tries with all his might to just get rid of her. But we wouldn't put him so high on this list if the story ended there, would we? Would we? No, we wouldn't. Ellie soon breaks through Joel's emotional barriers, and he, in turn, allows her into his heart. It's a rough journey for them both, and Joel certainly doesn't make things easy when it comes to warming up to him as a character. However, by the time he carries Ellie free from the Firefly's medical facility at the end of the game, the relationship has evolved far beyond that of a simple escort mission. He allows himself to love again, to be a father again, and turns out he's actually quite good at it, even if, he had to kill dozens of people to keep his adopted daughter from being taken away. But that's not what's important here, okay? Stop focusing on that. Number 2. Lee, The Walking Dead. As it turns out, this list contains many examples of non-blood related father figures taking on the role of parenthood. And it's honestly refreshing to see the portrayal of family units that are true reflections of in real life relationships, which in turn are not always straightforward. Lee Everett is a beloved example of a caring adoptive father, with his protective relationship with Clementine being the most compelling part of the narrative, almost putting the whole zombie apocalypse thing on the back burner. Let's not forget, Lee doesn't have to take care of Clem. He doesn't know her, he has no loyalty to her family. Realistically, if he chose to leave her alone in that house in the first episode, no one would ever know. Needless to say, Lee excels as both hero and father. He's a complicated guy with a messy past, but no one can say he's a bad father to Clementine. He's believable and earnest, forced to face unthinkable decisions in impossible situations, but throughout them all, he puts Clem first. Although his character reflects the player's choices, one can't change his likability. Whether the player opts for harsh choices or not, Lee is still a shining beacon of fatherhood in a tempest of zombies and cannibals. Just like the original Telltale Studios itself, Lee will never be forgotten. Number 1. Geralt of Rivia, The Witcher. And the winner of Best Looking Dad in a Bathtub Award goes to Geralt of Rivia. Please come up on stage to collect your award. Oh God, put a towel around yourself. Geralt, please just put a towel on. Yes, it's the White Wolf himself. He's an absolute badass, so much so that one sword just isn't enough for this hunk of man meat. This fella needs two. Yeah, he's skillful and fearsome, but he's also a doting dad. Of course, you probably won't see him taking Siri to the cinema to watch the sing-along version of Frozen, but he definitely deserves more recognition as a father figure. As witches are sterile, having a family wasn't really on the cards for Geralt until Ciri came into his care. He guided her, taught her, and stopped at nothing to protect her from the wild hunt and those who would seek to cause her harm. Ciri, of course, didn't make things easy on Geralt. She's a whirlwind of independence and curiosity and surely caused Geralt to tear out his hair on more than one occasion. The pair are joined by destiny after all, and although not blood related, share a common fiery tenacity that unites them as one of the best dad and daughter combos in all of video gaming. Toss a coin to your Witcher and a best dad mug to Geralt while you're at it. Not too hard, don't make him drop his towel, please. And that's our list. Are there any other examples that combine heroism with fatherhood to create some compelling characters? Who do you think deserves the Father of the Year award? Let us know in the comments below and feel free to add a few dad jokes for good measure. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. Video games have given us a lot of amazing non-human characters over the years, from the usual dogs, cats and birds to actual dragons. And whether cute, cool, slimy, scaly or even incorporeal, we love them all very much and wish we could take them all home with us. So why not speculate about a perfect world where you could have your house stuffed full of video game creatures like those people with 90 cats in their bedsits? Now, for the purpose of this list, we're excluding Pokemon for the same reason we're also excluding humanoid robots, because they could both easily fill an entire list all on their own, and we're not made of ideas, alright? On top of that, we're limiting the showcasing of the more humanoid creatures that, while technically animals, are way too human-like in their personality or characteristics to feel not icky. So that means no Sonic the Hedgehog, Banjo, Crash, or Yoshi, who is apparently considered a pet, yet has his own language, own personal motivations, and romantic partner. That would be a crime. Anyway, I'm on the lookout for some cool and interesting pets to show off online about, and definitely not putting together a complex imaginary fighting ring in my basement, so let's get started. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 video game creatures we want as a pet. Number 10. Slimes. Slime Rancher. Slimes share the same level of cuteness as those squidgy puffer balls with tentacles. They're cute, in a way, but are unsettlingly gooey, and you'll always have the unnerving feeling that they're about to burst every time you handle them. Maybe that's why they have a vacuum gun in-game, so you don't have to get that lovely goo all over your hands, and I've tried, by the way, it's impossible to get the stain out of whites. Not only are slimes endlessly happy wherever you decide to throw them, they also produce plorts, which are literally worth their weight in gold. Not bad for actual lumps of goo who just sit there, eat, and occasionally jump, but that's not all, as they can also be made to eat the plort of another type of slime, which I'm pretty sure is on the dark web somewhere, and turn into a completely different kind of slime. More of a cat person? Tabby slime. Night owl? Phosphor slime. Now, keeping more than one type of slime is a challenge, especially with their penchant for turning into sludge monsters if they eat the wrong kind of plort, a bit like gremlins except somehow worse. But considering there are people out there who actively keep reticulated pythons, crocodiles and tigers, I am sure that there is some madman or woman out there willing to keep a sludge monster in their garage before somehow being eaten in a tragic, unexpected, unavoidable and vicious accident. Number 9. Jormungandr, God of War. What did you think of my pronunciation there? Get ready for more terrible examples of this. The OG giant snake god, except for Quetzalcoatl, Apep, Kalia, and the Leviathan, but still, along with his brothers Sleipnir, the eight-legged horse, and giant wolf Purpo Fenrir, Jormungandr Yeah? Jormungandr, I'm getting there, was one of the many interesting-looking children of Loki who circled the Sea of Midgard and... oh yes, we're talking about video games. Jormungandr appears in the fourth God of War game as a helpful absolute unit ally to Kratos and Boy after they find him in the midst of a centuries-long hissy fit in Lake 9 after having a fight with Thor. While his face does look weirdly unsnake-like, that's nothing compared to whatever this is supposed to be. Yeah. I'd take a snake with a human tongue and giant nostrils over that any day, thank you. Sure, you couldn't have much of a conversation with him considering someone turned the reverb on his voice box up way too much, but he could definitely get you to and from the office without much trouble and with only a few skyscrapers demolished along the way. Number 8. Creepers. Minecraft. Oh well, fantastic. Number 8. Chain Chomp. Mario. Since it doesn't explode, unlike some people, Chain Chomps are our next entry. Now I know that they are usually the enemy used by Bowser and the Broodals to hinder Mario during their schemes, but something is rather endearing about them. Perhaps their round bodies, big dumb eyes, and endless unquenchable thirst for plumber blood reminds us of puppies. A literal anthropomorphic prison ball and chain chomps are the attack dogs of the Mario universe and are apparently based on Miyamoto's childhood memory of a dog straining on a chain to get at him. They have a tendency to bark at you, have massive teeth, don't seem to like having a bath, and you can also dress them up in cute costumes. Yeah, they're not the most well-behaved, but according to the widely accepted philosophy of all dogs are good dogs, I am now crowning all of them the best of all boys in Mario, with the Shiba Inu from Mario Odyssey being a very honourable mention. You keep rocking that little hat, you rascal. Number 7. Dogmeat. Fallout series. The goodest boy in all of the wasteland. Oh, yes you are. Sorry, Dogmeat is your faithful companion throughout the Fallout series, and by that I mean constantly getting under your feet and stopping you from getting through doors. Move! But the truth is he's only trying his best, and considering that he's somehow managed to survive constant radiation and avoided multiple mutations to somehow be, at least physically, a normal dog is actually a miracle, to be quite honest with you. Fun fact, Dogmeat was voiced and modelled after a real dog called River, the German Shepherd owned by Bethesda employee Michelle, my dog is more famous than me, Burgess, as it says in her Twitter bio at least. In fact, the worst crime in all of Fallout 4 was that you could only pet Dogmeat through mods. What have you got against dogs, Bethesda? He may have trapped me in a room with 3 super mutants by mistake, but he's still a good boy who deserves pets. Number 6. Spyro the Dragon. Spyro the Dragon. Definitely walking the line of human-like characters here, but we have to include Spyro because Peter would get cross if he wasn't here. Plus, Spyro is a 2-for-1 deal as he also has his own friend/pet in Sparks the Dragonfly. Now, Sparks is very useful on his own, being able to pick up your wallet if you happen to leave it behind on the counter, stopping you from ever walking off without taking your money from the cash register, or helping you out when you lock yourself out of your house. But this isn't about that silly bug, it's about having a literal dragon as a pet. Spyro is basically a cat if his idle animations have anything to go by, and a quick eyeball of your new scaly friend leads me to the exciting conclusion that he's suitably small enough to be a lap dragon. Also, with his understanding of English and common sense, it will hopefully be easy to explain to him that he shouldn't drag dead mice and birds into the kitchen. No promises about gnorcs though, so you may want to think twice about that cream carpet. Number 5. Trico, the Last Guardian. Trico is the final, definitive resolution to the ancient rivalry between dog lovers and cat lovers. And bird lovers? This dog, cat, bird, ferret thing is as big as he is cuddleable, standing at about the same size as your house, judging by how big the boy is in comparison to him. In fact, he could probably eat a car, which would definitely make your neighbours think twice about stealing the last parking space on the street, Norman. Covered in fur-like feathers, it's kind of unbelievable that PlayStation didn't try and cash in on him more, as no matter what your opinion is on the cuteness of certain animals, you cannot tell me that he is not adorable. With those stubby wings, he wouldn't be able to get very far initially, but after growing them out for a bit, you could easily get him to fly pretty much anywhere, unlike Spyro, who is a quarter of your size and would probably struggle to carry your shopping. Trico is also an adorable great idiot, being just a puppy kitten chick / whatever it is that ferrets have. Number 4. Rush, Mega Man. Remember those big plastic techno-robot dogs from the early 2000s that would clunk around, wiggle its ears and wag its tail, and that everybody had and subsequently every charity shop had about a year later? Well, this is nothing like that. Rush is Japan's answer to K9, only he's able to actually pass through doorways without getting stuck on the carpet strip. Created as an assistant to Mega Man by Dr. Light and Dr. Wily, Rush is a red literal pocket rocket who can become some sick red armor, turn into jet engines, submarines, cars, motorbikes, and a spaceship, take that, Inspector Gadget, and he has all of the perks of a typical dog, like finding cool things buried underground. Can't reach the detergent on the top shelf at the supermarket? Rush has an inbuilt spring so you can jump to get it. Hell, he can even become your washing machine, but not before your car and driving you home. You'll never have to buy a new appliance or car again, let alone batteries, although getting insurance for your robot dog might take a few complicated trips to the DVLA. Number 3. Amaterasu, Okami. We've had a Norse monster of the ocean, and now we've got a Japanese goddess of the sun. Released in 2006, Okami is firmly rooted in Japanese mythology, with its main character, Amaterasu, appropriately based around the mythical deity of the Shinto religion, but in wolf form. Amaterasu herself is awesome enough just in her design, being a white wolf that is constantly on fire, but her supernatural brush magic abilities puts all of you out there simply painting dogs and cats to shame. Yeah, regular art can sometimes sell for hundreds of thousands of pounds, but can it bring plants back from the dead? Spending most of the game trying to re-imprison the great snake Yamata no Irichi, it's safe to say that she's quite an independent pooch, being a goddess and all that. However, if we played a little bit fast and loose with the term pet, she'd be really cool to have hanging around the house, as long as literally everything in your home is fireproof. Number 2. Wrecking Ball, Overwatch. The suspiciously familiarly named Hammond the Hamster, I gather no relation to this man, aka Wrecking Ball, is what happens when you decide that what you'd really love to see is a recreation of Indiana Jones's famous temple scene, except featuring all of the neighborhood cats and a hamster drunk on power instead. I mean, would you not? Created on the same lunar base as giant gorilla and co-Overwatch member Winston, Hammond was a strange decision by the scientists, but if you're stationed on the moon and tasked with looking after a load of gorillas, I'm sure you'd put together some weird stuff too. Apparently being a descendant of Houdini the disappearing hamster, Hammond managed to escape the base along with Winston and built himself his giant hamster ball, which he insists on rolling around in, wreaking endless destruction in his quest for a new engineering challenge, like maybe rebuilding the infrastructure he's destroying. Now, granted, you may have to invest in a slightly bigger garage to keep his ridiculously sized mode of transport in, but if he's able to put some more compartments and sick bags in there, getting through tea time traffic would really not be an issue. Number 1. Chocobo, Final Fantasy. Come on, did you really expect us to leave out our favourite feathered friends? Now, granted, everybody knows about the bird's the word, but in case you didn't know, chocobos are basically the dinosaur that Big Bird evolved from. They are giant, ostrich-like birds of varying colours that can be found throughout the Final Fantasy multiverse, and which are often used as a mode of transport by characters, just like you can, by the way, with an ostrich. Why would you though? Only bigger and probably easier to sit on without falling off. I know throughout this video we've referenced being able to beat the traffic with several of our hypothetical pets, but imagine how many road ragers would want to have a go at you while you're riding that thing. I wouldn't mess with it, especially as it has literal sword claws that would make even a cassowary think twice. I don't know why anyone in the FF universe even bothers with cars anymore, nor why they would even be invented when these giant feathery motorbikes are hanging around and are apparently all too happy to provide you with free transport. But again, trying to register it at the DVLA would probably raise a few eyebrows, especially after the robot dog incident. We don't talk about that though. And that's our list. What cute/awesome/horrifying creatures from video games would you want to take down to the local park with you? Be sure to leave them in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. While The Witcher's Netflix series is more of a direct adaptation of the original novel, it, along with the additional success of Castlevania, has given us a renewed hope for a wave of new adaptations of video game properties by, dare I say it, competent directors and producers. It wasn't so long ago, after all, that comic book properties had very little in the way of well-received movies. For every Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, there was Ben Affleck Daredevil. For every Michael Keaton Batman, there was George Clooney's Batman and Nipple. Oh god, take it away! So, could it be that video game movies and TV shows are destined for a similar, and I apologise in advance for this phrase, glow-up? While in the past video games have been, all things considered, a bit iffy when imagined outside of the primarily interactive medium of consoles and computers, as much as David Quaid and Hideo Kojima continue to try and blur that line with interesting results, seeing as Netflix has already experimented with more interactive concepts on its platform, it would allow for a smoother transition between a game and a viewing experience. So, with Netflix's proven track record and willingness to greenlight video game adaptations that most producers wouldn't touch with a barge pole, let's take a look at some of those most deserving. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 video games that deserve their own Netflix show. Number 10. Portal. Portal is, along with Half-Life, the messiah of games, with millions of devotees hoping and praying for a second coming, well, actually a third coming, while the news of Valve working on another game in the series remaining a mere wisp of a dream. A TV adaptation of Portal would give fans a much-needed look into the setting and the underlying story of the Aperture Science Laboratories, as well as the characters of GLaDOS, Shell, Wheatley, Cave Johnson, and the other personality cores and turrets. They are some of the main reasons for the series' success, after all, and any continued exploration of their lives would definitely make the show a hit, no matter its actual quality, although let's hope that's good too. With Ellen McLain still able to voice the giant homicidal computer GLaDOS and Stephen Merchant reprising his role of Wheatley, Shell herself could either be a non-speaking role, or the whole thing could even be filmed from her point of view as it is in the games. We could even have the originally pitched voice of Wheatley, Richard Ayoade, coming back onto the project to voice another one of the personality cores. Two snarky British robots being overseen by a murderous AI and voice recordings from a long-dead megalomaniacal CEO may be the strangest sitcom pitch to ever be made, but it would definitely be one to watch. Number 9. Borderlands. Taking cues from Mad Max, as well as having an already well-constructed lore pertaining to the planet of Pandora, Sirens, and the Vaults, the Borderlands series would translate very well into a narrative show. As with each game in the series, the TV show could follow a group of 4 Vault Hunters seeking their fortune in the wastes of Pandora. Whether it's an adaptation of one of the games or a brand new story would depend on whether they wanted to bring any fan-favourite characters back. The likes of Handsome Jack, Lilith, and Angel could all elevate the production, although with the series release order playing fast and loose with chronology, it could be very easy to have the series set at any point between the games. But what of the casting? Having been snubbed for the part of Nathan Drake in the upcoming Uncharted movie, should it ever, actually come out, Nathan Fillion would make a great Handsome Jack. How about Dave Bautista as Brick? As for Borderlands 3 characters, Zane Flint is obvious. After all, we know that our very own me looks like every blonde character or person to have ever walked the earth, digital or otherwise, and they look like me in kind. Number 8. Five Nights at Freddy's. Starting out as an astronomically successful indie game, the FNAF franchise has graced everything from books to VR experiences, merchandise, knockoff fan games, and apparently, upcoming movie. However, for a game based around the basic idea of what if Chuck E. Cheese was haunted, the FNAF lore is immensely complicated, with theorist channels, fans, and the creator himself tripping over loose threads left, right, and centre. So, with a TV series, they may actually be able to wrap things up neatly, or end up making things even more complicated. While a film only has 2 and a bit hours to tell a story, a TV series would allow for all of the plot holes and contrivances to be properly addressed. A more narrative story could explore the crimes of William Afton and the Freddy Fazbear's pizza chain, as well as answer a lot of questions still asked by the fans. Who are the night guards? What's in the locked box? Who is the purple guy? Why does the night guard keep coming back for 5 nights? Did the job centre just not have any other options? Put your answers in the comments below. No, please don't do that actually. Number 7. Dragon Age. Now that Game of Thrones has fizzled out with an undeniable wet fart of an ending, there are millions of high fantasy fans looking for a show to replace it that has the same themes, scale, and scales to scratch that itch. if you want to pretend that The Witcher doesn't exist, that is. The Dragon Age series spans several main and spin-off games, novels, and comics, so the amount of lore that could be covered is enormous. Characters such as Logain MacTier, who were, to quote one of our editors, Kieran, just kind of a bastard, become more sympathetic in the extended lore of the books, which would be great fodder for character arcs across the series. Even the less popular Dragon Age 2 could be easily adapted, being a more focused individual narrative on the player character Hawke. The main conflict of the series is the same as the games, aiming to save the continent of Thedas from suffering from the periodic blight, where darkspawn rise from the depths of the earth and destroy all civilization they find. As there have been 5 blights over the course of history at the beginning of the game, there's a lot of background to cover that could easily make a prequel series. Dragon Age: The First Blight. Sounds quite good. Trademark TripleJump 2020. We'll take cash or check, thanks. Number 6. Skyrim. Picture this. You return from your long day at the office and flop down onto your sofa, remote in hand. You boot up Netflix on your TV, console, or whatever else you can access it on these days, and brace for the all-too-familiar and painfully loud indicating that your hazy stabbing at the key buttons has approximated your correct password. There, you spy an interesting-looking program on the Netflix home screen, perhaps labelled with one of those strange, twisted letters that a lot of their original shows seem to love. It's labelled as fantasy, with promises of dragons and broad expanses of scenery. Sounds fun! You click it. The screen fades in from black.
Hey, you. You're finally awake.
Todd's done it again. The absolute mad lad. Skyrim was on your computer, then it was on your console, then on your Alexa, and now it is on your TV streaming platform. There is no escape. There is only Skyrim. Choosing from on-screen options as to which person you'll follow, what location you'd like to travel to, and what items you want to pick up. It'll be just like Bandersnatch, except, you'll still get stuck on bits of scenery or get hit by an enemy and be launched into orbit while spaghettifying wildly. Truly the fantasy experience Todd intended for us. Taking inspiration from the Alexa version of Skyrim, Netflix will implement a brand new voice system that allows you to play out the game by shouting instructions at the television. You may want to soundproof your house when you start up the game, as the resulting cries of anguish at actual Shea Gorath Todd's deception, as well as the ensuing combat shouts of "No! Over there! Hit him! Sword! Hit!" will probably get the police called on you. Better safe than sorry. Number 5. Fallout. All of our previous entries would be comprised of a single narrative story, but with Fallout's sprawling universe, a different approach could be taken. While each Fallout game contains hundreds of hours of gameplay, only a fraction of that is taken up by actual story. Speedrunners can attest to the fact that the main quest of Fallout 4 can be completed in as little as 40 minutes, which, say, is the perfect length for a television episode. Anthology shows are becoming more and more popular, with Black Mirror introducing what the Twilight Zone started back in the 1950s. Because of these relatively short stories, such as finding the water chip for a water recycling machine, finding your missing father, finding your missing son, finding a terraforming kit, and finding a reason to keep playing, there's a surprising amount of finding to be done in these games. These narratives could easily fit neatly into 1 or 2 episodes, making it a perfect anthology show. Additionally, there are hundreds of NPCs and side quests that could have episodes of their own, overarching appearances across several episodes, or even their own spin-offs. How about a noir-style series following synth cop Nick Valentine and his plucky vault-dwelling assistant / best friend forever? This entire premise is the reason the Far Harbor DLC was released, so it's already proven to be a bankable idea. Humphrey Bogart would make a great Nick Valentine, but unfortunately, he died in 1957, as did Rod Sterling in 1975, so we'll have to settle for Harrison Ford instead. Number 4. Dark Souls. Every decision in Dark Souls is important, from who you let out of jail cells to which direction you choose to set off in, and even what time you should attack, block, or use Estus. And because of this, passively watching a Dark Souls TV show wouldn't really be in the spirit or phantom of things. However, with the success of the experimental Black Mirror interactive movie Bandersnatch, a new option has opened to us. With storytelling not really being at the top of the series' to-do list, the piecing together of the lore would be just as, if not even more confusing. met them before. Dropped into the world of Lordran, you are told to fulfill the prophecy and succeed Lord Gwyn as the Lord of Cinder to keep the first flame burning. Why, you may ask? You work it out. Maybe they should contract Varty to provide a commentary track. Of course, like in the games, there would be only 2 actual official endings aside from death: Link the First Flame or Let It Die Out, but the number of possible routes may provide almost unlimited replayability. Only downside is that with so many options and such a long runtime, I would probably never be seen or heard from ever again. Number 3. Overcooked. Narrative shows aren't the only programs on Netflix, though. With the success of the Great British Bake Off, there's been a succession of quirky, competitive cookery shows for both UK and US audiences. While other shows such as Nailed It and Sugar Rush, other competitive reality baking shows are available, focus more on the cookery aspect, an Overcooked adaptation could mix in obstacle courses that would make Takeshi's Castle feel envious. Cooking fish and chips while barreling down river rapids, serving patrons from a hot air balloon in the middle of a hurricane, and running across busy roads to deliver dishes. This is cooking meets Top Gear levels of risk. You could even dedicate an entire show to the interior designers making the most difficult kitchens imaginable just to spite the contestants. The recipes may be relatively simple, but try delivering them while bread zombies are trying to grab your ankles as you race over a rope bridge between where the cooking station is and where the plates are being stored. And the clincher? It isn't a competition. You have to work together in order to win. And isn't that just the hardest challenge of them all? Number 2. Hatoful Boyfriend. A dating game that Nikola Tesla, pictured here with a pigeon, would be proud of becomes a top-rated dating show. Can't find a partner in your local area and too busy to maintain a long-distance relationship? Why not have a partner who can fly home to roost whenever you need them? In the post-apocalyptic future where bird flu has wiped out the majority of the human population, romance is hard to come by for the remaining feral hunter-gatherers in the wilderness. But good news! There are literally thousands of intelligent anthropomorphic birds also looking for love, and apparently bestiality is no longer frowned upon. Hooray! Although please nobody try to explain to us how that would work. Like a combination of First Dates and Country File, that's Country File spelled with a PH, will these young romantics find love? Will the cure for the mutated bird flu ever be found? Will the human and bird populations cease their segregated civilizations and come together once more? And who are you going to choose to fly off into the sunset with?
Who's a pretty girl then?
Number 1. Overwatch. If any video game ever needed more exploration of its lore, it's Overwatch. For a hero shooter that prioritizes gameplay over story, there's a lot that's mainly been left up to fan interpretation. What is Overwatch about? Is a question usually answered with an unsure by players, because apart from the collection of short videos introducing each character, there isn't an awful lot to go on. There's a feud between 2 dragon brothers, a guerrilla laboratory on the moon, a civil rights battle between humans and robots, and a shady organization, Talon, who are attempting to, well, we don't know yet, but they're definitely evil, we think. We see this playing out in a similar fashion to Netflix's Defenders series, with each main player getting their own show before coming together for a big scrap, Marvel style. With a collection of characters spanning different genders, nationalities, and species, casting could be very interesting. A lot of the voice actors are also decent screen actors and already look like their characters, such as Carolina Ravassa, Sombra, and Jali Bimani, Symmetra, and Gaku Space, Genji. So apart from a few roles, there wouldn't be much recasting required. And as for Winston, well, the guy inside the Coco the Gorilla suit is out of a job now, so I bet he'd be glad for the work. No, it is a man in a suit. You all know it. Wake up, sheep. And that's our list. What other video games would you like to see adapted and added to Netflix so you can endlessly scroll past them while your food gets increasingly colder? Because you really should have decided what you were going to watch before you sat down. And stick them in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon? Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. There's no business like show business, but there's no business I know better than video games. But that doesn't mean I don't like some theatre in my life. I've seen 2 musicals, by the way, that's just what it says in the script. In recent years, musicals have gotten increasingly popular with the masses, with the likes of Hamilton, Beetlejuice, Hadestown, and even SpongeBob the Musical becoming massive hits over the old school shows. Now pre-existing properties are becoming successful musicals, it isn't that difficult to imagine a video game being turned into an all-singing, all-dancing spectacular on stage at some point in the future. Now you may say that this is a very self-indulgent list on the part of our writer, and you'd be correct, but she's been stuck inside for the last couple of months and half existing entirely off musicals and Jacob's Cheddars, so cut her some slack. Anyway, I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 video games that would make great musicals. Number 10. Undertale. The story of a child who falls into the underworld and is met with a large cast of monsters may seem to be a bit of a tall task to put on stage, especially considering a lot of the late game is very meta about it being a video game. But by manipulating the 3 ways to play the game, the pacifist, genocide, and neutral routes where you can kill no one, kill everyone, and kill some people, to create a more coherent plot, it could potentially work as a single narrative thread. Additionally, lots of Toby's original songs could easily be reworked to suit lyrics and dance breaks, or even have brand new songs written in. When it comes to the staging and costumes, the majority of the characters are not in any way human, ranging from skeletons and ghosts to fish ladies, giant rabbits, and whatever this is. While it may be tempting to resort to giant mascot costumes, there have been a few recent shows that have gone more abstract with turning cartoon characters into more believable human casts. If the SpongeBob musical can capture SpongeBob's square look with a pair of dungarees, Sandy's spacesuit with an afro, and bring Squidward to life with an extra pair of legs, then it's possible to have a papyrus that doesn't look like a cheap Halloween costume. Cosplayers have been doing it for years, after all. Number 9. BioShock. The first 2 games in the BioShock series can be summed up with the single word, grimy. Boom. Set in the underwater, abandoned, failed utopia of Rapture, the first game follows a man, Jack, through the mouldy and leaky city to find its leader, Andrew Ryan, whilst also battling insane surgeons, artists, and scientists. Prime material for a musical. The plot itself isn't that complicated, with Jack, after his plane crashes, finding himself guided through the city by the mysterious Atlas and defeating the numerous insane citizens along the way. While musicals are usually seen as fluffy or melodramatic, there has been a resurgence of grittier shows, meaning that the scariness of the plot wouldn't have to be toned down. In fact, it could easily be increased with some more fleshing out of the secondary villains and the monstrous inhabitants of Rapture. With only 3 main characters in Jack, Andrew Ryan, Atlas, and a handful of named secondary characters, this show could be carried by the large ensemble cast of splicers. Like a demented Phantom of the Opera, they are already colourfully dressed in tattered and twisted outfits, their manic movements easily being reimagined into choreography as they dance around Jack and ragdoll as he defeats them one by one. Turns out rabbit masks and lace dresses aren't particularly good against bullets or electricity. Who'd have thought? Number 8. God of War. From Arthurian legend with Camelot to modernised reimaginings of Greek mythology with My Fair Lady and Hadestown, mythology, folk and fairy tales have always been an inspiration for musicals. Even Peter Pan, which was originally written as a stage production before becoming a novel, continues to entertain people every Christmas panto season. Now, calling God of War mythology is a bit of a stretch.
First, you need to cut off my head.
Wait, what?
But it is definitely heavily influenced by it, although it is hardly what you might call faithful to the original source material. Ancient Greek society may have worked out slightly differently after all if all of their gods had been slaughtered by a raging man-mountain in one fell swoop. However, while the first few games are a more furious beat-em-up through the Greek pantheon, the 2018 remake has more heart and a stronger emotional core through Kratos mourning the death of his wife and bonding with his son. A few nice ballads could definitely be made out of that. Also, there have been no major musicals using any of the hundreds of stories of the chaotic lives of the Norse gods. Not even the one where Thor wears a wedding dress to beat up a giant who stole his hammer, which personally would be the first one I'd adapt. Number 7. The Legend of Zelda. The Legend of Zelda series has never been tied down to one linear narrative across its games, with almost every title bringing in a new version of the characters into the world.
It sure is boring around here.
My boy.
While this may make it extremely difficult for video game lore experts to pin down any kind of cohesive timeline, it makes it extremely easy to fit in new versions of the characters without having to follow any of the plots of the previous games. You have the helpful little green boy Link, his BFF forever Zelda, and the big mean guy Ganondorf, who wants to rule the world of Hyrule. And that's all you need for a good Zelda plot. Bringing leafy green fantasy to the stage has been done a few times before in shows such as the short-lived Tuck Everlasting and Lord of the Rings musical, and the more successful Into the Woods. The hardest decision would, of course, be, will Link sing? With a fan musical of Portal 2 surviving without a speaking main character, it is doable, and considering the last time he said anything other than "huh," still haunting the fandom to this day, it may be best if he keeps his trap shut.
I just saved you from Ganon.
You did not.
I won.
Number 6. Five Nights at Freddy's. Feed me pizza. Horror musicals are another surprising genre that non-musical fans don't really realise exist, but there are several. The Little Shop of Horrors, Addams Family, Carrie, Jekyll and Hyde, and even Beetlejuice if you consider Goth to be horror. Stay away from me, Mona! Calling Five Nights at Freddy's an indie game anymore feels bizarre considering how saturated the market is with merchandise, fan costumes, and knockoff games, both fan-made and professional. However, with the movie still in perpetual development, as it probably will be until the end of time, a stage production could potentially prove to be a hit. FNAF has always had a certain element of being tongue-in-cheek, or rather tongue in endoskeleton, and an ultra-serious take would probably miss the mark. However, like Little Shop of Horrors, a FNAF musical could utilise puppetry to create the movements of the animatronics, although they would probably have to talk this time. Including characters like the Purple Guy, Phone Guy, and the Afton family would bring more characters to the stage than just a single security guard. The animatronic characters could establish themselves as individual personalities and really come out of their shell. Number 5. Red Dead Redemption 2. Okay, so Arthur Morgan or any of the other hardened cowboys wouldn't really be seen dead dancing around joyfully in a Rodgers and Hammerstein's musical, but as I said previously, serious musicals aren't necessarily rare. A musical version of Red Dead wouldn't have to be as comedic or light-hearted as Oklahoma, but that show would provide a good framework in terms of setting, as well as the more serious Fiddler on the Roof, which isn't exactly a western, but it's still about a dusty farmstead owned by a man with a beard, so close enough, I say. Horses and other animals have been brought to the stage before, so having the animals and the scenery of the Wild West transferred to a theatre wouldn't be that hard, though it might be difficult to recreate the ragdolling during the rousing and emotional ballad, My Horse Keeps On Running Into Trees. But who would we get to play Rooty Tooty McCowboy Shooty himself, Arthur Morgan? Well, the good news is everyone's favourite PE teacher turned stage and screen star, Huge Jacked Man, is returning to the theatre after hanging up his claws, so he would definitely get the pick of the bunch for bearded cowboy characters. Number 4. Assassin's Creed. Well, this one is kind of obvious. The Assassin's Creed series has covered a vast range of time periods, from the Crusades and pirates to ancient Egypt and 16th century Italy, but the setting that seems all too familiar, in a musical sense anyway, is Assassin's Creed Unity, following a bunch of plucky young men through revolutionary France. Well, okay, Assassin's Creed covers the French Revolution of 1789, while Les Miserables' June Revolution takes place 33 years later in 1832, but that makes it even better. Have it act as a prequel, then after Assassin's Creed the musical ends, the audiences can venture over the roads to the other theatre to see how it all ended up almost half a century later, but with less of this. Problem solved. If Assassin's Creed didn't want to compete with the second longest running and fifth highest grossing musical of all time, then there are plenty of other historic periods to choose from. Fittingly, there is already a musical that covers the topic of historical assassins, literally called Assassins, which has a number of famous American murderers meet each other in a shooting gallery. Additionally, there have been several other musicals based upon real-life historical events or time periods, including Warhorse, Bonnie and Clyde, and of course, Hamilton. Number 3. Resident Evil. Michael Jackson's Thriller really set the bar quite high for the quality of singing and dancing that zombies are expected to achieve, when in reality they're slow, shambling, and don't have a particularly good sense of rhythm or personal style. Ooh, bin bag chic. Love it. While the Umbrella Corporation isn't limited to creating zombie plagues, the majority of the things they do create are very intent on destroying everything they find, having to be stopped before they wage their carnage across the planet. Because of Umbrella Corp's versatility, the plot wouldn't necessarily have to be taken straight from one of the games, instead taking inspiration from them while making it into an entirely new plot. Aiding the restricted nature of the theatre, most of the Resident Evil games take place in a central location, either a mansion, a laboratory, or underground tunnels and sewers. Bringing an apocalyptic event to the stage isn't a small feat, especially when attempting to create the feeling that the threat is all-encompassing while being confined inside a theatre. Little Shop of Horrors, Evil Dead the Musical, and Star Kids the Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals have all managed to create a convincing end-of-the-world threat with either zombies, hive-mind body snatchers, or man-eating alien plants, all of which sound like something that the Umbrella Corporation would have a hand in. Number 2. Aliens Colonial Marines. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why Aliens Colonial Marines of all games? Why not any of the other numerous alien fighting games that have been released over the years? Well, it got your attention, didn't it?
Would you like to look at my jam?
Since its disastrous launch in 2013 and years of ridicule over a single typo in its AI coding, I think it's high time that this video game reclaimed some of its street cred. And it's totally not that I'm putting it on this list because I'm dying for an alien musical and this was the first video game version I thought of. Oh, wait, there was a much better one, wasn't there?
It's so menacing. Yeah.
Lighting effects can do amazing things on stage, making people appear as if out of nowhere and hiding things that they don't want you to see.
I can't actually see it, it's so dark. It's really dark, isn't it?
While not a musical, the Woman in Black stage play is amazing at making you jump at literally nothing and also ruined my childhood, but that's not the point. And like Alien, the ambience of the setting is the main source of the scares. A lot of larger theatres have impressive set pieces surrounding the stage, with Matilda's letter blocks and SpongeBob's Rube Goldberg machines. Having the stage for Alien surrounded by chains and pipes will not only set the scene but also hide the alien throughout the show. You aren't just watching the characters fight the alien after all, you yourself are trapped with it too.
Do they not actually go in the vents?
He couldn't be bothered, look, there he goes. Number 1. Cuphead. Inspired by the Fleischer and Walt Disney Studios' 1930s animations, Cuphead, like Undertale, is defined by its music, the collector's edition even coming with vinyl records of the soundtrack. Because of this, and the vast cast of colourful characters and an overarching threat of the devil and his henchman King Dice, adapting Cuphead for the stage would be relatively easy. With its swing-style music, a Cuphead musical would harken back to the old Top Hat and Tails musicals of, well, Top Hat and Anything Goes, as well as fitting in nicely alongside the musical Mac and Mabel, which is set around the same time period in the more human-centric Hollywood. The run and guns and the boss battles that take up the majority of the game would have to be changed for more dialogue-based interactions rather than having the main characters constantly shooting at each other with their fingers, and the characters, which are all trapped in contracts with the devil, could have their backstories not so much expanded as created in the first place. While only a few of the characters are what we would call human, the same abstract costuming used in SpongeBob the Musical, The Lion King, or pretty much any Disney stage musical could recreate the various crockery, vegetables, frogs, robots, dragons, giant flowers, and blimp moon witches that inhabit the world. And that's our list. What video game would you like to be adapted to the stage? Let us know in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. Holidays are always a fun time, with fireworks, gift-giving, get-togethers, parties, excessive drinking, and taking tandem swan rides with the ones you love. But now that insert most recent holiday here is starting on going over delete as appropriate, and we're all in a holiday mood, why let things die down? What have we got to go back to? Work? Pfft. While games that don't take place on Earth obviously cannot have Earth-specific holidays like Christmas, Easter, Hanukkah, or Diwali, being that the respective religions do not exist in that world, there are several more obscure, dare I say it, fictional holiday celebrations from the world of video gaming that I say we should start to celebrate alongside our real ones. Yeah, it may seem like a desperate excuse for a few more days off work, but if you'll hear me out, they are actually very interesting. Okay, it's mainly the days off work thing, but still, shall we look at some? I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 video game holidays we should totally celebrate. Number 10. Feast of the Winter Star, Stardew Valley. In the peaceful farming community of Stardew Valley, there are a few different annual holidays, each marking the changing of the seasons. There's the Spring Egg Festival and Flower Dance, the Summer's Luau and Dance of the Moonlight Jellies, there's the Autumn's Spirit's Eve, and the Winter's Festival of Ice. But the Feast of the Winter Star is perhaps the most hotly anticipated event of the year. Named after the single bright star seen in the winter night sky, the Feast of the Winter Star takes place in the center of Pelican Town on the 25th day of winter. Much like another, similar winter celebration, it involves the rather familiar traditions of decorated fir trees covering the place with sparkling lights and gift giving, as well as eating and drinking too much and having to chat with a lot of people you purposefully choose not to speak to the rest of the year. Like all good secret gift exchanges, you're given a townsperson to buy a gift for. While you can give practically anything as a gift, you yourself will receive an interesting selection of presents, ranging from a legendary star drop to a pile of rocks or wood. Oh! Thank you, Robin. I just gave you 200 of these to upgrade my house. Don't be surprised if you get a pine cone next year, then you can grow your own tree instead of re-gifting sticks, you bastard! Number 9. Unnamed Gift Rot Christmas Equivalent, Undertale. While Christmas does technically exist in the Undertale universe, down in the monster world, there is another non-denominational totally not Christmas holiday to celebrate. And while Narnia may always be winter but never Christmas, far beneath Mount Ebott, the town of Snowdin seems to be living Wizard's eternal hell of I wish it could be Christmas every day, taking part in a seemingly endless winter celebration to match their seemingly endless winter. Santa does seem to also exist in this universe, with several references to him contained in the game's flavor text, so add deep underground to his million-mile journey in one night. Centered around the grumpy yet gift-loving deer monster Gift Rot, who lives in the pine forest around Snowdin, the holiday was started after some meddling kids, presence of Scooby Snack-loving dog unconfirmed at this time, covered the unfortunate beast in a load of tinsel and general tat. We know how he feels. So, to honor the unfortunate deer monster, the other monsters of Snowdin decorate trees and give one another presents in an attempt to atone for their animal cruelty-based sins and appease the angered deer. Still, it's probably for the best that you emptied the underground by the end of the game, as there's no way to know how long it might have been before the infuriated ruminant exacted its long-awaited revenge. Number 8. Unification Day, XCOM 2. Marking the 20th anniversary of the forces of Earth uniting with the alien race known as the Elders, Unification Day is like the 4th of July, only marking when your home was forcefully taken over by an alien invading force who then go on to spout a revisionist history. The United Forces' thematically appropriate name, Advent, derives from the Latin coming, but if you ignore that terrifying connotation, then it suddenly becomes incredibly festive. Hooray! While there isn't much actual footage of the celebrations, we like to imagine that Unification Day involves a lot of heavily monitored parades, street parties, get-togethers, and large meals where you can attempt to strategically avoid Aunt Edith and her opinions about the degeneracy of today's alien youth. Just try and ignore the patrols lining the street parades, compulsory security scans, and the fact that no one you know has ever been part of the apparently co-alien and human-led Advent, and everything will be fine. Number 7. New Life Festival, Elder Scrolls Online. MMOs always take one of two routes when it comes to celebrating a holiday that can't logically exist in the world of the game. While some simply say sod it and just add themed skins and rewards and call it a holiday event, others put more thought into how the celebrations tie into their game's universe, inventing an equivalent holiday with similar traditions and outfits so players can run around in Santa hats and elf shoes without destroying the canon lore with questions of why a barbaric orc from the Badlands would know who Jesus is. Elder Scrolls Online combines both Christmas and New Year into one long holiday known as the New Life Festival that stretches from December to the start of January and is celebrated all across Tamriel. If you want to celebrate, simply pick up the festival scroll from the Crown store for free, meaning that if you aren't a Christmas person, then that's okay. If you do want to join the festival, however, then you will be given festive-themed quests for festive-themed rewards like festive mementos, festive mounts, festive recipes for festive dinners with the festive family, and festive crafting materials as well. Number 6, Reclamation Day. Fallout 76. We're on a streak too. 25 years since the dropping of the atom bombs on America by whoever it is we're blaming at the moment, comes Reclamation Day, where Vault 76 will open its hermetically sealed vault doors once more unto the world, and its inhabitants shall spread across the abandoned country to reclaim it from the Liberator Mark IIs, super mutants, and scorch beasts that have happily made it their home for the past 2 decades. Unlike the other entries on this list, however, this holiday has overlapped with the real world, as in 2018 the state of West Virginia announced that it would officially recognize the 14th of November 2018 as Reclamation Day to coincide with the totally flawless launch of the multiplayer RPG. However, it wasn't recognized enough to get anyone a day off work, so when will the lies end, Todd? Fallout is all about killing people and getting stuff for free, which is ironic, really, considering. And Reclamation Day is no different. With the vault deserted and the Overseer having legged it, everything is up for the taking. While stim packs, blood packs, food, and bullets may not be traditional stocking fillers, they are rather practical gifts for when you step outside into the wasteland beyond. At least, that's what I told my sister when I gave her that half-eaten bar of chocolate from the 50s for Christmas. You're very welcome, sister. Number 5, Star Festival. Mario Galaxy. While Stardew Valley's star-related festival revolved around a single symbolic star in the sky, the Star Festival in Mario Galaxy's universe, or galaxy universe, is a celebration of what, in a less bloodless and less wholesome universe, would probably be an apocalyptic event of universal, galactic proportions. Once every 100 years, a comet passes over the Mushroom Kingdom, showering the city in stardust, star bits, and star chips. While we would call this a cataclysmic event not seen since the mass extinction of the dinosaurs, Mario and his friends prefer to call it a festival. Got to admire their optimism. Once all of the Wayward Star pieces have been found by Mario and his friends, they can then be formed into a star, which is sort of like if every Guy Fawkes night we had to collect a load of gunpowder that will magically transform into actual Guy Fawkes. Listen, I don't know what's going on with your family tree that makes you related to a giant star with eyes, Rosalina, but I'd get on the phone to who do you think you are, if I were you. Anyway, it looks like a fun festival. Number 4, Millennial Fair. Chrono Trigger. Rather than a street fair for pumpkin-spiced lattes, avocado toast, and a load of 30-year-olds everyone keeps assuming are still 15, the Millennial Fair in Chrono Trigger is actually a celebration of 1,000 years since the Kingdom of Guardia was founded. The centre of Lean Square is set up with lots of marquees and tents, as well as many different games, including a strength bell, a drinking game, a robot race, and a haunted house/tent. Winning these games earns you silver points, exchangeable for money, posable dolls, and cats, which sort of goes against the tradition of poor quality stuffed toys and half-dead goldfish. If it all looks a little bit familiar, we'd like to imagine that Stardew Valley and the Kingdom of Guardia have the same event organiser. While the Millennial Fair is a very specific celebration, celebrated on a very specific date, luckily, time travel exists in the Chrono Trigger universe, so it is possible to attend regardless of the time you would normally inhabit, and while running into your other time-travelling self every year can be tricky, I personally enjoy a bit of past self, future self, hide and seek, where no one wins, and the only losers are the rest of reality should we ever accidentally touch and obliterate the known universe. Number 3. Starlight Celebration. Final Fantasy 11 and 14. Being the 2 MMOs in the series, Final Fantasy 11 and 14 were faced with the same choice as the Elder Scrolls Online, and, like the Elder Scrolls, they chose the more creative option. Well, obviously, otherwise they wouldn't be on this list, would they? While the New Life Festival in the Elder Scrolls is more of a general New Year/winter celebration, Final Fantasy's Starlight Celebration has a rather more in-depth lore to explain its familiar customs, such as Santa Claus outfits, Christmas trees, and random snowmen dotted around despite there being no snow on the ground. actually. We'll have to get back to you on that last one. As with a lot of games, the Starlight celebration changes from year to year, with activities ranging from ringing bells in different locations to delivering ice shards and acting as gift giver to all the children throughout the region, which earns you a variety of specially themed items, mounts, and songs. Begun in the icy and mountainous Griffiths region, the Starlight celebration marks the annual commemoration of when the orphans of the Dragon Song War were protected by kind-hearted knights of Ishgard, who allowed them to huddle inside their red and white cloaks for warmth. Every year since, the tradition of wearing bright red coats has continued, as well as giving gifts in tribute to the kindness shown. And isn't that what isn't that what Starlight Celebration is all about? Incidentally, apologies if I murdered some of the pronunciations there. I'm doing my best. Number 2, A-Day, Marvel's Avengers. As it's the beginning of 2020 and we still have to wait another few months for Square Enix's, Crystal Dynamics, Disney's Marvel's Avengers to be released, you must please allow some speculation on our part here. While it sounds more like an Alcoholics Anonymous away day scheme, the true nature of A-Day is still yet to be revealed. All we know right now game plot-wise is that it results in some kind of catastrophic incident around the unveiling of the Avengers' new San Francisco headquarters and helicarrier. Now, I don't know about you, but I like a good party, I say, sitting recording this in a small room, avoiding all social commitments. So I imagine that the in-universe lore event will involve a number of activities that are fun for all the family. There might be a Miss Marvel face painting, pin the hammer on the Thor, a laser quest battle opposite Black Widow, and hide and seek with Ant-Man. Maybe ultimate frisbee with Cap, if he's free. You know, they're busy guys. To be honest, we shouldn't have allowed all of them to organise their own activities. They all take it way too seriously, and there are always far too many casualties for our public liability insurance to cover. At least that's what we would say if we didn't have the full backing of the Stark Foundation. Hey guys, who's ready to go trampolining with the Hulk? Number 1, Toy Day, Animal Crossing. It may not be the most original name for a holiday, but Toy Day absolutely matches the cute, innocent aesthetic and gameplay of the Animal Crossing games. Occurring on the 24th of December, Toy Day is another rather transparent approximation of Christmas. But against the insistence of nearly every single Christmas movie ever, the true meaning of Toy Day isn't so much about the joy of being around family or the thrill of generosity. No, it's mainly about getting free stuff. Thank you very much. While the way Toy Day is celebrated changes slightly from game to game, it is mainly about helping Jingle the Reindeer, by delivering presents to all of the villagers in town. Typical. It's the one time of year you work, Jingle, and you still can't be bothered to do it yourself. In a world where inexplicably every object is shaped like a leaf with a bite taken out of it, getting gifts is a bit of a gamble, as you don't really know anything about what it is you're actually getting until you actively remove it from your inventory and place it into your house. What the hell, Marina? You know for a fact everything in my house is bright pink, and you get me a blue chest of drawers? A blue chest of drawers in a pink house? Do you even know me at all? I thought what we had was special. And that's our list. Are there any other video game holidays that you would like to celebrate? Let us know all about them in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon? Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
With American Gods now back for another season and Avengers Endgame on the horizon, we're now thinking about gods for a lot more than just 1 hour on a Sunday, surrounded by people so old they're statistically more likely to die before the final hymn than make it out alive for the tea and biscuits. I've already gone way off script. There's something about a TV show or movie themed around figures of folklore that sets us off debating over the coolest of the bunch, like the old playground arguments of who'd win in a fight between Batman and Superman. Spoiler alert, they both get beaten by Hell Cow, obviously. And given that we here at TripleJump are always so on the button with the really important issues of the day, we figured we'd take a look at the best gods in gaming to put together our own Avengers-like pantheon. Kevin MacLeod's Grand Divines, if you will. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are 10 video game gods we totally worship. Number 10, Bacchus, Smite. The ancient Greeks and Romans were a superstitious bunch, supporting a whole heap of gods. Poseidon, god of the sea, Portunus, god of keys and doors, Cyril, god of the third attempt at putting a USB stick into the port the right way around, but man, most of these divine boys and girls are just so tediously serious. Who'd want them at a party? But hold the phone. This is our main boy Bacchus, and he really is the deity you want with you on a night out. The Roman god Bacchus, or Dionysus to his ancient Greek bros, was the god of fertility, wine, ecstasy, not that kind, and generic good times. He was responsible for King Midas's gift of the golden touch, and hosted numerous orgies, which means, he's up for a bit of banter with the lads. Oh, come on, mate. Oh, I'll give her a golden touch any day of the week. Between his Greek and Roman forms, he's appeared in many games, from Chilled City Builder, Zeus Master of Olympus, to Age of Mythology, Persona 5, and Divine Deathmatch Simulator, Smite. And Smite is where his party tricks really shine through, lolloping about in a drunken haze, belly flopping, belching in enemies' faces, and taking victory bites out of the hunk of mystery meat he wields as a weapon. That's right, he literally bashes enemies with his meat. Hooray! Number 9, the Master Hand, Super Smash Bros. Anyone who slogged their way through countless Smash Brothers runs as Link, Fox McCloud, or, God forbid, the Wii Fit Trainer will understand that this set of floating fingers can be a real nuisance and definitely counts as a deity. With a mere wave of the silk glove, the hand can throw fireballs, produce lasers, fire bullets, conjure ink blobs, hurl rings, drill you into submission, or teleport. Oh, and as if you hadn't quite suffered enough, it can bring in its other half, Crazy Hand, to clap you into an early grave. Appearing in every iteration since Smash Bros. 1999 debut, some say Master Hand is the puppet master behind this universe of unending violence. The fact that the announcer and the Master Hand are always voiced by the same actor certainly supports this theory, but whatever its secrets, all we know for sure is it can slap you silly and beat you beat you up, and there's nothing you can do about it. Beat you up. Number 8, Raiden, Mortal Kombat. In today's morally ambiguous world, we find you can always judge the character of an immortal being by their choice of hat. And Raiden, designated protector of the earth, has one of the finest millinery tastes in the outworld fashion scene. Sorry, Kung Lao. Appearing in almost every Mortal Kombat game since 1992, the iconic Raiden has protected Earthrealm and its wearers of inferior headgear for millions of years, and will doubtless continue to do so in the new MK11. Raiden has some pretty mad skills, usually involving manipulation of lightning to sizzle any opponent stupid enough not to wear grounded rubber soles, along with a few side orders of teleportation, flight, and my word, just look at that sweet hat. Besides, in a world ravaged by constant tournament fighting, a bit of electroshock therapy to calm mental trauma could be pretty useful. Also, the hat. I love the hat. Do you think they might sell them on Amazon? Number 7, You, Black and White. In 2001, at the height of Peter Molyneux's power, Lionhead Studios released the iconic God game, Black and White, putting ultimate control over life, death, and the universe in the hands of you, the player. The game's delightful builder, strategy formula, and innovative UI let you play God in ways you'd never seen before, featuring a morality system that affected your followers and their tiny, insignificant lives. If you're a benevolent God, helpfully dropping trees near builders so they can finish their houses, the people will sing your praises. If you're a complete knob, dropping trees on top of your builders, then throwing the builders into the sea, well, people won't be best pleased. But then they're probably dead, so what do we care? You even had your own adorable little demigod creature who could carry out your bidding or just, hang out looking fabulous. Like a real-life fluffy companion, he or she will eventually learn from your actions. So when Chairman Meow ends up destroying an entire neighborhood chasing a shiny boulder you threw, remember, you only have yourself to blame. What a bad god. Number 6, Arceus, Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. Okay, we'll say it. Pokemon is getting out of hand. It was all so simple back in Generation 1. Sure, there was the odd legendary and an occasional mugging off by a teleporting sod, but at least filling our Poke cabinet with 151 critters was manageable. But then came Pokemon that could resurrect others, move continents, control space and time, and bloody keys. Keys? I've had enough time even finding finding my keys, let alone fighting him. And then there's Arceus, known as the original one, as old as time itself. It created the spirits of space, time, and matter, and, you know, you can bloody well uncreate them if you think you've been acting up. It's hard not to include Arceus in this list. I mean, if we don't, they'll probably just bring out an even sillier Pokemon that's god of multiverses and can force you to stub your toe. So, yes, we totally worship this fella, if only out of fear. Then again, for all its powers, Arceus still can't escape capture in a Pokeball. So, one more for the trophy cabinet, I guess. Number 5, Ragnaros, World of Warcraft. A close call, this one, between Elemental Lord of Fire, Ragnaros, and Old God, Cthulhu. On the one hand, this ancient eldritch horror was basically impossible to beat when it was first introduced, with players battling the tentacled beast for 80 days straight. Ragnaros, on the other hand, is a fiery demon of pure intimidation. The Elemental Lords spent millennia scrapping between themselves, and this spicy boss earned its own hard-as-nails reputation. Although it's generally accepted in the lore that the old gods, including Cthulhu, basically got here first, when it comes to choosing someone to worship, we had to go for hot stuff Ragnaros. He'd be able to light up dark places, keep us warm at night, and maybe let us toast some marshmallows on his smoking hot bod. Number 4, Gwyn, Dark Souls. Imagine a land of endless, monotonous grey. No, it's not Stoke-on-Trent. It's much worse. You're in pre-fire times, baby, ruled by some everlasting and surprisingly boring dragons. But eventually someone got so bored, they lit a flame. And that's where Gwyn comes in. Grabbing himself a handful of fiery Lord Soul, public safety adverts be damned, he declared himself Lord of Cinder, and proceeded to chuck spears at all the dragons' stupid, boring faces. Seriously, you have to have something pretty special to take down a regime of everlasting dragons, bring light to the realm, and be back home in time to berate your son for wearing rather uncouth attire. Gwendolyn, you are not going out dressed like that. What will the neighbours think? Questionable fathering aside, Gwyn is still prime divine material, even when severely weakened during the final boss fight. The Lord of Cinder would have placed even higher on the list if not for his one weakness: parrying. Number 3, Kratos, God of War. When assembling a pantheon of mighty gods, it's important to have a nice mix of character types. Some nice, some amusing, some excellent at housekeeping, and some capable of tearing an elephant man's brain right out of his skull. Kratos is just the deity you need when it all hits the fan, fearless, ruthless, and absolutely has your back in a scrap. His legendary kill feed includes eviscerating ancient Greek titan Kronos from the inside out, relieving speedrunning Hermes of both of his legs, smacking the sparks out of Zeus, and a savage beatdown on Poseidon. Don't know about him, but I'm certainly getting wet. But better yet, he's not all business. Away from work, he's actually a loving father, taking his little one walking in the woods, rowing on the lake, and riding on the backs of dragons, while unconscious. Wahoo, are you having fun, son? And even when Kratos Jr. shoots daddy with an arrow, he forgives the boy. See, he's just a big softy at heart. Oh, what a dad. Number 2, King of all Cosmos, Katamari. The King of all Cosmos? What a ridiculously egotistical name. This guy can't possibly be as glorious as... Oh. The famously flamboyant ruler of the Katamari universe doesn't do things by halves. Premium wardrobe choices, motivational speaking, guitar serenades, this king is a natural winner. His rather full-on attitude to life seems to stem from his father, who was so strict he once threw the young king's second-place boxing trophy in a river, because everyone knows second place only means first loser. The lovable Christmas cracker-faced regent gets our vote of worship thanks to his charming personality, dapper threads, and ability to destroy entire solar systems. And number 1, Sheogorath, the Elder Scrolls.
Jeez!
Sheogorath, the Daedric Prince of Madness, ruler of the Shivering Isles and notorious cheese fiend, is without a doubt the discerning cultist's number 1 choice of worship in a series packed with gods. Mehrunes Dagon, a poor man's Goro. Alduin, so 2011. Hermias Mora, keep your books, you tentacled nerd. You never really know what you're gonna get with Sheogorath, but his predictably unpredictable acts speak to all Elder Scrolls players, from the silly to the downright sadistic. He could be hosting a tea party in a plane of oblivion, or unleashing a shower of burning dogs on a local village. Hashtag just for the hashtag lols. Hashtag. It's also delightfully mad. I mean, seriously, what's not to love about this guy? Even the way he punishes you is amazing. Whack him with a sword, and you'll be dropped from the sky. Sheogorath boasts considerable power. As he says himself, I could turn you into a goat, or a puddle, or a bad idea. We haven't even mentioned the Wabberjack, the Shivering Isles, his antics in Elder Scrolls Online, but he sits here proudly atop our church of epic video game gods, cheese in one hand and a skipping rope made of intestines in the other. So all rise for the fish stick. We're told it's a very delicate state of mind. And there we have it, a full house of celestial champions, but let us know in the comments if we missed any of your favourite video game gods. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and if you like supporting the things you enjoy, why not check out the rewards on our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
With Final Fantasy VII Remake set for release this year, we're nostalgically looking back at the most impactful moments from the series so far. These RPGs have introduced millions of players to fantastical lands, colourful characters, and immersive stories. We've laughed, we've cried, we've wanted to cast Ultima on the damn game because I just can't drag these worthless Besaid Aurochs through the semi-finals. For Bahamut's sake, Walker, just catch the damn ball. You do it in battle literally all the time. Sorry. Our chocobos are eager to race for the finest screens, mage mashers are at the ready, and our pockets are full of gil. Let's earn some XP and take a look at this beloved series. Oh, but before we do, we're not considering any sequels, online adventures, or spin-offs in this list, so rest assured that our coverage of this series certainly isn't final. Pun intended, sorry. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 most iconic Final Fantasy moments. Number 10. Vivi confronts his past, Final Fantasy IX. The little black mage instantly became a fan favourite upon the release of Final Fantasy IX. Even during the first few missions, it's difficult not to be charmed by the adorable fella, regardless of the mysteries that surround him at the time. As with the majority of characters in the Final Fantasy universe, your party members bond through strife and learning to overcome their difficulties together with the power of friendship. Soon enough, we can't even bear to see any of them fall in battle and always have a tuft of Phoenix down ready just in case those Marlborough encounters go drastically wrong. So, when our beloved Vivi learns that he is one of many identical black mages created artificially as weapons of war, it was all too devastating to see our favourite chirpy magic boy in such distress. Even worse, Vivi soon has to watch his former brethren sacrifice themselves to save both him and the party, leaving him emotionally adrift and entirely without purpose. Vivi may have been able to hide his tears under that big yellow hat, but we weren't able to hide ours. Number 9. Aria's Sacrifice, Final Fantasy III. Some argue that this installment is best experienced via the 2006 English port to the Nintendo DS, mainly due to the improved graphics and narrative when compared with the Japanese original. Thanks to this upgrade, players were able to experience the full gravitas of Priestess Aria's sacrifice when she unfreezes the remaining areas of the world map. She joined the party as a guest and, having little countenance for fighting in the manner of a warrior or knight, was placed under the player's protection. Yet, when Lunith is attacked by Kraken, Aria lays down her life, sadly perishing while supposedly in our care. As the first character to receive a personalized musical number, Aria's selfless surrender reached new emotional heights in this iconic scene. This moment was so heart-wrenching, in fact, that Aria was subsequently honored throughout the series, appearing in Final Fantasy Brave Exvius and in Final Fantasy Dimensions 2 as a water elemental summon. Her sacrifice also immortalized her as a white mage icon, with Dawn of Souls and the 20th anniversary remake of the first installment automatically suggesting her original Japanese name Elia as the perfect choice for your party's healer. Number 8. Balam Garden can fly? Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy VII may have taken the first crucial step towards 3D gameplay, charmingly chonky character models notwithstanding, but Final Fantasy VIII used them to take a running leap into one of the most beautiful cutscenes of the PS1 era. Granted, this scene may be deemed by some tinfoil hat-wearing theorists to be part of Squall's dying fever dream, but we can't deny the visual majesty of the phenomenal 3D render, especially for the time. This unexpected turn of events was captured marvelously, transforming the Squall into essentially a mobile airship capable of limited flight. The sequence takes place after the sorceress Idea seizes control of Galbadia Garden and consequently lays siege to the neighbouring schools, which prompts Squall and co. to initiate a daring escape across the sea. As missiles descend upon the garden, the entire structure uproots itself in a flurry of explosions and scattered earth. By today's standards, we may expect a bit more excitement, but this was a notable instance of a surprising narrative twist being portrayed through genuinely groundbreaking means, a technological feat rarely seen before in video games. Number 7. The Sending. Final Fantasy X. We know, Final Fantasy X is full of cheesy, corny moments, but it's lovable nonetheless. Yeah, the relationship between Blitzball star Tidus and summoner Yuna is awkward and cringy, but what teen romance isn't? And let's not forget that this is also a game that absolutely blew us away with stunning visual sequences and an enchanting musical score. Water is an ongoing theme in this title, mirroring the ever-flowing passage of time and consequently the cycle of life and death that pervades all of Spira. It also acts as a universal image for cleansing, which is truly emphasized in Yuna's sending ritual. This funeral ceremony is conducted in the wake of an attack by Sin, wherein the young priestess performs her first ritual to help the fallen souls find peace in the far plane. The melodic yet haunting echoes of the ghostly faith drift across the shore while Yuna beautifully dances upon the water's surface, showcasing not only the game's graphical capabilities, but also significant emotional symbolism. As with Final Fantasy X as a whole, this is a bittersweet scene, offering both mournful remorse and a hope for peace. Number 6. Bahamut vs. Alexander. Final Fantasy IX. When you think of the staples of the Final Fantasy series, you may imagine chocobos, moogles, gravity-defying hairstyles, the strange popularity of the name Cid, and, of course, badass summons. These godly beasts have many iterations, but remain an iconic cornerstone for both combat and lore in many of the FF universes. They are often celestial beings, possessing vast dominion over elements and magics who can help or hinder the player in their lofty quests. But, you may wonder, where did they come from? Are they truly gods? Why bother with the affairs of lowly humans? And, most importantly, who would win in a fight between Giant Lightning Man with epic moustache and Terrifying Ice Queen with merciless frozen heart? Final Fantasy IX, at least, bestowed upon us a mighty showdown between series juggernauts Bahamut and Alexander. These legendary creatures were pitted against each other in one of the most epic sequences of the time, resulting in a portrayal that became iconic for Final Fantasy fans and general gamers alike. Forget Godzilla vs. King Kong, real men or women prefer a clash of the Final Fantasy summons any day. Number 5. Kefka wins. Final Fantasy VI. These JRPGs certainly have their fair share of character sacrifices, emotional reunions, and tragic backstories, don't they? And firing up any Final Fantasy game can probably guarantee you all 3 of these heartbreaking sucker punches, but the 8th title in the main series stacks that up to a 10-hit combo by actually letting the bad guy win at the end. Try as we might to stop him, the mad mage Kefka actually achieves his villainous goals. We just can't stop him. He tortures and kills the summons of legends, murders countless innocents, and finally achieves the godly mantle for which he so mercilessly strived. Although the party can gather their wits as well as some new weapons and abilities to finally trounce the villain for good, the damage has already been done. When the dust settles after the final battle, they are left facing a scarred and broken world. Magic no longer flows freely through the land, and the places and people they once knew are shadows of their former selves. Yeah, we may have won, but it didn't feel like a win at all. Number 4. Galuf's Last Stand. Final Fantasy V. Just like when your grandfather retells stories of grandeur from his younger days, it was quite a surreal experience to discover that the strange old guy that's been present throughout Final Fantasy V is actually the hero king of legend. In fact, he's already saved the world twice. I can't believe Grandad is a king. Even though Galuf may occasionally try dialing the TV remote instead of the phone, or is constantly perplexed by the concept of YouTube, you better show some respect to the old chap because he continues fighting even after his health reaches 0 during his final battle. He's modest and lovable and always takes care of the rest of the party. Therefore, when he finally falls to X-Death, both the player and the party characters are dumbfounded and grief-stricken. The rest of the team even attempt to heal his fatal wounds, but to no avail. Yet still, Galuf resists the confines of death itself to assist his beloved granddaughter at the end of the game, granting her the strength and abilities to truly become a masterful warrior of light. Rest in peace, Grandpa Galuf. Number 3. The One-Winged Angel, Final Fantasy VII. For fans of the original who are eagerly anticipating the release of the remake, this outstanding moment of Final Fantasy VII needs no introduction. The heated battle is paired with arguably the most iconic song in the entire series, One-Winged Angel, and pits our beloved characters against the famed Dark Angel himself, Sephiroth. With a sword as long as the fanfiction I'm currently composing about his hair care routine, this heralded antagonist faces down Cloud and the gang during his attempt to render the planet in twain beneath the impact of an impending meteor. This fight is completely breathtaking, incorporating gameplay beautifully with the tense narrative of this final act. The party battles against multiple versions of both Sephiroth and Jenova before Cloud goes toe-to-toe with his nemesis for the final confrontation, rallied by an excellent musical score as well as the determination of the player clutching tightly at their PlayStation controller, who's been ramping up to this moment for the whole game. Cloud, his friends, the player, and even the live stream itself rise to the occasion and ultimately take down this evil that seeks to destroy the planet, thereby saving the world we've grown to love and honoring those we lost along the way. To those who loved this world and new friendly company therein, this battle was for you. Number 2. Summon Knights of the Round, the Kings of Lucis, Final Fantasy XV. Okay, just hear me out. It's all about that single quick time event. Seriously. It creates one of the most impactful endings for an emotionally invested player in the entire series. Up until the end of the game, our precious Chocker Bros have experienced so much together, helping Noctis blossom from a moody teen to a self-sacrificing hero. Finally, as he faces down against Ardyn's vengeful spirit, the music builds, the spectres rally, and after hours and hours of bonding with the lovable lads, after fishing and camping and laughing after the best darn road trip this side of Hammerhead, the player is stopped dead by a single QTE to summon the Knights of Old, essentially the Knights of the Round, and to kill Prince Noctis. If that wasn't enough, the great voice talents of Ray Chase and Tatsuhisa Suzuki then rob the player of any residual stoicism with their fantastic performances. It's visually glorious as well as being harsh and downright painful, but in summoning one of the most famous and powerful forces in the entire Final Fantasy universe, we are forced to kill our main character. It's our choice. It's Noctis's choice. His destiny was written long ago, and all that's left is to embrace the sacrifice. Number 1. Farewell to the Flower Girl, Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, we know this probably doesn't come as a surprise, but how could our number 1 slot go to anyone else but Aerith? As this list shows, Final Fantasy isn't shy about killing off our beloved characters, but this death seemed far too early and far too cruel for our liking. By the time we find our gentle flower girl in the Forgotten City, she's been a key part of our team. She's a valuable healer, a love interest, and as a character, she's independent, kind, and enchanting. The player may even have already spent the time leveling her and seeking out her ultimate weapon, the Princess Guard. Her death is swift and entirely unexpected. There is no struggle, no fight, it just happens and it can't be reversed. Her innocent determination proves fruitless against Sephiroth's burning rage, which is a bold departure from the cliché of a heroine's purity being immune to evil. No matter how true her intentions were, she was no match for the One-Winged Angel. As Cloud commits Aerith to the livestream, we were left feeling as empty and heartbroken as the rest of the party, with trembling hands clutching the controller in disbelief and breath held as we hoped beyond hope for a resurrection that would never come. Unless you had a Game Shark, but that doesn't count. And there we have it. With such an expansive catalogue of entries, there are a load of iconic moments that we've missed out, but which ones are most memorable to you? Cecil finally becoming a paladin? Fang and Vanille's sacrifice? Why not share your favourite scenes with fellow viewers in the comments below? You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon? Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. For many of us, the Pokémon franchise is a nostalgic, heartwarming memory of our first intrepid steps into RPG gaming, if not our first experience of video games full stop. Whether you're a fan of the series or not, it's certainly difficult to look at Pikachu's shimmering doe eyes without feeling that fuzzy-wuzzy sense of comfort. After all, even though there are numerous titles within the core series, the franchise generally follows the same formula throughout each installment. There may be a few graphical differences, new elemental types, or generation-specific battle mechanics, but the Pokémon series always provides warmth and comforting wistfulness. On the surface, of course. Beneath the jolly facade has always dwelled an uneasy sense of horror and dread throughout the series. Don't believe us? Well, take a peek into the Pokédex and witness creepy tales that even put the likes of Stephen King to shame. So, keep the lights on, check under the bed for any lurking Gengars, and try not to pay attention to the Lavender Town music drifting down from the attic, because I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 Pokédex entries that will give you nightmares. Number 10. Parasect. Among so many other unnerving Pokédex entries, the one for Parasect really stands out for its uncanny ability to strike unease in even the most hardened Pokémon trainer. At first glance, this creature appears to be a simple, goofy-eyed bug with a snazzy mushroom backpack. Hey, Bulbasaur has the foliage and bulb on its back, and that little guy is all kinds of cute, so what makes Parasect so different? Well, the mushroom isn't just a fashion statement or evolutionary form of camouflage. As Pokemon Yellow's Pokédex reveals, the bug host is drained of energy by the mushroom on its back. They appear to do all the thinking. Turns out that the insectoid Pokemon has been completely overtaken by the parasitic mushroom on its back. The insect beneath the insidious fungus was completely drained of nutrients before being possessed by the fully grown Tochukaso mushroom, thereby acting in a manner similar to the horrific Cordyceps fungus. Forget The Last of Us. Pokemon did it first. And you know what? If this thing starts clicking, I'm out of here, alright? Number 9. Sliggoo. Don't be fooled by the hapless grin and lilac colour palette. Pokemon Sun notes that this melty monstrosity has trouble drawing a line between friends and food. It will calmly try to melt and eat even those who get along well with it. Lovely. So basically, Sliggoo doesn't even feel any regret about liquefying your innards in a manner similar to that of a Goliath bird-eater spider. Personally, being melted alive is not on my top 10 ways to die, but that's a list for another day. Pokemon Moon's Pokédex kindly reminds us that this Pokemon's mucus can dissolve anything. Toothless, it sprays mucus on its prey. Once they're nicely dissolved, it slurps them up. This franchise usually encourages the notion that your Poké-Team are your allies, with some titles introducing a friendship mechanic to build the bond between you and your team. Yet this Pokemon flies in the face of all that. If you try to befriend this strange excuse for a dragon Pokemon, consolations go out to our flying and fire-type brethren Charizard, it's going to melt your face off. And it's going to smile while it does it. Number 8. Frostlass. Game Freak has drawn upon many instances of Japanese folklore when cultivating ideas for their ghost-type Pokemon. The tales serve as fantastic foundations for creepy backstories and clever visual storytelling when it comes to the designs and Pokédex entries for these Mons. Frostlass is a perfectly eerie example of how local legends can leap from spooky stories told by moonlight to effective creature design. Heart Gold and Soul Silver tell us legends in snowy regions say that a woman who was lost on an icy mountain was reborn as Frostlass. Or is it Frostlass? I don't know. This profile subtly reveals that she's actually based on a Yuki Onna, which in many regional variants is a female creature who often approaches travelers and begs them to hold her frozen baby, but upon doing so, the travelers would feel their limbs dragged down by an unearthly weight before succumbing to an icy death. This tragic yokai has been known to feed on her victims' life force or to freeze them via her glacial breath. So Frostlass isn't exactly horrifyingly monstrous. Instead, she's both sorrowful and vengeful, bewitching and haunting, which is a bit too super effective for any ghost-type Pokemon, really. Number 7. Palossand. The original Japanese name for this Pokemon really hints at the creepy vibe that Game Freak was going for. Zero Deathner is a delightful combo of castle, sand, and death. It may look like something your annoying cousins threw together during a family trip to the seaside, but it's actually made up of the dried up bones of its victims after it drained them of their vitality. The Pokédex entry for the Sun installment gladly informs us that possessed people controlled by this Pokemon transformed its sand mound into a castle. As it evolved, its power to curse grew even stronger. So, it can use unsuspecting trainers to do its bidding, thereby amassing more victims and constructing an even bigger structure of malicious doom. But the horror doesn't stop there. Each Pokédex entry builds on Palossand's lore, further adding to the unearthly horror with more tales of unsettling terror. Pokemon Sword graciously tells us that Palossand is known as the Beach Nightmare. It pulls its prey down into the sand by controlling the sand itself, and then it sucks out their souls. That's death by suffocation beneath sand. Pretty gritty for a game aimed at children. Number 6. Cubone. Not only did the first generation of Pokemon games cement the formula for the countless games that came after it, but it also wove some haunting tales into its establishing lore. Although this tragic tale began way back during the days of Pokemon Red, Green, Blue, and Yellow, the heart-wrenching tale still lives on in the likes of Ruby and Sapphire, wherein we are told that it pines for the mother it will never see again. Seeing a likeness of its mother in the full moon, it cries. The stains on the skull it wears are from tears. It wears its mother's skull, never revealing its true face. But considering every Cubone we see always has this mask, does this simply imply that every single mother is destined to perish? It's a horrible thought, isn't it? Granted, this entry isn't exactly scary, but it is nightmare-worthy. Imagine losing a parent, then, in your insurmountable grief, deciding to wear their face. See what I mean? Okay, the skull helmet looks quite cool, especially when we get to the likes of a Lowland Marowak, but Ed Gein had a penchant for keeping real skulls too, so be careful. Number 5. Mawile. For anyone unfamiliar with the folklore behind Mawile's design, this creature may seem savage, but not exactly the spine-tingling type of creepiness that lends itself to evocative lingering in one's mind. Ultra Sun notes that a cunning and terrifying Pokemon, its cuteness makes opponents let down their guard, and then it swallows them whole with its huge jaws. Alright, that's definitely quite terrifying, especially when juxtaposed with its cute little face and half-fairy classification. However, take another look at the Pokédex entry after we tell you a little more about Futakuchi Onna, the inspiration behind Mawile's lore and strange aesthetic. This cursed creature is a woman inflicted with a supernatural disease that causes a ravenous maw to erupt from the back of her skull. The beast has an insatiable appetite that is combined with impressive supernatural strength. So we've got a beautiful woman combined with dozens of razor-sharp teeth thrusting from her head. Beauty and violence, hence the fairy and steel type combo. Other Pokédex entries reference how Mawile also likes to rip and tear her prey asunder, leading to a more monstrous nature than most other Pokemon in this massive generation-spanning lineup. Just don't get too close when you're playing with Mawile during friendship minigames. She'll take your whole arm off. Number 4. Yamask. Oh yeah, a ghost-type Pokemon is spooky. That's not exactly a profound observation, we know that, but some stand out because they are so, well, haunting. Yamask, although seemingly simple in its design, actually embodies an eerie ambiance due to its relationship with death, a hopeless afterlife, and loss of identity. Pokemon Y's Pokédex explains that each of them carries a mask that used to be its face when it was human. Sometimes they look at it and cry. And Pokemon Shield highlights with the Galarian variant, it rambles through ruins searching for someone who knows its face. Yeah, it used to be human. This is yet another sly snippet of lore that implies a direct link between the spirits of Pokemon and humans. There are several instances of this throughout the series, but it's brushed over for the most part. Essentially, Game Freak is suggesting that tortured human souls can manifest as lost Pokemon, thereby destined to wander and suffer in the next life with only a mask created out of their own face for comfort. It's the gravity of Yamask's Pokédex entry that really keeps us up at night, which may not be a bad thing when we consider the next entry. Number 3. Drowsy. We're back at Generation 1 again with yet more nightmare fuel. You know what? Everyone shouts about this being the best gen in the series, but it definitely has some of the most unsettling backstories. From the hauntings at Lavender Town to the Pokemon cloning experiments, it's definitely not for the faint of heart. There's tragedy around every corner, and don't even think that hiding under your bed covers will keep the boogeyman away in this universe. Based on a Baku, Drowsy actively preys on children, because as Pokemon Silver notes, children's dreams are much tastier. Yeah, this thing preys on kids during their most vulnerable state, when they're sleeping. It's Pokemon's version of Freddy Krueger, essentially. With a moveset including Dream Eater, Hypnosis, and Nasty Plot, you can't convince me that Drowsy isn't malicious. It devours your good dreams and leaves the bad ones behind, because nightmares make it feel nauseous. Seriously, anything with a tendency to creep into your room and steal your dreams gets a no from me. Things don't get any better when it evolves into Hypno either, judging from that in-universe tale of a Hypno abducting a child. Number 2. Mimikyu. Since the Pokemon community glimpsed Mimikyu's lopsided appearance, it's gained a massive following, and it's not hard to see why. The poor little chap wears a sad Pikachu costume, and it just wants to be loved and accepted. And yet, the Pokédex paints a tale of tragedy and eldritch horror, with many Pokédex entries referring to both its disguised and busted forms. It may be cute on the outside, but beneath the Pikachu cosplay lurks something dark and ancient. Pokemon Sun tells of how a scholar who saw what was under the shroud was overwhelmed by terror and died from shock. It's seemingly based on the Breton myth of Bugol Noz, which is essentially a fairy creature that is so ugly that anyone who's seen his true visage will instantly cease living through sheer terror. Once again, this is a story of suffering and tragedy, combined with the looming threat of death. Okay, but that's not Mimikyu's fault, right? Well, Ultramoon unfortunately notes that, sad that its true identity may be exposed, Mimikyu will mercilessly seek revenge on any opponent that breaks its neck. Emphasis on mercilessly. Number 1. Drifloon. You may be surprised by Drifloon being at number 1, but consider what things really creep you out. It's probably not the excessive, hulking monster designs. Unsettling, eerie, beguiling concepts tend to creep into our nightmares and linger in our subconscious. For this reason, we reckon that Drifloon, a seemingly adorable little sprite with a predatory nature, deserves top spot on this list. Pokemon Sun tells us that it grabs the hands of small children and drags them to the afterlife. It dislikes heavy children. Anything that preys on kids is definite nightmare fuel, in our opinion. However, after examining the Pokédex entries, we can't fully determine what Drifloon does with the children after abducting them. All we know is that those kids aren't seen again. Oh, but Pokemon Moon's Pokédex did observe that if, for some reason, its body bursts, its soul spills out with a screaming sound. That doesn't bode well. It's a silent stalker that quietly leads kids away. Its mouth seems to be taped up, yet its overall appearance seems to be designed to make children feel at ease. It may be the cutest accomplice of Pennywise we've ever seen. Be careful, Ash, or you'll float too. And that's our list. The monster part of Pocket Monsters really makes sense now that I think about it, but which Pokédex entries of Pokemon origin stories make you want to select Run instead of Fight? Head down to the safety of the comments section and let us know. We promise it's not haunted. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon? Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. Animal Crossing has been with us since 2001 and has continued to confuse and bewilder non-gamers for 20 years. So, is there a final boss? When do you win? What's the point? When do you get the gun? While New Horizons was one of the few saving graces of the hell year that was 2020, the franchise itself has had 9 main series games to date, spanning 8 different platforms. As it jumped from console to console like some kind of wholesome, calming computer virus, many features have fallen by the wayside. Whether they were lost due to changes in technology, streamlining, or just wanting to mix things up a bit, these features are sorely missed by veteran players who keep hoping that New Horizons seasonal updates may bring them back. And as the updates continue to roll out, you can watch this list become less accurate every few months. Hooray! For now, however, I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 Animal Crossing features lost to time. Number 10. Special characters. Animal Crossing's special characters are what I would call town workers, NPC characters who aren't villagers and who have jobs. From roaming salesmen or saleswomen to shop owners to town hall employees, these hard-working workers basically keep the village humming year-round without any kind of break. Many of them have come and gone, and while certain travelling characters have been replaced with their younger relatives, others have yet to make a return. Katrina the fortune teller, Pete the postman, Gracie the fashion designer, Dr. Shrunk, and Wendell the artist/wallpaper merchant. None of them have been able to track down Tom Nook's island getaway, which is especially strange for Wendell because he could basically just swim there, right? You're being lazy, Wendell. We don't need to replace you with a different walrus, do we? With his secretaries Pelly and Phyllis, Tortimer was the long-standing mayor of the various towns across the franchise, which must have set him up well, as he was able to retire to his own private island in New Leaf. His current whereabouts are unknown, but the appearance of a gravestone in the release trailers did put the wind up a lot of fans. I'm sure he's fine though. Number 9. Lighthouse Duty. In the first Animal Crossing game, Tortimer will go off on his holidays in January and February. Before he goes, however, he will loiter around the town's well and offer you the responsibility of switching the lighthouse on every night. Being a coastal town, this is a pretty vital task unless you want to wake up with a large ship sticking out of your house. If you actually do your job over the entire week, Tortimer will gift you a lighthouse model that he bought from his spa resort as a reward. Thanks, I love it. Strictly speaking, this is an optional event rather than a feature, but it does represent the little jobs and tasks that you could do in older games, giving you an extra incentive to be active in your town every day. New Horizons does allow you to purchase a lighthouse, but it's just a prop. Maybe that explains why Gulliver keeps washing up on shore. Number 8. Town gates and guards. Back before Tom Nook was relentlessly colonising islands, Animal Crossing villages were surrounded by tall cliffs with only one way in and out. While the train station was originally your only way of accessing other towns, Porter became yet another victim of Animal Crossing unemployment. When he went to return to his friends on the Animal Shelf, the train was replaced by a large and slightly ominous-looking town gate. Booker and Copper became the town's official gate guards in Wild World and City Folk, checking anyone entering or leaving the town and also acting as a lost property box. Thinking about it, the need for gate guards at all is rather ominous. You could say they're there to stop strangers coming into the town without permission, but why are they stationed on the inside of the gates? Are you being protected from the outside world, or is the outside world being protected from you? Number 7. Personality quizzes. You kids and your appearance menus have it so easy. Back in my day, Timmy and Tommy didn't let you choose what you looked like. You were dumped on public transport with Rover, the serial face rearranger who harassed you with questions. You were then assigned a permanent look based on your answers, and you'd better get used to it. Online wikis have laid out comprehensive guides showing what each combination of answers will result in, but that isn't much good for a 9-year-old starting the game 20 times over to try and get something that vaguely looked like them, or didn't look like Satan at least. Disgraced seaman, quiet back there, Cap'n took over interrogation in Wild World, driving you to your new life in his taxi cab, and he gave you even fewer questions to answer. Also, stop talking to me and watch the road, please. While some games let you choose your hairstyle, the Shampoodle hairdressers had the same idea, with their styles run through a random Girls Teen Mag ABC personality quiz system. No wonder they went out of business. Number 6. Gyroids. Gyroids are... I don't actually know what they are, but there are a lot of them, and some of them are sentient. Or all of them are, and they just don't want to talk to you, which makes collecting them and displaying them in your home feel quite problematic, actually. And who knows what Brewster is doing with so many of them. A mainstay of the franchise from the start, gyroids are a species of clay people with waving arms. No one knows who they are or what they were doing, but they were definitely not hard to find. Want to dig up fossils when it's raining? Too bad, they're gyroids. Outside of the gyroid that acted as your save point in the first game, construction foreman and auctioneer Lloyd is the only intelligent gyroid we're aware of, although, no, maybe it's best we don't know for sure. Number 5. Rudeness. Okay, so 2020 really did a number on us to get us to miss people being rude in public, so here we are. New Horizons has received criticism for its repetitive dialogue, but fans have been making similar complaints for years at this point. Why? Because the GameCube games were pretty brutal, with many villagers being downright horrible to you, getting angry if you refused to trade with them, teasing you for your appearance, or outright insulting you to your face. If you decided to ignore them or took a few days away from the game, they would get angry at you for not talking to them. While getting yelled at by animals may be a strange thing to want, it made the villagers a bit more dynamic. Being nice all the time is more in keeping with the wholesome vibe of the series, but having them be mad or insulting or mean does make them feel more realistic. Although the smug villagers still drive me mad. Get off my island, Henry! Number 4. Getting screamed at by Rossetti. Speaking of rudeness, Mr. Rossetti's job security was a major concern for fans when news of an autosave feature was revealed for New Horizons. Mr. Rossetti has been here since the beginning, the bastion of save data and the one line of defense against resetting or damaging your game. If you dared to forget to save your game before shutting off for the night, had your game run out of battery, or even had the audacity to time travel, the crotchety little guy would pop out of the ground and give you hell for it. But Mr. Rossetti isn't just some random loon. For starters, he's a mole, and a loon is a different animal entirely. Secondly, he and his brother Don run an underground surveillance center. It's not quite GCHQ, but it is still interesting to learn exactly how he's able to identify your dirty, cheating ways. He screams because he cares. However, with autosaving now a basic feature in all video games, Mr. Rossetti is probably not going to get his job back anytime soon. At least he and his brother have found a new venture in the Nook Inc. rescue service. Number 3. Flea Market. There have been quite a few events that haven't kept their place on the Animal Crossing calendar. The Bean Throwing Festival, the Acorn Festival, Explorers Day, Flower Fest, Weeding Day, Sports Fair, Mayor's Day, Lardy Day, and the Boys Festival, during which the villagers all sit around and talk about their favourite show on Amazon Prime. However, the flea market represents my favourite pastime, barging into other people's homes and forcing them to sell me their miscellaneous tat. It's a lot easier than having everyone send it to us, so why not buy some tat, give us your address, and we'll... Actually, don't give us your address. Appearing only in Wild World and City Folk, the flea market took place once per month and was essentially a free-for-all on people's homes, with villagers allowing you to buy pretty much whatever you wanted from their houses. It was a good way of getting your paws on furniture that you'd been eyeing up while running errands. Give me that ball return, Astrid. I want it. The holiday was scrapped in New Leaf and has yet to make an appearance in New Horizons. However, with your starter villagers' homes being full of things that you already bought and gifted them, buying back your own stuff each month may be a bit of an ask. Number 2. Coffee shop. Considering his popularity, it's surprising that Brewster is relatively new to the series, first appearing in Wild World. With fans clamouring for Brewster's return since the launch of New Horizons, and since he's been name-dropped in some villager dialogue, it isn't impossible for the beloved pigeon barista to make a welcome return. However, this entry isn't about Brewster, but rather his pride and joy, the Roost. I know better than anyone that a museum needs a good coffee shop, and that is exactly what the Roost provided. A small box room in the basement, the Roost was a bit dingy, yet was also the perfect place to go after spending a day running around getting attacked by bees and being yelled at by villagers. It even had a small stage where KK Slider would do quiet concerts on Saturdays instead of taking up the entire plaza like a diva. In New Leaf, Brewster was finally able to set up his own coffee shop outside of the museum, even opening up a part-time job for when you're tired of selling apples. However, it's easy to miss the snugness of the original Roost. Oh god, am I a hipster? Number 1. NES games. You know what I miss? Playing a video game inside a video game. For when you get tired of playing that game you're playing the game in. What? Within Animal Forest, Animal Crossing, and their respective GameCube ports, you could find and play original complete NES titles. 19 games were available, collectible through various in-game competitions and drops, as well as through the Nintendo e-reader. A few rarer games were only available if you unlocked them with a cheating device. Ah, the good old days where you could plug in an action replay and do whatever you wanted. Players have since discovered that Animal Crossing itself contains a fully functional NES emulator that is able to play any NES title from old memory cards with some minor modding. With Nintendo now bundling retro games for sale on the Switch and using them as incentives for people to sign up for their online service, this may seem like an obsolete feature, but the collectible nature of the hidden NES games is definitely something many players wish would return.
Who needs to go through... Hang on, let me just check something. Oh, Jesus, that much? Okay, well, let's start again. Who needs to go through 5 years of study, straight A grades, work placement schemes, exams, and good old dissection classes to find out how them animals work, when video games can cut straight to the chase? Oh, cut straight to the chase. Did you see what I did there? As we've shown time and again in Prove It, all you need to do is complete a couple of tutorial levels, and then you'll be good to deal with invasive surgery on large and complex animals in real life. Here, treat this lion. He's got a sinus infection and hasn't eaten today because surgery, but I'm sure you'll be fine. Kids love the idea of caring for animals, with all the innocence of not having to think about the less fun side of the job. Thus, the Veterinarian Simulator video game was born.
Have you seen my dad?
I can see the appeal, to be honest. I mean, let's face it, digital dogs, cats, lions and tigers are probably much less demanding than your Tamagotchi was, which keeled over every 5 minutes, along with the 20 others wasting away in the teacher's desk drawer. However, with every video game genre comes a load of copycats and piggybackers. Oh, I'm doing very well today. Resulting in a range of vet games that were, well, not necessarily out of this world weird, just a bit odd considering what they were asking you to do. And that's exactly what we're going to be looking at today. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 weirdest veterinarian video games. Number 10. Zoo Vet. While other games just fill your clinic with meerkats until you can't stand the sight of them anymore, Zoo Vet throws you directly into the deep end. Released by Legacy Interactive in 2004 for Windows and Mac, Zoo Vet's tagline was, "Only you can save the animals!" Which was exciting at first, but now sounds like more of a threat. Why only me? What are the rest of you lot doing all day? When an animal needs treatment, the map on your office wall lights up with an alert, like one of those spy maps or the paintings in Wallace and Gromit, and transports you to find that the unfortunate panda, lion or elephant has already been tranquilized and is waiting patiently for you to do strange things with sharp objects to it. While a lot of games concerning caring for animals want to keep things simple, with general sickness, fevers and fleas that can be treated with some shampoo or antibiotics, Zoo Vet doesn't pussyfoot, or rather pandafoot around, giving you surgical instruments for actual incisions and invasive treatments. It even gives you the exact vital signs of the animal, and also the perfect opportunity for your mother to walk in, just as you decided to magnify the giraffe poo. No mum, it's part of a video game, I promise! Number 9. Zoo Hospital. While Zoo Vet is rather disturbingly in-depth, Zoo Hospital takes the opposite stance of vetting through fun mini-games. Everyone knows that speed is the most important thing in treating an animal, so no time for checking vitals or asking opinions from the expert keepers. Quickly, inject this blue potion into the glowing dot. Quickly, guide this Tetris piece through the bisected intestine. Somehow. Don't think about it, it's fine. Anesthetic only lasts 3 minutes, so come on, drug that tortoise. Released in 2008 for the Nintendo Wii by Majesco, Zoo Hospital's Animal Park is struggling and under threat of closure, so you've been brought in to help treat the animals and save it from being bought by some kind of shadowy corporation who wants to close it down and build a mini-golf park, which probably isn't the most watertight business plan either. To be honest, I'm unsure of how a vet would be able to keep the park open. Isn't that the job for the marketing and accounting departments? Or maybe this zoo is suffering because the PR is so bad, because everyone knows all of the animals are dying of horrendous illnesses. Oh dear, I'm not sure this place should be kept open, to be honest. Number 8. My vet practice in the country. There's a colon halfway through. Weird. Taking a step away from exotic animals for a bit, let's relax with a nice quiet venture into the world of countryside veterinarians, because I'm sure that they have the most fun out of them all. My vet practice colon in the country, in fact let's not talk about colons, was released for the Wii in 2008 by Eidos Interactive, and joins your character just as you've saddled yourself with the crippling debt of attending university, and have also managed to nearly bankrupt yourself buying a large countryside estate. What is with all these bad financial decisions? You apparently haven't even finished your studies yet, considering you're still attending basic lectures on pet care. I doubt your character even has a license to practice, but what are they going to do? Arrest you? They could actually arrest you for that, don't do that. While other animal care games don't have you worry about covering the costs of day-to-day life, My Vet Practice in the Country incorporates some resource and money management into its gameplay. While treating animals is quite literally the name of the game, things cost money, and antibiotics don't grow on trees. They grow in Petri dishes instead. In order to restock medicine and certain animal food, you'll occasionally have to venture out into the local town's incredibly specific vet supplies district. Weird. Either I'm their only local customer, in which case, again, bad financial practices, or there must be like 80 other underqualified vets in a mile radius of here, and I've got some competition to dispose of. I'll have 10 kilos of horse tranquilizer, please. Number 7. Animal Planet Vet Life. It's amazing what a video game vet degree can cover. I mean, there can't be that much difference between treating a rabbit and treating a giraffe, can there? I mean, they've both got 4 legs and a neck. One of them's just taller than the other. Developed and released by Activision for the Wii in 2009, Animal Planet Vet Life was, unsurprisingly, made in partnership with the US subscription wildlife channel Animal Planet. Player characters Jack and Abani are top veterinary students working under Dr. Rogers, and are both competing to become the newest vet for the Heal the Globe Foundation. The loser will probably, I don't know, become a presenter for Animal Planet, I guess, and I honestly don't know which is the better outcome, really. For such supposedly exemplary students, however, they have an awful lot of people breathing down their necks for routine treatments, taking temperature from the wrong end, removing quills, performing brain surgeries under local anaesthetic, injecting animals with the same weird, unnamed blue solution that Zoo Hospital had in its cupboards, and piecing together bones like jigsaw puzzles. I have to question how qualified a lot of these vets are, and God bless them, they also have to deal with the most restless pets I have ever seen. Come on, I'm just trying to stop moving your head. Let me put your eye drops in, you're not well. Number 6, Pets Vet. Everyone always asks, how are the animals? But no one ever asks, how are the vets? But that's all about to change, as when joining New Yorkie Vets as an intern, your player character seems far more interested in fraternising with the co-workers than tending to the animals in their care. The deceptively named Pets Vet was developed by Sensory Sweep and released for the Nintendo DS in 2007 by Ubisoft, and as previously mentioned, is more of a dating simulator than an actual vet game. With character designs that look like every how-to-draw manga book in existence, you interact with Sophia, Kevin, Jason, Ian, Logan, and Sephiroth. I mean, David. Why are there so many people in this town? I just want to look after animals. Is that too much to ask? The actual vetting side of the game, there is one, is very simple. You just spam the love button to bring the animal's stress levels down, and then play Space Invaders to kill the germs. You know, like how the real vets do it. At least you only have to deal with dogs and cats, though. Wait, why have you brought an ostrich into the vet clinic? It doesn't even fit on the screen, he's so tall. You also apparently have a lot of free time on your hands, considering the amount of work you don't do, including playing tennis, bowling, literally herding cats, and devoting your time to getting the successful Date Kevin ending. Does anyone actually get any work done around here, or are they all just too busy making out with one another to deal with the literal ostrich strutting around the clinic? Is this even legal? Number 5. Pet World 3D My Animal Shelter. Until the Nintendo Switch has developed enough strange D-list license games to run out of ideas and then start releasing janky vet sims, app games are going to be the ones to drag this genre kicking and screaming into the 21st century. Developed for Apple, Android, and Amazon Kindle by Travola Games in 2016, Pet World 3D is one of the more recent titles on this list, but definitely still carries the legacy of all that came before it. Rather than having finished any kind of formal education, your character has apparently just rocked up to the local animal shelter and started an internship. Yes, an internship. You're not actually the vet in this one. No strange unnamed blue liquids for these guys. Your job is to keep brushing and feeding animals to within an inch of their lives so they can be adopted. Although the old professor who employs you honestly doesn't seem to be pulling his weight around here. I ran an entire countryside vet centre all on my own in a different game. Why do you need me to clean out the rabbit cages? Number 4. Barbie Pet Rescue. It probably isn't very surprising to you that Barbie has yet another animal game under her belt. Mattel has got a lot of playsets to sell, after all. Published by Mattel Interactive in 2002, Barbie Pet Rescue is the predecessor to the 2015 title Barbie and Her Sisters Puppy Rescue, although with a much broader roster of animals. Since Barbie is very busy, probably filling out a load of paperwork for merchandising deals, you, as the protagonist, spend your free time doing minigames with her younger sister Stacy, training the dogs, picking up wandering bunnies, and detangling the hamster's pipes. And yes, you can pet the dogs in this game. Who's a good boy? Yeah, you are. While Barbie and Her Sisters Puppy Rescue Company limited its services to only finding dogs under 8 months old, otherwise we'll leave them to die, I guess.
Please give us £1, or we'll have to pull the trigger.
Barbie's 2002 business received all kinds of different emails from worried pet owners in search of their AWOL animals that are far better animated than they have any right to be. Ugh.
Pull the trigger.
These ranged from errant cats, dogs, rabbits, and hamsters to monkeys. Again, I have to question what company can have a license to deal with cats and rabbits alongside more exotic animals like this. That monkey is going to rip your puppy's face off, Barbara. Number 3. Planet Zoo. Zoo Tycoon was a tough act to follow for Frontier Developments, but after the, let's say, interesting Connectimals, they finally developed a spiritual successor to their much-loved zoo simulator, this time with more animals. Hooray! Released in 2019, Planet Zoo is a combination of both the names and mechanics of Planet Coaster and the original Zoo Tycoon series, splitting its focus between building a slick and profitable animal park, whilst also making sure that your animals are happy and thriving. Zoo Hospital could use some help on that score, Frontier. While the original Zoo Tycoon was rather vague as to the animals' well-being, Planet Zoo is much more specialised, focusing on the individual animal's needs, although it does depend on how much free time you're willing to spend building a realistic drawbridge for your Meerkat Island. I'm also glad to see they kept the sheer exhilarating thrill of allowing you to delete fence posts and watch the animals terrorise the guests. This is what Zoo Tycoon was all about. While the actual medical care is, again, handed over to professional vets, you are responsible for the management of the happiness of the animals. And you can even choose whether to put them on contraception, something I've never really had to think about before. Those meerkats breed like rabbits, and they must be stopped. Number 2. Zoo Vet 2 Endangered Animals. It's back, and it's bad. 3 years after the initial success of Zoo Vet, Legacy Interactive released its sequel, Zoo Vet 2 Endangered Animals, in 2007 for Windows, Mac, and DS. You're once again back at the nameless zoo to provide veterinary care, and although things have changed since you were last here, some of the original animals are still kicking around, though barely by the looks of them. As with the first game, your office map alerts you to emergencies around the zoo, leading you to treat a range of distressingly realistic wounds. No news on whether you can get really up close and personal with magnified animal feces this time though, which is of course the most vital and important mechanic in the series. It would be ruined without it.
Diarrhea.
While your tools are basically the same as before, the zoo has seen some major staff restructuring since you were last here, as well as a bit of a graphical downgrade for some reason. I guess the reason there aren't any animated humans during these surgeries like there were in the first game is because they were saving all that budget for this incredibly realistic looking chimpanzee. Get a load of that, lad.
What? It's just an ordinary... Oh my goodness!
And number 1, Vet Emergency 2. Vet Emergency 2 by Legacy Interactive is a full-motion video game for PC and Mac, and it's quite something. Despite the fact that the whole thing is strung together with some very cheesy cutscenes, the actual surgical procedures aren't animated or in motion at all. Instead, you're just given some JPEGs of animals to click on. Honestly, we could have just put some Shutterstock images of animals on screen right now, and you wouldn't know what's gameplay and what isn't. Pretty much any real wound suturing and surgery is completely off the table, thanks to the fact that the animation budget was probably about £3, and then they spent that £3 on hiring some very bad actors.
I don't know how to say this ladylike, but he's been having a problem urinating. And today he started...
Still, you can't fault the game for its accuracy, in the sense that at the end of each diagnosis and treatment, you have to fill out the relevant paperwork, and are then given an overview of everything you did wrong, the game having registered and kept track of every single random guesstimation click you did on creams, injections, and thermometers. But hey, at least you can actually put those thermometers in actual animal bottoms. This game's great, number 1. And that's our list. But what other weird vet games did we miss out? Let us know in the comment section below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and if you want to support the things you enjoy, then check out the rewards on our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I've been Peter from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
It's been a very strange period in history recently, and though we have seen occasional breaks in pandemic-related news thanks to things like the US election and the Great British Bake Off, headlines have largely been dominated by the virus who must not be named. COVID. We all know it's COVID. If, like me, you're not a massively social animal, this probably hasn't changed your routine any further than adding mask to your keys, wallet, and phone checklist as you leave the house, or don't, as the case may be. I'm told, however, that many people aren't like me and actually enjoy the company of others. Weird. It's really no surprise then that video calling and Zoom meetings have become so popular, and as a result, people have been finding digital ways to keep themselves entertained and engaged socially. One of those ways is the reigning king of the party video game, Jackbox. At the time of recording, there are 7 different versions of the minigame collection, each boasting a handful of easy-to-understand titles which are sure to liven up your next virtual gathering or meeting. The games can be a bit hit and miss, however, so here we are to demystify the whole thing and hand you a list of the very best ones on a shiny platter. Virtually, that is, we're maintaining social distance after all. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 best Jackbox games to spice up your Zoom meetings. Number 10. You Don't Know Jack. Do you like quizzes, but the thought of trawling the internet for trivia in order to create a good one makes you want to vomit? Then You Don't Know Jack is probably the game for you. Based on Jackbox Studios' standalone games of the same name, You Don't Know Jack combines pop culture with high culture to give players a game show with a twist. Because what on earth is interesting about asking players what a straw man argument is? Yawn fest, am I right? But put it into the context of The Wizard of Oz and ask what it means if the Scarecrow uses a straw man argument against the Wicked Witch of the West, and it becomes much more entertaining. Who knew linguistics could be so fun? What's more is that even if you're not the sharpest bulb in the potting shed, you can still get ahead by screwing the other players. No, not like that. Again, social distancing. Screws make it significantly harder for your opponent to give the correct answer, thus giving you, the screwer, the advantage. Don't worry about the repercussions though, they'll have forgotten by the next round. Probably. Number 9. TKO. If you've ever felt the need to dive into your wardrobe, pull out all your t-shirts and make them do battle, you'll probably like TKO, which gives you all the fun of pitting your items of clothing against each other without having to fold them and put them away afterwards. The first step is to get those creative juices flowing and create the finest t-shirt design possible along with the wittiest slogans you can think of. These are all then shuffled between the players, and whoever combines drawing and slogan into the funniest shirt, as decided by the rest of the group, wins. It really is that simple. If your friends are like mine, i.e. horribly immature, you may end up swimming in a sea of Wilsons and poop emojis, but then again, that is half the fun. What's more, if you're particularly proud of one of your designs, you can even purchase a real-life version of it to wear with pride the next time you pop down to Tesco. Number 8. Patently stupid. Life is full of irritating little problems, like how toilet paper always runs out at the worst possible moment, and there's never a fresh roll within easy reach. Honestly, it baffles me that no one's come up with any kind of drone-based TP delivery service, but alas, once again, my genius goes unrecognized, or it would, if not for patently stupid. This game is here to allow you to share your problems and their creative solutions with the world. Simply present an issue to the group and sit back and relax as people come up with wacky inventions to solve it for you. Sick of having to get off your bum and boil the kettle whenever you want a brew? How about a cybernetic tea butler? Tired of birds pooing on your nice clean car? Avian missile launcher ought to sort that right out. The best inventions will receive financial backing from the rest of the group, and whoever has the most money behind them at the end of the game wins. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and find a propeller small enough to fit on this loo roll. Number 7. Faking it. Admittedly, this entry doesn't translate amazingly well to remote play. If you're watching this video when it comes out, stick faking it in your back pocket for when all these shenanigans are over. And if you're watching in the future, consider putting away Call of Duty Modern Warfare 17 for just a moment to give it a go with your friends. Faking it is a game of bluff, with players being delivered a prompt. It might say something like, point to the person in your group who's the shortest, and once the timer counts down to 0, everyone will naturally point to the shortest person. Hilarious. Not everyone in the group will get the prompt, however, and they'll need to perform an action to blend in. The group then has to try and work out who is faking it. Get it right, and you'll take home the bacon, but fail to do so within 3 rounds and your wily friend will end up winning the day. A great bit of fun for all ages, faking it will have you distrusting your whole group from beginning to end, and possibly beyond when you realise just how good of a liar your mate Fred is. I wonder what else he isn't telling us. Number 6. Drawful. Have you ever played a game of Pictionary and thought to yourself, this would be so much more fun if the aim were to trick my pals into giving the wrong answer? Well, if that's the case, then you need to have a crack at Drawful. Like Pictionary, players are given a prompt that they must turn into a piece of art, but that's basically where the similarities end. The prompts range from slightly bizarre to outright ridiculous, and it's your job to find the right answer whilst coming up with a convincing incorrect one for the other players to choose. Even if you're no Neil Buchanan, you can still have a great time churning out your jankiest drawings and crafting the most believable titles you can. Heck, if you're not bothered about winning, why not just go for laughs? Because after all, the aim of the game is to have fun, and who knows, that highly detailed drawing your overachieving cousin Kevin presented could be me riding a unicycle, right? You just never know, do you? Number 5. Trivia Murder Party. Do you like quizzes, but the thought of trawling the internet for trivia in order to create a good one makes you want to vomit, and furthermore, it fails to offer the mortal danger that you so crave in your grey little life? Then Trivia Murder Party is definitely the game for you. Players awaken in the home of a twisted killer with a penchant for the TV show Pointless, and their only hope for survival is to correctly answer a series of quiz questions. Fail to do so, and you die. It really is that morbidly simple. Occasionally, death can be avoided by completing a series of simple maths problems, not drinking from a poisoned chalice, or by cutting off one of your fingers. Better find a tea towel to wrap that in, you're dripping blood all over the carpet. Even if you do meet an unfortunate demise, all is not lost as you remain in the game as a ghost, continuing to play along. You even have the opportunity to steal the body of an opponent in the final round and ultimately take home the grand prize. Sadly, there are no second or third place winnings because everybody else is dead. Number 4. Blather Round. You know those times in life when a word is on the tip of your tongue but it just won't come to you? Well, imagine if someone turned that into a game. Oh, what's that? They have? What a coincidence! And it's in Jackbox! Oh, this is unreal! Blather Round is a wonderful and infuriating game that gets players to choose from a handful of people, places, and things and then forces them to describe them to the rest of the group. Sounds fairly simple, right? Well, hold on to that thought, young man or woman, because once you're in the hot seat, you're not allowed to verbalize any of your clues. Instead, you're given a random selection of words to build sentences from to try to lead the rest of the players to the right answer. 9 times out of 10, the first set of words you get will be utterly useless. However, as your friends input their guesses, you can use those in new clues to hopefully steer them in the right direction. Players get points if you use their guesses in one of your clues, and of course, if they get the answer right. If they fail to decipher your string of nonsensical ramblings, they get the opportunity to either blame themselves or blame you. But let's face it, they're always going to point the finger squarely in your face. Get good, scrub. Number 3. Fibbage. You know what's great? Lying. Actually, that was a lie in itself, and telling it was a lot of fun. The premise is very simple. Players are all given an on-screen fact that is missing a key piece, and the aim of the game is to correctly finish the sentence whilst crafting a believable lie that is convincing enough that their opponents choose it instead of the correct answer. Points are earned for picking the correct answer and for every one of your pals that you fooled. On the other hand, if you're not super bothered about winning and are just here for a good time, there's plenty of fun to be had from coming up with the most bizarre and hilarious answers that you can. And to be fair, some of the facts are so weird that the actual answer is more absurd than anything you could have possibly thought of, because who could have known that antidaphobia, if that's how you say it, is the fear that somewhere in the world a duck is watching you? Oh, you say you knew that already? Well, I think you're lying. And I bet you had a lot of fun doing so. Number 2. Push the button. If you've enjoyed ousting imposters with a spot of Among Us, you will love Push the Button. Available to play in the Jackbox Party Pack 6, you must work with your crewmates to figure out who among you are the aliens. A few at a time, players must complete challenges that aim to identify the humans and uncover the imposters. These minigames can be anything from agreeing or disagreeing with statements to drawing challenges, and no matter the scenario, it's up to the aliens to try to fit in with the humans and justify why they've done something as weird as agree that pizza should be abolished. But before you go getting all cocky, it's not as easy as it may seem. Those pesky aliens get a slightly different prompt to their human counterparts, but they also have the technology to hack their opponent's devices and give them the incorrect prompt as well. Before you know it, everyone else in your party will seem totally sus, and you'll quickly find yourself reaching for the big red button as your nan declares she's definitely a human and she must have been hacked. A likely story, Grandma. Tell it to the infinite void, you alien scum. Number 1. Quiplash. As wonderful as the other entries on this list are, we couldn't have given the top spot to anything but Quiplash. Wonderfully simple but with hilarious results, the game first appeared in 2015's Jackbox Party Pack 2 and has had its sequels featured in Party Packs 3 and 7. Players get prompts delivered directly to their device and must simply fill in the blank with a quip of their choosing. You can expect to receive such prompts as a procedure not even the slimiest plastic surgeon will do, or a good catchphrase to yell every time you finish pooping. Really, there's no wrong answer to that one. The beauty is that you can make the whole experience as safe for work or not as you'd like, so the game is truly suitable for everyone, which is good, as we'll probably be using Zoom to communicate with everyone for the foreseeable future. And that's our list. What Jackbox games really get the party started for you? Sound them off in the comments down below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
When it comes to video games, there's nothing quite as varied and creatively unique as the mod scene, or modification scene if you want to get serious about this. Want Owen Wilson to say wow when you land a critical hit in World of Warcraft? No problem. Wow. Have an overwhelming desire to explore GTA 4 as Sheriff Woody? Get on it, buddy. Looking to replace everything in Doom with Home Improvement's Tim Allen? That one is a little odd, but here it is. With such talented modders out there and complete freedom at their fingertips, imagination is the only restriction on how wild their creations can be. Becoming a larger community by the day, and let's face it, varying massively in quality, it's becoming increasingly difficult to navigate this vast sea of mods in order to find something worth your valuable time. And trust me, I know that you've got high standards standards and excellent taste. It's why you're watching TripleJump content, right? Or perhaps you watch TripleJump content because we're always on hand to do the hard work for you when it comes to digging out the weird and wonderful from any given gaming treasure trove. Well, guess what? Today is no different, as we're going to have a gander at some of the modding community's more interesting offerings. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 strangest mods in video games. Number 10, Thomas the Tank Engine, Skyrim and Resident Evil 2 Remake. Oh, 2 games in one? Some would say that's enough to call this one a wildcard entry. Oh, look at all the colours. Ah, yes, Thomas. Becoming a bit of a worrying trend, this. Over the past few years, Thomas the Tank Engine has had a habit of showing up in places that extend far beyond his home island of sodomy, or whatever it is, often thrust into much darker situations than he's used to, and this is the guy whose friend was bricked into a tunnel, let's not forget. One mod, cleverly titled Really Useful Dragons, places the titular Thomas in the land of Skyrim, taking the place of the multiple dragons which terrorise the locals on a regular basis. The usual dragon sounds have been replaced by train whistles and the Thomas theme song of doom, noises you will grow to fear.
Where'd you come from?
Never mind, you're finally awake. I want to go back to sleep if this is the world of the conscious. But alas, the second Thomas the Tank Engine mod is somehow more sinister than murderous rampaging dragons. Taking the place of Mr. X in Resident Evil 2 Remake, this mod, created by Zombie Ali, who made the model, and DJ Pop, who looked after the sounds and music, depicts a Thomas who never stops hunting you across Raccoon City, whistling and chugging all the way towards his goal of total destruction. We aren't sure what exactly pushed Thomas over the edge. Maybe he was tired of shoving coaches around, or Henry was late one too many times, but regardless of the reason, take heed. Thomas has broken free of the rails that once held him back, and is out for blood. God, this makes the Orient Express seem like a picnic in the park by comparison. Let's move on. Number 9, Waluigi, Dragon Ball Fighter Z. If there's one thing we can all agree on, it's that the internet loves Waluigi, a cheeky and mild antagonist known for his signature purple getup in the Mario series. All he wants is to feel equal to his fellow Mario brothers, and honestly, who can blame him? The rally of support for Waluigi to be included in his co-star's numerous external escapades has been immense. Yet, despite small victories on the racetrack or at the tennis court, he continues to be denied when it comes to Nintendo's ultimate competitive crossover series, Super Smash Bros. The cast of gaming franchises from all corners of the globe are invited to take part here, but Waluigi is still being relegated to the bench. This is why modder Masterclo decided to take matters into his own hands and introduce Waluigi to a different fighting game entirely, one with arguably even more powerful combatants. You know, a contest more befitting of the Purple Boy's own strength. That's right, Dragon Ball Fighter Z. Replacing the model of Vegeta, Waluigi looks like he spent his neglected time wisely, bulking up at the gym and turning into an impressive revenge machine with some wrongs to right. Look out, Mushroom Kingdom, Waluigi has some new friends who actually appreciate him, and some new skills with which to take the world by storm. Number 8, The Teletubbies, Left 4 Dead. The title of the game probably makes things clear enough, but just in case you hadn't yet realised, Left 4 Dead is not a friendly, carefree video game. Focused around a cooperative zombie-slaying experience, it's no surprise that there's an abundance of weapons for you and your pals, and an incessant level of gore. So the question has to be asked, how could sadistic modders make a game like this even more unsettling? Well, it turns out the answer is to add some beloved children's TV show characters and have them go absolutely berserk.
Time for Tubby Bye Bye.
Complete with the trademark voices and sounds from the usually lovable Tinky Winky, Dipsy, Lala and Poe, this mod by Flame Knight 7 is one of nightmarish proportions, with hordes of Teletubbies stopping at nothing to get their hands on your body and suck out the tasty tubby custard from within. It's one thing to have the undead chasing you, but something else entirely when these multicoloured monstrosities come tubbing your way, having presumably been plucked from the rolling hills of Teletubbyland and doped up on twice the recommended dose of bath salts. The Left 4 Dead Teletubbies mod proved so popular that it also made an appearance in the sequel, Left 4 Dead 2. Oh yes, just when you thought you might be able to escape the horror by moving to a different game entirely, the television-tummied monsters turn up with a metaphorical cry of "again, again." Still, at least that skateboarding lion wasn't included here. Oh, no, I'm serious, put it away! Number 7. Multiplayer mode, Just Cause 2. Okay, so most entries in this list made the cut for their outright ridiculousness, but ironically, one of the greatest and most groundbreaking mods for inherently ridiculous game Just Cause 2 was something comparatively practical, albeit still totally mind-blowing. That's right, you saw it in the entry name. Shortly after the game's release in 2010, modder Cameron Foote and his team took it upon themselves to give Just Cause 2 an unofficial multiplayer mode, titled JC2MP, which almost rivaled the original game itself in popularity. The mod is an incredibly impressive work, allowing not tens or hundreds, but potentially thousands of players to cause mayhem together across Just Cause 2. The game is chaotic enough in its original single-player mode, let alone the insanity that ensues when countless players are racing all over the map in a variety of vehicles, jacking planes with grappling hooks, and blowing up anything that moves, all at the same time. The Just Cause 2 multiplayer mod also allows in-game commands to be used, so that players can join specific activities such as racing. If the vanilla single-player experience didn't provide enough unrestricted lunacy, the world is now certainly your oyster. This mod was so well received, in fact, that Cameron Foote was hired by developer Avalanche Studios to work on future projects. So there you go, a heartwarming, explosion-filled story of success to brighten your day. Number 6. The Aggression mod, Dark Souls 3. A second entry in a row here that is a little different to the others on this list. There's no massive visual overhaul present, no new enemies or items, no major deviation from the fundamentals of gameplay, just one very simple change to Dark Souls 3, that admittedly has a massive knock-on effect, leading to the kinds of complications that'll make you never want to leave the safety of the bonfire ever again. Enemies in Dark Souls 3 have a set range within which they can detect players. If you fall outside of that, they will ignore you and go about their daily grind. Those groceries aren't going to purchase themselves from the Ringed City supermarket, are they? Morringsons. No, sorry. Anyway, the point is, as long as you don't invade the personal space of these bads, then they're happy to just keep calm and carry on. Insert social distancing related one-liner here that will date the video forever. Stay safe, everyone. Unfortunately though, modder Zuli the Witch thought that this might be exactly the mechanic to play with in order to up the difficulty of this already fairly crushing game, creating a unique and challenging experience even for veterans. What if that mentioned range of detection was increased by, a lot? Well, here's your answer if you can't work it out. The resulting carnage is exactly what you'd expect from an add-on entitled The Aggression mod, a seemingly never-ending wave of enemies who are annoyed just by the knowledge you exist, like wasps or anyone who thinks public healthcare is a bad idea. Truly, this is the real Dark Souls of Dark Souls 3. Everyone knows you, everyone hates you, and worst of all, everyone finds you. God, I thought I'd never say it, but I'm really starting to miss that Thomas Mr. X. I want to go home to Raccoon City. Number 5. Mega Man 8-Bit, Doom 2. Question. Have you ever wanted Doom Guy to swap out his normal armor palette from green to, say, I don't know, blue? Have you ever been consumed by an overwhelming urge for him to use a Buster Cannon, or any Mega Man weapon for that matter? How about ripping apart enemy robots instead of demons? If you answered yes to any of those 3 questions, firstly, what's wrong with you? Doom is fine as it is. But also, good news! We have the perfect mod to scratch that oddly specific Blue Bomber itch. This 8-bit Mega Man pack, created by Cutman Mike, massively overhauls Doom 2's assets, boasting one of the largest and most impressively detailed mods available for the game. It has 86 weapons, 106 multiplayer maps, a single-player campaign, every Robot Master from Mega Man 1 through 6 playable, and all the classic chiptunes and 8-bit visuals your heart desires, unifying Doom's signature speedy gameplay with Mega Man's iconic look and sound. And most importantly, the colour blue. There's lots of that. It packs in so much content that it could easily pass as an official id Software collaboration, but perhaps the greatest thing of all is you don't even need a copy of Doom 2 to play it. Mega Man fans, get on it right now. Or after the video is done anyway. Get on it in 5 minutes. Number 4. Pixelmon, Minecraft. Minecraft, even in its base form, is a game of endless possibility, a complex mass of textured blocks that bestows the player with almost limitless creative freedom. Famous fictional cities have been made in their entirety, stunning works of pixel art and digital sculpture erected for your viewing pleasure, and even intricate computer systems brought to life via redstone circuitry, and all within the unaltered official game. It's no surprise then that its unfettered popularity has persisted since its release in 2009. As it turns out though, the limitless of Minecraft also leaves it absolutely crying out for equally ambitious and creative mods. Now, choosing a single Minecraft add-on to represent them all here is essentially impossible. There are visual overhauls galore, millions of new items and recipe packs, monsters, machines, and fan-made crossovers with everything from Jurassic Park to SpongeBob. However, there is one hugely popular series that suits Minecraft's multi-biome setup perhaps better than any other, that being the world of Pokemon. Modder Mr. Masochism foresaw how perfect this partnership could be, and eventually brought his idea to fruition, essentially creating the admittedly slightly blocky equivalent of an open-world 3D Pokemon game before Nintendo ever got round to doing it themselves, and it is quite honestly ridiculous how well the two games mesh. Though why he didn't name this mod Block It Monsters, I'll never know. Charmingly, each Pokemon can be found in a relevant area, like grass Pokemon in the forests and water Pokemon in, you'll never guess where, the water. Oh, you did guess. Pokemon can be battled and ridden from place to place. Shops, gyms, and other town buildings have been added to Minecraft villages. Personalised Pokebases can be built. The list goes on and on. How did we even play Minecraft before this mod existed? Ugh, wolves, ocelots, pff, call me when you've learned Splash, guys. Number 3. Immersive facial animations, Fallout 4. Although immensely popular and genre-defining, Fallout games, or Bethesda RPGs in a broader sense, do have a reputation of being a bit wonky with some of their animations, to the point that it's almost a staple or signature of the series that we feel lost without, an unintentional gift that keeps on giving. So you know what, why not just double down? Sod it, I don't care anymore. Enter the Immersive Facial Animations mod for Fallout 4. It's an interesting choice of name, given that at first glance this seems about as far from immersive as one can get, but then given that I can't help but be utterly focused on every single NPC I encounter, it's arguably doing a better job of captivating me than the base game ever could. Modder Aranax AE's animation add-on took the internet by storm, as it, let's say, exaggerated the expressions of all characters in Fallout 4. Now, in fairness, there is some practical use for this, in that there are 3 different levels of effect available in the mod settings. Serious mode genuinely does just enhance the facial animations a little without seeding any nightmares in your subconscious. Super Serial mode is for those who want to add a bit more juice to the mod's base setting, and then we have Excelsior mode, and I'm saying nothing nothing more. Partly because every time I move my own mouth now, every one of my facial muscles experiences a deep self-conscious feeling of inadequacy. Number 2. Super Skyrim Bros. Skyrim. 1 per franchise is usually a good rule of thumb for a list like this, but since entry number 10 was shared with Resi, we thought we'd allow a second appearance from the Elder Scrolls here, because god, there's just so much to go at. When you think of Skyrim, you probably think about its modding scene almost simultaneously, not least because the game became instantly more playable the moment the fans were able to start fixing all of Bethesda's boo-boos on release. There are around 10,000 different unofficial embellishments and tweaks for the 2011 game, adding and altering things in more ways than any one person could possibly comprehend. Things like adventurers taking an arrow to the chest instead. Talk about wild. Amongst these countless mods though, there is one that sticks out a little more than most, but not in the way that you might suspect. You know that sort of fever dream feeling, where multiple thoughts swirling around your head are combined together without you realising that anything is amiss? Like, yeah, of course Batman drives around in the Mystery Machine to the tune of Don't Stop Me Now, of course he does! And then you wake up in the middle of the night looking down at your sheets and realise you've either had a serious case of the night sweats or you're not getting a gold star on your wall chart today. Well, here's a Skyrim add-on that evokes just that feeling. Modder Clint Mitch has crafted a world that injects the bright and colourful aesthetic of Super Mario into the brown and grey land of Skyrim, with all of the I ate some very mature cheddar before bed kind of nausea you wouldn't want it to bring. You'll encounter Goombas, Koopa Troopers, bosses, power-ups, collectible coins, and more as you traverse this sickeningly overstimulating yet strangely familiar landscape, with the main aim being to rescue Princess Peach, a path we have travelled many times before, but never in this manner. The Fever Dream comparison here is more apt than you might think as well, given that the mod itself begins by instructing the player not to sleep in a bed, this being the way in which the Mario world can be accessed. It seems even within the continuity of the mod pack itself, this adventure is the product of a very bad case of night terrors. And number 1, Carmageddon, Grand Theft Auto 5. Cars. What are they good for? Well, lots of things, actually. Transportation of people, livestock and goods, picking up your friend from the airport, soothing babies until they sleep. How many reasons do you need, stranger? In fact, if cars didn't exist, the lawmakers of America would never have popularized the term Grand Theft Auto, leaving us adrift in a parallel world where Rockstar never produced the unstoppable juggernaut that is GTA 5. So there. Yes, cars are integral to our real world and especially integral to the world of GTA, so it's no surprise that modders have been messing with them throughout the series. One such messing in the most recent game came from modder Son of Ugly, who, taking inspiration from a popular GTA 4 mod, gifted the world with an add-on that is officially titled Mayhem/Carmageddon. Because Grand Theft Auto 5 needed more unpredictability on its streets, this mod causes all vehicles to slide out of control when you are within close proximity. It's achieved, according to Son of Ugly, by adding negative base friction on wheels, making them accelerate rather than decelerate at all times when wheels are in contact with a surface, whether it be the ground, a wall, or the ceiling. Yes, even the ceiling, he says. One doesn't normally have to concern oneself with how a car's wheels might react if they come into contact with the ceiling, but when you have Carmageddon installed, that is absolutely a possibility. As you can see right here, it's really something, eh? I mean, I thought things were bad with the murderous Teletubbies and Just Cause multiplayer, but boy, if cars are able to cause this much devastation when granted autonomous control, I think we need to write a strongly worded letter to Elon Musk immediately. I don't like it. But fortunately, that's our list. Were there any other amazingly strange mods we needed to be made aware of? Let us know in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. It's fair to say that the worlds of cinema and video gaming are no strangers to one another. Game developers have been mining movie licenses for decades, trying to pull in those box office numbers, and more recently, filmmakers have been cherry-picking through gaming's back catalogue in the search for the next big blockbuster. Just a shame that they're usually really gosh darned bad. That said, I don't think it's a stretch to say that the video game movie adaptation osphere, as it's known by us experts, has actually fared fractionally better lately than it has in bygone years. Ben and I went to see Rampage together last year, and we thought it was okay, which is arguably quite impressive for a video game movie, and with Detective Pikachu currently being actually quite good in a cinema near you, perhaps the turning point has truly arrived. Let's just massively gloss over Sonic and pretend it doesn't exist, otherwise my entire argument disappears in a puff of bollocks. Needless to say, the prospect of some of our favourite games hitting the big screen and not being terrible has got us excited. And when we get excited, we write lists. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are 10 video games that would make great movies. Side note, we've not included Uncharted because that's kind of supposed to be happening if they ever actually get their arses into gear, so thought I'd just address that before half of you go nuts in the comments section when it doesn't show up. But talking of Naughty Dog, number 10, The Last of Us. Why was the clicker invited to the party? Eh? Anyone? Because he was a mushroom. A fun guy. God damn it! I'm just going to get this entry done and dusted to begin with, because in many ways, The Last of Us is so ready-made for a film adaptation that there's barely even any justification required. In fact, you might as well just skip to number 9. No, don't do that. Don't do that. As you're all probably aware, this 2013 title follows Joel and Ellie as they travel across America, trying to survive in a post-apocalyptic undead mushroom nightmare. In a campaign chock full of twists and turns and countless fungus zombie brawls, second only to all the introspective human moments that The Walking Dead would be proud of, the unlikely pair learn to rely on one another, adapt to the harsh realities of their situation, and battle against the odds to stay alive and stay together. It's enough to warm even the coldest gamers' hearts, yet also to haunt the minds of the jolliest players. So, ticks all boxes, really. Get it made. Number 9, Dead Space. From one game full of corpses vaguely recognisable as human, to another, 2008's Dead Space was, like The Last of Us, a critically acclaimed masterpiece. The player became Isaac Clarke, 2 first names, but we'll let him off, an engineer who must battle his way through one metric starship full of necromorphs. I'll be honest, Necromorph remains the most 1990s sounding video game monster name since the 1990s, but I'll be damned if I'm going to say it to their faces. Just look at these guys. Ugh. Anyway, if you can actually face battling your way through hordes of necromorphs, you're supposed to be putting back the red marker, an ancient relic found whilst illegally mining the planet below. But this game isn't all alien limb removal and thrilling legal disputes about who's allowed to dig where. Without giving too much away, there's stories here of betrayal, love, and heartbreak that could be well worth a trip to the flicks if the heart-pounding horror aspect was well replicated. It wouldn't be Dead Space without that sort of thing. Oh. Number 8, Dynasty Warriors. How do you say it? Dynasty Warriors? Dynasty Warriors? Dirt Nasty Warriors? Dinosaur Warriors? Let's all just calm down and agree to disagree. Speaking of which, this is perhaps a little bit of a surprise inclusion considering the pedigree of games we've listed so far, but stay with me for this. The Dynasty Warriors hack-and-slash style franchise maybe isn't the first thing you think of when discussing potential Hollywood movies with thrilling narratives and characters that you just want to be, but if you pull away the arcade gameplay and the, slightly corny cutscenes, there is a real-life inspired war for power here, not unlike an Eastern version of Game of Thrones. Yeah, a bit hammier maybe, but please stay with me. That's right, the characters and battles in the series are all based off real historical people and events. I mean, sure, there probably was a lot less magic when it actually went down in history, and I'm not sure any of the actual warriors used weapons such as hand fans and nunchucks to defeat their enemies, but hey, whoever let the truth get in the way of a good story and, think about it, an incredible visual spectacle. Sure to be a popcorn-munching, action-packed, cheesy thrill ride, a Dynasty Warriors film series could gain some serious traction, and, worst case scenario, a really bad Dynasty Warriors movie might at least give us more hysterical voice acting to digest.
Feel the power of my magic!
Number 7, Far Cry 3. Don't you just hate it, right? When you're holidaying on a tropical island, celebrating your younger brother getting his pilot's license, we've all been there, and you get kidnapped by a pirate lord who plans to sell you and your friends into slavery. Oh god, this game is nothing if not relatable. Okay, so Far Cry 3 isn't a shrine to realism, but then again, neither is a group of necromorphs attacking a bunch of space miners, and yet we'd all watch that movie, so maybe just listen to what I've got to say, okay? This summer movie the world desperately needs follows the story of Jason Brody as he tries to save his pals from the aforementioned pirates by allying himself with a tribe of warriors and becoming the lethal weapon he was always destined to be. There is of course the other highly relatable bit where he has an affair with the leader of the tribe who then, and we've all been there, drugs him, screws him and finally stabs him to death in first person. Maybe they leave that bit on the cutting room floor. Regardless, beautiful scenery, warm weather, pirates, tribes, and sexy moments. This one has hit written all over it. In fact, where's my phone? Does anyone have Universal's number? Number 6, the Mass Effect trilogy. The original Mass Effect series from 2007's Mass Effect to 2012's Mass Effect 3 is a prime example of gaming getting it mostly right, where movies can sometimes get it horrendously wrong. That is, a well-told story spread over multiple installments with no lull in entertainment. The player takes charge of Commander Shepard, a man or woman who is destined to save the entire galaxy from the Geth, the Collectors, and the Reapers, just because they share their last name with the first American in space. Alright, good for you. Okay, no, it's slightly more nuanced than nominative determinism, but I guess I'm still just holding out hope that I'll be 6-time WWF World Heavyweight Champion one day. A ready-made package with plenty of potential for spin-offs, Mass Effect seems like an easy deal for any movie studio wanting to replicate the success of, well, numerous recent sci-fi films, and frankly, a movie version of Mass Effect certainly wouldn't go down any worse than the franchise's most recent video game offerings. Number 5, Halo Combat Evolved. There are some people in this world who wouldn't take a Microsoft console off your hands for free, such as their allegiance to Sony PlayStation products. But literally, if the first Halo game hadn't been a PC and Xbox exclusive, so many of those PS boys and girls would be staunch defenders of Master Chief and his Ring World exploits, and you can bet they'd all be queuing outside the theatre for the midnight release of a Halo movie. Rumours of a film inspired by Xbox's unofficial mascot have been pootling around the internet since 2004. But while Steven Spielberg allegedly has a TV series currently in the works, a silver screen blockbuster is still yet to come into fruition. And I just don't get it. Bursting onto the scene with 2001's Halo Combat Evolved, Bungie's FPS trilogy went on to become one of the world's best known and commercially successful video game series of the past few decades, and for good reason. The franchise follows Master Chief John 117, a biochemically and cybernetically engineered Spartan super soldier in the 26th century, as he tries to save the galaxy from a group of allied alien races known as the Covenant. Better yet though, is that it's not a cut and dry them versus us, good versus evil sci-fi war story, as it turns out that a giant ring-shaped world found floating in space, worshipped by the Covenant Zealots, is actually a prison and weapon of mass destruction designed to prevent the spread of a third faction, the Flood, who are parasite zombie boys and often go on weekend city breaks with the Clickers and Necromorphs. They all went to prep school together, apparently, and I think it's adorable they keep in touch. With a complex and extensive universe, along with a well-told narrative, iconic protagonist, and thrilling soundtrack, it's hard to think of any reason why the Halo franchise shouldn't make it to the pictures. In the meantime, I just hope Spielberg knows what he's doing. Number 4, Watch Dogs. Ubisoft's Watch_Dogs delved deep into the dark art of computer hacking, venturing down an avenue that Hollywood doesn't often explore beyond a few scenes of feverish typing and people saying, "I'm in," and moaning about firewalls. A story undeniably for the modern world, the 2014 title set in Chicago follows bank robber and hacker. Are we actually sure he's a good guy? He sounds pretty wayward to me. Aidan Pierce, as he tries to avenge his niece's death and rescue his little sister, embroiling himself in the the murky world of politics and other dodgy dealings. Now, it's certainly true this game didn't have exclusively positive feedback upon its release, with some critics complaining about the fairly predictable and cliched plot and apparent graphical downgrade from its E3 reveal to the final build. But overall, the game did review pretty well, achieving an average score of about 80%. That's better than most. What's more, however, the franchise is set to deliver its third installment sometime in the future, meaning screenwriters have a fair amount of content to cherry pick from. So with a little tweaking here and there, it is hard to deny that the premise for a Watch Dogs film could be an interesting one. Think Mission Impossible, but with loads and loads of breached privacy policies. Oh, how diabolical. Number 3, BioShock. I'm sure at this point I don't need to give you a rundown of BioShock's narrative, because there's something about this title that sees it appear in video game top 10s all the goddamn time, like incessantly. I've been making this sort of content on and off for nearly 4 years now, and it's bloody unbelievable how often BioShock qualifies for a spot in all the most desirable lists. Most interesting video game worlds, most iconic video game enemies, coolest video game abilities, and of course, craziest video game plot twists. Surely then, this bad boy deserves nothing less than to be slapped square in the chops with the Hollywood treatment and projected onto every screen it'll fit on. The incredible contrast of gleaming Art Deco architecture and dank, damp post-apocalyptia is a visual style that remains one of my favourites in all of video gaming. The juxtaposition of Andrew Ryan's utopian vision and the tweaker-filled hellhole Rapture ultimately became is a setting that would lend itself unbelievably well for an adaptation, either of the first game's story, beat for beat, or even an entirely new narrative set sometime between Rapture's golden age and Jack's arrival in the undersea slum it ultimately becomes. Number 2, Fallout 3. With the frankly perilous state of world politics as it is, the movie studios better get around to making the Fallout 3 film sooner rather than later, while it still remains a truly fictional piece of work. Set in a post-apocalyptic Washington DC, Fallout 3 centers on an unspecified player-created character known as the Lone Wanderer, as they set out to initially find their father, who suddenly leaves their nuclear bunker home on their 19th birthday, and then help him finish his work on a water purifier that would help bring life back to the wasteland. Now, everyone loves a post-apocalyptic survival movie, but when said apocalypse is caused by nuclear warheads, the resultant world is often rather barren and devoid of colour and character. While this definitely is the case for Fallout 3's wilderness areas, the game's settlements are far from bleak and lifeless, and it's this Americana-tinged society, cobbled together from corrugated iron and star-spangled banners, that this franchise can flaunt as something rather unique. Dystopian movies don't always have to be about knifing someone for a packet of dehydrated mashed potato, so it's high time someone gave us a nuclear wasteland film whose opening credits are accompanied by the jolly lyrics of "Bingle bangle bungle, I'm so happy in the jungle I refuse to go." Fun for all the family, I reckon. And number 1, Red Dead Redemption. You just can't go wrong with a western, can you? Think Clint Eastwood, John Wayne, Gene Wilder, think gunslingers, Stetson hats, jewels at dawn, and dodgy, often racist depictions of Native Americans. Okay, maybe you can go a bit wrong with westerns, but you get my point. And it's been far too long since the last highlight in this classic genre. Obviously, I'm talking about Will Smith's Wiki Wiki Wild Wild West. So, step forward, Red Dead Redemption. This behemoth of a video game received big-time critical acclaim back in 2010 and shipped over 15 million copies by 2017. The player takes control of former outlaw John Marston during the decline of the American frontier. His goal? To bring the remaining members of his old gang to justice in order to be himself granted amnesty so he can live an honest lifestyle on a ranch with his family away from his criminal past. Admittedly, if it's happy endings you're after from your Wiki Wiki Wild Wild Westerns, maybe this game doesn't have the makings of your new favourite cowboy flick, as of course, it doesn't end particularly well for John. But hey, you're a video game fan, you don't want happy endings. So come on, let's be having it, Rockstar. With some canny casting and direction, it's hard to see how a Red Dead Redemption movie could be anything other than a rootin'-tootin' cowboy shootin' blockbuster, it says in the script. What a way to end. And that's our list, but what other games do you think should make it to the big silver screen? Let us know in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and if you want to support the things you enjoy, then why not check out the rewards on our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I've been Peter from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. Have you ever stopped to think about how much time you waste in the average video game not actually playing it? Menus, loading screens, cutscenes, all of them represent valuable time that you spend doing nothing. Even when you finish the game, there's a big non-playable chunk at the end. The credits. Haha! Well done! You completed the epic quest! Here is your reward! A load of scrolling names of people you don't know. But you better stay till the end, because you don't want to miss that stinger! Today though, we're going to highlight just a few games that make up for this egregious issue by allowing you to actually, well, do anything at all. We just appreciate being able to interact a little bit. It helps keep things interesting. Not every developer can create Disney-level entertaining credit sequences, after all. We do, all joking aside, appreciate the huge amount of effort put into building a game by everyone involved, and these people do deserve to be credited for their work. It's just that I only do so much reading in a whole year, and I don't want all of it to consist of the names of everyone who worked on Assassin's Creed 3. Thank you very much. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are 10 video games in which you play through the credits. Number 10. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Nintendo's Smash Bros. Series has a long history of interactive end credits. Specifically, we're spotlighting the most recent entry, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, for the Switch. Here, players get to enjoy a surprising shoot-'em-up sequence as a reward for hours spent pummeling Kirby and Pikachu into submission. Rack up a high score as you destroy the names of developers while zipping around the screen in both top-down and side-scrolling style. It's fun. It's also worth tipping our hats, however, to its predecessors. Super Smash Bros. Melee did something similar, but with an on-rails first-person viewpoint. Players were encouraged to blast those developers' names from the cockpit of some kind of interstellar attack craft. All good so far, but this is a fighting game series, right? Well, fortunately, the Wii U and 3DS versions of Smash Bros. Stay a bit more on brand. It allows players to attack the names of the developers with good old-fashioned fists and feet, or in this particular case, claws and fire breath, in order to reveal a lovely image in the background. It's nice when there's a point to the otherwise random violence. Brings a tear to my eye, in fact. Number 9. Katamari Damacy. The word katamari can be translated from Japanese to mean clump or mass, and damacy relates to tamashi, which can be translated as soul or spirit. If you know the gameplay and style of the Katamari games, you'll understand that this actually kind of makes sense. You'll also understand that it's about the only thing that does make sense in the crazy world of Katamari Damacy. Throughout 2004's PS2 Roll 'em Up, you take on the role of a tiny, wide-headed galactic prince who has to roll a sticky ball over progressively larger things. It sounds like nonsense, but it's actually a lot of fun. It is also nonsense though, to be clear. As the size of the game progresses, so does the size of the ball you've been rolling. And you'll go from scooping up things like drawing pins and dice to cars, elephants, and beyond. By the time you reach the end of the game, your ball will be so big that you can roll up entire continents. And that's exactly what you'll be doing as the staff names scroll by. It's a really satisfying feeling, rolling around the globe with nothing getting in your way. Just try not to think about the implications of what's happening to the entire population of the planet. Number 8. Vanquish. The favourite game of Aston Martin owners the world over, Vanquish marks one of 2 appearances from Platinum Games on this list. Their underappreciated 2010 action game provided a stylish and innovative take on the third-person shooter genre. It won the hearts of critics with its action-packed gameplay and bullet hell shooter influences, even if that critical acclaim didn't quite translate into stellar sales performance. Those who did purchase and finish the game surely had a great time with it though. So much so that they'd likely want to treat the names of the team responsible for this experience with the utmost respect. It's interesting then that Vanquish allows players to shoot the development team right in their little faces with rapid-fire plasma cannons. Yes, the Vanquish credit sequence takes us into outer space and allows us to mercilessly blast incoming meteors, each of which displays the names and portraits of the lovely people responsible for the game. It's your job to turn them all into space dust. Apart from producer Atsushi Inaba, that is, who appears on an asteroid that's apparently impossible to destroy. There's always one who doesn't play fair, isn't there? Number 7. Zombies Ate My Neighbors. In 1993, LucasArts, also making its first of 2 appearances on this list, created this tribute to classic horror movies for the Mega Drive and SNES. Zombies Ate My Neighbors, or just Zombies in Europe and Australia, is a top-down run-and-gun shooting game in which the player takes control of a courageous kid on a mission to save his neighbors from... well, yeah, you guessed it, zombies. These brain nibblers aren't the only horror movie nasty to contend with, though, with cheerleader napping aliens and hedge-leaping werewolves being 2 more creatures terrorizing the hood. Once the game has been cleared and our young Samaritan has rescued all of his neighbors, though, there is still a bit more to come. The player has an interactive credit sequence in store, in which the LucasArts office itself is opened up for exploration, complete with more neighbors who need rescuing and more creatures that need defeating. I sure hope this isn't an accurate representation of LucasArts, though. Crawling with axe-wielding dolls, poisonous toadstools, gelatinous blobs, and the antagonist from Day of the Tentacle, it's safe to say that this environment is not conducive to getting work done. God, it's a wonder LucasArts got any games released at all. Although at least we now know the real reason that the studio disappeared. Oh, horrifying. Number 6. Street Fighter EX3. Street Fighter EX3 for the PlayStation 2 was a launch title for the console in Japan, and continued the already venerable series' heritage into the PS2 era. While the graphics were presented in 3D, it still maintained the 2D fighting gameplay so beloved by fans. It also allowed players to pick from such iconic series mainstays as Cracker Jack, Area, and Darun Mister. Oh, and Ryu and Ken are there too, thank God. After beating your chosen game mode in Street Fighter EX3, you're treated to even more interactive violence during the credits. Use your fighter to batter an endless gang of generic thugs as the staff names roll by. Eagle-eyed Capcom fans might notice that one of the thugs bears a striking resemblance to Final Fight mainstay Andore. Actually, that's when things start to get a bit weird. Every time you defeat Andore, he comes back slightly bigger. This means that by the end of the credits, he's swollen into an absolute colossus of a man. I mean, I know Andore is literally based on real-life Colossus Andre the Giant, but even the 8th wonder of the world himself had his limits, you know? Number 5. Sam & Max Hit the Road. Sam & Max Hit the Road was a LucasArts-created point-and-click adventure game released when such things were all the rage. The popular duo, first seen in a 1987 comic book series, were perfect fodder for the genre. A pair of zany private investigators solving crimes throughout time and space. At the beginning of the game, the fedora-wearing dog and the hyperactive rabbit thing are tasked with retrieving a Yeti who escaped from a nearby carnival. In the outrageous adventure that ensues, the pair eventually manages to bring back a Yeti, in a way, and then settle in for the evening to enjoy the sideshows. And that's where the interactive credits come in. As the ending music plays, our anthropomorphic heroes unwind with a bit of wholesome target shooting. Well done, guys, you deserve it. You managed to save the Yetis and close yet another case. Wait, are they using actual guns? That's a bit less than sporting, gents. Other people want to play these games too, you know? Number 4. WarioWare Smooth Moves. Bonkers quickfire party game WarioWare Smooth Moves was released for the Wii back in 2007. Featuring micro games that last about 5 seconds each, players are required to perform such feats as guiding people to the correct latrine, hula hooping, and picking noses. With the game itself having such a limited grasp on sanity, one would likely expect the credit sequence to host some kind of nonsensical interactive element, and WarioWare Smooth Moves does not disappoint. Presenting the player with the me's of members of the development team, WarioWare Smooth Moves enables us to decide exactly how much time each developer gets to spend on a stage, soaking up the adulation before we dump them into a hole. What's that, Ryuichi Kitanishi? You helped produce the game? Oh, good for you. Now get into the pit. It's really quite good fun. Smooth Moves isn't the only entry in the WarioWare franchise that lets you interact with the credits. WarioWare DIY, for example, allows you to tap the little UFOs that are carrying the staff names across the screen. Wario clearly likes interactive credits almost as much as he likes onions, money, and twiddly mustaches. A true man of culture, that one. Number 3. Nier Automata. Massive late game information here, folks, so if you would prefer to remain unspoiled, skip to the timestamp on screen. Okay, ready? Ready. Never content to do things by halves or take the road most travelled, Platinum Games took the idea of playable credits and turned the dial up to 11 with Nier Automata. This post-apocalyptic adventure follows the story of androids 2B and 9S as they uncover the mysteries of a shattered world and decipher what became of their creators. Bleak yet beautiful, Nier Automata continuously takes players by surprise, shifting gameplay styles and introducing new ideas at an impressive rate. One such idea is multiple, linked, and hidden endings that players must uncover to experience the full story. One particular ending, Ending E, is only accessible once an especially grueling credits minigame is completed. The bullet hell style interlude throws waves of destructive orbs at players, expecting them to fail again and again. That's right, it's a credits sequence you can fail. This game is nothing if not innovative. When you are overwhelmed, though, the game presents you with encouraging comments from other players around the world, urging you to give it another go. Die enough times and you will be offered a rescue from someone else, making things a whole lot easier. Once you finish the credits, a huge decision awaits. Are you prepared to sacrifice your save data in exchange for helping another player through their own credits ordeal? It's a real test of character for the player, and a fascinating and thematically appropriate move by the developers. Number 2. The Typing of the Dead. Alright, this next one actually seems fairly obvious when you think about it. Credits are basically just a load of words on the screen, and Sega's 2001 Dreamcast oddity, The Typing of the Dead, is also just a load of words on the screen, but with zombies in the background. Okay. And if you've been able to interact with all of the words in the main game, it stands to reason that you can interact with all of the words in the credits. In that way, The Typing of the Dead does not disappoint. As the credits roll, the player is invited to type out the names of the development staff that appear on the screen. It's a surefire way of actually making you take notice of the names, and it also nicely continues the established gameplay. You can actually do this with any game too. Just open your laptop when the credits are rolling and tap away. And be sure to post your high scores in the comments below. Oh, I love a competition. But what's your reward for diligently typing out the developers' names in The Typing of the Dead? Well, dancing zombies popping out of the cryogenic tanks in the background. And I don't think you can reasonably ask for more than that. And number 1, Flower. We'll end this list with what might be the most zen credit sequence ever created. PS3 Wind Simulator Flower was critically acclaimed back in 2003 for being an original and compelling experience that instilled positive emotions in all who played it. Each level sees you entering a flower's dream, controlling the wind, and transporting petals from location to location, bringing light and colour to the world as you go. The credits of the game play out like an additional level, only this time the names of the developers bloom from the flowers as the fertile wind passes by. Once you finally reach the end of the sequence, the remaining credits rise up into a clear night sky, complete with shooting stars as the petals circle around in the breeze. It's such a beautiful experience, it almost makes you forget you're playing a game at all. It transcends such petty concepts as competitiveness and bragging rights among your online friends, and it just makes you appreciate what a magic experience video games can be. There is also a trophy for opening up every flower in the credit sequence, so if you want to be competitive with your friends, you can still do that, I suppose. Now why don't you head to the video description and see the credits of who helped make this video, and interact with them in some way. I mean, all I can think of is following us on social media, but if you can think of anything more inventive, maybe flower related, that would be nice. Send flowers to the office. Yeah, no one's ever sent me flowers to the office. Thanks to many advancements in how we behave as a species, people are finally coming to realise that, shockingly, the women amongst us are proficient at a great many things, and are in fact more than capable of doing all the things that, historically, we blokes have claimed to be the best at. It's taken an embarrassingly long time, but we are finally getting there. Fortunately, the games industry has also picked up on this little-known fact, and over the past few decades, female characters have evolved hugely from mere love interests and damsels in distress to properly fleshed out human beings with goals that go beyond needing to be rescued or wanting a boyfriend. For this list then, we're spotlighting the women of gaming from whom we can all learn a thing or two about kicking some bottom, be it literally or figuratively. We will be excluding some individuals where the player can choose their gender, so sadly we won't be featuring the likes of Mass Effect's Commander Shepard, as the character can be male if the player dictates. Other than that though, it's all fair game. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 most badass women in video games. Number 10. Chloe Fraser, the Uncharted series. Do you yearn for some long-lost ancient artifact, but don't have the time, skills, or motivation to go and get it yourself? Then you need treasure hunter for hire, Chloe Fraser. First appearing in the Uncharted series' second installment, Chloe is a favourite among fans of the franchise, and having seen her in action, we can fully understand why. Although she began as little more than a secondary love interest for protagonist Nathan Drake, her dry wit and complex personality earned her a great number of supporters, not to mention her very own starring role in 2017's The Lost Legacy. Known across the criminal underworld due to her long list of impressive yet light-fingered achievements, she may appear initially to be a little on the selfish side, but don't let first impressions fool you. She's more than willing to risk her life for those she cares about. Just as adept with words as she is with a firearm, Chloe is capable of talking, fighting, or driving her way out of any situation she finds herself in. Confident in her own abilities, but wise enough to know when she's outnumbered, you'll seldom find this bad girl out of her depth. Because, fellas, what's cooler than being cool? Knowing your own limitations. Number 9. Chell, Portal. Before we go any further, I want to assure all the naysayers that it is absolutely pronounced Chell and not Shell. GLaDOS herself says it like that in an unused bit of dialogue.
I'm going to kill you, Chell.
So there! Okay, on we go. Not an awful lot is known about the Portal series' silent protagonist, Chell, on account of, well, her not speaking. But that doesn't make her any less of a badass, at least not in our book. We first meet Chell in Portal, the outstanding little puzzler that took the world by storm in 2007, following its inclusion in the orange box. Armed with naught but some leg braces and a portal gun, a nifty device that allows people or objects to travel instantly between 2 points in space, Chell must make her way through a series of test chambers, all the while tormented by the evil robot GLaDOS.
Look at you, sailing through the air majestically, like an eagle, piloting a blimp
Chell is characterised as abnormally stubborn, a trait that manifests in her absolute refusal to give up on any of the conundrums put before her. Not only this, but she's fluent in binary, at least according to her test subject application form, onto which she simply wrote, "The cake is a lie," in the digit-based code. So not only is she a smart cookie, but she's also got a devilish sense of humour, and potentially can see into the future? Based on her performance throughout both Portal games, we can surmise that Chell is highly intelligent, resourceful, and quick-thinking, and she also proves that you don't need to say anything to be an absolute bamf. Number 8. Ellie, The Last of Us series. Now, before anyone's underwear gets into any sort of bunching situation, we're not necessarily saying that the ladies on this list are all squeaky clean, but just because their moral compasses don't point due north, doesn't mean they're not bad mother flippers, alright? Alright. Though we're introduced to Ellie in 2013's The Last of Us, it's not until the game's stellar 2020 sequel that we're truly able to get to know her as a character. Following an unfortunate incident early on in Part 2, Ellie is left traumatised and sets out on a path of revenge, vowing to ensure that those responsible pay for what they have done. She may be temperamental, forceful, and impulsive, but she's also an incredibly clever and resourceful survivalist, and loyal to those she cares about, especially Joel, almost to a fault. Although some of her decisions are questionable at best and morally reprehensible at worst, with her judgment clouded by her need for vengeance, there's no denying that she knows how to kick some ass, and while her instincts and attitude haven't exactly won her many friends, they have ensured her survival in a brutal post-apocalyptic world for many years. Number 7. Lilith, the Borderlands series. If you're named for one of the most badass ladies in all of mythology, the primordial she-demon that ostensibly told Adam where to stick his marriage, no, not that Adam, then you better have some cool credentials to back yourself up. First appearing as a playable character in the original Borderlands title, and later as an important NPC in later entries to the franchise, Lilith is a powerful being known as a siren. Not only is she a dab hand at close combat, using elemental abilities to inflict massive amounts of damage on unsuspecting bandits and psychos, but she's also pretty decent with a sniper rifle too. If that isn't cool enough to convince you of her status as a very bad lady, and by bad we mean good, then just wait until you see her phase walk power. Oh yes, that's right, this lady can literally turn invisible in order to get in and out of trouble as she sees fit, emitting an AoE blast as she enters and exits the state, just for good measure. In short, she's one powerful and slightly scary woman, so you best be thankful she's on your side. You do not want to imagine what she'd do to you if you weren't. Number 6. Tifa Lockhart, Final Fantasy VII. Anyone that's a parent will be able to tell you that taking care of children is a full-time occupation by itself, but throw in all of the other things you're obligated to do as an adult, and you barely have time for a cup of tea, let alone anything else. With that in mind then, Final Fantasy VII's Tifa Lockhart must be some sort of superhero, considering she not only raises Marlene and Denzel, but also runs a bar, takes care of Cloud's delivery service, and also somehow finds the time to kick some serious bad guy butt. In juxtaposition to her considerable physical strength and martial arts prowess, Tifa is an empathetic and reserved person, thinking carefully about a course of action before she takes it, and encouraging those around her to do the same. She may well be indecisive and unsure of herself at times, but considering the trauma and loss she's gone through at a young age, we find it hard to hold that against her. Incredibly loyal to her friends, Tifa can be relied upon to ensure that those around her are making good moral decisions, because while it may feel cathartic to waste some fool with your Buster Sword, it probably isn't always in your best interests. Number 5. Jade, Beyond Good and Evil. I did not write this list, this entry is just here and I'm very happy about it. If the pen is mightier than the sword and a picture is worth 1,000 words, then by our calculations, a digital camera in the hands of an investigative journalist equates to somewhere in the region of 9 billion long pointy boys. Although don't quote me on that statistic, I'm not quite sure the maths is all that sound. A lady who knows her way around a roll of film is Beyond Good and Evil's Jade, a photojournalist who, rather than wasting her talents snapping pictures of the Kardashians, is on a mission to expose collaboration between the military and the Doms, an evil alien race they're meant to be opposing. Despite understanding the gravity of her situation and being fully aware that involving herself in such matters may result in serious consequences, Jade firmly believes in bringing the Alpha sections to justice, and so risks her own well-being to uncover the dastardly plot behind a number of planet-wide disappearances. And if all of that isn't cool enough for you, when she's not infiltrating government buildings and exposing wrongdoers, she can be found taking care of children orphaned by the Dom's attacks, honing her martial arts skills, competing in hovercraft races, and also snapping photos of wildlife in the interests of conservation. No, I'm not kidding, she really is that awesome. Number 4. Jill Valentine, the Resident Evil series. Some would argue that Chris Redfield or maybe Leon Kennedy is the heart and soul of the Resident Evil series, but to those people we say that boulder punchers and floppy fringers aren't a patch on the legend that is Jill Valentine. First appearing in 1996's Resident Evil as one of 2 playable characters, the other being old Rock Hands himself, Jill rapidly became a fan favourite thanks to her quick thinking and level-headedness. She's a selfless, natural-born leader committed to protecting those around her and stopping bioterrorist organisations like Umbrella in their tracks, and also a highly skilled bomb disposal specialist to boot. What's more is that despite the myriad horrors and tragedies she's faced over the years, including the initial mansion incident, taking on the utterly terrifying Nemesis, and being brainwashed into turning against her own colleagues, Jill has somehow managed to retain her sense of humour and optimistic outlook on life. For the vast majority of us, it would be very easy to become overwhelmed and, let's say, a bit depressed if the world was crumbling around us in the same way. But Jill takes it all in her stride with a quick-witted quip or a sassy remark. You tell 'em, Queen. Number 3. Clementine, The Walking Dead. Back when we were just 8 or 9 years old, you'd mostly find us playing Spyro on our PlayStations and crying if we lost our mums in the supermarket. The Walking Dead's Clementine, on the other hand, was not doing those things, and instead was working through the trauma of losing her parents amidst a zombie apocalypse. Interestingly, Clementine does not start out as a fully fledged badass. Initially, she's just a scared little girl hiding in a treehouse. The very fact that she had the nous to seek the high ground, however, tells us as players that she's got the potential to evolve into a strong adaptive survivor, and makes us root for her all the more. As the series goes on, Clem transforms into a resourceful, resilient young adult that displays wisdom and intelligence far beyond her years. Although she spent the formative period of her life living in an apocalyptic hellscape, she remains kind-hearted and selfless, often putting the needs of others before her own. It's rare as gamers that we're afforded the opportunity to see a character grow up before our eyes, let alone one that's so wonderfully brought to life, so it really is no wonder that Clementine found herself a permanent place in our hearts and on this list. Number 2. Ciri, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Upon cursory glance of The Witcher 3's plot synopsis, you could be forgiven for misinterpreting the narrative as nothing more than brooding man seeks to save damsel in distress. Although Geralt is indeed searching for Ciri, she most certainly does not need rescuing. Aside from the fact that she's a highly skilled sword fighter and heiress to Emir van Emrys's empire, Ciri is also a source, which means she naturally produces a kind of magical energy, one that, if not properly controlled, has the power to destroy the world. We see this power at work during the Wild Hunt's assault on Kaer Morhen, during which Ciri is able to subdue her foes by just screaming at them. Oh, and did I also mention that Ciri can control both space and time? but because she can do that as well, meaning that even though she hasn't completed the Trial of the Grasses and therefore lacks some of the skills of her Witcher peers, she's still very much capable of holding her own in most any fight, as she can literally manipulate the world around herself. Truthfully, I'm not sure where she gets the energy for all of this. I can barely bring myself to get down the gym, but then again, I suppose that's why she's on this list, and I'm not. Also my gender. And number 1, Senua, Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. It's one thing to be a physically strong badass with the ability to overcome monstrous corporeal foes, but it's quite another to keep up the fight against your own internal demons. As it happens, Senua of Hellblade fame somehow manages to do both. Grief-stricken and determined to save the soul of Dillion, her deceased lover, picked warrior Senua goes on a journey to Helheim in order to negotiate with the goddess Hela. As one might imagine, the road to hell is long and dangerous, but fortunately Senua is pretty handy with a sword and is able to hack and slash her way through scores of monsters that cross her path. Where her real struggle lies, however, is within her own mind, as Senua battles with psychosis throughout the game, which manifests itself in visual hallucinations and hearing voices that guide, judge, and taunt her as she continues on her quest. For many of us, such an affliction would be our undoing, but Senua remains doggedly determined to complete her quest, driven by the guilt she feels over Dillion's murder. She's relentless, fierce, and courageous, and what's more is that she is all of these things in spite of her mental struggles. So it's for that reason that she has well and truly earned her place at the top of this list. I'm not sure I'm the most qualified person to give this intro, to tell you the truth. The only hallucination I've ever had is when I accidentally ate too much cheese before bed that one time. Oh god, never again. The grommet nightmares, I don't need those. But still, as horrifying as hallucinations are in real life, developers seem to flippin' love them as they turn up in video games all the time. Whether they're used to show that a character is on drugs, suffering from a trauma, or has been scared so much that their brain has stopped working, hallucinations are a pillar of video game storytelling, and we're here today to highlight some of the best. 2 warnings before we get started. Firstly, some of the subject matter on this list gets a little bit dark, so just be prepared for that. And secondly, there is a big spoiler warning for almost all of the games on this list. Some of them were just unavoidable, and for that, we apologise. With that out of the way, let's dive into a world where nothing is quite as it seems, and even your own mind can't be trusted. Ooh, spooky. Halloween's long gone. We should have done this a month ago, shouldn't we? I'm Peter from TripleJump, or at least that's what you think. And here are 10 video games that made you hallucinate. Number 10, Far Cry 3. Far Cry 3 is best known for 2 things: the ending where you get stabbed whilst doing the nasty, and for having one of the greatest villains in video game history. Vas Montenegro is an unhinged mercenary aligned with the game's big baddie, Hoyt Volker. Vas is a man who gives into his most twisted desires without thought. He's violent, unstable, and highly dangerous, so naturally, fans loved him. One of the big criticisms levelled at Vas's character is that he dies far too early on. This happens when the player character, Jason Brody, confronts Vas at his secret base whilst under the effects of psychoactive drugs. Jason then enters a dreamlike state and has to fight off various hallucinations of Vas before finally finding the real one and skewering him with the dragon knife. Far Cry 3 is a game littered with hallucinations, including one in the game's dramatic ending, but out of all of them, we think that this scene is the best one due to its excellent visuals and the superb work of voice actor Michael Mando. If only it didn't come at the expense of our beloved Vas. Rest easy, you beautiful lunatic. Number 9, Batman Arkham Asylum. If there's one guy who knows a thing or two about hallucinations, it's Batman villain Scarecrow. One of the many foes in Rocksteady's excellent Batman Arkham Asylum, Scarecrow's special power is not protecting crops from carrion birds, but rather scaring the absolute bejesus out of people with his special fear toxin. The toxin is a gas that induces uncontrollable terror in its victims. Batman himself feels its effects multiple times throughout the game, as if Bruce Wayne wasn't psychologically damaged enough already, you know, what with the whole witnessing his parents get murdered in an alleyway as a child thing. Players get to join Brucey through all of his hallucinations. One where he believes Commissioner Gordon has been murdered, one in which he fights a giant version of Scarecrow, and one where he swaps places with the Joker and is incarcerated in Arkham. Fun for all the family! Not only does the fear toxin affect Batman's perception of reality, but it also messes with the player too, as at one point it appears that the game has crashed. Scarecrow's transition from page to game is executed flawlessly in Arkham Asylum, and the fear toxin gives players a harrowing glimpse at the madness within the character. Number 8. Heavy Rain. Uh-oh, we're talking about a Quantic Dream game, which means we're in danger of summoning the spirit of David Cage. Quick, someone burn some sage and draw a salt circle. We don't want to let him in the house or he'll start making everything all weird again. Heavy Rain puts players into the shoes of Ethan Mars, a man who really needs to keep a closer eye on his children, as one of them gets hit by a car and the other gets kidnapped by a serial killer. As a result of the car accident, Ethan suffers from agoraphobia. This rears its head in one scene in a train station where Ethan has a panic attack in a large crowd, leading to him hallucinating that everyone around him has frozen solid. And yes, before you ask, this is one of the scenes where Ethan yells Jason a bunch of times. Love it. Players can interact with the frozen crowd members, touching them so that they crumple over like one of those puppets you push up from the bottom, whatever they're called, I don't know. In fact, if you knock down 50 of these people on the PlayStation version of Heavy Rain, you can earn yourself a nice shiny trophy. Isn't that neat? I don't know if it is. It's a bit weird. I don't like it. Number 7. Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. It should come as no surprise that Hideo Kojima, a man whose entire brain is just one big fever dream, decided to put a hallucination into one of his games. Sadly, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater is not a game about tucking into a tasty python, and is instead a prequel to the first game in the MGS series, following a Cold War rescue mission led by Agent Naked Snake. You really don't make it easy for us, do you, Hideo? One of the trippiest parts of the game comes when Naked Snake encounters the Sorrow, the spirit of a murdered psychic soldier. The Sorrow uses his powers to send Naked Snake to some sort of spiritual plane where he's confronted by a river of souls. The souls in question are those of all the people Snake has killed throughout the game. The Sorrow then forces the protagonist to wade through the river and face his past. The only time this falls down is if you don't actually kill anyone during the game. Yes, it is possible to get to this point and just wade through an empty river, which is rather embarrassing for the Sorrow. You better go kill some people, just to make him feel better. Number 6. Call of Duty Black Ops. Like Metal Gear Solid 3, the 9th game in the COD series, Black Ops, also takes place during the Cold War, but focuses on Alex Mason, a Marine captain, CIA operative, and all-American chap. The game opens with Mason seemingly being interrogated by those pesky Russians about the location of a secret broadcast station. We find out through a series of flashbacks that Mason had been working with a Russian turncoat called Reznov, who he met whilst escaping from the Gulag. But it's not the Soviet forces he tells this to, but rather his American comrades, who are the ones interrogating him the entire time? What? It turns out that while he was being held, Mason had been drugged by his captors with a reverse-engineered form of MK Ultra, a hallucinogenic drug developed by the CIA. The full effects of the drug are revealed when he finds out that Reznov actually died during the prison break, and he'd been imagining him ever since. It's a great twist, and one that really elevates the plot of the game, but it's now made me question whether Ben, Ashton, and James are actually real. Maybe I should go poke them in the face just to find out. Number 5. Max Payne. 2001's third-person shooter Max Payne is a game all about a grizzled cop taking down a new narcotic, so it's not surprising that the game features a huge hallucination scene. DEA agent Max Payne is working to shut down the trafficking of designer drug Valkyria, whilst also hunting for those who murdered his family 3 years ago. The titular Mr. Payne is thrust into a world of seedy mobsters and contract killers, one of whom drugs Max with Valkyria, inducing a horrible nightmare. The Valkyr he accidentally ingests sends Payne back to the night of his family's murder, only this time with added spooky colours. Players have to navigate a hellish version of Max's home, completing platforming levels that are difficult at best and rage-inducing at worst. If that wasn't bad enough, even if players do complete this level, they still can't save Max's wife and child. Instead, Max just gets to relive the trauma all over again. Yay. Max Payne is a brilliant game, and the genre-bending drug sequences are part of why it's so beloved. Even if the real Max Payne is actually felt by the player when trying to complete those platform levels. Why is the line so thin? Number 4. Lollipop Chainsaw. A hit in Japan, but less popular in the West, Lollipop Chainsaw is a hack-and-slash adventure that follows the escapades of Juliet Starling, a zombie-hunting high school cheerleader. Juliet must defeat 5 super zombies called the Dark Purveyors, which sounds like that heavy metal band that your weird cousin plays bass in. No, I will not buy your CD, Jonathan, just leave me alone. Each of the Dark Purveyors is based on a different genre of rock music. One of the purveyors, Mariska, takes inspiration from psychedelic rock, and you can tell this because her level is covered in strange-looking mushrooms. If you slice through one of these mushrooms with your chainsaw, you enter a hallucination where you're surrounded by chickens, for some reason. Then a giant egg appears and hatches into a massive zombie chicken, which you then have to fight. Somehow, I think there were more than just shiitake mushrooms in the development studio when this game was being made. Lollipop Chainsaw is a really fun game that's getting a remake in 2023, so now is the perfect time to play the original. Just be wary next time you make yourself scrambled eggs though. You never know what might pop out. Number 3. Silent Hill. When it comes to survival horror, you can't get better than the original Silent Hill for the PlayStation. Unless you prefer Resident Evil, but that's fine. Psychologically speaking though, this game very much comes out on top. A misty masterpiece that gave the world one of the most popular horror franchises in gaming, as well as a bunch of books, soundtrack albums, and rubbish films. The original game wastes no time at all in getting inside your head. It opens with protagonist Harry Mason, who weirdly is the second character on this list with the surname Mason, walking down a demonic alleyway. But this isn't a normal demonic alleyway. Actually, I don't know what a normal demonic alleyway looks like, so we'll just have to assume this is one. Anyway, I digress. Harry is confronted by various horrors as he walks. Bloodstains, mutilated corpses, and finally, 2 horrifying creatures that attack and kill him. Obviously, they don't actually kill him. That would have been a bit of an anticlimactic end to the game. No, instead, Hazza wakes up in the local diner to find that, fortunately, his harrowing experience was all just a dream. Although, knowing what our hero is about to face, maybe it was more of a premonition. Whether premonitions count as hallucinations is perhaps debatable, but for the sake of this list, we will say that yes, they do. Number 2. Spec Ops: The Line. 2012's excellently subversive shooter, Spec Ops: The Line, is played through the eyes of a US military captain, Martin Walker, as he attempts to bring down a rogue battalion of American soldiers led by his former commanding officer and hero, John Conrad. Walker and Conrad communicate via radio throughout the game, with Conrad claiming responsibility for various atrocities that Walker has witnessed, including the killing of 47 civilians with white phosphorus. However, when Walker finally comes face to face with Conrad, he discovers, in true Sixth Sense fashion, spoilers, that Conrad has actually been dead the whole time, and the conversations the two were having were taking place entirely within Walker's head. Walker then realizes it was actually he who was responsible for all the death and destruction, leading to one final confrontation with Conrad about how Walker should deal with his guilt. A harrowing look at the effects of war on the human psyche, Spec Ops: The Line is not only one of the slickest uses of hallucinations on this list, but perhaps the most powerful. Our writers quite like to end each entry with a joke, but it's quite difficult to do one about this game. I think it's best if we just move on to the top spot, okay? And number 1, We Happy Few. Set on the island of Wellington Wells, We Happy Few deals with an alternate timeline where the US did not join World War II, leaving Britain to fend for itself. As a result, the island's population committed what is known only as the Very Bad Thing in order to drive away the German occupying forces. The guilt from the Very Bad Thing necessitates the invention of joy, a hallucinogenic drug that blocks all the bad memories from people's minds and forces them to be permanently happy, just like we all are here at TripleJump Towers. The game has 3 main characters, each resistant to the effects of joy in one way or another. Over the course of the game, they all learn more and more about the real world of Wellington Wells and the nature of the very bad thing. We Happy Few establishes an entire world that is one big hallucination, flipping the convention brilliantly on its head. If anything, players actually play through an anti-hallucination and must convince the rest of the population that it's they who've been fooled. Can we stop talking about hallucinations now? My head's starting to hurt. I think it's time I took my joy. Thank you, Cultaholic.
Much like a certain green ogre, stories have many layers and shouldn't always be taken at face value. Though the analysis of deeper themes is often left to overzealous English teachers, there are narrative mediums that typically aren't examined in classrooms, such as video games, which often tell stories just as nuanced as any of the tedious texts we were forced to analyse in school. Some video games use straightforward allegories as part of their narrative, while others instead settle for easy-to-miss subtext. Regardless of how it's achieved though, the fact remains. Many video game stories have hidden meanings that went right over the heads of some players. Obviously, a rather large spoiler warning is in effect for the duration of this list, but it's also worth noting that the majority of these entries have been noticed by fans rather than confirmed by the developer themselves. Whether intended or not, each of these games appear to assert a very specific but subtle hidden meaning within their respective narratives. With that in mind, I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 video games with subtle hidden messages. Number 10, The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. The story of Skyrim is traditional fantasy fare. A chosen one appears to fulfill an ancient prophecy by fighting an immortal evil dragon, and the player takes on the role of the Dragonborn and restores peace to all of Skyrim by playing through the game's multiple questlines. However, looking closely at Skyrim as a whole reveals an interesting running theme. Everything and everyone in Skyrim is divided or endangered, and the Dragonborn serves as the catalyst for change that the Icy North desperately needs. What's more, each separate questline sees the Dragonborn help a faction overcome a period of bad luck and rebuild towards a better future. Generally speaking, this creates a pretty pleasant subtext for the player to enjoy, that as long as there is hope, all is not lost. The beginning of the game sees the land of Skyrim plagued by power struggles and periods of unrest for various people, and it's the player's job to become a beacon of hope and metaphorically right the ship. Without the Dragonborn, the physical manifestation of hope, Skyrim is doomed. And it's only when they set out on their journey and begin restoring people's faith in a better future that things start to get better for the region. As it turns out, a little hope can go a long way. Number 9, God of War. After systematically cutting a path through the entire pantheon of Greek gods, 2018's God of War saw Kratos move on to live a quieter life with his son Atreus. The sequel concerns Kratos attempting to make peace with his violent past and fulfill his late wife's dying wish, accidentally coming into conflict with the Norse gods in the process. On the surface, it's a game about a man duking it out with various deities, and just below, there's a pretty obvious theme of redemption. However, there's another vein of subtext that runs throughout the game, taking a backseat to the more obvious narrative. At its core, God of War is really about the potential difficulties of parenthood. Throughout the game, it's shown time and again that being a father doesn't come naturally to Kratos. He repeatedly fights his instincts to give Atreus the patience and guidance the boy needs, but deep down, he carries the scars of his violent and vengeful past. Parenthood is often portrayed as a very cut and dry responsibility, but God of War paints it in a different light. Kratos, as an individual, doesn't find it easy, no matter how much he loves his son, and that's ultimately what makes God of War's story so poignant, despite all of its violence. Number 8, Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare. In 2007, the FPS genre was changed forever by Call of Duty 4. Subtitled Modern Warfare, it presented just that, the realities of being a soldier in the present day through the lens of a cinematic and groundbreaking story. The player takes on the role of both British and American soldiers as they work to apprehend dangerous terrorists and prevent all-out war. Though it's not exactly hidden in the strictest sense, COD 4's story came with subtext that went over many players' heads. Though the game puts them in the boots of multiple soldiers in numerous conflicts across the world, Modern Warfare is distinctly anti-war. Ironic, considering the game's popularity sparked an uptick of military enlistment around the world. Through the eyes of various soldiers, COD 4 has players experience the horrors of war in the modern world. As well as suffering the deaths of multiple characters, players are treated to numerous quotes upon death, many of which are distinctly pacifistic in nature. So, as well as experiencing firsthand the brutal and terrifying reality of modern warfare, COD 4 players are bombarded with blatant visual clues to its anti-war leanings. Even so, this particular message seemed to be lost in translation, with many completely misunderstanding the intention of the game's story. Number 7. Fallout New Vegas. The story of Fallout New Vegas is almost as strange as the radioactive landscape in which it takes place, but that doesn't mean it doesn't carry a subtle hidden message. Players take on the role of the courier, who sets off across the desert to enact their revenge after a job goes wrong. Doing so puts them on a path to change the fate of New Vegas itself, and it's there that the game's subtle hidden meaning can be uncovered. From the very start of the game, it's clear that human greed and ambition still rule Vegas despite society being ravaged by nuclear war. Centuries after the bombs fell, there are still various characters and factions vying for control in and around the city, proving that the desire for wealth and power will survive as long as humanity exists. Though New Vegas makes it clear that ruthless ambition is as resistant as the game's mutated radroach is, it also puts emphasis on the individual's influence over it. However, no matter what the player does, control of New Vegas passes to one faction or another, ultimately proving that society will always fall into the same patterns of capitalism or authoritarianism. It's about as bleak as you might expect from a franchise as apocalyptic as Fallout, but it certainly enriches the game's story. Number 6. Mass Effect 2. The Mass Effect trilogy is often held as one of the best examples of storytelling in video games. Well, maybe not that ending, but generally speaking at least. Nowhere is this narrative prowess more evident than in Mass Effect 2, in which Commander Shepard must work with their crew to uncover the true nature of the Reaper threat. Digging deeper, it becomes clear that Mass Effect 2 is all about survival. However, the game does offer one crucial caveat, that surviving isn't something that can be achieved alone. Although Shepard bears the responsibility of being the saviour of the galaxy, the Spectre is really only as good as their crew. It's a common theme that runs throughout the game. The only way to survive the climactic suicide mission is to prepare with your crew, building friendships and forging alliances. Failing to do so results in the tragic deaths of your beloved companions, and the only way to beat the Reapers is through teamwork. The overall message is one of collaboration and inclusivity, asserting that humanity was never intended to operate alone. Fighting against the cold and logical machine threat can only be achieved by togetherness, which seems all the more wholesome against the backdrop of Mass Effect 2's sprawling sci-fi story. Number 5. Tony Hawk's Underground. The Tony Hawk's Pro Skater franchise is built around the most radical sport there is, skateboarding. As such, it's not really one that you'd expect to tell any kind of deeper story. However, the 5th game in the franchise, Tony Hawk's Underground, or Thug if you want to get conveniently abbreviated about this, does just that. Thug follows a skater who dreams big and skates bigger, only to be betrayed by their conniving and less talented best friend, Eric Sparrow. Sparrow cashes in on his principles in order to earn big sponsorship deals and all the fame involved with being a pro skater. And it's up to the player character to rediscover their passion for the sport despite Sparrow's underhanded methods. The whole story actually seems to comment on criticisms for Tony Hawk himself, who is accused of selling out by having his name attached to a series of video games. Through Thug's story, Hawk addresses these claims by asserting that skateboarding is its own reward, and that fame always comes second to being the most gnarly and tubular dude there is. Though it may seem a tall order for a game entirely based around an extreme sport, Tony Hawk's Underground actually subtly communicates its message with an appropriate amount of heart. Number 4. Red Dead Redemption. For the most part, Red Dead Redemption wears its narrative themes on its dusty cowboy sleeves. On the surface, it's all about the pursuit of redemption and the unstoppable tide of progress, but it also combines these two ideas into another message that's easily lost among the countless duels, poker games, and arson attacks that the game offers. The ultimate message that Red Dead Redemption delivers is that the past is inescapable. John Marston spends the game trying to overcome his former outlaw ways, but finds himself repeatedly dragged back into the world of violent power struggles. The game infamously ends with Marston unceremoniously shot down by government agents, confirming that they were never going to let him continue his peaceful existence. Though Red Dead Redemption makes it clear just how much the world was changing at the turn of the century, Marston's intention to adapt to the future isn't enough for him to escape his past. Those in power see Marston as exactly what he always used to be. He was defined by his past, and so was also doomed by it. It makes for a poetically tragic end to Marston's saga, and asserts that redemption comes at a steeper price than the outlaw had bargained for. Number 3, the Uncharted series. As well as being made up of swashbuckling artifact hunting action, the Uncharted series also comes with a heavy undercurrent of subtext. Though each installment focuses on an entirely different lost treasure, there are recurring themes that have helped keep the franchise tonally consistent. Broadly speaking, the Uncharted games are all about giving history the respect it deserves. When you think about it, every single Uncharted villain has one thing in common. They all want to exploit the past for personal gain. Some are chasing unimaginable power, while others simply want to secure staggering wealth. But ultimately, they're all looking to twist the past to suit their own needs and desires. Though Nathan Drake is typically pursuing the same thing, he also has a healthy respect for the past, and that's what sets him apart from Uncharted's other treasure hunters. This subtly implies the only reason Drake was able to survive his brushes with historical magic and inevitable disaster is that he understands the past isn't there to be exploited. Those who fail to show history the proper respect are almost always killed for their trouble, while Nate manages to escape unscathed enough to continue his wisecracking ways. It's a message that runs through the very heart of the franchise, and is actually a pretty fair point, all things considered. Number 2, Braid. In the years since its release, Braid has been analysed to death. The game's staggering final twist makes the story truly unforgettable, which may just be the reason why so many theories have been suggested as to exactly what it really means. However, one of the most interesting theories is also one of the most compelling. Braid is secretly about the creation of the atomic bomb. The theory comes from the incredibly deep examination of the text that appears on screen between Braid's levels, some of which contain overt references to the Manhattan Project and even quotes from the scientists involved. However, even on the surface, Braid is a game about a man obsessed with the use of an incredibly dangerous power as a means to an end. Dark though it may be, it's pretty easy to see how this could relate to Oppenheimer's invention of atomic weapons. As the game follows a man blinkered by his obsessive pursuit of a goal and his heavy-handed use of a power afforded to him, the nuclear weapons theory paints the story in an interesting light. Though it may be unconfirmed, it certainly makes an awful lot of sense, and somehow it makes Braid's protagonist Tim seem even worse than the game's final twist already showed him to be. And number 1, BioShock. On paper, BioShock is about the underwater city of Rapture and the power struggle between Andrew Ryan and Frank Fontaine. But its story also has an easy-to-miss hidden message. When protagonist Jack stumbles upon Rapture, he finds it overrun with splicers, human beings enhanced with a gene-altering substance known as Adam. As much as BioShock ruminates on the dangers of unchecked scientific advancements, its story also conceals a cautionary tale about substance abuse. It's Adam that ultimately plunged Rapture into chaos, sparking all-out war and creating the splicers. The repeated use of Adam had warped splicers' minds, causing them to become violent and incredibly dangerous. However, Adam also affects Jack, who begins the game with unreliable memories and soon learns that he's far more suggestible than he'd like to be. Not to belabor the point, but all of the above are potential symptoms of substance abuse. Isolated from the potential help of the world above, Rapture's residents were effectively trapped with their addiction. It's only with the help of others that Jack is able to overcome his reliance on Adam, and even then, only if he makes the right choices along the way. It might not be the most obvious message, but it's one that adds even greater depth to BioShock's already beloved story.
Over the past few decades, the Resident Evil series has delivered a lot. From its roots as a fixed-camera spooky experience, the franchise has dabbled in action, co-op, and even rail shooters and FPS. Though some would argue, rightly or wrongly, that the main series took a bit of a detour into rubbish Game Town with its 5th and 6th offerings, there is no denying that the two most recent titles have been fabulous. The survival horror genre has made a triumphant excellent return, as have the head-scratching puzzles and terrifying antagonists. As good as Village was, however, it didn't completely sate our thirst for all things spookums, and there are a whole load of things that we desperately want in Resident Evil 9. Whether it's dangling plot threads that need tying off, or elements of the older games that are still yet to come back, we have a huge list of demands, and we will not stop until they are met. Do note though that we will be talking plot points from several of the games, so a spoiler warning is in effect. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are 10 things we want to see in the next Resident Evil. Number 10. More spookums! Resident Evil was one of the titles that put the survival horror genre on the map. In fact, it gave the genre its name. This was due in large part to the spooky atmosphere that kept gamers on the edge of their seats and the limited number of resources and items available to them. Going into a new room, there was no telling if you were going to come across a regular zombarino, bloodthirsty undead dogs, or even a massive venomous snake, and this kept our sphincters nice and tight for the game's entire runtime and made every single bullet very, very precious. The following 2 games also kept up the scares. However, when Resident Evil 4 rolled around, players noted that the game was far more action-focused, and though the enemies were still tough, resources were scarce, and inventory space was limited, the game wasn't going to give us nightmares. This trend continued for a while, and by the time Resident Evil 6 released, the audience had all but resigned themselves to the fact that the scary Resident Evils of old were no more. This was, of course, until Resi 7 landed, because oh boy, the scares were back. And not only that, but they were clearly making up for all the lost time when we'd been gunning down villagers and punching boulders. Resident Evil 7 was so terrifying, in fact, that the devs actually felt the need to tone it down again a little bit for Village. And whilst that game was scary in places, we'd still like to see the series' next entry crank that spookums dial right back up to 11. Number 9. Rose Winters. Poor Rose Winters. She really didn't have a good time of it throughout Resident Evil Village, what with the Mother Miranda debacle, getting cut into pieces and stored in a bunch of rather tasteful jars, and oh, her dad being killed. I think she's probably deserving of a nice holiday. However, in a post-credits scene set several years after the events of the game, we see Rose visiting her father's grave before being whisked away by an unknown organisation. It's heavily implied that she has grown up under their protection and is employed by them in some capacity or another. This leaves us with an awful lot of questions. Who is the organisation that she works for, and are they on the level? What powers does Rose possess? Is she going to use them for good or ill? Now, whilst we love a good cliffhanger, there are just too many dangling threads here to ignore, and we demand satisfaction. Therefore, Rose doesn't deserve a holiday at all. Straight from Resi 8 to Resi 9, please. More Rose. In this short clip, we can already see that she has something of a temper, and knowing her mother's previous nefarious dealings, the scene could either be a setup for her to become the next big hero, or the next big bad in town. After all, even Chris doesn't know the full extent of her powers. But we'd like to know, please. Resi 9, bring her back. Number 8. VR. Although not everyone is a fan of VR on account of how quickly it can turn a happy tum into an upset one, it is hard to deny that it makes for an immersive experience. Resident Evil 7 is already wee-inducingly scary, but stick it into virtual reality and it becomes utter nightmare fuel, because suddenly it's not Ethan Winters trying to escape the Nutty Baker family, it's you. Unfortunately though, for fans of the medium, Resident Evil Village has not, at least at the time of writing and recording, made the leap into VR, which is a huge shame because not only does it mean that we don't get to experience the big woman right up close, but also that we're missing out on the added immersion that VR can bring. Hopefully we'll see an updated version of Village being released with VR capabilities. After all, it's still early days and we don't even have any DLC yet. Failing this though, we'd like to know who we need to talk to ensure that Resident Evil 9 has full VR support. Because none of us here at Team TripleJump can rest easy until we've had the absolute bejesus scared out of us. It's also worth pointing out that the motion sickness itself adds a certain level of immersion to a Resident Evil experience, in that most of the locations you'll be visiting are bloody nauseating in and of themselves. So come on Capcom, if you really want to draw the user in, stick a VR headset on them and make them literally vomit. Number 7. Chris Redfield versus the BSAA. There are many who see Chris Redfield as the face of the Resident Evil series, and having been a mainstay of the franchise since its debut in 1997, it's easy to see why. Although he's had his low points, namely that god-awful campaign in Resi 6, he's also been at the very centre of many of the series' storylines, and based on the developments at the end of Village, that doesn't look set to end anytime soon. As we all know, Chris isn't a big fan of bioorganic weapons. In fact, you could say he's got something of a vendetta against them. So, when he discovers that the BSAA, the very organisation he's been working for, is using bioweapons for their own means, he's none too pleased about it. During Resident Evil Village's final scene aboard the chopper, Chris orders the pilot to change course and take him to the BSAA headquarters, presumably so that he can get to the bottom of what's going on. Based on this, and just owing to the fact that we love to see Chris Redfield kicking ass, we hope that a good chunk of the next game is set down at BSAA HQ, or Basarch, trying to unravel the mystery behind the sudden inclusion of bioweaponry in their ranks. I just hope they've got a bloody good excuse. Number 6. Mysterious organisations. Chris Redfield's BSAA issue wasn't the only dangling plot thread left by Resident Evil Village, and in the next installment, we'd quite like to see them all neatly wrapped up. In particular, we're keen to learn more about the Connections, the crime syndicate responsible for the creation of the mold that caused the events of Resident Evil 7 and Village. We know they've been working with Mother Miranda, and in return for helping her to resurrect her daughter Eva, she provided them with some of the mold and Eva's DNA. This would allow them to produce their own bioweapon that could control the minds of its victims. Following the Baker House incident, however, we don't really know what happened to the Connections, but we're left to assume that they're still out there, probably plotting something equally sinister. Resident Evil 7 also introduced us to Blue Umbrella, a private military organisation that was formed from the remnants of the original Umbrella following the latter's collapse in 2003. So far, we've seen them coordinating the BSAA's assault on the Baker House, which would suggest that they are quote-unquote goodies, but this is Resident Evil, so believe me, there is still plenty of time for them to go the same way as their predecessor and try to take over the world by making everyone's skin fall off. Number 5. More intricate puzzles. Aside from the spooks, one of the best things about Resident Evil is its puzzles, and some of the finest are those that play out in the style of an escape room. One of the best examples of this was the Happy Birthday videotape in Resident Evil 7, in which Sewer Gator's cameraman Clancy must escape from a locked room by simply placing a lit candle atop a birthday cake. Unfortunately, the door between the cake and the stove on which the candle can be lit is rigged with sprinklers, and the player must therefore solve a series of brain teasers in order to turn it off and successfully complete the task. A similar puzzle plays out in Village too. Whilst searching for the second rose flask, Ethan awakens in the basement of House Beneviento, with nothing but his wits and a slightly creepy mannequin of Mia to help him escape. He must solve a series of puzzles in order to find the fuse that will activate the lift and allow him to face his second aggressor. Sadly though, it's not that straightforward, and the giant fetus creature that stalks the player throughout the puzzle's second half will give them nightmares. More of that, please. The interconnected puzzles stuff, not the huge gross baby thing. Less of that, please. Number 4. Claustrophobic environments. One of the things that made the more retro games, and also Resi 7, so terrifying was the use of close quarters. The Spencer Mansion, the Raccoon City Police Precinct, and the Baker House are all excellent examples of claustrophobic environments. Sure, the villagers in Resident Evil 4 are quite sinister, as are the Lycans of Resident Evil Village fame, but they're less terrifying when you can easily run away from them or just dodge around them. Trying to avoid zombies in the narrow corridors floors of a house or police department, though, is far scarier, because if you're going to try and run, it's likely that the lack of space is just going to get you caught, so you're left with no choice but to try and fight for your life. Furthermore, the isolation of a locked environment leaves players feeling more hopeless. Fair enough, our Resident Evil 4 and 8 protagonists had a job they needed to do and therefore chose to stick around, but they're not completely trapped. So if they felt like jacking the whole mission in, there are several places throughout the game where if they just used their arms and legs and did a little bit of climbing, they'd be able to just leave relatively easily. We want to feel the fear again, Capcom, and it would be a lot easier if we had a lot less space to move around. Number 3. Stalking antagonists. One of the things that the Resident Evil series does really well is the stalking antagonist, the likes of Mr. X and Jack Baker, that pursue the player through the environment, ensuring that no matter where you are, you're never going to feel quite safe. Although Village dipped its toe back into the pool of ever-looming villains, with Lady D going some of the way to scratching that itch, although hopefully not with those nails, the game overall still felt a little lacking in this department. Yes, the 9-foot vampire lady was, like Mr. X and Jack Baker, huge, fast, and almost completely immune to conventional weapons. What makes or breaks one of these encounters, though, is how it factors in with our previous entry, that is, claustrophobic environments. When your only real choice is to get the heck out of Dodge, the aforementioned close quarters of the police precinct or Baker House mean that is easier said than done. When it comes to Lady D, however, there are numerous places within the castle where it's a lot easier to dodge around her. Resident Evil Village certainly gets points for effort, but also demonstrates that the trick isn't just in designing a compelling stalking antagonist, it's about putting them in the right environment so that every single encounter feels utterly terrifying. Number 2. More survival horror. Though the debate rages on as to what exactly constitutes survival horror, there is no doubt that the first couple of entries into the Resident Evil series very much fit the template, given that they, gave the genre its name. From the slowly unfolding terror to the scarcity of resources and that crucial inventory management, the original games certainly had the formula down. Whilst the modern series still retains some elements of the genre, however, others are almost completely lost. For the most part, ammunition and health items do still have to be scavenged, but they're not as difficult to find as they used to be, as long as you keep rifling through drawers. If you can't find them though, they can also be purchased from your friendly neighbourhood Duke, although his rates are admittedly a bit steep. The worry over how you're going to carry everything is all but obsolete as well, as the aforementioned merchant is not only happy to relieve you of your unwanted items, but he also sells pack upgrades for a very reasonable price. Now, whilst it is a hell of a lot more convenient, it does take some of the tension out of the game, since you're never worrying whether you have enough herb on you to see through the upcoming boss fight. In short, we'd like slightly fewer items and slightly more suitcase Tetris, please. And number 1, Leon S. Kennedy, and other old friends. Though we're still getting visits from Chris Redfield on a fairly regular basis, it's been a few years since we've gotten to spend any main series time with everyone's favourite fringe man, Leon Scott Kennedy. Admittedly, yes, we spent the entirety of a campaign with the floppy-haired hunk during the Resident Evil 2 remake, and Resi 4 may well be being remade as well as we speak, but shiny new graphics on an old story do not satiate our need to know what our old blonde dreamboat has been getting up to since we last saw him in Resident Evil 6. The same goes for other fan favourites like Jill Valentine, who hasn't made an appearance since Resi 5, and also Ada Wong, who was last seen destroying the lab of Dr. Carla Radamez after the latter began impersonating her. It is of course refreshing to hear the stories of new characters like the Winterses, and Resi 7 definitely injected new life, no pun intended, into a franchise that may have been written off after its 6th installment. But we can't help but wonder how our old pals are getting on. After all, we certainly can't see any of them taking quiet desk jobs following their run-ins with various bioorganic weapons. Honestly, the thought of Ada Wong using a fax machine is less believable than virus zombies taking over the world. Come on, Capcom, let's see what she's up to. We are here at the historic ruins of Snow Peak in Hyrule's Peak Province, on this, I'm not going to lie, gloomy day to take a look at some artifacts from gaming over the years, is what I'd say if I was presenting a video game version of the Antiques Roadshow. Video games have given us a lot to treasure in their time, from precious jewels to entire cities of gold. Yes, between its precious loot, legendary items, and general tat, the bounty of the video gaming world would almost certainly fetch a neat bundle of money if you brought it into an auction room, or perhaps for a valuation on the national institution of a British television programme that is the Antiques Roadshow. Now, of course, we're only talking about actual treasures here. Yes, I'm sure the Aperture Science portal gun and all sorts of other futuristic technology would definitely earn you a lot on the black market, but they're not antiques, nor even remotely considered something you could get appraised by Fiona Bruce and her mates, which the rest of this list definitely is, I swear. So, I'm Peter from BBC TripleJump, and here are 10 priceless video game items fit for the Antiques Roadshow. Is this niche enough for you? Number 10. The Chaos Emeralds, the Sonic the Hedgehog series. Rumours suggest that these precious gems were synthesized from all of the worst traits of humanity, but according to Sonic canon, their origins are lost to the mists of time, which is a bit of a cop-out, to be honest. These 7 multicoloured emeralds, all weighing about a pound each, can apparently transform you, manipulate time and space, and be a handy stand-in if your remote control runs out of batteries. Highly sought after, the Chaos Emeralds have been continuously stolen, restolen, and re-restolen by mad scientist Dr. Eggman Robotnik, as well as numerous other zany and wacky characters over the years, not only for their monetary value, but for their innate magical properties. However, no one seems to be able to keep hold of them for very long, because they always seem to attract the attention of a bright blue head, and they're gone. So, without them actually being here to be valued, I'm afraid they're technically worthless. Number 10, done. Number 9, the Ocarina of Time from The Legend of Zelda: The Ocarina of Time. Royal property is always going to fetch a lot at auction, and a musical instrument passed down through centuries of royal lineage is going to be of particular interest. Moulded from what we can probably assume to be clay, this ocarina has somehow survived generations of adventuring and battles, which, again, like the Chaos Emeralds, may have something to do with its magical properties. The musician who plays the ocarina can travel forwards and backwards through time if they play the right tune, and it really comes in handy when solving puzzles, communicating with and summoning various creatures throughout Hyrule, and, trying to come across as talented but slightly pretentious at a party. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. But wait, there's more. The ocarina can change the time of day, make it rain, and even teleport the user to different locations. Legends also suggest that it's one of the 4 key pieces that can unlock the Sacred Realm, which is practically heaven itself, or at the very least one of its lower layers. It's like maybe the foyer to heaven, where you have to tip the bellboy if you want to go up to the top floor. And on top of all these practical uses, the ocarina is also a sacred piece of the world's history. As a result, in Hyrulean rupees, it is worth tens of millions. Then again, when you convert that to Earth money, it'll probably fetch, about a $5. Yeah, sorry, you know what exchange rates are like right now. I think it's a Brexit thing. Number 8, Sapphire's Flawless Sapphire, The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. Unlike, most of the other entries on this list, to be honest, this sapphire doesn't do anything magical or have any tangible practical use. It's simply a precious stone that you can sell, trade, or set into a piece of jewelry, as this, as its name suggests, is a flawless specimen kept by a certain Miss Sapphire as a good luck charm. The sapphire, the stone, is only available from Sapphire, the person, who awards it to you, also a person, after you deliver her a letter, writing on a piece of paper, from her father Glover Mallory, a blacksmith, in Raven Rock, a small town with a couple of dozen residents. It's worth over 5,000 gold pieces in-game, and would definitely fetch a good few £100,000 in our world. That's what I'm talking about. Finally something genuinely valuable on this list. Oh, hang on, there's a bit more here. Okay, so it turns out that Sapphire's father's letter actually respawns after the quest and can be handed in for another Sapphire, meaning that she seemingly has an endless supply of these things on her person. Turns out she gives them out to any old schmuck who she wants to get rid of, meaning there are probably hundreds of these things in circulation, which brings their actual worth down to about £2.50. What the hell is going on? What is with this list? Number 7, the Concrete Donkey, the Worms series. One of the most bizarre yet dangerous weapons of mass destruction in existence, this. I do hope it's been disarmed. What do you mean you can't disarm a donkey? As discussed in a previous list on this channel, the item was inspired by Worms creator Andy Davidson's childhood memory of being told by his own parents that the concrete donkey flower pot in their back garden was an actual donkey encased in concrete. Horrid. That aside, we all know that this thing can cause massive damage on impact, drilling down through whatever surface is in its way until it reaches the sea, crushing any unfortunate worm that happens to be in its way. But enough about the real one, what about the in-game weapon? The Concrete Donkey is understandably considered one of the most powerful weapons in the Worms series, and is the mascot of so-called light-sider players as described by developers Team 17, i.e. those who prefer to play with their worms above ground. There you go, you learned a new term today, fantastic. Now in terms of value, it honestly depends on whether or not there is actually a real donkey inside it, and considering that it keeps making disconcerting braying sounds, I'm just gonna quickly call the RSPCA about this. What? No, not for animal welfare reasons, they just seem like the kind of people who'd know how much I'd get for selling a real life donkey encased in concrete. Number 6, the Mayor Lewis statue, Stardew Valley. This interesting artifact is the sort of thing you'd expect to be brought onto the Antiques Roadshow by Farmer Babs from Piss Farm, located just outside the small town of Stardew Valley. It isn't very old, in fact, I'd hazard a guess to say that this thing is actually brand new, perhaps not even finished by the looks of it. The statue is carved from solid gold and is the size and height of the very man it represents, that being Lewis, the long-standing mayor of Stardew Valley. Yet, despite being made from such a heavy material, it is apparently very easy to lift up over your head. Either that or Farmer Babs is supernaturally strong. It's said that farmers the world over have placed this statue in the middle of their respective town squares in order to show off the hard work of the mysterious sculptor, only for it to be removed and answered with a strongly worded letter and a tempting bribe, instructing them not to ever do that again. Strange. Now, most art dealers probably wouldn't be that interested in a statue of someone who is, outside of Stardew Valley, relatively unknown, so at first glance, this seems like yet another worthless item that has inexplicably made its way onto this list. What on earth is going on? However, considering that somebody clearly wants us to stop placing this thing in the centre of town, I suspect that that same someone may well pay a lot of money in order to get it back. I mean, buy it from me legally. So, Lewis, if you're listening. Number 5, the Talisman of the Binding Shard, World of Warcraft. Definitely the rarest item we have here today, the Talisman of the Binding Shard was the first legendary item to be released worldwide in World of Warcraft, but was only ever spawned once. On the 25th of November 2005, on the same day that it was removed from the loot table, a player known as Noctin obtained it after killing the evil fire elemental Baron Geddon, I think, within the molten core of Black Rock Mountain. The shard is thought to be an early idea for what would become the legendary sword Thunder Fury Blessed Blade of the Windseeker, which was added around 4 months later with much lower stats. While no one else ever received received it, Blizzard allowed Noctin to hang on to it despite it being officially removed from the game, with him being unable to sell it to other players. So it would definitely be worth a lot of money if he was somehow able to make it tradable by cracking the game or hacking the server or whatever the relevant tech jargon is. But would it be enough to pay for the fight against the subsequent lawsuit from Blizzard? On balance, considering the fact that nerds will pay silly money for silly things, I'd say yes, do it. Number 4, the Completionist Cape, RuneScape. This is a cape designed to be worn by only the biggest RuneScape MLG-sters, who have literally exhausted all of the levels, skills, quest lines, music tracks, and spells, and have met a few more additional requirements too. Introduced to the game in 2001, the cape was initially the best in the game in terms of stats. However, probably because of how much money it cost to get back if you died and lost it, it has since been made identical in stats to the Max Cape. I went to school with Max Cape, he's a nice guy. Meaning that it's now only really useful in terms of getting that sweet street cred. It's like an extortionate wristwatch that you buy and then keep in a safe forever for fear of anything ever happening to it. You wouldn't want to risk breaking your brand new Rolex while killing demons when your shabby old Casio can tell the time just as well. It's like that. Good analogy. Dating back to the second age of RuneScape, it was enchanted by the mage Damarok, who was later turned to stone, and when it was first unlocked, an accompanying message advised, "You have completed RuneScape, go outside." In terms of valuation, it cost 5 million gold coins to buy in-game. However, no matter how much in-game money you have, it's not available to everyone. If you yourself have not met all the game completion requirements, touching the cape sees you get blasted back by a beam of magic, meaning that all those who haven't reached 100% in RuneScape wouldn't be able to bid on this thing at a post-roadshow auction, and all those who have finished RuneScape wouldn't be interested in bidding because they'll have one of their own already. So I'm afraid this isn't going to sell either, and I swear to God this whole list is a very early April Fool's trick on the part of the scriptwriter. Number 3, the Shovel Blade, Shovel Knight. Not to call a spade, but it's a spade. Or rather, it's a shovel, and Wikipedia tells me there is a difference, so maybe this item will actually have some goddamn value. Used by those who follow the code of chivalry, that's not a joke, this unusual weapon is one that symbolises gallantry, valour, and a sense of adventure. Used by the legendary Shovel Knight himself throughout his various quests, including battling the Enchanter and saving his beloved partner, the shovel is coloured a beautiful blue, probably to match his armour. Now, it's still a shovel, so the knight who wielded this must have been underestimated by both his peers and enemies upon their first meeting, but sword or not, you can actually deal a lot of damage with a strong downward swing of any gardening implement this large. It's obviously well used, but appears to be constructed from an incredibly strong material to be able to withstand all of the battles it's faced without bending or breaking. In fact, it could very well be enchanted. Who's to say? Probably an Antiques Roadshow expert, to be honest. I mean, that's sort of the point of the whole show. Number 2, the Aged or Aged Feather, Dark Souls 2. While it certainly isn't the shiniest or coolest, this may just be the most practically useful item we've seen today. You see, this rather unimpressive looking feather is actually incredibly valuable to anyone wanting to venture to and around the ancient kingdom of Drang Lake? I don't know, I'm not Ben Potter. It has the ability to return you to the last bonfire you rested at, without any limit on the amount of times you can use it, and with no punishment for doing so. This was once held by the enigmatic Emerald Herald, but was apparently passed along to the mysterious Bearer of the Curse at some point, and was then used in their quest to break the curse, or link the flame, or end the hunt, or dispel the fog, whichever one it is. I honestly get so confused by all this. The fate of this cursed bearer is unknown, but while it is an endlessly useful item to have within the universe of Dark Souls itself, it says here that most people in the real world would probably not choose to transport themselves into a world full of vengeful knights, fearsome dragons, giant frozen tigers, and other equally deadly animals and demons. Oh, what a surprise! Oh, but then again, I personally have been looking for a place to practice the bagpipes without upsetting the neighbours. So, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I'll buy this one! Ha! There! Value! Our number 1, El Dorado, Uncharted, Drake's Fortune. Here we have a truly fantastic find, a genuine legendary artifact from Earth's supposed history. It was brought to the roadshow today by adventurer extraordinaire Nathan Drake, who has unfortunately had to be removed from the premises as he kept trying to steal all the other list entries. We warned you, Nathan! Made from 500 pounds of solid gold, El Dorado is an ancient Aztec sarcophagus that was initially found, stolen, by the Spanish around 400 years ago, who then took it to a remote island and put it within a giant labyrinth to protect it from unwanted attention. But then, Nazis! Apparently lost for generations, it was finally uncovered by the infamous German bad bads, and then the aforementioned Mr. Drake, who brought it to us. We can already surmise that there's to be an out-and-out brawl between historians, museums, and private collectors in the auction room, but personally, I have my money on the fierce-looking blokes in the corner there. Even putting its gold exterior aside, it could also contain innumerable treasures within. All those claims about a mystic curse or a devastating virus are utter hogwash and not to be listened to at all. Get your wallets out, everyone. But before we start the bidding, why don't we just crack it open and take a look at the treasures inside? Wow, an ancient Aztec mummy. Incredible, priceless. Oh, breathe that in, everyone. Oh, it smells like money. And that's our list. Did we... It doesn't smell like money, it smells really bad actually. Did we miss anything out? Let us know in the comments below. You can follow myself at TripleJump on Twitter here. If you want to support the things you enjoy, tell everyone.
Bosses have been a staple of video games for a very long time, blocking players' progress, causing them massive damage, and challenging their skills to determine whether they have truly mastered the mechanics of their preferred games. Some are more famous than others, whether they're unique, iconic, or a great fight. Not all are made equal though, and many through the years have given players a headache thanks to their punishing difficulty. There are a ridiculous number of memorable foes we could have chosen for this list, and everyone will have different experiences in any given game, with many struggling for hours with a boss others can beat in one go. With that in mind, we've gathered together just a handful of examples to take a look at today, which have been chosen because they give most players a seriously hard time. If you disagree with our picks, well, good for you for being better at games than most, I suppose. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 video game bosses that are basically impossible to beat. Number 10. Countess, Darkest Dungeon. The stylish and brutal dungeon crawler Darkest Dungeon is not a game that goes easy on its players. It's set apart by its stress mechanic, which factors in the emotional toll it would take to explore the eldritch horror-infested world and applies different afflictions if it isn't managed properly. This leads to party members who refuse healing, injure themselves, or die from a heart attack if their stress continues to rise, and in a game with permadeath, it's easy to see how this can cause massive problems. Even more problematic, though, are the bosses, which are able to obliterate the player if they've shown up unprepared. One of the most infamous of all isn't even part of the base game, but was added with the Crimson Court DLC, which introduces a whole new area along with its own ailments and enemies. While the Fanatic can also cause issues, it's the Countess that often draws the most ire from players. This vampiric insectoid noble hits hard with 3 turns per round at the start of the fight. Of all of her phases though, it's the Bloodlust form that is the worst. Whilst in it, she gets 4 turns, increased resistances, and powerful attacks, potentially even able to stun 2 heroes at once. She can be stunned back, but that doesn't make her suck any less. Number 9. Sinistar. Arcade games are uniformly difficult, since one of the main motivations behind them is to take as much of your hard-earned cash as possible. There are a number of them that have caused players issues over the years, from Dragon's Lair to Street Fighter 2, but one of the most memorable villains is the eponymous big bad from 1983 title, Sinistar. As players shoot asteroids, they're able to collect white crystals which allow them to obtain Cinebombs, the only thing that will allow them to defeat the boss. In the meantime, that very rival is constantly being built up on the enemy's ships, who are trying to nab materials. Once Sinistar has acquired 20 crystals, it will announce that it lives in the most menacing way possible before quite literally screaming its way onto screen, causing instant panic to set in as it pinwheels into sight. This fast foe can be killed with 13 Cinnabombs, yum yum yum, but players will have to be at the perfect distance and keep their eye out as enemy ships and asteroids can intercept the bombs, and Sinistar will destroy the tiny ship instantly if it gets too close. Add in the ever-increasing speed as players beat more and more levels, and it's no wonder this screamy space face is notorious to this day. Number 8. Grim Matchstick, Cuphead. Cuphead is a game that is full of hard bosses, and that was true even before the delicious Last Course DLC added several new ones for players to contend with. Any and all of them might have been at home on this list, as even the easier ones can still cause a great deal of pain. I nearly died playing it, it nearly killed me. Even with King Dice being a close contender for the worst of the worst though, we have to give it to Grim Matchstick instead. This massive dragon makes his home in the tower on Inkwell Isle 2 in a level known as Fiery Frolic and is a big flying menace, to put it mildly. As the fight begins, it's obvious that it's a little bit different from most of the others, as even though the big green lad is flying, the player isn't, instead having to expertly jump to and from the moving randomly generated cloud platforms. This means that not only do players have to dodge the many projectiles being hurled at them over the course of the 3-stage battle, but will also have to take care not to incur full damage. The last stage is the worst, throwing in 2 more heads, fireballs that spit apart when shot, and a devastating flamethrower attack, and now it's raining as well. Just great. Number 7. Ulma, Ninja Gaiden. Before there was Dark Souls, there was Ninja Gaiden. This series started life in 1988 with both an arcade version and an NES game that made its way across the world in the following years. For this particular entry though, we're talking about the 2004 Xbox version of the game. Players once again take control of series mainstay Ryu Hayabusa and have to hack and slash their way through a huge number of tough-as-nails enemies. One of the hardest of all is Ulma, a demon with a whole range of magic powers that can ruin your day before you even know what hit you. And I do mean whole range, as she has attacks that will just as effectively damage you from across the room as they do up close. Whether it's throwing stone pillars around the place, summoning hordes of minions, or briefly freezing you in order to squeeze the life out of you, there's a variety of ways to get demolished in no time. If that wasn't bad enough, Ulma is incredibly fast, leading to only short windows of opportunity that allow the player to damage her back, requiring great skill and accuracy to gain victory. Getting to this point is no joke, but this fight can cause a roadblock for even skilled players. Number 6. Millennia, Elden Ring. From Software are known for making frustrating but fair boss fights for the most part. However, every once in a while there's one enemy that feels completely unjust, and in Elden Ring that enemy is Millennia, Blade of Miquella. She's hard to get to in the first place, residing at the bottom of the confusing and generally horrible Hallig tree, which itself is hidden behind a punishing puzzle in Ordina far to the north. This should give you an idea of just what sort of challenge you can expect once you reach the end, but it doesn't, because it's so much worse. Not only is she incredibly quick, her waterfowl dance is almost guaranteed to completely destroy your health if it connects, and every hit she lands on you heals for the same amount. Oh, and she has 2 phases, the second phase of which introduces Scarlet Rot. How fun! For context, our writer played Elden Ring for about 110 hours in total before finishing, and how many hours of that were dedicated to Millennia? Around 25, over a fifth of the playtime. Is this entry here out of spite? Yes, it absolutely is, but regardless, there's no denying she deserves to be here, as she is certainly the most infamous of the game's bosses. Number 5. Sigrun, God of War. The most taxing boss in 2018's excellent God of War is one that is entirely optional and a pain to even get to in the first place. One of the challenges Kratos is able to take on as he makes his way through the realms is fighting the 8 Valkyries that are scattered throughout. They're tough to take on individually with their own special sets of moves, but even the hardest of these pales in comparison to the Valkyrie Queen. Once players have defeated them and gathered their helms, they can place them at the Council of Valkyries to summon the 9th, Sigrun. She greets Kratos by slamming his head into the ground, and then it's all downhill from here. It's probably not surprising that the Valkyrie Queen would be the toughest of all, but she seems to have taken that as a challenge and beefed up even more. Not only does she have devastating attacks all of her own, but she can draw from the movesets of all of the other Valkyries with additional damage. She's also way more aggressive and incredibly hard to dodge, requiring the player to take their time and land hits and parries as strategically as they can until they can finally whittle her health down to 0. Much easier said than done though. Number 4. Mike Tyson, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. While many fighting games have that one tough or even unfair boss, one of the most dreaded of all time, even now, is Mike Tyson's pixelated counterpart. In Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! With 2 exclamation marks, players step into the shoes of Little Mac, a boxer looking to climb the ranks of the World Video Boxing Association. Since this is an NES title, the game isn't always the easiest, and fighting through each of the 13 initial opponents can be a trial in itself. Once players have bested them all though, they'll face the eponymous boxer for one last match, which won't be very long if they don't know what to expect, as an uppercut can knock the player flat out before they even have time to process what's happening. The only way to get to the very end of the match is by having perfect timing, something which will take many attempts, as Iron Mike's attacks are barely telegraphed. Even memorization isn't necessarily as much help as with other fights, as Tyson doesn't have any set patterns to his punches, especially in later rounds. He can be downed quickly if players attack while he's blinking, but like everything else, this requires exact timing and can go very easily wrong otherwise. Blink yourself, and I guarantee he won't miss you. Number 3. Sans Undertale. Undertale is a game that is very chill if you go about it the right way. It's well known for allowing you to play in a multitude of ways, with the pacifist run of the game where you make friends with everyone, even the supposed baddies, being the most satisfying way to enjoy the title, at least in our writer's opinion. If you go for the so-called genocide run, however, and choose to engage with the battle mechanics instead, you're going to have a bad time. This is something that Sans, the joke-loving skeleton, lets you know in no uncertain terms when you meet him at the end of the game after slaughtering your way through everyone else you've encountered. He rightly gives you a lecture for your actions before unleashing a wave of insanely powerful and difficult to avoid attacks. Once again, there's little players can do but memorize every one of these, because this seemingly innocuous skeleton packs a surprisingly meaty punch. He's able to fill up the fight arena with an insane number of hard-to-dodge bones and lasers, and can even break its bounds entirely with some projectiles, meaning players can be attacked even when they're frantically moving through different menus. Sans may be characterized as a lazy jokester with an incredible theme song, but we're certainly not laughing now. Number 2. Absolute Virtue, Final Fantasy XI. The Final Fantasy series is no stranger to difficult and elaborate boss fights, or ones that take a great deal of patience, skill, and leveling in order to defeat. It's Absolute Virtue from the MMO Final Fantasy XI that has to take the top spot, however, due to it being impossible to defeat through normal means for nearly 3 years. Added with the second expansion, Chains of Promathia, Absolute Virtue took nearly 7 months for players to even find in the first place. Once they did, things took a turn for the massively difficult. The first group to make any significant progress with the fight spent several hours getting its health bar down to half, only for Absolute Virtue to cast Benediction, heal itself for nearly 47,000 points, and perform an almost instant party wipe. They vowed to keep trying, but after 30 hours of playtime was still unsuccessful. As more people began to encounter the foe, various exploits were found, but these were always patched out shortly after, making the fight unwinnable once again. As time went on, Absolute Virtue's health was dropped from around 100,000 to 66,000, the fight was given a 2-hour time limit, and the level cap was increased from 75 to 99, but beating this enemy is still considered to be a massive accomplishment. Number 1. Queen Larsa, Mashihime Sama Futari. The bullet hell genre is one of the hardest there is. It's right there in the name, after all. These sensory overload-inducing shoot-em-ups require a huge level of concentration, skill, and pixel-perfect precision that only the most skilled and patient players can ever hope to possess. One of the most notorious bosses of all of these games is Queen Larsa from the second game in the, please don't make me say it again, Mushohime Sama series. There, I did it. This queen definitely deserves her title, and considering what she can do, there's no way I'd be arguing about it regardless. There is quite literally no room for error, especially on the higher difficulties, requiring absolute and complete understanding of not only attack patterns, but the hitbox of the player's ship, as well as relying on an almost supernatural ability to even pass what is happening on screen at any given time. With a basically constant onslaught of projectiles filling most, if not all, of the screen for the entire duration of the fight, the slightest break in concentration will lead to the player's death. If you're one of those people who live for challenge, this boss will absolutely give you that. I'll be over here trying to get my eyes to refocus in the meantime though. Good luck! For years, World of Warcraft has been the king of the subscription-based MMOs, and it's easy to see why. This titan of a game has been regularly updated with new content since its release in November 2004, which is hugely impressive for a title that's almost 20 years old, and it has something for everyone. Whether you're into questing, exploring dungeons, or engaging in a spot of PvP, there's a World of Warcraft of enjoyment to be found. With that said, there are loads of other games out there that are equally deserving of your time and hard-earned money, so the next time your WoW subscription is about to renew, why not consider chucking a few pennies in the direction of one of the games on this list instead? For clarity, all of the following have some sort of monthly subscription model, but pretty much all of them can be played without it, and we will confirm in each entry what you can expect to receive for your moolah. I'm that presenter you can unlock for $9.99 per month plus tax, Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 great subscription-based games that aren't World of Warcraft. Number 10. Fallout 76. Now, before we light the torches and pitchforks, just hear me out, alright? Did Fallout 76 have the most successful launch in gaming history? No, not by a country mile and then some. But have Bethesda been working tirelessly in the years since to improve the game to a point where it's actually worth playing? They most certainly have. Fallout 76 serves as a prequel to the other Fallout titles. The game takes place in 2102, some 25 years after a nuclear war that devastated the Earth. The player character is an inhabitant of Vault 76, and the game begins on Reclamation Day, where they exit the vault and begin to recolonize the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Upon its release, things to do in Fallout 76 were few and far between, but loads of content has since been added, and there are now a ton of quests to embark on, competitive seasons, and even a Battle Royale mode. Fallout 76 can be played without a subscription, and so you can have a smashing time without shelling out any extra dough. The Fallout First subscription is there to enhance the experience and gives players the ability to set up private adventures for themselves and up to 7 friends, 1,650 atoms per month, the scrap box which gives unlimited storage for crafting components, and much, much more. Number 9. EverQuest. We come now, ladies and gentlemen and others, to the very oldest game on our list. In fact, by video game standards, EverQuest is probably about ready to draw its pension, having been around since 1999. EverQuest was the first successful 3D MMORPG, inspired many imitators, and is considered by many to be amongst the best video games of all time. These days, its gameplay will seem very standard for an MMO, but at the time of its release, it was quite revolutionary, and although EverQuest's player base has declined over the years, it's still very much worth a play, especially if you want to experience a slice of gaming history. If you so wish, you can play EverQuest completely free, or you can upgrade the experience by signing up to the Daybreak All Access membership. This gives players a number of different EverQuest benefits, including 6 additional character slots and full guild functionality, plus benefits for EverQuest 2, PlanetSide 2, and DC Universe Online. If you're feeling really flush, you can even add extra perks for an additional fee, which range from a 5% experience bonus to discounts on loyalty items. You know what they say, you gotta spend money to make money, or in this case, save money. Number 8. Albion Online. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to live through medieval times, and in particular those of Arthurian legend? Well, thanks to Albion Online, you need wonder no longer. Originally released in 2017, Albion Online is a medieval fantasy RPG that plonks players into a world of sword and sorcery. Unlike traditional MMOs where you start out by picking a class, characters in Albion Online are defined by the armor they're wearing and the weapons they're carrying, meaning that if you get bored of being a wizard, you're only a quick costume change away from becoming a knight. If only a real-life career change were that simple. The game's vast open world is home to bundles of activities, so regardless of whether you're the sort of player that enjoys tense PvP or one that simply prefers to kick back on the farm, there's something for you. You can get started with Albion Online without having to pay a single penny, but if you're super into it, the game can be enhanced with a premium subscription. If you shell out monthly, you'll be granted bonuses to fame, gathering gold, and crop yield, plus learning points, focus points, and a reduced market tax. Lower taxes for the biggest spenders? Pfft, wouldn't happen in real life. Number 7. Second Life. Do you wish that you could combine all of the fun of an MMORPG with the social experience of services like Facebook? No? Me neither, but there are some people out there to whom that premise sounds ideal, and those people are all playing Second Life, the multimedia platform from developer Linden Lab. Second Life bears a lot of similarities to role-playing games, but Linden Lab are absolutely adamant that it isn't one. Like an MMORPG, players create an avatar, explore the world, and participate in various activities, but unlike traditional MMOs, there is no story, conflict, or set objective of any kind. Basically, players create a persona for themselves and then go out into Second Life's world and do whatever makes them happy. Second Life is free to play, but a paid subscription is available. The premium tier offers players weekly in-game cash rewards, access to VIP areas, voice morphing, and concierge support, meaning that if you ever have an issue with the game, there will be someone right there to help you out. It's probably the closest any of us mere mortals will ever get to having a personal assistant. Number 6. EVE Online. If Second Life isn't really your thing, and let's face it, one life is quite enough, thank you very much, perhaps you'd have a better time with EVE Online, CCP Games' MMORPG that's set in the vast expanse of space. After you've created your character, choosing from one of 4 available races and several different bloodlines, you'll have the opportunity to explore over 5,000 different star systems and 2,500 wormholes, which is sure to keep you busy for, I don't know, at least a week. Aside from exploring, players can take part in mining, combat, trading, and even piracy, and if all that isn't enough for you, then EVE Online even has its own complex economy to wrap your head around. You've probably started to notice a bit of a pattern with the games on this list, and like all of our previous entries, EVE Online is free to play, but also offers players a monthly subscription if they so wish. Upgrading to Omega, which is admittedly not cheap, gives players access to advanced skills, the ability to upgrade skills much faster, a huge range of ships, and the contract system of trading. Number 5. The Elder Scrolls Online. Fallout 76 isn't the only Bethesda game to get off to a shaky start in life, as upon its release in 2014, The Elder Scrolls Online also received a fairly tepid response from critics. Since its launch, the studio has improved it massively, and the game is now very much worth players' time. Like the rest of the Elder Scrolls titles before it, The Elder Scrolls Online takes place on the continent of Tamriel, but is set some 1,000 years before the events of Skyrim. The main storyline tells of the betrayal of Varan Aquilarios by Manimarco, the latter of whom promises the former that he will help to retrieve the Amulet of Kings before turning on his companions. If that isn't of interest to you though, ESO has plenty of other stuff to do, including multiplayer dungeons, crafting, and fishing. As with Fallout 76, the subscription for The Elder Scrolls Online is optional, and the game can be played successfully without it. However, if you do subscribe to ESO Plus, you'll get tons of cool perks, including unlimited storage for crafting items, 1,650 crowns per month, and access to most of the game's DLC. Number 4. RuneScape. If you were a bit of a nerd in high school, then it's probably a safe bet that you spent at least a little bit of time playing RuneScape. Mostly because it was likely one of the few websites that could get through your school's strict content controls, but also because it was quite good fun. It may surprise some of you to know that RuneScape is still going strong today, and that it's still a fine example of a premium MMORPG. Players start out on Tutorial Island, where they learn the basics of the game before heading out into the main world. What players do after that is really up to them, as there aren't any set goals or objectives. You can level up your skills, fight NPCs and monsties, or trade and chat with other players. The world really is your oyster. The free version of RuneScape has plenty to keep players occupied, but they can unlock far more with a membership. Not only does that monthly subscription grant access to an additional 11 skill lines and more than 200 extra quests, but it also allows players to explore a world that's over 3 times the size of that in the free edition. That alone has to be worth the price of admission. Number 3. The Lord of the Rings Online. According to Northern Treasure Sean Bean, one does not simply walk into Mordor. Whilst this may be true, one can simply walk into the world of Middle-earth. Metaphorically at least, thanks to The Lord of the Rings Online, the 2007 MMORPG that takes place during the time period where Frodo and Sam are attempting to destroy the One Ring. Plot-wise, The Lord of the Rings Online is rather epic. Things kick off soon after the hobbits leave the Shire and players start their adventure in the town of Bree. Initially, they head to Weathertop and Trollshores before becoming embroiled in a campaign to stop the plans of the Witch King. Gameplay is pretty standard MMO fare. You start out by picking a race and class and then get to questing, crafting, and exploring. If you already like all of these things and feel like you'd enjoy them with a Middle-earth twist, then TLOTRO is the game for you. Tlotro. As is the case with pretty much every game on this list so far, you can enjoy much of what The Lord of the Rings Online has to offer for free, but if you want to enjoy perks like priority login, additional inventory slots and wardrobe space, and a weekly gold hobbit present, whatever that is, then you'll need to part with a few coins. Number 2. Star Wars: The Old Republic. Do you have the urge to explore a galaxy far, far away but feel like flying is for droids? Well then, you'll need to get your hands on a copy of Star Wars: The Old Republic, the 2011 MMORPG from developer BioWare and publisher EA. Players start out by choosing a species, class, and most importantly, whether they're aligned with the Galactic Republic or the Sith Empire. From there, they advance by embarking on story missions, exploring, and defeating their foes, and as they level up, they can learn new skills. As one would expect from a BioWare title, Star Wars: The Old Republic focuses heavily on player choices, and how they react to situations will determine not only whether whether they're aligned to the dark or light side, but can also affect players' companions and what story missions are open to them. Star Wars The Old Republic is free to play up to level 60, and you can experience the rise of the Hutt Cartel and the Shadow of Revan storylines without having to pay a single penny. However, those looking to play beyond level 60, earn free monthly cartel coins and enjoy the game's expansions will need to sign up to the monthly subscription. Number 1. Final Fantasy XIV. To say that Final Fantasy XIV has been on a bit of a journey to get where it is something of an understatement. The game was originally released in 2010 but was so badly received by critics and fans that its servers were shut down in 2012. Never once to accept failure, Square Enix developed a brand new game, one where the developers addressed players' concerns, and the Final Fantasy XIV we know and love today was released in 2013. Final Fantasy XIV is set in the land of Eorzea, some 5 years after the events of the OG Final Fantasy XIV. At the end of the 2010 title, the dragon, Bahamut, escapes from its lunar prison and brings about the 7th Umbral Calamity, an apocalypse that destroys Eorzea. The player character is able to avoid the devastation by time-travelling 5 years into the future, where they must face the threat of the Garlean Empire. By signing up to Final Fantasy XIV's free trial, you can enjoy the game all the way through to level 60. If you want to play beyond that though, then you'll need to treat yourself to a subscription, which gives you full access to the game, plus regular content updates.
Have you ever tried to arrange your game collection by genre? Honestly, I'd advise against it. It's a nice thought, but it never really works out. You'll be going along putting FPS games with other FPS games, platformers with other platformers, and so on, and then something comes along that doesn't quite fit and completely messes up your flow. We're talking about those games for our list today. Titles that flew in the face of genre classification, those that were impossible to fit into a clearly defined niche, and in short, those that dared to be different. The developers behind these games took inspiration from a variety of established genres, mixed in some ingenious ideas of their own, and cooked up something that's definitely a video game, but we're just not sure what kind. We all like to think we're different and that each one of us is a unique little snowflake, but some games truly lived up to that ideal, and we're going to look at 10 of the most interesting ones right now. I'm the one-of-a-kind Peter from TripleJump, and here are 10 video games that defy genre classification. Number 10. Flower. Genova Chen, creator of 2009 PSN game Flower, developed this journey predecessor with the mindset that its artistic qualities and its ability to evoke an emotional response were much more important than its gameplay. As such, Flower borders on what you might refer to as an experience rather than a game. It definitely is a game though, a game in which players control the wind and direct a petal through a variety of dreamlike landscapes. As the petal passes by flowers, it will cause them to bloom, and more petals will join the flowing procession until hundreds of them are billowing around like a stream of multicolored confetti. The idyllic, ethereal landscapes are identified as existing inside the dreams of flowers, and players navigate through these dreams using the PS3's 6-axis motion controls right through until the finale, where the petals bring life and joy to a bleak grey city. This conclusion preaches that nature and humanity can coexist in harmony, even if it is just in the dreams of our potted plants. Flower is difficult to classify. It's almost as if it's a third-person airborne combat game like its PS3 contemporary Lair, but with absolutely everything removed until you're left with just some basic controls, a cool idea, and, no dragon battles. It's quite beautiful, in a way, but then I guess that was the point. Number 9. Papers, Please. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to work as an inspector at a border checkpoint? Hanging out in a booth and making hundreds of potentially life-changing decisions every day sounds like a high-pressure environment to us, and successful 2013 indie game Papers, Please attempts to put you right there in the thick of it. Managing the checkpoint and trying to figure out who should be allowed into the country and who should be kicked back into no man's land offers no specific outcome that counts as winning the game, and there are large moral grey areas when it comes to deciding each person's fate. Despite all this, Wikipedia identifies Papers, Please as a puzzle game. technically putting it right in there with the likes of, Puzzle Bobble. Lives and national security aren't at stake in the rainbow-saturated world of bubble-popping dinosaurs, though, and Bob and Bob don't have to ensure that they treat immigrants fairly while also making enough money to look after their family. Not that we know of, anyway. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that Papers, Please is quite a lot more than a simple puzzle game, and as far as we're concerned, it very much defies genre classification, thus qualifying it for this list. Next, number 8, Jet Set Radio. The next game on our list skates around a few genres, but doesn't quite settle on any one in particular. Developed by Smilebit and released in 2000 for the Dreamcast, Jet Set Radio was one of the first games to use the now familiar cel-shading visual style, and presented a cool and vibrant take on the streets of Tokyo for players to explore, complete with a snappy hip-hop soundtrack to match. In the game, players take on the role of a member of an inline skate gang, and must explore various urban areas, spraying over other gangs' graffiti tags with tags of their own. Wikipedia dumps Jet Set Radio in the all-too-broad action genre bucket, which doesn't take into consideration the game's extreme sports flavour, its emphasis on attitude, and the fact that when it comes down to it, it actually plays a bit like an open-world 3D platformer. Mario 64 via Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, if you will. With its funky street-smart style and its vandalism-based gameplay, maybe we could make up a new genre for Jet Set Radio, the Juvenile Delinquent Simulator, and throw Mark Echo's Getting Up and Splatoon in there too. Oh wait, vandalism. I'm sounding like an old person, aren't I? Yeah, you know what, never mind, let's just call it an action game. I'm still young. Number 7, Pokemon Snap. Imagine an on-rail shooter like House of the Dead or maybe Panzer Dragoon, but you're not shooting down undead horrors or Imperial battleships, you're shooting snaps of your favourite Pokemon to fill up your Poke photo album. That's what you've got with 1999's Pokemon Snap and its surprise 2021 follow-up. That and nothing else. Ostensibly a peaceful, laid-back sort of game, though with some very tricky moments if you want to get the really rare photos, Pokemon Snap entirely casts aside the turn-based RPG mechanics of the mainline series, in fact it does away with combat altogether, and forms a nice little genre all of its own. Now it's not uncommon for photography to show up as a side activity in games, especially on modern consoles, but it's very rare to see it as the one and only focus of a title, meaning that photography em-up sadly isn't its own recognised genre. A hard thing to admit for this Beyond Good and Evil fan. So where to file the 2 Pokemon Snap games in your genre-organised gaming library then? Well, like we said, on-rail shooter seems to be the closest comparison, but do they really belong next to House of the Dead overkill and its gore-drenched, expletive-laden ultra-violence? We'll let you be the judge, but if you answered yes, you are definitely playing Pokemon Snap incorrectly. Ugh. Number 6, Nights into Dreams. In Sonic Team's Nights into Dreams, players control the titular graceful Harlequin, Nights, and explore Nightopia and Nightmare, the 2 lands that make up the Dream World. A colourful, joyous, free-flying extravaganza with just a hint of that all-important uncanny creepiness, Nights into Dreams was hard to define upon its release, leading to many publications struggling to label it at the time. Strangely, it often gets defined as a platformer, but when you consider you'll be spending the vast majority of your game time controlling the airborne purple Nightmaren with nary a platform in sight, this definition just doesn't really ring true. Now sure, you can run around most stages as the human characters, but this is little more than a distracting aside. The real experience starts when you find Nights and take to the skies, with the gameplay switching from 3D exploration to soaring and looping along a 2.5D plane. While playing as Nights, the player must collect a number of MacGuffins before the timer runs out and the Nightmaren turns into a boring old kid again. And there are even some boss fights to get to grips with. So I ask you, does it look like a platformer to you? No, of course not. It's actually closer to a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up, except with no shooting and just loop-the-loop mechanics instead. So what, a loop-'em-up, maybe? Yeah, sure, that'll do. Number 5, Nights in the Nightmare. Right, enough about nightmares and nights, now let's talk about nightmares and nights. Sting Entertainment's 2006 DS title, Nights in the Nightmare, is an example of a game that mashes so many genres together in such bizarre ways that it no longer really resembles any of them, and its genre classification ends up reading like a list rather than a clear statement. On first glance, you'd be forgiven for thinking that it's a tactical role-playing game along the lines of Tactics Ogre. Allow me to inform you, though, that if you bought it with that comparison in mind, you'd be setting yourself up for quite the shock. The quote-unquote playable characters are mostly stationary, with players instead controlling a wisp that hovers about the screen. This wisp must physically drag action commands to characters to make them act, while various monsters on screen attack the wisp with projectiles. It's a bullet hell game. Get hit, and the wisp will lose time to charge up attacks, adding a time management aspect to the proceedings, on top of another mechanic that means enemies can only truly be defeated if they're lined up properly, tic-tac-toe style. So is it a turn-based strategy game, an RPG, a board game, bullet hell? We say it's all of those and more bashed together into something entirely new. A veritable smorgasbord, if you will. Maybe smorgasbord should be a genre in itself. A smorgasbord game. Number 4, Exo-1. Cosmic Adventure Exo-1, sadly unrelated to Ecto-1, was released across multiple formats in 2001 and created by Australian developers Expletive. Exo-1 is a momentum-based exploration game where players are tasked with traversing various distant planets in a transforming alien spacecraft. Often beautiful, occasionally eerie, and always lonely, it's another one of those games that starts to slide into experience territory. We'd almost call it a walking simulator, if it wasn't for the fact that you're flying at incredible speeds through the farthest reaches of space. While Exo-1 does have a narrative that unfolds as the game progresses, it's really about using the momentum and gravity-based mechanics to get from one place to another and enjoying the ride. It's a journey through the heavens, a taster of what it might be like to pilot incredible craft through the atmospheres of distant planets, and an opportunity to sit back and consider what might be out there beyond the solar system, all while being dazzled by stunning renditions of cosmic worlds and soothed by ethereal music. Or it's a glorified visualizer with some basic interaction. It's really up to you how you want to define it. Indeed, its genre is as fluid and malleable as the shiny ball it lets you fly around in. Number 3, Portal. While it's the game on today's list that probably does fit most comfortably into a particular genre, that of the puzzle platform game, Valve's meme-birthing phenomenon, Portal, does enough of its own thing that we really don't feel like slotting it into the puzzler bracket really does it justice. Far more freeform and open to experimentation than traditional puzzle games, Portal subverts a lot of the genre's expectations, throws some platforming into the mix, and has a large focus on atmosphere and world building, thanks in part to the DNA it shares with the Half-Life series. On top of this, there's the fact that Portal was made with an FPS engine, and so feels like an FPS game, only one with unique traversal options where the only gun available shoots portals instead of bullets. When it comes down to it, the fact is that Portal's portal mechanic is so iconic, ingenious, and unique that it and its sequel almost feel like they transcend the first-person puzzle platformer classification they've been stuck with and sit in a genre all of their own. They are puzzle games, no doubt, and they involve 3D platforming for sure, but they're also physics playgrounds built in a first-person shooter engine that let you pull off crazy science-defying stunts, all while being fed a level of world building and characterization that you just didn't get in other puzzle games at the time of the first title's release. In other words, Portal is just Portal. Number 2, Crypt of the Necrodancer. When we talked about Nights in the Nightmare a few entries ago, we discussed how it's a mashup of a few genres, with one in particular, the bullet hell genre, being the outlier that made it into something unique. There's a similar thing going on with Crypt of the Necrodancer, which at first glance is a common or garden dungeon crawling RPG with roguelike elements. The outlier here though is, well, rhythm action, of course. Yes, that's right. Canadian independent developers Brace Yourself Games apparently decided that the exploration and plunder of various dark and monster-filled caverns would be best accompanied by a killer soundtrack, constant motion, and tiles that light up like disco lights. The story explanation for all of this is that the evil necrodancer has stolen protagonist Cadence's heart, and she has to stick to its beat on her quest to reclaim it. Whatever the reason though, there'll be no sneaking through the shadows and avoiding goblins in this dungeon. This is all about leaping from square to square in time with the music and battling enemies to the tempo. Of course, Crypt of the Necrodancer is still a dungeon crawler at heart, so classify it as that if that's what you want to do, but its rhythm-based gameplay makes it quite unlike anything else in the genre. Perfect for dancing dungeoneers, quick-stepping cave dwellers, and funky spelunkers. And number 1, Katamari Damacy. Katamari Damacy, and the Katamari series as a whole, takes the very idea of genre classification, rolls it up into a ball, and fires it into space. In the game, players take on the role of the prince, a small fellow with an oddly tubular head. The prince is tasked by his eccentric father, the king of all cosmos, to roll up everyday objects into enormous balls that he can then use to recreate heavenly bodies like planets, moons, and even stars. How there's enough stuff on Earth to create heavenly bodies that are several times its size, we don't know. But we do know that this isn't the only facet of Katamari Damacy's premise that proves that the minds responsible went to some very bizarre places. Often tentatively defined as some kind of action puzzle game, Katamari Damacy really doesn't fall into either bracket. Is there much action? Well, it might be visually chaotic in places, but you're really just rolling a ball around, picking up mostly stationary flora, fauna, and inanimate objects. Is it puzzling? Well, no, it's pretty clear what you have to do, and the main challenge comes from gradually building up to larger and larger ball fodder so you can achieve the biggest ball possible in the time limit, which is sometimes tricky, but not in a brain-teasing sense. So how do you define a game whose goal is to make as big a ball as possible before the time runs out? Well, you don't. You just let it be what it wants to be, free from the constraints of other people's classifications and labels. A lesson for life, really. Roll on, Katamari. Roll on in your merry, unique way.
Sometimes things are just inevitable. Just as the sun sets in the evening, so too will it rise in the morning. As you reach new chapters in your life, you will face new challenges and opportunities. And if someone leaves unattended biscuits in the office, I am going to eat them. It's just destiny, that inescapable whirlpool of fate that we are powerless to resist. It's in the way we deal with these inevitabilities that our true freedom lies. And this can be true in life as well as in video games. Occasionally, a player character will have a specific doom hanging over them for all or most of the game. The majority of the time, the player will be given the opportunity to guide the protagonist to escape this fate, perhaps just by finishing the story, or perhaps by going the extra mile and achieving the game's golden ending. Rarely, though, a protagonist's terrible fate is sealed, no matter how the player struggles. Outside of mods and hacks, there's literally nothing you can do, and that's what we're looking at today. So expect things to get a bit dark, and also expect major spoilers from this point on. Heed this warning, as having the game you're currently enjoying spoiled is a cruel fate indeed. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 video game protagonists who are doomed no matter what you do. Number 10, V. Cyberpunk 2077. In CD Projekt Red's 2020 action role-playing game, Cyberpunk 2077, players take on the role of V, a cybernetically enhanced mercenary in the dystopian metropolis of Night City. Night City can be a dangerous place, and V has it pretty tough from the beginning, but a series of events early in the game lead to this player-created character becoming a ticking time bomb. After a heist goes wrong following a spot of interfamilial corporate assassination, V is forced to insert a biochip chip, known as the Relic, into the cyberware in their head. Later, V is betrayed and shot in the face, and when they wake up in a landfill a little later, their fate is already sealed. Basically, the Relic contains the personality of rock star and terrorist Johnny Silverhand, and V can look forward to either the biochip destroying their brain or allowing Johnny to take over their body and be stuck in virtual space forever. Either way, there's no way to avoid V's fate, as even the expertise of Pro Ripperdoc Victor Vector can't get Keanu Reeves' euphoric silvery tones out of their head. I suppose there are worse ways to go. Number 9, Raziel, the Legacy of Kain series. Raziel, the protagonist of 1999's Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver and 2001's Soul Reaver 2, is a complicated chap. Originally a vampire hunting warrior, he was resurrected and made the lieutenant of the vampire Kain. Over time, Raziel's power came to rival Kain's, which resulted in his execution. However, you seemingly can't keep a good vampire hunter down, and he was revived once again. He winds up working for a mysterious elder god and embarks on a quest for revenge, armed with a sword known as Soul Reaver, which has a tortured soul trapped inside it. Are you following all of this? Good, because we're about to go all time travel-y on you. After going back in time, Raziel makes the disturbing discovery that the soul contained within the blade is his own, driven mad by millennia of imprisonment. He tries for a time to avoid his fate, but during the events of Legacy of Kain Defiance, he eventually comes to accept it, like the dignified, soul-devouring champ that he is. Still, poor Raziel, he was only trying to do the right thing, and ended up being trapped in a spectral blade for all eternity. I mean, it is a pretty cool blade, but still. Number 8, Arthur Morgan, Red Dead Redemption 2. In Rockstar's 2018 epic western Red Dead Redemption 2, players take on the role of Arthur Morgan, a high-ranking gang member and renowned gunslinger. Over the course of the game, Arthur goes out on various missions for the good of the group, and one such mission takes him to the property of a sickly fellow by the name of Thomas Downs. Mr. Downs owes money to Arthur's associates and is, much to the detriment of everyone involved, not very forthcoming with it. When Arthur decides to try a bit of intimidation, he gets very close to the sickly man, and Mr. Downs splutters in his face. Now, many players might not have noticed such a seemingly insignificant moment, but from this point on, Arthur's fate is sealed. You see, Thomas Downs had tuberculosis, and through his up-close and personal intimidation technique, Arthur managed to contract it. This serious bacterial infection is very treatable today thanks to antibiotics, but unfortunately for Arthur, Red Dead Redemption 2 is set in 1899, and penicillin wasn't discovered until 1928. It doesn't take a history, medicine, or maths whiz to work out what the issue here is. Alas, no matter what the player tries, Arthur's days are numbered, and he ultimately succumbs to tuberculosis, just like real-life gunslinger Doc Holliday. At least he's in revered company. Number 7, Hale, the Resistance series. Insomniac Games' FPS franchise made its debut in 2006 on the PS3, and presented an alternate history in which Europe was attacked by a mysterious alien force known as the Chimera. These insectoid monsters like to infect humans with a virus that causes artificial evolution into aggressive monstrous creatures, bolstering their ranks. When the invasion reaches the UK, US Army Ranger Nathan Hale is sent over with a squad of fellow Rangers to assist their European allies, starting the events of Resistance: Fall of Man. Things go very badly very quickly, as Hale's squad is ambushed and infected by the Chimera. Hale is the only survivor, thanks to some kind of innate resistance to full infection. Using his new chimeric powers, Hale teams up with the local resistance fighters and helps to clear the UK of the alien threat. All good, right? Well, only if you've never played the sequel. In Resistance 2, the Chimera make their way to the United States, and Hale is once again called into action. Over the course of the game, the player is helpless as Hale's condition worsens and ultimately becomes irreversible. By the end, he has completely succumbed, and a comrade is forced to execute him. If only he could have resisted the effects for longer. What, too soon? Number 6, The Nameless One, Planescape Torment. Planescape Torment is a cult RPG that was released in 1999 and is set in the Planescape tabletop RPG setting, which includes a dizzying array of realms linked by interdimensional portals. In these planes, anything is possible, including an amnesiac immortal with an extremely shady past. That's where Planescape Torment comes in. Known only as the Nameless One, our hulking zombie-looking protagonist is blissfully unaware as to what's going on when the player takes control. Well, as blissful as one can be upon waking up on a mortuary slab with a floating skull looking over you. Still, a bit of digging will reveal the true horror of the Nameless One's circumstances. He sought out immortality after sinning so terribly that he was doomed to fight in an eternal clash of fiends known as the Blood War when he died. Alas, even immortality couldn't save him, as whatever choices the player makes, poor old TNO will still end up stomping off to play his part in the Blood War axe in hand. He can feel better about it though, depending on your choices. And no, you never find out what he originally did to incur such a fate. Something a bit worse than eating the office biscuits though, I'm sure. Number 5, The Chosen Undead, Dark Souls. Dark Souls is not a cheery game, and the fates suffered by the player-created protagonist before, during, and after its events really don't sound very nice at all. Starting the game trapped in a hellish prison, the entity known as the Chosen Undead must battle numerous horrific enemies throughout many grim locations, and endure being slain in battle over and over again. It might seem like death would be a way out, but the Chosen Undead is denied even this, as in the Dark Souls universe, undead will eventually go hollow. Going hollow is basically an undead creature losing their mind and free will and falling into a state of madness. Other side effects include crumpled skin and emitting a horrific stench, and as such, an appropriate alternate name for a hollow would be a wrinkly stinky, but it doesn't really fit with the vibe of the game. As the Chosen Undead uncovers the mysteries of the world of Dark Souls, they will come to realise that there are 2 other fates open to them, sacrificing themselves to the first flame and keeping things as they are, or ushering in an Age of Dark, which is arguably worse. Still, both are probably better than going hollow. Number 4, Frédéric Francois Chopin, Eternal Sonata. 2007 title Eternal Sonata presents the odd combination of a fantasy RPG with a character who is doomed by real-world history. A musically themed adventure set in a magical world, one of the main protagonists of the game is renowned Polish pianist and composer Frédéric Francois Chopin, and the events of the game take place in his deathbed dreams. In this dream world, Chopin will join forces with various cutesy creatures and become involved in a nefarious political plot, ultimately helping a group of local youths face off against tyrannical rulers. Does all of this change anything for Chopin though? Well, if you check your history books, you'll see that he still died. So, no. Eventually deciding that everything he was experiencing is a dream, he battles the party and returns to the real world, where he passes away. The ending does show the other party members meeting again, however, so it's all a bit ambiguous. Also, Chopin is shown playing a piano in a field of flowers during the credits, so maybe he's in heaven. I don't know. All I do know is that just like Arthur Morgan of Red Dead Redemption 2, it was tuberculosis that got Chopin. Bet you didn't think that those 2 games would have anything in common, did you? Number 3, Zack, Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII. Zack, from 2007's PSP title Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII, suffers from a condition that I like to call prequelitis. Unfortunately, there is no cure for prequelitis, which afflicts characters in prequels who have been shown to have already been killed in the previous game. In Final Fantasy VII, released 10 years before the handheld prequel, Zack is shown to have been mercilessly gunned down by Shinra soldiers in a flashback, and unless Square were intending to do some time-bending multiverse nonsense, the Crisis Core protagonist was doomed from the get-go. All players hoping to save this popular side character can really hope for is a bit more of an insight into his heroic demise, and a graphically superior rendition of events. In A Crisis Core, fans were treated to a beautifully rendered CG ending, in which Zack goes down fighting and bequeaths the Buster Sword to Cloud in his dying breath. He then gets welcomed into the livestream by his late mentor Angeal, in a highly emotional scene that's as tragic as it is beautiful. It just makes it all too real. Can it be all angular and pixely again, please? Number 2, Naruto, Heavenly Sword. In Heavenly Sword, Ninja Theory's 2007 hack and slash for the PS3, things look pretty bleak from Naruto right at the beginning of the game. Locked in a battle against overwhelming enemy forces, Naruto fights desperately, while her narration reveals that any mortal who picks up the titular sword will die. Soon enough, she is stopped in her tracks by the sword's power, burning runes appear on her skin, and she appears to meet her end. The game then begins in earnest, 5 days before the events just witnessed, and you might be thinking there's a chance to save Naruto from her fate. it. Well, I've got news for you viewers. This particular redhead is dead no matter what you try. You can make things a little better this time around though. Instead of dying mid-battle, Nariko will make a pact with the sword to grant her the power to defeat the invading army and save her clan. She comes back to life with goddess-like powers and a fashionable ethereal glow, and does an absolute number on the bad guys. Once her mission is complete, the sword still claims Nariko, but at least she died happy this time around. The moral of the story: don't touch swords with mysterious powers. And number 1, Noble 6, Halo Reach. Not only does Noble 6, the Spartan protagonist of 2010 Bungie FPS Halo Reach, suffer from the aforementioned prequelitis, the entire planet of Reach does too. Upon playing Halo Reach, a game set prior to the events of Halo Combat Evolved, most fans will be fully aware of a couple of Halo lore tidbits. Firstly, the planet Reach was glassed, which means it was pummeled by orbital plasma bombardments until there was nothing left. Secondly, Master Chief was generally thought to be the last active Spartan super soldier, and considering you're playing as a Spartan soldier trying to defend the planet Reach, you can probably see where this one's going. Throughout this cinematic and chaotic campaign of Halo Reach, Noble 6 and his Spartan comrades will engage in numerous heroic escapades as the humans desperately try to evacuate the planet amidst a massive Covenant invasion. Noble 6 is the last to fall, as he hangs back to allow the evacuation of the Pillar of Autumn, the ship containing Master Chief and Cortana. His mission complete, he then attempts to hold off the overwhelming number of Covenant forces. However, no matter how good the player is, Noble 6 simply cannot survive. He sure can take a lot of alien scum down with him though. That'll teach him not to go around glassing planets.
Roll up, ladies, gentlemen and others. Welcome to TripleJump Park. Please keep your arms and legs inside the vehicles at all times, because they're the rules, and if you don't, I'll have to phone rules boss. There's a lot that video games can do with a theme park when it comes to story ideas and locations. In and of themselves, they are exciting and magical places to be, even for adults. However, they also have a dark side, both as a safety risk and because they're 100 times scarier in the middle of the night. Kind of like clowns. We've already covered on this channel possible additions to the Super Nintendo World theme park, but now it's time that we talked about ones that already exist, albeit trapped within the pixelized realities of gaming. While real-life parks are meticulously crafted worlds of slickly operating wonder and magic, with reams of safety procedures and guest satisfaction as a priority, the ones that appear in video games often leave a lot to be desired. So, let's learn all about them. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are 10 video game theme parks we'd hate to visit. Number 10. Pinner Park, Super Mario Sunshine. Super Nintendo World isn't Mario's first rodeo, and by rodeo we mean theme park, and by theme park we mean hazard. Pinner Park has all your typical fairground fare. A Ferris wheel, clamshell teacups, a roller coaster, a Yoshi go-round, and swinging pirate ships. Just your normal, run-of-the-mill seaside amusement park, right? Wrong, because the place is a bloody death trap. Although bloody death trap might actually be run-of-the-mill for you, depending on where you spent your summer holidays. It's not my place to judge. Anyway, the point is that whoever designed Pinner Park clearly has no concept of crowd control, with the island only accessible via a large cannon on the foreshore. The worst part is that being shot out of that cannon might be the least dangerous thing about your trip. The Ferris wheel is fast enough to deserve a speeding ticket, and the pirate ships manage to achieve every child's ultimate dream and ultimate fear of spinning all the way round. The coaster is surprisingly safe, but that safety is kind of negated when there's a giant mecha Bowser wreaking havoc nearby. Also, it costs 10 shine sprites to get in. Do you know what I had to go through to get those? Oh, I'm taking my custom elsewhere. Number 9. Lakeside Amusement Park, Silent Hill. Mascot costumes have a bit of a bad reputation thanks to games, movies, creepypastas, and, well, real life. Lakeside Amusement Park has an innocent enough name, it even shares it with an actual park in Colorado, but that's where the innocence ends. In the normal world, Lakeside Amusement Park is a paradise for children, but in the other world, it's something that would mentally scar any hardened adult who stepped inside. Like Mickey, Minnie, Donald, and Goofy, Lakeside has its own mascot, Robbie the Rabbit, and oh boy, whoever owns that suit is going to have to pay for some serious dry cleaning. Lakeside is more populated than Pinner Park, but that just means it's 10 times as deadly. If you manage to survive being crushed by the Haunted Mansion's spiked ceiling, then you'll probably be killed by the insta-death red mist that permeates the building. For those who'd rather not risk their lives though, there is at least the Happy Carousel, which has real-life horses kebabbed on poles, meaning it technically doubles as a special kind of petting zoo. Oh, that's nice. It just smells a lot worse than the usual sort. Number 8. Del Diablo Amusement Park, Nightmare Circus. Putting aside negligence and psychological horror, apparently the scariest thing that can occur in a theme park is insurance fraud. Del Diablo Amusement Park was more of a circus, as you might be able to tell from the game's name, but it calls itself an amusement park, so it's going on the list anyway. Del Diablo was burned to the ground on opening night by its owner, the Jester, to cash in on an insurance policy. Years later, a ghost-busting Native American named Raven turns up at the remains of the circus, which are still there because, well, I don't really know why, to be honest. This should have been cleared up ages ago. What the hell am I paying my council tax for? The park is now a hollowed out wreck, although the roller coaster, dodgems, and chainsaw-wielding maniac all seem to be running fine, along with whatever these things are on the walls. Minifigure arms, maybe? Is this Legoland? You know what? I think I'll just play it safe and head straight for the fun house. Oh, a whole lot of fun. Prizes to be won. Oh, I feel sick. Number 7. Dr. Quandry's Carnival, the secret island of Dr. Quandry. Common sense dictates that if a rickety shooting gallery is being run by a man who calls himself the quintessential quizmaster, don't trust it. He might not necessarily be evil, but he's probably at least a little bit pretentious. Unsurprisingly, what the quizmaster has on offer at this weird monochromatic carnival is actually a dirty trick, resulting in him sucking you up into the body of a doll and throwing you into the sea. You then wash up on the shore of his secret island, which I assume is some kind of tax haven, and are tasked with getting your body back. You must work against Dr. Quandry, as well as surfer dudettes, tax collectors who speak in uwu, and saxophones with sunglasses. Granted, the island itself isn't actually an amusement park, so that part doesn't actually count, but the black and white carnival at the start of the game, with its dodgy-looking prizes and evil huckster in charge, definitely isn't worth the price of admission, which is saying a lot because it's free. The worst part though is that making your way through the titular island involves solving a bunch of maths and logic puzzles, learning about factors, number sequences, division, and honestly, my brain switched off as soon as I started saying this sentence. This is a video game channel. I do not need maths lessons. Number 6, Nuka World, Fallout 3. 4. Shut up. Excluding a few collaborations with Disneyland, it really is rather miraculous that we've been spared a fast food theme park. They'll get around to it eventually, I'm sure, but for now, the Nuka World DLC for Fallout 4 will have to do. Most of the previous entries have been more along the lines of seaside fairgrounds or small-town carnivals, but Nuka World is a full-on Disneyland-sized theme park. Prior to the nuclear apocalypse, it had 6 different zones and 31 different attractions. Not just the old favourites of the Ferris wheel, teacups and carousel, but also a roller coaster, a cola-themed mountain, a fun house, oh not again please, I still feel queasy, a full-size gingerbread cottage, a shovel museum, and the world's largest fire hydrant. The downside to Nuka World is it was actually a front for a military-funded biochemical warfare lab. Exploring it, you'll find combat robots, soft drinks containing radioactive isotopes, and a private vault for the still-living head of the park's founder, Walt Disney. John Caleb Bradburton. As of 2287, Nuka World has become a raider camp, albeit one with quirkier houses than usual. Sure, pre-war Nuka World looked like a fun place if you made sure not to drink any Nuka-Cola Quantum, but you know something has gone wrong when things get to the point that you're actually safer just staying out in the nuclear wasteland and fighting things that are literally called death claws. Number 5. Atlantic Island Park. The park. Swan right, swan right, swan right. Excuse me, force of habit. Taking inspiration from Lakeside's disarming name and lovable mascots, Atlantic Island Park is also a mess. I'm not even going to pretend that it's not, because look at it. Funded and run by tycoon, rejected Illuminati member, yes really, and literal supernatural monster Nathaniel Winter, the park was built on a nexus of supernatural power that literally no one is able to control. Typical of most houses and hotels that are built on incredibly haunted ground, numerous accidents and incidents ended up killing a number of workers and park guests, as well as driving the man inside the Chad the Chipmunk costume to insanity and murder. God, we're just lucky the man inside the Coco the Gorilla costume was stopped before a similar incident could happen again. Winters now lives in the park, operating the Octotron, House of Horrors, the roller coaster, and the Swan Ride! Tunnel of Tales, in the hope that some hapless souls will wander in, allowing him to absorb their fear and joy. So, very much not a place to spend a bank holiday Monday then. Oh, hang on, why is Nightmare Circus here? That's an entry within an entry. Oh, let's move on. Number 4. Inkwell Isle 2. Cuphead. Finally, a place that is relatively fun. Okay, well, fun is debatable considering its owners still want you dead, but at least it's not more horses on spikes. The entrance to the second Inkwell Isle is a small shoreside funfair that is, for once, not entirely abandoned, haunted, or covered in viscera. Hooray! The circus is run by Beppy the Clown, who operates a funfair, funhouse, and a roller coaster. This roller coaster is extra fun, with bumper cars, balloon animals, and a carousel, which are all somehow allowed to operate 50 meters up in the air. God, it's like being at a Merlin entertainment park. Over on the other side, Sugarland is a themed kingdom of gumballs, waffles, cupcakes, and a horrifying living castle, ruled over by Baroness von Bon 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 Bon. Next door, Jimmy the Great, a literal magical genie, runs a maze-cum-haunted house populated by his various mummies, puppets, and Illuminati pyramids. Sorry, how have the Illuminati managed to appear twice in this list? Anyway, I take back everything I said at the start of the entry. This could have been fun for all the family, if every single creature and object weren't trying to kill you. It's kind of a rule of thumb I tend to work by when choosing where to take my nephew for the afternoon. Number 3. Pirate Island. Detroit Become Human. Welcome to Pirate Island, me hearties. You're gonna have a whale of a time. And you're also going to die. That's not a pirate pun, you're just legitimately going to die. Pirate Island, or Pirate's Cove if you want to get Detroit Become Human wiki about this, was a pirate-themed adventure park that was left to rot for not really any discernible reason. Whatever the cause though, it seemingly happened so quickly that the owners forgot to take their dozens of Jerrys with them. Standing empty in the snow and ice-covered wastes of the middle of nowhere, Detroit, Pirate's Cove isn't actually seen very much in the game, and I mean that in a literal sense. The parts that you do visit are massively obscured thanks to the darkness and wild weather. However, the concept art for the game gives us a better view of the place. Certain areas of the park have cool entrances, like a giant pirate skull and this guy here, and beyond them you'll find a roller coaster, a fun fair, a Ferris wheel, and the fortune teller from Big. Oh man, I wonder if he can make me any bigger. The map also shows yet another pirate pirate boat swing, and more dodgems, or bumper cars, depending on where you come from. God, I've never really thought about it before, but dodgems sounds like one of those made-up piss-take British words, despite actually being a real one. There's even a tent icon here that suggests the existence of clowns. Granted, they might have just dressed a Jerry up in a red nose and wig, but either way, I'm very much steering clear. In fact, you might say, if there are any clowns here, I will dodge them. Number 2, Uranus Zone, Dead Rising 2 off the record. With a name like Uranus Zone, how could we not stick it in? Uranus Zone, I'm never going to get tired of saying that, is an amusement park within the ironically named Fortune City, now overrun by zombies. It has a number of big-ticket rides, including the UFO Crash Freefaller and the Galactic Glide swinging boats. However, someone seems to have either foreseen the zombie apocalypse or had their own nefarious goals in mind, because a lot of the rides have been specially designed to kill people. This is good news for Frank West, who can easily mow down zombies with them, but not very good news for general day-to-day park goers who presumably used to come here in their hundreds or thousands before the apocalypse. For the smaller attractions of Uranus Zone, there's the Mole Men from Uranus Whack-A-Mole game, which allows you to use your own sledgehammer, and several other sideshows where you throw tomahawks, baseballs, footballs, and hunks of meat at offending aliens. But it doesn't just have rides and games. There are even several creatively named stores, including Space, the clothes shop, Players, the music shop, Bagged, the handbag shop, and The Man's Sport, the sports shop. Wow, that certainly is a lot of things to find in Uranus. And number 1, Cartoon Wasteland, Epic Mickey. Hey, who wants to go to Disneyland?
Well, you can't, because Mickey ruined it for everyone.
Unsure what to do with all of the horses, ghosts, gorillas, playing cards, and other miscellaneous characters that the corporation has discarded over the years, Walt Disney self-insert Yen Sid formed a haven to let them live happily ever after in obscurity, ruled over by Mickey Mouse precursor Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. The Cartoon Wasteland was built to resemble Disneyland and its attractions, and it did, right up to the point that Mickey managed to Mr. Bean the entire thing and transform Cinderella's Castle, It's a Small World, Adventureland, the Haunted Mansion, the Matterhorn, Tomorrowland, and Main Street into warped and twisted versions of themselves, overrun with gremlins, ink monsters, and corrupted animatronics. The rides are all broken down, the streets and buildings have chunks missing, and he's tried to rectify the whole thing by drawing a horrible face over the smudge mark. Oh wait, no, that's Mr. Bean again. Of course, the whole place gets fixed up after the events of Epic Mickey, but even then, accessing the restored park will always involve either breaking into a powerful wizard's house, or getting forgotten by society as a whole and taken in along with all the other waifs and strays. So, on balance, you're probably better off planning a trip to the real Disneyland, you know, when we're actually allowed to go again. They say there are two things in life that are assured: death and taxes. And though some people will do everything they can to avoid the latter, getting around the former is a bit trickier. As gamers, we're somewhat used to beloved characters meeting shocking and oftentimes brutal ends, but despite all of our experience losing treasured protagonists and cherished NPCs, there are still some deaths that caught us right off guard. God, is someone chopping onions in here? For this list, we're trawling back through literally hundreds, if not thousands, of video game deaths to bring you a definitive record, at least in our writer's opinion, of the most upsetting character demises. Fair warning, a massive spoiler alert is very much in effect from here on out. Oh, and you might also need that box of tissues. No, for crying into, Jesus Christ. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and these are the 10 most heartbreaking deaths in video game history. Number 10, The Joker, Batman Arkham City. Now here, boys and girls, we have what might be known in some circles as a wild card. Oh gosh, getting that out of the way early today, aren't we? Because although we weren't hugely saddened by the expiry of the Joker and the finale of Arkham City, the death did leave us feeling somewhat hollow and empty on the inside. After consuming the Titan formula at the end of Arkham Asylum, the Joker has been left suffering from a potentially fatal illness, and unbeknownst to Batman, is deteriorating rapidly. You'll forgive us if we don't bother sending a get well soon card, though. When he infects Brucey Dubs with said disease, it's down to Mr. Freeze to save the day and create a cure, which he does, and Bats is saved. As Batman debates sharing the treatment, however, the Joker attacks him, causing the vial to fall to the ground and shatter, condemning Joker to his doom. As players, we're not left feeling upset that Joker has died, per se. After all, he's a public menace at best and an utter psychopath at worst, so he's no great loss to the world. But what we do feel is devastated on behalf of Batman, who admits that despite the Joker's dastardly ways, planned on giving him the antidote all along, leaving him to lament the unfortunate series of events that led to his foe's unintentional demise. Number 9. 2B, Nier Automata. Even if you've played Nier Automata, or Nier Automata if you want to get different pronunciation about this, you might not even be aware that 2B doesn't make it through the whole thing. More avid fans of the game know full well that the story isn't over once the credits roll, but more casual players may see said titles and power off their consoles. Top tip, if you've done that, fire that PlayStation back up, young man, or woman, because you've missed about 3/4 of the game. Don't you worry, we'll wait. By the time we reach the game's third act, 2B has already survived the initial machine invasion, having gone through a mercy killing of her companion, self-destruction, and various other assorted inconveniences. You'd think the poor lass would be due a nice tea break, but no, she gets infected by a logic virus and has to be mercy killed by A2. The entire section of the game is truly tear-jerking as 2B struggles ahead, realizing she doesn't have much time left. It's also utterly devastating to see the events from 9S's point of view, as without context, he believes that A2 has betrayed and murdered 2B in cold blood. The whole affair is deeply upsetting, and we can't help but somewhat envy those ignorant of the game's additional segments. I mean, they might have missed out on a lot, but at least they'll never have to know this pain. Number 8, Sarah, The Last of Us. It's unusual for a character about whom we know so little to have such an impact on us as players. But despite having spent only a few minutes of the game with young Sarah, we were still shocked and appalled when she was gunned down at the beginning of The Last of Us. As the country is ravaged by a mutant fungus, protagonist Joel attempts to get his daughter Sarah to safety, suspecting her leg to be broken. Joel pleads with a soldier to help them, but the latter is given orders to dispatch the pair and turns his gun on them, sending them tumbling down an embankment. All looks promising as Uncle Tommy swoops in to save the day, before Joel is forced to chow down on a lead salad. But as the camera pans to a whimpering Sarah, we are horrified to see that the poor girl has been shot. Throughout the superbly acted scene, we can only look on in horror as Joel attempts to comfort his dying daughter and dissolve into a pathetic sobbing mush as she slips away. It's rare that a video game even has the audacity to kill off a child, but Sarah's death gives the player an understanding of just how harsh this world is, and reminds them that in an apocalyptic situation, truly no one is safe. Number 7, Eli Vance, Half-Life 2, Episode 2. In hindsight, we really should have seen the death of Eli Vance coming from a mile off. Everyone is jubilant following the successful launch of the rocket. Eli spends a good amount of time letting Alex and Gordon know just how proud he is of them, and he tells Gordon that he has some more information for him, but he'll reveal that at another time. It couldn't have been more obvious if he had a big flashing impending doom sign strapped to his forehead. It's arguably the happiness and celebration that comes immediately before Eli's untimely death that makes it all the more difficult to deal with. The entirety of the Half-Life series is full of death and destruction, but it's the fact that mere seconds prior to the death we were reveling in success, plus the fact that Eli's an all-round great dude who went down swinging, that makes this one all the harder to swallow. In Half-Life Alyx, the eponymous heroine is given the opportunity to save her father, meaning that the gentle physicist technically lives to die another day, but it does come at the cost of Alex's involvement with the G-Man, so you'll forgive us if we remain quite depressed about this one. Number 6. John Marston, Red Dead Redemption. Those unfamiliar with Rockstar's triumphant 2010 Western adventure, Red Dead Redemption, could be forgiven for thinking that the whole thing is just a vapid shooty affair, and that everyone just has a nice time gunning down various outlaws and eating beans, etc. Those people would be horribly wrong, however. Set in 1911, the story follows former outlaw John Marston as his family is kidnapped by unscrupulous Bureau of Investigation agents Edgar Ross and Archer Fordham, and he's forced to hunt down his old gang members in exchange for his wife and son's safe return. It would have been enough of a gut punch if Marston had simply failed in his task, but the game leads the players to believe that he succeeds. He gets his family back and is seemingly allowed to toddle off to his ranch to live out the rest of his days in peace. But in the ultimate act of betrayal, Ross attacks the ranch, gunning down John and his friend Uncle as his wife and son barely escape on horseback. Having followed John for the entire story, his death alone is heartrending enough, but it sets his son Jack on a path of revenge as he tracks Ross to a riverbank and guns him down in a duel, effectively resigning the poor lad to life as an outlaw. Won't someone please think of the children? Number 5. Chloe Price, Life is Strange. Do you know what's worse than seeing a beloved character die? Seeing a beloved character die on multiple occasions over the course of one game. Throughout Life is Strange, we play as Max Caulfield, a young photography student that finds she has the ability to rewind time, and as more and more mysterious goings-on unfold, she and her best friend Chloe must find clues to try to unravel the truth. Sadly, Chloe is a bit of a klutz, and we find ourselves frequently having to intervene with the timeline in order to protect her from getting killed. In the majority of situations, the outcome is quickly reversible, but that doesn't make it any less unsettling. The most heartbreaking moments are the ones where we have to choose Chloe's death. The first occasion being an alternate timeline in which Chloe has been in a car accident that leaves her paralysed from the neck down. Bedbound and living in increasing pain, Chloe begs Max to increase her morphine dose and allow her to die on her own terms. As if that hadn't left us bawling in the fetal position, at the game's climax we must choose whether to reset the timeline leading to Chloe's death, or allow a tornado to devastate the town, presumably killing everyone we know. Assuming you choose the former, it's devastating to lose a character that you fought so hard to keep alive, and all the more difficult knowing that ultimately, it's probably the right thing to do. Number 4. Mordin Solus, Mass Effect 3. You know that bit in Titanic where the ship's sinking and the band regroup and start playing again and we all break down in floods of tears? Well, that's basically what happens with Mordin in Mass Effect 3, only it's far, far worse because we, the player, choose to let him die. In order to secure Solarian support, Mordin gets to work creating a cure for the genophage, which must be distributed via the planet's atmosphere. Sadly, the construct capable of altering the atmosphere has been sabotaged, and the only way to ensure the distribution of the cure is for Mordin to go up there himself and fix it at the cost of his own life. The player can choose to not disperse the cure, but if it comes down to the lives of a whole alien race versus that of a single scientist, well, it's a reasonably simple choice. What makes the scene all the more heart-wrenching is the willingness with which Mordin sacrifices himself, quipping that it had to be him because someone else might have gotten it wrong. The final blow to our emotions comes as the Solarian completes his task, apprehensively singing Scientist Solarian to himself as the construct burns and ultimately explodes around him. We all giggled the first time we heard this song, but the last time, we sobbed our little eyes out. Number 3. Aunt May, Marvel's Spider-Man. When we first picked up 2018's PS4 exclusive Spider-Man, we were expecting to have a rip-roaring time swinging around New York City, kicking some bad guy butts, and smooching Mary Jane in the downtime. What we didn't expect was to have our hearts ripped, still beating, from our chests, and torn into a million pieces come the game's finale. Is that too dramatic? No, it's not. It's not. After all-round scoundrel Dr. Octopus unleashes a lethal bioweapon, Devil's Breath, upon Times Square, it's up to our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man to secure the antidote and ensure its delivery into the right hands. Sadly, one of the unfortunate souls that falls victim to the attack is our own Aunt May, and by the time that Peter is able to get hold of the necessary cure, she's already at death's door, leaving him to choose between giving up the remedy to be synthesized into a vaccine or saving his dying aunt, and let's face it, mother figure. We're not too big to admit that we were in floods of tears as Aunt May confessed that she'd known Spidey's identity the entire time and that she was incredibly proud of him, or as he battled with himself to choose the lives of many others over that of a loved one. We'd like to think that we too would make the heroic choice if put in his position, but we just hope we never have to. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some sobbing to be getting on with. Number 2. Lee Everett, Telltale's The Walking Dead. When it comes to end-of-the-world scenarios, you'd think we'd be used to losing beloved characters to zombies, infections, and other unidentified nasties by now. But as it turns out, we are not used to it. We cry Everett him. Those who had either watched the Walking Dead TV series or read the graphic novels that inspired it would be well aware going into Telltale's The Walking Dead that it wasn't going to be any sort of a picnic. The series has never been afraid to dispatch beloved characters, so why should the video game adaptation be any different? Spoiler alert, it wasn't any different in the slightest. During the episodic tale, protagonist Lee takes young Clementine under his wing. It's hard to do their relationship justice in as many words as make up a list entry, but suffice it to say that Lee effectively becomes a father to Clementine, protecting her from walkers, hostile survivors, and even a bunch of cannibals, which makes it all the more distressing when the poor bloke receives an unwelcome chomping near the end of the game. Succumbing to the infection, Lee is left with the choice of whether to ask Clementine to leave him to turn or to shoot him. Regardless of what the player chooses, it's a difficult watch as he tries to comfort a distraught Clem with his dying breaths, and we can only look on through tears of our own as the pair part in the worst way imaginable. And number 1, Aerith Gainsborough, Final Fantasy VII. Be honest, what else could possibly have taken the number 1 spot on this list besides the death of Aerith Gainsborough in 1997's Final Fantasy VII? Described by one publication as the death that taught gamers how to cry, the scene comes absolutely out of nowhere, leaving players staring open-mouthed at their screens, not quite knowing what to do with themselves. After realizing that Sephiroth's influence over Cloud may render him incapable of defeating the Masamune-wielding Torag, the fearless Aerith travels to the Forgotten City alone in an attempt to counter Meteor. When Cloud and company find her praying on an altar, it seems that the group will be reunited to fight another day. Sadly though, utter tosspot Sephiroth is on hand to ruin everyone's day, first trying to get Cloud to kill Aerith, before descending from the rafters and doing the job himself. As Cloud held on to Aerith's lifeless body and descended into utter despair, we players couldn't help but feel the same. No matter who you are, it's almost impossible not to fall in love with Aerith as a character who ascends from simple flower girl to powerful magical being as you play through the game. So it's unsurprising that players felt the impact of her death long after the event and even after the credits had rolled. No, I'm not crying. You're crying. Stop crying.
As we go through life, we're faced with lots of difficult choices. What job do you want? Do you want kids? Who's your favourite TripleJump presenter? It's me, right? Hopefully though, few of you will be faced with the choices that some of our favourite video game protagonists are forced to make. From decisions that will decide who lives and who dies, to choices that may determine the fate of millions of people. We'd hate to be put in a position where we'd have to make that sort of choice. For this list, we're looking at some of the hardest decisions that players are forced to make during some of their favourite titles. It doesn't really matter if the choices have major or lasting consequences, but rather that selecting which route to take is almost impossible. We will be going into some pivotal plot points of our entries today, so a massive spoiler warning is in effect for all of the games on screen. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 horrible decisions video games forced us to make. Number 10. Love, sacrifice or wealth. Fable 2. Here at Team TripleJump, we sometimes daydream about what it would be like to have a genie pop out of the office kettle and grant us a wish. What would we wish for? Millions of subscribers, a brand new state-of-the-art office, enough money to pay James Jenkins? The possibilities are endless! Players who make it to the end of Fable 2 will get the opportunity to choose a wish to come true, though it's incredibly hard to pick between them. If protagonist Sparrow picks sacrifice, the thousands of innocent people killed by Lucian Fairfax will be brought back to life. However, Sparrow will never see their family again. If they choose love, they'll get to resurrect their whole family and their beloved doggo, but it does mean that the thousands killed by Fairfax will stay dead. Alternatively, if you're a complete psychopath, you can sack off both of those choices and instead just choose to take home a cash prize. For most people, the final choice is a non-starter. After all, you have the opportunity to literally resurrect the dead, so why would you choose money? However, choosing between the other two, i.e. the lives of many strangers versus a handful of loved ones, is almost impossible. Number 9. Rewrite the Geth heretics or destroy them. Mass Effect 2. Here's a philosophical question for you. Is it better to live as a mindless drone or die with your free will intact? This is just one of the many awful decisions that players of the Mass Effect trilogy will have to make throughout the series' runtime. Assuming Legion is in the player's party, there will come a point in Mass Effect 2 where he asks to speak to Shepard. They're told that Geth heretics have a plan to unleash a virus on the rest of the Geth that will see them all siding with the Reapers. Not good. There's still hope though, as Shepard has the opportunity to go to the heretic station and eliminate the problem in one of two ways, either by just straight up destroying the heretics, or by rewriting their code in order to force them to abandon the Reapers. The player is awarded Paragon points for rewriting them and Renegade points for killing them, but they are left wondering exactly how virtuous it is to rewrite the heretics. After all, they're sentient beings, albeit artificially intelligent ones, and so players might find themselves questioning just how moral it is to force them to think differently. Number 8. Cure cancer or end world hunger. Saints Row 4. If you're the leader of a powerful country like the USA, it's fair to say that you'll have some difficult choices to make throughout your presidency. One such choice is put before the boss mere minutes into Saints Row 4. Whilst on their way to a press conference, the boss is approached by Vice President Keith David, who tells them there's enough clout for one major bill, but no more than that. The player is then forced to choose whether they want to be the president who resolved world hunger, or that gave the middle finger to cancer once and for all. Of course, both bills would mean serious quality of life improvements for many people around the world, but whichever one you don't pick will see that millions go on suffering. It's a near impossible choice to make, and no matter which one you go for, you're still going to feel like garbage for not being able to pick both. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter which option the player chooses, as the Earth is destroyed by the Zin anyway. Technically, I suppose it does solve both problems, but it's a bit of an extreme way to go about it.
Your style is unorthodox, but effective.
Number 7. Charge the husband or the child molester. L.A. Noire. Based on our experience playing LA Noire, it looks like it's hard work being a detective. Between yelling at suspects and having flashbacks to the war, it really does seem like you have an awful lot on your plate. By the time you've made it to the homicide desk, your powers of deduction have already been put to the test numerous times. But when it comes to the case of the Golden Butterfly, your morals come under scrutiny as well. When a woman is found murdered, the prime suspects are her husband, Hugo Moller, and child molester Eli Rooney. All of the evidence points to the husband as the murderer. He doesn't have an alibi, has plenty of motive, and is found trying to burn bloody shoes in an incinerator in the backyard. With that said though, you have the chance to see Eli Rooney is finally punished for his many crimes. Is it worth letting a potential murderer go so that another awful person gets their just desserts? In the end, it doesn't matter which you choose because neither has actually committed the crime in question. Which is a shame really, because we really wanted an excuse to send that disgusting pervert to the gas chamber. Number 6, stand up to Ramsay or let him torment your sister. Game of Thrones. If you've watched Game of Thrones, aside from being horribly disappointed in the last couple of seasons, you'll know that there are a few who stand up to Ramsay Snow and live to tell the tale. He's sadistic, power-hungry and ruthless, stopping at nothing to get what he wants. I'd love to say his counterpart in Telltale's Game of Thrones is no different, but that would be a blatant lie. Telltale's Game of Thrones follows House Forrester as they attempt to navigate the treacherous political landscapes of Westeros. When Lord Gregor Forrester and his eldest son are killed at the Red Wedding, leadership of House Forrester passes to Gregor's third son, Ethan. Soon after, Ramsay Snow shows up at their stronghold Ironrath, demanding the family bend the knee. Ramsay being Ramsay, it isn't long before he's toying with the rest of Ethan's family. Ethan is given the choice to stand up to Ramsay and tell him to leave his sister alone, or remain silent. Snow is a volatile man though, and just one misstep could mean trouble, meaning that the decision regarding what to say is incredibly difficult. Unfortunately, regardless of whether Ethan speaks up or not, he still gets a knife in the neck for his troubles. Number 5, shoot Lee or leave him to turn. The Walking Dead. Telltale's The Walking Dead is a game, or rather a series of games, that forces players to make a whole bunch of unthinkable decisions. But one of the most gut-wrenching comes right at the end of Season 1, when Lee is forced to ask Clementine to either shoot him or leave him to turn. Though the two meet under rather unusual circumstances, Lee and Clementine form a very sweet relationship over the course of Season 1, with the former becoming somewhat of a father figure to the latter. Things soon go south, however, when Clementine goes missing, held captive by a man that Lee and his fellow survivors had wronged. In his haste to find Clementine, Lee is bitten by a walker, and it isn't long before he succumbs to his injury. Facing the inevitable, players can tell Clem to either shoot Lee or leave him. Turning into a walker is not what Lee wants for himself, but putting the young Clem in a position where she effectively has to mercy kill a man who's been taking care of her the whole time is just horrifying. Regardless of which you pick, it's over for Lee, but knowing that doesn't make the decision any easier. Number 4, cut off your own finger or risk not finding your son. Heavy Rain. They reckon that kids cost an arm and a leg, and no one knows that quite as well as protagonist of Heavy Rain and all-round sad dad, Ethan Mars, who is quite literally forced to shed his own flesh in order to secure the well-being of his son. When Sean is taken by the origami killer, Ethan is forced to make an awful lot of tough choices in order to find where the boy is being kept, most of which place him in quite the pickle. Admittedly, choosing to drive into oncoming traffic on a highway, murdering a drug dealer despite him having a family, crawling through glass and ingesting poison all suck, but they're a walk in the park in comparison to having to cut off your own finger. Alright, maybe they're not a walk in the park, but in our opinion they suck significantly less. Whilst trying to obtain another piece of the address where the killer has Sean, Ethan is given just 5 minutes to amputate part of his finger on camera. The implements on offer range from a pair of pliers to a rusty knife, though not one of them is going to make it hurt any less. At least the killer was kind enough to provide a stiff drink. Ethan will definitely be needing it. Number 3, shoot yourself or shoot Ashley. Until Dawn. Until Dawn is a game full of choices that have devastating consequences, though often these don't become apparent until after the decision has been made. Perhaps the hardest choice that the game forces players to make comes about halfway through its runtime. After failing to outrun the Psycho, Chris and Ashley awaken strapped to chairs with nothing but a table and a gun between them. The Psycho tells the pair that Chris must choose whether to shoot himself, saving Ashley, or shoot her instead. Fail to do so, and the saw blades suspended above them will kill them both. Of course, the whole thing turns out to be a prank orchestrated by Josh, who is punishing his friends for their part in the disappearance of his twin sister a year prior. However, Chris's choice has some very real, very deadly consequences. Choosing to sacrifice himself will put him firmly in Ashley's good books, but opting for the opposite will make her proper mad. And see her refusing to open the cabin door for Chris later in the game, resulting in him being torn to shreds by Wendigos. Still, in the moment, I'm not sure I could shoot myself to save a girl I had a crush on, but hey, that's just me. Number 2, kill the inhabitants of Vault 34 or free them and leak radiation. Fallout New Vegas. Here's a question. Do you think you could kill the inhabitants of a small nuclear bunker if it meant an already irradiated post-apocalyptic world would have more radiation unleashed upon it? I know it's not a choice I'd want to make, because although radiation is bad, killing people is also pretty bad as well. Sadly, Fallout New Vegas players were forced to make this very choice, upon finding that Vault 34 is leaking radiation into the water used by nearby sharecropper farmers. The protagonist must venture in to find out what's going on. Once they get into Vault 34, they find a whole bunch of people still inside, trapped in an inaccessible part of the vault. The player must choose whether to shut down the reactor, which would prevent further leakage, but doom the people inside Vault 34 to a slow, agonising death from radiation poisoning, or reroute the power so they can open the doors and escape. Doing this, however, will see a huge amount of radiation leaks into the water supply and spoils the crops, causing dozens of people to starve to death. You really are damned if you do and damned if you don't with this one. And number 1, save the town or save Chloe. Life is strange. They say that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
Shut it!
But when the few are those who you care deeply about, it can make choosing between the two incredibly difficult. At the beginning of Life is Strange, protagonist Max discovers that she has a power to rewind time, which she instantly puts to good use by preventing the death of her friend Chloe. Over the following days and weeks, Max and Chloe become close, rekindling the friendship they shared as children. As Hermione Granger would tell you though, terrible things happen to people who mess with time, and it's not long before strange things start going awry, accumulating in a huge storm that threatens to wipe out the entirety of Arcadia Bay. Max is left to make the devastating choice of whether to let the storm destroy the town, or to go back in time and allow Chloe to get shot. It should be easy to choose the lives of everyone in Arcadia Bay over that of one teenager, but all of the heartwarming moments that the pair share over the course of the game make it almost impossible. In case you're wondering, I chose to save the town, but by golly did it feel horrible.
Truly, the sounds emitted by video games are integral to the experience. They can unnerve, mystify, inspire, and amuse. They can add realism or dramatically enhance gameplay, and that's not even counting the music. When you bring the soundtrack into the equation, you really do have the power to amaze. A top-level score can be the deciding factor between whether an experience is fun but forgettable, or stays in the heart of the player forever. Today, we're celebrating the composers responsible for the cream of the crop of video game music. These are the ones who created soundtracks so iconic that any well-rounded, self-respecting gamer would be able to recognize them in an instant. For a few of these entries, some non-gamers might even be able to hum along too. From sweeping, grandiose orchestral suites to beautifully arranged bleepy-bloopy retro tunes, we're covering the lot, and we hope you enjoy this journey through video game soundtracks past. Just keep in mind, we won't be able to include that many excerpts of music in this video, because YouTube doesn't like it when people do things like that. Never mind. I'm former primary school recorder virtuoso Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 most important video game composers of all time. Number 10. Shoji Meguro. Versatile composer and musician Shoji Meguro grew up in Tokyo, listening to classical music and dabbling in the world of technology. In 1995, after majoring in hydrodynamics at college, he decided he'd try to marry his musical and technological passions and sent a demo tape off to Atlas. The bigwigs at the famed RPG developer were clearly impressed, because Shoji was snatched up and set to work on his first composing job, Revelations Persona. From this point on, Meguro was entwined with the Shin Megami Tensei and Persona series, developing an eclectic musical taste that spans classical, rock, jazz, electronic, and J-pop. His first breakthrough as a lead composer was for Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne in 2003, but he really found his way into the ears and hearts of gamers through the Persona series. He scored Persona 3 and 4, and provided one of the greatest gaming soundtracks of recent years in Persona 5. Being a very clever boy, Shoji Meguro's talents don't just end with music. He recently split from Atlas to go freelance and try his hand as a game developer, meaning that he now does the bits of the game that you play as well as the bits that you listen to. Talk about showing off. Number 9. Yuzo Koshiro. Another Tokyo-based maestro, Yuzo Koshiro is a chiptune pro, and his music proved hugely influential in the 80s and 90s. Though previously working on the original East game, Koshiro's most celebrated works emerged from his affiliation with Sega. Koshiro's soundtracks for the Shinobi games were excellent, but his work on Streets of Rage proved legendary. Inspired by American and British electronic music of the era, Koshiro used his experience to cook up a pulsating soundtrack that the Mega Drive's music chip had no right being capable of producing. Koshiro did some tracks for the recent Streets of Rage 4 as well, continuing the series' tradition of bangin' tunes. Despite being mainly self-taught, Koshiro did spend 3 years of his early life studying under legendary Japanese film composer Joe Hisaishi, who has been known to smash out a few decent soundtracks of his own from time to time. Spirited Away and Howl's Moving Castle, anyone? Not a bad teacher to kick off your music career with. Number 8. Akira Yamaoka. Not all game music needs to get your toes tapping or inspire you to feats of heroism. Sometimes a game requires accompaniment with a more foreboding or unnerving atmosphere. Cutting his musical teeth with Konami classics Contra Hardcore and Sparkster, Akira Yamaoka really found his niche with the Silent Hill series. A dark, terrifying, viscera-drenched niche, but a niche nonetheless. Evoking feelings of unease and panic with gripping, clawing melodies and unpleasant effects that will get your spine tingling, Yamaoka makes exquisite, unsettling use of the mandolin in the opening of the first Silent Hill game. He isn't afraid to throw in a bit of ominous chanting, metallic screeching, and shambling percussion to add some grimy flavour to the atmosphere either. Yamaoka's work was so synonymous with the series that they brought him in to produce music for the 2 Silent Hill films as well, and he did a great job with that too, even if the films themselves were rubbish. There are a lot of ingredients that go into the grim recipe that makes Silent Hill, and Yamaoka's music is one of the most essential ones. Part of me would like to understand his creative process, but I actually think I'm probably better off not knowing. Number 7. Michiru Yamane. Michiru Yamane is another composer best known for her time at Konami, although her music is most associated with spooky castles rather than spooky towns shrouded in mist. She joined the Japanese giant in 1988 and worked on the likes of MSX title King's Valley 2. She later scored for the Rocket Knight series, collaborating with Akira Yamaoka on its sequels. Her first role as lead composer was on Japan-only Famicom adventure Ganbare Goemon 2, which extracts some pleasant and suitably mystical melodies out of the console's limited sound capabilities. Where things really started to click for Yamane, though, was with the Castlevania series. Taking over the franchise from Castlevania Bloodlines, Yamane felt pressure to excel, due to the games being already known for their great music. Luckily, she absolutely nailed it. Or should that be staked it? You know, because of vampires. Yamane drew upon her interest and experience in the musical styles of rock and baroque, no relation, to compose a soundtrack that somehow evokes medieval folky horror tropes, dignified grandeur, and cool whip-cracking action all at the same time. And there really is no better music to slay vampires to. Not even the Buffy theme. Number 6. Grant Kirkhope. Composer, guitar player, and classically trained trumpeter Grant Kirkhope is a musician from Yorkshire, here in England. Good man. He joined British developer Rare in 1995, and his first musical mission for the company was to perform live guitar and trumpet for Killer Instinct 2. He would soon test his composing chops alongside some other talented musicians on a little-known Nintendo 64 title called GoldenEye 007. Following his work on James Bond's most highly regarded gaming escapade, he was entrusted with creating the musical soundscapes of some later Rare classics, including Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie, as well as Donkey Kong 64. He also worked on the Perfect Dark soundtrack. Basically, he pretty much provided the entire musical accompaniment to many a 90s Nintendo fan's upbringing, along with a certain gentleman who will appear a little later on in this list. More recently, he's been nominated for various awards for his involvement with the soundtrack to Civilization Beyond Earth, and let's not forget his contributions to the peaceful ambience of the Xbox 360 Critter-em-up series, Viva Pinata. A prolific and talented performer then. Not bad for someone who, being from Yorkshire, is likely fueled entirely by tea and parking. Number 5. Jun Senoue. It's fair to say that by the time Jun Senoue was linked with Sega's Blue Blur, Sonic's glory days were coming to an end. That said, while the overall gaming quality of the Speedy One's outings were dropping off, the soundtracks remained a highlight, and Jun Senoue is mostly to thank for that. After finishing an education in music and economics, Senoue sent demo tapes to both Namco and Sega, and the latter liked what they heard. After dipping his toes into the already banger-filled world of Sonic audio with minor contributions to Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Sonic 3D Blast, Senoue was given the reins for the Hedgehog's full 3D debut. He was named as lead composer and sound director on Sonic Adventure. He must have done alright with it because his music has been featured in the series ever since, from Sonic Adventure 2 to Sonic Frontiers. He's also part of the band Crush 40. Their songs show up in the Sonic Adventure games, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, and Team Sonic Racing, to name but a few, further cementing his legendary status. I guess the only thing left to do is to congratulate Mr. Senoue and Crush 40 for being the only consistently good thing about the Sonic franchise for about 20 years. Number 4. Jeremy Soule. Today was the day I learned that I'd been wrong all these years saying Jeremy Soule. The more you know, I guess. Prolific American composer Jeremy Soule has a huge portfolio of gaming music under his belt. Starting out with Square, where he produced the soundtrack for cult classic RPG Secret of Evermore, Soule moved on to humongous games and produced the award-winning Total Annihilation score. The musical credits just kept on piling up then, with Dungeon Siege, Guild Wars, and various Harry Potter games. The franchise that's most associated with Soule's work, however, is The Elder Scrolls, with his atmospheric, rousing, orchestral works accompanying the series since The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion and The Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim soundtracks were particularly acclaimed, and their melodies were perfect for an epic adventure in a fantastical world. In fact, Soule's Elder Scrolls music has significance beyond video games, regularly being featured here in the UK on long-running classical radio station Classic FM. It's also often used by Dungeons & Dragons players the world over to accompany their adventuring sessions. It's hard to pinpoint just what it is about Jeremy's music that makes it so great. I guess it's just got soul. See, that gag wouldn't work if it was soul, so it's just as well, really. Number 3. Martin O'Donnell. I don't know about you, but there's only one thing that comes to mind when I hear a bit of Gregorian chanting. It's not 90s new age musical sensation Enigma. It's not Ace Ventura meditating in an African village. Heck, it's not even actual Gregorian chanting. Nope, if I hear even a second of monophonic Latin-sounding voices, my mind is going straight to gigantic floating rings in space. I have American composer Martin O'Donnell to thank for this, as in 2001 he put together one of the most recognizable video game soundtracks of all time with Halo Combat Evolved. He went on to create more rousing and dramatic scores for the series, from Halo 2 right through to Halo Reach, basically the golden era, as I like to call it, beautifully capturing the drama of sci-fi military operations, the mystery of the Covenant, and the creepiness of the Flood. He also produced music for Oni and the Myth series, and lent his talents to the Destiny soundtrack too. An absolute Bungie legend then, who you'd expect to have a job for life. Strange then that he was fired from Bungie in 2014 in a surprising move that he claimed was completely without cause. A lawsuit has since been settled, and both parties moved on. We all know what Bungie are doing nowadays, but less so with Mr. O'Donnell, who in May of 2022 signed off on his YouTube channel, seemingly for good, with the parting words, "The rest is silence." Here's hoping he's doing okay, wherever he is. Number 2. Nobuo Uematsu. If you're a fan of big hair, bigger swords, and even bigger quests across fantastical worlds that blend magic, technology, and brooding teenagers to spectacular effect, then you're probably a fan of this guy. Japanese composer Nobuo Uematsu is world-renowned for creating the soundtrack to the Final Fantasy series, from its inception back in 1987 to the present day. Being one of the most popular video game franchises in the history of the medium, Uematsu's music has worked its way into a lot of people's ears over the years. Uematsu isn't afraid to add some hard rock or operatic vocals into the mix should the mood call for it, often at the same time. Able to evoke upbeat, inspiring sounds as effectively as he can produce melodies that are melancholic or darker in nature, he has even been known to add techno and jazz to his scores, evidenced by the likes of Xbox 360 opus Lost Odyssey. Though his music often carries a distinctly Japanese quality, Uematsu has stated that many of his major musical influences come from the UK and USA. In fact, he revealed in a 2007 interview with 1UP that his biggest musical influence is bespectacled British pianist Elton John. It would seem that without the likes of Benny and the Jets and Tiny Dancer, we might not have had some of the most iconic and respected video game music of all time. Thanks, Mr. John. Maybe you should score a game for yourself. Who's doing the music for Starfield? Can we just play Rocket Man on loop? And number 1, Koji Kondo. Japanese composer and pianist Koji Kondo is responsible for the backing music behind gaming's most recognizable superstar. Originally an organist for a jazz and rock covers band, Koji applied to join Nintendo's talented ranks when he was at university and has been with the company ever since. His first work was on boxing game Punch-Out, and soon after that he, casually cooked up one of the most memorable and recognizable themes of all time in Super Mario Bros. Following Shigeru Miyamoto's request that gaming music should be fluid and reflect the motion of the gameplay, Kondo took inspiration from waltz and Latin music to score Mario's running, leaping, and block-punching adventures. As gaming advanced over the years, Kondo stayed at the forefront of the medium, scoring Super Mario 64, Super Mario Galaxy, Super Mario Odyssey, and countless other plumber-based escapades. Oh, and did we mention that he did the music for The Legend of Zelda, too? That's right, not just Mario. Mr. Kondo is responsible for possibly 2 of the most important pieces of gaming music ever, with the Mario and Zelda main themes. He also composed the iconic soundtrack to the perpetual Best Games Ever list botherer, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Just look at his Metacritic score. Respect, Mr. Kondo. Although to be honest, I am a bit disappointed we didn't reserve the top spot for whoever scored the Sniper 2. He's in a league of his own, I suppose. It wouldn't be fair.
As any form of media progresses and matures, it starts standing on its own, having its own special nuances and tropes that define it. These unique quirks can themselves begin to morph and shift, taking on a life of their own, and eventually self-referential material will start to find its way amongst a crowd of offerings, allowing for both critique and celebration of a beloved art form. Video games are no different, and there are now several titles that play with and subvert player expectations, or just outright reference video games and their culture in either a serious or comedic way. Sometimes this is meant in good fun, and other times they bring up important thinking points on specific theming in gaming. Either way, we've gathered just a few such titles together to take a look at today. While some of these games are a bit more directly about specific games or genres than others, they do all share references to the industry or in-jokes that gamers are sure to appreciate. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 great video games about video games. Number 10, Our World is Ended. The first game on our list is admittedly a bit more video game adjacent than most of the others. However, the cast of characters are all members of a small indie studio, so we'll allow it. Visual novel Our World is Ended was first released for the Vita in 2017, and follows 7 developers of incredibly dysfunctional studio Judgment 7. players take on the role of exceedingly average newbie, Reiji Gozen, who is a part-time assistant for the team. Sekai Owari is a team leader and primary coder, but generally appears lazy and uncaring, though at the start of the game, he is working to develop an augmented reality headset. Unfortunately, something goes wrong, and the kit ends up creating a virtual reality duplicate of the real world. This, understandably, leads to a lot of problems, including mysterious figures who've been sent in to kill them, and the constant threat of the world self-destructing, as well as the uncomfortable knowledge that death in the virtual world means death in real life. Luckily, the developers are able to hack the world just as they could any other computer program. Our World is Ended most likely won't appeal to those but the most dedicated of visual novel fans, but its surreal Otherworld is a fun meta sci-fi twist on the genre. Number 9, God Medicine Fantasy Sekai no Tanjo. God Medicine Fantasy Sekai no Tanjo, or God Medicine Birth of a Fantasy World if you want to get rough translation about this, was a 1993 Japan exclusive Game Boy title, and can be quite hard to get proper information on. You'll have to forgive our writer then, as she may know Japanese, but she graduated university more years ago than she'd care to admit, and her skills are a bit rusty. From what we can tell, the story revolves around the game of Phantom, a highly anticipated upcoming RPG. However, before the game can be finished, the company building burned to the ground. At the same time, a rift between the real world and the game world ripped open, allowing Phantom's heroes and a powerful demon to cross over. Soon after, the main characters stumble across the real world version of the portal themselves. After losing a battle with the demon, the heroes of the game pass on their souls and skills to the kids, who then have to hop into the world of Phantom and defeat the evil within. No, not that one. God Medicine appears to be much like any other RPG of the time, the main comparison being the classic Dragon Quest series. There is a fan translation available, so anyone who enjoys classic RPGs should consider checking this one out. Number 8, Kid Chameleon. There have been many stories about AI and robots that are able to achieve sentience and take over human society. The only way it could be made worse is if, say, a game was able to actually transport people into it and trap them there. Well, our next title is about exactly that. In 1992 Mega Drive platformer Kid Chameleon, players follow the titular kid, who is actually named Casey, as he fights his way through a hologram-based game. This large room-sized arcade title was incredibly popular, but eventually the final boss was able to escape and capture the kids who played by defeating them in the game. The chameleon part of Kid Chameleon's name refers to his ability to take on a multitude of forms by putting on different masks that can be found through the game's extensive roster of 103 levels. These allow him to progress through the multiple areas, avoiding obstacles and attacking foes. Each form has its own HP and abilities, and makes the gameplay impressively varied. Despite an initial lukewarm reaction from critics, the game was ported and included in a number of Mega Drive collections in the 2000s. If nothing else, it certainly is an interesting little curio from gaming history, and makes me glad that AI isn't all that powerful yet. Number 7, Game Dev Tycoon. Have you ever wanted to make your own games, but haven't been able to get into the coding side of things as much as you'd hoped? Thankfully, Game Dev Tycoon is here to help. As the name suggests, Game Dev Tycoon is players taking on the role of a developer who's just starting to establish their company as PCs become more popular and universal. They start as just one person in a garage, but if they're careful and successful, and actually listen to players, they'll be able to gain employees and a ton of money. The best way to do this is to balance all different components of the game as much as possible. Initially, players will choose a topic, genre, and specific device to develop for, and once that has been established, they choose which aspects of the title will need more development time in order to create the best game possible. This will only get more complicated as time goes on, with different age ratings, consoles and game engines adding themselves to the mix. The wealth of options allows players to come up with all sorts of different combinations, even potentially recreating actual games and seeing how they stack up to their real-world counterparts. Just don't let any success go to your head. Number 6, Arcade Spirits. Set in a world where the crash of '83 never occurred and arcades still reign supreme, 2019 comedic dating sim Arcade Spirits lets players navigate a complicated world of business ownership and romance. Or not, as players can opt for purely platonic relationships if they wish. After a particularly long run of bad luck, the main character downloads a seemingly sentient self-help app, and after analysing what they want out of life, the program arranges a job interview at a local arcade, the Funplex. From this point forward, the player is treated to a roller coaster of a story that is a self-indulgent and unapologetic celebration of arcades in the sense of community they inspire. Even though the relationships are centre stage, the arcade cabinets themselves play a large role in the story as well, with many in-jokes and references to classic titles scattered throughout the game, and even a nod to the obscure urban legend of Polybius at one point. Most of the 7 other players are also linked to a specific aspect of gaming. There's the esports competitor, the score chaser, and the tech whiz, all of whom present different sides of the gaming scene. Even if the heyday of arcades was a bit before your time, Arcade Spirits is a treat for anyone who enjoys gaming nostalgia. Number 5, Moon, Remix RPG Adventure. The 1997 PlayStation anti-RPG Moon Remix RPG Adventure may not have made it out of Japan for over 2 decades, but its genre-bending storyline proved to be more influential than anyone would have guessed. As the game begins, it seems the player will take on the role of a small boy playing an RPG called Moon on his game station. However, after a fast-forwarded look at a hero exploring a seemingly normal RPG world, the boy is sucked into his TV after he's turned the game off and gone to bed. From this point, the boy instead takes on the role of one of the inhabitants of the in-game village, and finds that he's been tasked with taking care of the animals the hero has killed throughout the opening sequence. Their corpses still litter the world, and their souls have to be collected and sent to the moon, which allows the boy to level up his love. Moon Remix RPG Adventure is one of the major influences behind the enormously popular Undertale, with developer Toby Fox citing it and its themes as inspiration for his own anti-RPG. After the success of Undertale, the game has been localized and released on Switch, PS4 and PC. Anyone who's a fan of genre subversion should be over the moon that this title is finally available. Number 4, The Magic Circle. Indie adventure The Magic Circle may be a relatively unknown title, but it features contributions from several major names in the industry, including some developers of BioShock and Dishonored, as well as prolific voice actor Ashley Birch. It also happens to include yet another game within a game. Players take on the role of a newly hired QA tester, who in turn is playing as the hero in a game that's been stuck in development hell for 20 years. The game is being prepared for a live demo, but is far from finished because none of the developers can agree on how it should function. This also means that, despite being a hero in a fantasy RPG, the player initially doesn't have any skills available to them, and it takes almost no time at all to play the current build of the game, as there's almost nothing there to QA test in the first place. After completing this playtest, the player is brought back by a rogue AI from a previous build of the game, who grants them various powers in order to complete and hopefully eventually escape the game. It may not be perfect, but this satire of the gaming industry is a great gem for anyone who likes to follow the occasionally chaotic development process. Number 3, Nanashi no Game. The 2008 DS horror adventure Nanashi no Game, also known as The Nameless Game, wears its inspiration on its sleeve, taking many of its story beats from popular horror film The Ring. Rumours circulate about a cursed unnamed video game for the Twin System, or TS handheld game system. Very subtle that, and supposedly anyone who plays the game will die within 7 days if they don't get around to completing it first. The unfortunate university student protagonist discovers that they have been sent this cursed game one day by fellow student Odaka, who has been absent from class for quite some time. After meeting with Odaka's girlfriend and learning that she was sent the game as well, the player goes to check on him in his home, only to discover that he's been a victim of the game. Gameplay consists of 2 separate portions, wandering the real world over the course of an in-game week, and playing the cursed game itself, which is presented as an 8-bit RPG. As players progress, they venture further into the world of the spooky game and begin to unravel its mysteries, both in the real world and the virtual one. Unfortunately, this is another Japan-only title, but thanks to a fan translation, the spooks live on. Maybe play it with the lights on though. Number 2, Superhot. Superhot may have been well known for, and strongly advertised on, the basis of its time moves when you do mechanics and its distinctive visual style. What those who haven't played it might not realise though, is that there is a complicated meta-narrative adding to the whole experience. Upon starting the game, players are presented with a DOS-like interface, where they will occasionally receive messages from their friend asking how they like Superhot.exe, a leaked copy of an upcoming game. Both of them are seemingly playing different versions of the program, with different experiences and levels. This would generally indicate some sort of roguelike element to the fictional game, but the answer is more complex than that. As players progress, it becomes obvious that someone or something is watching them play through the game, encouraging them to stop or else, with ominous threats and allusions to severe consequences for their in-game actions. This adds a whole different level of tension to the experience, beyond the simulation of getting shot at and generally attacked by hordes of foes, and can lead to some pretty harrowing scenes. Thankfully, the VR version omits some of these, but regardless, the experience is unlike any other. And number 1, Crosscode. retro-inspired action RPG Crosscode can be a bit hard to explain, but there's no denying that it wouldn't exist at all if the gaming elements of the story were stripped out of it. Players start out controlling Shizuka, as she battles through monsters to try and get to her brother and rescue him from imprisonment. Shortly after she reaches him though, he passes away, and after a bit of a jump, players reawaken on a cargo ship as a new character, Leah, who has no voice and no memories. Several others are on the ship and attempt to help her regain what she has lost, the most prominent of whom is the mysterious figure called Sergei Asimov. He informs Leah that in order to regain her memories, she has to play fictional MMO Crosswords and fight her way through various dungeons and bosses in the same way she did before the memory loss. As she does so, she not only learns more about herself, but her companions from the ship and the mysteries surrounding the game and how her true nature relates to it all. The combination of the satisfying combat and complex storyline proved to be a hit amongst players, making Crosscode one of the best ways to experience a game within a game. Most of the time, we players like to fire up our gaming machine of choice in order to help our brains switch off from the troubles of the real world, and nothing helps us to unwind quite like shooting demons in the face or bringing down some tyrannical organisation. Every so often, however, it's good to get those synapses firing, and rather than picking up a game in which we mindlessly gun down everything that moves, we might feel like reaching for something a little more taxing. For this list, we're looking at games that really got our cogs whirring, and though we may have struggled to get through them, once we did, we felt like right clever clogs. Does anyone know how to sign up for Mensa? It could be the perfect candidate. We're primarily focusing on puzzle and strategy games, and though titles like Resident Evil and Silent Hill made us feel pretty smart when we cracked their brain teasers, they aren't setting out to make the player feel much other than fear, so we'll be overlooking them on this occasion. I'm the incredibly brainy Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 video games that made us feel like a genius. Number 10, Portal and Portal 2. You might be looking at this entry and thinking to yourself, oh god, here go TripleJump again, banging on about the Portal series. And whilst we do cover Valve's brilliant puzzle franchise on the regular, it isn't on this list without good cause. The aim of both Portal and its sequel Portal 2 is to escape from the Aperture Science Enrichment Centre. But in order to do so, players need to solve a series of test chambers using nothing but their noggins and the Aperture Science handheld portal device, a gun that fires portals that allow players to move between two separate points instantaneously. The chambers start out easy. Generally, it's a case of simply firing one portal near your person and a second a considerable distance away. But as the game progresses, things become less straightforward. You might need to use the portals to carefully time your leap onto a moving platform, redirect a projectile, or in conjunction with gravity to yeet yourself at a spot on the other side of the room. By the time each game reaches its climax, players will have thoroughly exercised that grey matter, and there's no doubt that most will come away feeling like a proper smarty pants. Number 9, Fez. It's not often that a gameplay mechanic truly impresses us here at Team TripleJump, so we must extend a sincere well done to Polytron Corporation for their efforts on Fez, a game that somehow manages to be both 2D and 3D at the same time. The aim of the game is straightforward. Players must platform their way around each level in order to collect cubes so that they can prevent the universe from collapsing in on itself. So, you know, no pressure. Like many indie games, Fez uses minimalistic yet beautiful graphics and simple sounds in order to tell its story. How the game differs from other 2D puzzle platformers is how it utilises the third dimension in order to make its puzzles all the more difficult for players. On first glance, it might not seem like there's a path through a level, however, as soon as you give the map a spin and take a look from another angle, a route might just present itself. The solution isn't always immediately obvious, and it might take you a few rotations to be able to piece all the different sides together, but once you do, we can guarantee you'll be feeling rather pleased with yourself. Number 8, Lemniscate. We're moving away from puzzles for the moment in order to look at a game that our very own James Jenkins described as the 4D chess of arena shooters, which he assures us is definitely a real thing and not just a fundamental misunderstanding of how chess works. In short, Lemniscate is a turn-based first-person shooter which takes place in a time loop. Each match can be played either 1v1 or 2v2, and on each turn, players must select a specialist and choose what to do with them. Here's the twist though. Because everything is taking place in a time loop, everyone's turns are layered on top of one another. What does this mean in practice? Well, it might be that on your first turn you're able to capture an objective, however on one of their subsequent turns your opponent might decide to wipe out your specialist, so despite taking the point initially you actually haven't, because thanks to the wibbly wobbly timey wimey stuff, your opponent has undone it. Basically, if you've got any hopes of beating your adversary, you're going to have to plan ahead and make your moves strategically. It obviously won't always work out, but you're going to feel rather smug when it does. Number 7. Commandos, behind enemy lines. You might not think that real-time strategy and stealth are two genres that would work well together, but it turns out that you'd be wrong, as proven by Pyro Studios' RTS smash Commandos Behind Enemy Lines. Players are tasked with overseeing the operations of a 6-man unit, and for each mission they'll receive a detailed briefing which outlines the map, the background and the objective before being sent off to carry it out in any way they see fit. Each commando has their own special skills, which vary from being able to snipe enemies to treating their comrades' injuries with a first aid kit, and the player must carefully plan where best to place each member of the team to ensure success. Sadly, the commandos are rather squishy, so an all-guns blazing approach is off the table. In fact, the entire unit must be alive at the end of a mission, otherwise the player fails, so it's crucial to find a sneaky way to undertake the objective unless you want the gents peppered with bullets. It absolutely hurts to get right near the end of a mission only for a member of the squad to be taken out, but it makes it all the more satisfying when you finally succeed. Number 6. Unheard. Few things get the brain working like a good murder mystery, but at this point the genre feels like it's been done to death. No pun intended. Fortunately, Next Studios were on hand in 2019 to put a new spin on things by giving players an experience that had them crime solving using only their ears. Unlike other detective games where a player will need to go searching through garbage and interviewing witnesses to find clues, Unheard has its audience tracking down killers by using a piece of technology that allows them to hear the conversations from crime scenes at different points in time. Players will need to listen carefully to gather all of the evidence, and will oftentimes need to hear conversations more than once in order to pick up on minor details. There are no time limits, so the player is free to go back and re-listen as much as they want, but ultimately they must figure out who is guilty in each case, and point the finger of blame squarely in their direction. Aside from the tablet, which houses listening technology and the odd cutscene that breaks up the game, Unheard has very little to offer in the visual department. This would usually go against a game, but in a title where a single word could implicate a killer, it's best not to have any distractions. Number 5. The Turing Test. Gather round, boys and girls, because it's time for Ashton's History Half Hour. If you're unfamiliar with the concept of a Turing test, it was devised by all-round boffin Alan Turing back in the 1950s as a way to determine if a computer had achieved proper artificial intelligence. Basically, if a machine can fool a human being into thinking that they too are human, then they pass. See? Isn't history fun? The Turing Test, the video game, takes this concept and kind of flips it on its head. At some point in the far future, engineer Ava Turing is sent to a base on Jupiter's moon, Europa, and must solve a series of puzzles that have baffled Tom, the artificial intelligence that monitors the project that Ava has been sent to work on. The actual puzzles in the game are solved by redistributing power around the base using a special tool that can both collect and fire power spheres into points within the level. As you would expect, the puzzles start out easy, but before long, players will find themselves having to roll out some serious lateral thinking if they've got any hopes of progressing. I know they say in space no one can hear you scream, but I reckon they heard my shouts of frustration in the next solar system. Bloody stupid puzzle! Number 4. Sudden Strike. If you were to briefly glance in the direction of Sudden Strike, you might be fooled into thinking that it's your standard real-time strategy game. However, look a little closer and you'll realise that isn't the case at all. You see, unlike similar RTS games that focus on military strategy, Sudden Strike doesn't have any kind of mechanic that constantly churns out fresh units for players to use as human shields. Instead, the reinforcements are finite, and although they do accrue experience which makes them better at certain things, as with actual human beings, it only takes an unfortunately placed landmine or stray bullet to take them out. Players will also find that the vehicles they have control of take realistic damage, and so they might end up in a position where they're trying to deploy their tanks, but are unable to because they've taken too much enemy fire. The outcome of Sudden Strike's choice of gameplay mechanics is an experience that's incredibly tense, as a poor decision can result in a whole bunch of lost troops and ultimately a failed mission. But it's that same level of challenge that makes the games all the more rewarding when you do finally beat it. Number 3. The Witness. If you're looking for a game that's as pretty as it is infuriating, then you might just want to look in the direction of The Witness, Jonathan Blow's follow-up to his 2009 puzzle platformer, Braid. The game is set on an expansive island, and it's up to players to explore it at their leisure in order to find and solve all of the puzzles, and ultimately unlock access to the island's central mountain. Each of the puzzles is grid-based. However, they are all solved in different ways depending on what part of the island the player is in. The great thing about The Witness is that it doesn't offer any kind of instructions as to how each puzzle is solved, meaning it's down to the players to use the environment to figure out what the game is asking of them. Whether it's looking for clues in shadows, using the negative space created by tree branches, or something else. It can be a bit baffling at first as you try to figure out exactly what you're supposed to be doing, but as soon as you crack it, you'll feel like the smartest boy or girl on the whole island. Actually, I think you might be the only person on the island anyway, but that's not the point. Number 2, Broken Sword, The Shadow of the Templars. When one of your puzzles is so notorious that it has an entire Wikipedia article dedicated to it, you know you've made it in the world. Indeed, the goat puzzle from Broken Sword The Shadow of the Templars is so tricky that it has become infamous in the gaming world over for its completely bizarre solution. The goat puzzle isn't the only conundrum in the 1996 point-and-click adventure title that's fried players' brains, as the game is filled with puzzles that call for some serious lateral thinking. The plot follows American tourist George Stobart as he attempts to unravel a conspiracy whilst holidaying in Paris. All of the puzzles are solved by the player navigating the game and uncovering items, which might need to be combined with one another, given to an NPC, or used within the environment in order to progress the game. Not only is the puzzling experience top-notch, but the rest of the game is also brilliant. The story is well written, the performances by the voice actors are excellent, and the visual presentation of the game is nothing short of stunning. In short, if you're after a game that's going to make you feel properly clever for completing it, but one that's critically acclaimed to boot, then look no further than Broken Sword. And number 1, Discworld. Even if you're completely unfamiliar with Terry Pratchett's series of Discworld novels, then simply knowing that the setting is a planet based on the backs of 4 elephants, which are in turn stood on the back of a giant turtle, probably tells you all you need to know about the things you can expect out of a video game based on the works. The game itself follows Rincewind the Wizard, voiced by none other than Monty Python legend Eric Idle, as he explores Discworld and attempts to prevent a dragon from terrorising the city of Ankh-Morpork. Because the game is utilising Discworld logic, i.e. everything is absolutely insane, the puzzles within the game are some of the most difficult in video gaming history. The vast majority are solved by combining items in order to make other items, or so that an event is triggered, though some are far more obtuse than others. One particularly bonkers example is the Fishmonger's Belt puzzle, in which players need to place an octopus into a toilet and get the fishmonger to take a laxative. How players were supposed to figure this one out without a guide, we've got no idea. And frankly, we salute anyone who managed to make it through the entire game without tearing their own hair out.
Oh yeah, here we go. Existential crisis time. I have had an existential crisis before, but I haven't done a list about having existential crises, so I'm going to give this everything I've got. Did I do it right? They say there are only 2 things certain in life. Death, and the fact that no matter how many times you tell him not to, Adam will insist on microwaving mackerel in the office. Unfortunately, we here at TripleJump know all too well what happens after the latter, but no one on Earth knows exactly what will occur once we shuffle off this mortal coil. And that's been the subject of a great deal of speculation. Pretty much everyone has their opinions on the matter, be it afterlife, reincarnation, heaven, hell, or eternal darkness, but the question itself goes unanswered. What exactly does happen to us after we die? The days are long gone where only philosophers and theologians debated the subject, with films, television shows, and even video games weighing in to demystify the unknown. For this list then, we're taking a look at the titles that explore what may or may not happen once you take that final breath and pass into the great beyond. Obviously, we don't have any of the actual answers, and we're not here to make judgments, dismiss ideas, or draw conclusions. Like most of you, we're just here to learn a few things and have some fun along the way. After all, isn't that what life is all about? Before you die. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and these are 10 games that explore what happens when we die. Number 10. Dante's Inferno. When Dante Alighieri produced his seminal work, The Divine Comedy, back in the early 1300s, he probably didn't imagine that some 700 years later, it would be loosely adapted into an action-adventure video game. Or maybe he did. He was a smart guy after all. The TLDR version is that Dante journeys through hell, purgatory, and heaven. Dante's Inferno, as the title may suggest, focuses on the HE double hockey sticks bit, with Game Dante guided by the poet Virgil through the 9 circles of hell in order to save his lady love from the clutches of Lucifer himself. The game goes to great lengths to explore the belief held by many, the idea that when we die, we will ultimately be judged for our living actions by some divine being. Be that God, Anubis, or Jeff Goldblum, he's certainly divine, and that those who have lived a sinful life will be punished for eternity. We often think of hell as a one-size-fits-all eternal damnation. Dante's imagining of what happens after we pass, on the other hand, is much more granular, with sinners facing penance tailored to their various crimes. That's certainly an interesting idea, but honestly, the whole thing seems like a lot of unnecessary admin for those involved. Are there bureaucrats in hell? Actually, that's a stupid question. Of course there are. That's where they all go. Number 9. God of War. You can't deny that the ancient Greeks had some epic mythology. What? Our gods? Oh yeah, they're all massively flawed and they live on that very climbable mountain over there. What, have we been up there and checked? Oh no, that seems like an awful lot of cardio, and the terrain would just ruin my fancy sandals. They also had some intriguing ideas about the afterlife, believing that the soul separated from the body at the point of death before heading off to Hades. Generally speaking, the underworld is a pretty grim place. If you are good in life though, you get to enjoy the exclusive benefits of Elysium for as long as the living remember you. It's a less sunny outlook for any of you bad dudes out there, or for the less memorable among us. When our boy Kratos is killed by Ares in 2005's God of War, he experiences all of the delights of Hades firsthand. Following a lovely, relaxing cruise down the River Styx, Kratos gets to spend his admittedly short-lived afterlife partying with all kinds of interesting characters, including axe-wielding minotaurs and screeching harpies. Ho ho, that sounds like one hell of a shindig. Number 8. After Party. In most cultures, if you've been enough of a piss mushroom throughout your life, your ticket to hell, or the equivalent, is one way. It turns out though, at least according to 2020 title After Party, that if you're a big enough ledge to outdrink the actual devil, you may be able to escape eternal damnation and resume your life on Earth. In After Party, Lola and Milo awaken in hell with no recollection of how they got there. They quickly come to find that, luckily for them, the torture and punishment only takes place during office hours. Once all of that hard work is done, the demons and the damned love nothing more than to head down to Funky Town. Because what comes before Part B? Party! If Lola and Milo are able to prove themselves through a series of quests, they get the opportunity to face off against Beelzebub himself. Far from glorifying binge drinking, however, Afterlife explores themes of alcoholism and addiction, portraying Satan as a troubled individual whose vices have a detrimental effect on hell. Darkly funny with plenty of heart, After Party will have you questioning everything you think you know about the underworld, and may even inspire you to become a better person. But hey, if you're still a knob, at least you might be able to drink your way out of it. Number 7. Avenging Spirit. From one kind of spirit, glug glug, to another. Whether it's lovable spooks like Casper or malevolent poltergeists and everything in between, ghosts have featured in the spiritual beliefs of millions of people around the world. Many who believe in the existence of such entities consider them to be the souls of those who refuse to move on, often because they have unfinished business here in the mortal realm. Such is the premise of 1991 arcade title Avenging Spirit. Whilst out on a romantic walk with his girlfriend, the protagonist is shot to death by agents of a mysterious crime syndicate, who then go on to kidnap his beloved. Summoned by her father, who just so happens to be a ghost energy researcher, our now spectral hero must save the girl and bring justice to those responsible for his murder in order to finally rest in peace. He does this by possessing others in order to gain their powers, and then discarding them, which has no ethical ramifications whatsoever, I am sure. If the player successfully defeats the crime syndicate, the damsel in distress survives, and our friendly ghost gets the opportunity to wish her well and say goodbye before taking the leap into the great beyond. Number 6. Hades. We often assume that the creatures or deities that populate our chosen afterlife are happy with their lot in death, but not everyone is interested in going into the family business, and there's nothing wrong with that. Oh, sorry, excuse me just a minute. Hello? Oh, hi Dad, yeah. Yeah, the accountancy course is going great. Just doing my homework. I'll be all qualified as soon as you need me. Alright, great. Bye. Sorry about that. Okay, what was I doing? Oh yeah, talking about video games. It seems that no one who ends up in the ancient Greek underworld is particularly pleased about it, especially Zagreus, protagonist of Hades and son of the eponymous Lord of the Underworld. We get it. With a family as messed up as this, we can see why the young chap would make every effort to get the hell out of there. Desperate to escape in order to find his birth mother after his father refuses to even speak her name, Zagreus goes through hell to get back to the surface to reunite with Persephone. Any more hell puns I can do before the end? Not only does the game explore the afterlife and the gods and goddesses that oversee it, but it also takes a look at how death, in this case the stillbirth of Zagreus, impacts those left behind. Man, who'd have thought a game about an eternity of torment would bring us down? Number 5. A Mortician's Tale. So far, we've looked at titles that explore what happens to our consciousness when we finally kick the bucket, but haven't really considered the physical process of death. That's where A Mortician's Tale comes in. In this short but thought-provoking title, players are encouraged to think of death in a more positive way by taking part in the day-to-day activities involved in running a funeral home. Our mortician, Charlie, is a young, death-positive woman whose goal is to make saying goodbye as easy and as painless as she can for everyone. Players are involved in the whole process. From preparing the body through comforting mourners, you're there to experience it all. We must advise that A Mortician's Tale is not a game for everyone. The subject matter is very intense, and the whole experience will get you thinking about your own mortality. So if you're not interested or comfortable in considering such things, this may not be the title for you. For those who are in the right headspace, however, it will open your eyes to the real process of death and may have you considering the matter in a less negative way. Number 4. Afterlife. If you think about it, there must be an awful lot of administration involved in any sort of heaven and hell setup, because after all's said and done, someone has to make the ultimate decision on one's final resting place. I'm kind of hoping it's some sort of benevolent dictatorship, because who on earth has time for damnation by committee? As a demiurge, players of Afterlife are charged with creating and maintaining a fully functioning afterlife, featuring rewards for the virtuous, punishments for the sinful, and reincarnation opportunities for those who are deserving. Not only must the player ensure there is enough space for all the souls to be successfully rewarded or punished, but they must also ensure that their workforce of angels and demons remains content, whilst balancing the finances of the whole operation. Fail to do all of the above, and you're likely to end up in an all-out war between heaven and hell, which, let's face it, is a bad day at the office by any metric. Number 3. Pom gets Wi-Fi. We've spent a great deal of time talking about what happens to us humans once we've breathed our last, but what about our furry friends? It's really not nice to think about, but at some point in our lives, most of us have lost or will lose a beloved pet. And it's not uncommon to wonder if they have indeed ended up in their own doggy or kitty version of heaven. I like to think they all have, forever destined to chase tennis balls and munch on dreamies. If you choose to believe in the lore set out in the indie RPG Pom Gets Wi-Fi, then your dearly departed animal companions have indeed gone on to a better place, even if it is one without a functioning internet connection. Following a fire that claims the life of the titular Pomeranian and her uptight Shiba Inu housemate, the pair arrive in doggy heaven to find that, to the former's utmost horror, there's no Wi-Fi. Oh, What's to be done? Do you settle into the offline afterlife and make peace with never sending a tweet or watching a TikTok ever again? Most definitely not. You go on a quest to find a connection, of course. It may sound like a minor inconvenience to some, but honestly, we sympathise. If TripleJump Towers collapses on us tomorrow and we find there's no online multiplayer in heaven, we'll be pretty livid too. And if any of you say in the comments that heaven isn't the one we need to worry about, I'll be cross. Number 2, Valheim. I like to hope that once my time on this earth is drawn to a close, I at least get a couple of days to myself to relax. Dying almost certainly sucks, and I don't want to be expected to immediately do things once I'm no longer amongst the living. Unfortunately, if the world of Valheim is to be believed, there's not all that much rest to be had. Granted everlasting life by Odin himself, players become Vikings who start out in a vast meadow and slowly learn the skills they need to survive, from hunting animals and crafting simple tools to defeating humongous trolls and building longships to explore vast biomes. But don't worry if one of the many threats gets the best of you. You're immortal, after all. You'll have the minor inconvenience of going to find your stuff again, but hey, at least you're not dead, right? Well, I mean, you are dead, but, you're not double dead. Just as well, or we'd probably get another legal letter and have to change it to triple dead. Early access at the time of recording, Valheim already has over 5 million players and overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam, and we can't wait to see how the game continues to develop and expand. I just hope they throw in a couple of beer halls for good measure. It's been a long life, and heaven knows I could do with a drink. And number 1, Grim Fandango. If there's one thing that most belief systems have in common, it's that no matter which powers are deciding where you're going, they're always fair and just. Were you a thoroughly decent person? Off to the good place. Bit of a dick? Bad place. I should imagine that the majority of us have never considered the possibility that those who oversee our collective eternity might be just as unscrupulous as some of those that they damn. But that's exactly what 1998's Grim Fandango sets out to explore. We join Manuel Manny Calavera, a travel agent at the Department of Death, as he uncovers a corrupt conspiracy that denies deserving souls their ticket aboard the No. 9 Luxury Express. To add insult to injury, the tickets are being hoarded by the boss of the criminal underworld and sold at exorbitant prices to those who can afford them, rather than given to those who have earned them. A unique take on the idea of journeying to the afterlife with potentially unsettling connotations for those who do believe, Grim Fandango will certainly have you wondering if those you trust with your immortal soul are truly as pure as we've been led to think. And also how much one of those tickets to paradise actually costs. I'm just asking for a friend. Don't look at me like that.
Oh, Pokemon. They really do get everywhere, don't they? We've seen them in our curries, on our passenger jets, and on our winter garments. Oh, that's haunting. Like dealing with a sadist who opens a pack of glitter, these critters are all over the place. Tangela, get out of the spaghetti, I know you're in there! And now we've got Ryan Reynolds bringing his trademark Deadpool mannerisms to the famous yellow rodent himself in one of the biggest "is this actually a real thing" moments in the history of movie announcements. We shouldn't have been surprised, however, seeing as Pokemon is the highest grossing entertainment media franchise of all time, having made a whopping $90 billion in lifetime revenue. The games haven't done too bad either. At the time of writing, there are 122 official Pokemon titles, and it's the second best-selling game franchise ever at 309 million units. From spawning old playground arguments to blockbuster movies, anime series, and keeping entire Etsy pages in business, the series has come a long way since the coffee-deprived old man refused to get out of the road back in 1996. And while the core series follows a tried and tested formula beloved by millions, the Pokemon franchise hasn't been afraid to dabble in new spin-offs that go a little off-piste, so let's have a look at some of them, shall we? I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 Pokemon games that broke the traditional mold. Number 10. Hey You, Pikachu. There's a reason our favourite electric mouse is yellow, and it's not jaundice. It's because he's a literal gold mine. People love Pikachu, it's a fact. So when Nintendo released Hey You, Pikachu! For the N64, complete with its own custom microphone peripheral to help you speak to the Chew, it became an instant critical and commercial success, right? Well, let's just say it went to stay with the Virtual Boy in Nintendo's failed ideas vault. The premise was novel, putting you in charge of looking after your own Pikachu using the aforementioned voice recognition unit to talk to your new pal, and well, that's pretty much the gist of it. More of a pet simulator akin to Nintendo's Hey You, Pikachu! Didn't feature a lot of game, with a few basic events revolving around you saying a handful of key phrases and Pikachu ignoring you because he's a racist that doesn't recognize regional accents. Now, I don't have that problem. Obviously, I speak the Queen's English, but I am thankful at how far voice recognition has come. It's truly touching to see iPhones understand Peter.
Here, Siri, there's Ruddy's whippets taking me cap down yon ginnel.
Okay, I found this on the web for that as whippets gone taken yon already down kennel.
Number 9. Pokemon Rumble. How do you counter the argument that Pokemon is just a kid's game? Easy! Make a Diablo-style dungeon crawler with Pokemon because Diablo's dark and edgy and has the devil in it. Yeah. Does it have the same in-depth character customization, range of movesets, or compelling world building and level design? No, but who cares, cause you get to play as a Pokemans, right? The Rumble series, starting with the 2009 WiiWare title, was quite a departure from the classic gameplay, and to its credit, the real-time combat has a certain appeal. The idea of wiping out a nest of ratatatatatatatars is hard to resist, enacting revenge for all the times they've pestered you in red and blue. It's just a shame it all gets a bit samey. But aside from the sadly repetitive gameplay and lackluster visuals, there are still so many questions that arise when pondering this bizarre universe of wind-up toys who is still filled with the same insatiable bloodlust for battle. Who made them? Is this all a sick experiment by Professor Oak? And why is Machamp like this? Who hurt you, Machamp? Who did this to you? Number 8. Pokemon Go. If you ever wanted to distill the essence of pure nostalgia, bottle it, and sell it on the black market for millions, then talk to the people behind Pokemon Go. Those wily folks at Niantic not only managed to create a mobile game that had genuinely unique gameplay, utilizing augmented reality features, but they did it while convincing millions of old-school gamers to step outside, go for walks, and enjoy the views. Mostly through the filter of a phone screen, mind, but small victories. There was a certain camaraderie between strangers in the summer of 2016, drawing communities together through a mutual love of Pokemon, and then Brexit happened. You'd be surprised to discover people you walk past every day excitedly chasing the same oddish as you, and see crowds of all ages hanging around notable locations for the Pokestops. Pokemon Go was a unique revival of a world-renowned IP, and while not without its flaws, with the craze dying down substantially after a few months, they're still adding features like trading, PvP trainer battles, legendary Pokemon, and integration with Switch titles Pokemon Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu. And until they crack on with an official VR Pokemon title, this is as real as it gets. Number 7. Detective Pikachu. The game, that is. The inspiration behind the upcoming Ryan Reynolds Pokemon love child and the catalyst for making this list in the first place, Detective Pikachu, the official game of the movie that actually came out before the movie, trademark, is another radical departure from the typical creature imprisonment formula. This is what happens when you put Pikachu on a strict diet of black coffee, 40 smokes a day, and reruns of Columbo. And just one more thing, Chansey. We found the eggshells at the murder scene in a single fried egg. You're going away for life, you monster. Don't know what that was. Much like the movie, the premise follows a Pikachu that prefers intelligence and street smarts over strength and speed, hence the nifty hat, and partners up with a human who understands what he's saying. Its story-driven, Telltale Games-esque tone covers surprisingly adult crime drama themes, an early kidnapping case, kleptomania, and uncontrolled rampages, all caused by the outbreak of a street drug called R. The numerous Pika prompts add some charm and character to the prickly-voiced P, playing with old detective tropes in new Pokemon-themed ways. Number 6. Pokemon Trading Card Game. 20 years on, and we still feel the need to look over our shoulder and talk in hushed whispers about the dreaded plague that swept school playgrounds: Pokemon cards. This dangerous epidemic led to outright bans in many schools, including mine, causing fights, arguments, and creating an underground black market for sweet shinies. Oi mate, looking for a rare Gyarados? How about a first edition Porygon? Columbia's finest. I think that voice was a little bit better than the last one. When the video game adaptation launched on the Game Boy Color in the year 2000, with the aim of cracking down on this shady black market, it arguably enabled those addictions further, with players building their decks and battling in a much more subtle way. Releasing amongst the first big wave of Pokemania, the trading card game was a welcome salve to those who had played the core red and blue games to death, and provided a new challenge that we couldn't just cheese our way through with rare candy glitches. Not to mention, with a lower cost and lower risk of getting mugged at lunch break. I didn't get mugged, but James Farnes did persuade me to trade my shiny Blastoise for a shiny Machamp, and as we all know, shiny Machamps are common as dirt! Number 5. Pokemon Stadium. The original Pokemon Stadium on N64 still carries bittersweet childhood memories. On the one hand, our naive young minds, expecting a fully 3D experience with all the trimmings, were severely disappointed that this flashy battle simulator had none of the free roam elements of the Game Boy titles, but we quickly forgave them when we stumbled upon the mini-games. What's not to love about hoovering up brightly coloured sushi with Lickitung, chucking Ekans hoops onto Diglets, or watching running on a treadmill like one of Professor Oak's horrific lab experiments? Seriously, why hasn't anyone called the RSPCA yet? The core game wasn't too bad either once we got over the stubbornness of "it's not a real Pokemon game." Battles were a visual treat compared to the sprites of the handheld titles, and were surprisingly tricky considering most of the tournament battles put you at equal levels with the opposition. And the cherry on the cake was the Doduo and Dodrio modes, letting you play the original games on double or triple speed. Perfect for power leveling through bug extermination. Number 4. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. "Which Pokemon are you?" shouts Mystery Dungeon in true BuzzFeed fashion, demanding you answer a series of life-probing questions almost immediately after starting the game. Unlike most of these quizzes, however, they're not just a shortcut to getting blocked on social media channels after the 50th post in a row. We get it, Susan! You're a Jigglypuff in House Hufflepuff. Well done! I hope your cat gets better soon. After a full medical and psych evaluation, you actually get transformed into your assigned Pokemon and pick a Pokebuddy, who proceeds to call you weird and generally body shame your new non-human form. Mystery Dungeon puts a roguelike dungeon crawler twist on traditional Pokemon games, with randomly generated levels and enemy pocket mans for you and your partner to fight through, with a fairly fast-paced, turn-based combat system. This spin-off series has seen the most entries over the years, and with good reason. Gameplay that's easy to pick up and get hooked on, and especially for later entries like the Explorers Collection, a deep story that hits on some surprisingly mature themes. Number 3. Pokemon Conquest. Before Deadpool star Ryan Reynolds casting in Detective Pikachu, you could have argued that Pokemon Conquest was the most ambitious crossover for the franchise. This often overlooked spin-off for the Nintendo DS paired up the notorious creature catcher with obscure strategy RPG series Nobunaga's Ambition to create a uniquely grid-based combat system that's... Okay, we'll say it. It's Fire Emblem. It's basically Fire Emblem, but with Pokemon. I know it's technically another series, but loads of people are familiar with Fire Emblem's turn-based tactical goodness, so it's Fire Emblem. Alright. On the surface, it's a clash of concepts that shouldn't really work. Set in feudal Japan with warlords vying for control over the war-torn region, the Nobunaga world doesn't exactly sound like the safest place for Eevee and friends, but never, ever underestimate Eevee's ruthlessly ambitious colonialism. By matching each character with a Pokemon that can tackle the terrain in unique ways, fire types walking over lava, poison types through toxic areas, etc., it opens up a wide range of smart, satisfying plays. In a world where Goofy and Donald Duck can rub shoulders with Sephiroth, who's to say we can't enjoy an army of Pokemon samurai warriors? Huh? Is it you? Pipe down. Number 2. Pokken Tournament. Do you remember when we said Pokemon Conquest was the most ambitious crossover for Pokemon titles? Well, scrap that, because whoever smoked enough of that good herb to dream up a combination of Pokemon and Tekken should be given a medal, keys to the city, and should probably check into rehab as they might have overdone it. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, everything in moderation. Blaze it. Launching on the Wii U in 2016 with an enhanced Redux version ported to the Switch the following year, this is the ultimate fighting game. With plenty of visually spectacular moves appropriately themed to each of the 23 playable characters, it shook up the regular formula for long-term Pokemon and Tekken fans alike. Blast enemies into orbit with Blastoise's water cannon, lay down a space beatdown while you're up there with Gardevoir, mentally scar the other fighters with Darkrai's Nightmare Fuel, or summon an ethereal hand to wield Aegis Slash's sword and slice straight through your opponent. Okay, that one seems a little bit too brutal even for Tekken standards. Like the wildly popular Smash Brothers, this is the perfect answer to the eternal question, what if Pokemon fights were actual fights? Number 1. Pokemon Snap. Okay, so we're not saying that Pokemon Snap was single-handedly responsible for 80% of our age group taking up photography courses later in life, but the Cult Paparazzi Simulator certainly opened our eyes to a more artistic side of the Pokemon universe. In typical Nintendo fashion, the game took a seemingly commonplace concept like wildlife photography and slapped a whole bunch of Pokemon on it, forming a masterful spin-off game that had no right to be as entertaining as it was. The game took us on a safari park tour of these magnificent creatures' natural habitats, armed with only a camera, a bag of apples, and some worryingly named pester balls to capture the best photos. All this with cunning item use, manipulation of level features, and an almost pervert level of persistence to snap the most salacious pic. Yeah, that's it. Use flash, you dirty magnets. The thrill of capturing a menage a trois in action, filming a muck completely covered in filth, or catching Pikachu in the act of riding Articuno almost makes you look twice at this seemingly innocuous game. I mean, you are literally throwing things at animals for them to give you a better shot. Doesn't sound exactly like Attenborough, does it? Who could possibly be encouraging this blatant animal abuse? For God's sake, Oak, how has your license not been revoked? Pokemon Snap had its flaws, being quite literally an on-rails experience with limited flexibility and fewer than half of the total 151 available Pokemon on show. But perhaps the biggest crime is that it's so damn short! Still, with all the free cam photo modes included in games these days, we're still keeping our long lens ready for a sequel. And there we are, a delightful look back at some of Pokemon's more unusual adventures. If we've missed out your favourites, and we know there are a few, we just couldn't quite fit them in here, then shout at us in the comments below. Just do it nicely, please. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon? Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. BioShock is a really good game, and hang on, that's all it says here. Apologies for the brief introduction. The writer has informed me that the original glowing tribute to begin this list was more of a novella than a snappy introduction, so he's had to cut it down for the sanity of all of you and to reduce the ego of Ken Levine. I hope you will understand. In all seriousness, BioShock often appears in best games of all time lists for a reason. The shooter under the sea revolutionized AAA storytelling and innovated gameplay in first-person RPGs with its streamlined design. Its world-building, themes, music, and dialogue are revered, and the mid-game twist is possibly the most impactful in gaming history. But you know all this. In fact, you probably know a lot about BioShock, so I've scoured the web, combed through the wikis, and sat through so many interviews that I now see the face of Kenneth M. Levine every time I close my eyes, all so that I can say to you, I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 things you didn't know about BioShock. Number 10. The wrench is a Half-Life reference. A nice, simple one to kick us off, but one that many of you may have missed. To quote the dulcet Irish tones of Atlas at the beginning of BioShock, would you kindly grab a crowbar or something? Nailed it. You then proceed to look around and find a wrench lying on the ground. It may seem like an innocuous comment at first, but when you realise that the crowbar is the first weapon you get in Half-Life, and your new shiny wrench is the same colour as the one from Half-Life, things start coming together. Ken Levine, and you'll hear that name a lot today, has said many times that Valve's Half-Life games inspired BioShock's creation, citing its storytelling techniques as the reason that City 17 is so memorable. It's this appreciation that makes the line from Atlas and the wrench's colour clearly more than a coincidence. The wrench has become a part of BioShock's very identity in much the same way that the crowbar did for Half-Life, a pretty effective homage if you ask me. Number 9. The game gives the twist away.
Oh, me poor Moira. Ah, me wee baby Patrick.
Nailed it again. I'm so good at this. If you were paying very close attention while wandering the halls of Fort Frolic, those names may have given the game away sooner than expected. Yes, Atlas's fake family may have been a key part of the main twist, but if you spotted this poster in Sander Cohen's theatre district, then the surprise twist may have been a tad less shocking. A bit suspicious, isn't it, that the lead characters of a Sander Cohen musical should share the exact same names as our apparent guide's apparently recently deceased apparent family. This apparent... Alright, that's enough of that. It's a bit too coincidental, basically, and almost like Frank Fontaine took inspiration from the musical when crafting his devious lie. You could even see the Who is Atlas poster as a subtle foreshadowing that Atlas wasn't who you thought he was. Maybe it wasn't propaganda all along. This creates both a kink in the mystery for the very observant among us and a welcome realization for those on a return visit. Let's be honest though, no one spotted this the first time around. Admittedly, it didn't give the whole game away. You would know that Atlas isn't who he says he is, but you aren't aware of who you really are. And then they gave that away too. Number 8. The game gives the twist away again. Yep, they did it again, those rascals. We know why Jack never just hopped into a bathysphere and left for the surface, which is mainly due to Atlas's family and then avenging said family, but finally it's revealed that you're doing as you're told because you've been brainwashed. Would you kindly, and all that shtick. But what's stopping everybody else from leaving? Well, it's because Ryan had it so only himself and those within his inner circle could use the bathyspheres, a fact revealed in the Bathysphere Keys audio tape in Neptune's Bounty.
Only Ryan and his inner circle will be able to use them without dispensation.
This means you're either in some way related to Ryan or a close associate. For context, this is level 3 and the showdown with Ryan takes place in level 9. If you also wondered why the Vita chamber would bring you back but not the residents of Rapture, well, it's because of the same reason as before, though this one is hinted at much later than the bathysphere clue. A bonus point you may have missed was that Ryan's personal Vita chamber in his office was switched off upon your meeting, showing that he could choose to turn it off and that he wasn't a slave like Jack. Ugh, this got way too poignant. Editor, can you put something silly on screen? Ah, look at that. Thank you. Finally, not only does the game give away the twist again in Fort Frolic, but this time it tells you who Jack's real mother is. While it never directly says it, it can be assumed that the subtly worded audio tape in Eve Gardens alludes to Ryan having a secret son with exotic dancer Jasmine Jolene that was then sold away to Tenenbaum. Years later, Ken Levine confirmed this and clarified other things like why Jack triggers the security system. It's because he's only half Ryan. I'm guessing it's the rye. It's the rye part, maybe. Number 7. Ayn Rand inspired it all. Russian-American author Ayn Rand is a huge inspiration for BioShock. Her views on objectivism are the basis of Andrew Ryan's ideals, and they share a similar backstory with their upbringing, and Andrew Ryan is even a loose anagram of Ayn Rand. Alright, well I said it was loose. It doesn't stop there. Rand's novels The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged are referenced heavily throughout, with Frank Fontaine and his alter ego Atlas named in homage to the two books. Also, the famous phrase from Atlas Shrugged, "Who is John Galt?" was mirrored in the Who is Atlas posters around Rapture. Also, Atlas Shrugged contains an idyllic city by the name of Galt's Gulch that was created for the world's finest to escape the grasp of a failing government. Ryan attempting to destroy Arcadia and later Rapture itself is mirrored from similar situations in the book. The bottles of Arcadia Merlot have the label Fountainhead Cabernet Sauvignon on them, and the characters from the Fountainhead are referenced as companies in Rapture such as D. Frank and Antiques, and rest. That was a lot to take in. Let's hope the next one is more pleasant and much easier to comprehend. Number 6. Splicer models are based on World War I facial reconstruction surgeries. Well, that's unfortunate. Yes, as unpleasant as it may seem, the splicers were indeed based on images of World War I facial reconstruction surgeries. An art installation by the name of Project Facade set out to blend social, medical, and military history with contemporary art to bring the untold histories of World War I servicemen treated for horrific facial injuries to a broad national and international audience. That's what the website told me it was anyway. Anywho, the team behind BioShock saw Project Facade and based their splicer designs on them. Whether you see it as crass or not for them to use real-life war injuries for the purpose of creating an intentionally unpleasant character, I'm on the fence about the whole matter myself, what you can't say is that it wasn't effective. An example of when a clear likeness was used was with the case of World War I veteran Walter Yo and the Wader splicer, but be warned, any search on this subject will bring up images of the very early days of reconstructive surgery, and we won't be showing it here. Number 5. The way BioShock tells its story and uses horror. Mise en scène is the... no, that's way too pretentious. Let's start again. Staging is the encompassing term used in theatre to describe the storyboarding, visual themes, cinematography, and narrative direction of a scene on stage. In the same way that a movie camera points towards where it wants you to look, staging uses its combined techniques to draw your eye to where it wants, the classic theatre spotlight being the obvious example. It's this technique that BioShock employs to tell its story. It uses it throughout the game, but for a very literal use of the technique, we can look at the piano scene in Fort Frolic. From the moment you enter the room, you know exactly where you need to be. You have complete freedom of movement, but you still can't take your eyes from it. It's not something that you can see in real life, but it works in the realms of a narrative. It's these very techniques that make BioShock's horror so impactful. Even though the game isn't forcing you to look at the thing that's scary, you still know it's nearby and you can't look away. There's the moment where a mother is talking to her baby and you observe what's happening by the shadow on the wall. Then, when you approach, you're attacked and see that there was no baby at all. It's masterful staging which makes the game so effective. Number 4. A secret message from a developer. It took 11 years to be revealed, well, 9 really. Still, secrets rarely take this long to be unveiled in the video game world. Back in 2018, one of the game's apparent programmers revealed this secret on a 4chan post. They said, "How to do it according to the dev who put it there. In BioShock 1, go to the second half of Hephaestus where you first encounter Ryan in person. Use Incinerate to get you down to 1 HP, then use it again on the area where the cutscene triggers and walk into it. You'll die right when the scene starts, but wind up in a Vita chamber outside the map. Turn on art captions and you'll see a developer message about Paul Hellquist not doing his job. No one has found this bug yet publicly, it's in all versions, cheers." Go through this process and you'll see this. Ah, Chris Klein, you scallywag. While it's not actually the first time the message was found, it was the first time that this way of accessing it was revealed. In 2016, a Twitter user posted this, the secondary way that you could see this secret. Number 3. It was originally about a cult deprogrammer. It's fairly common knowledge that BioShock was originally going to be about either a secret island full of Nazis or something set in space, more along the lines of its spiritual predecessor, System Shock 2. What's less known is that there was a plan before this. In an interview with Shack News back in 2007, shortly after the game's initial release, Ken Levine, hi again Ken, revealed what the first plan was after he was questioned about the Nazi island. There was another story before that about a cult deprogrammer. I don't know if you know what a cult deprogrammer is. It's someone who goes to take people out of cults to deprogram them so they no longer believe in it. It's a weird thing because they're basically kidnapping people. Weird indeed. The idea seemed like it could have been an interesting one though. It may even have been on the table when writing BioShock Infinite. After all, Booker DeWitt goes to Columbia to bring back Elizabeth from a cult-like society. Whatever the reasoning behind the change may be, at least we got BioShock in the end, and for that, we can be thankful. Though I'll still not forgive you for the heart attack you gave me in the medical pavilion. Oh, Jesus! Number 2. The bonus round of fascinating facts. There's so many interesting tidbits and references in BioShock that we couldn't fit them all within a standard list, so instead, we're going to give you a quick-fire fact round. You ready? Let's go. Number 1. We all know about the splicer that sings the Jesus Loves Me song, but did you know that it's an actual hymn from 1859? Plus, there's a full version of it on YouTube by a kids' Christian channel that becomes terrifying in hindsight. Number 2. The Hudsucker proxy was cited as being an inspiration for BioShock's Art Deco style. The film is also set in 1958 on New Year's Eve, the same date that the Rapture Civil War took place. Number 3. Ken Levine said the character of Frank Fontaine was inspired by Kaiser Sose from The Usual Suspect, and the "Would you kindly" wall reveal before the twist was also based on a similar moment in the film. Number 4. The inspiration for the Little Sisters design came from Stanley Kubrick's version of The Shining, and there's also a location in Rapture called Torrance Hall named after the film's lead, Jack Torrance. Is it also just a coincidence that BioShock's lead is called Jack? I think not. Number 5. Did you ever notice that the vents are designed to look like sunflowers? Because I didn't. Number 6. There's a Pac-Man Easter egg. Number 7. Ken Levine voices the Circus of Values.
Kill your cravings at the Circus of Values!
And number 8. Quark or Quark, I've never seen Star Trek, from Star Trek, is the voice of Andrew Ryan.
The price of peace is at an all-time low.
He's much less threatening with that face. There's many more out there, but these are just some of our favourites. Number 1. BioShock's secret twist. The twist involving Jack and Ryan is not the only thing to be revealed when they meet. Jack is mostly silent. This is because the player is intended to project themselves onto the character. The idea that Jack is a programmed slave that'll do what he's told when somebody says, "Would you kindly," is meant to represent how we play games. Why do we do something? Because the game said so, even if it's illogical or we'd rather not do it. So the point where control is taken away from the player to kill Ryan is also the reveal that you yourself have actually been doing as you were told the whole time, not just Jack. It's also why there are very few cutscenes, with them only appearing at times when it's highlighting the player has no control, like the aforementioned scene with Ryan. And this all stems back to the technique of staging we mentioned earlier. With the narrative pushing the idea of free will and the gameplay subtly forcing you where it wants you to go, this dissonance is what puts you in the position of Jack, with his own twisting journey being just the cover for the real message. So next time you boot up BioShock and Atlas says, "Would you kindly grab a crowbar or something?" Still got it. Why not put down the controller and go and play something else, once and for all proving that you aren't a slave? Or you could just play it because, as I said at the start, BioShock is a really good game. So there we have it. I do hope that you learned something new about BioShock, and if there is something interesting you found that's missing from this list, would you kindly let me know in the comments below? Damn it. I got so far without making that joke. Sorry, everybody. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. Is this the real life, or is this just fantasy? Sang Freddie Mercury of legendary rock band Queen in his 1975 prophetic ode, definitely to video gaming, Bohemian Rhapsody. And Freddie was right to be confused. Now, in the year of our Lord 2019, the immersion levels video games can provide have become so impressive, you can often find yourself truly believing you've been taken into the world of the game you're playing, when actually, you're still in your living room, in your pants, surrounded by crisp packets. However close we come, there will always be elements of the video game universe that will never truly transcend into our real world, and although that's ultimately great news for the studios, publishers, and developers paid to transport you to places beyond your wildest dreams, it is a bit of a bummer for us regular folk who could really use a life-changing virtual ability. All we can do is rank some of the things we want the very most, just on the off chance that someone, somewhere, will listen to our pleas and make it happen. Let's look at some. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 things from video games we wish were real. Number 10. Relaxed traffic laws. Just imagine it. You're cruising down the open road at a cool 150 miles an hour, cutting in and out of light traffic with a pretty girl or boy sat in the passenger seat of the car you stole about 10 minutes ago. Living the dream! A dream that, here in the real world, might cost you many thousands of pounds quid and a good few years serving at Her Majesty's pleasure, but in many popular video games, such as the Grand Theft Auto franchise, this dream could be totally facilitated by unfussed police. Yeah, they're either stupid, lazy, or overworked, but the police in this style of game tend to only care if you do an actual murder, or, bother them in any way, shape, or form, like just looking at them. Oh please, God, no! Feel free to breeze past them at twice the speed limit with bloodstains on the bonnet and a gun on the passenger seat, however, because as long as you don't nick their paintwork, they're not going to bat an eyelid. Speed cameras, roadworks, rush hour traffic jams, you can just forget about those too. Think of all the extra time you could spend in bed because your commute to work is now 10 minutes rather than an hour. Number 9. A third-person viewpoint. How much better would it be if you could have watched yourself do every cool thing you've ever done in your life? I mean, any sporting achievement, any big moment like your first driving lesson, your first kiss, or even just when you absolutely demolished your best friend on Mortal Kombat, it would make life so much more cinematic. There are other slightly smaller benefits too. General petty crime rates would drop as you'd be able to see that dodgy guy or girl approaching you to steal your wallet and turn to confront him before presumably running away. I don't think you'd fight him, would you? It'd be hard to fight in third person, it would be weird. There would also be a lot more space on people's walls for lovely things like art and clocks, because who needs a mirror anymore when you can just look at yourself in the third person? Perhaps it's not the most necessary ability on this list, but it's definitely one of the coolest. Number 8, an inventory. Phone? Check. Keys? Check. 200 lockpicks and 60 rounds of ammunition for firearms I don't even possess but might someday? Check. This happens to everyone. Losing something you swear you just had in your hand. And it's even worse when it's something you don't often use, because then you're faced with a 45-minute drawer search to find the bloody thing all over again. Consider that nightmare a relic of the past when they finally manage to transfer game inventories to the real world. Kind of like cloud storage, but for actual physical things rather than a very compressed LimeWire download of Where is the Love by the Black Eyed Peas. The inventory system is one that has been used by many a game as an easy way of saving and collating all of the things you've deemed useful enough to pick up on your adventure without having to have a permanent base to store it all. A bit like how you imagined tortoises lived their lives when you were little before the bitter and boring reality of life taught you that there's nothing in their shells, not even a comfy sofa or a bookcase. Oh well. Number 7. Character customization. This one may well speak to you directly as someone who regularly has the desire to alter your look and style, but can't really be bothered to try new things and worries that it might be awful and people will laugh. They won't though. Believe in yourself, buddy. I do. Character customization, although an absolute disaster in the hands of a criminal on the run and looking for a disguise, would be the answer to all of your troubles. A quick preview of the mohawk or maybe a full fringe before probably deciding to stick with what you've got because change is frightening would make the whole process easier, quicker, and more satisfying. And why stop there? Maybe you've always wanted to change the colour of your eyes, lose some weight, or even make some things bigger, like your hands, for better high fives. Character customization would turn the human race into the most beautiful, body-positive species on the planet. Well, probably not. I imagine it would be something of a disaster, but it's worth a try anyway. Number 6. Money is just everywhere. It seems that everyone in video game land needs a little lesson in keeping their things safe and not just putting them on the floor where they're easily visible for others to pick up. I mean, look at Mario. The guy must be a millionaire by now, largely by accident, as he almost can't help but pick up people's discarded money while trying to save the princess. And it's not just money. Anything deemed valuable or important, be that gems, keys, or even deadly assault weapons, you're likely to find them on the floor, almost as if they're supposed to be acquired. Unfortunately, for all of us who live in the real world and have bills to pay, it's likely we'll always have to work for our money rather than just finding it on an adventure or something. Oh well, at least all the other things we've mentioned so far are definitely likely to exist soon. Number 5. Fast travel. Because sometimes being able to speed through traffic in that cool car I was talking about earlier isn't enough. Sometimes you're too busy to spend any real-time traveling at all, and you need to move hundreds of miles in mere seconds. Amazingly, this is also possible in many video games. Generally used in free-roaming RPGs with large maps, fast traveling allows players to skip all the potential risk and tedium of making their own way to the destination, and sometimes charges a small fee to get them there safely and quickly. Although it is debated in the gaming world whether fast travel takes away from the overall experience of the game, I can't imagine there'd be much resistance if this method of transportation were to make its way into the realms of reality. So get on it, science, Elon. Stop going to Mars and make us go to the corner shop for, I don't know, just get on with it. Number 4. Rewinds. Have you ever wanted to take back a moment? Truly, something that makes your skin crawl. A poorly timed comment, an argument triggering slip of the tongue, that time you fell over during assembly at school and literally everyone turned around to stare at you. With rewinds, this could genuinely be a possibility. I mean, sure, we would have to play by the rules and only have maybe 3 or 4 quick save rewinds for our whole lives, or at least per level, year. But even then, the amount of extra sleep you would get because you're not worrying about the mistakes you made made 10 years ago would be life-changing. Look, Tim from Braid do it, I'm fairly sure Prince of Persia do it, and even Educated Fleas do it, so why can't we? It'd almost make up for not having fast travel be a reality. Almost. Elon, how's it going? Number 3. Save points. Introduced properly in 1986's The Legend of Zelda, the ability to save in-game was, if you'll pardon the wordplay, a complete game changer. No longer did you just play for as long as possible, knowing that all of your progress would be lost as soon as the machine was turned off, or if you ran out of lives. Now you could relax a little and take your time, rather than spending the entirety of your Saturday camped out in the living room, trying desperately to complete the game before the end of the weekend. And the amount of potential real-life applications for save points are enormous. How many times have you wanted to do something but stopped yourself just in case it goes wrong? Why not go on a mission to Mars, or do a risky medical trial? All you need to do is make sure you've hit that save button, and then you're free to go back and try again when the spaceship explodes and all your limbs swell up and your head turns purple. The world would become carefree and full of daredevil risk takers, and that sounds good to me, with absolutely no repercussions whatsoever. Number 2. Cheat codes. Oh, those were the days. You'd feel like somehow you'd found something that even the developers didn't know about as you hit a long sequence of buttons and bumpers in order to become invincible, or for some reason give everyone massive heads. A proud tradition very much kept alive by GTA these days, codes were always one of the best parts of any video game. They hit their zenith some time ago though, and nowadays it's quite rare to see them included, but that doesn't mean they wouldn't be useful outside of gaming. I don't care how complex the button series is, I will burn it into my memory if it means that I'm a millionaire, invincible, or even get given a tutu to wear like Captain Quark from Ratchet & Clank. Looking good, bud. I mean, yeah, cheaters never prosper and all, but whoever said that clearly never saw the All Pedestrians Are Elvis cheat in San Andreas or the Exploding Lara cheat in Tomb Raider 2, and I don't care about their opinion until they do! Number 1. Respawn. The unquestionable ultimate video game ability, spawning, or to spawn, is defined as the live creation of a character and was first coined by id Software in regard to their demon murderer simulator, Doom. Respawning allows the player another go at life when things went wrong before and the ultimate price was paid. Most commonly used in first-person shooter games, but featured in most genres in some capacity, the capability to respawn might just be the closest thing we ever get to immortality, and who doesn't want that? It'd be amazing and not hauntingly depressing to see everyone you know and love die before you. Let's be honest, we'd give up all of the other abilities we've mentioned on this list so far just for this one. The potential to have a second chance when things didn't go quite to plan the first time around would be a weight off all of our shoulders. The only potential issue, beyond, destroying the human experience and absolutely wrecking any ability to enjoy your life in any regard whatsoever, is that usually respawning just puts you right back into harm's way, but eventually you'll get it right. Surely. And besides, you can't have everything, guys. Come on, let's be realistic here, alright? Let's ground this in reality, just a little bit. And that's our list. What video game perks would you like to see in your day-to-day life? Let us know in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon? Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. If you're the sort of person who enjoys flexing their grey matter, there are few things more satisfying than a really good puzzle. There have been a number of video games over the years that have had us scratching our noodles in confusion, with the likes of Professor Layton making frequent outings to perplex and frustrate us in equal measure. But what do you do if you prefer your brain teasers with a dash of mortal peril? We've already taken a flick through the Resident Evil back catalogue to bring you our favourite enigmas from that franchise, but if you've already exhausted Chris Redfield's puzzle-solving prowess, then perhaps it's time to take a look in the direction of Konami's equally spookum series, Silent Hill. Since the franchise's first title, 1999's Silent Hill, we've been treated to more head-scratchers than Pyramid Head can shake that big old knife at. So for this list, we'll be rifling through 2 decades of survival horror to showcase the very best. We will aim to leave out major plot points where possible, but there is still a minor risk of us crossing into spoiler bush city limits. You have been warned. I'm the ever mysterious Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 best Silent Hill puzzles. Number 10. Doll Parts, Silent Hill 4, The Room. Although considered to be one of the weaker entries in the franchise, Silent Hill 4 still has 1 or 2 mind-boggling puzzles on offer. One that particularly stuck with us, even if only for the amount of stress we went through to complete it, is the doll parts puzzle. While exploring the forest world, protagonist Henry Townsend and his companion Eileen come across a wheelchair in which the torso of a mannequin is sat. Looks like you've got some limbs to find, friend, but don't be too eager because the whole time you'll be pursued by the gun-toting serial killer Walter Sullivan. The doll bits are all scattered around various wells and you'll need to ensure that you've got a torch handy in order to illuminate them well enough to fish them out. Gathering all of the pieces and putting them together will result in the doll animating and rolling away to reveal a staircase below it. It does make us wonder why we couldn't have just pushed the wheelchair away ourselves, but I suppose it's not about the destination, it's about the fun we had on the journey. Right, Eileen? She's been shot in the leg, I'm sure she's fine. Number 9. The makeshift handle, Silent Hill 2. Sometimes in life, you've just got to play the cards you're dealt, and it's that sort of can-do attitude that helps James Sunderland escape Toluca Prison in Silent Hill 2. Trapped in the nightmarish penitentiary, James's only hope of escape is via a hatch in the west wing, but sadly for him, it doesn't have a handle. Fortunately, he's not about to let his dark, spoopy surroundings or a few creepy monsters get him down, so he must set about putting together a makeshift handle so he can get the heck out of there. On his journey, James will come across a small wax doll in one of the cells, and after completing another puzzle which requires the insertion of tablets into a set of gallows, his attention will also be drawn to a conspicuously placed horseshoe. These items may not seem to be of much importance in and of themselves, but when they're melted together using a lighter, they furnish James with the necessary tool to make his escape. In reality, we're not wholly certain that the wax would hold strong enough to allow the hatch to be opened, but hey, who are we to argue with video game logic? Number 8. Flame purifies all, Silent Hill 3. In the world of chemistry, there are many things that can be mixed together to create an interesting result. For example, minty sweets plus Diet Cola makes a fun but slightly sticky volcano, and according to Silent Hill 3, pork liver, matches and oxydol mixed in a bucket makes a particularly potent fire, strong enough to completely burn away a painting. We're not 100% sold on the science of the second example, but then again, if I've learned anything from video games over the years, it's that they are always totally grounded in reality, so I'm probably wrong to doubt the logic. Indeed, whilst searching the Hilltop Mall, Heather Mason comes across a painting that must be burned in order to proceed. Rather than requiring the player to simply ignite the thing with, say, some matches, they must instead create a concoction of random items they've found around the mall. If you're playing on easy or normal modes, there's a chemistry book that can be found which will explain the necessary methodology, but if you're playing on hard, then you're on your own and it's going to require a bit of trial and error to get to the solution. You could just look it up online though. We won't judge. Much. Number 7. The Hair Box, Silent Hill 2. Here we have a classic puzzle that escape room fans will be all too familiar with. A box secured with several different locks that holds an item you need in order to progress. Whilst moseying around the rooms of Brookhaven Hospital, James Sunderland comes across a rather intriguing box bound with locks that require keys and codes in order to open them. Never one to shy away from a mystery, he sets about exploring the remainder of the building and is able to find something he needs to unlock it dotted around the facility. I'm no expert, but leaving important codes out in the open like that seems like a massive GDPR violation, but whatever. So, what's in the box? A key? An item of great value? Further instruction? No, in fact the box, somewhat confusingly, contains a lock of hair, and it's at this point that you realise that the real puzzle is not in trudging around trying to find a bunch of keys or random digits, but in what you're supposed to do with the box's contents. We're not going to spoil what it's for, but it's definitely worth hanging on to if you've got any hopes of making it out alive, or clipping it to your hair to have slightly longer hair. That's not it. Number 6. A Tale of Birds Without a Voice, Silent Hill. I'm not sure what it is that's given the developers of survival horrors the impression that we're all piano virtuosos, but between Resident Evil Village's insistence that we have to read proper sheet music and now this, I'm starting to think I should have paid more attention to my music teacher, Mrs. Badcrumble. Upon entering the music room, we find a grand piano, which aside from needing a serious dose of disinfectant owing to all the blood, has a few broken keys. Alas, plinking and plonking your way through chopsticks isn't going to reveal any secrets here, so you're going to need to figure out the riddle that's been very kindly left on a nearby chalkboard. The poem itself, which talks about all manner of birds, may seem completely unrelated to the matter at hand, but trust us, it contains all the information necessary to tinkle your way to success. Worth bearing in mind, whilst you probably don't need to be Bill Oddie in order to work out what the verse means, it will at least help to have some idea of what colour each of the birds in question is. Once you've nailed that, you've solved about 10% of the puzzle, so congratulations, my dude! Number 5. The Shakespeare Puzzle, Hard Mode, Silent Hill 3. For most of us, the words William and Shakespeare conjure up horrifying memories of being forced to read Macbeth aloud in front of a classroom full of mean 13-year-olds. Hopefully, however, you managed to at least retain some information about the bard's works, because you're going to need it in order to resolve this head-scratcher. Upon entering the bookstore, players will find a number of Shakey's works strewn across the floor and will need to work out in which order they go in order to get the code for a nearby door. On normal mode, it's fairly straightforward. Just juggle the books around on the shelf until the 4-digit number scrawled on the spines lines up. On hard mode, however, you're going to need to know the plots to Romeo and Juliet, Othello, King Lear, Macbeth, and Hamlet, and be able to identify each from a cryptic clue. As though that weren't enough mental gymnastics, you're then going to have to do some maths in order to get the final code. How on earth you're supposed to work this out without using an online guide is beyond me. We can only assume that kids in 2003 were getting plenty of omega-3 or whatever it is that makes your brain work good. Number 4. The Plate Poem, Silent Hill. Ah, fantastic. A puzzle that I can only assume was designed by my nan on account of all the fancy decorated plates. Whilst navigating the seemingly endless rooms and corridors of Alchemilla Hospital, Harry Mason will come across a whole load of coloured plates, each emblazoned with an intricate design. The use for those items won't remain a mystery for long, however, as players will soon discover a door into which they fit nice and snug, though the order in which they go might not be immediately apparent. If you trouble yourself to look around the room, you'll find a poem hung on the wall that talks of fluffy clouds, sunny skies, and definitely doesn't become all dark and weird at the end. All players need to do is work out how the prose links to the plates, and boom! Puzzle solved, door unlocked, and protagonist off on his merry way to more horror. Someone's even been kind enough to put in half of the plates for you already, meaning less time spent trying to work out this brain teaser and more time to spend seeing the sights and soaking in the ambience. Keep an eye out for the locals though, they're a bit wacky. Number 3. Vices and Nuts, Silent Hill 3. If you've ever played a survival horror game, you'll know that very few items you come across along the way are completely without use, and a great example of this is Silent Hill 3's Vices and Nuts puzzle. We'll find a walnut inside a glass cabinet in the jewellery store. How odd, one might think to oneself. Perhaps someone dropped part of their lunch amidst all of the spookums. Not so, dear viewer, and you might want to hang on to that delicious snack because as it turns out it's going to come in very useful not too far down the line. After searching a little longer, players will come across a rather disgusting looking vice into which the walnut can be inserted in order to reveal the Moonstone. Sadly, there aren't any Clefairies around to evolve, so it isn't immediately clear why you'd need such an object, but press forward a little more and you'll come across a door onto which, quite handily, a moon is painted. Somewhat ironically, there's a nutcracker to be found later in the game, but you need that to bust open a locked door instead, because obviously. Number 2. The Astrology Puzzle, Silent Hill. We're not much for astrology here at Team TripleJump, so while some may think it's not a good idea to put out videos while Mercury is in retrograde, myself and Tiny Peter and Ashton couldn't give less of a toss. Fortunately, in order to solve Silent Hill's astrology puzzle, your knowledge of star signs need not extend beyond a simple awareness of what creature or inanimate object represents each one. In one of the first game's trickier puzzles, you'll come across a room in which there are several zodiac symbols, each with a numerical value scribed underneath. All you need to do is work out the relationship between the pictures and the numbers, then apply the same logic to the remaining ones. Doing so will release the Stone of Time, an artifact without which our plucky protagonist Harry Mason cannot hope to proceed. It's a simple enough concept, but in execution it's not all that straightforward. After all, what could possibly link a set of scales with the number 2, a pair of fish with 0, and a crab with the number 10? All we'll say is, there's no need to call Mystic Meg. Obviously, we worked it out straight away, but you know, other people might struggle a bit, so yeah. Number 1. The Brookhaven Keypad, Hard Mode, Silent Hill 3. A great mechanic that was introduced to the Silent Hill series after its first outing was the opportunity for players to choose how difficult they wished for the puzzles to be, which keeps the games challenging for those for whom this isn't their first rodeo, but accessible for anyone that doesn't know their way around a bucking bronco. On easy and normal modes, the Brookhaven keypad is tricky enough, requiring players to flex their noggins in order to come to a solution, but on hard mode, it's downright devilish. In order to advance through the hospital, protagonist Heather must enter the correct code into the keypad on a locked door. As it's numbered 1 to 9, the chances of making a lucky guess are next to 0, and the only clue you have is a somewhat disturbing poem that goes into rather graphic detail about all of the gory things the writer would like to do to their lover. We won't spoil the solution, but suffice it to say that once we'd finished reading the prose and chucking up our lunches, we were dazzled by just how laterally this one had us thinking. Good work, Silent Hill. We applaud you.
If you've ever worked in any kind of office job, you'll know that admin is, for the most part, pretty dull. Whether it's filing paperwork, reviewing applications, or following the same process over and over again, it can be quite tedious, especially if it's the only thing you're doing all day and you don't have any fun colleagues to spice things up a bit. You'd think, therefore, that video games that task players with these sort of things would go down like a lead balloon. And yet there's something about them that draws in audiences in their thousands. For this list, we're looking at games that set players to work in jobs that, from an outsider perspective, might seem a little bit boring. They might task players with reviewing documents, balancing books, or deciding the fate of an individual based on their paperwork. Regardless of their specific gameplay mechanics though, they're all titles that seem like they would be quite dull, but are actually quite entertaining in a bureaucratic sort of way. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 video games that make admin fun. Number 10, Field Hospital, Dr. Taylor's Story. If you dream of being a doctor but feel like all that studying would get in the way of your roaring social life, then Field Hospital Dr. Taylor's Story might just be for you. The game is a short point-and-click title that sends players into an active war zone to decide which players to treat and which to refuse. Players will need to carefully study the information presented to them in order to ensure that the right people are getting the care they need, and face the consequences of treating the wrong ones. Naturally, not every choice will be as straightforward as who is the most injured, so players will need to make some very tough decisions along the way. The ending they get will all depend on what they choose to do throughout the game. In addition to this, players also need to keep an eye out for clues that will help them piece the overarching narrative together. Every character has a story, so it pays to read all their files extremely carefully. Field Hospital Dr. Taylor's Story probably won't take up more than an hour of your time, but it's a hugely engaging and morally taxing hour that you'll be glad you took the time to experience. Number 9, St. Orchin's Orphanage. Anyone who goes into St. Orchin's Orphanage thinking they're going to have a nice time changing the lives of a bunch of unfortunate kiddos is going to be in for a rude awakening when they actually boot up the game. Yes, it's a management sim during which players must run an orphanage, however it's also set during the war and the kids are being trained as soldiers. St. Orchin's Orphanage presents players with the usual challenges of running a business, i.e. ensuring the money coming in is at least equal to the money going out, but it also adds a variety of emotional blows thanks to its subject matter. Players must decide which children to put through the military training to support the war effort and which ones to put to work, either in the mines, sweeping chimneys, delivering papers, or in sweatshops. Each of these jobs comes with a risk of injury or disease, but they also generate income for the orphanage. None of the options for the children is a pleasant one, so you're going to have to make peace with your horrible decisions early on. So off you go down the mines, little Timmy. Remember, it's for the greater good. Number 8, Peace, Death. Most people have ideas about what happens to us when we die, whether you believe in an afterlife, reincarnation, or just eternal darkness. If there is a many-tiered afterlife, however, then it follows that there is some sort of organisation responsible for ensuring that the right people go to the right places. The 2017 title Peace, Death puts players into the role of a reaper working at Apocalypse Inc. It's their job to analyse those who have died and determine whether they should go to heaven, purgatory, or hell. The good folks get to spend their eternity in paradise, and the bad ones get to roast until the end of time. Things aren't always as simple as they might seem though, as clients will do their darndest to sneak their way into heaven, whether they deserve to be there or not. Is that guy wearing a hat because he's having a bad hair day, or is he actually a demon trying to hide a pair of horns? You'd better check it out, or you'll be stuck facing the consequences. Peace, Death isn't a particularly long game, taking most players just a few hours to complete, but considering it allows you to judge other people, and who doesn't love doing that, for the cost of a cup of coffee, we'd say it's well worth checking out. Number 7, Please Don't Touch Anything. If you've ever been roped into covering the desk of a colleague while they've popped off on break, you'll know just how tempting it is to have a little snoop around. Please Don't Touch Anything from developer 4 Quarters takes this feeling and turns it into a video game. When your colleague nips to the bathroom, they leave you in charge of their desk with just one simple instruction: don't touch anything. You're the respectful sort, so you wouldn't do that, right? Though, that big red button does look mighty tempting. I wonder what would happen if you pushed it. Probably nothing bad, right? As the game unfolds, players are presented with additional buttons, switches, and tools, amongst other things, and must use the clues they receive in order to figure out what they need to do next. Some of the riddles can be on the obtuse side, but it's nothing that a little out-of-the-box thinking can't overcome. There are plenty of brain teasers to keep even the smartest cookies amongst you entertained for an hour or so, and 25 different endings to discover, meaning plenty of replayability. Oh, hi, James! Now, I know you said not to touch anything on your desk, but I just couldn't resist pressing that big red button. What do you mean that causes the channel to self-destruct? Number 6, not for broadcast. There really is some tripe on TV these days, and it feels like for every Peaky Blinders there's about 1,000 Love Islands. And I, for one, am sick of it! I should start my own TV channel. Yeah, that'll learn 'em. If you fancy experiencing all the fun of running a TV station for yourself, then you should take a crack at Not for Broadcast, a simulation title developed by British studio Not Games that finally got a full release in 2022 after spending a little under 2 years in early access. Protagonist Alex Winston works in the production control room of the National Nightly News, a show broadcast in a fictional dystopia that looks an awful lot like Great Britain. Alex must choose which camera feeds to use, censor naughty language, and ensure that the broadcast goes ahead uninterrupted. The player also gets to choose whether they side with the oppressive government or the resistant group that opposes them. What they do throughout the game ultimately influences which of the 14 endings they get. Are you going to keep your head down and do what the government asks, or are you going to stick your neck out and risk yourself for the cause? The power is yours to wield as you see fit. Number 5, Return of the Obra Dinn. Though we've never actually done the job ourselves, we can't imagine that being an insurance inspector is particularly fun, especially if you were an insurance inspector in the 1800s. Not only is your job dull, but you can't even come home after a long day and watch Netflix. Nightmare! Somehow though, indie developer Lucas Pope has managed to turn this slightly boring job into an engaging video game with his 2018 title, Return of the Obra Dinn. The good ship Obra Dinn goes missing at sea with 60 people aboard. 5 years later, it reappears off the coast of England, though none of the passengers or crew have lived to tell the tale of what happened. As an insurance inspector for the East India Company, it's the player's job to find clues aboard the ship and figure out exactly what the heck has gone down. To assist with this, they're given a device called the Memento Mortem, which allows them to hear the seconds before a person's death and explore the exact moment that they died. Players will need to have all their wits about them if they've any hope of unravelling the mystery. Insurance claims have never been so exciting. Number 4, bureaucracy. If you've ever had to contact your bank or other such institution to tell them you've moved house, you'll know what a frustrating experience it can be. I'm sorry, you'll need to do that at the local branch. It's only open from 11:15 to 11:23 on a Wednesday. Anyone who has gone through that pain will surely appreciate Bureaucracy, the 1987 text-based adventure written by legendary sci-fi author Douglas Adams. When their mail is being delivered to the wrong address and they find themselves unable to access their bank accounts, the player is forced to embark on a journey of red tape and vexation as they try and sort out the whole sorry mess. Throughout their quest, they'll encounter a bunch of wacky and unhelpful characters whose sole purpose seems to be one of hindrance. Whilst trying to resolve their various problems, the player character's blood pressure can go up or down depending on their actions, and if they let it get too high, they'll suffer a fatal aneurysm. The game is hugely silly and players are sure to have a great time with Adam's trademark sense of humour. It will take you back to that awful afternoon spent on the phone with your gas company though. Just keep an eye out on your blood pressure, yeah? Number 3, the Republia Times. Here in the UK, we're lucky enough to have freedom of the press, which means that for better or for worse, journalists have pretty much free reign over what they publish. They can, of course, print things that make the government look good, but they're also free to call them a bunch of plops peddling toe rags if they so wish. Sadly, not everywhere grants its journalists the same freedoms, and many news outlets around the world have their content dictated to them by their respective governments. This practice is explored in the Republia Times, another game from American indie developer Lucas Pope. The player steps into the shoes of a newspaper editor in the fictional authoritarian country of Republia and must carefully choose what stories to print every day. Players must print plenty of pro-government material to help convince Joe Public the oppression is good, but not so much that no one wants to read the paper anymore. Oh, and did we mention that if you don't get it right, the government will murder your wife and kids? We probably should have led with that one, to be honest. As simple as the gameplay is, the Republia Times is awfully engaging. It's also browser-based and free to play, so if you do feel like stepping into the shoes of an oppressed newspaper editor, it won't cost you a penny. Number 2, death and taxes. Have you ever taken a moment to think about death? I have. and I'm often left wondering if there's some sort of higher power out there determining who lives and who dies. Obviously, there's no way of really knowing, but it's an interesting concept to consider. Clearly, it's something that developer Lene Kunap have been thinking about when they decided to create Death and Taxes, a game which tasks players to decide who gets to live and who must die. The game begins on the player's first day in their new job as a sort of Grim Reaper. Their boss, Fate, sits them down and explains the rules. Each day they receive information on a number of people, and based on that day's requirements, they'll choose whether to kill or spare their subjects. Naturally, things get trickier as time goes on, and players will need to make some tough choices in order to keep the world in balance or face the consequences. Alongside an interesting premise, the game is filled to the brim with dark humour, so whilst you are ultimately choosing human beings with lives, dreams and loved ones to kill, at least you can have a bit of a chuckle while you're doing it. And number 1, Papers, Please. No offence to anyone who does it for a living, but working in border control doesn't seem like it's a lot of fun. Checking the credentials of people coming into the country is, of course, important, and we salute anyone with the patience to do it, but it doesn't seem like a very good time. With all of that said, playing Papers, Please isn't really a good time either. The game is hugely engrossing, but it weaves a gripping story of life in an oppressive regime, so you might walk away feeling a bit blue. We still recommend it regardless, but just prepare for all the paperwork to hit you right in the feels. Players take on the role of a border control officer in the fictional country of Astotska. The pay is terrible and the work is dull, but hey, it's a job, right? Things start out fairly simple. Just check the documents, and if they meet the requirements set by higher ups, in they go. If not, it's a no from Astotska, my friend. It's not long before the game starts testing your morals though, and you're forced to choose whether to follow the rules or rebel against the state, potentially putting your earnings at risk. Start a revolution or get Granny her medicine. I'm gonna have to sleep on that one, I think. Video games really are great, aren't they? They can be a way to keep in touch with friends or connect with family, and they tell stories that could never be done through any other medium. A good narrative can make us laugh, cry, or shock us to our very cores. While it's true that not all games are meant to tell a story, many of them do, and it's all the more impressive when they're able to do so with no words. There are a number of titles that do this quite well, and we're here to highlight some of them today. Before we get into this list, it's important to clarify what exactly we mean by hardly any dialogue. The primary rule is that not much is said by any of the characters, and thus a large part of the storytelling is left up to the environment or the player's own interpretation. In addition, any in-game text, such as signs, notes and item descriptions, are perfectly acceptable. Essentially, as long as direct exposition is limited, a game is welcome here. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 great video games with hardly any dialogue. Number 10, Shadow of the Colossus. Now I can already hear you yelling at me about how far down this list the game is, but put the pitchforks down. Shadow of the Colossus is not in the number 10 spot because it's bad. Far from it, in fact. However, it does have a lot more dialogue than most of the other entries here, so I have to put it at the bottom, I'm afraid. Them's the rules. Developed by Japan Studio and Team Eco, both of whom we'll see again shortly, Shadow of the Colossus originally released on PS2 in 2005 and was remade for the PlayStation 4 in 2018. It follows the story of Wanda, who's brought a woman named Mono to the Shrine of Worship in order to revive her. Once here, he meets mysterious multi-layered voice in the sky Dormin. Rather than this intimidating presence setting off any alarm bells, Wanda takes their advice, as they're known to have the power to resurrect the dead, and at their behest, he sets out to destroy the colossi dotted throughout the otherwise barren land. Much of the story after that comes from the big hulking boys, or girls, or others themselves, and the crippling feeling of wrongness that comes from destroying them. I'm sure everything's above board though, right? Number 9, Eco. See? I said we'd be seeing Japan Studio and Team Eco again, didn't I? While there is some speech throughout, Eco has little dialogue that is directly story related. This comes mainly from the fact that the player character, also called Eco, and the girl accompanying him, Yorda, speak completely different languages. At the beginning of the game, Eco is taken to a seemingly abandoned castle and stuck inside a stone coffin in order to be sacrificed. All because of the horns on his head. Thankfully though, an earthquake breaks open the coffin and allows him to escape. after which he meets the mysterious girl who was also held captive. Even though the two have no way to speak to each other, they form a bond, and Yorda accompanies Eiko as he helps her to escape from her mother, the Queen. Using both characters, players solve a variety of puzzles as they explore the castle and try to avoid the shadowy monsters that lurk around every corner. Yes, that does essentially make the whole game one big escort mission, but who doesn't love those? I'm joking, of course, but the story more than makes up for it, so we'll give it a pass. Number 8, Virginia. Taking its cues primarily from 90s TV shows like Twin Peaks and The X-Files, the often baffling detective game Virginia is set in the US state of the same name. This multi-layered mystery manages to weave its wordless story over the course of a single in-game week, and brings an intriguing amount of Lynchian weirdness to the table, with a narrative that will take some time and potentially multiple playthroughs to fully understand. Players assume the role of Detective Anne Tarver, a recent graduate and rookie FBI agent. Accompanied by senior agent Maria Halperin, she is tasked with searching for a missing boy, Lucas. However, Anne has a questionable secondary objective thrust upon her by the head of the Bureau: spy on her fellow investigator. What follows is a series of jump cuts, flashbacks, and bizarre bison-based visions, as the two patrol the small fictional town of Kingdom, questioning Lucas's family and trying to follow in the boy's footsteps in order to find him. There's also a mystery surrounding Anne's mother, who was herself an FBI agent. The investigation links up with Anne's secondary spy operation, revealing a Bureau-wide conspiracy. While it received a mixed reception upon its release in 2016, Virginia might just go against your expectations? Ugh, awful joke, moving on. Number 7, A Bird Story. A Bird Story comes from the appropriately named Freebird Games, developers of the heart-wrenching To the Moon, and serves as a link between that game and its sequel, Finding Paradise. Despite the title suggesting you might play as some sort of feathered flyer, this game instead follows a young boy named Colin and his wild imagination. Colin spends a lot of time being quiet and alone, as his parents are always working and he has no real friends in his class. He's often chastised by his teachers for escaping into his imagination. Or maybe it's because kids are horrible little monsters and his classmates blame things on him. He feels so disconnected and unwilling to speak to others that almost everyone in the game appears as an unknowable shadowy figure. One day though, he finds an injured bird and brings it to the vet. Unwilling to abandon it, Colin takes it under his wing. No pun intended, sneaking it home in his backpack and caring for it as best he can. He finds himself connecting more and more to his avian friend, and the more affection he feels for it, the more he finds himself able to relate to other people as well. The experience as a whole isn't very long, but the story is sure to nest itself in your heart. Number 6, Rhyme. I don't know about you, but I could go for a lovely island holiday right about now. All of this British weather really is a bummer. Well, Rhyme is a gorgeous adventure game that allows you to dodge the rain and go somewhere sunny. Otherwise known as the Adorable Little Fox game by absolutely no one but our writer, Rhyme is another title that follows a young boy as he adventures through the world. This time though, progression is based primarily on puzzles, and players have to solve them by using perspective and occasional shouting. The boy, not the player. Although I suppose that depends on how frustrated you get. As the boy makes his way to and through the large tower that dominates the landscape, there will be occasional visits from a mysterious figure in a bright red cloak. Though the figure never speaks, and is often only seen in the distance, it becomes clear that they are more than they appear. These sightings, along with various murals, trigger memories for the boy of a horrible storm and a tragedy at sea. Its joyful Wind Waker-esque colour palette and fantastic soundtrack can be deceptive, as they hide a sad story behind them. But it has a cute fox, and that alone is worth the emotional damage, surely. Number 5, Unravel. Memories. They can be good, they can be bad, and sometimes the most embarrassing ones you have can pop into your brain at the absolute worst moment possible. Could you leave me alone, please? I'm trying to sleep. Yarn-filled puzzle adventure Unravel, on the other hand, uses memories as a setting for a variety of gorgeous levels. At the start, we see an older woman as she looks wistfully out of the window, before picking up a ball of yarn and inadvertently allowing Yarny to manifest. As he wanders uninvited through the house, he comes across a variety of framed photos, each of which offer its own unique level and memory to interact with. Yanni is able to literally become unravelled in order to help him on his way, using his own body as a means to create bridges and ramps, or pull himself up onto high ledges. As players help Yanni finish levels, they will collect both photos and badges, which will appear in an album back in the starting room. Since they encompass a whole life, not all of these will be happy, but they are important to keep. Terrifying yarn-based implications aside, both Unravel and its sequel provide a great experience. I'd keep an eye on those craft supplies though if I were you. Number 4, Another World. Don't you just hate it when you're at work and then suddenly get zapped to another planet? I tell ya, if I had a quid for every time that happened. This is something that the protagonist of brutal point-and-click adventure Another World, or Out of This World if you want to get North American about this, is all too familiar with. Referred to only as Professor in-game, physicist Lester is going about his day in charge of the particle accelerator when a bolt of lightning suddenly targets the machine. This naturally causes some problems, the biggest one being that the experiment is most likely ruined. Oh, and Lester is suddenly transported through time and space to worlds doing all it can to kill him. That's probably pretty bad too, right? Once he's able to get past all of the murderous alien wildlife, he lands himself in alien prison, but is soon able to escape with an alien captive and eventually leave the whole alien planet behind. Is the word alien starting to sound alien to anyone else? Since it was originally released in 1991, it's fair to say that Another World isn't nearly as well known nowadays as it once was, even though it did get a 20th anniversary edition. If you're willing to endure the strange point-and-click logic though, you're in for an otherworldly adventure. Number 3, Hyper Light Drifter. Taking its gameplay cues mainly from The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past and Diablo, SNES-inspired Hyper Light Drifter was released in 2016. It sees players assuming the role of the Drifter, a mysterious figure who has both technological prowess beyond anyone else in their world, and also a debilitating disease. Pretty much the definition of you win some, you lose some there. This infliction, though, drives the Drifter forward to adventure and battle, as they attempt to find some sort of cure for their condition. Even though the world is filled with monsters, they're able to fight back using a combination of sword, gun, and AoE attacks. On the rare occasion the Drifter does meet a friendly face, they will communicate to each other through images only, giving concise and informative clues about what's happening in the world and what the Drifter can expect to be going up against in the future. Most of the time it involves fighting even more rock-hard enemies, to be honest, but at least you've been given a heads up. However, these images work in tandem with the sights and sounds of the world to create an intriguing adventure full of mystery and danger. In short, this isn't a game that will cause you to drift off to sleep. Number 2, Machinarium. With an original release date of 2009 and enough ports to rival Skyrim, robot adventure Machinarium is a newer twist on the point-and-click genre. One important difference is that any objects pointed and clicked on have to be within reach of the player character. Player robot? You get the idea. Down on his luck, bot Joseph wakes up in a scrap heap and has to pull himself together in order to get back to town. We've all had nights like that, eh? Though, I can't say I've had to fish my own arm out of a lake. Anyway, once he's able to make it past the intimidating guards and bullies, Joseph discovers a secret plot that threatens to destroy the city. As he rushes through town to foil this plan, he finds out that his girlfriend Berta has been kidnapped, and one of his friends has had his sanity compromised. Other than a few tutorial info blurbs at the beginning of the game, there's no dialogue whatsoever, so players have to rely solely on thought bubbles to show them where to go next. There is also a hint system and in-game walkthroughs, but these too are image-based. Not that us brainiacs here at Team TripleJump would need such assistance, because we're smart. And number 1, Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons. The beautiful and upsetting adventure game, Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons, has a complex story, an interesting world, and puzzles that involve some massive brain flexing. The central premise is that players guide one of the titular brothers with one of the analog sticks and the other with the other. Each trigger is also linked to just one of the children, and by their powers combined, they can solve puzzles and help each other to accomplish things which wouldn't be possible alone. All of this makes for some truly unique and truly confusing gameplay. Once players are able to wrap their heads around the controls, however, they'll be treated to a memorable story. Older brother Naya and younger brother Niall take their ailing father to the doctor in town. only to be told they'd have to get water from the Tree of Life to cure him properly. The two then set out on a journey through the mountains, dodging threats and helping people they meet when they're able to. This trusting nature ends up harming them in ways they couldn't have predicted, however, and their lives are changed forever. Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons? More like Brothers, A Tale of Too Much Sad Stuff? Got 'em? Yeah, I don't feel good about that one either.
Creepy children are as much of a horror staple as ghosts, zombies, vampires, demons, or conservative politicians. Horror takes pride in shock value, whether it be from cheap jump scares or poignant psychological unease. The most effective monsters make us feel uncomfortable and call into question our ability to fight them. We might be okay with taking a machete to Jason's hockey-masked face, but we run into greater problems when encountering a smiling child at the end of a darkened corridor. Something that's supposed to be fragile and innocent suddenly becomes far more unpredictable and malicious, evoking the unsettling concepts of corrupted innocence and horrifying juxtaposition. Can we fight this thing? Should we fight this thing? Anyone who's been picked on in primary school will already know that kids can be cruel and vindictive, and horror games play on this by dredging up such memories from the most vulnerable times in our lives. But for now, just try to ignore that playful giggle echoing from the shadows, because I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 creepiest kids in video games. Number 10. Little Sisters, BioShock. Rapture is a hellscape on the whole, with rabid splicers skulking around and lumbering big daddies ready to kindly introduce you to the pointy end of their drill arm, so it goes without saying that friendly faces are going to be few and far between during your adventures in this dystopian city. But as if this place wasn't creepy enough, there are terrifying children running around everywhere. The genetically altered little sisters can be seen scuttling through the shadowy puddles, frequently plunging their giant syringes into splicer corpses in order to harvest the valuable Adam from their veins. Via mental conditioning, the girls see the world very differently to the player and can often be heard singing merrily during their grisly tasks. They innocently perceive blood as rose petals, big sisters as princesses, flies as butterflies, all the while covered in filth and screeching for their big daddies whenever danger draws near. It's this whole sense of eerie juxtaposition that makes things especially creepy. The girls giggle and hum to themselves, and even cheer on their hulking protectors as they seek to disembowel the protagonist. With such unnerving behaviour, they really don't do themselves any favours in the save or harvest debate. Oh, don't look at me like that, you've all thought about it. That Adam bonus is just too tempting. Number 9. The Sink Child, PT. Where many similar games may utilise ferocious monsters or intense boss battles, the Sink Child does far less, but arguably achieves far more. It appears to be a fetus, writhing around in agony when the player discovers it in the bathroom sink, with its stubby limbs twitching weakly as it fails to crawl away. Yes, it can't hurt you or attack you, but it arguably evokes more unpleasantness than any other entry in this list. Lacking an official name, this creature is still shrouded in mystery though, which only adds to the spine-tingling nature of this encounter. The creature possibly represents the dead offspring of Lisa, the ghost that haunts the endless hallway. It's both pitiful and grotesque in appearance, which once again leaves the player feeling a little conflicted towards it. Should this innocent creature be saved, or is it a malicious demonic vessel for the dark forces of the house? We can only observe. PT unfolds around us despite our willingness to fight or flee. In our powerlessness, being faced with such a grotesque and pitiful sight leaves us feeling even more distressed and vulnerable, which simply reinforces how effective and legendary the playable teaser really was. Number 8. Evelyn, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. E001, codename Evelyn, is a genetically modified next-generation bioweapon designed to eliminate enemies without the need for physical combat. Needless to say, giving psychic mind control powers to a psychologically damaged child didn't quite go as planned. It's not as if anything in the Resident Evil universe ever runs smoothly anyway, so we shouldn't really be surprised when Evelyn goes on a murderous rampage and seeks to forcibly create her own twisted family dynamic in the Baker's Louisiana mansion. Her upbringing lacked genuine love, support, and structure, resulting in her troubled and obsessed mind. At its core, it's a tragic tale of a child looking for the love she never had, but that's damn hard to keep in mind when she's skulking around the house like this, whether it be in the mental projections in Ethan's mold-addled brain, or the even creepier, I would say, older wheelchair-bound form. I just never know when she's gonna jump at me! Evelyn can be so childishly spiteful, with her violent tendencies accumulating in the horrific actions of the Bakers via her uncanny mind control. And there's no escaping her. She's not only in the house, she's in your mind, always watching and manipulating, ready to invite you to a family dinner one moment and slaughter you in the next. Number 7. Plague Babies, or Filthy Ones, Demon Souls. Infants are often symbols of purity and innocence, having no vicious intentions or ulterior motives in their behaviour. They possess an inherent fragility that the Soulsborne series took one look at and declared, "Hold my Estus," before proceeding to design one of the most unsettling creatures in the entire franchise. These monsters infest the swamp of Maiden Estrella, wherein they spread disease and skulk beneath the surface of the putrid water, ready to surround and overwhelm their prey. These nasty, nightmarish tykes attack in packs, and even respawn indefinitely after death. It's easy to let them overcome you with their sheer numbers and aggressiveness, and they'll be more than happy to keep gnashing at your shins while you hurriedly return to your bloodstain. Swamp areas are notoriously abysmal in any game, without the ever-present bloodthirsty plague babies trying to pull you under the surface. They make a typically bleak environment even worse, and can overwhelm higher-level players within moments. Number 6. The Unbaptized Baby, Dante's Inferno. The unbaptized babies of Dante's Inferno are disfigured infants condemned to limbo, wherein they're forced to suffer an eternity of torment. These bouncing baby boys, or girls, are certainly unpleasant to look at, but it's their long, razor-sharp claws that really remind the player they're not in Kansas anymore. Most of Dante's attacks can wipe them out easily, but this actually adds to the unsettling nature of their design. They still possess that aforementioned sense of fragility. They may be ugly, twisted creatures, but they pose little threat other than being reasonably repulsive. Once again, the juxtaposition enhances the uncomfortable nature of the encounter. Granted, those claws are pretty terrible, but since these things are so easy to kill, there's no fanfare upon defeating them. It's a bit pitiful, to be honest. It's even easier to actually let the creatures amass into a big, slightly more daunting group before taking them all out with a couple of scythe swings. It's already a bit of a running theme in this list. You don't really want to fight them, but not because they're challenging, they just make you feel uncomfortable, which as an aspect of horror is actually downright effective. Number 5. Akane and Azami Kiryu, Fatal Frame 2, Crimson Butterfly. What's worse than one scary child? That's right, 2 of them. These hostile spirits aren't just your typical spoopy ghost girlies though. As per the traditions of their village, Akane was tasked with ritually sacrificing her sister, thereby appeasing the hellish abyss for a little longer. When Akane fell into a deep depression after the loss of her sister, her father had the great idea of making a creepy doll in the image of his deceased daughter in the hopes that it would, I don't know, comfort Akane and definitely not invite malicious entities into their home. Surprise, surprise though, making a creepy doll only made matters worse. Dark Forces seized control of the damn thing, obviously, before manipulating Akane into killing her father as well. That really backfired. The corrupted spirits of these sisters proceeded to haunt the Kiryu house and scared the bejesus out of the player in Fatal Frame 2. And although you can set the souls free by finding the scattered parts of the doll throughout the property, we weren't all that pleased about venturing into the shadows, encountering other terrifying ghosts and scrounging in the dirt for Annabelle's lost limbs. Number 4. The Botchling, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. This being is created from the improper burial of stillborn infants. This list is just a laugh a minute, isn't it? It skulks beneath the bed of expectant mothers, sapping their strength and feeding upon their blood. Ultimately, it kills both the mother and the unborn child, but not before it causes the parents to suffer from troubling nightmares, fever, delirium, and a general weakening of the body. But can we just backtrack for a minute? These ghost babies like to hide under beds. Oh, someone's been reading Being Creepy for Dummies. It's this malicious intent of hiding under beds and sapping blood from victims that makes the creature truly horrifying. It's not like PT's helpless sink baby. This thing is predatory and even more ferociously hostile when it transforms into its deformed adult state if threatened after feeding. Thankfully, Geralt's here to remind us that the botchling can be cured of its ravenous nature by transforming it into a lubberkin via an elven naming rite and a proper burial ritual at the family's threshold, whereupon it will act as a guardian spirit of the hearth and watch over the family within. Oh, thanks G-Dog. I can sleep a little better knowing that. But would you just mind checking under the bed before we turn the light off? Number 3. Grotesqueries, Drakengard. Giant flying babies with electrical wings and sharp teeth are just one of the many forms these creatures can take. But when freaking the heck out of humanity is on the cards, it's no wonder they chose this as their go-to appearance. To understand the horror of such a design, consider that these colossal beings evoke imagery similar to that of Koji Matsumoto's artwork, wherein humans feel small and insignificant in comparison to these monolithic beasts. Much like our response to Lovecraftian concepts of horror. Having something hunt you down, similarly to how Mr. X pursues Leon Kennedy and Claire Redfield in Resident Evil 2, is definitely frightening, but it's nothing like feeling utterly minuscule beneath the heel of a creature that wouldn't hesitate to crush you like a bug. Number 2. The Ultimate Being, Parasite Eve. Hey, have you had enough of giant mutated babies yet? Well, TripleJump lists are here to serve. Or disturb in the case of this video. So here's another heaped helping of horror with the Ultimate Being. The infant stage of this mitochondrial lifeform takes everything we hated about the grotesqueries of Drakengard and adds some extra repulsiveness to the entire design. Brace yourself for a swollen brain and bulging eyes, alien limbs, and a scrawny skinless tail. Its wings seem to be far too small to lift its malformed body, but somehow it takes to the skies after emerging from its embryonic sac. Although this is just the creature's first form, it's definitely the worst of the bunch. There's absolutely a reason why these infantile creatures are so prominent in horror video games, and the Ultimate Being is a very good example. The creature's initial appearance is somewhat recognisable as a human baby, but there's something way more alien about it too. It's that weird mix of familiarity and unfamiliarity that really puts the willies up us. We know werewolves and zombies are dangerous, but a baby really shouldn't be, and it's just wrong when it turns out that it definitely is. And that's what makes these sorts of creatures so right for a horror experience. And number 1, Alma Wade, Fear. All hail the queen of childish terror. Who else could take the top spot other than this icon of horror gaming? At first glance, Alma seems to be ghostly, otherworldly, yet also possesses manipulative mind-altering powers, as well as an active desire to hunt and kill for the sake of vengeance. She definitely has the cliched, spooky little girl appearance, but it does work pretty well here. Surely she's one of the reasons this trope still exists in video games today. She gives us everything we want from such a character. Plus, she's not just a fodder monster or random enemy, the entire narrative revolves around her. She pervades every aspect of the gameplay. As she invades the minds of her victims, she also plagues the entire experience for the player. Her appearance in this form reflects her last conscious memory before she was sealed away by Armacam. Not exactly how she was, but more like how she saw herself. Her design was directly influenced by the child in Kiyoshi Kurosawa's Seance, but she also has obvious connections to Ring and The Shining. Truly, Alma embodies pure horror iconography without breaching into the realms of parody or comedy, causing her to not only be one of the creepiest child characters of all time, but also one of the most frightening antagonists in general. Well, that's our list, and I'm thoroughly creeped out, so I'm off to purify the house with sage and candles, if you don't mind. While I'm busy spirit-proofing my bedroom though, why not creep down to the comments section and let us know which spooky kids unsettle you the most from this list, and if we missed any out. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and if you want to support the things you enjoy, then check out the rewards on our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I've been Peter from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
Whilst video games are, in the grand scheme of things, a relatively new concept, tabletop games have been entertaining people for thousands of years. Early examples have been found depicted in paintings from as early as 2620 BCE, almost 5 millennia ago, and though they've taken many different forms over the years, there's no denying that we humans just can't resist getting together over a good board game. There's no wonder then that in more recent times, video games have turned to their tabletop brethren for inspiration, taking the concepts and ideas from popular titles and breathing new life into them with fancy computer graphics. We're here today to take a look at video games that have been heavily inspired by board games and tabletop role-playing games. We won't be including the likes of Monopoly or Scrabble because, let's face it, there are far more interesting games out there. Boy! Meaning no offence to either of those games, they're just a bit basic. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 video games based on tabletop games. Number 10, Cyberpunk 2077, Cyberpunk TTRPG. For all of its shortcomings upon release, Cyberpunk 2077 is now a pretty good video game. Following months of updates, CD Projekt Red has been able to get the game into a state which is far more aligned with what players were expecting when it launched. Which is great news because there's a ton of interesting lore to get stuck into. Cyberpunk 2077 is set in the Cyberpunk universe, a world created by RPG mastermind Mike Pondsmith all the way back in 1988. The setting is a futuristic dystopia in which people can augment their bodies with high-tech cyberware implants. Aside from just its setting, Cyberpunk 2077 shares a number of other elements with its TTRPG predecessor, though one or two of these are scaled back slightly. Players must give the character a class, either Netrunner, Techie or Solo, and each of these is taken directly from the tabletop game, though they are just a small sample of the classes on offer to tabletop players. Those playing the video game version can also expect to see stats that are drawn from Cyberpunk, though again, there are more available to players of the latter. Still, at least it means there's plenty of scope for the DLC. Number 9, Twilight 2000. Twilight 2000. Before anyone starts trying to frantically choose between Team Edward and Team Jacob, no, we do not mean that Twilight, though for the record, Team Edward all the way. It won't come as much of a surprise to fans of the game that the 1991 title, Twilight 2000, is an adaptation of the TTRPG of the same name. The tabletop game is set in the aftermath of World War III, a conflict that was a very real concern at the time of the game's release, though one which thankfully never came to pass. In both titles, players are survivors of the war stranded in Central Europe and must use their skill sets in order to neutralise various adversaries and prevent the rise of tyranny. At time of recording, the tabletop version of Twilight 2000 has over 40 different supplementary modules, each using the same game setting and system to tell various different stories. The video game, on the other hand, tells just the one story of soldiers trapped in Poland, struggling to fight the oppressive Baron Sani. Sadly, despite the game being well received, it never got a follow-up, so anyone desperate for more Twilight 2000 adventure is going to have to get themselves a pen and paper. Number 8. Battle Cars. Battle Cars. Many years ago, long before Rocket League, there was Battle Cars, a title for the ZX Spectrum that allowed up to 2 players to settle their differences through vehicular combat. It was based on the Game Workshop tabletop game and had players fighting each other or the computer using modified vehicles with an assortment of armour, weapons and enough cool doohickeys to make even James Bond blush. The aim of the game was simply to find your opponent and do as much damage to their car as possible, ultimately destroying it, and naturally your adversary would be trying to do the same. The tabletop version had a very similar premise. Each player had a battle car which was equipped with anything from machine guns to spike traps, and the idea was to get rid of your opponents. The video game was pretty well received, with critics praising the simplicity of the gameplay and the overall sense of carnage they felt whilst playing it. Unfortunately, the simplicity of the tabletop game earned it few fans, as it didn't really appeal to older players who were looking for more complex mechanics and the kind of customization found in other titles, so it wasn't overly successful. Oh well, you win some, you lose some, eh? Number 7. Space Hulk. Space Hulk. If you like space and the idea of wearing a large suit of armour, but can't decide whether you'd prefer your gameplay to be digital or tabletop, then Game Workshop's Space Hulk has got you covered on all fronts. If tiny plastic figurines are your jam, then you can face off against a friend in the 1989 tabletop version of Space Hulk. Players control either the Space Marine Terminators or the Tyranid Gene Stealers, and the aim of the game is for each to fulfill different objectives in order to triumph over their opponents. The 1993 video game is really quite similar, however players are unable to pick which side they're on, and must play as the human Space Marines. After their vessel becomes infested with Gene Stealers, players must guide their Marines to victory by completing various missions. They can do this by both issuing orders to the squad as a whole, using overhead maps, and by controlling individuals through a first-person shooter view. Where the tabletop Space Hulk received praise from critics for its simplicity, the video game version was criticised for its complexity, though it clearly struck a chord with fans of the 1989 original, as it's gone on to spawn multiple sequels. Number 6. Star Trek Starfleet Command. Starfleet Battles. Fans of Star Trek will probably be familiar with the PC title Star Trek Starfleet Command, a video game that gives players the opportunity to simulate what it's like to be in control of your very own spacefaring vessels. In terms of gameplay, the idea is to maneuver your starship around space so that you can attack other starships wherever they're most vulnerable. Players will also be given other objectives, and depending on the scenario, they might be asked to interact with other crews or aliens, or make contact with various planets of the system. The game is based on Starfleet Battles, a tabletop game which drew heavily on both the original series and the animated series. And like the video game, each scenario in Starfleet Battles has various win conditions that players need to fulfill in order to best their opponents. Both Starfleet Command and Starfleet Battles have been accused of being highly complex games. However, they have each been applauded by critics for just how rewarding their gameplay is. Admittedly, if you're not into Star Trek, you probably won't get much out of either, but if you aspire to be the next Captain Kirk, then these are definitely games for you. Number 5. Torment Tides of Numenera. Numenera. It's time now to look at something more recent, because as it turns out, you don't have to have released your tabletop game in the 70s or 80s in order for it to be worthy of a video game adaptation. Hooray! Following a successful Kickstarter campaign, the TTRPG Numenera was released in 2013 to an outstandingly positive reception. The setting is Earth, approximately 1 billion years in the future, in a place called the Ninth World, so named because there have been 8 civilizations that existed before it. The aim of the game is exploration and discovery, and it's down to players to uncover the secrets of the falling civilization. Based on a D20 system, it's been described by some as being like D&D 5e, only much simpler. Being so well received by players, people naturally started crying out for a video game, and following yet another highly successful Kickstarter campaign, Torment Tides of Numenera was released in 2017. Though the rules have been adapted from the original game to fit the video game mould, the setting and role-playing focus has been retained, meaning that those who had neither the inclination nor the numerous friends required for the tabletop version can still get a slice of the action. Number 4. Acton Cthulhu Tactics. Call of Cthulhu. Imagine, if you will, how scary it would have been to live through World War II. Pretty terrifying. Now imagine just how horrifying that would have been if the Axis powers had not only committed all the atrocities that they did, but also that they managed to unearth a load of eldritch horrors while they were at it. Well, that is the basic premise of 2018's Achtung Cthulhu Tactics, a turn-based role-playing game in which players must try and overthrow not only the Nazis, but also a bunch of Lovecraftian nightmares as well. It's basically Wolfenstein, but with more tentacles. The game is based on the 1981 tabletop role-playing game Call of Cthulhu, which is set within H.P. Lovecraft's horror universe. The TTRPG uses the basic role-playing system, and players each have a collection of skills that they can use to help them succeed in their actions throughout the game. Like most other TTRPGs, there isn't one central plot, and it's up to the game's master to guide the story, ensuring at all times that things stay suitably creepy. Admittedly, not all critics were fond of Achtung Cthulhu Tactics. However, considering the high esteem its predecessor is held in, it's unsurprising that it wasn't quite able to fully measure up. Oh well, points for trying though. Number 3, Realms of Arcania, Blade of Destiny, The Dark Eye. You might assume that the world's most popular tabletop role-playing game is Dungeons & Dragons, and in many countries, you'd be right. If you're planning a trip to Germany, however, you better not mention either D-word, because to the good folks of Deutschland, the Dark Eye reigns supreme. The game is set in the realm of Aventuria, and like other high fantasy TTRPGs, the Dark Eye is full of supernatural creatures and magic. You get to create your own character, and there's plenty of both role-playing and combat to be had. Its gameplay system is quite unusual though, and since low dice rolls are what you're after, you might finally have a use for all those D20s that seem to favour nat 1s. Considering its popularity, it's unsurprising that it spawned a load of digital variants. The first of these being 1992's Realms of Arcania, Blade of Destiny. As video games go, it's fairly standard RPG fare. The player's party is set off on a quest to retrieve the Blade of Destiny, and doing so will ensure victory for all the humans that hired them. It may not have been the most groundbreaking title ever to hit shelves, but it was a commercial success, doing so well in the German-speaking market that it was translated to English within a year, and paving the way for an entire franchise of follow-up games. Number 2, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, Star Wars role-playing games. It's a well-known fact that BioWare's Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic is considered to be one of the best games ever made, especially if you're a fan of Jedi Knights, Sith Lords and weapons that go vroom. What you might not know though is that the game's system is actually based on a tabletop RPG, specifically Wizards of the Coast's Star Wars role-playing game, which was released in 2000. There's no overlap between the stories in the games, with the TTRPG exploring the rise of the Galactic Empire and ensuing civil war, and the New Jedi Order, and KOTOR being set roughly 4,000 years before all of that even happened. However, they share the D20 role-playing system derived from 3rd edition Dungeons & Dragons. The player character's skills are based upon strength, dexterity, constitution, wisdom, intelligence and charisma, and proficiency modifiers are added or subtracted depending on how good or bad you are at each. Combat is also turn-based, as it is in the tabletop game, and the number of actions you can perform in each round is limited. In fact, the only real difference is that you don't have to spend all of your hard-earned dollary dues on scores of dice sets. And number 1, Baldur's Gate, Dungeons & Dragons. Although it's been around since the 1970s, Dungeons & Dragons has soared in popularity over the past few years, thanks to the 5th edition rule set making the game a lot more accessible, plus the likes of Stranger Things and Critical Role bringing the tabletop role-playing sensation firmly into the public consciousness. The game has always had a very strong following, however, so it's unsurprising that it's been adapted into a great many video games. Perhaps the most noteworthy of these, certainly from a critical perspective at least, is Baldur's Gate, the 1998 fantasy RPG from BioWare. Based off of the notoriously complex Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 2nd edition, Baldur's Gate allows players to create their own character before sending them off on a journey with a party of companions as they try to unravel the mystery surrounding the Sword Coast's Iron Crisis. That may not sound particularly enthralling, but being the world of D&D, obviously there's more to it than the fluffed politics of some bumbling government, as there are numerous supernatural forces at work. Upon its release, Baldur's Gate received universal critical acclaim, with some reviewers even going as far as to not only proclaim it's the best D&D game ever made, but the best RPG available at the time, setting an incredibly high standard for future role-playing games. Well, it looks like BioWare rolled a nat 20 on their develop an awesome video game check.
Cars. They're fast, they're expensive, they make a fun vroom vroom noise when you push the accelerator, and perhaps most importantly, at least to us anyway, they make for some great video games. As technology has improved, it's no surprise that virtual driving is getting closer to the actual thing, and that console racing games have been moving farther away from the arcadey experience. Titles like those in the Gran Turismo and Forza Motorsport series have made cars more realistic, ditching the floaty physics and ridiculous power-ups for accurate driving simulation. However, there are still some less serious races out there, and we've collected just a few of them to take a look at today. Before we begin though, it's important to clarify that by people who don't like cars, we don't necessarily mean having a deep-seated, irreparable hatred for them as a whole. Instead, it simply refers to those of us that want to get right into the fun bit of racing without messing around with catalytic converters and other alliterative machine parts. So, what are we waiting for? Let's get racing. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and these are the 10 best racing games for people who don't like cars. Number 10, Lego Racers. Okay, yes, we said in the intro this was a list for people who don't care much for tinkering with cars, and part of the appeal of this game is it offers the option to customize vehicles, meaning that some tinkering with your car is involved. Consider this a counterpoint though. It's Lego. Do you hate Lego? No, I didn't think so. 1999 karting game Lego Racers combines the appeal of the titular brick-building toy with the power-up madness of Mario Kart. The utterly bizarre story follows Rocket Racer as he creates his own tournament by finding the greatest speedsters in history and using a dimensional warp machine to bring them together for one last matchup to ensure he becomes the greatest Lego racer of all time. The game boasts a variety of themed courses, all rendered in blocky goodness and each with their own main rival. There are also power-ups scattered across the tracks which can be upgraded by combining them with one or more white bricks. These range from a simple projectile, which is useful as either a weapon or a way to open shortcuts, to a game-breakingly powerful wormhole. Lego Racers is a bit tougher than you'd expect, but it's nothing compared to the pain of stepping on a stray brick. Number 9, Wreckfest. Sure, regular racing is fun and all, but who doesn't love a bit of demolition? As its name implies, the main appeal of Wreckfest comes from the destructible car physics, which means there will be bits flying everywhere as you drive around and slam into opponents and walls. The game does have a multiplayer online option, but a lot of the fun and weirdness actually comes from the career mode, where players can progress through different levels of difficulty by completing races, demolition derbies, and challenges. This is where new vehicles can be unlocked as well, some of which are pretty standard, whilst others are completely ridiculous. Although at least with a drivable couch, I can both relax and run errands at the same time. There is admittedly a bit of vehicle customization in the game, but a lot of it is fun stuff like armor or spikes, which help to protect against getting demolished before finishing an event. It's not too in-depth either, with it being a case of bigger numbers equaling better stat improvements. Races and challenges will give the player points which they can use to unlock more cars and upgrades as they continue playing. Just don't get too attached to the paint job. It'll be scraped off by the competition before you know it. Number 8, Jeepkist. Jeepkist, I think, is both the Dutch word for soapbox, or more specifically a soapbox car, and a neat little video game in which you race soapboxes down hills. This cutesy racer has players guiding their wacky, waving, arm-flailing bean person through a variety of courses, which can include loops, jumps, and wall riding sections. As they're just soapbox cars, there's no real way to accelerate. Instead, players have to rely on momentum and boost pads to ensure they make it to the end. You have to be careful though, as going off the course and slamming into obstacles will cause these soapbox to break apart, and they'll have to start all over again. It can be played by up to 4 people locally, or as many as 64 players online. There's also a single-player adventure mode with over 50 levels, as well as unlockable hats and soapboxes. Additionally, there's the option to build custom levels with over 1,000 different blocks to place, paint to customize with, and trees to plant, as well as NPC cats to put down if you feel like traumatizing the poor things. While still in early access at time of writing, it is hard to stop playing this game once you get the cart rolling. Number 7, Hotshot Racing. Despite being released in 2020, Hot Shot Racing looks and feels very much like a classic arcade game, allowing players to jump right in and drift, boost, and slam their way to victory. This blocky racer has 8 characters to choose from, each boasting 4 unique cars with varied stats. In addition to that, there are 16 tracks ranging from a standard beachside affair to a dinosaur park, all of which can be played in mirror mode. Can we count that as 32 tracks then? I don't know, the jury's still out on that one. Players can choose to take part in one-off races, as well as time trials and Grand Prix, plus a couple of special modes as well. Cops and Robbers takes the classic game of chase and mixes it up a bit, making tagged players become additional cops to increase the difficulty. Drive or Explode, on the other hand, sees players driving cars with bombs attached, with an ever-increasing speed threshold to reach in order to keep them from detonating. It's a bit like if you were watching Speed and decided to fast forward every 5 minutes. In short, Hot Shot Racing allows you to enjoy all the fun of the arcade without draining your pockets of all your loose change. Number 6. Road Rash. Unlike actual road rash, the unpleasant friction burns people experience if they fall off a motorbike, Road Rash the game is actually a lot of fun. Originally debuting on the Mega Drive in 1991, this high-speed motorcycle racing and vehicular combat game was ported to a variety of other systems afterwards, and has received several sequels throughout the years. Road Rash takes place in California, and follows a series of illegal motorbike races which players must win in order to progress, all while trying to beat other motorcyclists senseless in the process. The default attack is a punch, but players can take weapons from other opponents if they attack at the right time. However, they also have to take care not to get flung off their bike or crash into any obstacles. If this does happen and the bike's stamina depletes, the vehicle will be destroyed, eliminating the player from that race. Officers can also cause problems if players get caught sprinting back to their bike after a crash and don't have enough money to cover the fine. If this happens too often, then Road Rash can turn into good old-fashioned road rage, but at least you've got plenty of targets to take it out on. Number 5. F-Zero GX. While everyone who is a fan of the languishing series will have their own favourite, F-Zero GX is the highest rated of the F-Zero games according to Metacritic, so it's the one we've chosen to highlight. This GameCube exclusive, released in 2003, retains the series' trademark high-speed racing with an emphasis on twitch reflexes. Its story mode allows players to once again take control of Captain Falcon and guide him through 9 different chapters worth of missions. The courses themselves have all sorts of obstacles and tricky elements to navigate, including enclosed tubes, cylinders, jumps, and curvy confusing paths, as well as hazards like dirt patches or mines. Each of the futuristic racing vehicles is rated on an A to E scale, and has an energy meter which not only measures the machine's health, but can also be used to provide the player with a boost if they need it. The tracks have pit areas where players can stop to repair their vehicles and gain back energy, and dash plates, which provide a speed boost without using any precious energy. Depending on how hard you find the game though, F-Zero may feel like it's referring to your skills as a racer, but hey, there's nowhere to go from there but up, and around, and over, and through. Actually, it's so many directions. Number 4. Split Second. Driving fast is fun. Explosions are fun. Stunts are fun. So surely a game that includes all of these would be triple the fun. Spoiler alert, it is. In 2010 action racer Split Second, or Split Second Velocity if you want to get European about this, players are participating in a fictional 12-episode reality TV show in order to gain fame and fortune. Each track has destructible environments, which can be triggered by the player using what the game refers to as power plays, built up by doing stunts and precision driving, such as drifts and drafting behind competitor cars. These destructible environments can be used to create obstacles, shortcuts, or generally alter the shape and feel of the course. However, the AI can use these environments as well, meaning the player always has to be on the lookout for falling buildings and rubble. There are different levels of event that can be triggered depending on how much of their meter the player has filled up, and some, such as helicopter projectiles, can be used multiple times. All of this creates a chaotic environment for players to race through, and it can be made even more chaotic with multiplayer. Unfortunately, the Steam version of the game removes online multiplayer functionality, but split-screen co-op is still available. Or should that be split-screen co-op? Editor, can you put that on screen, please? Otherwise it doesn't make any sense as a joke. Brilliant. Thank you. Number 3. Wave Race 64. Do you not only dislike cars and all the customization thereof, but also despise the very concept of being on solid ground? Well, in that case, Wave Race 64 has got you covered. The premise of Wave Race 64 is simple. Players are given jet skis and tasked with going around courses, performing stunts, and overtaking opponents in order to win. In other words, racing. There's also a boy system that must be followed, with red boys that must be passed on the right and yellow boys that must be passed on the left. And doing this correctly will increase the player's speed. Miss 5 of them though, and the player will be disqualified and forced to start all over again. If this still sounds all a bit standard, players are also able to unlock the ability to ride a dolphin instead, by going to the appropriately named Dolphin Park track and performing all of the stunts before reaching the finish line. When they go back in to select their racer, all they have to do is hold down on the D-pad and voila! I'll see you at the finish line. Finish, not because it's from Finland, it's got fins, never mind. Number 2. Micro Machines 2 Turbo Tournament. Toy cars have been popular for flipping ages, pretty much ever since cars themselves became a standard mode of transportation, and many video games have tried to bring the fun of playing with these toys to the virtual space. None has been quite as successful though as Micro Machines 2 Turbo Tournament. Themed around the collectible Micro Machines toys that first became popular in the mid-1980s, the game lets players select from a range of racers who are then plopped into one of the tiny vehicles and dropped onto a course. Because they are tiny and based on toys, however, these aren't your standard race courses. Instead, players will be looking down on common household scenes, such as a kitchen countertop or a pool table, and racing around scattered, discarded items that would be at home in these environments. These can help to form tunnels and jumps, but they can also cause roadblocks, stopping players in their tiny tracks. Both the MS-DOS release and an updated release for the Mega Drive included a construction kit and track editor, allowing players to both paint their vehicles in whatever way they'd like and create any crazy courses they could come up with. They may be small, but these cars certainly deserve a big chunk of your time. And number 1, Wipeout Omega Collection. Is it cheating to include a collection of games on this list? You can call it cheating. I call it a wildcard entry. Oh, brilliant. As the name implies, Wipeout Omega Collection is a bunch of entries from the Wipeout series. Specifically, it includes 2 remasters, that's Wipeout HD along with its expansion, Wipeout HD Fury, and Wipeout 2048. But that's not all though, because Wipeout HD itself has content from both Wipeout Pure and Wipeout Pulse. Is anyone getting tired of the word Wipeout? The 9 different modes in the collection have players guiding an anti-gravity race ship around each track. Each of these vehicles is equipped with a shield, which will block incoming damage from obstacles and collisions, and if it disappears, the ship will explode and the player will be eliminated from the race. However, if they've sustained damage, they can regain their shield by changing unwanted power-ups into shield energy. The game's signature high-speed thrills still hold up to this day, even more so thanks to the remastering they've been given and the updated futuristic soundtrack. And all of this can even be enjoyed in VR thanks to an update. It's important to take breaks though if you opt for this mode. You wouldn't want to wipe yourself out. It's happened once again, my Northern Hemisphere friends. Summer is long gone, the days are getting shorter, and there's a definite chill in the air. I even sound a little bit stuffy, sorry about that. You've got one of 2 options then. You can either bundle up in every coat and pair of thick socks you can find and try to brave the outdoors, or you can throw on your pajamas, toast yourself some crumpets, and embrace a life of hibernation for the next few months. I know which one I'll be choosing. whilst you're enjoying all things cinnamon-scented and hiding in your pillow fort then, you're going to need something to do. And that's where cozy games come in. You know, the sort of thing where the goal is to make friends, build a community, and do other such wholesome stuff. There are many cozy games out there though, and it might be difficult to know what's worth your time. But don't worry, because Team TripleJump is on hand with some great suggestions. Stick on some lo-fi tunes and get those fuzzy blankets at the ready, because I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are 10 cozy games to snuggle up with this winter. Number 10. Bear and Breakfast. If you went to stay in a bed and breakfast only to be greeted at the front desk by a large bear, you'd probably be somewhat shocked to say the least. Still, if that bear's B&B has cozy autumnal vibes and a mean continental breakfast, then it might be worth giving them a chance, even if they might break into your room at night and nick all your snacks. No, I'm not having some sort of fever dream. This is the basic premise of Gummy Cat Studios' Bear and Breakfast, a laid-back management sim where you, the player, take on the role of Hank, a friendly, forest-dwelling bear who happens upon a cabin and decides to turn it into a B&B. You know, as bears do. Players start out with a decrepit building that they must flip in order to make it appealing to guests. Tidy the place up, segment it into rooms, and then add furniture and decorations to ensure that everyone who stays there is nice and comfortable. If you get tired of lugging beds about though, then you can head out into the local area and explore a little. There are a bunch of NPCs who have quests to complete, and lots of secrets to uncover, all of which come together to reveal a larger story. And, if nothing else, Hank is hella cute. Number 9. Haven Park. Bed and breakfast's not really your thing? Much prefer the outdoors? Not to worry, my friend, because 2021's Haven Park from developers Fabian Weibel and Bubblebird Studio has you covered. Flint is a tiny yellow bird whose grandmother is getting on a bit, and so she asks him to help breathe a little bit of life back into her beloved campsite. In this bright, colourful adventure, players need to ensure that the titular park has all of the amenities that campers will need in order to be able to relax and enjoy the serene beauty of their surroundings. There are plenty of charming characters to meet, and they all have their own idea of what makes the perfect campsite. There's also an element of exploration to the game, so once you've had enough of pitching tents and building campfires, you can take a wander around the area surrounding the park. Doing so will allow you to gather materials, collect coins, discover brand new places, and uncover a few secrets. The game is light on story, but the bit of heartfelt narrative it does provide is more than enough to draw players in and keep them hooked for Haven Park's 3 to 4 hour runtime. Number 8. My Time at Portia. At one point or another, we've probably all wondered what will happen following the inevitable collapse of society. With a bit of luck though, it'll be less Fallout-y and more My Time at Portia-y. This life sim takes place sometime after an apocalyptic event, just as humans are emerging from underground and starting to rebuild the world. The player character is the child of a famous builder who inherits their father's workshop and must help rebuild the city of Portia. In order to craft items, players need to gather resources, and once they've created something, they're able to submit it in order to gain a reward, improving the city in the process. Ultimately, the goal is to become the #1 workshop in Portia. My Time at Portia takes inspiration from Studio Ghibli, and so players will find a beautiful world filled to the brim with whimsical characters, wondrous landscapes, and mysterious goings-on. Delve deep enough and you may even come across a few monsties. Ooh, not so cozy, but it's okay, as long as you've got your trusty weapon to hand. You know what, if the downfall of civilization results in a future this cool, I say bring on the revolution. Number 7. Dinkum. Oh, crikey, blokes. Or Sheilas. What in the name of Crocodile Dundee do we have here, then? Oh, I think that's quite enough of that. Apologies to any Australians I've just offended there. If you're in the market for a cozy game that will transport you all the way to a land down under, though not necessarily one where women glow and men plunder, then you should look in the general direction of Dinkum. This life sim plops players down on an island south of the equator and tasks them with building a home out in the bush. You start out sleeping in a swag, we're told that's Aussie for camping under the stars, and must craft, farm and explore in order to build yourself a home and expand your community. Dinkum is equal parts Minecraft, Harvest Moon, and Animal Crossing, but with an added splodge of Vegemite for good measure. At the time of writing, Dinkum is still in early access with no full release confirmed. We implore you not to let that put you off though, as it's already a hugely competent and enjoyable game that will give you the urge to throw another shrimp on the Barbie and other such cliches. Sorry, Australia, if I didn't offend you before, then I definitely have now. Number 6. Yonder, the Cloudcatcher Chronicles. Fancy catching some mystical creatures, but have no idea where to even start with the Pokemon series? Well then, Yonder, the Cloudcatcher Chronicles might just be the game for you. Things kick off with you being shipwrecked and awakening on the island of Jameer. You're greeted by a spirit who tells you you must find their lost family, who will be able to guide you home. In terms of gameplay, players can expect a vast open world to explore, magic sprites to find and collect, and a threat known as the Merc to banish from the land. When you're not trying to restore the island to its former glory, you can also partake in a spot of fishing, crafting, and farming. Not only is there tons of stuff to do here, but the game is also hugely appealing to both the eyes and the ears, with graphics that, whilst not super realistic, are still lovely to look at, and music that rounds off the experience like a cherry atop an ice cream sundae. Sorry, that's not a very wintry simile, is it? According to the lead designer, Cheryl Vance, Yonder is heavily inspired by the likes of Harvest Moon, Animal Crossing, the Legend of Zelda series, and the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. So if you enjoyed any of those titles, you'll probably find something to love here. Number 5. Garden Story. Being a human is hard, really hard. You spend your entire life going to work, paying bills, and trying not to let in the existential dread. And for what? You know what, maybe I don't want to be a human anymore. It would be much easier to be, a grape. Sadly, technology hasn't progressed far enough to make my fruity dreams a reality, and so I must content myself with Garden Story, the magical, whimsical RPG from developer Picogram. Players jump into the wine-flavoured shoes of Concord, a small purple grape who's been appointed the newest guardian of the grove. The aim is to rebuild the village, protect it from invasive rot, and uncover the grove's hidden past in order to allow Concord to harness the power of their predecessors. The gameplay is fairly combat-focused, with most areas filled with enemies to dispatch. With that said, if you don't want your wholesome experience tainted by the threat of death, you can turn on the Perish Prevention mode, which allows players to progress the story without getting stressed out about the combat. Plus, if you're having a particularly difficult time with a boss, it lets you just peace out and focus on happier pursuits. Now this is the mechanic we all need in real life. Number 4. Cozy Grove. I mean, what could be cozier than a game that literally has the word cozy in its name? Well, according to the order of this list, at least 3 other titles, but I digress. If you prefer your wholesome games to have a slight spooky twist, then it might be worth checking out Cozy Grove, a life sim with just a dash of the supernatural. Players take on the role of a spirit scout as they camp on a haunted, ever-changing island. Each day, players must explore the island and do what they can to soothe and befriend the ghosts, each of whom has their own extensive backstory to unravel. When you're not making friends with the smorgasbord of spectres, you can collect spirit animals, go fishing, and craft decorations that will help bring a bit of colour back to this desolate place. Even if you're not usually a fan of the spooky stuff, it is worth checking out Cozy Grove. There's nothing in the game to frighten, no jump scares and no tense atmosphere, so even the most skittish players can have an enjoyable, stress-free time. And in fact, if you don't give Cozy Grove a chance, you'll be missing out on some beautiful hand-drawn art, an engaging story, and hours upon hours of relaxing entertainment. Number 3. Donut County. So, you like donuts, eh? Do you also like adorable anthropomorphic animals? Well then, by golly, are you going to have a nice time with Donut County, the indie title developed by designer Ben Esposito and published by Annapurna Interactive. The game opens with human Myra texting her raccoon pal BK. She soon finds that BK has become obsessed with a donut delivering app, and he tells her that if he can reach level 10, he'll get a quadcopter drone. However, rather than delivering tasty treats, it transpires that the app is sending actual holes to people, which get bigger and bigger the more things they swallow, and eventually the entire town is sucked underground. If you've played Katamari Damacy and enjoyed it, then you'll definitely get something out of Donut County, as the gameplay is very similar. Each level, players are given a small hole, and they must use it to swallow any item that can fit in it. As they do so, the hole grows, and eventually it's big enough to consume everything in the area. The gameplay is nice and relaxing, the characters are endearing, the art style and soundtrack are both endlessly charming, and the whole lot comes together into one lovely, bite-sized package. Number 2. Disney Dreamlight Valley. Are you looking for a game that combines all of the best bits of titles like Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing with adorable Disney characters? Well, then you need to get in on the Disney Dreamlight Valley action. In this cutesy title from developer and publisher Gameloft, players are transported to a magical village that was once home to a plethora of fan-favourite Disney characters, but has fallen into darkness following the Forgetting. By using their magic, players must remove the night thorns that now cover the valley, and utilise the power of friendship to restore the memories of its inhabitants. By cooking, gardening, mining, fishing, and hanging out with the likes of Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and Moana, players can earn Dreamlight, which is used to unlock different biomes and realms. If spending your days fishing with Goofy, cooking with Remy, or growing plants with Wall-E sounds like your cup of tea, then you're going to love Disney Dreamlight Valley. At the time of writing, the game is in early access, but it already has boatloads of content, with more due to be added in the coming months, including multiplayer and characters from additional Disney franchises. So, if that's not enough to Hakuna your Tartars, then I don't know what is. Sorry, that's inappropriate. And number 1, Spiritfarer. You might not think that ferrying the souls of the dead into the afterlife would be particularly relaxing, and under normal circumstances, you probably wouldn't be wrong. In the world of Spiritfarer, though, it seems like a mighty fine pastime. In the game, players become Stella, a woman who takes on the role of the Spiritfarer, a ferry master who sails the seas looking for lost spirits to take to the afterlife. Whilst aboard Stella's boat, each spirit's needs must be accommodated, which is where the player comes in. Whilst on their travels, players will need to gather materials so they can build things like kitchens and gardens to help the spirits feel more at home whilst on their journey to the afterlife. They can also expand their boat, purchase items like seeds and decorations from vendors, play mini-games to earn additional coins, and uncover each spirit's backstory. Now don't get us wrong, we know the topic of death may be a little heavy for some, but Spiritfarer deals with it in a compassionate way. If you're able to handle the subject matter, you'll find a colourful, charming, and often heartwarming game that will keep you occupied all winter long.
We've all been in situations in which a quick escape seems like the only sensible course of action. Spooky cellars, awkward social situations, visiting relatives, you know the drill. You'll want to retreat, and fast. In video games, however, escape sequences are often life or death situations. Many games throw them in as a way of speeding up the pacing, and we're all too happy to oblige. After all, invincible foes, natural disasters, and exploding bases are all definitely worth running away from. Many games even put their escape sequences at the very end, ensuring that we finish the experience on some pulse-pounding action. Today we're looking at games in which the final boss isn't quite the final challenge. Before you can earn your completion trophy, you'll have to hightail it out of the final area before the whole thing goes up in smoke. So, set the self-destruct timer to whichever layer you're currently infiltrating to about 15 minutes, which should give you enough time to watch this video before making your daring and explosive exit. Also, beware of ending spoilers for each of the games on this list. I'm veritable gaming Houdini Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 video games that end with escape sequences. Number 10, Metroid. Released way back in 1986, the original Metroid is certainly one of the earliest examples of the ending escape sequence trope. The game allows players to control super cool bounty hunter Samus for the first time, as she takes on a band of space pirates who've gotten themselves involved with the dangerous parasitic life forms known as Metroids. The whole thing culminates in a battle against Mother Brain, a stationary abomination that launches deadly projectiles in all directions. Defeat her and Samus will place a time bomb in her lair. Explosions are generally bad news for all involved, so Samus now has to get out of there pretty quickly. It's now a race against the clock up an unpleasantly tricky platforming section before victory can be truly claimed. This kind of activity became a staple for the series, with many later titles ending in frantic exits from whatever facility or lab Samus has been exploring. For example, in Metroid Dread, a fully powered up and kind of creepy looking Samus has to blast her way out before the entire planet goes up in flames. You are evacuating these planets before you're destroying them, aren't you, Samus? Right? Samus? Number 9, Shantae, Half Genie Hero. In Shantae Half Genie Hero, WayForward's 2016 revival of the classic franchise, players take on the role of a magical young girl in a brightly coloured and delightfully bouncy platformer. Shantae must square off against the nefarious Captain Risky Boots as the purple-hued pirate threatens Scuttletown once again. In order to complete her quest, Shantae can whip enemies with her hair and can also learn belly dances that enable her to take various animal forms. She gets special powers from each animal form taken, which will help her progress through tricky areas and defeat intimidating bosses. None of that stuff will help in the final sequence though, which involves a frantic sliding escape from an exploding base, during which only quick reactions and constant vigilance will see you through. Avoid rolling obstacles and sudden drops as you slide or dangle ahead of an all-consuming wall of fire, escaping just in time for Shantae to be swept up by her bird-riding pal Sky. Shantae probably could have transformed into some kind of flying animal and not risked her friend's life, but that wouldn't have been quite as exciting. All about style, this half genie. Number 8, Spider-Man. Spider-Man is pretty well equipped to escape exploding lairs, being able to use his web-slinging abilities to fly from wall to wall with quick evasiveness. He got the chance to show off his skills in this game, though things are a bit more complicated than a mere crumbling base. Spider-Man was released in 2000 for the PlayStation, before being ported to PC, Dreamcast and Nintendo 64. This action-adventure game features many heroes and villains from Spider-Man's periphery, and told the story of the popular arachnid boy being wrongly accused of stealing equipment from the supposedly reformed Dr. Octopus. Of course, Spider-Man is innocent, Doc Ock is faking the whole reformation thing, and many capers ensue, culminating in a getaway through an exploding base. The aforementioned complication? Our web-slinging heroes being pursued by carnage-fused Dr. Octopus, who is just as mobile and agile as Spider-Man and has a penchant for inhuman growls and roars. Spider-Man's spidey senses must have been going absolutely haywire at this point. Number 7, Medal of Honor Allied Assault. Released for the PC back in 2002, Medal of Honor Allied Assault was the third game in the once prominent Medal of Honor series. Before that little upstart known as Call of Duty entered the fray in 2003, the Medal of Honor games were the go-to for those looking to indulge in some semi-historically accurate World War II shooting action. Allied Assault's particular take on said action simulates warfare through Europe and North Africa, with the story ultimately taking us to a German mustard gas facility known as Fort Schmerzen. This probably goes without saying, but said facility needs destroying, and you're the person for the job. Discovering that the fort also doubles as a prison camp, players are tasked with storming it, freeing all the prisoners of war, and then levelling the place. How does one go about levelling a fort that produces mustard gas? Blowing a gas main, of course. Things get very fiery and explodey very quickly, so our protagonist has to make a quick exit before finally boarding a waiting train. It's not often that exploding gas mains make for a happy ending. Number 6, Bionic Commando. Bionic Commando was released for the NES in 1988 and featured action platforming gameplay in which protagonist Lad Spencer makes use of his high-tech bionic arm. This arm is able to extend and grab power-ups, grapple onto platforms, and swing Lad across dangerous drops. Sounds like the sort of thing that might come in handy during a heart-pounding escape sequence, actually. How lucky for Lad that he's on this list then. Once the disturbingly familiar-looking bad guy's escape chopper is destroyed and his head bursts in graphic fashion, it is indeed time to get moving. For unspecified reasons, the base goes into self-destruct mode and a 60-second timer starts ticking down. Lad must now use his bionically enhanced dexterity to get the heck out before the base explodes, which is not a word that I'm familiar with, but I assume it is bad. To make things even more dramatic, once Lad manages to finally escape, he's informed that his comrade Joe is still inside, and back he goes. Don't worry though, because Lad and Joe still manage to make it out at the last second, and you don't even have to play that bit. Lucky break there. I don't think I could have lived with myself if Joe had exploded. Number 5, Alundra 2, A New Legend Begins. Action role-playing game Alundra 2 A New Legend Begins was released for the PlayStation in 1999. This sequel to Alundra switched to a 3D graphical style and told a story mostly unrelated to the first game. However, while Alundra featured the old crumbling lair trope in its ending sequence as well, Alundra 2 makes this list because its escape sequence is actually playable. Throughout the game, protagonist Flint is chasing down the nefarious sorcerer Mephisto. Before the final confrontation, Mephisto takes off in a flying fortress type thing known as the Star Key. Now, since the final battle is on a flying fortress powered by the big bad's magic, I think you can predict how this is going to go. Sure enough, once Mephisto is defeated, the Star Key starts going down. Cue another head exploding, and then enjoy a timed escape as the Star Key plummets towards the sea. It all looks like it's going to end on a bit of a grisly note, but luckily Flint made friends with a dragon earlier in the game, and the big scaly boy swoops down for a timely escape. Friends are important, people! Dragon friends even more so! Number 4, Sonic Colors. Dr. Eggman is a pioneer in the field of overly complex and overblown plans for world domination, especially when you consider the world he wants to dominate seems to be inhabited mostly by harmless woodland creatures. Still, we wouldn't have him any other way, and his completely bonkers scheme in Sonic Colors is to take over the world using a gigantic mind-controlled space ray disguised as an amusement park. You can't say the man lacks imagination. In 2010's Sonic Colors, you're invited to once again step into the speedy red sneakers of Sonic the Hedgehog as he embarks on another adventure to thwart the Mad Doctor's plans. You will run and leap through the various sections of the Interstellar amusement park while freeing the Wisps, alien creatures that Eggman is using to power his space ray. Once the Wisps are saved, Eggman fires the mind control beam anyway, but the whole thing malfunctions spectacularly, meaning that it's time for Sonic to make a quick exit. As such, the entire final act is a high-speed escape from a disintegrating space station while a looming purple ball of destruction follows close behind. Still, if there's any character in gaming that can outrun an explosion, it's Sonic. So really, there's no actual danger and nothing to worry about. Wait! The explosion catches him! Sonic, you've disappointed me! You haven't been skipping leg day, have you? Number 3, La Milana. In this Metroidvania platformer, players delve into the expansive ruins of La Milana. It was originally released in Japan in 2006 and was a tribute to the games of the MSX, a Microsoft-developed home computer system popular in Japan during the 16-bit era. In 2012, a remake finally made it out west on the Wii, Vita and PC, with smoother graphics, toned-down difficulty, and orchestral music. This remake also made a few tweaks to the flow of the game, including drastic boss alterations, new and removed puzzles, and a cheeky little escape sequence at the end. The plot concerns an entity called the Mother, a mysterious deity who wishes to return to space. She does this by creating children to figure out how to do it for her, then gets angry and destroys them when they take too long. She seems very lazy, this Mother. Why can't she build her own spaceship? La Milana picks up the story when the Mother is about to kick off a new generation, and our hero discovers that the ruins he's been exploring are in fact the Mother's body. As such, once she is defeated, the whole place comes crashing down. This results in a mad dash through flailing root-like tentacles and panicking monsters, and the entire thing happens under a tight timer. It's a real mother of an escape sequence. Number 2, Star Fox 64. The Nintendo 64's entry into the Star Fox series was released in 1997, thrusting Nintendo's Vulpine hero into exciting on-rails space shooting action once again. In Star Fox 64, known as Lilac Wars in PAL regions, protagonist Fox McCloud must face mad scientists and giant ape-head Andros, who is back to his old tricks, attacking the planets in the Lilac system and causing untold mayhem and inconvenience. In the true ending of the game, Fox tracks Andros to the planet Venom. Andros reveals his true form, that of a floating brain with eyes and gross dangly bits, and then gets defeated by some skillful flying and blasting from our hero. Andros, however, manages to activate his lair's self-destruct system before he goes down. The ensuing escape is tough, requiring quick reactions and divisiveness, as many routes lead to certain destruction. Luckily, Fox has an unexpected ally show up to help him out. His father, James McLeod, who had disappeared years before. Following the trajectory and sage encouragement of this cool and dignified space ace is the only way to survive the final escape sequence. Alas, Fox's father disappears again once he's guided his son to safety. A cool escape sequence that mixes in a bit of emotional storytelling too. Wow, now I'm even more disappointed in Sonic. And number 1, Halo Combat Evolved. The Master Chief's first outing was released back in 2001 for the original Xbox, and it saw the superpowered Space Marine touch down on a Halo installation for the first time. In Halo Combat Evolved, Master Chief and Cortana take on the deadly alien known as the Covenant, and figure out why they're so invested in the mysterious space hula hoop. Upon discovering that the Halo is actually a devastating weapon capable of intergalactic destruction, our heroes decide they need to blow the whole thing up. The problem is, they don't have access to that kind of ordnance. A solution presents itself in the shape of the Pillar of Autumn, a Halcyon-class light cruiser, and the spaceship that brought Master Chief to the party in the first place. The Pillar of Autumn was shot down by the Covenant fleet and crash-landed on the Halo. Master Chief and Cortana decide to detonate the stricken ship's fusion reactor, causing an explosion big enough to take the Halo with it. Of course, the detonation can only be initiated from the depths of the ship, meaning that we need to make a hasty exit while the whole thing is falling down around us. Fortunately, there's a Warthog nearby, and we get to drive the combat vehicle through the Covenant, Flood, and Sentinel-infested ship on our way out. It makes for a truly epic moment in gaming, and one of the most iconic escape sequences of all time. Unless you were rubbish at driving the Warthog, that is. In that case, you probably spent the entire escape sequence trying to avoid flipping over. That's okay though, nobody who witnessed your bad driving will survive to tell anyone.
In many ways, video game sidekicks are a lot like younger siblings. They all too often follow us aimlessly and without any apparent capacity for independent thought. Offering scant backup to a bona fide hero rarely allows much glory for the sidekick, who generally seems perpetually doomed to live in the protagonist's shadow. It's certainly tough, but someone's gotta do it, and by it, we mean carrying our weapons while we do all the work, thank you very much. However, there are occasions where the sidekick actually makes for a far more compelling character than the protagonist, and it's those instances we're looking at for our list today. Usually, the depth of these secondary characters is glossed over for the sake of the story, and in some cases, their intriguing nature is only vaguely implied. These characters seem happy to fill the role of sidekick despite the fact that they're taking orders from someone far less interesting than themselves, adding an extra layer of silent heroism to their already impressive list of accomplishments. Just a side note, we will be discussing major plot points for some of the games in this list, so a spoiler warning is in effect. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 video game sidekicks who are more interesting than the hero. Number 10. Garrus Vakarian, Mass Effect series. BioWare's Mass Effect series is practically stuffed with secondary characters who seemingly exist to simply live in protagonist Commander Shepard's shadow. Now, admittedly, Shepard is pretty interesting, being that they're the savior of the galaxy and all, but one of the franchise's companions stands out as far more interesting than Earth's beloved Spectre, that being Garrus Vakarian. Everyone's favorite Turian love machine, Garrus, is everything Shepard is, but just better. With Shepard's own backstory being dictated somewhat by the player, Garrus has a far more concrete past, and it makes him one of the most impressively interesting figures aboard the Normandy. The Turian started as the Galactic Citadel's resident loose cannon security officer, then graduated to extracurricular vigilante work while helping Shepard fight off evil ancient space machines. Garrus also possesses every single quality that makes Shepard so heroic, like being so tough as to shrug off death and having an unwavering, if occasionally questionable, moral compass. The fact that Garrus is content to operate in the shadows instead of basking in his heroism further sets him apart from Shepard and adds an air of mystery and effortless cool to the already badass Turian. Following Garrus on his journey from frustrated police officer to vigilante assassin and eventually savior of all life in the galaxy just makes him so much cooler. Number 9. Captain Price, Call of Duty series. In the military world, describing a superior officer as a sidekick is probably frowned upon. It is, that's true. Luckily, Call of Duty isn't the real military, so we should be safe, but either way, Captain Price has become a staple of the franchise across multiple installments, and he certainly earns his spot on this list. The iconic facial hair of Captain Price first appeared in the World War II set Call of Duty back in 2003, then returned for its sequel, Call of Duty 2. Price later reappeared in Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, after which he became a franchise mainstay. While numerous playable characters came and went, Price remained a relative constant, despite the fact that he doesn't seem to age in his various appearances spanning almost an in-universe century. This either makes Captain Price immortal, which is handy for a soldier, or means that his genes are apparently as bulletproof as his skin appears to be, because both the historical and modern iterations of Price look practically identical, even down to their facial hair. As the exact nature of Captain Price's timeless appearance is unconfirmed, he certainly cuts a far more interesting figure than many of Call of Duty's faceless protagonists. Number 8. Mission Vow, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. To put it simply, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, or KOTOR as it's more conveniently known, is positively brimming with fascinating characters. Casting the player into the role of Revan, who, spoiler alert for a 20-year-old game, turns out to be an amnesiac Sith Lord, KOTOR definitely seems to boast a pretty intriguing protagonist. In reality though, Revan is actually quite boring, and the range of choice afforded to the player takes much of the sting out of the game's big reveal. By comparison, companion character Mission Vow actually turns out to be far more compelling, even if the game does skim over some of her backstory. An orphaned Twi'lek who grew up on the streets, young Mission fell afoul of a powerful crime syndicate, then befriended a Wookiee named Zolbar who helped her escape them. Having won the allegiance of a fearsome Wookiee, Mission then opted to help Revan fight the Sith, all of this by the age of just 14 years old. Not only does Mission possess the Oliver Twist charm of a street urchin, but she doesn't have any Force abilities. The idea that a homeless teenager would willingly go up against superpowered space wizards certainly makes her braver and infinitely more interesting than KOTOR's amnesiac protagonist. Number 7. Donald and Goofy, Kingdom Hearts series. With magical keyblades and Disney characters, Kingdom Hearts manages to make fighting the spread of darkness throughout the universe decidedly more colourful than it sounds. And though interesting might not be the first adjective that comes to mind when talking about octogenarian cartoon characters, Kingdom Hearts offers a strange and unexpected insight into Donald Duck and Goofy Dog? Does Goofy have a last name? Gooferson, perhaps? Anyway, Kingdom Hearts primarily follows Sora, a young boy tasked with battling the darkness whilst wielding the immense power of the Big Key. He's rarely seen without trusty sidekicks Donald and Goofy, who fight alongside him in the name of friendship. However, in Kingdom Hearts, Donald Duck is actually a powerful wizard and Goofy is the captain of Mickey Mouse's Royal Guard. This means that while Sora hits things with his Big Key, Donald is blasting fireballs and Goofy is fighting literal monsters effectively unarmed. Sora is a compelling hero, but Donald and Goofy's abilities make them far more fascinating. Donald can harness the power of the elements at will, and Goofy constantly charges into battle wielding nothing more than a shield like Captain America's hapless guffawing cousin, so the pair certainly piques our interest a little more than Kingdom Hearts' playable character. Number 6. Nick Valentine, Fallout 4. Living in a nuclear wasteland is enough to make even the most boring person seem interesting, and that means that the Fallout games feature countless entertaining personalities. Fallout 4 sees the player take control of a character known as the Sole Survivor, a pre-war soldier who is cryogenically frozen for over 200 years before waking to search for their lost son. The game features several companions with compelling backstories, but of these perhaps none are as beloved and mysterious as the robotic private detective Nick Valentine. Nick is one of the Commonwealth synths, and a unique prototype one at that. While this should see him ostracized by the fearful humans of Diamond City, Nick is one of the only synths able to peacefully coexist, owing to the fact that he's been programmed with the personality of a pre-war police officer. Delving deeper into Nick's past reveals years of experimentation before a daring escape from the Shadowy Institute, all of which culminated in him opening his own detective agency in one of the most synth-fearing places in the Commonwealth. To say that Nick Valentine has a set of brass reproductive organs is more than just a crack about him being a robot. It explains exactly what makes him so much more interesting than Fallout 4's Sole Survivor. And if you want to learn more about him and the other companions of the Fallout universe, you should watch our ranked list where we've ranked every single one. Number 5. Daxter, Jak and Daxter series. It's all too easy to think of Jak and Daxter as the other Naughty Dog franchise, but as well as the critically acclaimed original game providing some unforgettable platforming, it also offered up some surprising depth in its story and characters. Players assume control of Jak, an elf-like humanoid, as he attempts to unravel the mysteries of the precursors and the powerful substance known as Eco. More important to this list though, Jak and Daxter also features one of the most talkative video game sidekicks in history. Daxter was once, well, whatever Jak is, but the first game begins with a cutscene in which he falls into a vat of dark eco and is transformed into an Ottsel, a fictional otter-weasel hybrid. Though the idea is largely skimmed over, dark eco is often shown to be fatal or extremely harmful, and Daxter is able to emerge much hairier but ultimately unscathed. This alone is pretty impressive, but the crux of what exactly makes Daxter more interesting than Jak lies in the pair's general characterization. Jak is full of self-serious angst, while Daxter offers practically all of the franchise's comic relief. Even after a transformation that would be devastating to most, Daxter retains his sense of humor and his confidence, proving that he's mentally far tougher than his stony-faced best friend. Number 4. Clank, Ratchet & Clank series. Travel the galaxy and eventually you'll hear the saying, behind every great Lombax is a gadget-wielding robot doing all the heavy lifting. That's true, we promise. The Ratchet & Clank franchise is essentially built around this oddly specific idiom that definitely wasn't just made up on the spot by our writer, because while the player character Ratchet gets most of the credit, it's actually his robot buddy Clank that does most of the work. Before meeting Clank, Ratchet is essentially a mechanic with a talent for hitting things with his wrench. However, with the robot's assistance and his handy built-in helicopter blades and jetpack, Ratchet becomes a galactic ranger and saves the galaxy from evil multiple times. In short, Ratchet could never have performed any of these heroic acts without his sidekick's continued support. It's something of a running joke that Clank is smarter and more charismatic than Ratchet, but he also leads a more exciting life. Clank has canonically acted as a secret agent on numerous occasions and has had various adventures independent of the franchise's protagonist. Though Clank spends much of the series acting as Ratchet's glorified backpack, he directly facilitates almost all of the hero's adventures. Without Clank's abilities, Ratchet would be painfully insignificant, and that's what makes the robot so much more captivating than his friend. Number 3. Aku Aku, Crash Bandicoot series. Crash Bandicoot's eponymous protagonist may be one of the most iconic video game mascots of all time, but he's actually far less interesting than some of his supporting characters. Of all the unforgettable friends and foes that Crash has encountered on his adventures, perhaps the most intriguing is his mentor, Aku Aku. Though Aku Aku has been a staple of the franchise since its beginning, he's very rarely brought to the forefront of the story. This does add an air of mystery to the sentient floating mask, but it also hides his fascinating backstory. Aku Aku was once a powerful witch doctor who unlocked the secret to immortality by transferring his spirit into a tribal mask. Not only can Aku Aku seemingly live forever in this form, but he can temporarily transfer this apparent invulnerability to Crash, making him one of the most formidable beings in the deceptively rich lore of the Crash Bandicoot franchise. This actually makes Aku Aku considerably more interesting than Crash himself, who, though iconic, is really not much more than a mute marsupial. Though the Crash Bandicoot games effectively mask Aku Aku's true power by focusing mostly on Crash, the immortal witch doctor spirit is infinitely more spellbinding than his marsupial ward. Number 2. Elizabeth, BioShock Infinite. BioShock Infinite saw the franchise depart from its much-loved underwater setting of Rapture and head skyward, casting players in the role of disgraced former soldier Booker DeWitt as he attempts to retrieve a captive woman from an airborne city. Although BioShock Infinite's setting is certainly a uniquely fascinating one, its protagonist is somewhat less enthralling. However, the woman he's there to rescue, Elizabeth, turns out to be the most engaging aspect of the entire game. Booker DeWitt is a relatively normal man, armed with guns and capable of using vigors to enable the use of superpowers. Even being able to shoot lightning from his hands isn't enough to make Booker as interesting as Elizabeth, though, who possesses the ability to create tears in reality, allowing her to travel through an infinite number of alternate universes. This unimaginable power proves to be incredibly helpful even to the vigor-enhanced Booker, and it also serves as the basis for BioShock Infinite's imaginative story. Though Booker's powers are certainly handy for an assault on an airborne city, and it is revealed later in the game that there's far more to him than meets the eye, Elizabeth's powers rend the rules of space and time entirely obsolete. What's more, Elizabeth also turns out to be Booker's daughter, adding yet another layer to the rich tapestry of her enthralling, if somewhat convoluted, backstory. Also, you get to play as her in one of the DLCs and it's really fun. Next, number 1. Solus, Dragon Age Inquisition. As the story of Dragon Age Inquisition sees a group of adventurers band together to save their world, it's probably not all that surprising that a number of them are quite interesting. However, even though the player takes control of the leader of the powerful Inquisition, there is one companion character that stands out as far more intriguing, even if it isn't fully revealed until the game's final moments. Over the course of Inquisition's story, players meet an elf wizard named Solus, who professes himself an authority on the portals that threaten all of reality. As such, he makes a valuable member of the team, and his occasional references to his unnaturally long life contribute to his overall mystery. However, the game's ending reveals that Solus is actually the Dreadwolf, an elven trickster god to whom the downfall of various other deities is attributed. The shocking reveal rips away the air of mystery that Solus cultivated throughout the game's story, replacing it with something much more sinister. The idea that one of the Inquisitor's sidekicks had been a god in disguise all along certainly puts things into perspective, making the player-controlled protagonist far more boring by comparison. Time for a confession. We've done some horrible things in video games. Mowing down innocent pedestrians, stealing our weight in gold, picking Oddjob in split-screen multiplayer even though everyone agreed he was banned. Many games have led us down a rough path, committing some despicable deeds that we'd have a hard time explaining in front of a digital judge. Is it the fault of us, the players? Or is it because video game protagonists aren't the infallible superstars we all assume they are? Whether it's the RPG characters that think it's their God-given right to storm into every private residence and shake down the poor citizens, smashing entire pottery collections for the sake of a few bucks, or endlessly murdering hundreds of regular guards who are just trying to make a living and support their family. Most so-called heroes are responsible for some quite unheroic decisions when you think about it. We reason with ourselves that we had no choice, or it was us or them, or we really needed that 100% achievement. Whatever helps us sleep at night, really. But in the end, we pressed the button, didn't we?
Let's look at some!
I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 times games made us regret our actions. Spoilers, everyone, alright? Number 10. BioShock. One mention of this 2007 masterpiece and it's impossible not to conjure up that iconic phrase in your head.
The semen on everything!
Oh, no, hang on.
Would you kindly get this? Would you kindly find that? Would you kindly find that? Would you kindly find? Would you kindly get this? Would you kindly head to Ryan's office and kill the son of a bitch?
A simple, subtle request repeated throughout the game that became a mind-blowing reveal when you finally confront Big Bad Andrew Ryan. The player character and the person behind the controller has the shocking revelation that free will is all just nonsense, and you've been kindly led along this path by suggestive wordplay and a fake Irish twang. But even though our boy Ryan encourages us choose our own destiny rather than obeying orders, we still end up treating his face like a golf ball at a driving range. While we may not have had a choice here, there is another aspect to BioShock that the player should absolutely feel terrible about, and that's the Little Sisters. A little girl stabbing a corpse with a giant needle while singing gleefully to her monster guardian, aka Mr. Bubbles, is terrifying enough, but there's one thing that's even more blood-curdling, and that's what the player can do to these little sisters when they're caught. Even though they've been genetically mutated and brainwashed, killing a little sister for a marginal gain in Adam is reprehensible in any world. Number 9. Telltale's The Walking Dead. Oh, Telltale Games. You may be gone, but we'll still remember you. Not least for the amount of harrowing decisions you put us through. The notorious Telltale style of storytelling frequently puts hard choices at our fingertips, and nowhere was this more prevalent than in the already bleak world of The Walking Dead. Like the TV series, the game had no qualms about killing off beloved characters and making you feel kind of awful about it. Almost every chapter had us face some unsettling consequences, from choosing between saving Sean or Duck at Herschel's farm to whether a bereaved Lily should be kicked out of the group after shooting an innocent member. But of course, the real kicker was the end of the first season. After main character Lee survives the outbreak of walking corpses, betrayals from allies, and a family of cannibals, all while looking after young Clementine, he gets bit. And, the final segment sees you switch control to Clementine, deciding whether to finish off her adopted father figure and protagonist for the entire game, or let him turn. Number 8. Heavy Rain. This 2010 title was peak David Quage, featuring the game director's trademark narrative-driven experience, along with some baffling gameplay moments. Never before has making an omelette been this immersive. Much like Telltale's signature series, Heavy Rain puts some major decisions to the player, raising huge moral questions like, do we juggle before or after shaving, and how many times is it acceptable to shout? There are also more serious matters to attend to, like solving the mystery of the origami killer who's been abducting children, following the case through the eyes of several main characters. One of these characters is FBI agent McDade, a man fond of using slick augmented reality goggles to help him solve crimes and play the piano. In a relatively minor scene that nonetheless stands out as a what have we done moment, you're raiding a subject's house who's clearly not all there when he pulls a gun on your partner. At which point you can either shoot him or talk him down, or, like us, calm him down before he looks like he's pulling out another weapon and instinctively shoot him without thinking. Yeah, not gonna pull a fast one on us, bucko. And then you realise he was just carrying a cross. That's our bad. Whoops. Number 7, Shadow of the Colossus. The whole plot of Shadow of the Colossus is basically an exercise in regrettable actions, taking down the gargantuan yet graceful guardians one by one, often in painfully drawn out ways, makes you feel quite guilty in the first place. Just look at this poor thing, it's not hurting anyone! And that's before you realise they've all been protecting the world from an unspeakable evil. Typical. Yep, your main character has been played like a damn fiddle by a sneaky demon, and makes you feel rather silly about the whole ordeal. There's one point that tops it all off, however, and that's when you end up sacrificing the one friend who stuck by you through all of this senseless slaughter. Aggro, your trusty steed. On the way to the final Colossus, jumping across a crumbling bridge comes with some hefty consequences as the structure collapses. Your horse bucks you off onto the safety of the ledge before falling to his doom below. If only we could be as cold and unfeeling as Mario sending his Yoshi to the abyss, but we just can't fight these feelings anymore. Number 6, Undertale. Earlier on, we mentioned the classic tropes that persist throughout video games, where the self-proclaimed hero kills off hundreds of disposable bad guys in what would amount to a serious war crime anywhere else. Well, Undertale not only acknowledges that moral blind spot, but also turns a mirror on the player for being the heartless scumbag they really are. While it's stylized as an old-school RPG with all the familiar trimmings, the premise is that you don't actually have to fight everyone in sight, instead opting to flirt, charm, or who's a good boy, yes, you are, your way out of trouble. But if you didn't get the memo left by motherly Toriel, and you do get a tad murdery, then the monsters will go full guilt trip on you in their dying moments, and if, God forbid, you embark on the dreaded genocide run, the game will remember your actions in subsequent playthroughs, meaning you can't hide from the consequences. Now, even in this spoiler-infested list, we've deliberately kept the details light, so if for some reason you haven't experienced this absolute gem, seriously go download it now, and then you can regret your actions along with us, like a support group. We're in it, come on. Number 5, Portal. We're not angry. In fact, we're being so sincere right now. Even though you broke our heart and killed our poor companion cube, yes, it may have just been a weighted box, and yes, it was only with us for the briefest time, but that cube gave us hope. It gave us belief, something to root for, in a cold laboratory environment devoid of life with only a malevolent AI voice chipping off at us every 5 minutes, driving itself and us further into insanity. But the companion cube was there for us. It protected us. It shared in our triumphs, and then you had us euthanize it. Not only could you not let us have this one little piece of solace, but you had us be the ones that took it away. You're a real piece of work, GLaDOS, you know that? In fact, we're glad. We're glad you got turned into a potato. There, we said it. No less than you deserved. No less than you deserved. Alright, maybe we're still a little angry. Number 4, Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater. For many disgruntled employees, the idea of kicking 7 shades out of your boss might sound quite cathartic. However, Snake's relationship with his former boss is, complicated. Fan favourite Metal Gear Solid 3 took the ever-growing insanity of the Metal Gear storyline all the way back to the Cold War era, with a powerful tale of fear, sorrow, and helicopter bees. Betrayal. And mainly that betrayal came from Snake's former mentor known as The Boss. They were quite close at one point, although you could have fooled us between her chucking Snake off a bridge, trampling him with her horse and humiliating him at every turn. Come on, boss, couldn't you have just worded your displeasure in a quarterly review like a normal... It shouldn't be hard. I just want a normal job. Naturally, this being a Metal Gear game, it's revealed after about 47 twists and turns that this was all a test to prove Snake's loyalty to his country and teach him not to let feelings get in the way of the mission. It sounds like gaslighting to us. Does it sound like gaslighting to you guys? It shouldn't be allowed. But at the end, it was impossible not to feel quite horrid, knowing the sacrifices she had made, especially with the beautifully symbolic setting and the fact that we had to pull the trigger ourselves. It's too much. Just roll the epic theme song to dull the pain. Number 3, Dark Souls. Oh, well, after the ordeal that was Shadow of the Colossus, we're glad the bosses in Dark Souls won't make us feel horrible remorse. Oh, really? A giant dog? Brilliant. Come on, From Software, at least make it disgusting and zombified, not cute and fluffy. Fighting the Grey Wolf Sith the first time through is bad enough, even without context. But as always with Dark Souls and the rich and interesting lore reveals this poor puppa's true background. 1, you experience yourself travelling back in time with the Artorias of the Abyss DLC. You find that Sif's master, the brave knight Artorias, fought to save the land from the dreaded Abyss, a growing corruption that if you're not careful could turn you into a purple mess like... okay. Well, clearly it didn't go to plan for old Artie, but before his demise, he managed to save his loyal, furry pal from a similar fate. And if you too fight off these menacing non-entities and help Sif escape, you get a different cutscene when you reach Artorias' grave in the main game, where Sif loyally guards his sword. Oh, look, he recognises you. Oh, he's all sad. Oh, he's even reluctant to grab the sword. Hey, maybe we can do an Undertale and avoid a fight? Who's a good boy? Sif, who's a good boy? Oh, okay, never mind. Number 2, The Last of Us. Oh, the classic sacrifice one to save them all dilemma. And it's always trickier than it sounds. Mathematically speaking, the bigger number makes sense, but then you get yourself tangled up in the trolley problem. What if the one person is a small child and the 5 people you save are all older people who've lived full lives? Or what if, like Joel from The Last of Us, there's a teenage girl and a trigger-happy surrogate father who's just had enough of the so-called experts telling him that his daughter's immunity and sacrifice could be the key to curing the cordyceps infection that has destroyed civilization? What if that's the one? If that is the case, let's just hope it's not your shift for surgery later. With no branching narratives in the game, you don't really have a choice, although at this point, you're likely fully invested in Joel's bloody crusade to get Ellie back, killing any scientists in the way. Only after the event does the gravity of your actions sink in, having potentially doomed all of humanity because of one man's selfish motives. Plus, shooting those 2 unarmed surgeons was a bit much for me, Joel. Number 1, Spec Ops: The Line. Games are designed primarily as a piece of entertainment, but occasionally, video games can go above and beyond to carry a deeper message. And in Spec Ops: The Line, that message is clear. War is hell. The story drops your 3-person squad into the middle of a sandstorm-ravaged Dubai to stop a rogue colonel and save the locals, but good intentions quickly go sour during the now infamous scene involving the use of white phosphorus. Surrounded by enemies, protagonist Walker is adamant you have no choice but to use the prohibited weapon, so you fire up the aerial device, taking shots at little white dots in scenes reminiscent of Modern Warfare's disturbingly casual death from above level until every last dot disappears. Then you have to walk directly through the battlefield, witnessing the consequences of your actions. And the real gut punch is the end reveal that the collection of figures at the back were just civilians. There aren't many things in video games that will hit you harder than seeing a mother cradling her child, desperately trying to protect them from the carnage that you just caused. You can't really be jovial or humorous about this. It's just awful. So without a doubt, this player-made atrocity truly left a mark on the gaming landscape as a whole. That was an emotional roller coaster, wasn't it? Let us know of any standout gaming moments that made you feel guilty as sin in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon? Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
As anyone who's ever created anything will tell you, ideas don't grow on trees. This is especially true of video games. With so many moving parts making up any given title, pure originality isn't easy to come by, and that's okay. Taking cues from other games is a good way to get the creative juices flowing. The reason developers aren't constantly accused of plagiarism then, is that from concept to completion, games go through significant changes. Just like puberty warps us into creatures that our elderly relatives have trouble recognising, so too do games grow, until the original ideas behind them often begin to seem unlikely. For today's list, we're taking a look at several games, 10 in total, that you probably didn't know were inspired by others. In the interest of avoiding legal troubles, or worse, upsetting the comments section, we're going to clarify that inspired by is a term open to some interpretation. For some of these entries, the developers themselves have confirmed where they got their ideas, whereas for others, although no one's explicitly said that ideas have been borrowed, it's pretty hard to deny the similarities. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 video games that were clearly inspired by other video games. Number 10, SimCity, inspired by Utopia. SimCity is the definitive city building simulator. It's even got a name that perfectly describes what it's about. As well as spawning one of the most successful and iconic simulator franchises of all time, 1989's SimCity also defined simulation games for generations to come. It's such a landmark title, it's difficult to think of it as anything but the epitome of video game innovation. However, SimCity owes much to a game from 7 years prior. Released for the Intellivision, 1982's Utopia is commonly regarded as the first major city building game. It's basically SimCity's older, less successful sibling. Utopia was designed for 2 players, and tasks them each with controlling an island. They must build, farm, and keep the population happy through various means. Doing so earns the player points, which eventually determines a winner. It may be rudimentary by today's standards, but it's clear that it laid the foundations for the much more refined SimCity just a few years later. Over the years, SimCity developer Will Wright has cited many inspirations for the game. But although he's never explicitly called out Utopia among them, it's undeniable that there's something of the earlier game in SimCity's gameplay. And as the granddaddy of city building entertainment, it seems only fair for us to give Utopia a little credit. Number 9, Braid, inspired by Super Mario Bros. Before you rush to the comments, yes, we're aware that not all 2D platformers are just Super Mario Bros. Rip-offs. However, with everyone's favourite plumber being so iconic, it's hard to ignore his far-reaching influence in the industry. For one such example, look no further than 2008's Braid. A puzzle platformer with an interesting twist, Braid plays a little like Super Mario Bros. With added time manipulation. Tasking us with rescuing a princess from a monster, Braid makes use of numerous staples of the platformer genre, many of which were popularised by Super Mario games. In fact, some sections of Braid play almost exactly like a Mario reskin. That is until Tim dies and rewinds time like a 2-dimensional Prince of Persia. Perhaps it's Braid's excellent use of its fantasy premise or its gorgeous stylised visuals, but the influence of Super Mario Bros. Is surprisingly easy to miss. By incorporating the exciting ability to rewind time, also borrowed from another game, for the record, Braid feels deceptively fresh and original. Though it doesn't hurt the overall experience in the slightest, Braid was clearly inspired by the likes of Super Mario Bros., even if it's all too easily lost among all its engaging gameplay and story. Number 8, Assassin's Creed, inspired by the Prince of Persia series. For this entry, we're going to be defining inspiration a little more loosely, because Prince of Persia did more than just inspire Assassin's Creed. In biblical terms, one begat the other. The Prince of Persia games date back to the 1980s, so it's fair to say the franchise is something of an industry stalwart. However, it wasn't until the games were rebooted in 2003 that the Prince of Persia name became synonymous with acrobatic action. With sequels in 2004 and 2006, Prince of Persia achieved something of a stranglehold on the market for video game parkour. When tasked with making a Prince of Persia sequel for a new generation of consoles, developer Patrice Desilets' open-world ambitions eventually saw him move away from the franchise to make Assassin's Creed. Certain elements remained intact in the finished game, particularly with regard to Assassin's Creed freerunning, which then became a staple of Ubisoft's hot new franchise. What makes the obvious inspiration so easy to miss is that the Assassin's Creed games were taking off even as new Prince of Persia games failed to impress. As both franchises ran simultaneously for a few years, it's not immediately obvious that Assassin's Creed was originally a Prince of Persia sequel. Ultimately, inspiration gave way to innovation, and a brand new franchise was born. Number 7. Splatoon, inspired by Perfect Dark. Nintendo might be primarily known for big family-friendly franchises like Mario, Pokemon, and The Legend of Zelda, but they've also made a few solid shooters. One such shining example is Perfect Dark, the critically acclaimed N64 title originally released in 2000. In 2015, they strayed back towards the general vicinity of shooter games with Splatoon. Brilliantly colourful and perfectly inoffensive, Splatoon fits squarely within Nintendo's carefully cultivated public image. Having players assume the role of an Inkling, a humanoid squid hybrid, Splatoon concerns ink-filled turf wars and is a far cry from the typical modern shooter. Interestingly, Nintendo's Perfect Dark has loosely been cited as an inspiration for Splatoon. One of the game's directors, Yusuke Amano, was reportedly a huge fan of Perfect Dark, and producer Hisashi Nogami claims that his experience playing the 2000 sci-fi shooter informed the creation of Splatoon. The influence doesn't really shine through all that much, as the two games quite clearly couldn't be more different. Though Splatoon isn't exactly a shooter, it's certainly interesting to think that it was inspired by one. It shows that Nintendo really do know how to let past success inform their future, and that they can do so without making it even remotely obvious to the player. Number 6. Minecraft, inspired by Infiniminer. Minecraft is one of the video game industry's most incredible success stories. Not only is it the best-selling game of all time, but it continues to attract millions of active players every month. As one of the most extensive sandbox games ever conceived, Minecraft is a video game phenomenon, but its concept is perhaps not as original as its reputation suggests. Minecraft creator Marcus Notch Persson specifically cited the open source sandbox game Infiniminer as one of the main inspirations for his own creation. The resemblance is difficult to miss. Infiniminer looks awfully familiar, with block-based graphics and gameplay involving digging tunnels and building structures. The massive success of Minecraft makes it hard to believe that it's not an entirely original creation. Still, Persson has been upfront about his love for Infiniminer and the ways that it inspired Minecraft. By drawing inspiration from Infiniminer's visual style and gameplay, and adding in RPG elements, Persson managed to strike gold with his new formula. As Minecraft thrived, while Infiniminer quickly passed into relative obscurity. It's only those who played the original who are likely to have known how heavily it inspired Persson's more popular game. Number 5. Gears of War, inspired by Killswitch. As one of the definitive action games of the 2000s, it's no secret that Gears of War spawned a hugely popular third-person shooter franchise. Telling the bleak story of a squad of improbably proportioned troops fighting against a hostile race of subterranean insectoids, Gears of War is a video game experience like no other. Proving that you can make an excellently unique game by utilising elements and ideas from various other titles, Gears of War had a number of key inspirations. It borrowed its over-the-shoulder camera angles from Resident Evil 4, and elements of its story from World War II drama Band of Brothers. Most importantly, Gears of War's iconic cover shooter format was actually heavily inspired by Killswitch, a largely forgotten 2003 action game. As Gears of War took cover shooting and made it something of an art form, it's fair to say that this particular inspiration was only one element of Gears' success. Developer Cliff Bleszinski also cited Bionic Commando as a lesser influence on the game's cover mechanic, outlining just how wide of a net Gears of War cast to utilise the best aspects of other action titles. No matter how you slice it, Gears of War made perfect use of its many inspirations, and that's why the franchise has achieved such incredible popularity. Number 4. Street Fighter the Movie, inspired by Mortal Kombat. Making a video game called Street Fighter the Movie was an odd choice, but it's still far from the weirdest thing about the title. As one of the earliest examples of why movie tie-in games are generally a bad idea, Street Fighter the Movie is abysmal in almost every sense of the word. Still, as much as it's directly based on the film, it also appears to have a surprising inspiration. To put it simply, Street Fighter the Movie doesn't look at all like a Street Fighter game. In one of the most confusing turn of events in video gaming history, Street Fighter the Movie looks more like Mortal Kombat than it does Street Fighter. By using digitized images of the film's cast as character skins, it seems to emulate the franchise's biggest rival. The similarities are mostly limited to visuals, but the way that Street Fighter the movie is stylized inescapably evokes Mortal Kombat. Though it could be argued that it was only done to make the game look more like the movie, the film's horrific reviews make that seem like an equally terrible prospect. Thankfully, later Street Fighter games reverted back to the original style, but let's never forget the confusingly named tie-in venture far too close to Mortal Kombat for comfort. Number 3, Middle-earth: Shadow of Mordor, inspired by the Batman Arkham series. Riddle me this, what does Middle-earth have in common with the Batman franchise? Okay, both feature cool caped protagonists who speak in grizzled cliches, but that's not it. The real answer is that one franchise's games seem to serve as an unlikely inspiration for the other, which, admittedly, is a far less funny answer. Rocksteady's Arkham franchise puts players in the bat boots of the Dark Knight himself to dish out beatdowns on Gotham's criminals with extreme prejudice. Combat in the Arkham games was fast-paced and exciting with just the right amount of challenge, so it's unsurprising that other games might want to emulate its success. Still, Middle-earth is an awfully long way from Gotham. We're assuming, at least. Actual measurements are hard to make because, apparently, one does not simply walk into Mordor. The similarities between the two games' respective combat systems are uncanny. At times, this makes Shadow of Mordor feel like a fancy reskin of Arkham City, albeit swapping criminal gangs for bands of roaming orcs. Of course, the Middle-earth games have plenty of interesting and innovative features of their own. But when it comes to combat, it's clear that Batman's fighting mechanics inspired Shadow of Mordor in a major way. Number 2, Guitar Hero, inspired by Guitar Freaks. Sometimes a game franchise is so hugely popular and successful that we just assume that it's groundbreaking in its own right. A perfect example of this would be Guitar Hero in the mid-2000s, a game that saw a flimsy piece of guitar-shaped plastic find its way into millions of homes worldwide. The colossal success of Guitar Hero spawned a wave of sequels and spin-offs, all of which involved various musical-based peripherals. However, the ideas that made Guitar Hero a household name simply weren't original, as another game had done it all before. 1999's Guitar Freaks was a rhythm-based musical game that challenged players to use a guitar-shaped controller to play along with various songs. An arcade game released by Konami in the late 90s, Guitar Freaks was initially supposed to be ported to PS2 for Western audiences. However, patent problems with the guitar controller stalled Konami's plans, and just a few years later, Guitar Hero was born. Whether you consider it a shameless rip-off or a simple case of cashing in on an established idea, there's no arguing that Guitar Hero eclipsed its predecessor. As much of the world has never even heard of Guitar Freaks, it's clear that Guitar Hero managed to elevate the original's premise to truly incredible heights. And number 1, Grand Theft Auto, inspired by Pac-Man. The sentence Grand Theft Auto was based on Pac-Man will almost certainly sound incomprehensible to the franchise's modern audiences, or at least anyone who doesn't remember GTA's roots. Though it's now known as a behemoth open-world action-adventure franchise, Grand Theft Auto came from relatively humble beginnings. And it's there that we can see how exactly an arcade classic might have inspired its gameplay. The first Grand Theft Auto was played from a top-down perspective, making city streets look like a Pac-Man maze. What's more, Grand Theft Auto producer David Jones specifically cited Pac-Man being chased by ghosts as a major inspiration for the way the police pursued the players in the original game. It might be somewhat hard to believe based on GTA's massive success since moving to a more three-dimensional open-world format, but when you consider the original game, the inspiration becomes much clearer. It's a case of the franchise outgrowing the initial inspiration to the point that it's very hard to see the connection between the two. As one inspired the other, maybe it's time for a GTA/Pac-Man crossover. Amusing as though it may be to imagine Pac-Man cruising the streets of Los Santos as a career criminal, we're not sure the two franchises are as compatible now as they used to be. We humans naturally flock together. Sure, it's nice to have romantic ideals about being a lone warrior or isolated hermit, independent and beholden to no other, but history dictates people gravitate towards other people, relying on each other for comfort, companionship, and indeed survival. Safety in numbers and all that. Cities are basically what happens when enough people decide to live in close proximity to one another for a long enough period of time. But I don't need to tell you that. You know what a city is. Heck, you might even live in one. Video games have offered up some amazing cities over the years, from vibrant futuristic metropolises to dingy backwater burgs. These places can act as safe havens or could be more dangerous than the wilderness that surrounds them. And for this video, we've decided to celebrate some of the best. That's right, we've navigated the virtual globe in search of some digital cities that really resonated with us. And I hope that you'll allow me to be your tour guide as we visit some of gaming's most marvellous municipalities. I'm the Metropolitan Ashton from TripleJump, and here are the 10 coolest cities in video games. Number 10, Novigrad, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. The free city of Novigrad, so called because it does not come under the rule of the Kingdom of Redania, in which it resides. Originated in the Witcher series of novels by Andrzej Sapkowski, the talented team at CD Projekt Red were tasked with bringing it to life in The Witcher 3 The Wild Hunt, and they did a truly excellent job that resulted in one of the most authentic feeling fantastical cities in gaming. Novigrad is composed of various districts, including a lively dock area, a bustling market, and countless streets and alleyways littered with establishments where a road-weary witcher might find some entertainment and relaxation. Probably its most prominent feature, however, is Temple Isle, a small island connected to Novigrad by a grand bridge that is home to the great Temple of the Eternal Fire. As Geralt ascends the long road to this temple, he'll be flanked by billowing braziers and some truly spectacular views. This temple is home to the cult of the Eternal Flame, who are responsible for the rule of the city, although entities like the Secret Service and various organised criminal elements are likely to have something to say about that. Our advice though, forget all about the skullduggery and subterfuge, and enjoy the luxurious baths. Oh, wait. Number 9, Sigil, Planescape Torment. Old-school text-heavy RPG Planescape Torment spends most of its runtime in the city of Sigil. This gravity-defying location is part of the Planescape Torment RPG setting and is built on the inner surface of a ring that floats on top of a ridiculously tall spire in a plane where all of the planes converge. And no, we don't understand the physics either. Also known as the Cage, the colourful city of Sigil is ruled over by a mysterious entity known as the Lady of Pain, and features 6 distinct districts known as wards. From gigantic foundries and affluent halls to bizarre living siege towers and sentient alleyways, mystery, intrigue and danger await around every corner, and with Sigil's nature as the centre of the plains, all manner of strange creatures call it home. One more thing to look out for, Sigil is absolutely rife with portals. Windows, archways, barrel hoops, picture frames, they all have the potential to transport you somewhere unexpected if you happen to be carrying the right key. And said key could be absolutely anything. Walking through your front door with a new necklace on, and finding yourself inexplicably transported to one of the 9 hells, yep, that's Sigil for you. Number 8, Goldpaw, Ni no Kuni 2 Revenant Kingdom. Visually resplendent 2018 RPG Ni no Kuni 2 Revenant Kingdom features some exceptionally charming and imaginative burgs for protagonist Evan to explore, but none of them leave an impression quite like Goldpaw, with its unusual Vegas via Tibet charm. Combining the neon glitz and glamour of its state-run casino with an isolated temple village vibe, Goldpaw is a unique city where gambling is a way of life. There's a heavy emphasis on luck, with matters of the utmost importance being decided by a roll of the die, up to and including taxes and criminal justice. This somewhat risky way of running things makes Goldpaw a haven for those looking to make their fortune, but we can't help but think that this philosophy creates far more losers than winners. Despite this questionable way of doing things, Goldpaw is a spectacular place to visit, with its neon dragons and swaying spotlights providing a sparkling backdrop for the cosy and traditional ambiance of its shops and winding alleys. The entity in charge of all of this gambling and glamour is an argumentative pug named Pugnacious, whose official title is High Roller because he gambles with large sums of money and rolls the important dice that decide matters of governance. My pun detectors are picking up quite frankly dangerous levels of wordplay with this one. Number 7, The Citadel, Mass Effect. The Citadel from the Mass Effect series has a bit of an unfair advantage in the coolness stakes, owing to the fact that it's a giant sparkling metropolis suspended in space. But it does have plenty of other features that make it deserving entry on our list too. Featured in all 3 Mass Effect games, it is a massive structure with its own simulated gravity. Its central ring and 5 arms all serve as homes and workplaces to the varied races of the galaxy. And the looming spectacle of the Citadel's other sections suspended above its parks and glittering spires provide breathtaking views. Discovered rather than built, the Citadel contains many mysteries in its labyrinthian interior, not least the drone-like insectoid race known as the Keepers, who maintain its many complex systems. The Citadel's darkest mystery, however, is that of its creators. It is eventually revealed to have been created by the Reapers, a race of all-powerful cosmic horrors intent on wiping out galactic civilizations every 50,000 years. The very existence of the Citadel is a cosmic trap, intended to entice advanced races to set up government in its walls so that they can be wiped out with ease when the Reapers attack. Not such a sparkling utopia now, eh? Number 6. Jigar Paralao, Gravity Rush 2. Japan Studio's gravity-defying action game Gravity Rush 2 mostly takes place in the floating city of Jigar Paralao. Split into 4 separate districts that reside on their own different clusters of islands, Jigar Paralao offers outstanding views and unequalled ambience, whether you're exploring the colourful marketplace, floating by the majestic parks and mansions of the old city, or slumming it in the poverty-stricken houseboat fleet. Thanks to Gravity Rush 2's unique gameplay mechanics, every inch of this vibrant multicultural airborne metropolis is waiting to be explored. From the sides of its skyscrapers to its rocky underbelly, protagonist Kat can get absolutely anywhere, and she can even hitch a ride on an anti-gravity jalopy if you aim her just right. Fans of the original Gravity Rush might feel that Hexaville, that game's setting, is the more iconic and interesting city. Well, don't worry, because Hexaville turns up partway through Gravity Rush 2 as well, in full and beautifully rendered on the PS4 hardware, including the gorgeous entertainment district with its fancy Ferris wheel. Honestly, I couldn't think of a better place to go gliding around with my floating feline friend. Also, the appearance of Hexaville makes this a 2-for-1 entry. How about that for value? Number 5. Night City, Cyberpunk 2077. We had to include one moody cyberpunk metropolis on this list, and we're better than the infamous Night City. The setting for almost the entirety of CD Projekt Red's RPG with attitude, Night City combines fantastical science fiction with gritty realism to fascinating effect. Those pesky bugs aside, the developers of Cyberpunk 2077 created something special with their take on the city from the Cyberpunk tabletop RPG. From the dingy, dangerous back alleys to the very top of the most sparkly skyscrapers, which are also pretty dangerous, Night City exudes character and detail. The place is a neon wonderland that can offer you opportunities for success and limitless temptations, and is extremely likely to take all that you have, leaving you degenerate, destitute, or just plain old dead. With all that peril round every corner, how can we possibly recommend a visit to Night City? Well, some people just can't get enough of that rainy neon-lit cyberpunk aesthetic, and Night City has all of that in spades. It truly is an incredible place that will make all of your Blade Runner-inspired dreams come true. Our only minor problem is the overabundance of racy imagery on billboards that make it a little awkward if someone walks in while you're playing. I mean, I've heard that sex sells, but this is ridiculous. Number 4. Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate. The only place on our list that lends its name to the game it's featured in, Baldur's Gate is the most famous of the cities from Faerun, the world of tabletop role-playing game Dungeons & Dragons. In BioWare's 1998 CRPG, Baldur's Gate, players begin their journey a ways out of the city in an isolated place of learning known as Candlekeep. The questline keeps players away from the titular city for a long while after that too, forcing the protagonist to trudge through muddy villages, dreary mines, and hobgoblin-infested wilderness before they can go anywhere near Baldur's Gate's paved streets and welcoming taverns. When you finally reach the bustling port city, it feels like a reward for all the time spent being ambushed by gibberlings and giant spiders in the arse end of nowhere. Finally, you've reached civilization. That doesn't mean you're suddenly safe within its walls though. Baldur's Gate's alleyways are riddled with assassins, muggers and thieves, not to mention entrances to expansive monster-infested sewers. The most affluent areas are no better, considering the protagonist's powerful nemesis, Sarevok, has integrated himself into the city's merchants and nobility. You'll definitely need eyes in the back of your head while wandering around these cobbled streets. Almost makes me miss the gibberlings. Number 3. Stormwind, World of Warcraft. Much of World of Warcraft's expansive world consists of dangerous wilderness and frontier settlements filled with hardy quest givers. Despite being the most populated MMORPG in history, players are likely to find corners of the world where they can quest in complete isolation, with only the local trogs and the occasional gold farmer spamming the server chat for company. Not so in the cities. Bustling with NPCs and players alike, these places really feel like bastions of civilization in an unforgiving world. Many of World of Warcraft's capitals could have made this list, from the subterranean halls of Ironforge, to the savage beauty of Orgrimmar, to Thunderbluff, built on a series of spectacular plateaus joined by vertigo-inducing rope bridges. We had to go for Stormwind though. The foremost settlement of the Alliance, Stormwind is a classic fantasy city alive with fortresses, grand architecture and inspiring statues. Tourist spots include haunted tavern The Blue Recluse, the mighty Cathedral of Light and the Deep Run tram that travels through the subterranean lake on its way to Ironforge. With its iconic music, mighty walls and extensive lore and history, Stormwind is just the sort of city we'd be all too eager to defend from the advancing horde. Come on everyone, strap your helmets on and let's go! Number 2, Midgar, Final Fantasy VII. What would you say if I told you that the design of one of gaming's most iconic cities was influenced by the humble pizza? According to Final Fantasy VII's art director, Yosuke Naora, he kept the image of the delicious cheesy circular treat in mind when designing the overall look of Midgar, the Shinra-controlled metropolis that players explore for large chunks of the game. Split into 8 distinct sectors, this moody, glistening city captured the imaginations of countless RPG fans used to more standard fantasy fare and whisked JRPG enthusiasts off to the diesel punk world from which they've never truly returned. Reimagined in glorious 3D in the recent Final Fantasy VII Remake, Midgar hides a few dark secrets, and I don't just mean the slums beneath the main city that never see the sky. You see, Midgar is powered by 8 towering Mako reactors, 9 if you count the secret one, that literally suck the life force out of the planet to feed the city's momental power needs. It's one power-hungry pizza. Crusty snacks aside, Midgar's design was also reportedly inspired by 1950s New York, which gives it a surprising link to another one of gaming's most iconic metropolises. Get your snorkels on everybody, because we're going there next. And number 1, Rapture, BioShock. Introduced in 2007's BioShock, not only is Shattered Utopia Rapture situated at the bottom of the ocean, it is also situated at the bottom of the list of cities you'd like to visit, owing to a small mutant problem. Still, those brave enough to take the bathysphere ride down to Andrew Ryan's greatest creation will be in for the unique sights and sounds that only a city beneath the waves can provide. Built as a retreat from the political, social and religious constraints of the surface world, Rapture was intended as a haven for free thinkers. It was a modern Atlantis where Art Deco met science fiction, a paragon of 50s era luxury where every apartment and office came with a particularly spectacular ocean view. Alas, thanks in equal part to the negative effect of a mutagen called Adam, and the flaws of its inhabitants and leaders, Rapture went from an aquatic paradise to a nautical nightmare, inhabited by babbling violent mutants, drill-wielding dreadnoughts in diving suits, and creepy children running around with no shoes on. Still, Rapture's aquatic atmosphere is quite possibly unmatched in video games, and we can't help but recommend a visit despite its flaws. Just think of it as a very big and dangerous aquarium that happens to have sprung a few leaks.
In video gaming terms, a spin-off is more than just what happens when you take a corner too fast in the latest Gran Turismo, but rather describes a title that has been derived from an existing work with a focus on specific details or events that separate it from the original. It's only natural that successful franchises receive spin-off content. After all, when there are lots of fans out there eager to explore every corner of the lore and lots of executives eager to make as much money out of an intellectual property as humanly possible, all the other pieces just fall into place. It's how we end up with amazing stuff like Mortal Kombat Mythology's Sub-Zero and Metal Gear Survive. Don't worry though, because spin-offs can be good too, and in rare cases can even eclipse their progenitors. Today, however, we're looking at video game franchises that have loads of spin-off games, and these games often run the gamut of quality. For every Forza Horizon, there's an Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival. For every World of Warcraft, there's a Bomberman Act Zero, and for every Cadence of Hyrule, there's a Lemmings Paintball. Actually, you know what, I take that back. That's not fair, Lemmings Paintball was quite good. Anyway, I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 video game franchises with too many spin-offs. Number 10, Assassin's Creed. Ubisoft's flagship series has been sailing the 7 seas of commercial success since its inception way back in 2007, providing players with open worlds to explore based on historical eras and locations and giving them the tools and opportunities to perform all kinds of stylish assassinations. The Assassin's Creed series was onto a winner from day one. Sure enough, the spin-off games were soon to follow, spearheaded by 2008 Nintendo DS title Assassin's Creed Altair's Chronicles. This prequel followed the original Assassin's escapades a year before the start of the first game and opened up the floodgates for many more spin-offs to follow. PSP title Assassin's Creed Bloodlines followed Altair once again, and Assassin's Creed 2 Discovery was the best received of the early handheld bunch. Over the following years, Creed spin-offs continued to pop up with regularity. Assassin's Creed Chronicles took players to China, India, and Russia, and the Vita title Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation provided the series its first female protagonist. And these are just the tip of a very stabby iceberg. Heck, you could even try your hand at Assassin's Creed Freerunners in your browser if you were so inclined. Honestly, with all these assassins running everywhere, it's a wonder there's anyone left to assassinate. Number 9. Mega Man. If there's one man who likes his spin-offs, it's Mega Man. Capcom's shiny blue icon has long been known for starring in tricky, precise platformers with plenty of challenge, and he's managed to stir up quite the following over the years. The main line of Mega Man games starts with 1987's Mega Man on the NES and stretches to 2018's Mega Man 11 with the non-numerically titled interlude known as Mega Man and Bass somewhere in between. Then there are the Game Boy games, which feature original plots and were released between 1991 and 1994. That's 17 games so far, and we haven't even got to the spin-offs yet. The Mega Man X series of games takes the story into the future and focus on maverick robots that have turned on their human creators. The Mega Man Legends games take things into the third dimension, and the Mega Man Battle Network games add a strategy RPG twist to proceedings. Then you've got the Mega Man Zero games, the Mega Man ZX sub-series, and the Mega Man Star Force title, along with oddities like Mega Man Soccer and Street Fighter X Mega Man. The list goes on, but I'm tired of saying Mega Man now. Can we rename him to something similar? Wonder Boy, maybe? No? Oh wait, that's already taken. Number 8. Sonic the Hedgehog. While Sega's spiky mascot is best known for spin dashing, he's done his fair share of spin-offing too. These side games started back in the Mega Drive era, with Sonic Spinball turning the blue blur into a pinball and Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine pasting a Sonic-themed reskin on top of popular puzzle series Puyo Puyo. Other Sonic-less spin-offs include 32X title Chaotix, where Knuckles and his pals took center stage, and Tails Adventure and Tails Sky Patrol, where the adorable twin-tailed fox received the limelight. Despite his speedy reputation, Sonic's earlier brushes with the racing genre didn't handle too well, with Sonic R splitting its audience and Sonic Drift generally seen as a disappointment, but they finally got it right in 2010 with Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. The prickly fellow even showed up in his own fighting game before making an ill-advised foray into Kinect territory with the barely playable Sonic Free Riders. More recent spin-offs include the Sonic Boom games, which all gamers should spin 180 degrees and walk away from. However, with Sonic still planted firmly in the public consciousness thanks to some decent recent mainline showings and those multi-million-dollar grossing movies, we're sure this veteran gaming icon will be spinning off in all directions for years to come. Seriously, you'd think you'd get dizzy. Number 7. Halo. While not necessarily known for the quantity of its spin-offs, the universe of Microsoft's flagship series has some high-quality side content. The first to hit the shelves was Halo Wars, where Age of Empires creators Ensemble Studios did a sterling job of building a real-time strategy game specifically for consoles. This strategic spin-off received a sequel in 2017, and both games gave players the chance to oversee Halo battlefields from the general's chair. Halo ODST provided a surprisingly moody and atmospheric take on the series' gameplay, setting players loose in a post-invasion New Mombasa and letting them piece together what happened to their team. Then Halo Reach became arguably the hardest hitting Halo game yet. This prequel told the story of the doomed planet Reach and had players take part in a hopeless defense and then a desperate evacuation as the situation got exponentially worse. The final two spin-offs to mention come in the form of twin-stick shooters Halo Spartan Assault and Halo Spartan Strike, where players blasted waves of enemies from a top-down perspective. These didn't receive the plaudits of their fellow spin-offs, but are fun distractions in their own right. Interestingly, not one of these spin-offs puts Master Chief in the starring role. He's obviously too busy blasting aliens and hanging out with holographic AI girls to do understudy work. Never mind. Number 6. Dragon Quest. A turn-based RPG series at its core, the spin-off games have been all kinds of different genres, with action RPGs, Pokemon-style monster recruiting, Minecraft-style building and survival, and even a bit of groovy rhythm gameplay getting the Dragon Quest treatment. The first spin-off to make it out of Japan was 1998's Dragon Quest Monsters for Game Boy Color. This handheld adventure allows players to capture, breed, and battle their horde of cutesy monsters and was the first Dragon Quest game to ever make it to Europe. If you wanted to play as one of the series' most iconic monsters, the humble Slime, then you'd get your chance in the appropriately titled Dragon Quest Heroes Rocket Slime, which stars a heroic slime called Rocket. The franchise has also offered players the chance to build their own Dragon Quest world in the Dragon Quest Builders games, which are good for those who looked at the villages and vistas in the mainline series and thought, I could do better. However, even with all of this spin-off content, the Dragon Quest series still lags behind its more famous Square Enix stablemate. More on that later. Number 5. Resident Evil. Capcom's genre-defining horror series first took up residence in 1996 on the PS1, but its spin-off story starts in the year 2000 with the excellent Resident Evil Code Veronica for Dreamcast. The first Resident Evil game to feature full 3D environments instead of pre-rendered backgrounds, it all got off to a good start. However, its status as a definite spin-off as opposed to a mainline title is somewhat hazy. Definitely a spin-off though is 2000's Resident Evil Survivor. This PS1 light gun shooter released to unfavourable reviews, but still paved the way for a slew of genre-swapping offshoots to follow. More light gun games were released on the PS2 and Wii despite Survivor's less than stellar reception, and Capcom had plenty more experiments up their sleeves. Seemingly hell-bent on infecting the third-person shooter genre, Capcom also released 2012's Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City and 2016's Umbrella Corps. Alas, both these games were mostly abhorred by fans and critics, and 3DS third-person shooter Resident Evil The Mercenaries 3D didn't fare much better either. Code Veronica aside, the moral of the story is thus: unless you like janky shooters or mostly uninspiring light gun games, stick with the mainline Resident Evils, yeah? Number 4. Mario. You might not know this, but Mario has been known to take part in a few sporting events over the years. Golf, tennis, football, basketball, and kart racing have all piqued the multi-talented plumber's interest, and he's even showed up at the Olympic Games more than once. These sporting ventures aren't Mario's only side projects though, with the franchise birthing more spin-offs than you can shake a plunger at. Super Mario RPG, the early Paper Mario games, and Mario and Luigi series all see Nintendo's mascot involved in some role-playing shenanigans, and that iconic mustache has appeared in 18 Mario Party games and counting. If you'd rather test your brain than attend parties, however, the Dr. Mario series might just scratch that puzzler itch. The franchise has also received a fair few spin-offs where the man himself takes a backseat. Super Princess Peach for the DS sees Mario's #1 girl set off on a platforming adventure, and Captain Toad's Treasure Tracker is a charming puzzler set in neat little isometric worlds. Money-obsessed villain Wario has also taken center stage more than once. Honestly, there aren't many other avenues for Mario spin-offs to go down, really. What's next? Mario gardening? Oh, you know what, actually, I'd definitely buy that, never mind. Number 3. Pokemon. The Pokemon franchise allows you to catch passing animals and send them off to do battle in your name, for no other reason than to prove you're the best at making animals fight, we think? That might be enough for some, but did you ever consider the opportunities that Pokemon spin-off games might present? You want to take photos of your pocket monsters? Pokemon Snap has you covered. How about talking to your favourite critter? Maybe Hey You Pikachu will satisfy. Would you rather be a Pokemon Ranger than a Pokemon Trainer? Well, surprisingly enough, Pokemon Ranger is the game for you. These titles are just the tip of the Poke iceberg. You can solve Poke crimes with Detective Pikachu, take part in Poke races with Pokemon Dash, and even conquer Poke ancient Japan with Pokemon Conquest, a strategy game that injects Pokemon into the nation's real-life Sengoku period. The Pokemon spin-off series with the most legs, however, would appear to be Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. These games give players direct control of a Pokemon and offer large areas filled with hostile Pokemon to explore. Also, the first Mystery Dungeon games actually received a remake in 2020 with Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX. When your spin-offs are getting remakes, you know you've made it. Number 2. Shin Megami Tensei. Hold on tight everyone as we dive into the occult world of Shin Megami Tensei. While it's likely the furthest from a household name of all the franchises on our list, one of its spin-offs is making huge stylish strides into the wider gaming consciousness, but we'll come back to that. The Megami Tensei franchise comprises a series of role-playing games beginning with 1987's digital devil story Megami Tensei for Famicom. This game saw players take control of a human character and their demon allies as they explore a darkly magical underbelly of modern society. These themes would continue throughout the series and would also bleed into its spin-off content. The likes of Devil Summoner and Devil Survivor continue the demons in modern-day Japan theme, with the latter offering some strategic grid-based combat in lieu of traditional turn-based fare. Then there's Persona. This atmospheric demon-summoning RPG series began as a Megami Tensei offshoot and gradually rose in prominence to become one of the foremost RPG series around. It's received numerous spin-offs of its own, with offerings to please dungeon crawlers, fighters, and dancers alike. The ultimate spin-off has to be Jack Bros for the Virtual Boy though, right? Oh, you've never played it? Can you even call yourself a Megami Tensei fan? Number 1. Final Fantasy. It's an obvious observation to make, but back in 1987 when the original Final Fantasy was released, there was, in fact, nothing final about it. It would go on to spawn one of the most beloved, prolific and spun-off RPG franchises ever. The 15 numbered entries released at the time of writing, with a 16th on the way very soon, barely scratch the surface of what Square Enix's flagship offers, and spin-off content ranges from specific character-focused sequels to chocobo racing. Identifying the first Final Fantasy spin-off is complicated, as the Saga series, which originated in 1990, initially released in the West as Final Fantasy Legend. 1991's Final Fantasy Adventure is also linked with another franchise, this time Square Enix's Mana series, which released as part of 2019's Collection of Mana along with Secret of Mana and Trials of Mana. 1993's Final Fantasy Mystic Quest is all Final Fantasy though. More recent spin-offs include the strategy-based Final Fantasy Tactics series, cutesy multiplayer distraction Crystal Chronicles, and the likes of Dissidia, which offers a more action-focused option for fans of big swords and big hair. Hell, even tower defense and rhythm games have had the Final Fantasy treatment. It's sheer spin-off heaven. Actually, all this spinning off is making my head spin. I'm gonna go and lie down while you track down a Virtual Boy with Jack Bros. Alright, let me know how it goes.
We've talked about simulation games before on this channel, and just how varied the genre can be. Whether it's life sims, dating sims, or flight sims, there are a multitude of titles for fans to get immersed in. With all of the different subgenres to choose from, and Steam allowing for all sorts of content to be sold, for better or worse, these simulations can, and often do, take a turn for the bizarre. In fact, there are so many out there that just one list isn't enough, so we're here again to look at some of the weirdest simulation games that have ever existed. Just like last time, we're not going to be including games like Car Mechanic Simulator, because although they are quite niche, they're really just a more cost-effective way to engage with a hobby. Nor are we including Soda Drinker Pro or similar, as those titles are meant more as a parody than simulation. With all that said, let's see what sort of strange shenanigans we can get up to this time. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 more of the strangest simulation games of all time. Number 10. Sinking Simulator. Boats are one of the oldest forms of transportation, so it surely comes as no surprise that boat and ship simulators exist. Unfortunately, trips don't always go according to plan, and many vessels over the years of widespread oceanic travel have been lost to the waves. Now that's not something you'd want to simulate, right? Well, that's where you're wrong. Sinking Simulator is, as it sounds, a simulation that allows you to watch different things sink in water and see what would happen to them under variable conditions. For the most part, of course, this will be ships or other water vehicles. However, the game also simulates what would happen to bridges and buildings if they happen to collapse into water. I mean, you can probably guess based on the name of the game, but still, the option is there. It's true that Sinking Simulator is interesting as a physics demonstration, and can be used to investigate how real ships have sunk in the past. As an actual game though, it doesn't hold much water. Or actually, it holds more water than you'd want, I suppose, since sinking is the whole point. Let's just move on, shall we? Number 9. Hand Simulator. We don't tend to spend much time thinking about our hands and how complicated they really are. This particular collection of muscle and bone allows us to perform a whole range of actions and separates us from most of the rest of the animal kingdom. However, 2017's appendage-based hand simulator demonstrates just how impressive our fingers are by turning the most basic of tasks into brain-bending puzzles. The game allows you to try your hand, see what I did there, at all sorts of activities, such as fishing, bomb defusing, and even fidget spinning, as well as having a number of levels designed to test weapon proficiency. This would be fairly straightforward if the controls were of the press F to pay respects variety, but that wouldn't make for much of a simulator. So instead, the controls are more akin to Surgeon Simulator, with each digit linked to a specific button. This is more likely to lead players to doing rude gestures, intentional or not, rather than seeing them fully completing their tasks. There are also 2 other versions of the game, Hand Simulator Horror and Hand Simulator Survival, in case you haven't had your fill of flailing your limbs around with the original. One thing's for sure, you'll never take your hands for granted again. Number 8. Mr. Mosquito. Do you love mosquitoes? Well, no, obviously no one does. They're buzzy and annoying, and they get everywhere. If you do happen to have a fondness for the flying menaces though, Mr. Mosquito will be right up your alley. This extremely strange PS2 title has players control the titular mosquito as he terrorizes the Yamada family, buzzing through the rooms of their house as he hunts for blood. It's not all that easy to do though. Players have to observe the family's movements and figure out the best time to strike, as there are only certain points in the body that can be used as a blood source, and they will only be available for some of the time. Also, it's important not to cause too much trouble for the family member who has been targeted, as they have a stress meter, which increases if they notice the player's sucky activities. If this rises too high, the person will be alerted to the mosquito and will swat them, leading to instant death. Who knew being an obnoxious pest was such hard work? Apparently, Japanese players couldn't get enough of the blood-sucking action, as the game got a country exclusive as well, known as Car 2 Let's Go to Hawaii. Personally though, I'd rather tell this particular game to buzz off. Number 7, Kitten Rampage. I don't know about you, but I think a kitten rampage sounds absolutely adorable. All those tiny toe beans running around the place, sign me up! This particular kitten rampage isn't nearly as cute as all that, however. For this game, players take control of a feisty feline and run through several different levels, causing destruction as they go. I don't mean the type of destruction brought about by their needle-like claws though. Oh no, that would be far too normal. And also that game already exists, it's called cat lateral damage. Instead, these crazy cats make use of their head-mounted guns and other heavy weaponry to destroy anything in the level that's in their way. People, cars, boxes and furniture are all in danger, as the player sprints gleefully through the buildings shooting everything they possibly can. They can even take the wheel, flinging their kitten and vehicle across the world to wreck even more and earn additional destruction points. Just to add insult to injury, they also have the ability to poo anywhere at any time, which is sure to make the cleanup process that little bit worse. Any cat owner will tell you their furry friend is definitely always plotting something mischievous, but for society's sake, I hope they stick to batting our things off shelves. Number 6, Fly Killer VR. We've already seen what it's like to be an insect, thanks to Mr. Mosquito, but for this entry, we're getting back on the other side of the equation with Fly Killer VR. Players assume the role of a fishmonger trying to make a living in their small seaside town. Unfortunately, the shop attracts flies almost constantly, and the business owner has to deal with the pests. If you were to ask me, I'd say it sounds more like the fish in the store have gone off, and maybe it would be better to rotate the stock, but hey, I'm no seafood expert. Players take to the storefront armed with dual fly swatters in order to control the escalating situation. As they smack the flying pests and get higher and higher combos, they're able to unlock insecticides and stronger swatters, which will allow them to endure the onslaughts that little bit longer. Players do have to be careful though, as not all flies are built the same. Some will break apart into more flies after they've supposedly been dealt with, and green flies will release a toxic gas which can affect the fish at the stall. There isn't really much more to it than that, but at least because it's a VR game, you can pretend it's exercise. Number 5, Zookeeper Simulator. Now I know what you're thinking, Zookeeper Simulator? That doesn't sound all that strange. What's it doing here? Despite sounding like an updated version of Zoo Tycoon, this multiplayer mayhem simulator has far less zoo management in it, but probably about the same chance of lion attacks. Zookeeper Simulator allows up to 6 players to control one of the available zoo animals or a zookeeper who is having the worst day of their life. The latter is just trying to go about their job, making sure the animals and zoo visitors are having a fun and safe time. At the same time, however, the animal team is doing all they can to mess that up. Folks on this team choose from 5 different destructive beasts, ranging from a massive powerful elephant down to a fish for some reason, and they must run around causing havoc. These chaotic critters have weapons, vehicles and other environmental hazards at their disposal, but that doesn't mean the zookeeper is completely vulnerable. They're able to use any of these items as well, along with having a taser and the ability to chuck the animals across the map, if they can get hold of one, that is. Sounds like everyone's on even ground then, really. Just be sure to steer clear of any cheaters. Number 4, definitely not fried chicken. The newest game on this list, and one that is still in early access at time of writing, certainly can't be accused of false advertising, because what's being cooked up here is definitely not fried chicken. At least not just fried chicken. In this doubly difficult management sim, players have to maintain 2 separate sources of income, these stores and services that act as a cover for the actual business empire they're trying to start. And that business empire itself is selling illicit substances. Making sure both sides are balanced and lucrative means that players will always have to be on their toes, making sure to satisfy all of their customers with the available products. As the behind-the-scenes business starts to become successful, more opportunities and products will be available, but may bring more demanding customers in. In order to protect the stock, fortifications and security become even more important as time goes on, and staff have to be properly cared for as well, to increase productivity and decrease the potential for accidents. Having to manage one business can be stressful enough, but the added pressure of a second one and the illegal nature of it makes for a balancing act that has to be very carefully maintained. Otherwise, players might really cluck things up. Number 3, Heartbreak High, a breakup simulator. Dating sims are incredibly popular, generally taking the form of visual novels that can range from the fairly tame to the extremely not safe for work, and occasionally even merging with the horror genre. It feels like Heartbreak High, a breakup simulator, is wholly unnecessary though, because honestly, why would that be something anyone's clamouring for? Unless you have a strong desire to feel awful, lonely and stressed. In this anti-dating simulator, players take on the role of someone so popular that they've ended up dating every single person in their school at once. Something I'm sure we can all relate to. Now though, they've decided to break up with all of their paramours one by one over the course of a single school day. There are, of course, a variety of ways to go about this, but it's important to read each person's reactions and balance being firm with being as kind as possible. Each interaction has several possible outcomes, all of which are likely to cause you anxiety in some way. Why anyone would want to play such a nerve-wracking simulator is beyond me, and it's certainly not a game I'd be into. It's not you, Heartbreak High. It's me. I just think it's time we part ways. Number 2, I Am Bread. The absolutely rage-inducing game I Am Bread allows players to control none other than a sentient slice of bread, and guide it on a mission to become toast. Using an impressive amount of grip strength that you wouldn't expect from baked goods, players will make their way through each of the levels, all the while making sure that their bread doesn't get soiled. Touching things like the floor or water will dirty the slice, and decrease the overall edibility, leading to a lower final grade. There are other modes and forms of bread for the player to mess around with as well, such as the fast-moving bagel, which is used for races, a baguette that is hell-bent on destruction, and a cracker that is trying to keep itself together while hunting for some cheese. The weirdest thing about the game is that there is an actual plot. From the notes at the beginning of each level, players are able to slowly learn about the plight of Mr. Merton, the owner of the house, who gradually becomes aware of the bread destroying his home and begins to take measures to stop it. Between that, the free Star Wars update, and the gameplay, it's hard to top I Am Bread in the weird stake, and yet there's still... Number 1, Tree Simulator. All of the titles on this list so far have been pretty weird, but is there really anything stranger than paying actual money to watch virtual objects undergo extremely subtle changes? I don't think so. Thus, Tree Simulator takes the top spot on today's list. As the name suggests, Tree Simulator places players in a field with a tree and allows them to observe what happens to it. Most of the gameplay, if you can call it that, boils down to spinning the camera around and gazing at nature as time passes. There are a range of options for players to choose from, including type of weather, wind speed and turbulence, and frequency of birds, as well as the option to add a red tie to the trunk. There's even multiplayer in the 2023 edition of the game, so that players can invite up to 249 friends to join them in this riveting action-adventure and hope they can see their own tree through the resulting forest. It's true that games of this nature can be used as an art tool, with all of the options available to account for different conditions. It doesn't make them any less bizarre though, but despite that, I can't see them leafing anytime soon.
There are few things in life more satisfying than finally offing a baddie that's been tormenting you for several hours throughout whatever title you're playing. It's even more satisfying when that baddie is an utter piece of plops that completely deserves whatever fate you've kindly bestowed upon them. Some games, however, think they're really big and clever by giving their antagonists rather upsetting beginnings, so rather than a villain that's just bonkers or power hungry, we end up with those who we start to feel a bit sorry for. Whether it's tragic loss, horrific torture, or other circumstances beyond their control that have put them on a dark path, we can't help but have a little bit of pity, even if their actions are beyond forgiveness. Fair warning, we are likely to enter spoiler territory here, so please bear that in mind before you go on. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 video game villains with tragic backstories. Number 10. Raul Menendez, Call of Duty Black Ops 2. Despite being a drug lord, the leader of a terrorist organisation, and all-round douche canoe, we do have to feel a bit sorry for COD Blops 2's Raul Menendez. After all, he's not had the best time of it growing up. Following an earthquake in 1972, Raul's family lost everything, including their home, and were forced to take to the streets. As if that weren't enough, his sister was horrifically disfigured in a warehouse fire set by its American owner for insurance fraud purposes, which, along with atrocities witnessed during the Nicaraguan Revolution, caused Raul to become embittered towards the United States. Faced with the prospect of abject poverty, Raul and his father began selling drugs in order to make enough money to survive, which is obviously awful, but if it's the choice between that and starvation, well, there's not really an awful lot you can do, is there? Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, the whole drug-dealing hustle was a tremendous success, evolving into the infamous Menendez cartel and assuring its founders' descent into criminality. Whichever way you look at it, Raul Menendez isn't winning any awards for being a good bloke, but knowing his backstory at least goes some of the way towards explaining why he's such a bad man. Number 9. The Boss, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Now this entry's a bit tricky, and you might even go so far as to say it's a little unusual on account of the fact that although the boss is presented as one of the central antagonists in 2004's Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, she's not really a baddie, which is kind of what makes her so tragic. Throughout the game, players are led to believe that the boss is in league with Colonel Volgin, a sadistic extremist that plans to use a nuclear-equipped tank called the Shagohod in order to seize control of the Soviet Union. Players will come across the boss on a number of occasions throughout MGS3, and on the orders of his superiors, protagonist Naked Snake will attempt each time to dispatch the dastardly quote-unquote villain every time. The galling thing is, however, that the boss isn't actually a bad guy at all. In fact, she's been tasked by the US with stealing the philosopher's legacy from Volgin and to give it to Snake, but then diet his hands so as not to incite all-out war between the Soviet Union and the United States. She's literally just been acting in the interests of the greater good, and we've spent the whole time being mad at her. Boy, is egg on our faces. Number 8. Seymour Guardo, Final Fantasy X. If you're a psychopath hell-bent on killing absolutely everyone, you'd better have a good reason for being that way. Fortunately, Final Fantasy X's Seymour Guardo certainly does, and though his backstory doesn't absolve him of any of his murderous crimes, it does give us a bit of insight as to why he's such a maniac in the first place. Seymour, born half human, half Guardo, was originally conceived in order to strengthen the bonds between the two peoples. However, this completely backfired when both sides saw him as an abomination and refused to have anything to do with him. None too pleased with the outcome, his father ordered that he and his mother be exiled, and in order to try and assure the pair's acceptance in Spira, she sacrificed her life to become a faith. This naturally had a bit of an impact on Seymour, and over the course of several years, his sorrow and isolation slowly twisted his mind, so he murdered his own father in order to take his place as leader of the Guardo, and vowed to destroy Spira in order to save its inhabitants from the suffering of sin. Number 7. Queen Vanessa, A Hat in Time. I believe it was Joy Division who sang that love will tear us apart, and though they probably didn't have indie romp A Hat in Time in mind when they wrote the catchy bop, it's undeniable that the sentiment applies perfectly to antagonist Queen Vanessa. Appearing as a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes, Queen Vanessa lives alone in her manor, twisted by her obsession with a character known only as the Prince. Players can uncover Vanessa's backstory by reading the notes scattered around her manor, but doing so pieces together a tragic tale of obsessive love. She writes of her jealousy of the Prince's tutor, remarking that she took all of his time while Vanessa received only letters, and flies into a rage after she mistakes her interaction with the florist for betrayal, locking him up in her basement as punishment. She was so consumed with jealousy, in fact, that she was transformed from a beautiful woman into the figure we encounter as players, the dark energy within her becoming so powerful that it froze and killed everyone living in her kingdom. God, the next time someone breaks up with you, just listen to the Backstreet Boys and drown yourself in Ben and Jerry's like the rest of us. You think you're better than us? I mean, you've got a manor, so maybe. Number 6. Quelaag, Dark Souls. There's probably no harsher fate in life than being mutated into a giant spider-like being with your own upper body fused onto the back. Perhaps being forced to play Shadow the Hedgehog, but the spider mutation thing is definitely a close second. Sadly, this was the horror that befell the Chaos Witch Quelaag and her younger sister. When her mother, the Witch of Izalith, attempted to remake the First Flame, she and Quelaag's two other sisters became the Bed of Chaos, one of Dark Souls' many bosses. In their attempt to flee, Quelaag and her remaining sisters were transformed, their lower bodies becoming fused with giant demon spiders, though their sanity remained intact. Not sure how, though. I think I'd go mad if my lower half became an arachnid, but I digress. When the player comes across Quelaag, she is hostile, but this is only out of a desire to protect her sister, who has become weakened and blind, and into whose domain you have wandered. The tragedy of Quelaag is that she really is just a victim, transformed into a foul beast by the actions of her mother and left to take care of her sister, who arguably gets it even worse than Quelaag does, if such a thing is even possible. Number 5. Alma Wade. Fear. I think it's probably fair to say that if you had as messed up of a childhood as the Fear series Alma Wade, then you might just find yourself committing one or two atrocities as well. To be clear, we certainly aren't condoning her actions, but we're at least a little understanding of why she is how she is. Alma was relentlessly experimented on by the Armacum Technology Corporation, being forced to undertake test after test in order for them to better understand her psychic abilities. Alma quickly found that she could use her powers to harm those around her, and was forced into a coma and imprisoned in a vault in order to prevent further incidents from occurring. Meanwhile, she was also impregnated against her will in order to try to create more psychic individuals just like her. When her spirit is finally released following a lengthy confinement and the death of her corporeal form, she's naturally none too pleased about her treatment and proceeds to take her bloody vengeance on anyone who dares to get in her way.
If you don't stop that, young lady, you'll be getting a timeout. Right, that's it.
No TikTok for a month. Number 4. Mr. Peterson, aka the Neighbour. Hello, Neighbour. They say that grief can drive people to do terrible things, and that certainly is true in the case of the titular antagonist in Dynamic Pixel's 2017 survival horror, Hello, Neighbour. Throughout the game, the protagonist, Nicky, does all that he can to break into the house across the street and unravel the mystery surrounding his neighbour's family after hearing screams coming from the basement. Through Nicky's nightmares, we find that Mr. Peterson is keeping his son locked in the basement. However, he's not doing so to cause the boy harm. In fact, the truth of the matter is quite the opposite. He's trying to protect him. Tragically, Mr. Peterson's wife was killed in a car accident, and in his grief, their son pushed their daughter from a roof, resulting in her death as well. Naturally, Mr. Peterson doesn't want any further harm to come to his family, and so keeps his son captive. This is, of course, not the best way to handle the situation, but considering the amount of pain that the poor guy has gone through, we can't really blame him for taking drastic measures in the name of protecting the remaining family he still has. Number 3. Scott Shelby, Heavy Rain. You wouldn't have thought it was possible to feel sympathy for a serial killer, let alone one that specifically targets children and drowns them in rainwater in order to test their father's love, but somehow, Heavy Rain actually had us feeling a bit bad for its main villain. After losing his eldest son in a traffic accident, world's saddest dad, Ethan Mars, finds himself at the center of the Origami Killer's latest game, in which he must complete 5 trials so that he might find his surviving son, Sean, before it's too late, all whilst trying to work out who is responsible for the kidnapping of the young lad. It turns out that, plot twist, private investigator Scott Shelby, one of the playable characters, has been behind the killings all along, but although his actions are reprehensible, they come from a place of utter tragedy. Through flashbacks, we find out that Shelby's own brother was killed after becoming stuck in a pipe that slowly filled with water and was forced to watch on, helpless due to his father's refusal to help. The killings are, of course, unforgivable, however we can't help but feel a bit for the man behind them, knowing the horrific event that set them all in motion. Number 2. Lady Arkham, Batman the Telltale series. Certainly, throughout the more mainstream portrayals of the Batman universe, we've always been led to believe that the Wayne family were a squeaky clean bunch who were the tragic victims of a heinous crime, and that they in no way deserved the fate that they were sadly dealt. According to Batman the Telltale series, however, this couldn't be further from the truth, and whilst no one deserves to die in the manner that the Waynes did, it turns out that there are some who weren't so sad to see the back of them. One such individual is antagonist Lady Arkham, whose parents were murdered by Thomas Wayne prior to the events of the game. Surely their crime was most heinous if it drove Wayne Sr. to commit such an atrocity, I hear you cry. Well, no, actually, because in this timeline, Thomas Wayne's a bit of a scumbag who has been having people wrongly committed to Arkham Asylum so that he can steal their land and wealth, and Lady Arkham's parents had the audacity to try and whistleblow the whole operation. From there, she's placed into the care of John and Patricia Vale, who subject the poor girl to frequent beatings and even lock her in a torture chamber for days on end. Congratulations, guys, you've created a Batman villain. Hope you're pleased with yourselves. Number 1. Lisa Trevor, Resident Evil Remake. The world of Resident Evil is jam-packed with monsties, zombies, and various wrongdoers, but none have a backstory quite as heartbreaking as Lisa Trevor. The daughter of George Trevor, one of the architects behind the construction of the Spencer Mansion, you know, all the weird puzzles and stuff, Lisa and her mother Jessica were invited to the mansion as guests of Oswald E. Spencer himself, only to be detained upon arrival and forced to undergo horrific experimentation at the hands of the evil Umbrella Corporation. Perhaps thankfully, the family matriarch was executed not long after receiving an injection of the progenitor virus. However, Lisa's body reacted much better, or worse, I suppose, to the infection, and she was forced to live on, her mental state rapidly deteriorating thanks to the virus and the loss of her mother. By the time players discover her, misshapen and mutated, she's already been subjected to torture and experimentation for the best part of 30 years, so there's little wonder she's less than friendly towards the Stars gang. Though it would have been lovely to see some sort of redemption for the antagonist, we can't help but feel that she was beyond anyone's help, and at least her death during the mansion's destruction brought her life of torment to a swift, if slightly explosive, end. As every good businessman or woman knows, it's no good making a brilliant video game if no one's going to buy it, which is why so much money is poured into advertising with anyway, you don't want to listen to me listing off random factoids about the economics of the video games industry. That's what Worst Games Ever is for. What you are here for is to see a load of adverts that are meant to market video games or consoles that either succeeded in the best way or fail in the most bizarre. And while we can neither confirm nor deny the quality of the following, their inclusion here doesn't necessarily mean they're bad or even good. It just means that they are, in one way or another, just a little bit strange. Art is subjective after all. Shall we look at some? Let's look at some. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 most bizarre video game adverts. Number 10. Standoff, Xbox 360. When will someone put a stop to this finger gun crime wave? Advertising the Xbox 360, this advert was brought to us by marketing agencies 72 and Sunny and McCann Erickson of I'd Like to Teach the World to Sing fame as a way of showing off the communal feelings that supposedly imbued the console. Showing a busy train station being drawn to a halt by, surprisingly enough, a standoff between the travellers brandishing literal handguns at one another, it's not long before one stray bang sends everyone into a miming frenzy, gunning people down without hesitation, remorse, or bullets. Unfortunately, it wasn't run in syndication on television and was instead only shown to select audiences at the 0-hour launch event, but was then uploaded to the internet, where it's since enjoyed massive success. You have to admire everyone's devotion to realism too, with a window cleaner falling off his platform and dangling from his harness, bikers pulling wheelies while brandishing invisible shotguns, and everyone being entirely in sync with one another from the moment the first handgun is pulled. Although having said that, you just know there's going to be that one person who refuses to accept they've been hit and so keep playing anyway, spoiling the fun for everyone. Number 9. Kevin Butler, PlayStation 3. Kevin Butler was a fictional spokesman created to act as host for the 2009 to 2011 PS3 ad campaign, It Only Does Everything. Played by Jerry Lambert, Butler appeared in countless ads as a way of pitching the console's numerous features, including the PlayStation Move, PlayStation Network, and the PS3's Wi-Fi and internet browsing capabilities. The framing of the videos would mean he'd usually appear to answer apparent complaints from customers about the console before happily, if not a little bit condescendingly, explaining it to them. However, Kevin wouldn't be a true spokesman for a company without some controversy. His first advert drew criticism for the line, "You can't believe everything you read on the internet, otherwise I'd be a Nigerian millionaire by now," which was accused as being an unwarranted attack on the reputation and image of the country by the Nigerian Minister of Information and Communication. But after this slap on the wrist, the line was replaced by, "You can't believe everything you read on the internet, that's how World War I got started," which is actually a way funnier joke. Still, he may may have had a consistently changing job title, confidence, connections to then PlayStation bigwig Jack Tretton, and hosted Sony's 2010 E3 conference, but it didn't stop actor Jerry Lambert from moonlighting in a Nintendo advert, with his contract being terminated shortly after. Number 8. Laundry Bear. Battle Tanks. Snuggle Bear is the horrifically cute mascot for American fabric softener Snuggle and has been the victim of many parodies all over the place, from Mad TV to Robot Chicken, and this advert follows a similar, if not more tasteful line. Here we see the eponymous battle tanks with an X smash through the walls of the laundry room, or kitchen if you're normal, and proceed to run over the poor bear, but not before ripping one of its arms and ears off and setting the other arm on fire. Not entirely defeated, however, the bear returned for a sequel advert a year later for Battle Tanks with an X Global Assault, being recovered by scientists and rebuilt in a parody of the $6 Million Man, training to regain his strength and fighting power, only to be immediately run over again by the marauding tanks and attached to the front of one like one of those poor toys on the grill of trucks. What a dirty life. This advert, of course, is a way of showing off just how manly or womanly and strong tanks are compared to fluffy toys and doing the washing. Men don't do the washing. I myself am furious and wearing this shirt for the 14th day in a row, and I like tanks. Number 7. Weird Crash. Crash Bandicoot 2 Cortex Strikes Back. The year was 1997, and the much-anticipated follow-up to the previous year's smash hit Crash Bandicoot was on the horizon. What better way to drive hype and anticipation than by putting a weird custom model of main character Crash in front of an unmoving background and having him gesticulate, float, and otherwise gyrate around in front of it while speaking in Australian-tinged fluent English and getting really close to the camera. I don't like it. This is a weird one. Up until this point, Crash hadn't spoken a single word apart from occasional wows, and wouldn't speak again until an ill-informed cameo in Skylanders, you know, from the dark times we don't talk about. He says strange things like, "I just flew in from the New Ruins level, and boy are my arms tired," implying that Crash flies? He flies now? Or that he flies but only when we can't see him doing it? Sort of like a Schrodinger's flying Crash, maybe? Anyway, then he yells, and I'm going to step away from the microphone because it's going to be too loud, as it was too loud in the advert. Anyway, then he yells, "Ha!" Okay, I've come back to the microphone now. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. He yells that at the camera, and it's really bad. There's never been a proper explanation as to why this was made, but it exists now as a quirky piece of gaming history, and to serve as a reminder that you need the people making your adverts to at least know the product first. Number 6. Breastfeeding. Resident Evil 4. Reportedly banned from broadcast, this French advert took a strange approach to advertising Resident Evil 4 by showing a woman breastfeeding her child while completely naked, which is fine. Obviously, the act of breastfeeding is natural and perfectly normal, but maybe it's not normal when promoting a zombie game? Maybe? Anyway, as the camera pans around her, showing the baby, a young boy's voice can be heard in French. "Remember the place where you felt most secure, the most comfortable, the most loved. This place will never exist again." And then the woman looks around to show she is actually a zombie! Ah! Similar to the old YouTube trends of screamers, it's a bit of a cruel joke to play on unsuspecting TV viewers who would probably assume this advert to be for some kind of baby formula, so it's hardly surprising that it was pulled from syndication. Still, the zombie face on a non-zombie body is a bizarre design, and especially weird considering that there weren't really any zombies in Resident Evil 4. Number 5. You Cannot Beat Us. Nintendo Entertainment System. Mom! Aliens have hijacked the television. We are Nintendo. We challenge all players. You cannot beat us. Shown only in Australia, this 1987 advert offers a fascinating look at a time before 3D modelling had been brought to Nintendo's games, with all the featured characters rendered in the best dodgy 80s CGI money could buy. It features horrific 3D renderings of some of Nintendo's villains, such as a strangely Lego-looking Bowser, Lakitu, the dog from Duck Hunt, and Smix from Gyromite, which looks weird enough in-game, but here looks like a duck with human arms and malicious intent. The advert, mainly featuring the best-known Nintendo villains, and Smix, was probably meant as a call to arms for Nintendo fans, creating a challenge to beat the games, but the robotic voices and poorly aged CGI just make it downright terrifying, and it has rightfully gone down in history as one of the freakiest adverts ever made. Number 4. Segata Sanshiro, Sega Saturn. Mario? Sonic the Hedgehog? Get out of here! Everyone knows the best video game mascot of all time is a Japanese man in a dogi beating the stuffing out of everyone in order to get them to play video games. Ugh! The man, the myth, the legend that is Segata Sanshiro blessed the screens of Japan between 1997 and 1999 as a way of advertising Sega's newest system, the Sega Saturn. At first simply attacking poor youths with a relatively healthy social life in order to send them indoors to play on their Sega Saturns, Sanshiro moved on to bigger goals, including making other martial artists explode, disguising himself as Santa Claus, and, going on a date? The character, always leaving a room in a state of utter carnage and usually littered with unconscious non-Sega Saturn players, has been credited as a major reason for the increase of Sega Saturn sales in Japan, which ultimately managed to surpass both the Mega Drive and N64. His last television appearance in a Sega advert ended with him sacrificing his life in order to save people from a wayward missile by launching it into space through the sheer power of his ankles. We will always remember you, Segata Sanshiro. Number 3. Centipede, Atari 2600. Mom, the aliens are back. It's amazing what you can do with some stock footage, a centipede costume, and a little imagination. Centipede was originally an arcade classic before being ported over to the Atari consoles, where, according to the game manual, you play as a garden gnome defending his mushroom garden from numerous creepy crawlies. Sounds innocent enough, but that's a little hard to get across in a Space Invaders-like 2D shooter, so when it came to filming an advert for the ports, it was obviously easier to get the aim of the game across via a Little Shop of Horrors-esque montage of centipedes coming out of the game and devouring helpless players before assuming their identities and getting into bed with their wives. Excuse me, what? Based on this advert alone, I don't think I ever want to play this game, thank you. Do you? Number 2. Life is short, play more. Xbox. There's nothing like a video game advert for reminding you about the ever-encroaching inevitability of death, which is probably why this advert was very banned by the UK Independent Television Commission after over 130 complaints from the public in 2002. The advert itself literally follows a man's life as he is projectile launched from his mother's birth zone and soars through the air, progressively growing older over the course of a minute, screaming the entire time, before crashing down into his own grave, followed by the line, "Life is short, play more." Created as a way of advertising the original Xbox console and unleashed on Europe in March of 2002, Microsoft apparently considered the advert to be a positive statement about life, but considering that the lineup of complaining viewers included a pregnant woman, the recently bereaved, and sufferers of major illnesses, it's probably best to side with the ITC on this one, who said the following: "The final scene of a body smashing into its grave was unnecessary and has caused considerable distress." Oh dear, Microsoft. Number 1. Baby, PlayStation 3. Have you ever watched something and been slightly subconsciously paranoid that it could be a supervillain trying to brainwash you? Because this is one of those times! This bizarre attempt at a talking point by PlayStation was released onto television networks in 2006 and proceeded to destroy the minds of everyone who saw it emotionally. That is, although probably literally too. This 30-second long advert shows nothing more than a plastic baby sitting in an empty white room opposite the new PS3 console before proceeding to do just watch. This was the first in a line of peculiar adverts commissioned by Sony for a $150 million campaign called Play Beyond, all set in a white room and featuring different objects such as an exploding Rubik's Cube, a rally truck, a pile of bones, and a dragon. Some of these were to advertise specific games, such as Lair, Motorstorm, Resistance Fall of Man, but others were simply there to be abstract representations of the PS3's capabilities as a console. And then there was the baby. Yes, the baby advert is definitely the most memorable of the bunch by virtue of how unsettling it is, as was its obvious intent. If you wanted to read into it, maybe it represents appealing to your inner child. Perhaps it represents a toy's realization that it is now obsolete to its owner in the face of this new technology. Or maybe it's just an advert relying way too much on being esoteric for its own good. PlayStation had previously utilized the weird angle for its adverts for the PlayStation 2, with videos being made by surreal video makers such as as Chris Cunningham, and more memorably by David Lynch himself. Lynch made a series of adverts for the PS2 in an ad campaign called The Third Place, but it says a lot when a strangely animated plastic doll is more memorable than something created by one of the most visionary directors to ever live. So maybe the baby advert was effective. Maybe. And that's our list. There are loads of strange, peculiar, and downright odd video game adverts out there on the internet, so sound off about them in the comments below. You can follow TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
They say that Rome wasn't built in a day, but it wouldn't have been built at all without good foundations. What might initially seem as humble beginnings can grow into something massive and world-changing. For example, back in 1981, a young man named Shigeru Miyamoto helmed his first video game. It was called Donkey Kong. It was originally released in Japanese arcades, and it gave us two of gaming's most recognisable icons, directly influencing the childhoods of millions. It was a famous and auspicious first foray into game making for the legendary Miyamoto, one that cemented his status as a true immortal of the industry. But not all beginnings are as well remembered. In this list, we're looking at some of the lesser known examples of where it all began. Industry titans before they became titans, their hearts full of youthful exuberance and heads full of ideas, creating their first games and sending them proudly into the world. Some were successful, some instantly faded into obscurity, but all of them were important first steps towards something great. I'm the currently humble but soon to be titanic Ashton from TripleJump, and here are 10 video games that gave industry titans their start. Number 10, Mendel Palace, Satoshi Tajiri. If you don't know who Satoshi Tajiri is, he's the founder of Game Freak. If you don't know what Game Freak is, that's the company responsible for Pokemon. And if you don't know what Pokemon is, well, how's life been under that rock for the last 30 years? Basically, Tajiri is the creator of one of the most recognisable and profitable media franchises on the planet. He's kind of a big deal. Before becoming a game developer, he wrote and edited his own gaming magazine. That was named Game Freak 2. One track mind, this one. Anyway, before he gave birth to the yellow lightning rodent, Tajiri developed Game Freak's first game, Mendel Palace, known as Quinty in Japan. In Mendel Palace, players must avoid hostile dolls by flipping floor tiles. You can eliminate the dolls by flipping them into barriers or impassable blocks. And certain flipped blocks will reveal different block types underneath. It's a block flipping enthusiast's dream come true. A game of strategy, forward planning and positioning, Mendel Palace was successful and well received, giving Tajiri a strong foundation upon which he could start to work on his industry-changing franchise. Just think, if it weren't for this simple single-screen puzzle game, your pencil cases and duvet covers might have Agumon on them instead. Number 9, Hellcat Ace, Sid Meier. Sid Meier has the ultimate claim to fame. He invented civilization! Really, it's strange that doesn't get talked about more. And also, just how old is he? Oh wait, hold on. He's responsible for the Civilization game series. That makes more sense. Seriously though, you would have heard of this guy. He's the one who puts his name in front of everything. From Sid Meier's Civilization, to Sid Meier's Railroad Tycoon, to Sid Meier's Pirates. It goes without saying that Meier is an iconic developer, and he started out back in 1982 when he co-founded the company Microprose. Many of his early games were flight sims, and his first effort, Hellcat Ace, is no exception. Remarkably simple by today's standards, Hellcat Ace was advanced for its time, allowing players to shoot down enemy fighter planes and bombers in tricky dogfights over open ocean. One thing is for certain though, if Hellcat Ace had been released a few years later, it would definitely have been called Sid Meier's Hellcat Ace. Got me thinking actually, if he assembles a piece of flat-pack furniture, does he call it Sid Meier's bedside table? What if he made himself breakfast? Sid Meier's bacon and eggs? Just a thought. Number 8, Penguin Adventure, Hideo Kojima. Hideo Kojima, legendary, unique and widely regarded as a genius-level game developer, is most famously known for the Metal Gear series. His games are known for their wild ideas, innovative gameplay and twisting multi-layered narratives. They are not, however, well known for their depictions of penguins. That's how it all started out for Kojima though. Penguin Adventure for the MSX was Kojima's first game, and the sequel to Antarctic Adventure. In Penguin Adventure, players control Penta the penguin as he hurtles along icy courses littered with enemies and pitfalls. Some occasional surprises are thrown in too, including bosses, merchants, and space fights. He really is an adventurous little penguin, isn't he? The story is fairly simple. Penta needs to bring home a golden apple to cure poorly penguin Princess Penguette. Though, come to think of it, this is a Hideo Kojima game, so Penta's probably a puffin in disguise or something. And Penguette is the leader of a secret society of immortals, and the golden apple is actually a dormant fetus of an all-powerful being from a parallel dimension, as long as Penta doesn't start growing a horn. Number 7, The Palace of Deceit, The Secret of Castle Lockmore, Cliff Bleszinski. Referred to affectionately as Cliffy B, Cliff Bleszinski is most well known for his work for Epic Games, as seen in Unreal and Gears of War. However, before bringing us Marcus Phoenix and his grim-faced muscular friends, and even before introducing us to Bucky O'Hare's lookalike Jazz Jackrabbit, Cliffy B started developing his first video game when he was just 15 years old. This was a text-based game called The Palace of Deceit, The Secret of Castle Lockmore, and it was later remade in 1992 as a point-and-click graphical adventure, with the new subtitle, The Dragon's Plight. If this sounds like classic fantasy adventure type stuff, that's because it is. Players take on the persona of the dragon Nightshade as he attempts to save his race from an evil wizard. He will explore, solve puzzles, and choose from multiple dialogue options when chatting with NPCs. Oh, and the evil wizard is called Garth. Maybe young Cliff just disliked a guy called Garth at his school. Anyway, the Palace of Deceit features no sound or music at all, so put on something suitably dungeony in the background while you're playing. Also, the graphics for the game were created using Windows Paint. Humble beginnings indeed for a veritable rock star of the 360 era. Epic stuff, Cliffy B. Number 6, Girls' Garden, Yuji Naka. Industry legend Yuji Naka was also the man who created an algorithm that allowed a sprite to move smoothly along a curve. Apparently, the obvious next step was to merge a blue hedgehog with that technology, and a gaming icon was born. Prior to his involvement with Sonic Team, however, Yuji Naka's first game was something a little bit different. It was a game for girls. Now, as we all know, in order for a video game to appeal to girls in any way, it must eschew concepts such as violence and adventure, and instead concentrate only on cute things, the colour pink, and relationships. In Girls' Garden, players take on the role of Papri, as she gathers pink flowers in order to win the affections of a boy. Hurry though, because if Papri takes too long, time will run out and the boy will meet another girl instead. Heartbreaking stuff. While Girls' Garden was received as a fun and technically impressive title at the time, some questions were raised about the game's content. Observers asked why the girl was trying to win the love of a boy instead of trying to rescue him, which is what the story undoubtedly would have entailed if the gender roles were reversed. Either way, whatever you think of Girls' Garden, we can at least all agree that it was better than Balan Wonderworld. Number 5, Capcom Quiz, Hatena no Daibuken, Shinji Mikami. Throughout his long and illustrious career, Shinji Mikami has endeavoured to take players to some dark places, whether that's with classic survival horror, such as Resident Evil and Dino Crisis, or with more recently conceived spook 'em ups, such as The Evil Within. He's always got something sinister up his sleeve. Imagine our surprise then to find out that the Monster Aficionado's first game was a jaunty quiz for the Game Boy. Capcom Quiz Hatena no Daibuken features various characters and locations from popular Capcom franchises like Strider and Mega Man. The player must move around a game board by rolling dice, then answering quiz questions. It's kind of like Mario Party with Capcom characters. Oh, and instead of playing fun mini-games, the player has to answer questions on subjects like geography and history. Mario Party, in which you chose not to attend the party because you had to stay home and cram for an exam then. While Capcom Quiz Hatena no Daibuken lacks the visceral shock factor of many of Mikami's later works, it still shows signs of his ability to build tension and dread. The multiple choice questions are sometimes on a timer that takes the form of a quickly burning fuse attached to what appears to be dynamite. Don't put pressure on me, Capcom Quiz Hatena no Daibuken. I can't even read Japanese. Number 4, Raid on Bungaling Bay, Will Wright. A forefather of simulation games, Will Wright was responsible for the SimCity series, along with Sim Earth, SimCopter, and that other sim game. Oh, that's right, The Sims. An industry legend, Will Wright has been outspoken on the educational benefits of computing and gaming. He was also the first game designer to be given a BAFTA fellowship and is an accomplished race car driver. Calm down, Will. Leave some glory for the rest of us, would ya? His first game was Raid on Bungling Bay, in which players pilot a helicopter as it flies over various island maps, taking out turrets and weapon factories. If factories aren't destroyed, the Bungling Empire will create more and more advanced armaments, leading to the player eventually becoming overwhelmed. I know it doesn't exactly sound scary when I say it this way, but the Bungling Empire means business. Interestingly, the game is what set Will Wright down his future path of detailed simulations. He reportedly had more fun creating the islands than he did playing the game, and started to think that perhaps the public might feel the same way. He then researched city planning and worked on a more advanced building simulation, and the rest is history. Number 3, Pooyan, Tokuro Fujiwara. Developer Tokuro Fujiwara has quite the pedigree. He was partly responsible for kicking off the Resident Evil series, as the original was conceived as a remake of his 1989 title Sweet Home. He also boshed together a few early Capcom games, including Bionic Commando and the notoriously difficult Ghosts and Goblins. His first game, however, is called Pooyan. Players take on the role of Mama, a mummy pig trying to protect her baby pigs from balloon-powered wolves. Pooyan is an accomplished and surprisingly complex single-screen experience. Each level is split into 2 rounds. In round 1, the wolves balloon down to the ground and attempt to climb up ladders to get to the pigs. In round 2, wolves attempt to flatten the pigs with a nearby boulder. It's a surprisingly accurate depiction of a balloon ladder boulder hunting method demonstrated by many real-life wolf species. The game has another claim to fame. If you've ever played Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, you may be aware that there are extra ops missions in which you shoot balloons attached to kidnapped soldiers. Ever wonder why they were called Pooyan missions? Well, now you know. Number 2, The Terminator, Future Shock, Todd Howard. Todd Howard, synonymous with Bethesda Game Studios and many a hilarious meme, did apparently work for another company before he joined the creators of The Elder Scrolls. But the information on this time is very thin on the ground. As such, we've gone with the first game he worked on at Bethesda. If you're a personal acquaintance of Mr. Howard and have the inside scoop on his earlier programming dalliances, then let us know in the comments below. For now though, prepare for time paradoxes and scary robot skeletons, as Todd was first involved with The Terminator Future Shock. The game features a storyline that went against the canon of the main films, with the player character standing in for a wounded John Connor. It was visually groundbreaking for the time and one of the first FPS games to feature fully 3D rendered environments and enemies. It received mixed reviews upon release, however, mostly because of the lack of multiplayer. Honestly, these reviewers want the moon on a stick, don't they? These days, the only time travel Todd Howard is involved in is taking us back to November 2011 over and over and over again. Sorry, we're legally required to make a Skyrim release joke whenever Todd Howard is mentioned. And I don't make the rules, I just follow them. Number 1, Menace, David Jones. Do you know what Lemmings and Grand Theft Auto have in common? Well, they're both conceived by the same talented man. It's no exaggeration to say that David Jones has left a massive mark on the industry. Lemmings hugely influenced the evolution of puzzle games. Well, if you need me to explain why that's significant, then I guess you're the rock dweller from earlier on. Jones's first foray into the world of development was a game called Menace. This action-packed shooter features classic side-scrolling gameplay and an energetic rocking soundtrack, as players explore such hardcore locations as the plateaus of Draconia, Tropics of Mace, and Carnage Rift. The game received mixed reviews across the various platforms it was ported to, but the original Amiga version was unanimously praised. Despite having completely different gameplay, the visuals and sounds definitely share a similar feel to Lemmings at times. GTA, not so much. Still, who would have thought this cool but humble side-scroller would be the precursor to one of the most all-consuming video game behemoths in history? It just goes to show, every great journey requires the first important step.
Oh yeah, here we go, sports time! I've played a sports video game before, but I've never truly enjoyed a sports video game, so I'm going to give this everything I've got. It may come as somewhat of a shock to you, dear viewer, but here at Team TripleJump, we're not really all that into sports. By and large, the same goes for sports video games, and while some may get excited at the prospect of a brand new FIFA game hitting their consoles on an annual basis, we really couldn't give less of a toss. Every so often, however, a developer will come up with a sports game that piques our interest. More often it will be because they've managed to put a fun twist on an already established sport, or at the very least because the game boils down to slightly more than, that man's got the ball, now that man's got the ball, oh yay, he's scored. That's a bit reductive, isn't it? I'm sorry. Let's look at some, shall we? I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 best sports games for people who don't like sports. Number 10. Sega Soccer Slam. I'm going to come right out and say it. I do like football. I just don't watch it anymore. But at the same time, I do understand why people don't like football. You go to a stadium, you have a few drinks with your mate, and then you yell at vastly overpaid strangers for an hour and a half. Actually, you know what? I don't understand it. That sounds really fun. The good, well, actually, they're kind of bad. People down at FIFA might get more attention from the football-hating fan base if football were more like Sega Soccer Slam, a 2002 game for the GameCube, Xbox, and PS2 that took the rulebook and punted it right out of the window. The objective is vaguely the same, i.e. get the ball into your opponent's net, but although you will need to have some proficiency in passing to your teammates and actually scoring, you can more or less brawl your way to a win. You won't have to worry about conceding a corner, free kick, or penalty either, because Sega Soccer Slam doesn't bother with any of that nonsense. In fact, there are no referees, and seemingly no maneuvers that constitute a foul. Pretty much anything is fair game, from career-ending tackles to just punching your opponent square in the face. To be fair, that just sounds like a Saturday afternoon down in Millwall. Take that, Millwall. Got you. Number 9. Windjammers. You know what I hate? Sand. It's coarse, rough, and irritating, and it gets everywhere. You've no doubt guessed then that I'm not very good at beach sports and don't really watch them either. Luckily enough for me, I can still get in on all of the fun of competitive frisbee from the comfort of my own home, thanks to Windjammers, the 1994 arcade title that has recently been brought to PlayStation 4, PlayStation Vita, and Nintendo Switch. Reminiscent of Pong, but in a far more tubular fashion, Windjammers is a radical experience for up to 2 players who have dreams of maiming each other with a discus. Not unlike air hockey, the aim is to hurl a disc back and forth in the hopes of getting it past your opponent. You'll get more points for a centralized strike, but anywhere behind your opponent will add to your score. Whoever has the most at the end of the round wins. It really is that simple, my dudes. It's lots of fun for all the family, with the added bonus that you won't get any sand in your bum. Number 8. Knockout City. For many, the term dodgeball invokes horrific middle school memories of the big kids pummeling them with big red balls to within an inch of their life. Fear not, however, because not only is the risk of serious injury when playing Knockout City close to zero, you know, it's never really zero, you might trip over your cat or something while playing, but there's also no requirement to remember the 5 Ds of dodgeball either. Dave, D, Dozy, Beak, Mick, and Titch, right? Something like that. The aim of the game, described by the developer as Dodge Brawler, is to hurl balls at your opponents until you knock them out. Rather than being played on a court, Knockout City is arena-based, and balls can be collected from different points on the map, with different kinds of balls, such as bomb balls, spawning randomly every so often. Games last for 5 minutes, and the first to 10 knockouts wins the round. Don't worry if you get knocked out, however, because you'll be right back in the game in mere seconds, fueled by the need to gain retribution against whichever knucklehead outballed you last time. Yeah, this one's for Mr. Dilbert's Year 9 PE class. Eat rubber, you gits! Number 7. Rocket Jockey. I'll be honest here, I'm not 100% certain upon which sport Rocket Jockey is based, but according to Font of All Knowledge Wikipedia, it is a video game of the action and sports genres, so therefore it has every right to be on this list. Presumably a glimpse of what would happen if you gave a nutcase billionaire free rein to create a sport that's somewhere between horse racing and Grand Theft Auto, Rocket Jockey pits players against pixelated opponents in a variety of different modes. In Rocket War, the objective is to eliminate the AI-controlled jockeys by zooming around on your rocket, bashing into other characters and knocking them to the ground. You get extra points for offing them in fancy ways, like clotheslining them or grabbing them with a grappling hook, but the ultimate goal is just to get rid of your enemies as quickly as possible. Rocketball is equally brutal, with similar rules to football but with the addition of grievous bodily harm, and Rocket Race sees players zooming around an obstacle course to try to complete it in a certain time. It may not be the most high-tech of games, having been released in 1996, but it certainly beats listening to John McKirrick banging on about horses. Number 6. Party Golf. With the exception of Crazy Golf, which is an absolute barrel of laughs, golf is universally considered to be dull. really dull. It's like doing your taxes and watching reruns of Songs of Praise on a Friday evening. That's how dull golf is. Fight me. Party golf, on the other hand, is a fantastic time for up to 8 players who feel like whacking balls in the general direction of a hole, but without having to stump up expensive fees for a stuffy country club. Like actual boring golf, the aim of party golf is to get your ball into the hole, but instead of trying to keep shots to a minimum, you're instead trying to do it before your opponents can, so you can take as many swings as you want, just as long as you beat your mates to the punch. It doesn't matter if you don't know your 9-iron from your 2-wood, because party golf has no ridiculous terminology to master, no bags full of equipment to confound you, and certainly no upper-class blokes yelling at you for passing out in the bunker after one too many afternoon brandies. You just whack your balls and hope for the best. Best make mine a tonic water, actually. I'm driving. Get it? Driving, like in golf? In the little cars? Number 5. Mario Tennis Aces. While I must admit I don't watch a great deal of tennis, I do see the appeal of sitting on a grassy knoll and munching strawberries and cream in the British sunshine. That said, I do feel that the whole thing would be far better if it involved some sort of mystery surrounding an ancient cursed tennis racket. That's just my opinion though. Such a game that includes all of those things, though you will have to provide the snacks yourself, is 2018's Mario Tennis Aces. When Wario and Waluigi find legendary tennis racket Lucian, they, along with Luigi, accidentally end up getting possessed by the thing, and it's up to Mario to save their backsides. As the titular Italian plumber progresses on his journey to find his beloved brother, he comes across several adversaries, all of whom, you guessed it, fancy a spot of tennis. Although the main point of the game is to play tennis against a variety of Mario franchise mainstays, it is also enjoyable to have the Luigi disappearance plot running through the whole thing. You don't just feel like you're playing a string of pointless matches, because you're safe in the knowledge that your ball-thwacking prowess will ultimately save your little bro. Aw, isn't that nice? Number 4. SSX Tricky. Oh look, a sport where you can slide, I think. Admittedly, if I tried it, I'd probably only get as far as sliding unsteadily for a few feet before falling over. But, you know, at least I'll have tried. Fortunately, the awful folks at EA are on hand to provide a snowboarding experience that comes without the risk of bifurcating one's own spine in the form of SSX Tricky. Released in 2001 for the PlayStation 2, Xbox, and Nintendo GameCube, SSX Tricky allowed players to feel the exhilaration of performing snowboard tricks without the need to climb a mountain in order to do so. After picking from one of a dozen different characters, each voiced by big celebs like Oliver Platt, David Arquette, and Macy Gray, players choose to either race or show off, both of which rewarded the player for completing death-defying tricks. In race mode, players need to do tricks in order to earn speed boosts so that they can outrun their opponents. In show-off mode, the aim is to perform as many tricks as possible before reaching the bottom of the mountain, with each one earning points and increasing the tricky meter, which then allows the character to perform feats of absolute insanity. Gosh, I'm getting vertigo just looking at them. Number 3. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. There were many of us who grew up idolizing the likes of Tony Hawk and his skateboarding chums. After all, how cool must it be to travel the world doing tricks on a skateboard and getting paid for it at the same time? Luckily, the Birdman recognized early on that some of us have all the coordination of Bambi on ice and released a series of mostly outstanding, looking at you Pro Skater 5 you letdown, skateboarding games that got players kick-flipping, ollieing and grinding, all without their mums worrying that they were hanging out with wrong-uns down at the skate park. Released in 2020, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 is a remake of the eponymous Wheelie Boys' first 2 games, bringing in elements from the later sequels, additional content like new skaters and songs, and wildly improving upon the controls and graphics. In each level, there are a number of objectives to fulfill, such as accumulating enough points to get a 6 score, collecting the letters to spell out the word skate, or finding the secret tape. Though far simpler than trying to operate an actual skateboard, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 is still challenging, but hey, at least no one's going to be around to laugh at you when you fail to 50-50 that rail for the dozenth time. Number 2. Rocket League. If you like the general principle of football, but can't stand the idea of running around a football pitch getting mud on your nice new trainers, or God forbid having to learn the offside rule, it's actually not that complicated, then a nice spot of Rocket League might just be for you. Taking the highly manly pastimes of cars and football, or soccer if you want to get American about this, and combining them into something that even fans of neither can still enjoy, Rocket League sees teams of between 1 and 4 little cars zooming around a pitch and trying to knock a big ball into their opponent's goal. Whichever team has the most goals at the end of the match wins, and if there's a tie, it goes to sudden death. There are no rules beyond those imposed by the physics of the game. So long as you can physically do something, you're not going to get punished for it. This means that crashing into the opposition, flying through the air to get the ball, and decking your car out with a fun hat are all completely legal and won't see you getting any kind of funky coloured card from the ref. I tell you what, the World Cup would be even more popular if all the players were forced to wear a fez. Think about it. Number 1. Wii Sports. There is arguably no sports game that is quite as accessible or universally beloved as Wii Sports, so it's for that reason that we just have to place it in the top spot on this list. Packed in with every Wii console, Wii Sports comprised 5 different games, each simple enough for complete novices to get straight into, but stimulating enough to hold the interest of even the most seasoned gamer. Players must get a firm grasp on their Wiimote and simply imitate the actions of each sport's real-life counterparts. Each game can be played alone against the AI, but obviously it's far more fun if you've got a few friends to trounce. There's no story mode, no complex rules, and absolutely no requirement to go outside, apart from that weird little warning where it tells you to take a break even though no one does, which in my opinion makes it the perfect game. You can relax with a few rounds of golf, burn off a few calories with a bit of tennis, or get really competitive with a nice spot of bowling. And if none of those sports tickle your fancy, you can also try your hand at baseball or attach the nunchuck to the Wiimote and really stick it to Granny with some boxing. You right there, Nan? No? She'll be fine.
So no one told you life was gonna be this way. Oh, copyright strike, that's a shame. Well, thanks for watching, everybody. See you later. It's not very likely you're going to be owning your own house anytime soon if you're part of the millennial generation, or let's face it, anyone under the age of 50. And so, if you're not in a long-term relationship or crashing with your parents, roommates tend to be the best way to go about affording rent, electricity, food, and your purchase of every next-gen video game console. Priorities, people. Unfortunately, the main problem with having a roommate is actually coexisting with them. Granted, we all have different living habits, but some people's living habits are just plain wrong. Like warming their pants in the microwave or allowing their antibacterial mouthwash to grow mold. How does that even happen, Craig? It's antibacterial! So sometimes you can't help but wonder what it would be like to live with some of your favourite fictional characters instead, because surely they couldn't be as bad as your current flatmates. And no, they couldn't, because they'd be much worse. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are 10 video game characters who would make terrible roommates. Number 10. Dante, Devil May Cry. At first, wisecracking demon hunter Dante seems like a laugh to have as a roommate. He's always got something funny to say, he's got a cool collection of weapons lying around the house, and by the looks of him, he's probably super into video games too. Hell yeah. But when you first move into the spare room of his shop, which itself is called Devil May Cry, that novelty soon wears off. As a demon hunter, he tends to work nights, and while that means he is usually reliably at home when your parcels are delivered, he has an awful habit of crashing in at 3 AM, blasting heavy metal music at full volume, covered in other people's blood, and smelling of sulphur. But then again, at least he has a job, he must be bringing in some amount of money, right? Well, for someone in constant debt to his friends who also loves gambling, he seems to work for free an awful lot. So it looks like your 9 to 5 at Asda will be paying for the bulk of the bills. And man, don't get me started on the state of the main shop. The place is littered with pizza boxes, bottles of alcohol, and other assorted rubbish, and I can tell just by looking that it's crying out for a dehumidifier. When it comes to cleanliness, Dante's attitude is a bit more devil may care, and I'd have to be pretty desperate to put myself in the position of sharing a fridge with him, let alone any soft furnishings. Ugh. Number 9. Trevor Phillips, Grand Theft Auto 5. Your mom always warned you about getting involved with the wrong crowd, but I don't think even she envisaged you cohabitating with a wanted criminal in his mid-50s. Trevor Phillips is mad, bad, and dangerous to know, and that's saying something for the GTA universe. Trevor used to be a bank robber, not ideal roommate material, but that's okay because he has since changed his ways and opened up a new business. Dealing drugs. Not much one for climbing the corporate ladder, are you, Trevor? His rap sheet is comically long, including mass homicide, repeated gun law violations, burning down the mall where his dad left him, stealing a deadly virus from a research facility, and of course, Grand Theft Auto. While he apparently doesn't have any kind of formal education, unlike Dante, his business does seem to bring in a degree of actual profit, which I suppose is a plus point, but let's face it, the only reason Trevor bothers working at all is because he needs some income to keep buying alcohol. Come to think of it, when did you last see your wallet, Trevor? Number 8. Mei Ling, Overwatch. Moving away from mercenaries and abject criminals for the moment, it may be best to room with some heroes for a while. While a lot of the members of Overwatch would be pretty bad to live with, let's not even think about how much hair there must be in Winston's bathtub, what could possibly be wrong with staying with the beloved Mei? Well, even nice people can be a bit of a nightmare at times. It being her niche, a lot of her inventions are based around ice, meaning you'll have to choose between forking out an absolute fortune to keep your home sufficiently heated, or actually wearing the woolly jumpers that your nan is always knitting you. You also have to wonder to what extent Mei actually sticks to the tenancy agreement, because come on, her robot friend Snowball is definitely pushing the no pets policy. And if she's willing to bend one rule, what's to say of all the others? She'll be smoking in the kitchen and subletting to drug dealers from Los Santos before you know it. It's also worth noting that thanks to a miscalculation, Mei was trapped in cryostasis for almost a full decade, meaning she has a lot of pop culture and dank memes to catch up on. Sure, it could be quite fun to enjoy a bunch of recent blockbusters together, but I know for a fact that I would quickly get tired of her asking me how are Shrek and the Bee movies still relevant, why is Ted Cruz the Zodiac Killer, and who the hell is this dead gorilla people keep telling me about? Rip. Number 7. Navi, The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. After you moved out from the ice palace that Mei calls home and wandered around the wilderness for a while, the great Deku Tree took pity on you and summoned a fairy guide to help you find a new home. Except you really wish it hadn't, because she keeps on—
Hey, listen!
Navi, I'm trying to record a voiceover. Navi is a sometimes helpful little fairy who obviously means well, as did the Deku Tree. But having a roommate who is seemingly just a talking pair of disembodied wings is not what you would call ideal. I have a hard enough time just opening jars and trying to get rid of spiders for my fiancé, so trying to coexist with an apparently limbless creature would be a full-time job for sure. Plus, having her bright light constantly flying around your field of view would give you a perpetual headache within hours of moving in with her. Hey, listen! Did you remember to pick up the Lon milk? Hey, the rent is due. Listen, I've got a delivery on Tuesday. Can you wait in all day for it? Hey, listen, can you wipe my fairy bum for me, please? I guess the one partially useful thing she has going for her is her targeting system, which must be helpful when playing darts down the local pub. But even that is a bit of a challenge in terms of concentration because of her constant habit of interrupting every—
Hey, listen!
Ugh! Number 6. Sans, Undertale. Impossible as it may seem, let's put memes aside for a second. At first, Sans the Skeleton seems to be pretty chill. He's patient, easygoing, likes dining out, and he even picks up the tab. I don't know where he gets the money from, I don't like to ask, but he's always got some coins jangling around in that hoodie of his. While living in Snowdin is cold, it's not like the inhospitable Antarctic that Mei calls her home, and there is a ready supply of wood from the surrounding forest to keep the home fires burning. At least that's what I assume the flames coming from under the door are. okay? However, bunking with sons clearly has its drawbacks. For starters, the decor in here leaves a lot to be desired, the TV is on the blink, disaster, and the man himself appears to be far more interested in making jokes than cleaning up after himself, leaving his pet rocks and dirty socks all over the house, and allowing annoying dogs to feast on the bones in the pantry. Thinking about it, it makes sense why Papyrus is a pathological joker too, which is well worth noting here by the way, because it's a 2-for-1 deal when it comes to these boys. Ugh, no, I'm out. Number 5. A Sim, The Sims. Sims are meant to replicate human behaviour, allowing you to fully control how they live their lives. Move them into a house, set them on a fulfilling career path, have them fall in love. However, once you cease to exert control over a Sim, you will find that they are the neediest and least capable creatures to ever walk the face of the planet. Whatever planet this is. While a fully grown Sim may appear to be an adult, they are more like gigantic toddlers who need constant supervision and direction. This is the 5th time you've come home from work to find your roommate standing in a puddle of their own piss, waving at the sky and screaming gibberish. Someone needs to stop them from burning down their house, starving to death, or just getting themselves killed through their own incompetence, and that someone is you. You're on first-name terms with all the emergency service departments at this point. Even when you're satisfied that they aren't putting themselves or you in any mortal danger for the moment, you'll spend your free time wondering why garden gnomes are suddenly materializing outside in a puff of simoleons, why a wall sprouted out of nowhere to create a brand new house extension you didn't ask for, and oh my god, why is the Grim Reaper in the kitchen? Number 4. The crewmates among us. Alright, clearly none of the terrestrial options are working out here, so you decide to try strapping yourself into a rocket and blasting off into the cosmos to stay on a wayward space station out in the cold darkness of space. Nothing's ever gone wrong out there, at least I haven't heard any screams, which is basically the same thing, right? Sure, the station might be a little bit cramped for anyone of average height, but hey, I'm not complaining. And with company like this, what is there to complain about? The crewmates of Among Us are really kind of cute, being only 3 feet tall and zipped up in colourful spacesuits. And for the most part, they are absolutely dedicated to keep everything clean, tidy, and in good working order. It's basically what they exist for. And need I remind you what a rare and special thing a conscientious and considerate roommate really is. There's only one downside to this orbital utopia. Some of your roommates are horrific, bloodthirsty monsters. As a result, in spite of your buddy's best efforts, the high-pressure scenario of having a murderous saboteur on board has left the space station itself falling apart at the seams. The wiring is shot, the doors operate seemingly at random, the engine refueling system is incredibly inefficient, and there's a constant barrage of asteroids threatening to knock the ship out of orbit at any given time. So yeah, when you account for traitors, maintenance issues, and the general perils of outer space, I'd say that anyone who actively wants to live up here with the crewmates is definitely sus. Number 3. Claptrap, Borderlands. So, after bailing out of an airlock and floating about in space for a while, you find yourself crashing onto the icy wastes of Pandora and directly onto the doorstep of a certain CL4P-TP general-purpose robot, otherwise known as a mistake. Or Claptrap. Enthusiastic, fast-talking, and under the delusion that he's the one in charge, Claptrap is the last remaining CL4P-TP robot in existence, the rest all having been destroyed by Handsome Jack because of their, quote, relative uselessness, eccentric behaviour, and annoying tendencies and habits. So what could go wrong with living with one? Well, surprise surprise, soon after moving into the bully Wurmong-infested ice cave that Claptrap calls home, you'll quickly realise the issue with having a poorly put together robot as your roommate. For starters, and perhaps most obviously, Claptrap is yet another roomie who isn't bothered by the cold. Additionally, being a robot, he presumably has no real sense of smell, meaning the cavern is, like the homes of previous roommates in this list, strewn with rubbish. Oh, and this time, also dead bodies that the audacious little droid has not gotten around to burning yet. Claptrap as a video game character was literally designed, written, and voice acted to be incredibly annoying. Couple that with the less than cozy abode, and you'll find yourself going as psychotic as your mutant bandit neighbours in no time. Number 2. Princess Peach, Super Mario Bros. After all the rickety shacks, space stations, and icy caverns you've spent the last few entries living in, it's time to enjoy a bit of luxury. What's not to like about moving into a castle in one of the sunniest and happiest places ever conceived? No, not Disneyland. Well, I'll tell you what's not to like. The constant barrage of assaults from Bowser and his cronies, for a start, and the amount of smashed bricks and debris that Mario leaves lying around without any thought for who's going to be clearing it up. Being used to the finer things, Peach seems to be allergic to doing any sort of chore herself, so you can bet it will be falling to you to take the bins out every week. As for her wealth as a royal, well, sure, this is one of the first roommates we've dealt with today who actually seems to be able to afford rent, but thinking about it, she already owns this castle, it being called Peach's Castle, so you'll actually be living alongside your landlady and paying her for the privilege. I can almost hear her screeching, "My house, my rules," from here. No thanks. And number 1, the Prince, Katamari Damacy. Complaining about life with a princess and then choosing to move in with a prince might seem like a strange move, but being only 5 centimeters high, how much trouble can this guy really be? I mean, look at me, harmless as they come. Then again, his dad is another matter entirely. Astronomical in a horrifyingly literal way, the king of all cosmos has the tendency to casually destroy planets and stars on a drunken bender. Let's just hope he doesn't come round and visit too often. Even if he did though, if there's one thing the prince is good at, it's cleaning up a mess. When it comes time to do the chores, you can leave it to him to simply roll up everyone's stuff into one big handy housework ball, including dirty laundry, unwashed dishes, leftover food, and, every single thing that you own, and the whole house, and your car, and the rest of the street. Oh, and you, before his dad arrives and turns the whole mass into a new star to replace the ones that he broke. So not only have you been transformed into a huge cosmic ball of burning gas, but it will be you who has to explain to the local council where exactly the entire city went when they trace the trail of destruction back to your house, because obviously the dashing prince can't talk. How convenient for him. And that's our list, but which other video game characters do you suspect would be awful to live with? Tell us about their crimes against your theoretical household in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and if you want to support the things you enjoy, then why not check out our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I've been Peter from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
Since the release of the first game in 2015, Life is Strange has enthralled and appalled gamers in equal measure with its mixture of hard-hitting stories and supernatural gameplay. Even discounting the spoopy magic, this series is unusual, or strange, if you will, in the sense that its adventures tend not to take place in one big chunk, but rather in smaller episodes, hence why it's called an episodic game. You probably could have worked that out yourself, couldn't you? Life is Strange is often held up as an exemplar of this format. The gap between episodes allows writers to slowly develop characters and stories over time, and the shorter gameplay reduces the likeliness of player fatigue. It doesn't mean that you have to fork out every time they add new content, but as Billy Ray's daughter once sang, nobody's perfect. But what if you've caught the episodic adventure bug and clamour for a world outside of Max Caulfield and Alex Chen? Well, I may not be telepathic, but I think I can say with some confidence that you'll enjoy these titles too. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 episodic video games that aren't Life is Strange. Number 10. Tell Me Why. Released smack bang in the middle of the end of the world, Tell Me Why is the work of French developer Don't Nod Entertainment. If that sounds familiar, it's because these are the people who brought you the first 2 Life is Strange games. The pedigree here is Tresbian. This game follows the story of twins Tyler and Alison Ronan as they reconnect following the death of their mother after a decade apart. Oh, and they can also communicate telepathically, because a Don't Nod game without supernatural powers would be like a James Bond movie without the cars, martini, and casual misogyny. Tell Me Why released in 3 weekly installments in August and September of 2020. Whilst it was criticised for its gameplay by some players, it garnered praise for its voice acting, setting, and complex characters, particularly that of Tyler Ronan, who was the first transgender character to star in a AAA title. So, if you don't want to stray too far from Life is Strange, but still want to brag to your friends that you tried something new, then Tell Me Why might just be the game for you. Number 9. Resident Evil Revelations 2. Taking place between the event of Resi's 5 and 6, Resident Evil Revelations 2 also serves as a sequel to Resident Evil Revelations 1. Did I really need to say that? Do I have to do all the work for you? God, I'm not paid enough, honestly. The game's 4 episodes were released weekly between February and March 2012. The story follows Claire Redfield, back as the lead focus of a Resi game for the first time in over 5 years, as she and Barry Burton's daughter Moira team up to escape a monster-infested island. Despite being labelled campy by some critics, others praised the game's use of its protagonists and its engaging plot. One publication even named it the 9th most memorable game for the Xbox One. We'd tell you what the other 8 games were, but ironically we've forgotten them. If you're looking for your spooky fix in episodic form, then you could do far worse than Revelations 2. And apparently it's based on the work of Franz Kafka, so you can score some intellectual points whilst gutting zombies left, right and centre. If that isn't a dream come true, I don't know what is. Number 8. American McGee's Grimm. If you couldn't already tell by the fact that his first name is actually American, designer American McGee has had quite the life. Raised by an eccentric mother who abandoned him at the age of 16, McGee is famous for his dark, twisted takes on traditional stories, no doubt influenced by his troubled upbringing. Oh, and he helped design Quake, but that wasn't episodic, so it's basically worthless. In 2008, the designer released American McGee's Grimm, a 23-part multi-seasoned reimagining of various Brothers Grimm fairy tales. The stories ranged from Snow White, Pinocchio and the Golden Goose to The Singing Bone, Godfather Death, and The Girl Without Hands. Bedtime classics, one and all. Each season of Grimm was released like that of a TV show. Episodes were available to play for free on day of release and could then be paid for any time after that. In total, 3 seasons of the game were put out between 2008 and 2009. Grimm didn't blow critics away, but the sheer scale of it combined with its dedication to the episodic format is what earns it a place on this list. Also, have you seen the main character? We were way too scared of him to leave him off. Jesus. Number 7. Sam and Max Save the World. Telltale Games, the undisputed masters of the episodic format, until they went bust. But now they're back, so let's pretend none of that nasty bankruptcy business ever happened. Got it? Telltale made a name for themselves by taking popular films and TV shows and turning them into enthralling interactive stories. Jurassic Park, Game of Thrones, Back to the Future, and even Wallace and Gromit have all received the Telltale treatment over the years, but not every franchise they adapted was a globally recognizable brand. Arguably, the studio's first success came with the release of Sam and Max Save the World in 2006. This wasn't the first episodic game they made, that was Bone Out from Boneville, but, well, I find that far too disturbing to talk about for longer than 10 seconds, to be frank. Sam and Max combines the fun of a New Yorkie noir setting with all the charm and wit of the original comic, plus that patented Telltale feel. The 6 episodes scored between 74 and 82% on Metacritic. Not the best reviewed Telltale game by any means, but don't worry, we'll get to that. Number 6. King's Quest. Fans of 80s adventure games will no doubt be familiar with the King's Quest series. Debuting in 1984, King's Quest Quest for the Crown took the gaming world by storm with its enhanced graphics and stellar design courtesy of the legendary Roberta Williams. It's no surprise then that it's been revived more times than Loki in the MCU. Its most recent rebirth, also confusingly titled King's Quest, dropped in 2015 and was an episodic game. Gosh, what are the chances? King's Quest open brackets 2015 closed brackets sees an older version of the original game's hero, Sir Graham, telling his granddaughter about his adventures through a series of flashbacks. The gameplay differs from King's Quest's original point-and-click style, but the story harkens back to the earlier title and even includes updated versions of the other game's events. With 5 chapters to play and plenty of nostalgia mixed in with the new stuff, if you enjoy your episodic games with a hint of medieval about them, then King's Quest will surely give you a night to remember. Okay, I hold my hands up here. I stole that gag from one of the episode titles. Sorry. Number 5. The Last Door. Sadly, not a simulation game about working in an understocked home improvement store, The Last Door was a series of psychological horror games published and developed by The Game Kitchen. The Last Door was born via Kickstarter, with donations to one episode earning backers access to future ones. It was a successful model that produced 2 seasons of 4 episodes each before the game finally wrapped up after almost 3 years. The game is still available online and was even ported to the PlayStation 4 and Switch, because who wouldn't want to see those stellar graphics on a plasma screen? Whoa, look at those pixels. Sorry, where was I? Sexy squares to one side. The Last Door is a great little title for those who like their games tense and intriguing. Now, show me more of those pixels. Oh yeah, that's the stuff, look at them! Number 4. Tales of Monkey Island. It's Telltale Games again! Appearing for the second, but not final time in this list, Telltale Games took on the mammoth task of resurrecting the beloved Monkey Island franchise in 2009. Almost a decade had passed since the previous installment of the iconic puzzle series, but Telltale wasn't afraid to try something different, spreading one long narrative across 5 episodes released throughout 2009. Despite its differences, Telltale's version remained faithful to the original Monkey Island games by bringing in much of the cast and crew involved with them. It was like a rock band reforming, but with pirates and monkeys instead of divorces and bad tattoos. Tales of Monkey Island proved to be a huge success with its engaging puzzle design and strong characters. The game's popularity opened the door for Telltale to work with more established licenses we will get to in just a moment. We won't say which ones, but let's just say you'll be dead happy with our choice. Oh, aren't we such teasers, you'll never guess. Number 3. The Lost Legends of Redwall. It's a bit of a, to quote Peter Austin, wildcard entry with emphasis on the wild part, as this game is all about adorable woodland animals with massive swords. Oh? Question mark? It's crazy to think that Brian Jacques' acclaimed children's book series Redwall has only had one video game adaptation in the 35 plus years it's been around, and it was a bloomin' faff to get made. The Lost Legends of Redwall got stuck in development hell for 6 years, changing names and platforms multiple times until the first episode, entitled The Scout, was finally released for PC and Mac in September 2018. The Scout was followed by a second episode, Escape the Gloomer, a few months later, and then, well, nothing. There hasn't been a third episode yet, despite developer Soma Games revealing details about future entries in the season. Considering the years it took to get this project off the ground, it's perhaps not surprising that progress has stalled. Still, with no confirmation that the project has been cancelled, and with the released games getting mostly positive reviews on Steam, we're choosing to remain optimistic and hope that these fluffy creatures aren't dead, they're just sleeping. Promise. Number 2. The Journey Down. In 2010, Swedish studio Sky Goblin released a freeware game called The Journey Down Over the Edge. 2 years later, they decided to make some kroner off their idea, and the commercial version of The Journey Down was born. Split into 3 chapters, Over the Edge, Into the Mist, and Chapter 3, The Journey Down follows brothers Buana and Kito as they journey into the much-fabled Underland, which sounds like a dodgy theme park your school takes you to. It's another point-and-click title, only this one is advertised as having African roots, as shown in the game's art style, music, and broader themes. Despite waiting 2 years in between the first 2 chapters, fans of The Journey Down were still keen to raise nearly $50,000 of crowd-funded money to help Sky Goblin put out the final chapter in 2017, after yet another 2-year wait. Still, fans got what they wanted with the final episode, and the studio must have been thrilled with the 80% Metacritic rating, which was also the series' critical high point. A strong end for a game that, rather fittingly, had been on one hell of a journey. Number 1. Telltale's The Walking Dead series. Is it predictable to give the top spot to a Telltale game? Especially this Telltale game? Yes, it is. But you know what? Sometimes things are predictable for a reason. The beauty of Telltale games is their immersion, their ability to take you out of your chair and place you right into whichever world you wish to inhabit. And their there are few worlds as harrowing and thought-provoking as that of The Walking Dead. The studio's first take on Robert Kirkman's zombie apocalypse was released over 5 episodes in 2012. What followed was wild success, and it won several outlets' Game of the Year awards, which led to 4 more seasons of The Walking Dead, spanning 7 years of releases. Praised for its strong characters, nail-biting plot, and the impact of players' choices on the game, The Walking Dead is considered by many as one of the best video games ever, episodic or otherwise. Whether playing as Lee, Clementine, or Michonne, it feels like you truly own the experience of playing this game, which, considering some of the things it makes you do, isn't always a good thing. If you haven't played The Walking Dead yet, then now is definitely the time. You don't even have to wait for the episodes to release, as they're all available in one big bundle, which sort of defeats the point of them being episodic in the first place, actually, but oh well, better luck next time.
These days, you don't have to be a no-scoping Pro League G-Spots player to laugh in the face of video game death. All it takes is a dubious red liquid in a glass bottle or a Medikit lunchbox to cure any life-threatening injuries. And while a game over screen might provide a mild inconvenience, it's not like anyone actually died, right? I mean, just look at Colonel David B. Phillips, a veteran still going strong after countless battles, murdering enough aliens to be considered a war criminal on their home planet. Sure, he may have just been clipped by a stray sniper shot, but he'll be getting right back up again, won't you, Dave? Dave? Oh dear. So while most games are nice enough to let you try again when you fail, there are some that punish you for every mistake, making your most beloved party members pay the price for your stupidity. Any game branded with the dreaded permadeath mechanic means once your charming, fully leveled superstar goes down, they won't be getting back up again. Unless you're a filthy save scummer, but you wouldn't do such a thing, would you? No? I certainly wouldn't. What do you mean, Cheater Austin? Have you been watching my live streams? Now, we should clarify that while plenty of roguelike titles threaten your player character with a permanent game over, we're strictly interested today in the ones where your squad mates suffer for your idiocy. Because anguish is a group activity and participation is mandatory. Let's cautiously step forward and take a look, shall we? I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are 10 punishing permadeath games that destroyed our party. Number 10, FTL, Faster Than Light. You know what they say, in space, no one can hear you in space. Which is probably for the best, as some of the colourful language used after losing a fully levelled FTL crew would be enough to make a xenomorph blush. Subset Games' 2012 masterpiece may look friendly at first glance with its pixel art and promises of grand space adventures, but beneath that lies a devilishly difficult roguelike, with a well-balanced but unforgiving web of systems. Jumping from star to star to evade the pursuing rebel scum fleet, you balance ship upgrades, randomly generated events, and the well-being of your crew members themselves. And when it's time to fight, the game becomes more about staff delegation, as much as which lasers shoot at what things. Because different races provide unique benefits that are integral for certain playstyles, losing one specific shipmate alone can be devastating. And of course, it's even worse if a whole bunch of them fall at the same time. For example, if your only means of offense is a teleporter and some angry-looking mantis warriors, losing them on a boarding mission could completely derail a run. Especially if you, like me, are the kind of idiot that forgets to turn off auto-fire and blows up the ship with the crew still on board. Number 9, Far Cry 2. Far Cry 2 was quite polarising back in 2008, sandwiched between the tropical paradises of the debut and the series-defining Far Cry 3. This difficult second album experimented with a lot of new ideas, including an open world in a fictional African country. It also made the game hard as nails, whether it was the recurring malaria that required regular medication, the frequently jamming weapons, or the limited fast travel requiring you to drive everywhere. Luckily, you weren't alone in tackling this brutal realism. You also had your buddies. Hooray! Because gunning down mercenaries and starting wildfires is just way more fun when you're with a friend. Right, Josip? You could find these future BFFs in the world by helping them out of awkward situations, where they'll join your fight and sometimes even repay the favour. But these weren't your average invincible NPCs. If they took a certain number of hits, they would become wounded, meaning you would have to revive them. And if they were hurt enough times, there was nothing you could do at all except give them a quick, painless death. Jesus. Well, bring on the next one. Hooray for fodder, friends! Number 8, Until Dawn. In any horror movie, casualties are to be expected, and Until Dawn, the 2015 playable horror movie by Supermassive Games, is no different. Now, unlike many titles on this list, there isn't an especially deep objective beyond the obvious necessity to survive Until Dawn. Given that the game is built almost entirely on quick-time events and dialogue trees, the only real challenge involves fighting against the stupidity of the main cast of characters, and indeed resisting the temptation to lead them all into a grisly death just so you can get rid of these objectively awful people. The entire premise of the game is that the gang have all got back together again for the first time since a weekend getaway in the woods went horribly wrong, when they totally humiliated their friend, I think? Is this what friends do? And inadvertently caused her death, as well as that of her sister. Directing the subsequent story through narrative choices like, do I shoot this squirrel, or am I not a psychopath? The title is a great take on horror movie tropes, but if you're aiming to keep this reprehensible gang alive, then be prepared for a stressful time. Number 7, the Pokemon Nuzlocke Challenge. Oh, it's a bit of a wild card, it's been a while. Pokemon doesn't usually pop up in punishing games discussions, certainly not alongside brutal roguelikes anyway, but the fan-made Nuzlocke Challenge is not your average frolic in the tall grass. First dreamt up by Nick Franco, a webcomic artist who wanted to spice up his playthrough of Pokemon Ruby in 2010, there are 2 core rules to this challenge. Number 1, you're only allowed to capture the first Pokemon you encounter in each area, and nothing else. So if you mess it up, tough luck. And number 2, if a Pokemon faints, it's dead. Gone forever. You have to release it, or just let it wallow in the game's storage for eternity. This is Pokemon permadeath, and you ain't in Pallet Town no more, kiddo. Additional rules added throughout the years include a requirement to name every Pokemon, making it that much harder when they get destroyed by Brock's mighty Onix, and a ban on healing items outside of the Poke Center, because some people just hate being happy, I guess. Number 6, Pillars of Eternity. In one of the greatest Kickstarter success stories, Obsidian Entertainment raised over $4 million to produce 2015's Pillars of Eternity, an homage to the isometric RPGs of old, such as the classic Baldur's Gate. And it certainly lived up to its inspiration, giving us a sprawling story, a vibrant world, an in-depth class system, and of course, brutally difficult battles. Surviving the tactical combat required some serious knowledge of the in-game systems, which can be difficult to grasp at first, since your party members essentially have 2 health pools. Your endurance represents short-term damage, which is easily replenished between fights, but your actual health bar represents longer-term injuries, and you can only recover this in the interest of realism by resting at campfires or inns, because, a nice soft bed will heal that severed arm right up. Lose your endurance and you're knocked out, but if your health reaches 0, you get maimed and gain an injury. Go down again, and that's it. You die, like for realsies. In the game, you don't actually die for, who knows, we could all die at any moment. Hello, you still there? Number 5, the Banner Saga. Decisions. It's hard enough facing a life-changing choice that's only going to affect yourself, like, which kind of biscuit to have with a cup of tea. The correct answer is a ginger nut, by the way. It's extremely dunkable. But when tasked with looking after a whole caravan of followers in a desolate land where the sun's gone AWOL and supplies for your troop of survivors are scarce, well, we're going to need a lot more tea and ginger nuts to cope with all this pressure. The Banner Saga has an almost Disney-esque appearance, which belies the grim setting and tactical turn-based combat you'll face. And yet, ironically, it's these fight sequences where your party members are the safest when compared to the dreaded story choices and random events that could kill off your best boys and girls at any moment. If you mismanage your caravan supplies badly enough, a mutiny could cause a lot of deaths or departures, and numerous story beats leave you wary of the consequences. We would go into more detail, but we wouldn't want to spoil any of the impressive narrative, although we will say, keep an eye on Egil. That boy needs to be covered in bubble wrap. I can attest to the fact that actually is quite helpful. Number 4, Final Fantasy Tactics. While your typical Final Fantasy game contains numerous scenes of mild peril, the combat itself doesn't pose any lasting threat. A party member may get knocked down, but they get up again. You're never gonna keep them down. They get knocked down, but they get up again. All you need to do to revive a fallen comrade is to slip them a quick whiskey drink. Sorry, a Phoenix down. It works every single time. By that I mean almost every single time. Final Fantasy Tactics, however, took a much darker tone, with a story that covers the horrors of war and a combat system that more than backs that up. Your usual suspects like knights, archers, monks, mystics, and mages of varying colours face the highest of stakes, as when one of them falls, the remaining members have only 3 turns to reach that unit and revive them. That's it. If you can't battle through and get to them in time, they're gone for good. I mean, 3 turns actually seems quite generous compared to some entries in this list, but with only 5 characters in a battle, it's sometimes easier said than done, and losing a character after hours of leveling still hurts. Number 3, Darkest Dungeon. It'd be nice if just for once we could inherit an old mansion that had absolutely nothing wrong with it. No ancient curses, poltergeists, previous owners' murder-suicides in the bathroom, or in Darkest Dungeon's case, eldritch monstrosities living in the basement. This property is very much a fixer-upper, requiring a team of good handymen or women to deal with the unwanted pests. And by handymen or women, I mean exceptionally skilled adventurers. Red Hook Studios' 2016 debut wowed us with a striking Lovecraftian art style, roguelike dungeon crawling, and brutal turn-based combat, all narrated by Wayne June's powerful lines of encouragement like,
"These nightmarish creatures can be felled, they can be beaten."
And the equally motivating,
"Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer."
Oh, great. I'm brimming with confidence now, mate. Worryingly, even if you barely make it out of a Darkest Dungeon encounter alive, your party will be seriously traumatized by the whole affair. And who can blame them? But what even is that? Jesus! Now, the good news is that to avoid a highly stressed character losing their mind or suffering a heart attack, you can restore their sanity by getting a stiff drink back at the hamlet. The bad news is there's a risk of contracting syphilis at the brothel. I'm not even joking, that's an actual in-game mechanic. Seems Darkest Dungeon will claim its victims, one way or another. Number 2, the Fire Emblem series. Make no mistake, we have Fire Emblem to blame for all of this senseless party member permadeath. Since the 1990 Japanese-only debut, this once obscure strategy series has won over the Western world, and while it's less brutal than it used to be, you still shouldn't let your guard down unless you want to lose your highly trained Pegasus Knight to a stupidly lucky archer shot. What makes these tactical battles so compelling and the losses so devastating is the depth of character development, even with simple day-to-day conversations. There are no units you can morally justify to yourself calling cannon fodder. Each one has a name, a backstory, and individual quirks that makes every battle a high-stakes game of risk versus reward, especially when leveling weaker characters. It even forces the most pragmatic of military strategists into caring for this bunch of misfits, as these interactions provide gameplay benefits ranging from damage bonuses to brand new recruits. Sure, recent titles like Fates and Three Houses have the option to ignore permadeath entirely, but to be honest, does it even count as Fire Emblem if you're not in a constant state of mild panic? I don't think so. And number 1, the XCOM series. Commander, we need to talk. We know we have to defeat these aliens by any means necessary, but the casualties are getting out of hand. We've lost 7 extremely expensive exosuits in the past month. South America have just pulled their funding, and the new recruits are worried about the recent names on the memorial board, such as Target Practice and Death is Inevitable. It's true that when things go bad in XCOM, they go really bad. This savage turn-based combat is infamous for its harsh RNG and percentages that definitely lie to us, whether it's in the 90s originals or the rebooted franchise from 2012 onwards. All it takes is your 90% chance shot to somehow miss, and before you know it, your top-tier grenadier is a vaporized pile of ash on the floor. But keep in mind that this random nature also leads to incredible war stories. While your troops don't have a predetermined backstory, they'll soon write their own tales of heroism, like the brave veteran who meleeed a giant robot mech and lived to tell the tale. XCOM creates these organic stories of valiant success and agonizing defeat like no other series. Just be warned, there's no great victory without major sacrifice. And by that I mean my in-game persona is a commander called Major Sacrifice. It just helps me justify all the bloodshed. So there we go, some truly unforgiving games. But we survived, didn't we? Just try and forget about everyone else, and definitely don't look at the memorial wall, it's almost full. If we missed out any other brutal permadeath games, you can let us know about them in the comments below. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and if you want to support the things you enjoy, then check out the rewards on our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I've been Peter from TripleJump, and thanks for watching.
Well, the housing market's certainly gone to crap, hasn't it? And while you might think it's all to do with that B word, it's actually nothing to do with biscuits whatsoever. No, this has been happening for years as more people realise that the best properties aren't tied to acreage, but data-age. Data-age? Yeah, that one. It's obvious when you think about it. Phil and Kirsty have been telling us this for years. Location, location, location. And video game houses have provided us with a near limitless choice of exotic postcodes to call home, covering even our most ridiculous demands. Need a built-in armory? Comes as standard. High-tech combat simulator? No problem. A discreet annex for producing mountains of cocaine? Sugar. It's sugar. Look, a friend asked me to hold on to it. It's just sugar and baking soda and a little bit of meth. Hey, look, an ensuite. Fancy. The point is, your home can be literally anything, all for a fraction of the cost of real-world real estate. So let's put on our flashy blazer and look at some. I'm Ben, your friendly neighborhood estate agent from TripleJump Residential, and here are our 10 hottest video game houses on the property market. Number 10, the Mars House, Heavy Rain. Our first property is slightly more traditional in the context of the wider video game market, but make no mistake, this trendy contemporary haven is the ideal home for any modern suburban family. The open-plan living area gives a light, airy feel with clear lines of sight to make it almost impossible to lose important things like, say, your keys or one of your children. Legal disclaimer, TripleJump Residential are not responsible for any loss of offspring that occurs away from said property. All mishaps after purchase are the sole responsibility of the owner and said owner's careless parenting. Notice the distinctive integrated units designed by the previous owner for a truly unique aesthetic. The spacious garden also includes a custom treehouse, perfect for all kinds of adventuring. Best of all, this property has just recently come on the market at a reduced price as the previous owners are looking to offload quickly due to some unfortunate family circumstances.
Jason!
Number 9, Carrington Institute, Perfect Dark. Having a house you can call home is great, but in order to pay the bills, you'll need to find the perfect office space too, which can be tricky, especially if you're in a very secret agenty line of work, if you know what we mean. Well, the Carrington Institute may just have everything you need. This state-of-the-art facility, complete with beautiful skylights and faux sci-fi interiors, offers the perfect professional space for spy-themed admin. There's a combat simulation room for honing those karate chops, a research and development center complete with gadgets and their own staff, a shooting range. Try and keep all the rockets inside the safety zone if you can, and even parking facilities for your helicopter and or hover bike. Now, before you sign the lease, there are some caveats that we should warn you about. There's limited lift access to the balcony offices, and it does get a bit busy. Sorry, would you mind not running around in the elevator, please? Some doors are just permanently locked for some reason. Oh, and bloodthirsty aliens may They may kick down your doors and start shooting indiscriminately, but that's what the armory is for, right? Seriously. Sign here, quickly. Now, come on. Number 8. Your Minecraft house. Minecraft. Okay, so this one's less of a fixer-upper and more of a build-it-yourself from scratch. More work, sure, but you can make it however you want. No restrictions and no planning permission required. You could go back to nature with a Hobbit-themed dirt hut, or maybe something any fancier than that. Ah, there we go. Or you could go big, brash, and industrial with a nuclear power plant. You can even bring the grandest of visions to life without having to deal with Kevin MacLeod making sarcastic comments to camera about you being over budget. We can still hear you, Kevin! If you're feeling generous, or maybe a little lonely in a world populated mainly by gormless villagers and undead monsters, you can build a neighborhood, a district, even an entire city if the mood strikes. Why not base it on a real-life metropolis like London, LA, or even Stoke-on-Trent? How about famous fictional cities like King's Landing and Stoke-on-Trent, or even locations from other video games like BioShock's Columbia, or The Witcher's Novigrad, or Stoke-on-Trent? Anything is possible. And it's easier than ever too, with our deluxe creative mode package to make all that... Oh, you can't afford the deposit. Oh, well, here's a pick and a shovel. They're made of wood. Good luck. Number 7. The Normandy. Mass Effect. For you free-spirited sorts that can't be tied down to one location too long, how about something a little more mobile? And this is no run-of-the-mill motorhome. In fact, you won't have to set foot in another hellish caravan park ever again, as the SSV Normandy has the rather handy benefit of being a spaceship that can travel the universe with advanced FTL navigation and stealth running capabilities. So if the weather's a bit grey in the historic town on the River Trent, you can always up sticks and head to the warm, radioactive ashlands of Tachanka. The local wildlife is rather active this time of year too, which is nice. The ship itself is surprisingly spacious, pun kind of intended, with the latest model including a luxurious captain's quarters featuring dynamic surround sound, a fish tank, and displays for avid model collectors. No need to fret about your driving license either, as the resident pilot, Joker, also comes with the ship, mainly because we couldn't pry him away from the highly advanced ship AI Edie. It's an unusual relationship, best not to ask. Sign here. Number 6. Your house. Animal Crossing. Compared to our previous candidates, this property may seem a bit small and basic. Wait, no, hang on, no, that's not right. Where's our estate agent thesaurus? Yes. Cozy and rustic is what we meant. But that's the inherent charm of living in a town populated with talking anthropomorphic animals. Everything is quaint and relaxing and jolly. It even makes the local crook, Tom Nook, bearable. See? He can't possibly be a ruthless loan shark when he's actually a weird raccoon thing, right? Did you watch the Guardians of the Galaxy? Look at the raccoon. Good guy. Good guy. Your town in Animal Crossing is very much your escape to the country option, letting you live the good life, like that famous show. You know, Lost. You can decorate your home to your exact tastes with a staggering number of options. Oh look, a TV that looks like an apple. But everything needs to be earned through hard work. You'll even have to build the house yourself, starting with just a tiny tent. Wait, a conveniently sized tent. You know what, this is the last time we take a commission from Tom Nook. Number 5. Link's Oasis, Zelda Wind Waker. Given that we have about 7,000 different versions of Hyrule in our database, most of Link's houses are disappointingly similar shades of treehouse, but the tropical archipelagos in Wind Waker provide something different with not one, but 2 island getaways! Nothing says starting out on an epic adventure quite like this modest abode on Outset Island, colloquially known by the locals as Grandma's House. It has all your standard amenities, open fireplace, indoor ladder, legendary shield descended from the hero of time, and obviously the location itself. The only thing better than an island home is your own personal island. Now you'll have to jump through some hoops to acquire the Cabana deed to this private oasis, bringing tatty jewellery to a crazy teacher lady mostly, but it's worth it. The calming waterfall and beautiful views from the lounging area will make you forget all about the pressures of saving the world, and inside you've got a small but cozy setup with vanity bathtub, priceless Ming vases, and tile puzzles. And all this is protected by your own personal doorman. Yeah, we literally mean a door that's also a man. The only downside is a a slight undead infestation in the basement. But Island Paradise! Sign here. Number 4. Lakeview Manor, Skyrim. We've seen some truly remarkable properties on the Tamriel market, not least from Morrowind, where a Telvanni wizard's tower made from a giant mushroom is par for the course. But Skyrim's Hearthfire expansion gave budding property developers 3 new plots of land to work with, unless you wanted to outsource to friendly housecarls who are sworn to carry your burdens, of course. Now, Windstad Manor comes with a useful fishery, but the wind chill is a nightmare, and Helyarchen Hall has a mill for making flour, if you don't mind freezing to death. Lakeview Manor, however, is free real estate. Situated in the milder climates of Falkreath Hold, overlooking the Lake Illinolta to the north, this idyllic spot is great for rest and reflection in between dragon attacks. Which is, you'll be fine. Or wolf attacks, you'll also be fine. Or bandits. Okay, the area's a bit dangerous and you should probably ignore that weird cultist guy that's always hanging out down the hill, but at least the interior, once upgraded, offers some safety and utility with optional extras like an armory to store all your definitely not stolen loot, a library, and enchanting tower for you spellbook hoarding nerds! Or even a greenhouse, if you're a staunch pacifist that enjoys picking flowers instead of fights. Sign here. Number 3. Hound Pit's Pub, Dishonored. Who doesn't love a good converted pub? It's run down, it's in a plague-ridden part of town, the regulars are all nutjobs, and we think it's perfect for you. This delightful pub hub is your respite from all the mechanical hustle and bustle of mainstream Dunwall, and a perfect getaway from its more unsavory aspects of xenophobia, class division, and lanky carnival robots. Everyone's equally welcome at the Hound Pit's Pub, from eccentric mask makers to political conspirators. Most members are very discreet, and the drinks are almost never poisoned. This 300-year-old listed building retains the old town's architectural character with its distinct Victorian Gothic ye olde worldy features. What other property includes a brewery, wine cellar, workshop, and nearby facilities for housing estranged royal children? Now, of course, the interior needs some work, especially the sparse living quarters, but it's ideal for anyone looking to keep a low profile after, shall we say, a heavy night at the masquerade ball in town, which, by the way, is just a short scenic boat trip away. All in all, a fine establishment in a very up-and-coming part of town. Just make sure you put rat traps down. Number 2. Villa Auditori, Assassin's Creed 2. For anyone who enjoys semi-accurate history, wearing conspicuous hoods and traipsing about on rooftops, the Villa Auditori might just be the dream home for you. While it's certainly another fixer-upper, it's also an incredible opportunity to have your very own luxury Italian mansion overlooking the beautiful town of 15th century Monteriggioni. Despite all these rumors about a local secret guild of assassins, can you imagine? My word. Monteriggioni is a sleepy, tranquil town that stays fairly true to its real-life counterpart, with the villa itself being modelled on the Villa di Maiano, situated near Florence. And with a few thousand florins and a new lick of paint, this virtual villa will really look the business. The grand staircase leading up to the property, the lavish entry hall with polished marble floor and archways, the vast library, which even comes with a scale model of the town. Everything here gives an aura of importance and extravagance. You also have a sizable armory, great for displaying pretend weapons from a definitely made-up order of trained killers, and a lovely gallery to peruse your priceless collections of Renaissance drawings. And there's a sizable basement with absolutely no secret switches or hidden treasures. Stop asking. Okay, sign here. Number 1. Croft Manor, Tomb Raider. What is the point in risking your life in old ruins, fighting mercenaries, wild animals, and dinosaurs so you can nab all manner of valuable and possibly cursed relics if you can't enjoy a bit of downtime in a lavish mansion? If you too feel like you've earned yourself a country retreat, then step inside the legendary Croft Manor. Lara Croft's home of choice when she's not desecrating ancient graves is the video game equivalent of Bruce Wayne's iconic digs, going through plenty of renovations over the years. Short of an actual Batcave, this luxurious stately home has everything. Numerous training rooms, obstacle courses, firing ranges, and even a racetrack are here to keep your skills sharp. No self-respecting manor house is complete without a hedge maze, of course, along with a healthy dose of hidden doors behind dusty bookcases. And a billion other secrets and treasures, because the previous owner liked to bring her work home, apparently. Remarkably, for an older property, there's not really a single problem we can think of. Oh no, it's that creepy stalker butler. I thought he left. Okay, not to worry, we have a contingency plan. Let's have a look in the freezer, shall we? That's it. Walk right in. And contained. Sign here. And there we are, some of the most desirable homes that video games have to offer, but by no means exhaustive. Let us know your favourite prospects on the digital property market in the comments below, or give us a call. Our rates are very reasonable. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. It used to be the case that having your work adapted into a Hollywood blockbuster meant that you'd truly made it in this world. However, people are now recognizing that some stories are just too expansive to be told in one 2-hour movie and that a TV format is much more versatile. You can still retain the same production values, but over the course of 10 or so episodes and several seasons, you can pack in more characters, more action, and most importantly, more plot. Long gone are the days when video games only got the Uwe Boll treatment, with series like The Witcher proving that stories contained within games, and yes, we know it's a book as well, translate nicely to the small screen. At the time of writing, we're also very much looking forward to HBO's imagining of The Last of Us and hope that it paves the way for more small screen video game adaptations. We've got so many suggestions, in fact, that we've been able to fill this entire list. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 video games that would make great TV shows. Number 10. Metroid series. Sci-fi shows have been big for years, with the likes of Star Trek garnering huge fan bases, but there just aren't that many female-fronted ones, and we think it's about time that one of the first ladies of gaming made her leap into another medium. The Metroid series currently consists of over a dozen different games, meaning that there's more than enough lore for several series worth of stories based upon the exploits of Samus Aran. The plot focuses on Aran, a bounty hunter, as she works tirelessly to protect the galaxy from space pirates who wish to harness biological weapons in order to assert their dominance over those who would oppose them. This narrative lends itself perfectly to adaptation into a number of different genres. A sci-fi action romp that sees Samus blasting her way across space would definitely be fitting, but so too would something more in the sci-fi horror realm as you begin to introduce the parasitic Metroid organisms. Though there has been talk of a Metroid film adaptation, sadly nothing has ever come to fruition, but we remain hopeful that one of these days, our gal Samus will get her chance to shine whether on the big screen or the small one. Number 9. The Elder Scrolls series. If we've learned anything from the likes of Netflix's The Witcher, it's that people love a good bit of sword and sorcery, and what video game franchise better fits that description than Bethesda's Elder Scrolls series? It's got magic, action, and best of all, plenty of heroic good guys and nasty baddies. Ever since it first graced our systems all the way back in 1994, The Elder Scrolls has prided itself on weaving rich, intricate narratives, creating extensive lore, and absorbing players in the expansive continent of Tamriel. Not only is there plenty to go at in terms of narrative, heck, you could get several seasons worth of stories out of each of the series' 5 main titles, but there's also an incredibly diverse cast of characters. From the long-lived elves and the Redguard of the Lost Continent, Yokuda, to the agile Khajiit and the Argonians of Black Marsh, there are a plethora of different heroes and villains for the audience to get behind. Whether it's tales of supernatural evil and mysterious forces, epic political struggles between Tamriel's most powerful factions, or human stories capturing the essence of this magical medieval land, there's sure to be something here for everyone. Number 8. Horizon Zero Dawn. At least in our writer's opinion, there just aren't enough epic TV series featuring a badass female lead, and what's more, even where shows do give us a strong lady protagonist, there just aren't any giant robots. I don't feel like we're asking for much here, but the teleworld has yet to bow to my wishes. I'm not too bitter, however, as there's a simple way that my anger can be remedied, and that's by someone, please, producing a Horizon Zero Dawn series. The game follows protagonist Aloy as she embarks on a legendary quest to uncover the mysteries of a world no longer dominated by mankind, but that is instead ruled by deadly machines. Outcast by her tribe and forced to make her own way, she must fight to uncover her past, forge her destiny, and prevent a catastrophic disaster from befalling what remains of the human race. Think about it. Horizon Zero Dawn already has the makings of a smash hit that would have people tuning in every week, even if they haven't played the game. Interesting female hero with an intriguing backstory? Check. Big scary robot beasts that freely roam the land? Check. Exciting narrative full of mystery, action, and suspense? Triple check. Get it made, please. Number 7. Overwatch. Admittedly, their foray into the world of cinema was not the most successful for Blizzard. Boo, Blizzard. With 2016's Warcraft, based on the video game series of the same name, receiving less than stellar reviews. But just because Warcraft wasn't very good, it doesn't mean that every adaptation has to be bad. Overwatch itself is already rich in lore, so it would be wonderful to bring all of that to television screens. At its core, the game focuses on the tensions between humans and the artificially intelligent robots they created, known as Omnics. With a huge roster of diverse characters, each with their own unique backstories, there are a plethora of different tales to tell. Each Overwatch series could explore a different aspect of the group's background, from their foundation to their battles against the Omnics and the tensions that arose between its leaders Jack Morrison and Gabriel Reyes. Alternatively, such a series could be set following the passing of the Petrus Act, which forced the organisation to disband and forbade its members from undertaking any Overwatch-like activity. Honestly, I'd give just about anything to see Winston working the checkouts at Tesco because he's not allowed to Overwatch anymore. Number 6. Wolfenstein series. In recent years, dystopian television shows have dominated the ratings, and series like A Handmaid's Tale and Black Mirror have consistently drawn in huge audiences and won awards left, right, and centre. Many of these shows focus on a dystopian future in which mankind has taken a political wrong turn or technology has made idiots of us all. What we haven't really seen much of in the mainstream, however, is a dystopian present, which is where the Wolfenstein series comes in to weave a tale of how the world might look if World War II had gone the other way. The franchise currently consists of over a dozen different games, each of which are set in an alternate timeline in which the Axis nations won the war. Naturally, such a setting lends itself to a number of different stories, from covert military operations to civilian rebel plots, but we're mostly keen to see protagonist BJ Blazkowicz make his screen debut, fighting Nazis and taking names. Oh, and not to mention that several of the games incorporate supernatural and occult themes, meaning that not only does our hunky lad have Hitler and his mates to contend with, but also various monsties and ghouls. Number 5. Celeste. We would never be so bold as to assume that any of our ideas are worthy of big awards. However, having planned out an entire Celeste series in my head, I feel confident there's an Emmy with my name on it. The game itself weaves the story of Madeline, a young woman who sets out to climb Mount Celeste, all the while battling her own inner demons. Prior to her ascent, she's warned not to make the climb, and throughout the game is offered the opportunity to go back to the base of the mountain, but she perseveres and ultimately triumphs. Celeste is not just about a woman climbing a mountain, but is rather an allegory for the struggles of someone living with mental health issues. Along her journey, Madeline meets physical manifestations of her inner turmoil and is forced to confront the dark side of her psyche, even though she'd rather not. The premise lends itself nicely to a dramatic series that focuses the vast majority of its attention on its female lead and exploring the events that led her to where she is. Naturally, there are supporting characters, but the main focus of the plot is Madeline and her quest to overcome the internal monsters that would hold her back. So with a strong leading lady in the role, and a team of good writers, certainly not whoever wrote the last season of Game of Thrones, we think that a Celeste series would be something truly special. Number 4. Dishonored. Here's a fun fact about people. They just love a good murder. I know, it's weird, but it's true. Just look at how many people watch Poirot. They also love stories of downtrodden folks overcoming the odds to come out on top. So with all of that in mind, we just need a way to combine the two and we're on to a winner. Well, good news everyone, because Arcane Studios' 2012 stealth gem Dishonored does exactly that. Set in the city of Dunwall, a fictional city overrun by the plague, the game tells the story of Corvo Atano, bodyguard to the Empress of the Isles, who is framed for her murder. Set to be executed, Corvo escapes and embarks on a quest for bloody vengeance by assassinating those behind his wrongful imprisonment. Not only does Dishonored combine an intriguing plot and a whole bunch of interesting characters, but it also invites audiences into an alternate history, one in which corruption, magic, and sweet steampunk fashions are the order of the day. Naturally, a talented writer would need to take some artistic liberties, especially since a silent protagonist probably wouldn't translate well to folks' TV screens, and Dishonored comes with multiple endings, but if they could capture the spirit of the game successfully, audiences would go mad for it. Number 3. God of War. The success in recent years of the likes of the Thor movies and TV show American Gods proves that there is most definitely a market for people who like mythology, though no offense to the blonde bombshell himself, Marvel's offerings are a bit on the family-friendly side of things. We prefer our gods to pack a bit more of a punch, so who better to front an epic telly saga than our boy Kratos? If you haven't played 2018's God of War, the plot revolves around Kratos and his son, Atreus, who must journey through the 9 realms in order to scale the highest peak and scatter Kratos' wife's ashes. Along their way, they meet a load of other gods, some friendly, others not so much, and far from simply being a tale of 2 strapping lads on a long walk to find a mountain, throughout God of War, Kratos must face up to his past, which admittedly includes an awful lot of god murdering, and choose whether or not to reveal his true nature to Atreus. It's kind of like Lord of the Rings, but with far more viscera and boys.
Boy.
Oh boy.
Stop us if we're getting ahead of ourselves, but we already foresee long-running series that explores not only the violent side of Kratos, but his inner turmoil as he battles with his past self. Oh, and it stars Terry Crews. You know, obviously. Number 2. Red Dead Redemption series. The humble western has been a mainstay of cinema for decades, and what better way to update the genre for a more modern audience than by bringing the gunslinging fun of the Wild Wild West to the small screen. The first Red Dead Redemption follows John Marston as he's forced to turn bounty hunter and round up his old comrades in order to secure the safety of his family. There's action, suspense, and more portrayal than that time someone stole my BLT from the TripleJump fridge. It's like the movie Taken, only episodic and with more horses. I'm talking about Red Dead, not my sandwich. Naturally, such an epic tale will need a second season, but there's no need to panic just yet because Red Dead Redemption 2 already has us covered. Linear narratives are completely passé, however, so we demand a prequel series that delves into the exploits of Arthur Morgan as he tries to make an honest life for himself after years of crime. Definitely not one for the kiddos, as we can foresee a whole ton of violent swearing and maybe the odd sexy bit, but with the right team at the helm, we're pretty certain that the Red Dead series could make the leap to the small screen with a great deal of success. Number 1. BioShock. If there's a game that's just screaming out for a noir adaptation full of mystery, suspense, and characters of dubious moral alignment, it's 2007's BioShock. Set in the underwater city of Rapture, BioShock tells of the rise and fall of the city, from its creator's vision for a utopia free from the constraints of traditional government to its turbulent decline following the discovery of Adam. No, not that one. The story of BioShock itself might not make for the best non-interactive experience if translated directly. After all, who wants to watch a series where a guy just gets told what to do by a friendly-sounding Irish bloke for its entire runtime? With that said, however, the world in which BioShock is set and all the stories contained within would make for a masterpiece the likes of which Teleland has never seen before. Perhaps an epic tale recounting the meteoric rise of Andrew Ryan as he strives to bring to life his vision for a utopian paradise, only for it to crumble before him as its inhabitants become addicted to Adam. Or tell the tragic story of the Splicers, who once made up the human population of Rapture. The possibilities are endless, and we really aren't sure why a BioShock TV show isn't in production right now. Do it. Do it now. Make it now. Do it. You better do. You doing it? If you've ever played a video game before, and if you haven't, we strongly suggest you do, you'll know that some have the ability to make us feel things. Many titles can invoke everything from overwhelming joy to unbridled rage all in the space of their short runtimes, and those that bring on the strongest emotions will often have us coming back time and time again. That is, of course, unless they're so devastatingly bleak that they leave you feeling completely empty inside. For this list, we're looking at games that are so harrowing players won't feel it necessary to play them for a second time. And fair warning, we may be entering spoiler territory on some of these titles, so keep that remote handy in case we cover a game you haven't played yet. It's also worth noting that whilst we will do our best to keep things fairly light, we will be touching on 1 or 2 difficult topics, so if at any point you feel like you need to switch off, then we completely understand. We've also left some helpful contacts in the description box below if you're struggling. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 hard-hitting video games you won't play more than once. Number 10. Heavy Rain. Regardless of how you feel about Heavy Rain, i.e. whether you think it's daft or a masterpiece, you have to agree that the game has some harrowing moments and tough choices to make. Following the death of his eldest son, sad dad Ethan Mars is put to the test when the origami killer abducts his other son, Sean. The origami killer is a serial murderer that kidnaps young kids in order to test their father's love, only revealing the kids' whereabouts after the fathers have completed a number of trials. In Ethan's case, these range from driving against traffic at high speed to poisoning himself. Though the game admittedly has its flaws, it poses its audience a very tough question. Just how far would you go to save someone that you love? It's easy enough to cut off fingers of a bunch of pixels on a screen, but if you really reflect on it, do you think you'd be able to bring yourself to do it? Even when you're not selecting bits of Ethan to get the chop, Heavy Rain deals with some rather dark subject matter. And we're not saying that, thanks to the backstory the game presents, we ended up feeling a bit sorry for the origami killer. Actually, we definitely are. Heavy Rain made us feel sorry for a child killer. I hope David Cage is happy. Number 9. The Last of Us. We'll say one thing about 2013's The Last of Us, it doesn't pull any punches when it comes to the emotional stuff. 15 minutes in, boom! Big sads. From there, the game doesn't really let up. 20 years after the events of the prologue, protagonist Joel continues to survive in a society ravaged by the mutant cordyceps infection that turns humans into aggressive zombie-like creatures. Whilst working as a smuggler, he and his partner are offered a large cache of weapons in return for escorting a young girl, Ellie, out of the quarantine zone. As one might expect from a game of the post-apocalyptic persuasion, there is an awful lot of heartache and many sacrifices have to be made in order to ensure that Ellie makes it to her intended destination. We won't spoil the ending, that would just be rude, but what we will say is that you will come away from The Last of Us feeling somewhat conflicted about the whole thing. The Last of Us is a wonderful game, and if you haven't played it already, we highly recommend you do. It's a rough ride from beginning to end. Number 8. Spec Ops: The Line. Those unfamiliar with Spec Ops: The Line might write the game off as little more than a Call of Duty clone. Though it is set in the midst of a conflict, those who have played the game will tell you that you don't walk away from it feeling like there are any heroes. Spec Ops: The Line follows Captain Martin Walker as he is sent into a sandstorm-ravaged Dubai on a recon mission. Things start out very Team America, but it's not long before everything becomes a bit more 1917, with all the death and the carnage and such. Ultimately, Spec Ops: The Line makes its audience feel incredibly guilty for doing as it says, but that's the whole point. The game is a reflection on the true horrors of war and the impacts it has on individual soldiers who are often left paralyzed by remorse for the things they've been told to do by their superiors. Obviously, playing Spec Ops: The Line isn't really anything like experiencing the actual atrocities those in active war zones are faced with. It is, however, powerful enough to keep you thinking about all of the awful things you've done throughout its runtime long after the credits have rolled. Number 7. Papers, Please. On the surface, Papers, Please seems like a fun little way to pass a few hours with a spot of border bureaucracy, but get just a little way into it and you'll find that it's actually a fairly bleak commentary on doing what is right versus doing what you're told. Set in the fictional Eastern Bloc-like country of Arstotzka, Papers, Please tasks players with vetting those trying to get into the country. As the days go by, the rules change and become more complex, and so players will need to stay on the ball to ensure that those trying to enter have the right documentation. Any infractions lead to lost income, and since you earn a pittance as it is, you really can't afford to make any mistakes. The only problem is that several of the people who wish to cross the border don't have the correct documentation, but have really good reasons for wanting to enter the country. Are you going to deny a woman the chance to be with her husband? Or are you going to risk your day's wages, potentially preventing your sick family members from getting the medication they need? It's certainly not a choice I'd ever want to be faced with. Number 6. This War of Mine. We've already touched on the devastating impacts of war from the perspective of the military, but things get just as harrowing, if not more so, for those innocent bystanders that end up caught in the middle of it all. A game that explores this is This War of Mine, a 2014 title in which players must survive as a civilian in an active war zone. By day, they are unable to leave their shelter as the area is covered by snipers, so must spend their time crafting what they can. At night, the threat of sniper fire is gone, however that doesn't mean safety for those who venture out to gather supplies. Throughout the game, players will encounter other survivors and will find themselves faced with a number of difficult choices. Being the hero could get you killed, but how are you supposed to live with yourself if your actions might mean death for someone else? What makes the game all the more upsetting is knowing that it was inspired by real events, and all of the horrible decisions that players are forced to make are ones that real people have had to come to terms with. Though you may survive the game, you certainly won't feel like you've won. Number 5. Limbo. Limbo is a great example of a game that disturbs its audience more with what it doesn't show them than with what it does. In terms of gameplay, players control a small boy who awakens on the edge of hell. As with most platformers, he must run from one side of the screen to the other, climbing over obstacles and doing what he can to avoid the numerous enemies. One of the many things that Limbo is really good at is invoking a sense of isolation and overall dread in its audience. The art style is minimalistic, presenting the game's events entirely in shades of grey, invoking memories of those shadow light boxes made from paper that are, for some reason, slightly creepy, no matter what they depict. Aside from the odd environmental noise, the sound is all but non-existent, and every other creature you come across either wants to kill you or run away from you. If you do take 4 or so hours out of your day to play Limbo, you'll get to experience a wonderfully artistic game that might just leave you feeling empty inside. Don't worry though, that feeling will go away soon enough, hopefully. James has been staring into space for 4 hours since he played it, but we're sure that won't happen to you too. Number 4. The Walking Dead. We've come across a number of games so far in this list that force players to make a few hard choices, but The Walking Dead is absolutely chock full of difficult decisions that can have horrible consequences. Like the comic books and TV show, Telltale's The Walking Dead tells a number of very human stories against the backdrop of a zombie apocalypse. The game's main protagonist is Lee, a former university professor who is being escorted to prison as the infection breaks out. Whilst fleeing from walkers, he comes across 8-year-old Clementine hiding in a treehouse, and together they set out to try and survive the vicious hordes of reanimated dead. Not only is the player faced with a series of horrible choices, which oftentimes end with the death of one or more beloved characters, but there are also several events within the game that the player has no control over that are traumatic all by themselves. I mean, we know the odds are against these characters, but surely it's not all doom and gloom in the zombie apocalypse, right? Seriously, if you can't make it through the entire game without shedding a tear, then I can only assume you're some sort of soulless android or similar. Number 3. What Remains of Edith Finch? The emergence of the walking simulator in recent years has given rise to a number of hard-hitting, narrative-driven games, though few are quite as impactful as 2017's What Remains of Edith Finch. The game follows the protagonist, whose identity is not revealed until the end of the game, as they travel to a small island carrying the journal of Edith Finch. At the time of writing the journal, Edith was 17 years old and the last surviving member of her family. Through her memories, the game paints a picture of a family beset by an alleged curse, one that ensures that they will all suffer untimely deaths. Looking on as the family meets their fates one by one is utterly heartbreaking. Many try to escape or break the supposed curse, but it quickly becomes apparent that there's no way around it, and the player is ultimately powerless to help. As tragic as the tale of the Finch family is, it is beautifully told through a series of vignettes depicting the death of each. It's a tough game to sit through, and definitely isn't one that anyone's going to want to replay in a hurry, but it's worth it for the experience of such a well-crafted story. Number 2. Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. If you aren't a person that suffers from a mental illness, then it can be hard to put yourself in the shoes of someone who does. That's not to take anything away from those who do their best to support people with mental health issues, of course. You guys are the MVPs. There are certain pieces of media, however, that do a really good job of approximating the experience of having a mental illness, and an incredibly good example of a video game that does this is Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. The game follows picked warrior Senua as she embarks on a quest to save the soul of her deceased lover, Dylan. Senua is plagued by voices in her head that she believes to be those of spirits and that she is cursed to hear them. What's actually going on, however, is that Senua is suffering from psychosis, a condition that's often underrepresented or poorly portrayed in the media. The developers took the time to work with experts on the illness, and the result is a video game experience that's nothing short of haunting. When played with headphones, the many voices heard by Senua start to swim around the player's head, giving them a terrifying glimpse into what the young woman is going through. Number 1. That Dragon: Cancer. Cancer is a devastating disease, putting sufferers and their loved ones through absolute hell. The pain of seeing someone go through the traumatic experience is incredibly tough, and the anguish felt by friends and family members is unimaginable to those that haven't experienced it. That Dragon: Cancer tells the story of Joel Green, a little boy who was sadly diagnosed with terminal cancer when he was only 12 months old. The game was written and designed by Joel's parents, Amy and Ryan Green, and presents the highs and lows of Joel's short life from when they learned of his condition right through to his death in March 2014. Players take on the role of Joel's parents and are invited to explore the couple's memories of raising their son. The game focuses on exploration, allowing players to interact with various characters and make choices, as Amy and Ryan had to. It isn't really a video game in the traditional sense, but is more of an interactive, abstract memoir. That Dragon: Cancer is incredibly hard to play, but most who have made it through the game are glad that they did. As painful as it is, those who have known someone that's dealt with cancer are likely to find that the game resonates with them, and though it isn't a title that many will want to play more than once, it's one that's worth braving nonetheless. Describing something as a bonus is usually seen as a pretty positive thing, a little extra treat to sweeten the metaphorical pot. However, in video game terms, getting more than you bargained for isn't always sunshine and roses. Bonus levels have been around almost as long as video games themselves, offering up juicy little addendums to a game's main content. They serve a variety of purposes. Some were added in as an opportunity to amass extra points, while others were designed with nothing but fun in mind. Even so, they're not always as positive as they were undoubtedly intended to be, and some of these so-called rewards end up feeling like punishments instead. Before we start, we are well aware that bonus levels are meant to just be a bit of fun, so we've tried our best not to be too mean-spirited about their shortcomings. After all, they are, by definition, entirely optional content and really don't reflect on their respective games as a whole. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst bonus levels in video games. Number 10. Bloodstained Sanctuary, Cave Story. It may not be the most famous title on this list, but Cave Story's bonus level is memorable for all the wrong reasons. The cheerily named Bloodstained Sanctuary is a hidden stage that players seeking full completion of the game must try to beat. It's also nicknamed Hell, just in case you were under any illusions about what it's like to play through. Unlocking the level requires completion of the main game and the collection of specific items, at which point a passageway opens up to this delightfully punishing bonus area. The Bloodstained Sanctuary is about as difficult to complete as its nickname suggests, with powerful enemies, spikes on practically every surface, and collapsing ceilings throughout. It's also home to multiple bosses, and just for some added fun, the camera constantly shakes as the level collapses around you. Great! Of course, there are players who relish the near impossible challenge of such brutally difficult gameplay, but generally speaking, it's not the sort of experience that one typically expects from a bonus level unless you're a truly dedicated masochist, that is. Number 9. Andy Asteroids? Earthworm Jim. Bonus levels can certainly be a lot of fun, but if there's one thing that's practically guaranteed to kill players' enjoyment, it's needless repetition. Unfortunately, Earthworm Jim's Andy Asteroids, yes, it's a question for some reason, does just that. After each of the game's main levels, players are tasked with hopping on the hero's pocket rocket and racing the villainous Psy-Crow through space. It's a pretty straightforward race, with crashes slowing Jim down and giving Psy-Crow a considerable lead. Even worse, repeatedly crashing can also cause Jim's pocket rocket to explode. Are we allowed to say that? Seems a little unsavory. If the player loses, Andy Asteroids starts over again, forcing less talented space riders into an endless loop of tedium. Now, to be fair, games were designed to be more replayable in the 90s, which could sometimes cross over into repetitive territory. Even so, every time another Andy Asteroids bonus stage appears, it becomes less fun until we're practically begging to be wiped out by an asteroid just so that the racing finally stops. The levels themselves certainly aren't bad when judged on their own merit, but Andrew's never-ending wormholes of space rocks certainly managed to outstay their welcome. Number 8. Abu levels, Disney's Aladdin. Movie tie-in games generally have a pretty abysmal reputation, but the general idea behind them is fairly sound. After all, who wouldn't want to play as their favourite movie hero? Sidekick, right? Back in the day of the Mega Drive, Disney's Aladdin was considered something of a big deal. It was one of the console's best-selling games, putting players in the shoes of Aladdin as he navigates the various settings introduced in the Disney film of the same name. It also, for some reason, thought players might want to control Aladdin's simian sidekick Abu. Aladdin's bonus levels feature Abu wielding a sword and dodging an onslaught of falling items, including pottery and rocks. He also has to contend with hostile humans who appear to be the same height as him, which is incredibly confusing considering he's small enough to perch on Aladdin's shoulder. Oh, and as if that all wasn't confusing enough to ruin our day, one hit is enough to kill the poor monkey. Though Disney's Aladdin remains a Mega Drive classic, the Abu levels are equal parts confusing and frustrating. They're deceptively hard, conceptually flawed, and would almost certainly never get made today. Number 7. Hyper Funk Zone, ToeJam and Earl in Panic on Funkatron. When it comes to unique qualities, ToeJam and Earl in Panic on Funkatron might suffer from an embarrassment of riches, but it also boasted one of the worst bonus levels of all time. Taking place in a dimension known as the Hyper Funk Zone, these bonus stages are unforgettable for all the wrong reasons. The Hyper Funk Zone essentially, I'm so fed up of saying that, essentially amounts to a complete onslaught on the senses. With an undercurrent of funky music and repetitive sound effects, the levels entail dodging obstacles and collecting presents. The only way to dodge is to briefly morph into a squiggle, and the stages get progressively faster, making them all but impossible as the game goes on. Oh, and all of this occurs before a backdrop of colourful tiles and irregular shapes that's vaguely reminiscent of especially garish 90s wallpaper or the title cards from a certain Nickelodeon cartoon about talking babies, you know the one. The combination of these factors makes the Hyper Funk Zone a particularly headache-inducing experience. Not only does it boil down to a test of memory rather than skills or reflexes, but it directly contrasts the supposedly chill vibes of the level's funky soundtrack and Earl's laid-back walking animation. No, ToeJam and Earl in Panic on Funkatron, the Hyper Funk Zone is most certainly not. Alright. Is that it? Is that how they say it?
Alright.
Number 6. Animal Buddy Bonus Stages, Donkey Kong Country. We are not going to deny that Donkey Kong Country is a truly beloved title, but we are going to assert that its bonus stages are pretty dumb. Gather your torches and throwable barrels if you must, but it's high time someone spoke up about the animal buddies. That's right, I'm brave and a hero. Back in the 90s, the Collectathon was considered the quintessential bonus stage. Unfortunately, that's just another way of saying that practically every platformer featured some variation of the idea, and Donkey Kong Country's Animal Buddies stages felt like something of a misstep. Ironically, this is largely because the game itself was such an incredibly solid side-scrolling platformer, making the bonus levels feel tedious by comparison. Okay, we may have just taken issue with bonus levels that are too hard, but surely there should be some challenge involved? Let's be honest, Donkey Kong Country's Animal Buddies levels were utterly mindless and basically just consisted of charging, flying, or swimming around a generic area packed with tokens. There was no real variety in the stages and no novelty involved at all, which made them feel more like a chore than a bonus, and though they managed to give the admittedly adorable Animal Buddies something to do, these mind-numbing bonus levels were enough to drive us bananas! Yeah, but because that's what they eat, because they're monkeys. Okay. Number 5. Test Your Might. Mortal Kombat. Fighting games and bonus levels are a match made in heaven. Something about the fast-paced and delightfully violent gameplay of fighting games lends itself perfectly to occasional distractions, with many titles using a well-placed bonus level to help our heart rate settle a little between all the white-knuckle blood sport. However, the first Mortal Kombat game didn't quite get it right, with its bonus levels falling particularly flat. The Test Your Might bonus stages of Mortal Kombat are, in retrospect, quite awful. After a round or two of ripping our opponents' heads clean off and draining them of all their blood, asking us to prove our strength by breaking inanimate objects seems a little redundant. A few seconds of button mashing later, said might is tested, and we can get back to the real action. What makes Mortal Kombat's bonus stages so underwhelming is that they're decidedly less exciting than the game itself. They don't play like a fun distraction, but rather an occasional annoyance where we're asked to prove we can press the buttons we've literally just been pressing, only faster. Testing our might? More like testing our patience. Ugh. Number 4. Toad Slot Machine. Super Mario Bros. 3. The Mario games are absolutely loaded with endearing quirks, and these are worked into canon in a variety of ways. However, Super Mario Bros. 3 contextualized its bonus levels in a way that some could argue undermined the whole experience. When entering a spade panel on the map, players are taken to a short bonus stage in which they are effectively taught to gamble by Mario's longtime ally Toad. In one of these games, everyone's favourite mushroom-headed sidekick tells the iconic plumber that matching up a picture will earn him some handy items. What follows is a rudimentary slot machine made up of various Mario characters' faces. It's not particularly thrilling, but it's not so bad, right? Wrong. It's important to remember that Mario games have always been good, family-friendly fun, so throwing in minigames of this nature has some troubling implications. It effectively teaches children how fun gambling can be. Won't somebody think of the children? What's more, the minigame implies that Toad is secretly hoarding helpful items, but that he's quite happy not helping Mario if he's unlucky enough to lose. So, not only do these brief bonus levels make Toad seem self-involved and incredibly opportunistic, but they also get kids hooked on gambling. Guaranteed, that's proven. It's not. It seems as though EA might have borrowed a trick or two from Super Mario Bros. 3. Number 3. 3D Special Stages. Sonic the Hedgehog 3. The bonus levels in Sonic games are some of the most popular of all time, so we're really putting it all on the line by calling them out, aren't we? That said, we really need to talk about Sonic the Hedgehog 3's 3D special stages. Let's set the scene. You're focused and blazing through the fast-paced 2D platforming of Sonic 3, finally beating the level you've been stuck on. Now you've got a nice, lovely bonus stage to help you unwind, except it's not nice or lovely, it's a horrifying exercise in forcing your brain to shift between dimensions as quickly as possible. It's jarring, it's unnecessary, and worst of all, it's thoroughly tedious. Switching from 2D gameplay to a randomly 3D bonus level might sound like a novelty, especially for the mid-90s, but it's basically a fast track to a pounding headache. We'd argue in this instance that an extra dimension filled with coloured balls simply doesn't add anything worthwhile to the experience other than the third dimension, obviously. What makes it more unimpressive as you run around unobstructed picking up balls is the lack of challenge, unless you count fighting a sudden onset of nausea a good test of skill. As much as it pains to say, this really puts a big spiky speed bump in the way of an otherwise stellar Sonic experience. Number 2. Babaluau Baby Levels. Maui Mallard in Cold Shadow. There are certain key ingredients that make for a good bonus level. It has to be engaging, relatively low stakes, and the player also ideally should get something out of it for their efforts. Somehow, Maui Mallard in Cold Shadow's bonus levels managed to avoid doing any of these. As the game features Donald Duck playing the dual role of Maui Mallard and his ninja alter ego Cold Shadow, it's already a little confusing in a conceptual sense. Its bonus levels take that to a whole new level though. They task players with leaping and bouncing their way across the backdrop of a stage in order to set off fireworks indoors, because apparently Maui Mallard doesn't care about fire safety. Not only do the Baba Luau, I assume that's how you say it, baby sections make precisely 0 sense, but they're deceptively difficult. Only achieving perfection within the allotted time limit is enough to earn players the all-important password to preserve their progress. The bonus levels are simultaneously confusing and quietly difficult, but they're also absolutely vital for those who don't want to play through all of Maui Mallard in Cold Shadow time and time again. And to top it all off, you've got to stare at the super creepy faces on all the celestial bodies too. Oh, what fun. Number 1. The Little Mermaid levels, Kingdom Hearts 2. The Kingdom Hearts franchise brings various well-loved Disney worlds to life, but few received such rough treatment as Atlantica. The home of Ariel is fully playable in the first game, but for Kingdom Hearts 2 it underwent a significant downgrade. In place of battling evil Heartless as a mermaid, Sora is instead asked to help Ariel prepare for a musical. Though they may not be bonus levels in the strictest sense, the Little Mermaid segments of the game essentially amount to mini-games completed every so often between actual gameplay. Each time Sora travels to the world of Atlantica in the game, the player is treated to a lengthy cutscene and then several minutes of rhythm-based QuickTime events set to the songs from Disney's The Little Mermaid. Those who haven't been forced to experience these levels will find it difficult to fully understand just how painful they are to sit through. It comes down to a combination of issues. There's the disappointing downgrade from the first game's explorable world, the sensitivity of the level's rhythmic element, and how dreadfully drawn out the whole experience is through endless cutscenes that just relay the plot of the Disney film. Ultimately, it's less a bonus level and more an exercise in musical torture. So many games these days do their utmost to provide a truly immersive and realistic experience for the player, whether it's through a clean UI, intuitive design, or mashing 12 gazillion triangles together until something photorealistic pops out. But what about you? Hang on, it says here break the fourth wall. Oh, very clever. Use common name to address you. Okay, yeah. But what about you, Sir Montague Fitzgerald? We know a man or woman of your stature deserves to be addressed directly. Nice hat, by the way.
It's a total goat.
Lucky for you, there are plenty of games out there to satisfy your inner narcissist, smashing through that television-shaped barrier between game world and real world. Technically, you could class any game with button prompts, status bars, or a tutorial as being fourth wall breaking, but some make a conscious effort to go further. Sometimes it's a light-hearted in-joke, whether it's self-aware Fallout NPCs, an angry mole that insists you save your game regularly, or 90% of all LucasArts games. Others are more sinister, however, pulling mean pranks on us, insisting we delete our save data and generally messing with our head until we're a babbling nervous wreck. Yeah, those are fun. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 video games that shattered the fourth wall. Number 10. The Monkey Island series. Mophead wannabe privateer Guybrush Threepwood is basically the poster boy for the classic 90s point-and-click era. A big part of this was Monkey Island's unique humor, which relied heavily on smashing barriers between player and game. LucasArts destroyed so many fourth walls in those days, we wouldn't be surprised if they helped topple that big one in Berlin too. Characters would acknowledge or address the player directly, like with Herman Toothrot's knowing asides to the camera, or with Guybrush's running commentary on the game's value for money. The sight of Monkey Island is totally worth the price apparently, but then he also says he'd never pay more than $20 for a computer game, so wait for a Steam sale, I suppose. Along with a barrage of self-referential jokes and pop culture nods, the series often takes aim at the industry as a whole, such as the infamous tree stump gag, poking fun at the seemingly hundreds of discs many PC games shipped with at the time. You can even call LucasArts out on that stump joke in Monkey Island 2 LeChuck's Revenge by phoning the developer hotline for hints, because of course you can. It's peak self-deprecating LucasArts. Number 9. Batman Arkham Asylum. If we had to pick just one comic book hero for their fourth wall breakages, you'd think it would be the wisecracking Deadpool, right? But considering he breaks kayfabe so often, we always end up expecting it. But Batboy, along with his friends Sackface and Laughing Clown, managed a much more effective surprise. When Batman Arkham Asylum arrived in 2009, the rich orphan cosplay experience never felt more authentic as we cape-swooshed and bataranged our way around a generous rogues gallery of naughty villains. And one such rude dude, Scarecrow, had another shock up his sleeve. Shortly after falling foul of his psychosis gas, the game suddenly freezes up with some convincing graphical glitches to boot. But before we can scramble through our drawers looking for console warranty details, the opening sequence restarts, except something's different. The Joker's driving the Batmobile. Batman is getting locked up. What is this madness? Oh, and now we've been shot dead. Excellent. Even the loading screen trolls us, advising us to use the middle stick. Oh, okay, sure. Let me just plug in this Nintendo 64 controller, shall I? Number 8. X-Men Mega Drive. Besides LucasArts just being, well, LucasArts, the fourth wall remained relatively sturdy in the early 90s, so 1993's X-Men for the Mega Drive was quite the rarity, if only for one specific moment. The game was notoriously tricky, even for the time. Not necessarily good, but difficult, with awkward platforming and unfair enemy placement. And as if forcing you to almost break your controller wasn't enough, they went one step further in the 5th level, Mojo's Crunch. After kicking 7 shades of cholesterol problems out of the Robo-Spider unit, Mojo, your progress just halts abruptly. You're told to reset the computer, which surely means kick this computer, right? Wrong!
No way. We got you. Not a chance.
You eventually realize they mean your computer, or, console, and only by pressing the Mega Drive's reset button will the game carry on to the final level as you quite literally purge the in-game virus. The worst part is that you had to press the button lightly. Too hard and you'd do a full-on reset, which in the days before save slots was just asking for trouble. Number 7. Earthbound, or Mother 2. Sticking with the 90s, the 1995 cult SNES hit Earthbound, or Mother 2 if you want to get super Famicom about this, had a brilliantly odd sense of humor and, unusually for RPGs of the time, was set in a quaint parody of small-town Americana. Except with fire hydrant enemies, and walking sprouts, and abstract art that you fight with psychic powers. Okay, you can make anything weird if you describe it like that. When starting the game, the personalized names are a nice touch, letting you include things like your favorite food.
Pints of cream.
Things get a bit creepier about halfway through, however, when Tony rings up and asks for your name. As in, your name, the one with the controller. It's strange, but you might forget about this, up until the final boss fight with Gygus. After a long battle, Paula can begin praying and will then call on you by name to do the same to help defeat this mighty foe. This, combined with the boss's death scene resembling a TV switching off, implies that only your real-world ability to stop the game was powerful enough to save the day. Number 6. Stanley Parable. As Stanley sat, eyes glued to his monitor like every other day, he clicked on another YouTube video, even though he knew he should be working at this point. Oh good, Stanley Parable is mentioned in yet another TripleJump list, Stanley furiously typed into the comments section. It's so predictable. Let me guess, something about the narrator commenting on every move you make. Isn't that just every YouTube Let's Play ever made?
Oh no!
Oh sure, the self-aware narrator refers to the player and the game many times, whether you're sneaking out of the game's boundaries through a window, waiting in a broom closet for entirely too long, or being shown several of the voiceover man's video game prototypes. But if I wanted to walk around an office all day, hearing snarky comments while questioning my very existence, I'd book an appointment with Derek from HR. Oh, look at all the secret endings. Oh, how meta. Yawn. Bored now. Gonna go watch PewDiePie instead. P.S. Your intros are too long, and Tofu should have been much higher on your every Resident Evil character ranked list. As Ben finished this section, he couldn't help but wonder, have we gone too far with this bit? Number 5. Undertale. It's little wonder Undertale gets mentioned so frequently and in such glowing terms. The rich cast of charming characters and jokes act as a loving parody of old school RPGs, much like the aforementioned Earthbound, and would be enough on their own to earn high praise. But it's the existential narrative that brings it to life, making you think twice about the lives of these digital characters. Even if you haven't played it, you're probably aware that you never actually have to kill any enemies in combat, with peaceful options available like flirt, compliment, or pet. But if you were curious what happens if you straight up murder someone, you better be ready to live with the consequences, because even if you save and reload, the sinister Flowey will remember. Complete a pacifist run after previously going full genocide? It'll remember that too. And if you do multiple genocide runs in a row, well, things get real weird. Undertale manages to pull at your inner completionist's urges to see every ending and at the same time make you feel bloody awful for doing so, crushing both the fourth wall and our hearts. Number 4. Eternal Darkness. As a general rule, real life is usually scarier than video games. We wouldn't dream of jumping off a tall tower into a 2-meter wide bale of hay in real life. You might annoy a local farmer for one thing, and they can be scary enough as it is. Eternal Darkness, the 2002 psychological horror title for the GameCube, also understood the best way to freak you out was to mess with your perception of the real world. During the game, the more Lovecraftian monstrosities you saw, the more your sanity meter would fall, leading to some increasingly disturbing visions like hanging bodies, blood drippings, or your head falling off and reciting Hamlet.
To be or not to be.
Naturally, the real spookums came with the fourth wall breaks. The mild ones, like your TV's volume being lowered, are bad enough, but when it starts deleting inventories, resetting the game to the start menu, and bringing up blue screens of death, honestly, we're 5 seconds away from switching off the TV properly and hiding in a cupboard. The most notoriously savage troll came with the game pretending to delete your save data, a cruel trick that we haven't seen the last of yet. Number 3. Pony Island. Let's clear this up quickly. Pony Island is not a game about ponies. Okay, admittedly there's a pony game in here somewhere, but it's mixed with hacking puzzles and trippy sequences because that pony game is possessed by the devil who wants to claim your soul. Make sense yet? It's okay if it doesn't. That's the beauty of this mind-bending 2016 puzzler made almost entirely by one indie developer, Daniel Mullins. This self-aware title subverts your normal gaming expectations, and hacking your way around an existing game's code, adding new features to the in-game 2D runner in order to continue, makes for an interesting twist on how we view progression in games. The devil, or 1U copyright IF $R, even calls you a cheater numerous times, which is certainly an accurate reflection of most Call of Duty lobbies, also known as hell. But the real devil is in the details with one particular boss. Major spoiler alert, by the way. Are you ready? We're gonna talk about it now. Here we go. Steam messages. Yes, the game sneakily distracts you with fake Steam messages, pulling a real username from your contacts to really mess with you. Not to mention confuse your friend after you write a 2 a.m. reply filled with terrified gibberish. Number 2. The Metal Gear Solid series. Of course we've got Metal Gear Solid. How could we leave out Kojima's celebrated stealth action series, notorious for repeatedly destroying the fourth wall? For many of us, our first introduction to the concept of how does a video game know about that came from the first game's infamous Psycho Mantis fight. Using the power of psychokinesis and telepathy and reading your memory card's data, Mr. Mantis taunts the player by reciting their previously played games and genres, and then uses the controller's rumble feature, the power of his will, to move your controller. And of course there's the old controller import 2 trick, which you'll need to properly defeat him. These meta moments appear across all mainline games, like Metal Gear Solid 2's Arsenal Gear sequence, where a glitched kernel spouts old repeated dialogue and urges you to switch off the console.
Raiden, turn the game console off right now.
What did you say? There's the self-referential Rykov mask in Snake Eater, and the time paradox if you accidentally kill someone who appears in the previous games later in the timeline.
You created a time paradox.
And guess who's back for a final farewell tour in the 4th entry? Yep, old Psycho, although he's less impressive this time around.
What?
Where's your data? Where is it saved? It's memory card.
Number 1. Doki Doki Literature Club. Okay, seriously, spoiler warning for this game. It goes places you don't expect, so if you're in any way interested in experiencing this game, which is free, by the way, then switch off now. And that's us breaking the fourth wall, you can do that. All good? Alright, well, brace yourselves.
Hell.
Despite looking and sounding like one of 12 million dating simulator games on Steam, 2017's Doki Doki Literature Club will leave you mentally scarred for completely different reasons. Beyond the visual novel veneer, this game descends into some truly dark themes around mental health and self-harm. Despite the spoiler warning, we won't delve too deeply into specific character details, but we can't avoid mentioning one in particular, the self-appointed leader, Monica. As the game goes on, she develops quite the mean streak, and as the fourth wall starts crumbling away, it's revealed that she's self-aware of her status as a video game character. She'll then start messing with save files and deleting characters from the game, forcing you to start again, carrying on as if that person never existed in the first place, save for some unsettling glitches. In one of the endings, Monica will even delete the entire game, stating that no happiness can be found here. And after witnessing all this, we wholeheartedly agree, please just make it stop. And here we are. Finally at the outro, where we look back at the previous entries and ask you for your favourite examples. This isn't us trying to break the fourth wall, by the way. We literally can't think of anything else to say after Doki Doki. All we can think about is scrubbing our brain to erase haunting memories. Christ. You can follow myself and TripleJump on Twitter here, and while you're at it, why not support the things you enjoy by having a look at our Patreon. Finally, don't forget to like the video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and thanks for watching. When you're a kid, you've got all the time in the world to play your favourite video games, and so how long they take to complete barely factors when selecting a title. Once you grow up, however, you find that you have less and less time to do the things you love, and so gaming sessions have to be carefully slotted in between boring adult stuff like going to work and hoovering your flat. Fortunately, not every game out there takes days and days to finish, and there are a number of titles that can be completed in less time than it takes to do your laundry. Depending on how much laundry you have, of course. For this list, we're taking a look at some brilliant video games whose runtimes can be counted in minutes rather than hours. This isn't a list of speedruns, but is rather a look at the titles that are naturally on the short side. We've consulted with the good folks over at howlongtobeat.com, and according to their statistics, most players complete the main storylines of these games in 60 minutes or less. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 games you can finish in under an hour. Number 10. Milk Inside a Bag of Milk Inside a Bag of Milk. Now, you might be looking at the title of this one and thinking, Ben, you've made that up. I'd like to assure you, though, that Milk Inside a Bag of Milk Inside a Bag of Milk is, in fact, a real game. You can find it on the Steam store. It costs less than an actual bag of milk. I assume we don't have bagged milk here in the UK, and it'll take you approximately 20 minutes to complete. According to the developer, Milk is an artistic manipulation with word and form first and a game second. The player takes on the role of a voice inside the head of a girl who's trying to buy milk and must choose dialogue options in response to what she's thinking. However, the girl is suffering from mental illness, and so even something as seemingly straightforward as going to the store becomes an insurmountable task. Unlike some other choice-based games, those presented in Milk don't have an impact on whether or not the girl is able to obtain her preferred dairy product, but instead give an insight into her psyche. The game does delve into the harrowing impacts of mental illness, and so won't be for everyone, but those who do play are in for an eye-opening experience. Number 9. Dagon by H.P. Lovecraft. Over the years, we've seen a number of terrific games inspired by the works of H.P. Lovecraft, but most of them take hours to play through. If you're desperate for a bit of eldritch horror but are short on time, then we heartily recommend Dagon by H.P. Lovecraft. Dagon isn't so much a game as it is a narrative experience, recounting the story of a morphine-addicted man and his journey escaping from an Imperial German sea raider. Being a Lovecraft tale, Dagon is not simply a story of drifting on open waters in a lifeboat, and it's not long before the man encounters strange surroundings and nightmarish creatures. If you're looking for a title that's full of action, puzzles, or choices with serious consequences, then Dagon isn't going to be the one for you. If you're after a genuinely spooky experience that will immerse you in the world of Lovecraft though, then you've come to the right place. Dagon by H.P. Lovecraft will generally take players around half an hour to complete, and if you can find another game that packs as much dread into such a short period of time and doesn't cost a single penny to play, well, I'll eat my hat. Number 8. Donkey Kong. Though Donkey Kong may be older than the vast majority of us here at Team TripleJump, it's still a game with the power to entertain for about 20 minutes. Still, they're an action-packed 20 minutes that gave birth to some of gaming's most iconic characters. Donkey Kong was first released in Japanese arcades in July 1981 and made its way to North America and European shores shortly after. The game stars a little-known protagonist by the name of Jumpman, a hero who would later become known as Mario, or Mario's dad, depending on who you talk to. The player's goal is to platform their way up multiple construction site-themed levels in order to save the damsel in distress, Lady, later named Pauline, all whilst avoiding the various obstacles that are thrown their way by the eponymous Donkey Kong. This was the very first example of a game using the damsel in distress trope, which many other titles duplicated in the years to come. Being an arcade title, the idea was that players would be able to complete the game in a reasonably short time, and so those who pick up a copy of Donkey Kong will find that they're able to finish it in less time than it takes to dig their old NES out of the attic. Number 7. Star Fox 2. We're sticking with the classics for a moment as we turn our attention to Star Fox 2, a bite-sized title with a bit of a tumultuous history. The story of Star Fox 2 follows on from the series' first game. Following his defeat, Andros returns to the Lylat system in order to launch an all-out attack on Corneria, and it's up to the Star Fox team to put an end to his dastardly plans. The game originally went into development shortly after work was finished on the European version of Star Fox, but by the time it was nearing completion, Nintendo were concerned that it wouldn't measure up to the titles on the PlayStation and Sega Saturn, so it was cancelled. Beta versions were leaked in the following years, but it wasn't until the Super NES Classic console launched in 2017 that Star Fox 2 finally saw release. When fans of the series finally got round to playing Star Fox 2, most agreed that it was great, with many critics lauding the sequel for its inventiveness and for building upon the work of its predecessor. Still, forcing players to wait 22 years for a 45-minute game? Taking the mick a bit there, aren't we, Nintendo? Number 6. Speed dating for ghosts. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to try to commune with the dead but are afraid of picking the wrong spirit? If so, then you should try Copy Chaser Games' Speed Dating for Ghosts, the dating sim with a spooky twist. Throughout the half-hour title, players get to meet a variety of different spirits and hold conversations with them. Depending on what choices they make, they can learn all about the ghosts' backgrounds, how they died, and more importantly, how they lived. The game begins by completing a speed round, where players get to enjoy a couple of rounds of short interactions with a handful of the spooks. From there, they get to choose their favourite and go on a fully fledged date where they'll find out even more about their chosen phantom. On the surface, Speed Dating for Ghosts may seem like a shallow dating sim, but the care and attention given to ensuring each of the ghosts has their own unique personality makes it so much more than that. Though a single run may only take half an hour or so to complete, players will find themselves going back to the game time and time again so that they can delve deeper into the stories of all of the spectres. Number 5. The Haunted Island, a frog detective game. You know, detective games are good and all, but don't you think that the likes of LA Noire would be a lot more fun if the characters were all anthropomorphic animals? If you share my desire for a game starring characters like Vole Phelps and Quack Kelso, then you should check out The Haunted Island, a frog detective game. The game begins when Frog Detective gets a call telling him that people have been hearing noises which they believe to be caused by a ghost. Upon arriving on the island, the residents inform him that the sounds are coming from a nearby cave, but that explosives are needed in order to access it. By conversing with the island's cast of interesting characters, players can collect the ingredients needed for the explosive device and unravel the mystery once and for all. The Haunted Island, a frog detective game, clocks in at a very reasonable 45 minutes, but in its short runtime it manages to pack in a great deal of intrigue, humour and heart. Though it may cost as much money as a fancy cup of coffee and last you approximately as long, we feel like The Haunted Island is a far more enjoyable way to spend your hard-earned cash. Plus it won't upset your tummy afterwards. Number 4. Florence. Relationships in your 20s can be difficult. Though some people meet the love of their lives immediately, most will have to experience a few relationships before finding the right person, and oh boy does it suck when you're with the wrong one. A game that perfectly captures those feelings is 2020's Florence, a tale about a 25-year-old woman who's trying to navigate life and love. Florence tells the story of Florence, a young woman who has become stuck in a rut. Her life is an endless cycle of waking up, going to work, then going to bed so she can do it all over again the next day. That is, until she meets Krish, a cellist who changes her outlook on life. The game plays out like an interactive comic book, with each panel giving a snapshot of Florence's life. Players are tasked with helping Florence to complete various activities, from brushing her teeth to eating dinner. Florence is a heartwarming and at times heartbreaking experience. Players will be drawn in by the beautiful graphics and calming music and will remain hooked for the game's short runtime by Florence's compelling story. If you're not crying by the end, then you're much stronger than I am. Number 3. Dr. Langeskov, the Tiger and the Terribly Cursed Emerald, a whirlwind heist. Here we have another example of a title that sounds like it was made up by our writer, but once again we assure you that Dr. Langeskov, the Tiger and the Terribly Cursed Emerald, a whirlwind heist is a very real video game. According to the game's description on Steam, which concludes with the person writing it sacking the whole thing off and going on strike, it's the hottest summer on record and all across Europe valuable objects are disappearing. Without spoiling too much from Dr. Langeskov and friends, we can advise you to not expect any kind of detective work or cat burglary. And also, I have no idea how to pronounce Dr. Langeskov. I'm assuming that's right? If you're a fan of the Stanley Parable and got a kick out of the humour in the Portal series, then you're sure to have a fantastic time with Dr. Langeskov et al. The side-splitting script is delivered with expert comedic timing by Simon Amstell, who takes the player on a bizarre yet hilarious journey. Most players will complete the game in under 25 minutes, but they're a hugely entertaining 25 minutes. What's more is that the game is free of charge on Steam, so even if the title doesn't tickle your funny bone, at least you won't be out of pocket. You might get eaten by a tiger though. Number 2. Emily is Away. If you grew up in the early 2000s, you probably spent a good amount of time chatting to your friends and classmates via an online messaging service like MSN. For our younger viewers, MSN was a bit like WhatsApp, only you were judged harshly for which emojis you used in your display name and which icon you chose. Team Rubber Duck for life. Emily is Away takes place via a fictional chat client and sees the unnamed protagonist trying to forge a relationship with the eponymous Emily throughout high school and college. The player is given a number of choices during the game that will impact their connection with Emily, with future interactions hinging on the responses the player gives to her messages. The gameplay itself is very straightforward. Each time Emily sends a message, the player simply needs to choose a response from 3 different options. What the game lacks in high-speed car chases and thrilling gunfights, it more than makes up for in the characterization of Emily and the story that unfolds before the player's very eyes. What's most impressive, though, is that it manages to spin such a compelling narrative over a runtime of just 40 or so minutes, which frankly is a rookie number when compared to the amount of time we millennials spent on MSN every evening. Number 1. Kirby's Dream Land. We couldn't possibly produce a list of brilliant but short video games without giving a nod to the title that gave us one of Nintendo's most iconic characters. Indeed, Kirby's Dream Land, originally released in 1992 for the Game Boy, clocks in with a runtime of around 45 minutes and introduced the world to the jolly pink globule of fun that is Kirby. Kirby's very first outing is set in the titular Dreamland, a country populated by peaceful folk who spend their days using their magical sparkling stars to work and play. All of that changes though when King DDD swoops down from his castle on Mount DDD and steals all of the Dreamlanders' food and sparkling stars. With the population facing starvation, Kirby volunteers to take on King DDD and save the day. Gameplay-wise, players can expect a side-scrolling platformer that was pretty typical for the time period. Kirby can move left and right, jump, fly, and attack enemies by inhaling them. Though fans of more modern Kirby titles might find Dreamland a bit basic by comparison, it's still a fun way to spend the best part of an hour. If you're in the market for a short but cutesy and whimsical platform gaming experience, then you could do far worse than to seek out Kirby's Dreamland. Video games have, over the years, provided players with endless entertainment and escapism from the real world. However, as the industry has evolved, developers have realized that their work can not only be a vehicle for amusement, but also a platform where they can draw attention to serious or taboo social issues. When we say taboo, we mean the topics that many people may not be comfortable in openly discussing, but that should be highlighted and spoken about nonetheless. For this list, we'll be looking at games that deal with subjects that some viewers may find distressing. This includes physical and mental illness, sexual abuse, and suicide, so we understand if you need to sit this one out. If you are struggling, help is out there, and we've included a number of organisations that can offer guidance and support in the description box below. Furthermore, we do ask that you remain kind and respectful in the comments. You never know what someone is dealing with. With all of that said, I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 video games that tackle taboo subjects. Number 10. Life is Strange. Many of us have, at some point in our lives, experienced bullying in one form or another. For the vast majority, the feelings of isolation, anxiety, and low self-esteem brought on by being bullied in their younger years will stay with them for the rest of their lives, and though things do get better for most, for some the constant harassment is just too much to bear. This is explored in 2015's Life is Strange, where we meet Kate, a girl from a highly religious family who is relentlessly tormented by her fellow students after being drugged at a party. Unable to cope with the endless harassment at school and the disappointment from her family, Kate takes the decision to climb onto the roof of her dormitory and end her own life. This is a shocking and highly disturbing look at how seriously the actions of bullies can impact a person, and how even those who don't actively participate can be responsible for heartbreaking consequences by not speaking up. By standing up for Kate, the player has the opportunity to save her, and it's important to recognise from this how much being kind and looking out for others in the real world can have a profound impact on people's lives. Number 9. Depression Quest. Those who have experienced depression will know just how all-consuming it can be, and even in its mildest form, it can prevent you from doing the things you love and suck all of the enjoyment out of life. Those who don't have first-hand experience of depression, however, may not understand exactly how it impacts those who do suffer from the illness. Developed by Zoe Quinn and released in 2013, Depression Quest aims to recreate the day-to-day reality of living with depression, aiming to clearly illustrate to those without the affliction just what it's really like. It also aims to simulate the illness in the hopes that those who do suffer will gain some measure of comfort from knowing that they are not alone in their experiences. The whole game is text-based, and throughout players will be faced with a number of everyday choices. Though the right ones may be obvious, often it will be crossed out, illustrating to non-sufferers the impairment in logic that those dealing with depression might face on a regular basis. Although depression does vary from person to person, and it's almost completely impossible to recreate that for other people, Depression Quest goes a good way to breaking down the barriers and alleviating the stigma that sufferers frequently feel. Number 8. Gone Home. Although acceptance and understanding of the LGBTQ+ community has come along a great deal in recent times, there is still a lot of intolerance in the world that desperately needs to be stamped out. Though the community itself is very outspoken about the issues that they face, and rightly so, it can be sometimes difficult to get others talking about the problems that exist. Life can be particularly hard for young LGBTQ+ individuals who struggle to gain the acceptance of family members, a topic that is explored in the 2013 walking simulator, Gone Home. The story unfolds through the eyes of Katie Greenbrier, a young woman who's returned to her family home to find both her parents and her younger sister Sam gone. Though the game also explores themes of domestic unrest and sexual assault, its primary focus is the suffering Sam experiences at the hands of her parents who refuse to accept that she's in love with another woman. For some of us, it will be hard to imagine the idea that our own parents would reject us for simply being who we are, but sadly this is the awful reality for a large number of LGBTQ+ people, and something that Gone Home does an excellent job of bringing home. Number 7. Change, a homeless survival experience. Having a roof over our heads is something that many of us take for granted, but there are millions of people around the world who may not know if they're going to have a bed in which to sleep at night, or even if they'll be able to afford to eat each day. Change, a homeless survival experience, puts players in the shoes of a homeless person and challenges them with finding a job and a home. Of course, this is a lot easier said than done, and players will need to balance their immediate needs, such as obtaining food and items that will bring the character happiness, with longer-term goals in order to successfully leave their life of poverty behind. Depending on which character is chosen at the beginning, players may also be hindered by addiction or mental health issues. Though certain aspects of being homeless are abstracted for the sake of gameplay, the title sets out to portray the difficulties accurately, from saving enough money to rent a flat and finding work to the terrifying experience many face when staying in a shelter. Ultimately, the goal of Change, a homeless survival experience, is to get people talking about homelessness and to humanise those that society so often leaves behind. Number 6. Among the Sleep. They say that divorce is often hardest on the children, and whilst it's tough enough dealing with your parents' divorce as an older child that understands what's going on, it's undoubtedly even worse for the smaller ones who don't fully grasp the situation. Released in 2014 and developed by Krillbyte Studios, the survival horror title Among the Sleep plays out through the eyes of a small boy called David. His parents are divorced and he lives with his alcoholic mother who struggles to cope raising him alone. All of this manifests to David as a dark, twisted world populated by monsters, capturing what the disruption of a broken home must feel like to a child that doesn't understand what has happened. All David knows is that his father is gone and his mother is behaving unusually, but being a toddler, he's only able to piece together an explanation by using his vivid imagination. Among the Sleep is a truly scary experience and does a fantastic job of illustrating how an incomprehensible situation might play out through the eyes of a small child, mirroring the tense and alien atmosphere of the situation with the bleak, distorted world that David has created in his mind. Number 5. Persona 5. Though much of the Shin Megami Tensei franchise leans heavily into fantasy elements, the series isn't afraid to tackle serious, real-world issues. Perhaps the most heartbreaking, however, is Shiho's story in Persona 5. Prior to the start of the game, Shiho is a happy, outgoing girl that loves to play volleyball. After joining her school's team, however, she becomes quiet and withdrawn as she is constantly bullied and harassed by her team's coach, Kamoshida. Though it's obvious from the varying injuries that Shiho sustains during her private training sessions that Kamoshida is subjecting her to abuse, she chooses not to speak out for fear that she'll lose her place on the team. This continues until Shiho, feeling used and ashamed, attempts to commit suicide. The storyline serves to highlight the trauma that many people go through on a daily basis at the hands of their abusers, often feeling humiliation and as though they're at fault. Whilst the likes of the #MeToo movement have helped to shine a light on the issue, there is still a long way to go to ensure that no one is subjected to such a traumatic experience. Though the topic of sexual assault is an incredibly uncomfortable one, we must ensure that the conversation keeps going nonetheless. Number 4. Papo and Yo. Though it's unpleasant to talk about, it's still important to recognise the sad reality for many children who are forced to grow up with abusive parents. Although we're able to feel sympathy for the victims, it's not always possible as an outsider to truly comprehend the internal suffering brought on by such a situation. One game that explores childhood abuse through the eyes of a young boy experiencing it is 2012's Papo and Yo. Whilst hiding in a closet during one of his father's drunken rages, protagonist Quico is transported to a dreamlike world in which he encounters a creature known only as Monster. Although Monster appears at first to be docile, it quickly becomes malevolent after consuming frogs, and Quico must ultimately make the choice to leave it be. A simple but effective allegory for Quico's life in the real world, Papo and Yo helps players to understand the struggles that a child may go through when faced with abuse, exploring an example of an imaginary world that so many children in the same position would use to escape their reality. Despite horrific treatment at the hands of his own father, Quico remains desperate to see the good in Monster throughout the game, only finally giving up on him when he realises that he can't be helped. Number 3. What Remains of Edith Finch. For a parent, there is nothing more devastating than the loss of a child, but although this is something that many families sadly experience, it isn't a topic that many people are willing to talk about. One game that doesn't shy away from the subject is 2017's What Remains of Edith Finch. Told from the perspective of Edith and recounted through a number of journal entries, the game weaves the tale of the Finch family, who over generations have come to believe that they are inflicted with a curse that ensures that all but one child from each generation will die young. Going back as far as the 1930s, we see the family devastated by repeated loss, sharing in their grief as they try to come to terms with each death. Some attempt to run from the curse, fleeing their homes to try to escape, while others simply lock it away. Sadly, there is seemingly nothing they can do to stop it, and as players we can only look on in sorrow as the family is torn apart time and time again. It's a tragically beautiful and emotional story that will hit players hard and stay with them long after the game is over. Number 2. This War of Mine. Games set during wartime are nothing new, with the likes of the Call of Duty franchise making yearly outings to allow players to assume the role of the infantry on the ostensible good side of the conflict. In the real world, however, war is not all heroism, and in fact, war is hell. The day-to-day reality of war is the reason that so many veterans return from active duty with PTSD and other mental health issues. It's also the reason that scores of countries have been torn apart by conflict over the years, their inhabitants forced to flee as refugees or stay and suffer a life of endless horrors. Inspired by the Siege of Sarajevo and set in the fictional city of Pogoron, Grasnavia, this War of Mine places players into an active war zone and tasks them with ensuring the survival of a number of different civilian characters. Unlike other survival games, however, most of the characters have little survival or military experience. During the day, sniper fire makes it impossible to venture outside, so any scavenging for necessary items must be done at night, though both military and civilian dangers still pose a serious threat. The experience of playing is bleak, but it is eye-opening to the devastating reality of life for those forced to live through wartime. Number 1. That Dragon, Cancer. It's a gut-wrenching fact that a number of us will face cancer at some point in our lives, and even if we're lucky enough not to experience it firsthand, the vast majority of people will know someone close to them that is forced to go through it. It's a horrible, terrifying disease that fortunately many people do now recover from, but there are those that still do ultimately lose the fight. After their son Joel was diagnosed with a rare and aggressive form of cancer shortly after his first birthday in 2010, Ryan and Amy Green decided to develop a video game that would document their family's experiences. The game, titled That Dragon Cancer, followed the family through the ups and downs of Joel's diagnosis, from fond memories of feeding ducks at the pond all the way through to March 2014 when Joel sadly passed away. The game itself is hard to play, not in terms of its mechanics or controls, but in the heartbreaking journey it takes the player on. The sheer impact of the storytelling means that many people are unable to see it through, but whether or not players make it to the end, every last one will go away and hug their loved ones just a little tighter than before. Ho, 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 it's Christmas, everybody, and you know what that means. Even more horrible presents from well-meaning friends and family members who still haven't gotten their heads around Amazon wish lists. This time last year, we trawled the internet to find the absolute worst gifts to give to someone you know who likes video games, but as it turned out, we've barely even scratched the surface, so we're back once again to explore all of the things you could buy for a loved one that have the potential to completely ruin their Christmas. We will preface most of these entries by saying that we're sure there are some people out there that would be more than happy to receive these items as gifts. However, unless they make an appearance on the old letter to Santa, it's probably best to steer clear. With that out of the way, I'm the thoroughly festive Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 more terrible gifts for the gamer in your life. Number 10. Board games. Before we get into this one, we're very much aware that there are a lot of people, our writer included, who very much enjoy games of both the video and tabletop variety, so if you are one of those people, then this entry is not aimed at you. If your intended recipient isn't about that board game life, however, then a gift of Monopoly, Cluedo, or any other item of similar ilk is likely to just give them horrifying flashbacks of the time they landed on Park Lane and their dad took all their money and properties. Board games based on video games might also seem like a good idea, but by and large these tend to be aimed more at the seasoned tabletop aficionado with a passing interest in video games, meaning complex rules that will take hours for everyone to get their heads around. Not only this, but board games also come with social obligation, and whilst we video game fans do enjoy the company of other people despite what the media would have you believe, we prefer to do so on our own terms, and usually in a way that doesn't involve James getting upset because Ashton sunk his battleship. Maybe you'll be better at Scrabble, friend. Number 9. Gaming-themed homewares. If you're anything like us, you probably own more mugs than you know what to do with, and that's likely because people know that you like video games, and they seem to think that a safe option for a gift is an appropriately themed ceramic drinking vessel. However, the collection of mugs that balances precariously within your kitchen cupboard and threatens to crush you every time you try to make yourself a drink is merely a small part of a much larger problem: gaming-themed homewares. The thing about gifting homewares is that people tend to be rather picky about the items that they put on display in their homes, and regardless of whether they're a teen whose creativity is confined to their own bedroom or an adult with their own place, it's likely that their aesthetic is built around a bunch of carefully curated items. If you do choose to gift a cushion cover, piece of wall art, or tasteful candle, you'll need to make peace with the fact that it's likely to end up displayed in a generally unoccupied part of the house at best, or re-gifted to another unwitting gamer at worst. Gift vouchers are always appreciated though. I've had my eye on an air fryer for a while. Number 8. Energy drinks and gaming supplements. If you're well immersed in a video game, sometimes it can be hard to motivate yourself to do those little things in life that keep you going, like eating or getting a good night's sleep, and we've probably all experienced times where we suddenly realise it's 6 p.m. and we haven't eaten yet, or it's 4 in the morning and we have to be up for work in 3 hours. If you have someone in your life for whom this is a frequent problem, it may be tempting to gift them some sort of energy drink aimed at gamers. However, we implore you not to do this. Not only is the jury still out on whether or not energy drinks are harmful, but it's also probably not a great idea to encourage your loved ones to miss out on precious sleepy times or skip meals. We also advise against getting gaming supplements because, in all likelihood, the reason your mate can't get that much coveted Victory Royale is less to do with any vitamins or amino acids that he or she might be missing, and more to do with the fact that they just need to get good. No offense to anyone peddling these kinds of things, but no amount of caffeine or L-theanine, whatever that is going to prevent some 12-year-old with 1,000 hours of experience from shooting us in the face. Number 7. Third-party peripherals. Picture the scene. It's Christmas morning, and you're feeling rather smug because your nephew, Kevin, asked for a brand new PS5 controller, and not only have you managed to get him one, but you were able to save yourself a load of money by getting it from your local market instead of buying the expensive Sony one that he'd put on his wish list. The man on the stall said it was basically the same thing, and by getting the official one, you're just paying for the branding, right? Well, Kevin's now very upset because it turns out that you do very much get what you pay for, and he keeps getting shot by his friends because the left analog stick is stuck and he can't do anything but spin in a circle. Christmas is ruined, and it's all your penny-pinching fault. Indeed, third-party peripherals might seem like a good way to save money, but they are almost always inferior to the official versions, whether they're lacking in certain features or are simply not constructed as well. So, next year, when little Kevin begs you for a new controller, dig deep and shell out for the real deal, and you might just restore the little lad's faith in the holiday. Number 6. Statues, figurines, and plushies. Again, we're going to caveat this one by saying we know there are people who collect miniatures, replicas, and the like. So again, if you are such a person, this is not aimed at you. If you know that your friend, relation, or significant other is a fan of a particular video game, then it might be tempting to gift them some sort of statue or figurine of their favorite character. This is all well and good if they're a collector of such items, though even if they are, it's a risky purchase. But if they're not, then they're probably not going to have a whole lot of use for it. Not only are they kind of impractical, but statuettes and action figures can oftentimes be very expensive, so you could well end up spending tens, if not hundreds of dollary-doos on something that just isn't going to get the love it deserves and will probably end up tucked away in a cupboard never to see the light of day. Plushies also fall firmly into this category, and although they're usually quite cute and generally not as expensive as figurines, they'll still only go down well if the recipient is super into them or is under the age of about 6. Number 5. Mystery boxes. In theory, gifting a subscription to some sort of mystery box service is a great idea. Someone who actually knows what they're talking about when it comes to video games will select a number of items each month and ship them out to your loved one. It takes all the hassle out of actually choosing a gift, and the recipient will get to keep enjoying their present long after the festive season is over. The trouble is that not knowing what's in one of these boxes is a bit of a double-edged sword, as yes, it is exciting to see what's inside, but it's also quite disappointing if you end up with a load of merchandise for a game or franchise that you don't even like. Furthermore, though some of these subscription services do send some half-decent items, a lot of the time they just fill their boxes with crud that no one else wants, and for every cool t-shirt you get, you're probably going to end up with a dozen keyrings, bottle openers, and other assorted knickknacks. They're an incredibly expensive way of gifting tat, and you'd be far better spending the tens, if not hundreds of dollars a subscription costs on literally anything else. Well, not the things on this list, obviously, but you know, other stuff. Maybe us. Number 4. VR headsets. There are a few ways in which gifting a VR headset can quickly turn Yuletide cheer into Yuletide jeers. The first is if you give one of those cheap cardboard setups that's literally just a phone holder for your face. Honestly, has anyone actually used one of those beyond quickly demonstrating it to Granny to show that her money hasn't gone to waste? The second is gifting a proper VR headset, such as a PlayStation VR or the Oculus Rift, only to find out that the recipient doesn't actually own the necessary console or a powerful enough PC to use the thing. Though it's easy enough to ask a friend or relative if they own a PS4 or 5 without rousing too much suspicion, it's a little harder to gauge whether or not their Windows machine has all the necessary gubbins to get the Oculus working, so unless they've specifically asked for one, it's probably best to avoid it. Finally, even if you gift a decent VR headset along with the necessary hardware to get it up and running, there's still the risk that it will induce a horrible bout of motion sickness, and nobody wants that on Christmas, do they? Number 3. The wrong console. Before we get into this one, we absolutely acknowledge that any console, if given as a gift, has probably cost the gifter an awful lot of money, and regardless of whether or not it was the console they were after, the giftee should still be very grateful. With that said, it's still incredibly disappointing come the festive season to end up with the wrong console. We're not talking about receiving an Xbox Series X when you're firmly on Team PlayStation, because both systems are great and you're set for at least the next 5 or 6 years, console gaming-wise. No, we're talking about the confusion that can arise thanks to manufacturers who seem intent on naming their consoles as similarly as humanly possible. Historically, there have been the likes of the NES and the SNES and the Wii and the Wii U, which have confounded parents all over the world. More recently, Microsoft have gotten in on the action with the Xbox Series X, the Xbox Series S, and the Xbox One X. An Xbox One S, I assume. The moral of the story here is that if you're planning on splashing out for a console, be sure to check its exact name. You'll save yourself a whole load of money and embarrassment. Number 2. Almost anything from Wish. As fun as it is to get hold of Adam's credit card and go on a Wish spending spree, at least until he realises what we've done, we can't say we'd be particularly thrilled if we received pretty much any item from the e-commerce site as a gift. Though there are some legitimate products that can be purchased from Wish, they are few and far between, and the site is largely populated with knockoff tat. might seem tempting to purchase a VR headset for less than a tenner, a portable console that looks a bit like a Switch and claims to hold over 20,000 games, or a teeny tiny Bluetooth keyring that lets you play games on your phone, but we must ask you to refrain. There's a good reason all of these items are so cheap, and that's usually because they're mass-produced crap that doesn't do a fraction of the things they're supposed to, if indeed they work at all. After all, Sony haven't priced the PS5 at over £400 for the fun of it. There's a great deal of work and expensive parts that go into the manufacturing of a good games console, so while the Game Station 5 might well be a fraction of the price, it's also a fraction of the quality as well. Number 1. Video games. Nope, you heard that right, dear viewer. It is our humble opinion that one of the worst Christmas gifts you can buy for the gamer in your life is in fact video games. Worry not, I can assure you, I haven't had too many sherries, and there is method in my madness. It might seem like a brilliant idea to purchase a nice, shiny new title for your nearest and dearest, but there are a number of ways in which you could go horribly wrong. First off, you can't guarantee that whatever you're going to purchase isn't something that they already own. And even if you do manage to avoid duplication, there's always a good chance that you're gifting something they're not going to enjoy. Whether you've gone for the latest Call of Duty title when they're more of a hatto-full boyfriend kind of guy or gal, or you've just selected a game that's utter ploppers, you're setting everyone up for a hugely disappointing Christmas morn. If you are absolutely dead set on buying your loved one a video game, make sure it's something that they're interested in playing for a console that they actually own. Or, better still, just go with a gift card. Trust us, they'll thank you for it. Happy Christmas, everyone. When it comes to video games, seeing words like update, patch, or upgrade usually puts players' minds at rest. Generally, developers will release changes to games to either fix known issues or to add new and exciting content to an already established title, and oftentimes they go just as they should. Just occasionally, however, devs will completely screw the proverbial pooch and drop a patch that completely messes everything up, either by adding an unwanted feature, fixing one thing while simultaneously breaking another, or bricking the game entirely. Usually this results in some severe backpedaling on the part of the developer, though sometimes gamers are just left to put up with the consequences of the dev's failure to test things properly. For this list, we're looking at the times when an update has ended up making things worse rather than better, leaving players utterly frustrated until the next hot fix comes along. Hold on to your hats, boys and girls, we're in for an infuriating time. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are 10 updates that ruined video games. Number 10. Windows 10. At this point, there are 3 things that are certain in life: death, taxes, and that Windows will want to do an update at the absolute worst moment possible.
Oh, come on, PC, I'm already late for work. Couldn't you have done this when I shut you down last night, for God's sake?
Still, as vexatious as they can be, these updates are generally rolled out to ensure that our computers continue to run as they should and to help to protect them from any new nasties that might be floating around the internet. This is, of course, with the exception of these 2 updates, which went live in April 2021. The updates, which were meant to fix a bunch of problems, ended up causing a load of stress to PC gamers who found their fancy machines started experiencing issues with frame rate, random stuttering, and VSync the second the patches were installed. Luckily, friendly internet users were on hand to save the day, as it turned out that simply uninstalling the pesky patches quickly resolved the issue. No doubt, everyone will be back in the same boat the next time Microsoft rudely updates people's machines without asking. Number 9. Fallout 3. It might surprise you to hear, but despite the game being well over a decade old, Fallout 3 is still getting patches and updates every so often. Sadly, they've not all been welcome, as a few unfortunate players found out in October 2021. Part of the update's aim was to remove the requirement for Game for Windows Live, a service which had been defunct since 2014 and rendered Fallout 3 all but unplayable through Steam. This was great news, as it now means that folks who haven't had the chance to play Fallout 3 for a while will now be able to do so unhindered. Hooray! On the flip side, however, the update also disabled the Fallout Script Extender, a piece of software that was crucial for running a number of mods, which, as I'm sure you can imagine, was a massive blow to the Fallout community, because if there's one thing those guys and gals love, it's mods. Luckily, modder iStewie AI was on hand and was able to implement a fix within just 1 week, but it's still irritating that the problem arose in the first place. Gosh dang it, Todd Howard! First you give us 97 different versions of Skyrim, and now this. Go on, put on the cone of shame. You're wearing it until we get Elder Scrolls 6. Number 8. Diablo 2. If you're anything like us boys and girls here at TripleJump Towers, you'll enjoy games with a decent level of difficulty. No shades to our easy mode loving pals, you do you, but we do like an extra sprinkle of challenge atop our video game pie. One of the nice things about the Diablo series is that players are able to choose what level of difficulty they'd like to play at, meaning the games are more accessible to a larger audience. At least, that was the case before Blizzard rolled out the 1.10 update for Diablo 2, which sent the difficulty of the game soaring through the roof. The patch, released some 3 years after Diablo 2's 2000 debut, was meant to breathe new life into the game as player numbers had begun to drop. Instead, it ended up turning off those who stuck around by making the game much, much harder. Enemies were buffed, character abilities were nerfed, and the amount of legendary loot drops from tougher adversaries nosedived. This also meant that players who had spent time meticulously tweaking their characters to create the perfect build had all of their work undone, since everything they'd tried so hard to balance ended up all over the place. Thanks, Blizzard! Super helpful! Number 7. Call of Duty Modern Warfare Remastered. I know we've been banging the same drum for a while now, but it seems that no matter how much we complain, developers and publishers are still failing to get the message, so let's put it plainly and simply. No one wants pay-to-win mechanics in games they've already had to shell out a ton of money to play in the first place. Are we all clear now? Good. Apparently, one studio who didn't get our numerous, very clearly worded memos was Activision, as in February 2017 they rolled out a patch for Call of Duty Modern Warfare Remastered that included microtransactions. The game had already gotten off to a shaky start after the whole only people who own Infinite Warfare will be allowed to buy MWR debacle, but the publisher annoyed fans even further with the introduction of loot boxes. This would have been irritating enough if they only included cosmetic items, but it turns out that the supply drops were full of fancy weapons, meaning that players were effectively being encouraged to spend real-world dollary-doos in order to advance more quickly. To add further insult to injury, the publisher had previously said that should microtransactions be introduced, they would only be for cosmetic items, which obviously turned out to be absolute porkies, and not to mention the fact that such ridiculousness was absent from the original game that they were remastering. Shame. Number 6. Far Cry. Having X-ray vision would be great fun, wouldn't it? You could look at what was in the fridge without having to open the door, peek inside the Christmas presents before the big day, or scope out the office kitchen to make sure Kevin the annoying intern isn't in there forcing small talk again. I don't care about your shoehorn collection, Kevin. I just want to microwave my soup. On the flip side, however, other people having X-ray vision would not be ideal, especially if those people aren't as wholesome as we are and are toting rather large guns and trying to unite a bunch of bullets with our squishy bodies. Sadly, this ended up being the reality for Far Cry players who, following Crytek's 1.4 patch, found that enemies were not only able to see through walls, but could also now fire through them as well, meaning that the phrase "there's nowhere to hide" was no longer just an idle threat, it was the unfortunate reality. Fans were able to roll back the game to a previous version which did resolve the problem, and eventually a fix was released to rectify the issue entirely. It did take 13 years to roll out, but hey, it's better than nothing, I suppose. Number 5. Cyberpunk 2077. It's not unfair to say that when it launched in December 2020, Cyberpunk 2077 wasn't a perfect game. Despite all the hype and the constant delays from CD Projekt Red, what players ended up with upon Cyberpunk's release was a broken mess of a game. Still, the developer held their hands up and promised to patch the game within an inch of its life, and by all accounts, it's now a pretty decent RPG. There were a lot of ups and downs on the road to Cyberpunk's recovery, however, and the first major patch ended up causing even more problems for already frustrated fans. The update promised to fix a number of bugs as well as lay the groundwork for future patches to build upon, and while it did this to an extent, it also caused one of the main story missions to break, leaving players entirely stuck. The quest was supposed to progress by having Takemura make a call to V, however the patch prevented him from doing this, and so players were unable to proceed. Thankfully, the developer released a further patch just 3 days later to resolve the issue, meaning that gamers could go back to enjoying all of the other problems the game had to offer. That's nice. Number 4. Star Wars Battlefront 2, the 2005 one. You know what, for once it's nice to be able to talk about Star Wars Battlefront 2 without anyone bringing up the loot box scandal of 2017. Oh wait, I just did it, didn't I? Oh well. No, for this entry we're actually casting our minds all the way back to Star Wars Battlefront 2 from 2005, a game released long before EA got their grubby mitts on the franchise. Despite being over 15 years old, Star Wars Battlefront 2 still gets the occasional update, and even though there hadn't been anything rolled out for about 3 years, in February 2021, players were treated to a nice, shiny new patch that promised to resolve various problems problems with the game's graphics, as well as improving controller support. Things didn't go exactly to plan, however, and rather than improving players' experience with Battlefront 2, they instead found that the game began randomly crashing, seemingly for no reason whatsoever. The resolution and UI was messed up, and in some cases, any mods they had installed became unusable. The patch was rolled back fairly quickly, reinstating Battlefront 2 to its former glory, and at the time of writing, there's no sign of any further attempts to update the game. Just leave it alone, guys, it's fine as it is. Number 3. Marvel's Avengers. The thing about online anonymity is that it's a bit of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it allows people the freedom to say what they like without fear of repercussions, which some people take as a pass to act like complete douche canoes. On the other hand, however, it protects people from said douche canoes, as they have no way of knowing who you are or where you're based. That is, until a developer fluffs a patch for a game and players' IP addresses are broadcast for the whole world to see. This is basically what happened when Crystal Dynamics released the 1.8.0 patch for Marvel's Avengers in June 2021. The update was supposed to introduce a couple of new features and sort 1 or 2 bugs, but in addition to that, it also ended up displaying PS5 players' IP addresses on screen. This wasn't a huge deal if the game was being played privately, however, a number of streamers reported being doxxed after they accidentally shared their locations with everyone who was watching them. Crystal Dynamics did immediately advise players not to stream the game and rectified the issue with another patch the following day, but sadly for a handful of unlucky players, the damage was already done. Number 2. Red Dead Online. If you've played Rockstar's Western romp Grand Theft Horse, you'll know that aside from knowing a haunch from a hoof, one of the key things that players need to be able to do is competently fire a gun. Admittedly, there are things you can do without ever needing to unholster a weapon, but for Red Dead Online players, a good portion of the missions require the use of a firearm. In August 2020, Rockstar released a patch for Red Dead Online that aimed to fix a bunch of issues that players have been experiencing with performance and stability. Sadly, the update also prevented some players from being able to fire their weapons, which rendered the game pretty much unplayable. Not only did the patch revoke players' gun privileges, but it also added a number of bugs to the game as well. So not only were people wandering around the world sans weapon, but they also had to put up with objects randomly popping in and out of the game. Once the problem was brought to Rockstar's attention, however, they did at least roll the update back until such a time they were able to fix all of the bugs that the patch had introduced. Number 1. Forza Horizon 4. We've seen a lot of horrible updates on this list, but so far none have completely broken their respective games. Luckily, Playground Games are on hand to rectify that problem, though in fairness, based on their track record, they're not the sort of people we'd want trying to help with any issues we might have. In May 2021, the developer rolled out a 7GB update for Forza Horizon 4 that introduced a bug so massive that it rendered the game completely unplayable on Xbox Series X and S. Following the download, many people who tried to open the game found that it refused to start up and in many instances shut down their consoles entirely. After a number of unhappy gamers took to Reddit to share their annoyance, the Forza support team announced that the devs were hard at work developing a fix, and this did fortunately roll out within a couple of days. They did also share a workaround that would allow Xbox Series users to play the game by switching the console to offline mode, though by doing this they found that they were running the risk of losing all their save data. Talk about a bad day at the office, eh, Playground?